In the college entrance examination room, I hurriedly wrote, thinking that I had finished the last question, but in the last minute, I shook my left half of the bangs and found that the left half of the exam paper was not written. Therefore, I was honored to rank last in the school with a score of 300 in the college entrance examination, and missed the opportunity to attend Tsinghua University and Peking University. However, for the revival of China and the reunification of the motherland, I posted a request for help on the browser. How can I be admitted to Tsinghua University with a score of 300 in the college entrance examination? And offered a reward of 10,000 yuan. I thought to myself, if spending 10,000 yuan could get me into Lanka University, it would be worth it. As expected, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. The responses to my question from netizens below were very enthusiastic, but the basic answers were all curses. Just as I was about to collapse from browsing through them, I saw a useful piece of information. Netizen Jiao replied, Op. Qingbei University is a top-notch technology institute in Langhua. To enter the school with a score of 300, you would need to have invented a spaceship. A light bulb went off in my head. I can't research a spaceship on my own right now, but I do have the controllable nuclear fusion formula principle in my hands. If I send over some of the formulas and data, I believe it shouldn't be a problem to get into Qingbei University. I said I would do it, so I organized part of the controlled nuclear fusion formula and data that I rewarded myself with in my mind on the computer. Then, I opened the official website of Qingbei University and found the submission email address for civilian scientific research projects. This is specifically set up for social personnel by Qingbei University, and as long as the submitter passes the professional review, they will receive corresponding funds for research and development. Every year, they receive tens of thousands of research project submissions, but only 1 or 2 are actually put into research. I compressed the organized controlled nuclear fusion formula and data into a zip file and sent it directly to the relevant email of Tsinghua University. When sending, I also attached a sentence, hope to obtain the admission qualification of your esteemed university. The email was sent successfully, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I opened my phone and checked WeChat, only to find out that someone added me to the class group of class 3 to 6 in middle school. The group chat was constantly flashing with messages. I clicked in and saw that the homeroom teacher had compiled a table of all students' grades and directly sent it to the class group. The whole class has 56 students, with the highest score of 708 points by Chu Ruwashi. There are 10 people scoring between 600 and 700 points, while I am the only one with 300 points. Obviously, Chu Ruwashi and I have become the topic of discussion among all classmates. Inside the group, flowers, applause, and congratulations are all given to Chu Ruwashi. Everyone is saying some flattering words, while in their small group, I have become the target of their ridicule and the one they find confidence in. I did not speak in the group, felt that this group was meaningless, and quietly exited the group chat. When an observant classmate noticed that I had left the group, Tian Xiaohua told everyone, "Oh, how come the last place student in our class left the group?" Then, the other classmates in the class began to mock me, but only the school beauty Chu Ruwashi did not kick me when I was down. Instead helped me speak up. Chu Ruwashi watched as her classmates all made cold remarks about her. Feeling angry, she left the group directly, muttering to herself, "There's no sense of humanity. It's better not to keep in touch with such classmates in the future." Chu Ruwashi thought of me, sighed helplessly. "I've worked so hard during this final sprint, but still didn't do well. I guess he must be very sad." Thinking of this, she was about to contact me for comfort, but found that she hadn't added me on WeChat. Forget it, I'll just go to his house tomorrow. Kyoto Dragon Science and Technology University, Office of Civilian Technology Project Review. Busy all day, Wu Zhiming stretched and prepared to finish today's work. At this moment, he suddenly received an email in his inbox titled Partial Formula and Data for Controllable Nuclear Fusion, instantly capturing his attention. Wu Zhiming used to be a researcher, and he was studying controlled nuclear fusion. As he got older and due to health reasons, he was transferred from his original position to become a reviewer in the Technology Project Review Office. His main job is to review technology project submissions from the public every day. This job can be described as both leisurely and tiring, depending on the individual's sense of responsibility. Obviously, I was lucky that my email was received by Wu Zhiming, the person in charge. He opened the email, downloaded the attachment to the designated folder, and a colleague greeted him. "Lao Wu, it's time to go home. Why are you still here?" Wu Zhiming smiled and replied, "I'll leave soon. You go ahead." "Lao Wu, don't take everything too seriously. You work so hard every day to read emails. How many projects have you completed in a year? In our entire office, it's already good if 2 technology projects get approved in a year." Wu Zhiming smiled and remained silent. After the attachments in the email were downloaded, He skillfully extracted and opened the files to take a look. He was well aware that Longwei was developing rapidly nowadays, but high-tech had always been a weak point, and the key to determining a country's strength in the future was technology. Although he was no longer directly involved in scientific research, he hoped to discover more good research projects on his own, which could be considered as his way of contributing to scientific research work. Wu Ximing looked carefully at the document, the first part of which was the other party's understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. After reading it, he nodded approvingly. The other party's understanding of controlled nuclear fusion is quite profound, at least not inferior to his own. He opened the second part. The second part of the content is the specific data and formulas of controlled nuclear fusion. The more Wu reads, the more serious he is, the more excited he is. These data are too precise. It is almost like the data derived after the success of controlled nuclear fusion. He hurriedly flipped out the notebook he had previously kept at the research institute, which was full of data he had arrived at after countless experiments over the course of more than 20 years. In his notebook, Wu first identified the data that was confirmed to be correct and compared it with the data in the contributors file. He was shocked to find that it was exactly the same. He then began to compare the disconfirming data, and although there were some discrepancies, he felt that the contributors was more truly credible. He excitedly continued to read on, but what followed was somewhat unintelligible with the knowledge he possessed. As a former scientific researcher, Wu had a very strong spirit of research. He began to consult the information on those formulas that were like heavenly books. With it he checked and read until his cell phone rang and he came back to his senses to see that it was the 10:30 bedtime alarm he had set. It was then that he looked up and around, realizing that the rest of the office was pitch black, with only the computer in front of him emitting a blinding light. He rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and stood up, turning on the lights, which lit up the office. Wu resumed his seat again, his eyes falling to the file on the computer screen. He was a bit of an afterthought, and the more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. There is a 90% chance that this document is correct, and if that is the case, this document is so important that it could definitely be classified as a state secret. A cold sweat ran down his back at the thought. His first thought now was to report this document immediately. Not a minute to lose. He took out his cell phone, opened his phone's address book, and dialed the director of the Research Program Review Office directly. The call was quickly answered. "Hey, old Wu, what's up?" the other party said loudly, accompanied by noises. "Director Ma, today I received a submission project on controlled fusion, which describes the data and formulas." Before Wu finished, Director Ma directly interrupted. "Old Wu, as for the project, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's not very convenient for me to be outside right now." "Well, first, Director Ma, listen to me first." The cell phone had a beep, 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 blind tone. What nonsense! Wu slammed his cell phone straight down on the table and leaned back on the stool, his chest heaving up and down in anger. He felt a 1,000-pound weight on his shoulders as his eyes returned to the file on the computer screen again. If this document was true, there would definitely be a qualitative breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion in the Dragon Kingdom, and he estimated that it would save the country at least 10 years of research time. What kind of concept was that? For example, if the country puts in $3 billion a year as funding for research into controlled fusion programs, that's $30 billion over 10 years. That's not all. The more important investment in researchers, a controlled fusion requires a minimum of 100 researchers. A decade of time for 100 top talents is priceless. When Wu thought of this, he picked up his cell phone and called Director Ma again. "Director Ma, listen to me. This document is really very important. Old Wu, do you know what time it is? If there's anything, can we talk about it tomorrow?" Director Ma is a little impatient. He is drinking with a group of good friends. Wu Ximing a moment a phone call. This is not to spoil his fun? Director Ma, really wait until tomorrow. You have to wait even if you can't wait. You're the director or I'm the director. Director Ma roared angrily, and then simply turned off his cell phone. Chapter 6. Sex, Gathering of Experts. A moment later, Wu Ximing crossed his heart and directly dialed another number. The call was quickly answered. "Dean Li, I'm Wu Ximing from the Lonka University Research Program Review Office. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Is there something wrong with Auditor Wu?" Dean Li said in a conciliatory manner. Wu gave Dean Li a brief explanation of the situation, and Dean Li was stunned. "Where are you now?" "I'm in the Research Program Review Office," Wu replied. "Okay, wait a minute. I'll be right there." After Dean Li hung up the phone, he changed into a white shirt. "Old Li, it's almost bedtime. What are you doing?" Dean Li's old companion inquired. "You go to sleep. There's a matter to be dealt with in research. You're almost retired soon, and you're still so busy all day long. Remember to come back early and don't stay up until 2 o'clock midnight. Your body now is not as good as it was when you were young." "Okay, got it." Dean Li responded, then opened the door and went out. Wu was in the research program review office, waiting for Dean Li. Dean Li belongs to the dean of the project research group. Under normal circumstances, Wu Jiming is a first-line reviewer. He reviewed and approved the scientific research project. You need to first report to the director of the Office of Scientific Research Project Audit Ma. Director Ma reviewed and approved after. Then report to the project research team to decide whether it is worthwhile to invest in research or how much money to invest in scientific research. And Wu Jiming directly crossed the director of Ma. A call to the project research group of Dean Li, which belongs to the cross-level reporting, belongs to the violation. Get it wrong is to receive disciplinary action. However, this matter is urgent, and Director Ma usually does not act. He was afraid that even if reported to Director Ma, he may not necessarily be reviewed and approved. So in the heat of the moment he thought of directly contacting President Li. After about 10 minutes or so, Li Yard directly pushed the door in. He didn't have any extra polite words. He directly came to Wu Jiming's side and said, "Where are the papers? I'll read it first." Wu stood up and motioned for Dean Li to sit down. The file was on his computer desktop and had been left open. After Yard Li sat down, he put on his glasses, held the mouse in his hand, and began to browse from the beginning. The first part of the document, which he skimmed through, was unimportant. He then went directly into the second part and began to look at it seriously. The more he looked at it, the more he thought about it, the formulas and data on it. It was too fine, and a lot of the data was accurate to more than 10 digits of numbers behind the decimal point. If one assumes that all of the above data is correct, there is only one scenario in which one could come up with such accurate data, and that is that the contributor has already researched controlled fusion to a very high degree of sophistication. Thinking about this, Dean Li couldn't help but get excited. He could still understand the formulas and data in front of the second part, but the ones behind the formulas and data were somewhat less understandable. What's your name? Dean Li asked as he looked up at Wu. Dean Li, my name is Wu Jiming. Jiming, can you read the data and formulas behind the second part? Dean Li asked. I sub-read a third of it. Wu replied truthfully. And what does this 3, h plus 2 3h 4, he plus 10 n plus 1, 7610 7 ev mean? Wu Jiming spoke a bit about what the formula represented. Dean Li instantly understood the general idea. After all, he was not an expert in this field. There were then questions about the meaning of some of the formulas, and Wu explained all that he knew to Dean Li. It was only after the remaining two couldn't figure it out either that they stopped working on the document. Jiming, how do you know these things? Li Yuanzi asked with some curiosity. Dean Li, I was previously a scientific researcher engaged in controlled nuclear fusion research, and then I was transferred to work here for health reasons. Oh, I see. This document, if not you review to, estimated in the hands of other people, I'm afraid that directly as a garbage disposal. By the way, where is Director Ma? Wu Jiming said the previous things a Li courtyard. Li Dean was immediately angry. Li Yuanzi directly took out his phone and dialed out, but the phone was turned off. Dean Li, don't be angry. It's so late after all. Wu Jiming said. Dean Li then looked at the time on his cell phone. It was already 12:21. Forget it. This document is the most important thing right now. By the way, Jiming, which private organization is the one that sent the document? Dean Li asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a person. Personally? Dean Li was surprised. Such meticulous formulas and data, to say that it was researched by a single person, killed him. Also do not believe. After all, controlled fusion is a huge undertaking. Wu then showed Dean Li the email, the body of which read, I hope to be eligible to attend your school. This is controlled fusion? Just to qualify for Dragon Tech? With this document in place, not to mention going to a LKU, or any school internationally, I'm afraid those schools would go crazy. Dean Li pondered for a moment. No matter what the other party's purpose was, right now he needed to confirm this document further. Afterwards, Yard Li directly called the plasma physics professor of Longkou University. Simple exchange of direct. Dean Li and then called watching magnetics and new magnetic materials convenient to an expert. An hour later, more than a dozen top experts and professors in various fields gathered together, filling up the research program review office of Longkou University. Before they arrived, Li Yuanzi instructed Wu Jiming to print out more than 10 points of material. It is now 2:58 a.m. More than a dozen experts and professors are looking carefully at the documents in their hands, and their eyes are full of surprises. When everyone had finished looking at it, Li Yard said, all of you are top experts in your fields. Tell us what you think of this document. From the data and formulas above, the credibility is very high, and even if there are some errors in the details, it is a qualitative breakthrough for the study of controlled nuclear fusion. I work on magnetic materials, and from the paper, simply just looking at the ring magnetic confinement device of the tokamak, there is not a single problem. At present, large conventional tokamaks in developed countries have reached a plasma temperature of 440 million degrees and pulsed fusion output power of more than 16 megawatts under short pulse, on the order of a few seconds, operating conditions. And the plasma temperature in the document reaches 600 million degrees, and the power is more than 20 megawatts, which is one step higher than the energy released by those developed countries. And if the new tokamak magnetic ring device is researched according to the formulas and data on it, it will be ahead of the world. All the experts expressed their views and analyzed the contents of the document in their respective fields, with the result that 90% of them agreed on the feasibility of this sub-document. We discussed until 6 o'clock in the morning, when a professor in superconductivity proposed to utilize watching Supercomputer to further verify these formulas and data. Chapter 7. Supercomputers. The proposal of the superconducting expert professor was immediately approved by all. A supercomputer is a computer that performs large amounts of data and high-speed calculations that cannot be handled by ordinary personal computers, and most of its calculations can reach speeds of more than 1 terabit, trillion times per second. It is mostly used in national high-tech fields and cutting-edge technology research, which is the embodiment of a country's scientific research strength, and it is of great significance to national security, economic and social development. It is an important symbol of a country's level of scientific and technological development and comprehensive national strength. And watching supercomputer is also the most advanced in the Dragon Kingdom. It is generally used in the scientific research aspect of the Dragon Kingdom, but at the same time, it also receives some domestic large-scale computing business projects, so that it can also obtain some corresponding scientific research funds for Huaqing. The distance between LKU and Huaqing is not that far, about 20 minutes away. Dean Li made a direct call to the president of LKU and briefly explained the situation. President Liu Yongxiang of the Dragon University of Science and Technology was shocked. If it was true that this document could save 10 years of controlled fusion research time for the Dragon Kingdom, as Dean Li said, then it was by no means of ordinary importance. Due to the time constraints, President Liu directly mobilized the school bus and picked up a group of professors to go to Huaqing, while he himself was rushing there from his home. Time was running out, and he hadn't eaten breakfast. And when he learned that Dean Li and a group of professors hadn't eaten either, he asked his assistant, on the way, to buy some buns and soy milk. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the supercomputer, they found that Wang Hongba, the head of the supercomputer, had not yet come over, and without his leadership, the doorman wouldn't let them in, because the supercomputer is very expensive. Running an important project, usually without the authorization of the relevant person in charge, all people are prohibited from entering. Dean Li called Wang Hongba again, and the other party had about 10 more minutes. At this time, President Liu also rushed over, and a group of experts and professors were sitting in the hall waiting. All of them were looking forward to verifying the formulae and data of controlled fusion in the document. If verified correctly, the Dragon Kingdom will be out of the world's leading position in controlled nuclear fusion. All the experts and professors, I've brought buns and soy milk, so everyone will eat a little first to pad your stomachs. Thank you, Principal Liu. Everyone was not polite. To be honest, they had stayed up all night. Their stomachs were indeed a bit hungry, so they picked up the buns and soy milk and ate them directly, without any racket at all. President Liu then pulled Dean Li aside to ask more specific questions about the situation. Such an important document, and the other party is only trying to obtain the qualification to attend Longkou University? Principal Liu asked in surprise. Well, I read the original email and it does say that, Dean Li said. Principal Liu began to calculate in his mind. When the test will come out that the document is really no problem, they will then recruit such a student to Longkou University. This credit can be equal to their Longkou University. The state will absolutely support the research of the program of LKU in the future. Thinking of this, Principal Liu inwardly began to look forward to it, hoping that nothing would go wrong with the supercomputing. When everyone finished eating the buns and soy milk, Wang Hongba happened to arrive, and when he saw more than 10 experts and professors, he was a little surprised. What's going on here? Didn't Dean Li say just run a set of formulas and data on the supercomputer? It's not like so many people are coming, and these experts and professors are all in various fields, the top existence. He was a little embarrassed to have so many professors waiting for him alone. Professors and experts? I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Ha ha. It's fine. It's just as well we took the time to have an early dinner. Little Wang, don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and take us in. Principal Liu walked over and said, Principal Liu, you're here too. Wang Hongba greeted with surprise. He really didn't think that this matter had alarmed the president of Longkou University to come over personally. Chief Engineer Wang, take us in, Dean Li said. Wang Hongba looked at the crowd. Then some difficulty, the control room is a requirement. Each time the number of people cannot enter more than 5 people, so as to ensure that the supercomputer operation room is not affected by too many factors in the outside world. But these people were all top experts and professors, and he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Dean Li saw Wang Hongba's face of difficulty and said at once, "What's the problem, Chief Engineer Wang?" "Dean Li, as you know, we have rules." "Here," said Wang Hongba. Principal Lu saw that at this time, Wang Hongba still cared about these rules, and immediately said with some displeasure on his face, "Little Wang, do you know what we're running at the supercomputer this time? If you delay the main event, I think you've made it to the end of your career as chief engineer. Open the door. I'll cover for you if anything happens." Wang Hongba heard Principal Lu say this, but also had to be hard-headed. Let everyone go in. Anyway, something has Principal Lu guarantee. However, he was curious as to what kind of research project had made so many experts and professors pay so much attention to it. All of them changed into a set of white dust-proof clothes and entered the operation room of the supercomputer under the leadership of Wang Hongba. Liard didn't have any nonsense and directly inserted the flash drive to the relevant position. Then he said to Wang Hongba, "Chief Engineer Wang, shut down all programs that are running now. Start running." "What? Shut down all the running programs? Dean Li, are you kidding me?" Wang Hongba was immediately surprised. They are now running these 4 large projects here at the same time. 1 national research project, and 3 commercial projects worth 100 million. And one word from Dean Li is going to shut down all the running programs. Dean Li, you should also know the hardware of this supercomputer. /7168x2 Intel Hexacorrections 56702. 93 GHz plus 7168 NVIDIA 2050 at 1. 15 GHz plus 2048 Hexcorrect 1000 at 1 GHz. It peaks at a billion calculations per second. And I can come up with a tenth of the space, enough for you to run your scientific program. However, his words were directly opposed by everyone at the scene. Taking out a tenth of the space to calculate the formula and data for controlled nuclear fusion. That's going to be a monkey's life. Wang, do you know what program we're running this time? Controlled nuclear fusion. You should know how huge its data is. Principal Lu said. Controllable nuclear fusion? Wang Hongba once again exclaimed. Controlled nuclear fusion he is aware of. When the country and this supercomputer run a few times, the results of each time at least need a full day to run out. If we stop all the other running programs, this is something I really can't do. Wang Hongba said helplessly. Principal Lu didn't continue to make things difficult for him, and directly made a call to Zhou Huaid of the National Institute of Controlled Fusion. The other party was thrilled to hear that they had obtained a top-secret piece of information on controlled nuclear fusion. Chao Wyatt said to go over right away. Currently he is in charge of the controlled fusion program has entered a bottleneck, and there has been no progress for more than a year. He is so anxious that his hair is falling out. Hanging up the phone, he directly reported this matter to the state, and in no time, Wang Hongba got the order to stop all the current projects and fully cooperate with President Li. Chapter 8. Director Ma is powerful. 9:30 a.m. Lone Oak University Civilian Technology Program Review Office. Wu had been busy all night without resting because of Jiang Fan's controlled fusion document. When a group of professors went to Huaqing around 6 a.m., Dean Li didn't let him go, but told him to stay by his computer without moving an inch. He also knew very well that if this document was really proven to be correct, this document would definitely become a national special top-secret document. When Dean Li was leaving, he gave him an order that from now on, this document must not be seen or forwarded by anyone. Wu hadn't slept all night and hadn't eaten anything, so now he was hungry and sleepy. You can only feed on water. The office of the Technology Program Review Office has a 9 a.m. start time, and there are 5 people in the office, 4 reviewers and a director. Usually everyone was used to being lazy, and a few people sparsely waited until now without coming over. After a few more minutes, an auditor walked in and greeted Wu when he saw him sitting at his desk. Good morning, old Wu. Morning. Life is boring and work is tiring. Why should we be serious to be relative? Life is rarely drunk. Go in style. Xiao Lu recited a limerick under his breath, mocking Wu Jiming for going to and from work on time every day, never being late, never leaving early, but as a result, his salary is one of the lowest in the office. The reason is that he offended Director Ma. Around 10 o'clock, Director Ma also leisurely walked into the office. He greeted the other co-workers with a smile, but when he reached Wu Jiming's side, his face immediately pulled down. Last night, he was drinking happily with a few friends, but Wu Jiming called him one after another, making his friends laugh at him, as a leader, but still can't control his own men. Together with the fact that Wu Jiming had rarely gone against himself before, he decided to give him a good tussle today, or else where would his authority be in the future? In fact, Wu didn't want to invite anyone to mess with him, He just wanted to work well and be able to discover some good projects for the country. But Director Ma's thinking is not the same as his. Their department is an audit department. Cannot pass 2 projects a year? So he simply muddle through. The salary is not less anyway. There were times when the working hours were too boring. He was ready to take a few people to go to the KTV to go in style. But Wu Jiming rejected it and lectured Director Ma. At that time, Director Ma thought he was in the wrong and had to put up with it. But afterward, he always found some reason to deduct Wu's salary. That, Auditor Wu, come to my office, Director Ma said coldly. Then he walked directly into the director's office in the inner room. Wu did not follow. Dean Li explained when he left that he must guard the computer without moving an inch. Director Ma sat in a comfortable boss chair. His mind is calculating. Although he does not have the right to fire Wu Jiming, but today also want to give him some color. Or really take their own director is not a leader. But after half a day, has not seen Wu Jiming come in, which makes him a little puzzled. General work. Wu Jiming is still very obedient. What's going on here? So Director Ma got up again and walked to the office area and saw Wu staring at his computer. This made him instantly furious. And he walked over and slammed the table and drank. Auditor Wu, didn't you hear me calling you? The remaining people in the office were startled by Director Ma's sudden anger. But when they saw that it was directed at Wu Jiming, a few of them looked at each other and lowered their heads and laughed in small voices. All of them looking on as if they were watching a joke. Director Ma, you have something to say here. I can't leave here now. Wu Jiming said. What? Did you get your ass nailed to a stool? Director Ma said mockingly. A few others laughed along with them. And Wu didn't say anything. Already sitting on the stool. Director Ma smiled coldly in his heart when he saw this. He just hoped that Wu Jiming would go against him, just so that he would have a suitable reason to discipline him. Auditor Wu, I'm warning you, this behavior of yours right now is a blatant confrontation with the leadership, and I have the right to react to the top to discipline you. How many projects have you reviewed in your year? How many projects have been put into research? Not even one. I see you usually just work is not serious, and not a bit of real talent. Here to waste the country's resources. If I were you, I would have left the job. You are so old. I usually respect you, but you rely on the old to sell the old. Director Ma spoke out of turn, and the words became more and more difficult to hear. A few colleagues are a bit unable to listen. To be honest, although Wu couldn't play with them, in all conscience, he was definitely the most active and serious one at work. Director Ma originally wanted to teach him a lesson today. Words rushed. Since the words are open, then he does not have to give him face. If he cannot stand to leave his job, it would be the best. Director Ma was able to teach Wu Jiming a lesson for more than 10 minutes, and the latter words were unpleasant to the ear. But Wu Jiming hard did not return the favor, and he was now preoccupied with protecting the files on the computer. Director Ma, you're thirsty. Have some water, an auditor said as he flattered. Director Ma took the cup of water and took a sip, glanced at Wu Jiming, found that he actually did not return the mouth. This is what he did not expect. As long as Wu Jiming a little louder sophistry, he can give him a fixed backlash against the leadership, and directly let him go home to stay on duty without pay to reflect on the situation. It seemed that he was quite tolerant, and in that case, he would do it differently himself. Auditor Wu, in view of the fact that you have behaviorally contradicted your supervisor, you are punished for cleaning the bathroom for a week. Wu was clear that Director Ma was just picking on himself again, and no matter what he did, he wouldn't let himself go. For now one just had to guard the file. The rest would come later. If you can't, you can just apply for a separation and find a normal job outside that can support you. What are you waiting for? Go clean the bathroom. Director Ma drank. At that moment, rhythmic footsteps came down the hallway. Then, the door of their office was directly pushed open, and the first to come in were the loaded SWAT officers, who directly surrounded the several people. A few people were startled, and each of their minds began to reflect on what bad things they had done before. The one with the most nervous expression was Director Ma, who had recently opened a bar outside in a joint venture with a few friends, and the state was forbidding state unit personnel from doing business outside. But it's just a violation of discipline, and it's not like it's going to alert the SWAT team. Just as Director Ma was ruminating, Principal Lu walked in with a human officer. He is Wu Jiming. Principal Lu introduced. The officer said to Wu, no one has moved anything, right? Wu stood up and said seriously, no, move. At the officer's command, several SWAT officers directly sealed Wu's computer and moved it out. Then another group came in and removed all the other people's computers and office supplies. A few moments later, only desks and chairs remained in the entire auditing office. After the officer left with the SWAT team, Director Ma asked to Principal Lu in confusion, Chancellor Lu, our department won't be banned, will it? Principal Lu said with a cold look at him, your department is not banned. You are. Why? Director Ma asked in surprise. From now on, your department has Wu as the head of the auditing office while you wait to be investigated. Chapter 9. 9. Accidents. Rages City. Building 3 of the Happiness Neighborhood. Today was the day after the results had been checked, and Jiang Fan's parents, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, had purposely taken a day off to stay home with their son. Jiang Fan scored 300 points in the college entrance examination, and they were afraid that their son would not be able to think and do something stupid. However, to their surprise, Jiang Fan ran for an hour early in the morning and then went home to take a shower and eat without a hint of sadness. And during dinner, surprisingly, he broke down and told them a joke, though it wasn't funny at all. At this time, Jiang Fan was rummaging through the box to find something. Li Guiqin asked Jiang Jinghua in a low voice, "Hubby, what's wrong with our son? He scored 300 points in the college entrance exam and he's happy instead. You don't think he's in disguise? Hey, our son's senior year of high school. When has he ever smiled? Since he checked his scores yesterday, he smiles a little every now and then, and he also tells us jokes." Jiang Jinghua said, "I guess my son is afraid that we are worried about him. That's why he pretends to be happy on the surface. Maybe he didn't know how many tears he wiped when he was alone." Li Guiqin thought of her son. This year's desperate study. The result of the college entrance examination only 300 points. On behalf of their son feel aggrieved. Tears cannot help but flow out. "Guiqin, what are you doing? If our son sees this, he will definitely be sad. Since our son doesn't want us to be sad, let's have a good time with him." Li Guiqin wiped away her own tears as she listened to Jiang Jinghua. "Dad, Dad." Jiang Jinghua heard his son call out to him and hurriedly answered, "Coming." He then explained to Li Guiqin, who was beside him, "Remember to have fun." Li Guiqin nodded, but inside, there was a pang of bitterness. Jiang Jinghua walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, where he found Jiang Fan waiting for him with the game console handle from his childhood. "Dad, take 2. Jiang Jinghua froze, then laughed. "Are you boys trying to avenge your childhood?" "Hey." Jiang Fan laughed. Jiang Jinghua took a gamepad and sat on the mat. The two were playing the classic sparring game King of Fighters, and Jiang Jinghua pressed the somewhat raw handle. Remembering Jiang Fan's 8th birthday, spent half a month's paycheck on this game set for my son myself. It excited Jiang Fan for a few months, when his son pestered him to play a few games whenever he was off work, because Jiang Fan had been smart since he was a child, and his studies were the first in the whole school every time. So Jiang Jinghua didn't restrict Jiang Fan from playing games, and he's so disciplined that after an hour of playing, he stops playing and takes it upon himself to read a book. It also made Jiang Jinghua very proud. "Dad, you chose your signature hero Yagami again. Scared? Ha ha." Jiang Jinghua laughed proudly. As long as he used Yagami when he was a child, Jiang Fan almost never won against himself. "Then I'll use my signature hero, Tooth Knife." Jiang Fan said. The two of you choose your characters and click to enter the game. A fight scene appeared on TV, with Kong Chinkwa's Yagami looking very dashing with red hair covering one eye, and Jiang Fan's character, Saber Tooth, was dressed in wide clothes, vaguely revealing his firm muscles, which definitely attracted a lot of girls if he appeared in reality. The fight begins. Kong Jinghua controlled Yagami and directly attacked with a shadow dance dream bomb towards Blade Tooth, who directly dodged it with a direct jump. Goo, not bad kid, even managed to dodge it. He. Let you taste my GGL egg. Jiang Fan controlled Blade Tooth to jump directly to Yagami's side. 108 Styles Dark Hook Hand. Jiang Jinghua was not willing to show weakness either. No messy CU. 100 Styles Ghost Burning. Special skill Dancing Chaos. Must kill skill Wind Fong. Shouted Jiang Fan. 212 stances Qin Yuan. 127 stances Sunflower. Jiang Jinghua shouted similarly. The entire living room echoed with the sound of the two men, and Li Guiqin couldn't help but smile happily as she watched the father and son play so devotedly. It was as if time had gone back to when Jiang Fan was small. Forbidden 1211 stances Hachikoma. Cry, scream, and die. Seeing that Jiang Fan's blood bar was only a little bit left, Jiang Jinghua directly unleashed his masterstroke. Then Jiang Fan made a continuous backward step and directly dodged it, followed by a grounding roll and came directly in front of him. Then laughed. Captain Super Slam Sky Dragon Fiery Tooth. KO. Jiang Jinghua's Yagami fell straight to the ground as he said in defiance. I let you. I didn't expect you kid to come for real. Again. Dad. You've regressed in this technique. Jiang Fan said laughingly. Cut the crap and pick someone. Jiang Jinghua slapped the back of Jiang Fan's head and said, come as you are. Let's agree first that we can't play rogue. Jiang Fan said, is your old man like that? Then what were you doing touching my hand when I just used my big move? That was careless on my part. I think you did it on purpose. The two of them were fighting with each other, and Li Guiqin was happy to be on the sidelines. Their house had never been so lively, And just as the family was enjoying their time together, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Mom, there's a knock on the door," Jiang Fan reminded. "Okay, you guys play. I'll get the door." Li Guichin finished and stood up, came to the door, opened the door and was shocked that it was the beautiful girl from last time. "Hello auntie." "Ha, Wakashi is here. Come on in." Li Guichin greeted warmly. Chu Ruoshi froze, not thinking that auntie had such a good memory, and even remembered her name after she came here once a month ago. Chu Ruoshi followed Li Guichin to the living room, and the scene in front of him left him somewhat dumbfounded. This is completely different from what she expected when she came. She came today mainly to comfort Jiang Fan. When she came she even deliberately looked up the information on the internet. How to comfort the candidates who only scored 300 points in the college entrance examination. She found a few very inspirational paragraphs and memorized them directly, believing that they would definitely help Jiang Fan. However, at this moment, she saw that Jiang Fan was playing the game with his dad both happily, without any sadness at all. What's the situation? It can't be that Jiang Fan has gone crazy, can it? Or was he wrong about Jiang Fan's accomplishments? She looked at Li Guichin suspiciously. Untie. Jiang Fan, he's not alright, right? Chu Ruoshi asked suspiciously. It's okay. He's got great skills now, better than even his dad. Li Guichin replied. Chu Ruoshi was speechless. She was clearly asking about Jiang Fan's college entrance exam, while Li Guichin was talking about Jiang Fan's gaming skills. The letters KO appeared again on the television. Angry Jiang Jingwood directly threw the gamepad to the ground. No more games. I always lose. Okay, Van, stop playing. Look who's here. Only then did Jiang Fan notice Chu Ruoshi. At this moment, Chu Ruoshi was wearing a long white dress up to her knees, and her two jade legs were white and slender. Looking at him, he was a bit dazed. Although he had shared a table with Chu Ruoshi for more than 10 days before, he hadn't taken a close look at it. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, fair and flawless face with a light red powder, thin lips like rose petals delicate. Chapter 10. Eating watermelon. Chu Ruoshi was a little embarrassed by Jiang Fan's look, and her little face couldn't help but blush a little. Li Guichin on the side could see her son's mind at a glance and couldn't help but blankly glance at Jiang Fan. What a silly boy. Any girl stared at like this will be shy. In order to prevent Chu Ruoshi embarrassed, she said to Jiang Fan, "Fan, go get some fruit for Ruoshi." Jiang Fan then reacted and rushed to get the fruit. Not long after he came out from the kitchen holding half of a large watermelon. Putting it on the coffee table, he said to Chu Ruoshi, who was still a little shy sitting on the sofa. Chu Ruoshi students, eat watermelon. Li Guichin, who was talking to Chu Ruoshi, couldn't help but have 3 black lines appear on her forehead when she saw half of the watermelon on the coffee table. My stupid son, how can you let people eat a watermelon if you don't cut it up? It's really the same as his father. But she couldn't talk about her son in front of Ruoshi. After all, she had to save her son's face. Chu Ruoshi had taken the initiative to come to their home twice during this period of time, so maybe she was interested in her son. It would be great if the two of them could get together. Chu Ruoshi looked simply like a fairy, and her own son was also very handsome. If they get married in the future, they'll have absolutely great-looking kids too. Li Guichin couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. Jiang Fan looked at his old mom Li Guichin in confusion. Mom, what's wrong? Li Guichin hurriedly said. No, nothing, he. You guys chat first, I'll go cut the watermelon for you. Auntie, no, I don't drink, Chu Ruoshi said in a hurry. It's okay, more watermelon in the summer to quench your thirst and avoid the heat. After Li Guichin finished speaking, she went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife. Jiang Fan then remembered that he had just forgotten to cut the watermelon and let Chu Ruoshi eat it, so he smiled at her with some embarrassment. Chu Ruoshi looked at the giggling Jiang Fan, also could not help but purse her lips and laugh. The heart of the slander. Before, I have only seen Jiang Fan serious and hard to study. I did not expect. Jiang Fan also has such a cute side. He. Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't speak, the atmosphere was a bit chilly, but seeing that he didn't want to think about the sadness, Chu Ruoshi's previously prepared inspirational story couldn't be used for the time being, so she casually found a topic and said, Jiang Fan, are you particularly good at playing games? I played with my dad when I was a kid, but I haven't played in 10 years. I'm playing with my dad today to relax and unwind. Jiang Fan replied truthfully. Today's Jiang Fan's performance did scare Chu Ruoshi for a moment. Her impression of Jiang Fan was still stuck in the way that he only knew how to study and never said more than a word to others. Still, Jiang Fan was quite inviting today. At that moment, Li Guichin came over with a fruit knife and then cut the watermelon. Jiang Fan hurriedly took a piece of watermelon and handed it to Chu Ruoshi. Chu Ruoshi student, eat watermelon. Thanks. Churuoshi took the watermelon handed over by Jiang Fan and ate it in small bites. Li Guichin has a relatively cheerful personality, and Churuoshi chatted from TV dramas to clothes and food, chatting feverishly, as if she were her own daughter. Jiang Fan could only occasionally interject from the sidelines. Jiang Jinghua was dryly anxious on the side. How could his wife be so ungrateful? Not knowing to let his son and Churuoshi communicate more? He meaningfully dry coughed twice, prompted Li Guichin. The results of her 2 ears do not hear the cough. A heart chat is very happy. Finally he couldn't sit still any longer and said to Li Guichin, Guichin, didn't you say you want to buy clothes today? It just so happens that it's not too hot right now, let's go. Li Guichin froze and blurted out, when did I say I want to buy clothes? Kong Jinghua scowled at her. That's what I said yesterday. Did you forget? Li Guichin then realized what her husband meant and said with a slap of her thigh, oops. Look at this brain of mine. How could I forget about this? Koru. You and little Fan can chat at home. I have to go to the mall with your uncle. I guess I won't be back until the evening. Li Guichin purposely said night very strongly. It means not to disturb her alone with her own son. Then auntie, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll say some words to Jiang Fan and leave. Ruoshi, you're too good to come here. Play a little longer. And at noon you and Fan will have dinner together. After Li Guichin finished, she then called her son aside and gave him $1,000 directly. Mom, little Fan, take your classmates to eat something delicious at noon. Jiang Fan nodded. Jiang Jinghua patted his son, who was half a head taller than himself, with a you-know-what expression. Then he took Li Guichin out. The key Jiang Fan is really do not understand. In his last life he was so focused on research that he never had a girlfriend, not even a friend of the opposite sex. Suddenly having to face his fairy-like female classmates alone, he was a little unsure of what to do. Sweat beaded on his nervous palms. The two of them chatted for a few moments, but Churuoshi still asked the reason for today's visit. Jiang Fan, what are your next plans? Jiang Fan of course wanted to go to Longkou University. Longkou University is after all the best school of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as he enters into this school, it will be very convenient for him to engage in scientific research in the future. But it's been a day since his mail went out and I don't know if they got it. When he had first organized the documents, he had purposely organized only the relatively simple parts about controlled nuclear fusion in case the other party could not understand them. We don't know yet. We should have news in 2 more days. Jiang Fan said. What news? Churuoshi asked in confusion. Acceptance news from Lonoke University. Dragon Science University? You volunteered for Longkou University. Churuoshi stared at the beautiful eyes. Surprise directly stood up. Jiang Fan 300 points in the college entrance examination. Even enrolled in the Longkou University. This is not looking for abuse? Lonoke University's all-time scoreline is above 630, with some popular majors as high as 670. Kyoto watching Supercomputer control room. Zhou Huaid, the country's chief engineer in charge of the controlled fusion program, looked at the 4 big words displayed above the supercomputer with an excited face. The procedure is correct. Everyone understood the documents behind these 4 words, and the weight was absolutely significant. Zhou Huaid then said to all the people on the scene, no one is allowed to leave this place for half a step, and now immediately turn in all mobile communications, or be condemned for treason. Those experts and professors at the scene all agreed with Zhou Huaid's approach, which was, after all, controlled nuclear fusion, an energy project that was enough to change the world's technology. Zhou Huaid then reported the situation to the state, and the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom directly transferred 5,000 special police officers and 10 helicopters to him at his disposal. Once everyone had signed a non-disclosure agreement, a portion of the population was quarantined. This is a matter of national importance. Zhou Huaid had to be careful. Minister Zhou, this is the controlled fusion contributor. Zhou Huaid directly opened the thick pile of information and roughly read it. Jiang Fan, male, 18 years old, 11 chapter, Elder Dragon's appearance. Kyoto Penguin headquarters. A military jeep came speeding up and parked directly under the towering building. From the car 2 officers quickly descended and hurried inside the hall. They walked to the front desk in the lobby and flashed their credentials. We are from the NSA. Where is the top leader of your group? The beautiful woman at the front desk looked at the documents and was startled, and hurriedly said, wait a moment, I'll contact our leader now. The pretty girl at the front desk took the situation and reported it over the phone to the head of their administration. The head of the administration department in turn gave a report to their vice president, Mr. Gao Jiwei. Soon the front desk beauty said to the 2 defense officers, hello, our Mr. Gao is in the general manager's office on the 21st floor. The 2 defense personnel didn't say anything and rode the elevator directly to the 21st floor. Come to the general manager's office. Mr. Gao greeted the two warmly when he saw them, although he didn't know what was going on. But as long as it was a person from the State Department, he had to be well entertained. Please sit down, both of you. I'll make you some tea, Vice President Gao said. No, we're from the NSA. Here are our credentials. Vice President Gao took a look at the ID. On the front was a yellow 5-pointed star with 3 big words of Security Bureau, and there was a steel seal on it. Although this was the first time he had ever seen such a document, he was certain when he saw the bright red seal that it should not be a fake. If you two have anything to say to me, I'm the top leader of Penguin Group now, Vice President Gao said. During this period of time, their boss, Mr. Ma, had gone to Pretty Country for closed study, so the company's big and small things were temporarily handled by him. This is a chance for him to express himself. The two defense personnel didn't talk nonsense and said directly, we need you to delete an account data and the traces it sends. Vice President Gao heard their request and rejected it outright. Deleting a set of data from a database is the biggest no-no for their Penguin Group. The result of deleting user data will lead to users' distrust of them, and if they are exposed out, it will cause a butterfly effect, leading to them losing a large number of users, and a direct crash is possible. One of the Security Bureau people saw Vice President Gao's strict refusal. He directly slammed the table and said, I'm not consulting with you, I'm informing you. What kind of big storms hadn't Gao Vice President seen if he could reach this position? Even state agents have to play by the rules, and if it touches the core interests of the business, he must refuse. Both of you please go back. Deleting data is absolutely forbidden by our Penguin Group. I won't delete it, said Vice President Gao. The NSA officer didn't bull ***** him and just dialed a phone number. Then they sat on the couch and waited. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Vice President Gao's cell phone rang. At first glance, it was the phone of the boss, Mr. Ma, so he hastened to connect it. As a result, Mr. Ma came up with a scolding. You're tired of living, aren't you? Do you want the whole group to follow you to the end? I hired you to solve problems, not to cause trouble. You and I are good with the Security Bureau staff work. Let you do what you do, and then beep. You want to go in? I cannot stop you. Vice President Gao hung up the phone and didn't dare to say any more nonsense, directly leading the two Security Bureau officers to the database office. Two big brothers, you want to delete those data? Vice President Gao asked. First help us track down a set of data on him. Jiang Fan, Lingzhou City, 18 years old, ID number 41. Okay, I'll have the data techs pull it up right away. Not long after, the technician pulled up the data, and the Security Bureau personnel checked the path of that email, and realized that it was only sent to the Long's main email address, so they let it go. Then said, delete all of his personal data, including the ones that have dealings with him. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fan's Penguin email account was directly erased. When the two Security Bureau officers left, Vice President Gao was in a cold sweat behind his back. Just now, if it wasn't for Mr. Ma's timely call, I guess it's possible that he would have gone straight in today. Office of the President of Rokkoku University in Kyoto. Principal Lu said to the director of the admissions office, why are you so slow when you're told to make an acceptance letter? It's been over 10 minutes. The director of the admissions office had a helpless look on his face. Their acceptance letters were all planned to be processed in bulk, and Principal Lu was thinking of creating a separate one, which would definitely take time. And it's only been 10 minutes or so, and he's been rushed a dozen times by Principal Lu. Principal, I've asked them to expedite it. It should be done soon. Principal Lu also knew that it was more troublesome to make a separate one, but he was already anxious in his mind, because Huaqing, the Dragon Kingdom Peking University, Beijing University, several of the Dragon Kingdom's top colleges and universities, have already gotten the news. Although Jiang Fan had voted for their school, it was impossible to guarantee that this young man would not be moved once a few other colleges had made their move. Dean Li, now the helicopter on Minister Zhou Huaida's side. What time is the notification for departure? There's still an hour to go. And right now Minister Zhou is coordinating his work with the municipal government departments of Lingzhou City. Good. This time we must take Jiang Fan down no matter what, as long as we let him come to our Longkou University to attend school. In the future, our school's funding as well as enrollment will be upgraded by a notch. Dean Li and the director of the Office of Admissions were also enthusiastic to hear it. Principal, why don't we invite Elder Long out? That way our school is more certain. Elder Dragon, President Lu pondered. Long Lao is a top academician of their Longkou University, especially in nanotechnology and rocket fuel, has made significant contributions to the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom. Now in his 60s, Long is already teaching and chairing the Materials Research Institute at LKU. According to Elder Dragon's fame and strength, it did carry a lot of weight. Okay, I'll call Elder Long now. But before the principal's call could be dialed, an old man pushed his way right in. I can only see the crane hair, long eyebrows like snow, hale and hearty. Xiao Lu, discovering such a good seedling. You didn't tell me. In case those old guys snatch it from their institution, we'll lose a lot. Principal Lu hurriedly stood up and greeted him with a smile, saying, Elder Long, wasn't I afraid of disturbing you? Principal Lu explained. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Long Lao directly scolded, not giving Principal Lu any face at all. Principal Lu already had a smirk on his face. Just now, Dean Li even suggested that your old man should step in. You see, iPhone is ready to call out. Well, without all that nonsense, show me the kid's profile. Principal Lu directly took out a pile of information and handed it over directly. Long Lao roughly flipped through it and nodded, very satisfied. Well, very good. I'll take this boy. Principal Lu was instantly happy to hear this. As long as Elder Long was willing to step in, there should be no problem with this matter. 12 Chapter 12, The Arcade. The midday summer sun scorched the earth like a blazing fire. The entire city of Lingzhou seemed to be in a huge steamer, and the streets were empty. Occasionally a stray cat would appear and dart past, quickly looking for a shady spot to hide. At the entrance of the shopping mall, a young girl wearing a white dress, looking at the hot sun outside, her willow eyebrows could not help but wrinkle slightly. Such a poisonous sun. If we go back we will have to lose a layer of skin. The teenager beside him, with bright white teeth and handsome features, felt the same wave of heat coming over him. He turned his head to the girl. Chu Ruoshi-san, let's wait until it's not too hot to go back. Chu Ruoshi nodded and said, it seems that this is the only way. The two then retreated back inside the mall. Jiang Fan, you can call me Chu Ruoshi or Ruoshi. Adding a classmate at the back makes it seem like we're extraordinarily separated. After all, the two of us were still at the same table. Jiang Fan thought about it. Indeed, but asking him to call out to Ruoshi seemed too close. He definitely couldn't call out. After deliberating for half a day he said, I'd better call you Chu Ruoshi classmate. I can't open my mouth to call the others. Chu Ruoshi was speechless. Got it. As you wish. The mall they are in is an integrated mall, with the first floor selling gold jewelry and cosmetics. The second floor sells clothes. The third floor is a food court, KTV, movie theater, arcade and more, all for fun. This mall was close to Jiang Fan's house, and the two were supposed to have a meal and go back. But it turned out that they had underestimated the hot summer sun. Chu Ruoshi thought about it. Anyway, there's nothing to do now, so just play here for the afternoon. Jiang Fan, let's go play on the third floor. Yes, Jiang Fan responded. Today his mom Li Guichin gave him 1,000 yuan. Just now the meal spent 68 yuan. Now there are 932 yuan. And his dad even sent him a message on his WeChat saying that he couldn't live without spending his $1,000 relationship fund today or he wouldn't be allowed to come home. If you don't go home at night, remember to find a better hotel. When Jiang Fan saw such a message from his dad, Jiang Dinghua, he was a bit headstrong. He and Chu Ruoshi's classmates were in a pure relationship. Not at all what dad thought, but I don't know why in Jiang Fan's heart, he was still a little bit looking forward to something like that. But according to his current character, even if such a thing happened, I guess he wouldn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan rode the elevator together to the third floor of the mall. The elevator was facing an arcade. They had just exited the elevator when a sound wave hit their eardrums. Chu Ruoshi ran in gleefully. She hadn't been here to play for a long time. The last time I came to the arcade seems to be when I was 9 years old. Listening to familiar music, instantly feel back to childhood. She turned back to Kong Fan who was shouting at her. Jiang Fan, come on, let's play together in here. Okay, I'll get the coins. I'm going to break your back today. He. Chu Ruoshi didn't humble herself either. Her and Jiang Fan's family conditions were quite okay, so there was no need to separate them so clearly. It's okay, there's funding from my mom, Jiang Fan said in a serious manner. Funding? What funding? Chu Ruoshi asked curiously. That. I'll get the coins. Jiang Fan directly walked away. He could not tell her that it was a love funding. He couldn't tell her that it was a relationship fund. He was a love interest, but not a cutie. Jiang Fan directly exchanged $200 of game coins, and he carried 2 boxes of game coins to Chu Ruoshi's side. Student Chu Ruoshi, I've exchanged the game coins. What do you want to play? Wow, that much? Great. Chu Ruoshi was as excited as a bouncing white rabbit. Jiang Fan, let's play this shooting game. It was my favorite game when I was little. Jiang Fan took the game coins and threw them inside the machine. The machine screen then shows access to the game. This is a 2-player gunfighting game. Chu Ruoshi handed Jiang Fan a game charge grab, explained to Jiang Fan how to use it, and then explained, wait, you'll follow me, and wherever I hit, you'll hit. Okay, Churuoshi-san. Game on. Churuoshi excitedly shot at some of the monsters that rushed over, not caring if they hit or not. Jiang Fan followed what Churuoshi said just now, to hit the monster's head. That was their weak point and could kill them with one shot. He only fired one round at a time, each one hitting the monster directly in the head. Wow! Jiang Fan, look! So many monsters have been hit by me. Churuoshi happily showed off like Jiang Fan, not realizing that those were all hit by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan didn't point it out. He quite enjoyed seeing Churuoshi happy. After a few games, Churuoshi got tired of playing, then came back to the basketball shooting machine. Jiang Fan, let's play this. I'm a marksman. Jiang Fan put in the coin and the shooting game started. Churuoshi picked up a basketball and steadily threw it in. She said proudly to Jiang Fan, "Hee, I'm awesome." Well, awesome. Churuoshi then scored several consecutive shots. To be honest, her shooting percentage was not bad. It was when she entered the second level. The basket moved back and forth and she just missed some shots, pouting in exasperation. Mr. Churuoshi, let me help you vote. Churuoshi handed the basketball in his hand to Jiang Fan, who threw it lightly and came straight to a hollow ball. Wow, you're so awesome, Jiang Fan. Moving baskets and still scoring airballs. Jiang Fan was a bit overwhelmed by Churuoshi's praise and then said, "The basket is moving at 0.3 meters per second. The swing is 1 meter, and the time it takes for the ball to reach the basket is 0.5 seconds, according to the parabola. So, when the basket reaches its maximum change of direction, the ball has to leave the shot and aim right in the center." Churuoshi looked at Jiang Fan with surprise. On the set of theories he spoke, no one would have thought that he only took 300 in the college entrance exam. "You try," Jiang Fan said. Churuoshi received the basketball. According to what he said, when the basket changed direction, she immediately shot. The basketball in the air cut a beautiful arc, and finally firmly into the basket. Yay! Throw it in. Churuoshi was happy as a child. "I'm going to vote for another one." Churuoshi picked up a basketball, waited for the right moment, then shot it again, and the ball went in again. She picked up a ball again and threw it, and a couple in a row went in. When she played shooting hoops as a child, every time she got to this point where the basket moved, she would fail. It didn't occur to him that today, after listening to Jiang Fan's approach, he directly entered the third level. She was so excited and oblivious that she directly hugged Jiang Fan in celebration. Jiang Fan was startled by Churuoshi's sudden action, and his body stiffened and did not move. Chapter 13. Account does not exist. After Churuoshi reacted, her small face turned red and she hurriedly let go of Jiang Fan and took 2 steps back in a panic. "Jiang Fan, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now." When Churuoshi's dad brought her to play when she was little, every time she had fun, she liked to hug her dad and pamper him. In his excitement just now, he habitually hugged Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was still frozen in place at this time. He had grown up so big. It was the first time he had been hugged by a girl like this, and now he obviously hadn't reacted. Churuoshi saw that he had been staring blankly and touched his arm and said, "Jiang Fan, are you okay?" Only then did Jiang Fan come back to his senses. Just now Churuoshi's 2 soft things, sticking to his body, made him feel very comfortable. This was an experience he had never had before. He stared at Churuoshi's chest and his face instantly reddened. Seeing him blush a little, Churuoshi couldn't help but snicker in her heart. It didn't occur to her that a big boy like him would still be shy. Ever since Churuoshi had unintentionally hugged Jiang Fan, their relationship had undergone some subtle changes. The two then didn't come out of the arcade until they had played all the coins. Churuoshi walked in front. Jiang Fan followed her, secretly looking at this vivacious and lovely girl with a head of black hair that fell straight down her back, and as she walked, her hair swayed rhythmically, just when Jiang Fan was looking out of his mind. Who knew? Churuoshi's sudden turn back and her 4 eyes met. Jiang Fan hurriedly looked away. Churuoshi's watery eyes rolled, then smiled as she walked over to Jiang Fan. "Honestly, were you just spying on me?" Jiang Fan was said to be in the middle. He slyly said, I see the movie theater in front of you." Churuoshi glanced at the movie theater next to her, and her small white hand couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Jiang Fan is really cute. He can't even find a reason. The movie theater is on their left, but just now his gaze was fixed on the front. "Hey, Jiang Fan, why don't we go to the movies?" Churuoshi suggested. "Yes," Jiang Fan responded. The two then walked into the movie theater. Churuoshi watched the movie for a while, and finally chose a campus love movie. "Those years, the girls we chased together." Jiang Fan bought 2 movie tickets and then came next to Churuoshi and said, "Student Churuoshi, the tickets are bought. Let's go in." "And you just bought movie tickets?" Churuoshi asked suspiciously. Jiang Fan thought for a moment. He was pretty sure that he could go in and watch the movie after buying a movie ticket. Chu Ruoshi looked at the dumbfounded Jiang Fan and laughed in her heart. This Jiang Fan was really a straight man. So prompted. Shouldn't you watch a movie with some popcorn? Jiang Fan then reacted and rushed to buy a big bucket of popcorn. When he came back, Chu Ruoshi realized that he had also bought 2 drinks, not expecting to get the hang of it so quickly. So they went into the screening room together. Because it was still hot outside, not many people came to see the movie, and by the time the movie started, there were less than 10 people. Since Jiang Fan bought a big bucket of popcorn, the armrests of the stool couldn't fit, so he could only hold it in one hand, and Chu Ruoshi took one and put it in her mouth from time to time. The style of this movie falls into the category of easy and still some young love. Chu Ruoshi enjoyed these kinds of movies very much, letting out a silver bell laugh every now and then. Jiang Mo echoed the smile. In fact, his attention wasn't on the movie screen at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to sneak a glance at Chu Ruoshi while eating popcorn. He was also wondering in his mind why he kept looking at her. The key to this kind of behavior he couldn't control. Less than halfway through the movie, a large bucket of popcorn had been eaten. Most of it of course being eaten by Jiang Fan as a cover when he stole a glance at Chu Ruoshi. Ha! It's gone! Chu Ruoshi whispered. Jiang Fan was very intuitive this time and directly stood up and walked out. In a short while Jiang Fan returned with 2 large buckets of popcorn. Why did you buy popcorn? Aren't you not allowed to go out after the movie starts playing? Jiang Fan said with a calm face. I bought another movie ticket. You cow! Chu Ruoshi gave a thumbs up for Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoshi originally thought that Jiang Fan bought 2 buckets of popcorn. The 2 of them one person a bucket. The result is directly Jiang Fan put a bucket on the empty seat next to him, holding a bucket of popcorn in his hand and put it in the middle of the 2 of them. Chu Ruoshi didn't think much about it, then continued to watch the movie. What she didn't expect was that Jiang Fan liked popcorn so much, and in no time the 2 buckets of popcorn were finished by him again. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go out to buy it, Chu Ruoshi hurriedly pulled him back and whispered, the movie's almost over, so if you want some, you can go out and get some later. Hiccup! Jiang Fan burped in an untimely manner, and when he saw Chu Ruoshi looking at him in surprise, he hurriedly explained, just had too much coke. When Chu Ruoshi's gaze returned to the movie screen, Jiang Fan realized that he had unknowingly eaten too much. He bought a total of 3 buckets of popcorn, almost 2.5 of which he ate. The next time, the movie ended with a hiccup from Kong Fan. Chu Ruoshi finished watching the movie. The mood is a little lost, only because the heroine in the movie did not marry the hero, and chose a greasy uncle. Jiang Fan, why don't you say that Kujingtung, the male lead of this movie, snatched Shenjai? Jiang Fan suddenly didn't know how to answer when he was suddenly asked, because he had no idea who Kujingtung and Shenjai were. The whole movie he was stealing glances at Chu Ruoshi. If I were to talk about a boyfriend, I wouldn't separate from him for whatever reason, Chu Ruoshi said to herself. By the time the 2 of them exited the mall, it was already 5 p.m. and the sunlight outside had turned a lot milder. Chu Ruoshi stretched. It's been a long time since I've played so painfully. Me too, Jiang Fan said as he glanced at Chu Ruoshi. Let's go back. Jiang Fan. Aha! Jiang Fan followed, but they had just reached an intersection when they realized that the road was closed and there was not a single car on the entire road. Looking at the situation, it's probably a national leader coming to inspect, Chu Ruoshi said. Then let's pass by from a small road, Jiang Fan said. Aha! On the way the 2 chatted very happily, but most of the time it was Chu Ruoshi talking again. Jiang Fan occasionally said a few words. He was still not used to chatting with girls yet. Without realizing it, they had actually arrived at the front gate of the school. Jiang Fan, let's go back to the school for a spin. When the university starts, it's not certain what time we'll be back. Speaking of going to college, Jiang Fan then remembered the email he sent yesterday. It had been a day, and surprisingly, there was no news from Longkou University, so he used his cell phone to get onto Penguin Mail to check it. When he entered his account number, it showed that the account did not exist. This made him depressed. He thought he had entered the account number wrongly, so he entered it again, but it still showed that the account number did not exist. He paused, and his brows tightened at once. Done. Chapter 14. 14. Schools. Jiang Fan could not have imagined that the controlled nuclear fusion he sent to the Longkou University mailbox was included in the state's special classified documents, and his account was erased as a result. Chu Ruoshi looked at Jiang Fan's frown and was unsure, but they were having a good time before. Why were they suddenly filled with sadness? Jiang Fan, what's wrong with you? Nothing? Jiang Fan responded. He then thought for a moment that Penguin Mailbox was the largest internet company within the most domestic, and there should not be a situation where a hacker would hack his account. Estimated that it should be Penguin Mailbox upgrade, system maintenance. Wait until you get home. If not, call customer service to ask. Shuruoshi could tell from Jiang Fan's expression that Jiang Fan had been in a bad mood all of a sudden since he entered inside the school. So guess what? School should be a sad place for him. He studied hard for a year and ended up scoring only 300 points in the college entrance exam. No one wants to be remembering such an experience. Jiang Fan, why don't we go back? Shuruoshi said to Jiang Fan in order to take care of his mood. However, Jiang Fan smiled at her and said, it's better to turn around. And in the future it's not really certain what time you'll be able to return to your alma mater again. So are you okay? Shuruoshi was afraid that Jiang Fan would be sad and upset again. Me? Pretty good. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Shuruoshi's watery eyes, as clear as a mountain stream. He had previously put his energy into his studies and scientific research, and had never paid serious attention to a girl, but as a result, he realized today that girls could be so pleasing to the eye and seductive to the mind. When Shuruoshi saw that Jiang Fan's expression had returned to normal, she agreed to take a turn in the school. She took a deep breath, feeling the 3 years of her youth here, couldn't help but sigh. Before feel senior study pressure is particularly big. Sometimes sleep are in the test to do the problem. At that time I hope that senior year quickly end. But this day really came. The heart is still a little reluctant to give up. Jiang Fan followed Shuruoshi's gaze forward. This is the school he main road. Both sides are planted with tall poplar trees. The breeze blew through, making a rustling sound. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto the ground, forming a dark shadow that swayed with the fluttering of the leaves, like swaying stars, and the points of light that shone on the ground through the gaps in the leaves mirrored each other, and the many dark shadows and points of light alternately shifted, forming a flowing river of stars. He had never realized that the original campus was so beautiful, just like he had never realized that his deskmate, Shuruoshi, was so charming. It turns out that there are unexpected surprises when life slows down and you feel the world with your heart. They strolled through the campus shoulder to shoulder like this. Shuruoshi watched the shadows of the two of them on the ground stretch long and finally overlap together, and a hint of sweetness inexplicably rose in her heart. With that, the heart broke again. She knows very well that Jiang Fan scored 300 points in the college entrance exam, and they are destined to not be able to come together, and the gap will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Shuruoshi suddenly turned around as if she remembered something and said happily to Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, you repeat? Jiang Fan never had this idea. All he wanted now was to gain admission to Longke University and complete the tasks issued by the system so that he could gain more technological rewards from the system. Although there was no time limit for the system mission, and he could indeed enter Longke University by repeating a year, but as a scientific researcher, he knew very well that time was the most precious. Within a year's time, maybe the controlled fusion in his head was already but implemented, so he did not have the intention to repeat. If there was no news from the side of Longke University, in the next 2 days he was prepared to go there personally, just with the controlled fusion formula and the original that was rewarded by the system. He believed that there was no reason for Longke University to reject himself, unless they did not understand. Seeing that Jiang Fan was in deep thought, Shuruoshi thought that he was seriously considering his suggestion and then continued. Maybe after you repeat your studies and get into Huaqing University, I can still be your schoolmate which, he. Shuruoshi's smile was so sweet, making Jiang Fan a little infatuated for a moment. If they were to be in the same school in the future, they would really be able to see each other every day. However, Jiang Fan then dismissed the thought. Life is precious, love is more expensive. If for scientific research, both can be thrown away. I'm not going to repeat. When Shuruoshi heard Jiang Fan's firm words, her heart was immediately lost, as if a pair of scissors had directly cut the friendship that the two had established today. If Jiang Fan doesn't repeat, it will be really hard for them to cross paths in their future lives. Just when Shuruoshi was a bit despondent, a familiar voice rang out. Wakashi is here. Shuruoshi look. Actually is their class teacher Mr. Wang, behind them also with this 4 or 5 of their classmates. Hello, Mr. Wang. Good. Have you received your acceptance letter from Huaqing? Teacher Wang asked with a smiling face. Not yet, but the Huaqing admissions office called and said that the notification letter has been sent out, so you should be able to receive it in the next 2 days. Shuruoshi replied. That's good. Ha. Didn't think that this year? I also taught a student who examined high first in the whole school. The teacher is also honorable to follow you. Ha. Teacher Wang had a proud look on his face, and the few students next to him looked at Shuruoshi with envy. This is all because Mr. Wang usually teaches me well, Shuruoshi said modestly. When Mr. Wang heard what Shuruoshi said, his heart couldn't be more relieved. When you come back from vacation, come to see your teacher more often, and she will be satisfied. Ha. Mr. Wang, I am your taught student everywhere I go. Teacher Wang smiled even more, and in his heart, he praised Churuoshi for being a sensible child. The students next to Mr. Wang also greeted Churuoshi in droves. Hey, Jiang Fan, why did you come to school too? A classmate recognized Jiang Fan. This is student Jiang Fan. Ha, we didn't even recognize it. It's no wonder they didn't recognize Jiang Fan. His previous school image, because of the intense study, his hair was left very long and he didn't have time to take care of it, and he was dressed in a scruffy way, so it wouldn't be too much to say that he was a beggar. But the current Jiang Fan was simply very different from before. His hair had been cut, revealing his handsome face, as well as his clothes had been changed, directly from a poor gorgeous change into a high rich handsome. Mr. Wang didn't make too much concern about Jiang Fan's change, and he was too lazy to pay attention to students like Jiang Fan who only scored 300 points, but he was a teacher after all, so he still said a few words perfunctorily. Jiang Fan, although your grades are not good, but the teacher suggests that you casually go to a technical school or something, learn a trade, in the future at least in society can make a living. A few students couldn't help but laugh at Mr. Wang's words, and then snickered. I've heard that the excavator program at Sandon Lanshan Technical School is not bad, and you can get at least $4,000 or $5,000 after graduation. This will do. Ha ha. I think it's quite suitable for Jiang Fan. Ha ha. Ha ha. Chapter 15. 15. Something big is going on. When Churuoshi saw this few classmates mocking Jiang Fan, she was a bit displeased. Said Lu Ji to Lu Ji, who used to be the class study member. Lu Ji student, you scored more than 600 points in every touch test before. How come you only scored 498 points in the college entrance exam? When Lu Ji heard Churuoshi's words, he, who had originally laughed out loud, instantly turned ugly to the extreme. This time, he was too nervous for the college entrance examination, and he ended up playing badly, scoring only 498 points, and he cried for days because of this. As a result, now that he was mentioned by Churuoshi, his heart was once again saddened, but he didn't want to lose his temper in front of the beautiful schoolgirl, so he explained, that I didn't do well on the test. A close friend next to him also helped to explain. Yes, although Lu Ji didn't play well this time, he also scored nearly 500 points, which is a full 200 points higher than Jiang Fan. Lu Ji's heart felt better when he heard his best friend's words. Anyway, it's much better than Jiang Fan. When Churuoshi saw that they still dared to compare Jiang Fan, she became even more angry and said in a conspiratorial manner, when you entered the senior year, you were the first in our class, but 1 year later, you scored 498 points and I scored 708 points. I calculate, we are 210 points apart. Wow, this is a lot. There must be at least a few million candidates in between. How do you get more and more mixed up in the countdown? Hey, really sad. Churuoshi hit people's kung fu is still really good. Put Lu Ji said the face of a burst of red, a burst of white. Hate not find a crack in the ground to drill in. When Churuoshi saw his twisted expression, his heart was suddenly pleased. Humph, if you dare to make a mistake again, see if I don't strike your skepticism. Lu Ji how did not expect. Usually gentle Churuoshi, today said so ruthless. Sentence poking heart. Move deadly. Jiang Fan is also this as Churuoshi uttered words, and her lively and lovely image is a different person. He also knew that Churuoshi was speaking for him, and seeing Lu Ji's somewhat self-absorbed expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Originally, he was too lazy to pay attention to these things, but seeing Churuoshi mocking others was quite amusing. Wang teacher afraid of Lu Ji heart to leave any shadow, hurried to help. Lu Ji this year is ready to repeat. I believe that as long as he relaxes his mind, tomorrow test is 700 points or more no problem. Lu Ji instantly gained some confidence after hearing Mr. Wang's words. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I'll definitely give you the first place in the whole school in the next college entrance exam. Good, teacher believes in you. Teacher Wang gratifyingly patted Lu Ji's shoulder. Teacher, Jiang Fan and I are going to go around the school for a bit, so I won't talk to you for now. Churuoshi was too relieved to look at Lu Ji in their faces, and after greeting Mr. Wang, she directly pulled Jiang Fan's hand and left. Mr. Wang and a few of his classmates looked wide-eyed. What the hell? Churuoshi took the initiative to pull Jiang Fan's hand. A thought bubbled up in their minds at the same time. Churuoshi wouldn't be in love with Jiang Fan, would she? But on second thought, that's not possible, is it? Churuoshi was admitted to Huaqing University. Jiang Fan can only go to a 3 East Lanshan Technical School, which after graduation their gap is not generally big. It's not too much to say that a heavenly one on the ground, but from the way Churuoshi defended Jiang Fan just now, it was really possible, or else a gentle schoolgirl wouldn't have been able to say something like that. In fact, From appearance alone, they were indeed quite suitable as handsome men and beautiful women, but in terms of learning, they could be too far apart. A few students then looked at each other and at the same time looked at Mr. Wang again. Mr. Wang, they're not falling in love again, are they? A classmate asked. Another classmate next to him directly denied. Definitely not. Chu Ruwashi is the school flower of our school, and is also the school bully. Jiang Fan is a beggar scum. How can it be? Another student agreed. You're right. Schoolmarm Chu is usually kind-hearted. She must have pitted Jiang Fan for being a retard, so she just simply wanted to help him. Indeed, it is possible. Teacher Wang listened to a few people's analysis, then glanced at Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan who were walking away. According to reason, they have graduated now. He has no right to interfere with the students to fall in love again, but Chu Ruoshi is one of the most outstanding students he has brought up. He doesn't want her to be ruined into the hands of a loser. No matter if they have or don't have a love relationship, he decides that this is something that he still has to react to Chu Ruoshi's parents. In the meantime, the happy neighborhood is on lockdown and only residents are allowed in. No personnel are allowed out. The old and infirm watchman at the gate of the neighborhood is gone, replaced by a loaded SWAT team. Those who enter must be determined to be residents of the neighborhood after strict verification before entering, and no one is allowed out. The residents of the neighborhood have never seen such a big battle in their lives, and they were talking about it privately. Look at all the commotion. We're not going to find any terrorists in our neighborhood, are we? What are you thinking? If we were to let us into the neighborhood if we found terrorists, we would have evacuated all the people out long ago. With my years of experience, I guess it should be the identity of that big shot that's been exposed. Not to mention, what you said is very likely. It turns out that there's always been a big shot in our neighborhood. Why don't we know about it? If we know who it is, and get on good terms with him, maybe, when the time comes, he can help us out too. Now all the residents of the neighborhood only know that the big man is in the third building, but the specifics are not clear, because there are now dozens of heavily armed SWAT officers underneath the third building. The tenants living inside can only stay at home, and none of the units are allowed to go out. A 5 building in front of the third building. Many tenants are curious to lie in front of their windows, look at the situation over there, and then in real time, through the cell phone, report the situation in the tenants' WeChat group. Happy Neighborhood Owners WeChat group, a total of 302 people. Usually only a few people, more active people out to chat. Others are silent, but today is different. Their WeChat group lively. In just half an hour, there were tens of thousands of messages in the WeChat group. After a day of shopping malls, Jiang Dinghua, tired really cannot, hand carrying a large bag of clothes bags, heard the phone has been ringing non-stop. Annoyed directly to the phone to mute. Today Li Guichin harvest can be said to be quite rich. Usually there is no time to shop. Catch this opportunity to have a good time. Enough to buy more than 10 pieces of clothing. When they came to the entrance of the neighborhood, they were shocked to see the battle in front of them. Their neighborhood was directly blocked off, and more than a dozen heavily armed SWAT officers with submachine guns in their hands stood in a row. Scared Li Guichin a little too much to enter. At this time, the neighborhood property master Zhang saw them and said excitedly to an officer beside him, "That's them. They're Jiang Fan's parents." The officer then waved his hand, and several SWAT officers gathered directly around him. Li Guichin and Jiang Jinghua's small hearts thumped, then glanced at each other as a thought bubbled up in their hearts. Something's happened to their son. 16 chapter, Scrambling. The officer walked straight to Jiang Jinghua and Li Guichin's side, gave them a military salute, and then said, "Your son's name is Jiang Fan, right?" Yes. Jiang Jinghua responded, then asked the officer in a small, winged voice, "Sir, did he commit anything? Xiaofan?" The officer froze, guessing that they were overthinking it, but there were so many people here that he didn't explain too much. He just said, "Please come with me." Several SWAT officers then stood directly to the left and right of Jiang Jinghua and Li Guichin. Seeing the situation, Jiang Jinghua's heart was even more in turmoil, and he glanced at his wife, who was similarly confused and worried. No matter what Xiao Fan had committed, he himself, as his father, must also protect his son's well-being. He held Li Guichin's somewhat shaking hand and followed the officer toward the neighborhood. Building 3 hallway entrance. Elder Long, I didn't expect you to come too. He, said an old man. Elder brother Qiao, if I hadn't come today, I'm afraid this kid Jiang Fan would have been cut off by you. Elder Long said nonchalantly. Ha. Elder Long, what are you talking about? I represent Huaqing University, just came over to talk to Jiang Fan. Xiao Shan smiled perfunctorily. Originally, he had come to find Jiang Fan on behalf of Huaqing University, and just by virtue of his fame, there shouldn't be any problem in pulling him to his school, but the key is that Long Lao suddenly came as well, and this matter is a bit troublesome. You think I don't know what you're thinking? We've all been dealing with each other for decades, so don't hide it. Elder Long said directly. Long Lao and Xiao Shan are both national-level academicians. They likewise both won the National Lifetime Achievement Award. Won this award throughout the years the entire Dragon Kingdom no more than 5 people. And the people who are alive, but only the 2 of them. It could be seen how high their status was. Xiao Shan saw that Long Lao wanted to open the window of heaven with him. Then it was just right. He also competed with him openly and honestly. This time, in order to compete for Jiang Fan, Huaqiang University gave him a very big right. As long as he could snatch Jiang Fan, everything else was fine. Elder Long, you want to take Jiang Fan as your student, don't you? So what if it is? When Long Lao was pointed out by Xiao Shan, he knew that Huaqiang University had come prepared this time, and it seemed that it would be hard to snatch Jiang Fan without some blood money this time. Fortunately, when he came, President Liu gave him absolute rights. As long as the person gets to Longkou University, the conditions are arbitrary. He. Long Lao, you see you are a handful of years old. How can you have so much energy? You see I am only more than 50. It is the richness and strength of the year. Energetic. Wheel of energy. Why don't we compete? 42 kilometers of marathon I run down in one breath. Long Lao's sleeve wisped upwards, defiantly. Xiao Shan knew that a few years ago, when Long Lao was 60 years old, he really did run down the full length of the marathon and got a good ranking. He was ashamed of himself if he wanted to compete in a marathon, and he was definitely not a match for Elder Dragon. Elder Long, I'm sure I can't do the marathon. Why don't we compete in swimming? 500 meters, 1000 meters of your choice, and I'll let you swim 100 meters first. How about that? Put your mother's bull ********. Who doesn't know that lousy is a dry duck? Long Lao directly scolded. In the end, the 2 of them, Elder Long and Xiao Shan, argued with each other, blowing their beards and glaring at each other, itching to fight. A representative of the Northern University of the Dragon Kingdom went up and persuaded Elder Long, Elder Qiao, you guys just stop arguing. When Jiang Fan comes back, let him choose for himself no matter what. Long Lao glanced at the representative of the Dragon Kingdom North University and said disdainfully, what? You, a junior, also want to compete with us? And you don't weigh yourself. The representative of the Northern University of the Dragon Kingdom was speechless. Gotta. He really shouldn't have gone up there to meddle in this. In the end, he could only take a few uninterested steps backward and stand aside the representatives of a few schools such as the Capital University and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A few of them came in confident that they would be able to drag Jiang Fan to their school, but as a result, when they saw Elder Long and Xiao Long, they knew it was hopeless. It was the several school representatives of theirs combined that didn't carry as much weight as either of Elder Long and Elder Qiao. They all privately reported the situation to their school principals, and those school principals knew it was hopeless when they learned that Elder Long and Elder Qiao had personally gone to rob Jiang Fan. When they saw Elder Long and Elder Qiao battling it out, they instantly felt that they should still be able to pick up the slack. As the old saying goes, the snipe is the one who wins. Just as they, the representatives of the top schools in the country, were each fighting for Jiang Fan, an officer walked over with Jiang Fan's parents. Before the officer could speak, Elder Long directly walked up and said as he held Jiang Jinggua's hand, "You're Jiang Jingua, Jiang Fan's father, right?" Elder Long had seen Jiang Jinggua's picture and introduction in Jiang Fan's profile. Jiang Jingua was overwhelmed by the sudden scene and said with a confused face, Yes. Hello, I'm Long Jingua from Longkou University." Jiang Jingua heard something familiar about the name, but couldn't recall it. Longkou to Long Jingua, Longkou University, Long Jingua. He read it twice in his mind. He was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. Long Jingua of the Dragon University of Science and Technology is a top academician of the Dragon Kingdom, who has made significant contributions to the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom in terms of nanotechnology and rocket fuels, and has also been awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award. He had seen the interview with Elder Dragon on TV before, but how did such a big man suddenly appear in front of him and hold his hand? What's going on here? Could it have something to do with your own son? Just as Jiang Jingua was trying to figure out the situation, a middle-aged man in his 50s directly held his other hand. Hello, I'm Xiao Shan from Huaqiang. Jiang Jinggua's eyes turned shocked when he heard the other party's introduction. Huaqiang's academician Xiao Shan Xiao. Although his reputation is not as good as that of the Dragon Boss, the achievements he has made are quite high, and he has likewise received the Dragon's Lifetime Achievement Award. Two of the country's top scientific research bigwigs shook Jiang Jinggua's hand at the same time, which instantly made him feel flattered. How could he or she have such an honor in this life? When Long Lao saw that Xiao Shan had learned from himself, he was furious. Surname Qiao. I was the one who held Jiang's hand first. What are you grabbing for? Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? You're holding that hand of elder brother Jiang's. I'm holding this hand. No one is affecting anyone. So what's this talk of robbing? Xiao Shan sophistically said. Just as the two were about to go to war again over shaking Jiang Jingguo's hand, the officer said to them, Elder Long, Elder Qiao, let's make it official first. Only then did Elder Long and Xiao Shan let go of Jiang Jingguo's hand, allowing the officer to lead Jiang Fan's parents upstairs. Instead, they followed closely behind Jiang Jingguo and Ji Guiqin, as if they were afraid that they would run away. The representatives of the other schools looked to the scene and sighed helplessly, originally thinking that they could still pick up the slack, but it turned out that they didn't even have a chance to talk to Jiang Fan's parents. 17 chapter, Butterflies. Jiang Jingguo opened the door to the room and the officer walked in with a few SWAT officers. The others were waiting at the door. They all knew clearly that the controlled nuclear fusion developed by Jiang Fan belonged to the state's special classified secrets. Only the relevant personnel had the right to touch it, and no one else was allowed to touch it. A few moments later, a SWAT officer walked out holding a computer. Another SWAT officer followed him with a gun. There were also several SWAT officers inside the house, holding some unknown instruments, scanning the contents. They didn't stop until after nothing else was found. Jiang Jingguo and Li Guiqin were puzzled. Mr. Kong, please don't worry. You will be compensated for your computer and the things we took, the officer said to them. Jiang Jingguo didn't want any compensation. He only wanted to know now what happened to his son Jiang Fan, but the officer had said nothing about them by now. The officer took out a microphone and dialed. Minister Zhou, the relevant items in Jiang Fan's home have been taken away, but Jiang Fan is not at home. Good to know. After the officer finished his report, he said to Jiang Jingguo, Mr. Jiang, where is Jiang Fan now? I don't know, Jiang Jingguo said. Then you call with Jiang Fan now. It's okay to call, but can you tell me what's wrong with him? Van? Jiang Jingguo said. Just now he pondered for a while. The whole neighborhood blockade was for his son, and both Old Man Long and Old Man Xiao were here for Jiang Fan. He could be sure that something big must have happened. Otherwise it wouldn't have made such a big deal. I only know that Jiang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel materials. I don't know anything else. The military officer said that these were the words Minister Zhou Huai had found to actually cover up the controlled nuclear fusion that Jiang Fan had researched. Solar photovoltaic panel materials are not any high-tech research, and the technology is basically mature, for the public is better to accept, and will not cause suspicion of the outside world. After all, there have been students who invented some technology before and were specially recruited to the country's top institutions. If it was directly announced to the outside world that Jiang Fan had developed a controllable nuclear fusion formula and data, it was estimated that the entire world would be abuzz. Those uneasy enemy countries were afraid that the first thing they would do would be to send out some spies or assassins to directly strike at Jiang Fan. And this kind of thing was not unheard of. So announcing to the outside world that Jiang Fan had researched solar photovoltaic panel materials was also a form of protection for Jiang Fan. Jiang Jingguo was thrilled to hear the officer say this, and everything that had happened before could be explained. And Long Lao and Xiao Lao just said that they represented Longkou University and Hua Qing respectively. Could it be that they wanted to specially recruit their own sons? Thinking of this, he excitedly looked at Li Guiqin, who was still stuck in shock and had not reacted. But right now, he had to contact Jiang Fan first, so that his son could come back quickly. If he made Long Lao and the others wait for a long time and leave in a fit of pique, it would be too late for him to regret it. Did not think his own son was so powerful that he was able to research solar photovoltaic panel materials. This is also too much to their own face. What's wrong with getting 300 points on a high school test? Hey, can still go to the country's top institutions. The more Jiang Jingguo thought about it, the more agitated he became, and then took out his cell phone and dialed his son directly. At this moment, Jiang Fan was red-faced and restrained as Chu Ruoshi took his hand. It wasn't until around the corner that Chu Ruoshi looked back and let go of Jiang Fan's hand, whereupon she exasperatedly said, "Humph, a bunch of snobs. Next time when Mr. Wang isn't around, let's see if I don't strike you to death." When Chu Ruoshi turned back to face Jiang Fan squarely, he found his face reddened. "Ha, Jiang Fan, your face is like this?" Chu Ruoshi asked in disbelief. Jiang Fan ran his hand over his burning face and explained in a panic, "God, it's so hot." Chu Ruoshi didn't care and was ready to take Jiang Fan on a further walk. And Jiang Fan's heart is like waves. She is still the first time to be pulled by the girl's hand, and pulled for so long. He can clearly feel, just now from Chu Ruoshi hand to come from the electric current sense. It made his heart go boom boom. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? Just as Jiang Fan was rambling, his cell phone rang, and at a glance it was his dad, Jiang Jingguo, calling. "Hey, Dad, Fan, where are you?" Jiang Jingguo's excited voice came over the phone. "I'm at school with Chu." Chu Roshi's classmates. When Jiang Fan said Chu Ruoshi's name, his heart visibly panicked for a moment. Oh, before Jiang Jinghua could speak, another man's voice came over the phone, his voice thick and low. Hello, Jiang Fan, we've received the email. Is it convenient for you to talk now? When Jiang Fan heard the email, he immediately tensed up in his heart, then glanced at Chu Ruoshi who was chasing the butterflies and said, convenient. Okay, hold on. A few seconds later, there was a slamming door, and the person on the other end lowered their voice to say a few brief words before hanging up. To wit, from now on, the content of the emails he sends cannot be mentioned to anyone, and to the outside world he can only say that he has researched solar photovoltaic panel materials. The other party also explained that he could not leave the school and that they would be coming to pick him up soon. Jiang Fan hung up the phone and was not surprised. Having once been a scientific researcher, he was well aware of the weight of those controlled fusion formulas and data he had sent. It was not too much to ask for a confidential document that had reached the special level of the state. He was still satisfied with the response made by the state. With so much attention from the state, he guessed that there shouldn't be the slightest problem in attending Longkou University. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile at the thought that he would soon receive a reward from the system. Jiang Fan, what are you giggling about? Come and help me catch that butterfly. Oh, Jiang Fan responded. Then he caught up with Chu Ruoshi and grabbed the beautiful butterfly with her. Butterflies fluttering, white fluffy thin wings slightly transparent, like pure white tulle, wings also with some delicate fine pattern. Exquisite and elegant aesthetic. Although the butterfly was not flying fast, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi couldn't catch it in any way. Just as they were about to give up, here's the butterfly landing lightly on one of the flowers on the side of the road. Chu Ruoshi put up a white finger to her jade lips. Shoo! Then she crept closer to the butterfly, and when she was almost near it, she slowly reached out her little hand, then grabbed it violently. The butterfly fluttered its wings unhurriedly to higher ground. Oops, that was close. Chu Ruoshi pouted adorably. All she could do was look at the butterfly as it flew high into the sky, where it surprisingly glowed golden in the sunlight. Hoo-hoo! A propeller sound came. Ha! Jiang Fan, look! Helicopter flying, yeah! I want to sit on it and feel it. 18 Chapter, Military Helicopters. Office of the Principal of the First Middle School in Yanju City. Teacher Wang. This year, you're Chu Ruoshi from class 3 to 6. She's really good. And she's made a long face for our first middle school in Lingzhou City. 2 days ago, I went to a meeting in education, and I even specifically praised our school by name. Ha ha, Principal Ma said happily, looking at Mr. Wang with eyes full of relief. Mr. Wang heard the principal's praise, and his heart was as happy as if he had eaten honey. It's all because of Principal Ma's leadership that Chu Ruoshi in my class has achieved such good results. Good, keep up the good work this year, and strive for another success and glory for our first school. Principal Ma, don't worry, I'm very confident this year. No, this is Lu Ji, the study committee member of our previous class. He failed the exam today. He usually scores around 650 points. He's going to repeat a year in our school. Teacher Wang pointed at Lu Ji and said, subsequently handing his previous history grades to Principal Ma. Principal Ma took a look. The last few touch tests were around 650 points. His heart was particularly happy. With such a score, if he were to repeat another year, he might even be able to surpass Chu Ruoshi and produce another student with more than 700 points. Principal Ma put down the report card in his hand and glanced at Lu Ji beside Mr. Wang. Aha! Nice. At this time, Mr. Wang suddenly said with a bitter face. Principal Ma, although Lu Ji usually does well in exams, he only scored 498 points in this college entrance exam, and our school's conditions for repeating the exam only accepts 550 points or more. You see, their school does have this rule, and this rule is still set by Principal Ma. He only set up this rule in order to enhance the promotion rate. In fact, with 550 points in the college entrance examination, they have already reached the score line of one book. The reason why such students choose to repeat their studies is that they have not been admitted to their ideal institutions. Repeat a year, they will be very consciously study hard. On the one hand, create a very good learning atmosphere. On the other hand is the next year the college entrance examination. Even if they test poorly, 550 points should be there. On a bachelor's degree university should not have a problem. For the school this is a steady pull up the rate of advancement. That was the purpose of President Ma's original consideration of admitting only 550 points or more. As for the Lu Ji in front of him, he only scored 498 points in this college entrance examination, which did not reach the score line he required. Principal Ma took another look at Lu Ji's history report card. Finally smilingly said to Lu Ji, Mr. Lu Ji, which school are you targeting? Huaqing University, Lu Ji said firmly. He is so positioning Huaqing University as his goal. A big part of the reason is that Chu Ruoshi got into Huaqing. After all, who doesn't like such a beautiful school flower? He had just fantasized about the excited scene of Chu Ruoshi seeing himself on the Huaqing campus when he repeated his year of study to get into Huaqing University. At that time, he was going to tell Chu Ruoshi that the reason he had gotten into Huaqing was for her, and that was the power of love. He believed that Chu Ruoshi would also be moved to cry bitterly and become his girlfriend, and their love story will be passed down as a good story in the first middle school of Lingzhou City. His eyes became even more unwavering at the thought. Principal Ma was also very happy and slapped the table in an excited manner. Good. I'll break the rules and admit you today for the sake of Mr. Wang, and follow Mr. Wang's good work for the next year. Thank you, Principal Ma. I will definitely work hard, Lu Ji said happily. Okay, you go out first. I'll talk to Mr. Wang about something. Lu Ji gratefully glanced at Ms. Wang and went out. Mr. Wang, Chu Ruoshi in your class this year is indeed good, but that Jiang Fan only scored 300 points on the college entrance exam, the lowest score in our school's history. Isn't that discrediting our school? How can we say that the first high school of Lingzhou City is also a key high school, lowering the rate of advancement not to mention, but also pulling down the overall average score of our school? In the future, like this kind of garbage students, do ideological work? Let them give up the college entrance examination, Principal Ma said in exasperation. I know, Principal Ma, in the future, if I find any scum like Jiang Fan, I'll definitely persuade them to give up the college entrance exam. That's right, Mr. Wang, sometimes you're just too soft-hearted. Just as the two were talking about Jiang Fan, suddenly a doorman in a security uniform barged in. School, Principal. No, not good. Our school is occupied. Principal Ma was startled by the janitor's shout. Little Li, are you drunk? What are you talking about in your sleep in broad daylight? Really? So, many people, guns. The doorman gestured incoherently. The principal's office was on the third floor, and he went to the window and pulled back the curtains to take a look. He was startled to see hundreds of black-clad SWAT officers, armed with submachine guns, swarming in at the school's main entrance. One by one, they were well-trained and surrounded the entire campus, and a military helicopter slowly landed on the playground. Principal Ma looked directly dumbfounded. What's all this fuss about? Are there terrorists in their school? Just as he was puzzled, he saw through the window two men coming down from the helicopter. One of them was tall and powerful, a soldier at first sight, and from his air, the position should not be bottomless. And next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit, and Principal Ma took a closer look. I'll be damned. It's the mayor of Lingzhou City. He scrambled out of the principal's office and hurried to greet the mayor. Teacher Wang and the janitor followed in a hurry. Principal Ma was so excited that when he descended the stairs, his feet didn't keep up and he stumbled and almost fell. But fortunately his hand was on the railing. Coming to the first floor, he made a fiery dash for the playground. The distance was so great that he began to shout under his breath. Mayor Deng! I didn't know Mayor Deng was here. I'm sorry to have missed you, Principal Ma said as he ran to Mayor Deng's. Mayor Deng didn't treat him politely and said directly, is there a student named Jiang Fan in your school? Jiang Fan? Yes. Principal Ma was puzzled in his mind that Mayor Deng was making such a big show for Jiang Fan. Could it be that Jiang Fan has committed something outside? Definitely. Why else would there be so many armed SWAT teams? It seemed as if Jiang Fan had committed a crime that wasn't small. Is it murder and arson? When Principal Ma thought of this, he hastened to clear the air with Jiang Fan and added, Mayor Deng, it's true that Jiang Fan was a student of our first middle school before, but now that he's graduated, he doesn't strictly belong to our school now. Mayor Deng glanced at Principal Ma and then said, where is he now? Man, he's not at school. Principal Ma didn't know about Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi's visit to the school. Just as Mayor Deng was about to say something, the person beside him stopped him, because he watched a boy and a girl walk over from the edge of the playground. Jiang Fan, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Chu Ruoshi saw Jiang Fan walking towards the helicopter. She shouted anxiously, Student Chu Ruoshi, don't you want to do the helicopter? Go, I'll take you there. Chu Ruoshi jogged over in fear and pulled Jiang Fan's hand and said, you're crazy, that's a military helicopter. Chapter 19, let her go. Jiang Fan knew it was a military helicopter, but he was also clear that it was coming to pick him up, and it should be that the state officer on the phone just now had already greeted him. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain to Chu Ruoshi, Mr. Wang and the janitorial security guards also rushed over and saw that the principal was exchanging words with Mayor Deng. At the same time, he saw Jiang Fan heading towards the helicopter and his heart tightened. This Jiang Fan won't be crazy again. Just now, Principal Ma had criticized him about Jiang Fan, so he couldn't let Jiang Fan get into trouble this time. So Mr. Wang said to Lu Ji and the others behind him, "You guys come with me? Stop Jiang Fan. Don't let him disturb the principal and Mayor Deng talking about business." With Mr. Wang's call, Lu Ji took the lead, because just now Mr. Wang had helped himself to say a lot of good words at the principal, and this was the time for him to perform well. Although the security guard did not dare to go against the SWAT team, he still dared to clean up the students, so he also followed the past. As long as the performance in front of the principal good, may also give himself a promotion and a raise that. A few people stopped directly in front of Jiang Fan, preventing him from going in the direction of the helicopter. Teacher Wang was just loudly scolding at Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, you're a scum. If you want to be crazy, go home and be crazy. School is not your home." Lu Ji followed suit and chimed in. "Jiang Fan, if you dare to take a step forward, don't blame a few of us for beating you up." Jiang Fan looked at a few people blocking his way and was speechless. This helicopter had come to pick him up, but he ended up being blocked by these few people. When Chu Ruoshi heard Lu Ji say that they were going to beat up Jiang Fan, she directly stood in front of Jiang Fan, crossed her arms and angrily pointed at a few people. "Lu Ji, if you guys dare to touch a single finger of Jiang Fan today, I will be at loggerheads with you." Chu Ruoshi's face was very childish and still had some baby fat, and when she said these harsh words, she didn't make people feel scared, but instead, she had a kind of milky and fierce feeling, which was a bit cute. When Lu Ji saw that Chu Ruoshi was so protective of Jiang Fan, he inevitably felt some jealousy in his heart and said to Chu Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, why are you protecting him so much? He's just a trashy academic scum. In the future you're going to attend Huaqing University, so you'd better stay away from him." Chu Ruoshi's small face bulged with anger. "I want you to manage. You just mind your own business." When Jiang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi, who had taken the heat for himself, there was an indescribable happiness in his heart. Seeing her angry in particular had been so adorable that he suddenly had the urge to go up and give her a squeeze. "Chu Ruoshi, student, that helicopter is here to pick me up. Didn't you just say you wanted to take a ride? I'll take you there now," Jiang Fan said to Chu Ruoshi, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense to the students who stopped them. When Jiang Fan said this, several of Lu Ji's classmates burst out laughing. Even Teacher Wang and the janitorial security guard didn't hold back. "Ha ha, laughed my ass off. He said this military helicopter was picking him up. Ha ha. Jiang Fan, I think you should hurry up and visit the 5th hospital, Lingzhou City Psychiatric Hospital. Ha ha. This is literally the funniest joke of the century, ha." Chu Ruoshi willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looking at Jiang Fan with a faint smile on his face, as if he is also quite normal. "Ah, how this will always talk nonsense." The phone rang before Principal Ma could get a good look at the edge of the playground. A look at the Kyoto University admissions office of the phone. He glanced at Mayor Deng, hesitant to pick up. "Do not pick up. This is the Kyoto University admissions office." If he didn't answer it, it was the Kyoto University admissions office. If he did, he still needed to receive Mayor Deng. Mayor Deng could see the difficult look on Principal Ma's face and said, "If you have a call, you answer it." With Mayor Deng's permission, Principal Ma stepped aside and picked up the phone. Mayor Deng looked at Jiang Fan's side again. Seeing the crowd laughing into a ball, his heart was still very pleased. It seems that the first middle school in Lingzhou City still attaches great importance to the friendship education between students. "Minister Zhou, we've found the person anyway, so let's just wait. Let Jiang Fan say goodbye to his classmates." Zhou Huaid nodded. He had been silently observing Jiang Fan again. His heart was in awe. How could such a young high school student research such a huge project as controlled nuclear fusion? Although the documents he had sent were only partial formulas and data for controlled fusion, they were, nonetheless, enough to change the course of their entire program for a decade. Principal Ma, who was on the side, was in awe at this time and spoke into the phone with disbelief. "What did you say? You are willing to specially recruit Jiang Fan?" "Yes, it's Jiang Fan," the other party replied affirmatively. But, Jiang Fan only scored 300 points? He belongs to the lowest score in our school. This I know. Principal Ma, as long as you can persuade Jiang Fan to come to our school, we can give you a guaranteed place. How about it? The person in charge of the admissions office of Beijing University said that he was in Jiang Fan's neighborhood at this time, but when he saw the two people, Long Lao and Qi Lao, sitting next to Jiang Fan's parents on the left and the right, the representatives of the other institutions couldn't say anything at all. His spirit also moved to find the phone number of Principal Ma of the first middle school in Lingzhou City, and a person quietly came to the aisle to call with Principal Ma. Principal Ma was thrilled when he heard the conditions offered by the head of admissions of Kyoto University. Kyoto University could be a top 5 existence in the Dragon Kingdom. with a high college entrance examination admission scoreline of upwards of 640 points. When the other party saw that Principal Ma didn't say anything, he thought that the conditions offered were not attractive enough, so he said again on the phone, "Principal Ma, how about this? As long as you can get Jiang Fan to come to school at Beijing University, I'll give you 2 guaranteed places. How about that? 2 guaranteed spots?" Principal Ma took a breath of cold air. 2 guaranteed spots? He knew very well in his heart the weight of this. An ordinary person attending a good school was enough to change his life. It's something that can't be bought with 1,000 pieces of gold. Most importantly, with 2 guaranteed places at Beijing University, he can definitely attract a lot of outstanding students to come to their first high school, so that the promotion rate will naturally be raised. Maybe he still has the possibility of promotion. Thinking of this, the horse Principal a mouthful of promise. Principal Ma also understood through the phone call just now that Jiang Fan turned out to have researched solar photovoltaic materials. It seems that this time Mayor Deng personally came should be for this. Just now, he thought that Jiang Fan had done something like killing and setting fire to cause such a big commotion. Principal Ma thought carefully, even if the research of solar photovoltaic materials, there is no need to be so prosperous, right? But he couldn't care less right now. The most important thing right now was to get Jiang Fan to agree to go to Beijing University, so he could have 2 guaranteed spots at Beijing University. When Principal Ma saw that Mr. Wang and the others were still stopping Jiang Fan, he was anxious and hurriedly jogged over. Jiang Fan was also a bit angry at this time. He didn't want to pay attention to Lu Ji and the others so much, but they were aggressive. "Ruoshi, don't stand with this trashy scum," Lu Ji said, pulling Chu Ruoshi's wrist and trying to pull her aside. "Lu Ji, let go of me." Chu Ruoshi had already blocked in front of Jiang Fan and said, "I won't let go," Lu Ji said as he played rogue. Jiang Fan's face immediately went cold and said icily to Lu Ji, "Let her go." 20 chapter, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Let her go. With Jiang Fan's shout, Mayor Deng and Minister Zhou Huai sensed that something was wrong over here. Minister Zhou Huai waved his hand at the guards around him, and more than a dozen of them rushed straight over, clutching their submachine guns, aiming at everyone except Jiang Fan. Where had Lu Ji seen such a big formation? His entire body trembled as he watched the blackened gun muzzle like a black hole trying to swallow him up. He subconsciously let go of Chu Ruoshi's wrist and raised his own hands in a surrender position. "No, don't kill me. I surrender," Lu Ji stammered, bean-like beads of sweat oozing directly from his forehead, his legs trembling violently without listening to his commands, followed by a stream of yellow liquid flowing out of his body. An unpleasant odor immediately filled his surroundings. The students behind Lu Ji are also scared, one by one, their teeth chattering, looking at the SWAT team in fear, shrinking their bodies and not daring to say a word. Chu Ruoshi's little face was also white with fear. She was like a white rabbit surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, trembling with fear. Just when she was scared, panicked, and helpless inside, a big warm hand directly held her cold little hand. A sense of security instantly attacked her whole body, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. A lost ship sees a lighthouse. A lost child finds his home. Student Chu Ruoshi, don't be afraid. I'm here. A low voice resounded in her ears again, and Chu Ruoshi subconsciously leaned towards this person's side. Mayor Deng and Zhou Huai also ran over. Mayor Deng angrily rebuked Principal Ma with a serious face. "How did you educate the students? Letting these students bully Jiang Fan? I think you've made it to the top as a principal." Mayor Deng's heart is also startled. Jiang Fan is Zhou Huai minister personally point to the people. Now he is second only to the president of the country in terms of importance. If Jiang Fan was injured or had any accidents in front of Minister Zhou Huai, he wouldn't have to do his job as mayor. Principal Ma hurriedly admitted his mistake and then cursed at Teacher Wang. "Teacher Wang, how do you teach your students? If you scare student Jiang Fan, can you afford it?" Teacher Wang looked at Principal Ma with a blank expression. "What's the situation?" That's not what Principal Ma said in the office. Just now he also said that treating a trash student like Jiang Fan, the heart should be ruthless. Cannot let a mouse spoil a pot of porridge. Listening to Principal Ma now, it felt like Jiang Fan was a baby bump. Mr. Wang wanted to explain, but the feeling of oppression was too strong in the face of so many gun-toting SWAT officers. His throat felt like it was smeared with glue, and he stammered for half a day, unable to utter a single word. Zhou Huai, who hadn't said anything, said to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan? Aha!" Jiang Fan nodded in response. "Let's talk." Aha! The two did not have any unnecessary words, and after finishing, Zhou Huai walked in the direction of the helicopter, and Jiang Fan followed, coming to the side of the helicopter. Zhou Huai stopped. Jiang Fan also stopped 1 meter away from him and waited for his question, but it was only after more than 10 seconds that Zhou Huai slowly opened his mouth. "How sure are you that what's in the file is correct?" 100%, Jiang Fan said indifferently. Joe White's face, which was always expressionless, instantly moved for a moment. I could tell by the determined look in the young man's eyes that he wasn't lying. The easiest fusion reaction to control is the deuterium-tritium reaction, but tritium, T, has a short half-life. So how can this problem be solved? Joe White directly asked A. Currently their unsolvable dilemma. Tritium acts like a catalyst in nuclear hole fusion. The current tritium consumption/proliferation ratio is very low, and therefore tritium dissipated at various points must be tightly controlled. The first wall is in direct contact with the plasma. Sort of tritium retention time is the longest. Need to be strictly controlled. Otherwise tritium more and more used less and less, will directly lead to plasma extinguished stockpile? Solve this link tritium. The first need. Jiang Fan spoke for more than 10 minutes, while Minister Joe White became more and more excited the more he listened, and had a feeling of waking up a dreamer with a word. In the end, Minister Joe White directly took out a small notebook and cognitively recorded the highlights of what Jiang Fan said. All of what Jiang Fan was talking about was all inside the controlled nuclear fusion that the system had rewarded him with 2 days ago. After the system rewarded him in the first place, it was as if this knowledge was innate with him, fusing directly into his brain. When Joe Hueda asked the question, in Jiang Fan's mind, the solution to this problem immediately popped up. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, Minister Joe White was already writing something with his own small notebook. It was only after another 2 minutes that he stopped the pen in his hand, looking at Jiang Fan with excitement and holding his hand. Genius! What a genius! Jiang Fan, are you willing to join the Dragon Kingdom's research base for controlled nuclear fusion? Jiang Fan was certainly very happy to join such a large national research program as a scientific researcher in his last life, but the system's mission was for him to gain acceptance into Longkou University. Researching controlled fusion is not a one-day thing, and I want to focus on my studies. Minister Joe White said with a smile, your joining our program doesn't affect your studies. Actually, I turned in controlled fusion with a request. Since I only scored 300 on my college entrance exam, there's no problem with that. All the schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Take your pick. Okay, thanks. Jiang Fan now sort of put his heart down. It's me who thanks you. The content of the documents you submitted will save Dragon Kingdom at least 10 years of research in controlled nuclear fusion. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Joe White, currently the chief engineer of the controlled fusion research base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Hello Uncle Joe. Okay, go. Let's go back to your house first. Those old guys can't wait to see you. Joe White was full of smiles. I'm afraid this was the happiest he had been in the last 10 years. After he finished speaking, he directly pulled Jiang Fan to get into the helicopter. Uncle Joe, can I have a small request? You say? Is it okay if my classmate wants to take a ride in a helicopter too? Joe White pointed at Churuoshi and said, are you talking about your little girlfriend? She's not my female girlfriend, just a classmate. Joe White looked at Jiang Fan who was slightly red in the face and said with a meaningful smile, yes, thank you Uncle Joe. Jiang Fan said happily. Churuoshi had been watching Jiang Fan's side. She was really afraid that these people would directly arrest Jiang Fan because of his offense. She was chagrined at this time in her heart. She really shouldn't have said that she wanted to be a helicopter just now. Otherwise Jiang Fan wouldn't have offended Mayor Deng and the others. Just as Churuoshi was rambling, she suddenly heard a low, muffled voice shout, get Churuoshi over here. Churuoshi was uncertain, but still obediently walked over, and when she came to Joe White's side, she bitterly begged for Jiang Fan's favor. Uncle, just now Jiang Fan didn't mean to offend. Can you not arrest him? When Joe White heard this, he first froze, then almost laughed out loud. It was estimated that this little girl had misunderstood herself, but he didn't explain too much and said directly, get on the plane. 21 chapter, going to Kyoto. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. With a loud sound from the propeller, the helicopter slowly lifted up into the air and then flew towards the southeast side. On the playground, one of the officers spoke into his walkie-talkie close up, target Happy Neighborhood. Upon receiving the order, all the SWAT officers got into the military SUVs and roared off. Linzhou City No. 1 middle school once again returned to calm, as if what had just happened had never happened. On the playground Principal Ma, Teacher Wang, and Lu Ji, they all tilted their heads incredulously, looking at the helicopter in the distance. It feels like a dream. As those SWAT officers left holding their assault rifles, Lu Ji could no longer hold on and directly paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. Several of the students' foreheads were also covered with beads of sweat at this time. At this time, Mr. Wang also finally regained his ability to speak, and he stammered to Principal Ma. School, Principal, what's this? It was then that Principal Ma retrieved his thoughts from his horror, and when he saw a few people, his fire immediately came up. Jiang Fan was bailed out by Kyoto University. As long as Jiang Fan agrees, the other party also made the condition of giving our school 2 more guaranteed places, but it turned out that they were all messed up by you, so you don't have to lead the key class this year. What? Jiang Fan was bailed out of Beijing University? Teacher Wang was dumbfounded, and a few of his classmates were also staring in disbelief. Jiang Fan bailed out of Kyoto University. Are you kidding me? Kyoto University is a top 5 institution in the Dragon Kingdom, so with Jiang Fan's IQ of 300 points on the college entrance exam, how could it be possible? How is this? How is this possible? Humph. What's impossible? Jiang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel material. The more Principal Ma said, the more angry he became. The 2 guaranteed places in Kyoto University that had come to hand. Just like this because Luji a few people were fizzled out. That's 2 guaranteed spots at Kyoto University. It hurts to think about it. Principal Ma looked towards the culprit, Lu Shi, who was still sitting on the ground with a dull gaze, and from time to time a foul odor emanated from him. Mr. Wang, as for him, our school doesn't accept morally corrupt students. Principal Ma finished speaking and left in a huff. He didn't want to give up just yet, and decided to go to Jiang Fan's home to give his parents a sit-down ideological work, so there might still be a chance. Helicopter. Chu Ruoshi sat in her seat with noiseproof headphones and buckled her seatbelt. She was excited like a kid doing a roller coaster for the first time and leaned out the window and kept looking down. From time to time, he said to Jiang Fan, Kong Fan, look, wow, our school has gotten so small. Jiang Fan, look, we're flying higher than the TV tower. Jiang Fan, look, is that the West Lake of Lingzhou? It's so beautiful. Jiang Fan responded to Chu Ruoshi with a smile on his face. The world is such that what we take for granted, when viewed from a different angle, can be found to have a different flavor. Zhou Huaid looked at the 2 people smilingly, but his heart was infinitely emotional. It is good to be young. Wow! Jiang Fan, the flaming clouds, so spectacular. Jiang Fan looked through the window to the slanting rear. At this time, the sunset in the sky is red. The earth is also its afterglow cloaked in a thin veil. Everything around is like a yellowed photo, a different flavor. Clouds closest to the setting sun were as fiery red as cotton burned by fire, while those slightly further away were yellow, orange, and crimson. It seems that which naughty cloud baby accidentally knocked over the palette in the sky, rendering the sky so colorful and dressed up so beautifully. Chu Ruoshi had never seen how beautiful the skies were, and how close they were, as if he could touch them with a single reach. She turned back to look at Jiang Fan by the window. At this time, his face was also illuminated vividly by the afterglow of the setting sun, instantly letting her look with infatuation, until the plane descended slowly and landed in a square clearing in front of the happy neighborhood. The place has been cordoned off and there is no one here at this time. When the helicopter landed well and the propellers stopped turning, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi removed the noiseproof headphones from their ears and stepped down. Zhou Huaid led Jiang Fan towards the neighborhood, and when he came to the door, Chu Ruoshi was stopped because she was not a resident of the neighborhood. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain the situation, Chu Ruoshi said, Jiang Fan, I won't go in. Just now my dad sent me a message telling me to go home which. Aha! Jiang Fan responded. Then we'll see you tomorrow. Chu Ruoshi said with a smile. Student Chu Ruoshi, see you tomorrow. Jiang Fan also smiled and said. Zhou Huaid then led Jiang Fan into the neighborhood. It was only then that Chu Ruoshi remembered that she hadn't added Jiang Fan's WeChat, and she turned her head only to find that Jiang Fan had already entered the neighborhood. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Fan's home. With Jiang Fan's return, Elder Long and Elder Qiao, who were originally surrounding Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, directly got up and surrounded Jiang Fan. Little friend Jiang Fan, I'm Qiao Shan from Huaqing University. Little friend Jiang Fan, I'm Long Lao from Longkou University. Welcome to our school. As long as you join our school, you'll be my student from now on. Elder Long and Elder Qiao scrambled to introduce themselves to Jiang Fan. At this time, the representatives of the other schools, seeing that no one was around Jiang Fan's parents at this time, seized the opportunity to directly surround them. Mr. Jiang, I'm the admissions office of the Kyoto University. Our school's given conditions are definitely better than Longkou University and Huaqing, as long as we can let Jiang Fan come to our study. On the Kyoto account, the school can send a set of family home. You can directly move to Kyoto to live. And the head of enrollment of the North University of the Dragon Kingdom directly pulled Li Guiqin and said, Sister Li, the name of the North University, you have heard of it. That is the top of the first-class institutions in the Dragon State. Our school does not engage in those vain things. As long as Jiang Fan comes to our school to go to school, a one-time award of 1 million yuan, a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan of allowances, Jiang Jingwa and Li Guiqin's entire body was confused. They were still worried about their son's schooling in the morning, but it turned out that in the afternoon, the representatives of the top colleges and universities in the Dragon Country gathered in their home to compete for Jiang Fan. They didn't even dare to dream of thinking like this. Big sister, listen to me. This condition of beta is just average. Your son just come to our school, directly guaranteed a doctorate. Jiang Fan's house was so lively and bustling that it was like an early morning food market. When Zhou Huaid saw this scene, he immediately had a head full of black lines. But right now he couldn't delay business. Today he had to bring Jiang Fan to Kyoto. A group of experts, professors and researchers over there were still waiting. It was true that Jiang Fan's document had passed the supercomputer's calculations, but there were many formulas and data for controlled fusion in it that they didn't understand. So it must be Jiang Fan to explain. On the one hand, this group of professors and experts on the desire for knowledge. More importantly, on the other hand, is that they need to Jiang Fan face-to-face examination. Everyone be quiet for a moment. As for which school Jiang Fan goes to, I have no way of interfering. But as you all know, right now we have important things to do. As Minister Zhou Huaida's words fell, the heads of the various schools stopped talking. They all understood. Jiang Fan, get ready. Follow me to Kyoto in 10 minutes. 22 chapter, not interested. Happy Neighborhood Homeowners Microblogging Group. I saw that these people were going to old Ginger's house. You guys, this old Ginger wouldn't be the big guy, would he? Cut. With Ginger's family status, how could that be possible? The last time we went out together to buy fishing gear, we had to ask his wife for permission for any bait that cost more than $20. What do you know? Big shots have all reached the realm of returning to the basics. You guys look at Lao Zhang's face, a standard Chinese character face. At a glance it looks like a big shot. You don't say. It's really true. Isn't Lao Jiang also in the owners group? Why don't I see him talking? I'll add him to ask. Jiang Jingwa before too noisy owners group. Directly set to mute. Usually end his good relationship with the owners. In WeChat at him half a day, but also did not respond. At this time, when Li Guiqin heard Minister Zhou Huaid say that he wanted Jiang Fan to go to Kyoto, she was a bit reluctant. After all, their son since childhood has not Li Kai over them. This fears to go 1,000 kilometers away from Kyoto. Life is not familiar with where she can rest assured. Jiang Fan simply put 2 pieces of clothing into his backpack and considered it packed. Uncle Zhou, I'm packed, Jiang Fan said. He had come to Blue Star for a year now, and also very much wanted to see the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom. How far had it developed? At this time, Li Guiqin walked up and pulled Jiang Fan's hand and said, Son, you must take care of yourself when you go to Kyoto alone. Eat well, and stop studying hard all day like you did in your senior year of high school. Li Guiqin couldn't help but cry as she spoke, her heart full of reluctance, but she didn't want to delay her son's future. Jiang Jingwa pulled Li Guiqin and patted her shoulder for fear and said, My son has researched solar photovoltaic panel materials, and so many top schools in Longguo want him. This is a good thing. Why are you crying? Jiang Fan also knew that over the past year, he had been at the bottom of the school every time he took an exam, and his parents had followed him with a lot of ridicule. His own mother, moreover, did not know how many times she had cried silently for him, but he had no choice but to do so in order to activate the technology system at that time. Now that the system was activated, Jiang Fan secretly resolved in his heart that from now on, he would make his parents proud of him. Dad, Mom, thank you for your understanding and silent dedication over the past year. I know that I have put you all through a lot because of me. Thank you. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Jingwa and Li Guiqin. Fan, get up. Mom's not aggravated. Not at all. Li Guiqin hurriedly pulled Jiang Fan up, but thinking of this year, the son to bear the pressure and glare is not less than them. Cannot help but feel sorry for their son. Tears once again flowed out. Jiang Jingwa's eyes were also brimming with tears at this time, and he walked forward to save his son. Good boy. At last you haven't disgraced me. Some of the surrounding people couldn't help but be a little moved, especially old man Long, whose heart was filled with relief. It seemed that he hadn't chosen the wrong person this time. Throughout the 5,000 years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, every loyal and patriotic hero, without exception, loved his family and was filial to his parents. Ask a man who doesn't even love his family, how do you expect him to love his country? Zhou Huaid was also very satisfied when he saw Jiang Fan's performance, putting aside the high or low achievement of his research for a moment. At the very least, Jiang Fan would not be betraying his country in the future. On this point, his favorability towards Jiang Fan increased a lot. When Li Guiqin had pretty much explained to Jiang Fan, Zhou Huaid directly took out a card and said, This is $1 million from the state reward for Jiang Fan's invention. More. How much? $1 million? Li Guiqin's mouth opened wide in surprise. She and Jiang Jingwa had a pretty good job and had saved for more than 10 years to save more than $500,000. But his own son invented the solar photovoltaic panel material. The state will directly reward 1 million. Is their family income for more than a decade? Shocked, her heart was filled with pride, not having thought that her son was so powerful. Li Guiqin took the bank card and said smilingly to Zhou Huaid, "Thank you, big leader. Thank you, country. Son, you've got the skills, so you can serve your country well in the future." "Well, I know, Mom," Jiang Fan responded. "Well, it's getting late. Let's go." After saying this, Zhou Huaid led Jiang Fan and the crowd away. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwa were sent all the way to the gate of the neighborhood. Watching Jiang Fan board a helicopter, it made Jiang Jingwa envious and couldn't help but murmur, "This brat is so big. I've never been in a helicopter before." With Jiang Fan's departure, the blockade was lifted from the happy neighborhood. After the residents of the neighborhood found out about the unsealing, they were curious and rushed out of their homes to see what was going on. Because their neighborhood is old, everyone knows each other. They quickly got together and discussed it. "I didn't think of it. Lao Jiang is really a big shot of the country. Hidden deep enough. Yeah, looking at the formation it must be at least at the level of Major General. It's a pity that I won't be able to see Ginger again. Lao Jiang is good. Just that uncontested son of his. He only scored 300 points in the college entrance exam. Hey, it's really a disgrace for him." "That's right. So what if he's a big shot, but his son's a loser, and he's still losing the family?" "That's right. 1,000 good things are not as good as one's own son. And a good son can enjoy a lifetime of blessings. Old Lu is just very good. His son scored 586 points on this college entrance exam and got into a book. This kid in my family went to an average high school, but he was more competitive to get into a book. Ha ha. Wow. Amazing. Our neighborhood has produced a one-book college student. Old Lu, you have to treat us. When the notice comes down in a couple days, I'll set up a couple tables and invite everyone to dinner to celebrate. Ha ha. Good. Let's have a few good drinks then. Ha ha. Just as they were complimenting old Lu's children, Jiang Jingwa and Li Guiqin walked over. They all stopped smiling at once. With a surprised look on their faces, one of the first occupants to respond asked at Jiang Jingwa, "Ginger, weren't you taken by the state?" "Take me? Take me for what?" Jiang Jingwa asked suspiciously. "Didn't those guys just go to your house?" Speaking of this, Jiang Jingwa is full of excitement nowhere to release. So, with a push of his sleeve, he started bragging at them. Everyone listening was full of shock. "Our neighborhood was blocked because your son, Jiang Fan, researched solar photovoltaic panel materials? Yeah, where do you guys think? This is nothing. Hey, I'll tell you guys, Long Lao from Longkou University, and Xiao Lao from Huaqing University, they grabbed for your son? You're just blowing it off. That's the top school in the Dragon Kingdom." Just as everyone expressed their skepticism, Principal Ma of the first middle school in Lingzhou City ran over and asked, "May I ask who Jiang Fan's parents are?" "I am," Jiang Jingwei responded. Principal Ma of Lingzhou City said as he shook Jiang Jingwe's hand. Hello, I'm the principal of the first middle school in Lingzhou City. Congratulations to your son, Jiang Fan, for being accepted by Kyoto University." "Kyoto University? Not interested." 23 Chapter, Energy. Kyoto Primary Research Institute Conference Hall. Here sat dozens of scientific experts, who were generally over 40 years of age, and those who could be invited here were all top achievers in some field. Among them, only a few other people know the content of this emergency meeting, but because of the initial signing of the confidentiality agreement, they do not dare to speak to other people, can only wait for the arrangement of the leadership above. A full 2 hours had passed, and no one had come out to preside over the meeting, and some of the scientific experts began to be a bit unable to sit still. "It's too much. It's been 2 hours. Really taking time away from us old folks. Yes, I have a scientific research project in my hands right now at a critical moment, and I was urgently notified to come here. Old Li too. Hold your horses. This time, if we can gather so many top researchers in China here, I guess there must be a big event. My research can be on new energy fuels, and what event is more imminent than a new energy source?" Old Li said with a straight face. "Today's society is in urgent need of a new type of energy, and those traditional coal, natural gas and oil are non-renewable energy sources. After all these years of frenzied extraction, the remaining reserves of energy will last people another 80 years at most. That's why various countries are now vigorously researching and developing new types of energy in the hope of replacing traditional energy sources. If new energy sources are not developed within 80 years, human development will come to a screeching halt, with a great likelihood of regressing directly to the pre-industrial social system." Old Li too, how far have you gotten in your research on solar energy? Hey, Keep it a secret for now. What's so secretive about it? Our carrier engine program is in need of a powerful energy docking engine right now. Regarding energy, I think the strongest output is nuclear energy. You're right. Just look at the power of a nuclear weapon explosion. But it's an uncontrollable energy source. Ultimately, the most desirable energy source for mankind is controlled fusion. But it is just too difficult to realize. This is the project of the century. It's hard to develop it without 100 years. Several research professors talked about the future direction of energy. At that moment, President Lee opened the door and walked into the podium in the conference hall. Everyone quieted down as they saw someone come in, and they could finally tell what the purpose of this emergency meeting was. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to call you from your own research projects on an emergency basis. Without further ado, let's sign the non-disclosure agreement. Let's get to the main topic of the day. When the crowd of scientific experts heard about the confidentiality agreement, their hearts were excited, because they understood that signing a non-disclosure agreement indicated that this matter was by no means ordinary, and perhaps someone had researched some new type of technology. Confidentiality agreements were handed out and everyone quickly signed their names, just waiting for Dean Lee to make the announcement. But instead of saying anything, Dean Lee handed each person a copy of the information. I'll give you all an hour to read the information first. The crowd was all puzzled, and many of the old professors took out their glasses from their pockets and put them on. They would like to see what kind of important information is it that they still need to sign a confidentiality agreement to be able to. When they saw the title, Controlled Fusion, on the information, their hearts were shocked. Controlled nuclear fusion, they are aware of some years ago has been the national century key projects, but because the project has not been any major breakthroughs, so the country has the new energy research focus on solar energy, wind energy, water energy and other such directions. Due to the fact that the investment capital of controlled nuclear fusion is too large, I heard that the country is also preparing to put the program ready to suspend for a period of time, but now they are suddenly summoned here urgently and a confidentiality agreement has been signed. Does it mean that there is a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Everyone was looking at the information in their hands with a curious expression, hoping to find the answers they wanted. After skimming the first part of the information, they didn't find anything special, so started reading the second part of the information. The second part is the formula, principles and data for controlled fusion. The more they looked at it, the more excited they became, and each of them was in a state of shock. The scene was very quiet, with only the sound of flipping through information. An hour later, Dean Lee said softly, "Everyone's seen it all, right?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at Dean Lee. None of them spoke. They were still caught up in the shock of this information at this point. After about 2 more minutes, an old professor asked incredulously at Dean Lee, "Could this information be correct?" As this old professor's words were asked, the scene once again fell into an eerie silence, and everyone stared at Dean Lee, expecting his answer. "We did the math through Hua Cheng's supercomputer and came up with the right result." Everyone's mouths were open in shock at Dean Lee's short sentence. They immediately felt that the information in their hands became £1,000. If, as Dean Lee said, this information was completely correct, then wouldn't that mean that the Dragon Kingdom had now made a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Based on the formula, principles and data in the information, they speculated that it would take less than 50 years for the Dragon Kingdom to develop controlled nuclear fusion. If this is the case, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom will undergo a radical change, because they all know in their hearts that with energy reform will come this new type of technology. Just like why people can't research spaceships nowadays. The reason is simple: the current fuel can't satisfy the voyage of spaceships. But it would be different if controlled fusion were studied. A very small energy device for controlled fusion could release powerful energy. At the same time, Jiang Fan arrived in Kyoto with Minister Zhou Huaid. At this time, it was already 9 p.m. Instead of taking Jiang Fan to dinner, Zhou Huaid drove his car directly to the Primary Research Institute. "Jiang Fan, take a little rest. I'll take you to the conference hall in 5 minutes to expound on the principles of the formula and the future realization plan to everyone." "Aha!" Jiang Mo nodded. "It's okay, don't be nervous." After Zhou Huaid finished speaking, he went out. The assistant waiting at the door said to him, "Minister Zhou, this is the information you are having investigated." Zhou Huaid took the information and read it. The information also to a photo. "It is Churuoshi." 5 minutes later, Zhou Huaid smiled and handed the information back to his assistant. "Destroy all this information." "Okay, Minister Zhou." The assistant went to a shredder and put the information in. Zhou Huaid came to Jiang Fan's lounge and knocked on the door twice. It then opened. "Jiang Fan, get ready." There. Jiang Fan stood up and then followed Zhou Huaid towards the conference hall. 24 Chapter, Meetings. Elder Long and Elder Qiao also came to the conference hall of the institute after returning from Lingzhou City. When the group of experts and professors saw the two of them come in, they all had a look of admiration on their faces and stood up to greet them. The achievements made by the two of them in scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom are unrivaled to this day. It has a place in the world. Many researchers have made them a lifelong goal. After Elder Long and Elder Chow gestured for everyone to sit down, they also took their seats. Dean Li then took them a non-disclosure agreement and information as well. They knew more about Jiang Fan's information on controlled nuclear fusion than anyone else on the scene, but the procedures that needed to be followed still had to be followed. Many people saw Elder Long and Elder Chow and began to whisper, "You guys, do you think this controlled fusion document was researched by Elder Long or Elder Chow? You don't say. It's really possible. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, who else has a higher level of scientific research technology than them? Especially Elder Long. He's unrivaled in nanomaterials and in rocket fuels. And I see this controlled fusion document. It's very likely that he's the one who researched it. Elder Long is truly amazing. When I can reach half of Elder Long's skill level, I'll be satisfied. Work hard. We still have a chance." Just when there was speculation about the researcher of the controlled fusion paper, Dean Li said to the group, "Gentlemen, now that everyone is here, let's get down to the business of today's meeting. I believe that there are many things that you do not understand about this document on controlled nuclear fusion, so we will ask the owner of the document to give me a debriefing explanation below." As soon as Dean Li finished speaking, everyone looked in the direction of Elder Long and Elder Chow and applauded, but they realized that Elder Long and Elder Chow had no intention of getting up. People thought the applause wasn't loud enough, and then they clapped faster and harder. Just then, the conference doors were opened. A high school-looking young man walked in. Everyone's was a little confused. This was a state-secret meeting. How can you just let anyone in? Their applause sparsely stopped and their eyes went to the young man, until the young man walked up to the podium. There was no staff to stop him and take him out. Amazing thoughts then popped into everyone's heads. The person who wrote this controlled fusion document couldn't have been this young man, could it? With that, they dismissed the idea. No, that's absolutely impossible. How old was this young man? Looking at most 18 or 19 years old. If he had said that he had researched controlled fusion, no one would have believed them even if they had been beaten to death. This is because they all know very well that a scientific researcher, who belongs to the learning stage until he is 28 years old, is unlikely to work on any scientific research project at all. The true golden age of a researcher is between 28 and 35 years old, because at this age, people are energetic, experienced, and quick thinking. It is easy to study scientific results. Of course, this is not an absolute, only that most human researchers are like this. Just as everyone was speculating about Jiang Fan's identity, Dean Li said to everyone, "Let me introduce you all. His name is Jiang Fan, the owner of this document." What? Did he really work on this controlled fusion document? How is this possible? How old is he? The crowd's mouths opened wide in shock, filled with incredulity. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Elder Long and Elder Chow were extremely satisfied and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. They were also shocked when they first got Jiang Fan's information. Although they were prepared in their hearts, when they met and saw that Jiang Fan was so young, there was still something inside that they couldn't accept. Not to mention them, without a bit of careful thought building, Jiang Fan appeared directly in front of them. No one can accept that an 18-year-old has researched controlled fusion. Dean Li looked at the incredible experts and professors below and continued, "Today's society is ever-changing and unpredictable, and we can't look at today's youth with the same old eyes as we did a year ago. To see that they are able to study such scientific research at such a young age, we should feel gratified and proud, because it shows that the Dragon Kingdom will become even stronger in the future in the hands of the younger generation." President Li's words brought a round of applause. Yeah, to be able to research controlled nuclear fusion at such a young age, one's future accomplishments were absolutely immeasurable. They should be proud as seniors. Dean Li saw that everyone had accepted Jiang Fan, then whispered to him, "Jiang Fan, just tell everyone." Jiang Fan nodded, then said, "Thank you all for your encouragement. Today it is up to me to explain to you the principles of the formula and the plans for its future realization. First, I will give you the principle of the controlled fusion plasma formula. Plasma is very important in the study of controlled fusion. The reason is simple. If the temperature is high enough, the electrons will break away from the atoms and the fourth state of matter will be revealed. The basic equations governing the various elusive behaviors of plasma are known to us, SOV and Maxwell equations, 6. Like Newton's laws governing the motion of three bodies, the Navier-Stokes equations governing the motion of fluids, the Boltzmann equations governing the motion of large numbers of molecules. Jiang Fan didn't hold any information in his hands because all this knowledge was in his mind. He gave a full explanation for nearly 2 hours, and the experts and professors on the stage, who were still skeptical, found that Jiang Fan spoke very professionally, and many documents, They do not understand the principle of the formula. Jiang Fan is also in depth to speak clearly. This makes them very confident that they will be able to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. In the future, they believe that if Jiang Fan leads the controlled fusion team, it will take less than 20 years to realize it. Maybe they would have a chance to see Jiang Fan research controlled nuclear fusion in their lifetimes. If that was the case, the Dragon Kingdom at that time would definitely undergo a radical change. The world pattern would also change because of Jiang Fan. The Dragon Kingdom will never again be suppressed by the Pretty Kingdom. Thinking about this, every expert and professor was so excited that they couldn't wait for this moment to come. However, they all knew in their hearts that although Jiang Fan's theory was valid, there were still many problems to be encountered in actual operation. But with Jiang Fan's theory as the most guide, it was only a matter of time before controlled nuclear fusion was researched. Immediately after Jiang Fan finished speaking, thunderous applause rang out from the stage. Seniors, are there any more questions? At this time, an expert stood up and asked Jiang Fan a question that everyone was concerned about. How long will it take to realize controlled fusion as you plan? Chapter 25. 25. Choosing to believe. How long will it take to realize controlled fusion as you plan? When Jiang Fan heard this question, he looked at the experts and professors below, all of whom had an expectant gaze, and after pondering for a while, he slowly said, theoretically 5 years. Everyone was happy when they heard Jiang Fan say 5 years. Oh, lad is still too young. After all, he's only 18 and has no practical scientific experience yet, so he's right to think that way. Yes, the theory of scientific research is one thing, but the practice is another. Funding, personnel, materials, limitations of the level of science and technology, temperature, humidity, weather reasons, geographic location and so on are all factors that affect the success of scientific research. Ha ha, but I still appreciate this young man, at least dare to think. Many times our scientific research projects are developed because of bold imagination. Jiang Fan looked at the stage. Because of his own words, the atmosphere was much more active, and he had been nervous and relaxed. In fact, he was already very conservative when he said 5 years just now because the time given by the system is 1 year. Jiang Fan was afraid of scaring them and deliberately said it for a longer period of time, but as a result, it was still mistakenly thought to be a joke by everyone. But he didn't explain. After everyone laughed it off, they asked a lot of specialized questions to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan also answered them all. Minister Zhou Huai'd still underestimated this group of experts and professors of the desire for knowledge. They questioned one after another, without a little interruption, until 2 o'clock in the morning. Minister Zhou Huai was worried about the health problems of this group of experts and professors, so he forced the meeting to end. They all had a feeling that they were not done with it, and when they were leaving, they went up to the stage to shake hands with Jiang Fan. In the end, only Elder Long and Elder Qiao remained in the conference hall. Elder Long, it's so late, why don't you go home and rest? Elder Qiao said. Cut. What is your kid playing at? Don't think I don't know. I've decided to take Jiang Fan. What are you going to do? Long Lao said nonchalantly. Elder Long, if it's anything else, I can give in to you, but this kid, I'll take him too. Elder Qiao had an air of determination. Are you calling my bluff? Call the shots. The two looked like they were about to make a move, and Dean Li quickly pulled them apart. Elder Long, Elder Qiao, the two of you together are over 100 years old. Fighting here in the middle of the night, spreading the word won't be laughed at by others. Only then did Elder Long and Elder Qiao separate. Seeing as you're older than me, I won't bother with you that much. Elder Qiao said, don't look at me. I'm 10 years older than you. Clean you up. No problem. The sight of the Li Dean see two people have fight up mouth. Very speechless. Both of you. You see it's now 2 a.m. Let's go back and rest first. The body is the most important. Dean Li persuaded down. I'm in great shape. I'm well and good. Dean Li looked at Long Lao and Xiao Lao with graying temples, still acting like two small children. His heart was amused and angry. Elder Long, Elder Qiao, I know you guys are in good health, but Jiang Fan is also tired from lecturing everyone for 5 or 6 hours. He also needs to rest, doesn't he? When Long Lao and Xiao Lao heard this, it was true that if a precious lump like Jiang Fan was physically exhausted, it would be a big loss for the Dragon Kingdom. They were persuaded by Dean Li, so they all went back. Jiang Fan was arranged by Zhou Huai to rest in one of the rooms of the institute. He then had some meals made and sent them over to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was also hungry and his stomach was rumbling. Since he had eaten with Chu Ruoshi at noon, he hadn't eaten a bit of food for more than 10 hours until now. Zhou Huai waited for Jiang Fan to eat almost as much as he wanted, and finally opened his mouth to ask the words that had been echoing in his heart. Jiang Fan, you said that controlled fusion can be researched within 5 years. Is that true? Aha! Jiang Fan said as he swallowed a mouthful of rice. Hearing Jiang Fan's affirmative answer, Minister Zhou Huaid instantly became excited. As the chief commander of controlled nuclear fusion in the Dragon Kingdom, he dreamed of how to make controlled nuclear fusion research a success, but the reality is always ruthless. He is responsible for this project for a full 10 years. The country has invested more than $30 billion, although there is progress, but there is no major breakthrough. This year, the country's finances decided to plan a moratorium on controlled fusion projects because they were overwhelmed. Controlled nuclear fusion is his 10 years of hard work, and I'm afraid no one has deeper feelings for controlled nuclear fusion than he does. Even though his heart is not willing to let go, but because there is no technological breakthrough, he went without a little way. Until he met Jiang Fan, he instantly ignited hope. Today, he heard Jiang Fan say again that controlled nuclear fusion could be realized within 5 years, and even though he felt it was somewhat impossible, he was willing to believe and try, because so many things in the world seem impossible, and it's because someone believes and goes through with it that those impossible things are realized. That's why Zhou Huaid was willing to take the risk of trying, or else he really wouldn't be able to see controlled fusion research succeed in his lifetime. There is no problem with your theory, but you will encounter a lot of problems when you really go into practice. Zhou Huaid analyzed to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan ate the rice in his bowl and listened to what Zhou Huaid said. Only when the last grain of rice was eaten clean did Jiang Fan put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, turning his head to look Zhou Huaid in the eyes. He said seriously, 1 year. I only need 1 year to research controlled fusion successfully. Zhou Huaid's eyes were wide open. His breathing was rapid, and he could clearly hear the thumping sound of his heart accelerating. A year? He stammered out the 2 words, full of disbelief. If Jiang Fan had just said 5 years, he could barely accept it. But Jiang Fan would say that it would only take a year for him to succeed in researching controlled nuclear fusion. When he heard that, the first thought that came to his mind was that it couldn't be. Even if Jiang Fan was a god, he couldn't have successfully researched controlled nuclear fusion in a year's time. The difficulty of realizing controlled nuclear fusion, which he knew better than anyone, was not a problem that could be solved overnight. But he looked at Jiang Fan's resolute eyes and had to be convinced. Jiang Fan, are you serious? Uncle Zhou, as you said to me on the way here, this world was originally many things incredible. Just like the feudal society before the Industrial Revolution. Look at the current airplanes and trains. Beating them to death cannot believe that this is a human invention. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Zhou Huaid was ruthless. He decided to follow Jiang Fan and go crazy. Even if he didn't succeed, then he would have no regrets in his life. How much funding is needed in total? Jiang Fan pondered for a while and said, 10 billion. When Jiang Fan said this number, Zhou Huaid was not surprised. On the contrary, when Jiang Fan said it was too little, he was somewhat skeptical. Finally, Zhou Huaid said with a clench of his teeth, good. I'll apply tomorrow. Chapter 26. 26. This is a score control. The next day, Rage's City, an upscale neighborhood. Dad, I went to school to get my notice. A girl said cheerfully. Sure. Dad will drive you there. The middle-aged man said dotingly. Oops, Dad, I'm 18 years old, and the school is so close. I'll be there in a minute. The girl panicked and refused, with other things on her mind. Okay, remember to take a parasol. Don't get sunburned. The middle-aged man explained. Got it, Dad. The girl's mouth agreed, but she didn't reach for the parasol hanging in the doorway. Instead, he smiled and opened the door to go out. The girl wore a ponytail with 2 pretty butterfly cards in her hair, which swayed as she walked, like 2 real butterflies dancing on top of her head. La la la, la la la. The girl walked along, humming a song cheerfully, and you could tell she was having a good day. The sky outside was extraordinarily clear, and a few white clouds, floating leisurely in the blue sky, made people feel indescribably cozy. The girl quickly arrived at the happy neighborhood, and she breezed over to building number 3. I don't know, is that guy up yet? The girl murmured as she went up the stairs. Coming to the door, she straightened her pale blue skirt and took a picture of her light makeup on her cell phone before knocking with satisfaction. The door was quickly opened. A middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway, and when she saw the girl, she immediately smiled like a flower. Ruoshi is here. Come in and sit down. Chu Ruoshi smiled and followed her into the living room. Auntie, where's Jiang Fan? Li Guichin took some fruits from the refrigerator and then said, Fan went to Kyoto. Didn't he tell you? Kyoto? Chu Ruoshi was puzzled. Then Li Guichin told Chu Ruoshi about Jiang Fan, and she realized that Jiang Fan had researched solar photovoltaic panel materials. Then he remembered what happened yesterday and instantly understood everything. Learning that Jiang Fan had been accepted by several colleges and universities at the same time, Chu Ruoshi couldn't say how happy she was for him. Just yesterday, she was sad that Jiang Fan only scored 300 points in the college entrance exam. but she didn't think that he would be accepted by several colleges and universities today. Hearing Li Guiqin say that there was also Huaqing University among them, Chu Ruoshi was instantly excited. If Jiang Fan chose Huaqing University, wouldn't that mean they would be classmates in the future? Thinking of this, Chu Ruoshi giggled and laughed out loud. Right, Ruoshi, I heard from Xiaofan that you did quite well on the exams. Which school did you get accepted into? Li Guiqin asked. Auntie, I applied to Huaqing University. I'm going to the school to get my notice today. Huaqing University? Ruoshi is awesome. Not only is she pretty, but her studies are also so good. So to speak, you and Xiaofan might still be classmates in the future. He. The more Li Guiqin looks at Chu Ruoshi, the more she likes. The little girl is cheerful, lively and lovely, and looks like a little fairy. She lamented in her heart that it would be great if Wakashi could be her son's girlfriend. Li Guiqin and Chu Ruoshi chatted for about half an hour. She asked Li Guiqin for Jiang Fan's contact information and said goodbye to go to the school to get the notice. The little girl didn't see Jiang Fan, although she was a bit lost. But when she thought of the possibility of Jiang Fan and her attending the same school in the future, she was happy again. The breeze that brushed her face, like her mother's gentle touch, made it feel especially comfortable. The birds in the trees along the roadside, too, chirped merrily. Chu Ruoshi couldn't help but pull on her skirt and dance like a princess. The school wasn't far from Jiang Fan's house, and she quickly arrived at the first middle school. Chu Ruoshi didn't go to the communication room to find her notice, but went directly to the principal's office on the third floor. This is because notices from key schools are sent to the principal's office in case they get lost in the communication room. She came to the door of the principal's office on the third floor and was just about to knock on the door when she heard the principal and her homeroom teacher inside discussing Jiang Fan. Teacher Wang, how did you become a class teacher? Jiang Fan is such a powerful genius and you didn't even notice? Mr. Wang commiserated. Principal Ma, as you know, teaching in senior year is rather intense, with one small test in 3 days and one big test in 10 days. It's impossible for me to focus on just one student every day. Principal Ma slammed the table and yelled at Mr. Wang, don't you explain so much to me? I just can't believe that you didn't notice that Jiang Fan's total score was 300 every time he took the test so many times. He's controlling the score. Do you understand? Try to ask all the high school students in the entire Lingzhou city. Who can do it? 9 consecutive total score control to 300 points. And each subject into also 9 consecutive score control. Language 60. Math 60. English 60. The big comprehensive 120. Control points? Chu Ruoshi was shocked in her heart when she heard what the principal said. Recalling Jiang Fan's past grades, it seemed like it was indeed 300 points every time. Is Jiang Fan really controlling the score again? If that was the case, then how terrifying his strength would be as such. Each test controls the score to 300, not 1 point more or less. Such score control is too harsh. First of all, you must master all the knowledge of high school. Those questions are wrong. Those questions are right. And how many points you get for being right. It all has to be judged accurately. Even as a teacher in high school, he is not sure that he can control a precise score for the subject he says he teaches. Jiang Fan is the one who has to control all the subjects to an exact score. And still 9 times. Chu Ruoshi thought carefully. It turned out that Jiang Fan was simply a super invincible college bully before. Thinking about this, Chu Ruoshi couldn't help but laugh out. Thinking about those jokes about Jiang Fan being a little cutie. As classmates, it turned out that they were the real size cutie. Office of the General Directorate of Science and Technology of the Dragon State. Zhou Huaid sat on the stool with his head lowered. He was currently being berated by a country-faced middle-aged man. Zhou Huaid, 10 billion? 10 billion how can you open your mouth? Do you think that our Dragon Kingdom's financial revenue comes from the wind? The controlled fusion program is about to stop running, and you're suddenly asking me for $10 billion in funding. In these 10 years, this project has cost the country a total of more than $30 billion. What results have you researched as the Commander-in-Chief? Another $10 billion. Get the hell out of here now. Stop controlled fusion for me tomorrow. Zhou Huaid silently endured the leader's chiding. He did not retort, because he really did not have any results in these 10 years. He didn't say anything slowly until the leader had finished spreading his anger. Chief, this is the signature of the top researchers in various fields of the Dragon Kingdom, who have always believed that the controlled nuclear fusion researched by Jiang Fan this time can be realized. 27 Chapter 27, Plans. At the same time, Jiang Fan was woken up by a phone call. Last night, he told Zhou Huaid that he could develop controlled fusion in a year's time, and as a result, he was dragged along and explored for more than an hour. It was supposed to be after 2 a.m. after the meeting, and when I finally lay down in bed to sleep, it was 4 a.m. Minister Zhou Huida told Jiang Fan that today he went to the State General Administration of Science and Technology to apply for funding for the matter. Tomorrow, he would take him to the controlled nuclear fusion base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. So Jiang Fan didn't have anything to do today. He had planned to take a good day off. When he went to the northern base, there would be a lot of things to be busy with. But it's not even 9 o'clock yet and I'm woken up by an unfamiliar phone call. So I should have known to turn my cell phone off. Jiang Fan picked up the phone helplessly. Hello, Jiang Fan, I'm Xiao Shan from Huaqing University. Your Uncle Xiao. Jiang Fan immediately remembered Elder Xiao who had fought with Elder Long to get himself killed. Uncle Zhou, is something the matter? It's like this. It's your first day in the capital, and I, as the host, invite you to come to our Huaqing campus to take a look around. And as you know, our Huaqing school has a beautiful scenery. Thank you Uncle Zhou for your kind words. Before Jiang Fan could refuse, Xiao Shan said directly, Jiang Fan, my niece Xiao Yifei is the most beautiful school flower of Huaqing. Today she happens to be free. You guys turn around together, Zhou said meaningfully. Although Jiang Fan didn't clearly indicate which school to attend now, he had already chosen Longkou University in his heart, so he wasn't going to give Zhou Lao hope either. As the saying goes, there is no disappointment without hope. But just as Jiang Fan politely refused, the system in his head suddenly rang. System, appropriately scheduled rest and relaxation can, on the contrary, improve the efficiency of scientific research. Choice 1, agree to tour Huaqing campus with Xiao Yifei for 8 hours, obtaining the stay up late capsule, which enables the host to stay up late without hurting himself, for a total of 10,000 hours. Choice 2, decline the invitation. No reward. Jiang Fan's spirit burst. Stay up all night capsule? Staying up all night doesn't hurt your body, and it's also up to 10,000 hours long. Being a qualified researcher, staying up late is part of the norm. Like last night, staying up until 4 in the morning, and now he's still not recovering. Jiang Fan chose one without hesitation and then said to Xiao Shan, okay, Uncle Zhou, I'll be there now. When Xiao Shan heard Jiang Fan's reply, he had a smug look on his face. Sure enough, men can't resist the temptation of beautiful women. It looks like his beauty plan is going to work. Xiao Shan then called Xiao Yifei again. 20 minutes later, the main entrance of Huaqing University walked out of a tall, dimpled young girl, wearing a halter plus a transparent white sarong on top, and a short purple skirt on the bottom revealing her long, white jade legs. When the girl walked in, she only saw a pair of large phoenix eyes under her curved willow eyebrows, a delicate nose, plump round jade lips, and a pointed chin that looked like the petals of a white lotus flower. A graceful smile shows all the charm. Zhou took one look at the girl very pleased. Yifei, this time it's up to you. No matter what methods you use, you must get Jiang Fan into our school. Uncle, don't worry. My name is Huaqing School Flower isn't for nothing. He. Xiao Yifei said confidently. Good. When you're done, I'll tell the school to give you extra credit. Thanks, Uncle. You just watch. Xiao Yifei said happily. She is now soon to be a senior. The key to take off credits is not enough. Senior year she has to go out for internships. There will be even less time to take off credits. If there is a big uncle to step in, credits will not worry. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, Xiao Yifei beamed. Uncle, why hasn't that little kid named Jiang Fan come yet? He couldn't have stood us up. Jiang Fan, that was her credits. She couldn't let him get away. I'll call him. Xiao Shan had just taken out his cell phone when he spotted a Jiang Fan wearing a white t-shirt with khaki slacks. Jiang Fan, over here. Xiao Shan's body greeted him, and he was happy to see Jiang Fan again. This time, without Elder Dragon's interference. He was sure he could handle Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan walked over and greeted Xiao Shan. Hello Uncle Zhou. Yes. Jiang Fan, come, let me introduce you. This is my niece Xiao Yifei. Jiang Fan looked at the girl beside Xiao Shan and realized that she was wearing high heels and was almost as tall as his own height of 1.83 meters. Hello there, little brother, Xiao Yifei said as she stretched out her own slender, white hand. Jiang Fan was first stunned, then somewhat shyly extended his right hand. When his own hand came into contact with Xiao Yifei's soft, boneless hand, his face couldn't help but blush a little. System, countdown begins. 7 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Xiao Yifei saw Jiang Fan's appearance. The heart could not help but laugh. Hey, it seems that it is still a milky, still for the personnel of the little brother. Then she was more than sure. Later, as long as you do a little trick, then he still obediently do whatever he wants to do. By then, one's credits will be taken care of. Thinking here, Xiao Yifei said to Xiao Shan, Uncle, don't you have things to do? Xiao Shan froze. He had wanted to chat with Jiang Fan for a couple of minutes, but then he heard Xiao Yifei say this and gave him an okay gesture. It seemed like his niece should be very sure of herself, so he echoed, right, right, Jiang Fan, I still have to have an important meeting, so I'll have Ifei alone to take you on a tour of Huaqing University today. Uncle Joe. Xiaoshan hadn't waited for Jiang Fan to finish and directly trotted away. Jiang Fan looked at the distant Xiaoshan, a little melancholy, not knowing what to do next. In his last life as a scientific researcher, the worst thing he was good at was interacting with girls, especially pretty and sexy women. He looked at his mind and saw that he still had 7 hours, 58 minutes, and 32 seconds left to complete the mission, and his brow couldn't help but furrow. Little brother Jiang Fan, let's go. Sister will take you to Huaqing's Grove for a spin, Xiao Yifei said seductively, her fragrant tongue not forgetting to lightly lick her jade lips. When Jiang Fan heard this, he only felt goosebumps all over his body and lowered his head, not daring to look straight at Xiao Yifei. Afterward, Xiao Yifei twisted her body and walked towards the Huaqing campus. Jiang Fan looked at the rewards of the system quest, and with a final ruthlessness, he followed. 28 chapter, Stinky Brother. There is a lotus pond on the campus of Huaqing University. Pink lotus flowers in the pond, like a girl in pink dress, wearing a yellow lotus head, standing there quietly. When the wind blew, the girls danced. There were also some budding buds with a few drops of water on them, dainty in the sunlight. Brother Jiang Fan, do you think it's these charming lotus flowers that are pretty? Or sister? Xiao Yifei gave a delicate smile and asked Jiang Fan. Flirty lotus? Jiang Fan is also the first to hear that the lotus can be described as charming. He looked at the time of the mission in his head, 7.5 hours to go. In order to be able to complete the mission, Jiang Fan could only say to Xiao Yifei, you're beautiful. Xiao Yifei covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, pouting. Jiang Fan younger brother, I can only beat you by 3 years yo, do not use you this honorific. Make sister how old like? Oh, Jiang Fan nodded perfunctorily. People say that a girl who is older than you holds a golden brick. Brother Jiang Fan, do you like a girl who is older than you? Jiang Fan's heart was really a bit tormented as he listened to this Xiao Yifei's delicate voice. Now that I think about how happy I was when I used to engage in scientific research, it was such a blessing. Although every day he was faced with formulas, materials, equipment and so on, it was much better than being brought together with Xiao Yifei and being uncomfortable all over. Xiao Yifei saw Jiang Fan's face slightly red and bowed his head, guessing that he must be interested in himself, but was just too shy to express it. Little brother is really still a little brother. It seems that his credits are secure. At this time, Xiao Yifei's cell phone rang. She opened WeChat to see that it was a short message from her eldest uncle Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, Yifei, how did it go with Jiang Fan? Xiao Yifei smiled and replied, everything is under control. Jiaoshan, go for it, and when it's done, I'm applying to the principal for a special contribution award for you. Special contribution award? Xiao Yifei instantly smiled even more broadly. The special contribution award was a very high gold content award from Huaqing University. Every year, the students who receive this award have either made significant contributions to Huaqing University or to the country. Definitely a high honor for Huaqing University. Hearing that her eldest was willing to apply for her was instantly and overwhelmingly exciting. A direct reply to Josen with an okay. With the special contribution award as a lure, Xiao Yifei was ready to unleash her big moves on Jiang Fan. She first glanced at Jiang Fan, who was strolling forward, and realized that his figure was quite straight. If he hadn't been so dumb and silly, he would have actually been quite suitable for his boyfriend profile. Oops. Xiao Yifei quickly dismissed her inner thoughts and cursed herself. One is too uncouth. I can't believe I had such thoughts. The other person was a young child who had just reached adulthood. At Huaqing University, as far as the eye could see, there were rows and rows of men chasing after them. Although they didn't fancy any of them, but one wouldn't get a little brother 3 years younger than oneself as a boyfriend. No matter how much so. She organized her thoughts for a moment. Right now it was better to finish the task her eldest uncle had given her. The credits and the special contribution award were what mattered. The corners of Xiao Yifei's mouth rose slightly before she called out to Jiang Fan in front of her. Ouch! Jiang Fan heard Xiao Yifei's voice behind him and turned his head to look, finding her sprawled on the ground. A look of pain. In his instinct for saving lives, Jiang Fan hurriedly ran over and helped Xiao Yifei up. Xiao Yifei intentionally slipped, soft as if she had no bones, and directly fell into Jiang Fan's arms. A woman's fragrance came to his face, and the hormones in Jiang Fan's body were instantly aroused. He was red-faced, his heart beating a little faster, and his exhalations were a little hot. Xiao Yifei was lying on Jiang Fan's chest, and the man's powerful thumping heartbeat filled her eardrums. Her skin pressed against the t-shirt with only one layer separating them. Feeling the body heat of the opposite sex, Xiao Yifei's face inexplicably turned slightly red. Her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate a bit as well. and she hurriedly left Jiang Fan's body. Flustered, he straightened his clothes. Brother Jiang Fan, I'm fine. I accidentally fell just now. Oh, Jiang Fan responded, then turned around and continued on his way. At the same time, he secretly made a resolution that for the remaining 7 hours, he would try to keep his distance from Xiao Yifei, or else he would have to get cardiac arrhythmia. Xiao Yifei soothed her thoughts for a moment. Originally, according to her plan, pretending to fall, and then provoke a man's desire to protect a woman, and after having physical contact, she then slightly tricked herself, so she was not afraid that Jiang Fan would not take the bait. However, plans couldn't catch up with changes, and when she plopped down into Jiang Fan's arms, she actually found herself a bit aroused. After about 20 minutes of walking like this with Jiang Fan, he realized that there were seats in front of him and proposed to take a break. Jiang Fan agreed and sat on the stool. All the way there he realized that the environment of Huaqing University was really beautiful. He suddenly remembered that Chu Ruoshi seemed to have been admitted to Huaqing University. If he came to Huaqing to go to school, then the two of them could be classmates, and they could stroll on the grass every day, which was not bad to think about. However, Jiang Fan was only thinking about it, but he would not do so, because his ideal was to become a great scientific researcher and make his own contribution in science and technology for the Dragon Kingdom and for mankind. However, when he remembered the lively and lovely Chu Ruoshi, teaching Lu Ji a lesson for himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This scene let Xiao Yifei see, and in her heart, she slandered. It seems that Jiang Fan's little brother belongs to the sultry type, and has a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. Xiao Yifei decided to seduce Jiang Fan once again so that he would completely fall under her garnet skirt. Brother Jiang Fan, it's so hot today. Jiang Fan heard Xiao Yifei speak and retrieved his thoughts. Xiao Yifei saw that he managed to attract Jiang Fan's gaze over. Then he deliberately pulled his white sarong and fanned himself back and forth. It's so hot. After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, she directly took off her white sarong, leaving only a halter inside, revealing a large area of snow-white skin below her neck, especially the plump breasts, which instantly attracted Jiang Fan's gaze. Xiao Yifei was pleased to see this. Brother Jiang Fan, your shoelace is open. Sister, help you tie it. Jiang Fan was about to refuse, but Xiao Yifei squatted directly in front of him and bent down to help tie Jiang Fan's shoes. The collar of the halter was already loose, so Jiang Fan looked down and saw, at a glance, a deep, bottomless gully. I can tie it myself. The words were stuttering a bit. The men's hormones stirred again. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away, but those undeniable eyes skimmed over again. Xiao Yifei deliberately tied her shoes slowly and glanced at Jiang Fan with the rest of her eyes. Seeing him staring straight at her, mentally pouted a sentence. Little pervert. For the sake of credits and special contribution awards, it's a bargain for your stinking brother. 29 Chapter 29 Nanometric Techniques. Jiang Fan, who hadn't seen the world, where could he stand up to it? And in the end, his nosebleeds flowed out directly. When Xiao Yifei was being complacent, she looked up and saw that Jiang Fan was bleeding a lot from his nose, and hurriedly took out the toilet paper to stop Jiang Fan's bleeding. But the evil fire in Jiang Fan's body was too big, causing the nosebleed to stop at all. In the end, Xiao Yifei hurriedly brought Jiang Fan to the school's infirmary, and the doctor treated him before the nosebleed stopped. Xiao Yifei was also terrified, truly afraid that Jiang Fan's blood would be drained. His own credits and special contribution award would be finished. Doctor, what's wrong with him? The doctor looked at Qi Yifei and then said, young people are on fire. You'd better wear more clothes. Xiao Yifei glanced at her hot body and instantly understood what the doctor meant when he said expression. A moment of embarrassment. So, that doctor, is he okay now? Xiao Yifei asked with concern. Jiang Fan was his credits. It was related to whether or not she could successfully graduate, so she didn't dare to be careless. The doctor said casually, drink lots of water, and it's best to stay indoors where it's air-conditioned so that the blood vessels in your nasal passages don't swell. Thank you, doctor, Jiang Fan said. Before leaving, the doctor patted Jiang Fan's shoulder meaningfully. In his heart, he said, young man, Buddy can only help you up to this point. The next thing, it's up to you. Hey, Xiao Yifei and Jiang Fan came out and looked at the time. It was almost 12 noon, so Xiao Yifei said to Jiang Fan, brother Jiang Fan, let me take you to dinner. Aha! The two of them then had lunch at the Huaqing cafeteria. While eating, Xiao Yifei took stock. She can't use her body to tempt Jiang Fan anymore. She's really afraid that if Jiang Fan loses too much blood and faints, it's not worth it. So it was decided that after dinner she would take him to a coffee and book bar on campus. There she could read and chat, and then she could show off her wise goddess side. Xiao Yifei was not only the school beauty of Huaqing University, but also a veritable school bully. Professional grades every time, the first place, and she also followed his uncle Qiao Shan involved in a lot of scientific research projects, then casually take out to say a word. Jiang Fan is afraid to be admired by the five body to the ground. Thinking of this, Xiao Yifei said to Jiang Fan, Senior Jiang Fan, we have a coffee book bar in Huaqing. The environment is very beautiful. Usually when I'm idle I go to drink coffee and read a book. It's very cozy. I'll take you to see it later. Jiang Fan heard, coffee book bar? This one's good. This way he wouldn't have to say too much to Xiao Yifei, and as long as he made it through the 8 hours, he would be able to complete the quests issued by the system to obtain the rewards. He looked at the time of the mission. 5 hours to go. It would be great to read for 5 hours in the afternoon. After they finished eating, they went together to the coffee and book bar that Xiao Yifei had mentioned. Xiao Yifei showed her membership and then found a yatai. The coffee and book bar is decorated in a very bookish and chatty atmosphere, with lots of books available to borrow for free. Jiang Fan took a look at his surroundings and liked it very much. Just as Xiao Yifei began to speak about the scientific research project she was involved in, Jiang Fan stood up. Walking over to the bookshelf, he searched for his favorite book, finally picking out a copy of the history of Blue Star Technology. As an Earth researcher who had traveled from a parallel world, he was still unclear about the current level of technology on Blue Star, and it was just the right time to learn about it through this book. Xiao Yifei was a bit surprised to see Jiang Fan take a book like this. Brother Jiang Fan, do you like technology books? Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Xiao Yifei was happy in her heart. It just so happened that her major was materials science, and she knew some of the materials for many scientific and technological researches. Jiang Fan likes that handy technology? Xiao Yifei asked. I was more into the nanotechnology side of things before, and lately I've been into the space side of things. In his last life, Jiang Fan was mainly engaged in nano research on Earth. Later, after traveling to the blue planet and having the presence of the system in his mind, he began to be more interested in the technology of the world outside of humanity. He felt that human technology, currently limited by many technological levels, was simply unable to research over-the-top technology in a short period of time. Just like controlled nuclear fusion, if the system had not rewarded him with formula principles and data, he would not have been able to research controlled nuclear fusion even if he had struggled for a lifetime. Not to mention spaceships, time shuttles, space elevators, and other space technology. He was now convinced that a higher civilization definitely existed beyond Earth, and the system in his head was the strong proof. Regarding the system in his mind, Jiang Fan thought that it must be a medium for the higher civilization creatures, through which they wanted to teach some advanced technology to humans and accelerate the development of human science and technology. So if he wanted to explore civilizations beyond humanity, he must choose to look at the sky technology aspect of the research, in order to find the answer, or to be able to lead the human race to find a better place to live. Of course these thoughts of Jiang Fan were not clear to Xiao Yifei. She thought that when Jiang Fan said he was interested in space technology, it should be a surface curiosity about the cosmic space. Brother Jiang Fan, space technology is very broad, and there are very few researchers in this area. You have to cheerio. Maybe the future of mankind to achieve interstellar tourism depends on you. He, said Xiao Yifei jokingly. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded at Xiao Yifei. Xiao Yifei couldn't help but smile as she looked at the silly and somewhat adorable Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang Fan, you said you liked nanotechnology before. I'm involved in a nano measurement technology right now, and it's through an atomic force microscope. Xiao Yifei began to talk colorfully about the nano project she was involved in, and she was sure that Jiang Fan would be impressed by her knowledge. After the speech was almost done, Xiao Yifei didn't forget to proudly show off to Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang Fan, isn't that especially impressive? However, Jiang Fan only said indifferently, you said that the nano measurement technology is too old and has many drawbacks. Too old for technology? Xiao Yifei was a bit angry. This technology was a project that her eldest uncle was in charge of. His eldest uncle Qiao Shan was the top scientific research academician in the Dragon Kingdom, and he was the recipient of the Dragon Kingdom's Lifetime Achievement Award. But he was told by Jiang Fan that the technology researched was too old. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Jiang Fan saw Xiao Yifei's skepticism and said, nanometrics, and a relatively advanced technique, is optical interferometry, which utilizes the interference fringes of light to improve the resolution of measurements. The measurement methods are dual-frequency laser interferometry, optical aberration interferometry, X-ray interferometry, and FAP standard tool measurement. Xiao Yifei listened with her mouth wide open and an incredulous expression. 30 chapter, The Chief's Decision. At more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in Jiang Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly came to mind. System, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and being awarded the stay-up all-night capsule. Is it to be used? Use. As Jiang Fan's words fell, a flash of silver light sprinkled in his mind and a dialogue box appeared in his mind. He tapped it with his consciousness, and it showed that it could offset 10,000 hours of staying up all night. Staying up all night physically hurting his body. Jiang Fan laughed. With this staying up all night artifact, he would never have to worry about staying up all night and damaging his body again. With the mission accomplished, there was no need for him to stay with Xiao Yifei any longer. So he found an excuse and said, "Thank you Xiao Yifei, for showing me around Huaqing University today. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Xiao Yifei froze. Just now Jiang Fan had also given her so much knowledge about nano, completely something she hadn't come into contact with before. Why did he suddenly have to leave? The key thing was that Jiang Fan seemed to know more about nanomaterials than his own eldest uncle. The principles of those nanotechnologies, though she couldn't confirm the correctness of them, seemed fine with a woman's sixth sense, just as Xiao Yifei was a bit confused as to how Jiang Fan knew so much. Her phone rang. "Xiao Yifei, uncle." "Xiao Shan, Yifei, did you fix Jiang Fan?" "Xiao Yifei, uncle. Let's not talk about this for now. Have you ever heard of nano-optical interferometry technology? JHT, optical interferometry?" Xiao Yifei probably gave Xiao Shan a rundown of the nano-optical interferometry technology that Jiang Fan had talked about. When she finished speaking, Xiao Shan was suddenly in deep thought. This was the first time he had heard of this technique, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it in theory. If this optical interferometry technique is established, it is more than one level higher than the atomic force microscope measurement technique that he is now studying. Thinking about it, Josen got a little excited. In fact, if you want to know whether this technique is correct or not, you can verify it by doing a direct experiment. "Xiao Shan, Yifei, you come to the nanotechnology lab immediately now. I feel that what you said is highly feasible." Xiao Yifei hung up the phone with a shocked face. Could it be that what Jiang Fan said was correct? But he was only a high school student. How could he understand how profound nanotechnology? She didn't have time to think about that though. Now she had to make a quick trip to the nanotech lab. The eldest should want to do an experiment to verify the technology. Jiang Fan returned to the Level 1 Research Institute, and he first made a trip to Zhou Huaide. Knocking on the door of Zhou Huaide's room, the smoke that filled the room spread out, almost choking him out. And Zhou Huaide was already sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette in his hand. Jiang Fan saw a sad face and asked, "Ahem, Uncle Zhou, did you encounter something?" "Oh, Xia Fan come and sit." Zhou Huaide then reacted and opened the window to let the smoke smell out. When Jiang Fan sat down, Zhou Huaide poured a cup of water and put it in front of him. Only then did he slow down. The research funds have not been applied for, and on the chief's side, he has decided to suspend the controlled nuclear fusion program. Pause. Jiang Fan was stunned, obviously not anticipating this situation. He guessed that the worst thing that could happen was that the state would not give the funding for the research, but he did not expect that the funding would not be applied for and that the program of controlled fusion would be suspended. If that was the case, the controlled fusion that the system rewarded him for would not be realized. "Uncle Zhou, are you taking that information to show the chief?" Jiang Fan said. "Looked, and there are yesterday's meeting of experts and professors' signatures, but the head said he also has no way. This is the National Scientific Research Finance several leaders of the common deliberation to give the results. Without money, controlled fusion certainly can't be developed. Then is there no other way?" Jiang Fan asked undeterred. "Hey, no more," Zhou Huaide said with a helpless sigh. Jiang Fan bowed his head. He was a bit undecided. Right now, as long as controlled nuclear fusion was researched, the future technology could only take a qualitative leap. Controlled fusion is a new type of energy source that can consistently output a large amount of energy from even a very small energy device. For example, the conventional fuel for aircraft carriers nowadays is oil, and the oil consumed to propel a huge aircraft carrier is also huge, and the amount of kinetic energy converted is limited, but not with controlled fusion, which has a very powerful output that can instantly and rapidly speed up a 70,000 ton aircraft carrier. Of course, this is only one aspect of the application of controlled fusion, and when controlled fusion technology matures, it will be utilized in all aspects of human life. Seeing Jiang Fan's dejected face, Zhou Huaide's heart became even sadder. However, the chief also set a condition that my application could be considered as long as we complete it, but this condition is simply impossible to accomplish. When Jiang Fan heard that things still had a turnaround, it was like he saw hope. Hurriedly, he asked, "On what terms?" "Hey," the chief said, "to stabilize the fusion for 100 seconds in January time." "Fusion stabilization for 100 seconds? Jiang Fan recited it silently. "Yes, 100 seconds time. Impossible to reach. Currently our base fusion has not stabilized for a second." "Uncle Zhou, I can do it." Jiang Fan looked at Zhou Huaide and said firmly. Really? Zhou Huaid was violently excited, but then had calmed down. How is that possible? The reason nuclear fusion can be turned into an energy source for people to use is that the fusion of atomic deuterium and tritium needs to be stabilized at a critical point with a continuous output of energy. For example, the plasma temperature reaches 440 million degrees, the pulsed fusion output power exceeds 16 megawatts, and the technology of controlled fusion is to control this temperature and power unchanged. If there is a slight temperature change in the middle, it will break this equilibrium and fusion will fail. And although Jiang Fan's formulaic principles and data for controlled nuclear fusion can be realized with a high degree of certainty, it needs to be built on top of $10 billion of funding. But now the leaders above mean that not a penny will be given, and they still want to see the results of controlled nuclear fusion. This is even more difficult than climbing up to heaven. Whatever the scientific achievement, that is based on money. Xiao Fan, I believe your theory is correct, and only 1 year can develop controlled nuclear fusion. But at present, our program does not have a bit of funding left. Uncle Zhou, I know the situation. A month's time if only fusion is maintained for 100 seconds time. I feel that with the original equipment and materials, it should be possible. Jiang Fan said indifferently. Zhou Huaid thought, this is indeed a way. Before, after all, they have invested more than $30 billion. The materials and equipment are a complete set. Thinking of this, Zhou Huaid once again became excited and said as he took Jiang Fan's hand, Xiao Fan, success or failure is once again on the line. I'll take you to the northern base tomorrow. 31 Chapter 18. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the glass into the nano research room of Huaqing University. A researcher in white overalls was anxiously awaiting the results of the experiment. As the machine made the sound of drop, and the results were printed out, he hurriedly picked up the report and read it carefully. A smile gradually bloomed on his face, and with it he burst out laughing. Ha ha, it's okay. Great. At that moment, the girl lying on a side table was awakened. Sleepy said, Uncle, what are you laughing at? Fei, we've done it. The nano-optical interferometry technology you said was correct, and it's been developed by us. Ha ha. When Xiao Fei heard Xiaoshan say excitedly, she was suddenly sleepy and hurriedly stood up to check the results of the experiment. Her eyes were wide and full of excitement. Ah, fantastic, Uncle. I can't believe we succeeded so easily. And it's several times better than the performance of the previous atomic force microscope technology. Ha ha. Xiao Fei was also excited. Yeah, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha. By the way, how did you get this technical idea? Xiaoshan asked. This is not something I researched. Xiao Fei said with some embarrassment. How she wished in her heart that she had researched it herself. It was only a pity that it was something that her brother Jiang Fan, who she thought was a bit of a dullard, had casually told her. You didn't research it? Then which expert professor from Huaqing must have done it? Neither? Joey said. Which is who? Zhou asked, also a bit bewildered. It's Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan? He actually knows about nanotechnology? Zhou had a surprised look on his face. Jiang Fan had already shocked the four seats with the talent he showed in controlled nuclear fusion, but he hadn't expected that he would have such high attainments in nanotechnology as well. This is definitely a genius in the world of scientific research. Thinking of this, Xiaoshan secretly resolved that no matter what, he must make Jiang Fan his student. He didn't want to miss out on such a great student. Thinking of this, Xiaoshan said to Xiao Fei, Fei, did you and Jiang Fan get along so well yesterday? I controlled fusion base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Fan had just gotten down from the military SUV and went straight to the wall and threw up. The road to get here had been so rough that his stomach had been turned over by the bumps along the way. Just got off the bus and he couldn't take it. He threw up straight away. Luckily he hadn't eaten too much in the morning. Seeing Jiang Fan's condition, Zhou Huaid couldn't help but laugh and joked. Xiao Fan, when I first came here, there was no road at all. The whole grass was pitted, and I threw up more than 10 times during the 2-hour journey. Ha! Just as Zhou Huaid and Jiang Fan were joking, a scientific researcher wearing a white scientific research suit flew over with an anxious face. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, you're back. As soon as Zhou Huaid saw his visitor, he said with a smile, So, Wan Shan, they're all gone. They've all been transferred in the last 2 days while you were away. Zhang Wanshan spoke incoherently, listening to Zhou Huaid's bewildered face. What's all gone? Take your time. Zhang Wanshan took 2 breaths and tried to calm himself down. In the past 2 days you went to Kyoto. The top said they wanted to develop a new project, and they directly transferred our researchers. What? Who has the audacity to rob me? Go! Zhou Huida stormed. When the leaders above did give him a directive, such as October 20th this year will suspend the operation of controlled nuclear fusion, but it's only July 28th, and there are still 3 months to go as planned. But at this point, it's surprising that the researchers directly below him are being transferred. When controlled nuclear fusion was first established until now, he has been sticking to this place for 10 years as one day. Even if there is no credit, then there is still hard work, right? I can't believe they just poached the personnel without a single hello. This time he invited Jiang Fan over. That was to save the controlled nuclear fusion program. He was very confident in Jiang Fan, and he believed that under his guidance, he would be able to research controlled nuclear fusion. But now that the researchers have been transferred and there's no one, how else are they going to work out controlled fusion? The more Zhou Huai thought about it, the more angry he became and came to the office. Vincent, who gave the order? Chief Lu, Zhang Wenshan said. Zhou Huai directly picked up the office phone and dialed out. After a few blinding tones came a muffled voice. Which one? Chief Lu. What do you mean? My northern base project hasn't even reached the time of suspension yet, so you're transferring my researchers away. The other party waited for Zhou Huai to finish his words in his head before slowly saying, Xiao Zhou Ah, I understand your feelings. After all, you've been in charge for 10 years. You have feelings for this project. Although the instruction given to you was to tentatively set controlled fusion on October 20th, 10 years of this program has not made any major breakthroughs. Isn't it just 3 months remaining? You should not be too serious. Zhou Huai, Chief. I discovered a talent in controlled nuclear fusion this time I went to Beijing. I'm sure he can research controlled nuclear localization. Chief, I know what you're talking about. The head of the National Science and Technology Directorate discussed it with me yesterday. There are currently no major breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion around the world, and we don't think he can change anything on his own. Zhou Huai, good. Let's not talk about all these first. Yesterday the head of the National Science and Technology General Administration said, give me a month's time. If I can make nuclear fusion stable and controlled for 100 seconds time, agree to give me another year's time to do research on controllable nuclear fusion. Chief, oh. Xiao Zhou Ah, nuclear fusion control 100 seconds. That means controlled nuclear fusion and major breakthroughs. And the world's most technologically advanced beautiful country, nuclear fusion can only be stabilized for 10 seconds time. Zhou Huai, I believe Jiang Fan can do it. Those researchers you must transfer back to me and cooperate with us to complete this challenge. When the chief saw Zhou Huai's stubbornness, he became a bit angry and directly drank. Do you know what kind of research those researchers were transferred to do? It's researching fighter jets. And there's still 6 months to go, and it will be 10 years before the World Military Championships are held. The disgrace our Dragon Kingdom suffered at the World Military Competition last time. You should remember it better than I do. This time, do you want Dragon Kingdom to lose face in front of the whole world? The chief's words instantly rendered Zhou Huai speechless. Thinking back to the last World Military Competition, where his comrade of 9 years died, Zhou Huai hung up the phone and sat helplessly on the stool. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, what do we do? Zhang Wenshan, who was on the side, asked. How many researchers are left in the research base? Zhou Huai asked. 18 more to go. 32. 32 chapter, suspicion. 18? Zhou Huai sat down on the stool and murmured helplessly. They had a total of 102 researchers at the northern base, and as a result of his trip to Kyoto, 84 were transferred. And the reasons for the transfer were so overwhelming that he couldn't argue with them. The memory of the humiliating world military competition, 10 years ago, pained him inwardly. A large part of the reason he was willing to accept the position of Commander-in-Chief of Controlled Fusion in the first place was because of the world military competition. He wanted to research this new type of energy, controlled nuclear fusion, through his own efforts, so that he could enable the Dragon Kingdom to realize a bend in the road and become a world military power in one fell swoop. However, controlled fusion research is not as easy as he thought. 10 years of more than 100 researchers to work together. The country consumed more than $30 billion, but there is no significant technical sudden. Just as Zhou Huai recalled the past 10 years, there was a sudden noise outside. Who are you? Who told you to touch our tokamak device? Somebody. You guys. Stop him. This is what we've been working on for 10 years. Zhou Huai's office was inside the experimental base, and when he heard the noise outside, he immediately and hurriedly got up and walked out. When he came outside to take a look, he found more than a dozen researchers in white overalls surrounding Jiang Fan. Zhou Huai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Stop it, all of you." When the people saw that General Commander Zhou had come, they all had a backbone in their hearts and said to him, "Commander-in-Chief Zhou, this kid came out of nowhere to touch our tokamak device. Luckily I found it early. If he had broken it, our 10 years of hard work would have been ruined. He must be punished." Zhou Huai hurriedly explained when he heard the crowd's words. "Everyone be quiet. Just in time. Let me introduce you all. This is the one I invited back from Kyoto this time. Jiang Fan, the expert in controlled nuclear fusion." The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. They did hear people say that this time, Chief Commander Joe found one in Kyoto, an expert who was very knowledgeable about controlled nuclear fusion. They had thought it would be an old professor returning from abroad, at the very least, an expert in controlled fusion for many years, but this childish young man in front of him, his age was at most 18 or 19. How did he look like an expert? Commander-in-Chief Joe, you won't be fooled. He looks too young. Yes, controlled nuclear fusion without more than a decade of research, and then this is difficult to achieve results. Zhou Huai didn't take offense to everyone's skepticism. When he first met Jiang Fan in person, he was also skeptical, but through talking to him, it was discovered that the amount of knowledge Jiang Fan possessed on controlled nuclear fusion was definitely higher than the combined total of all of them put together. Everyone be quiet. Listen to me first. I understand all of your suspicions. First let Jiang Fan understand our base. Research on controlled nuclear fusion to what point? Then he will give everyone a surprise. With Zhou Huai's words, everyone could only get out of the way, allowing Jiang Fan to continue fiddling with the tokamak device. When Jiang Fan saw the crowd get out of the way, he was not polite and directly walked up and studied the tokamak device. He only had a month now, and he had promised Zhou Huai that he would make sure that the fusion control would stabilize for more than 100 seconds. And if he wanted to research space technology in the future, controlled fusion was an indispensable energy source. Time is running out, and he must choose to seize the day. He studied the tokamak device for a moment, then spoke to a nearby researcher. Give me a copy of the tokamak device information data. The researcher was stunned at first, then looked at Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai nodded, and the researcher walked towards the data room, then came over with a large sample drawing. Jiang Fan took the large sample drawing paper with each component labeled on it and began to study the tokamak device against the drawing. From time to time, he took a pen and drew something on the drawing. The surrounding researchers were all looking at Jiang Fan in disbelief. What would such a young man do? You say? Yeah, controlled fusion is notoriously difficult. I think he is just pretending. If we can fix the tokamak device by comparing like this, then we don't need to study here for 10 years. Ha ha. Estimated that the Commander-in-Chief Joe, this is sick and desperate. See our base to be suspended, so casually pull over a person to try. The crowd whispered. Zhou Huai saw that Jiang Fan still had to be a while, so he said to Zhang Wenshan, you give me a list of the researchers who stayed behind. Yes. Zhang Wenshan then picked up a piece of paper and wrote, and when he was done, he handed it over to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai glanced at the list above. All of them were old researchers who had followed him for 8 or 9 years, and there were also 2 old researchers who had followed him since the establishment of the northern base. He understood in his heart that these people were deeply attached to the northern base, which was why they chose not to leave when the leaders above gave the order to transfer. For those researchers who left, Zhou Huai didn't complain. After all, this was the meaning of the leaders above, and they were transferred to the research fighter program to contribute to the world military competition. To his shame, after 10 years of researching controlled fusion, he had not succeeded in his research before the World Military Championships were held here. Unable to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom in this talent military competition, Jiang Fan studied for more than 3 hours before he could figure out all the current tokamak device problems. In the end he came to the result that this tokamak device would not work even if it was studied for another 1,000 years, because the materials it uses at the very base are just wrong, and the high temperatures those plasmas produce in fusion, those materials just can't take it. Jiang Fan took the sheet of large sample drawings of the tokamak device and came to Zhou Huai. Uncle Zhou, I'm almost done with my research on the level at which our base's controlled nuclear fusion is at. Well, can the modification be successful within a month? Zhou Huai asked. It should work, but it'll take time to put together a plan for the modification details. Good, but I have to tell you some bad news. Currently there are only 18 researchers left in our northern base. The rest have been transferred. Zhou Huai said with an apologetic face. 18 people? That's a bit few, but it should be enough. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and said that although there were many mistakes in the tokamak device, the overall general framework was still there. As long as he adjusted the detailed materials and data inside the tokamak device, there should be no problem in controlling fusion stabilization at 100 seconds. That's right, Uncle Zhou. Gather all the researchers over here. I'll first give you all an overview of the existing problems and plans for changes. 33 Chapter, Examinations. At the Northern Controlled Fusion Base, all the researchers were summoned. Jiang Fan stood in front of the tokamak device, holding the large sample drawing in his hand. Fellow research seniors, my name is Jiang Fan, and I'm very happy to work with you in the future to develop controlled nuclear fusion. Within the next month, we will work together to complete the project of fusion stabilization and control for a period of 100 seconds. Jiang Fan had just finished speaking, and all the researchers were astonished. He then looked blankly at Chief Commander Zhou. Zhou Huai then said to the group, "For the next month, we do have to complete this challenge, because this is the condition given to us by the chief. As long as we complete this task, our northern base will not be suspended, and there will be $10 billion of funding for the next year." Hearing Chief Commander Zhou say this, everyone was stunned. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, nuclear fusion stabilization control for 100 seconds. This is absolutely impossible to accomplish. Yes, Commander-in-Chief Zhou, at present, the most advanced beautiful country in the world in terms of controllable nuclear fusion technology can only control it stably for 10 seconds. How can we possibly do that? With our base's current level of technology, a nuclear fusion that can be stabilized for 2 seconds is a major technological breakthrough. Zhou Huai listened to the researchers discussing. If he hadn't met Jiang Fan before, he would have thought that this was also absolutely impossible. As long as we cooperate well with Jiang Fan, I'm sure we'll be able to complete this challenge within a month. But when everyone saw the young Jiang Fan, their hearts were even more devoid of confidence. Jiang Fan also saw everyone's skepticism towards him, and he knew very well that it was useless to explain. Everyone may have doubts about me. How about this? All of you research seniors, you can ask as many questions as you want about controlled fusion. It's kind of a test for me to join the northern base. A researcher who had long looked at Jiang Fan with dislike said directly, "Okay, so let me start with the question. What are the two categories of products of nuclear fusion? Charged and uncharged. The charged A particles will be confined, depositing energy in the plasma and realizing the heating. The A particle is another impurity that needs to be removed or it will reduce the fusion reaction rate. Uncharged neutrons will not be restrained. They will impact on the surrounding material and then create massive destruction. On the one hand, we need the energy of these neutrons to eventually generate electricity. On the other hand, we need to shield them as much as possible. And as far as shielding them goes The crowd was shocked when they heard Jiang Fan's reply. When some researchers heard that Jiang Fan said that the solution to the uncharged neutron solution, they were suddenly enlightened. Yeah, shielding uncharged neutrons. We can fix that. Gee, great. We've been facing this problem and haven't been able to find a solution. And we've found a solution just like this. Ha ha. This young man, he's got some skills. Another researcher then asked Jiang Fan, what materials are used in the tokamak device? And is the magnetic field stabilized to a critical point? Superconducting magnets still have critical currents and critical magnetic fields, and the superconducting material with the highest critical current is currently niobium titanium alloy, NBTI, while NB3SN is the one that is more suitable. The way fusion ignites? Common ignition methods for nuclear fusion are laser ignition. More than a dozen researchers. At the beginning of the period, the questions posed to Jiang Fan were quite simple, but the further they went, the more complicated the questions posed became. And like a wise man, Jiang Fan answered everyone's questions without any panic and came with many solutions. So much so that they were beginning to wonder if Jiang Fan had not stolen the pretty country's information on controlled nuclear fusion. When Jiang Fan finished returning to everyone's questions, they were shocked and dumbfounded. Zhou Huai is also excited. Just now Jiang Fan's performance. Even those beautiful country-controlled nuclear fusion experts. I'm afraid to do so. Zhou Huai then said to everyone, I will now appoint Jiang Fan as our chief engineer for controlled fusion in the north. Does everyone have any comments? All froze, then applauded loudly. They certainly had no problem with it. If Jiang Fan wasn't qualified to be their chief engineer, then I'm afraid that no one else on the site would be able to do it. Seeing that everyone had recognized him, Jiang Fan then said, with a month to go, we're on a very tight schedule. So now I'm going to give you some of the problems that we have with the tokamak device. Starting with the outermost equipment. The material for this location of the tokamak device must be a nickel titanium alloy with a density of P equals 4.5G/cm3 and an import coefficient of 15.24W/m. K. Then there's this position, where the radians are a bit off and should be adjusted to 1 radian equals 57,295,779,513,079 degrees. This material is not pure enough. The elasticity of the material at this location requires that stress and strain be proportional. E equals delta L/L asterisk 100%, in units of the constant 1, stress sigma equals F/S, which is 5.46 Pa, or MPa, E equals sigma/E. Jiang Fan spoke for more than an hour, describing the tokamak device they had set up as nothing but a good place to be. Each of them had an embarrassed look on their faces, equal to the 10 years of research they'd done. For nothing, if it wasn't for the fact that just now, Jiang Fan had answered their questions in such a way that they couldn't pick out a single problem. If Jiang Fan dared to talk about them like that, they would have to plunge in and fight him to the death. People have been struggling day and night for 10 years, and in many places they started their research in the wrong direction. It's like running in a race. The finish line is in front of you, but you run to the right, and after running for 10 years, people tell you that you're running in the wrong direction, so who wouldn't be mad at you? They lowered their heads in some shame. In fact, the one with the oddest expression right now was Joe Huide, who didn't know whether he should be happy or sad right now. Jiang Fan wasn't trying to belittle them and put up a tall image of himself. He was thinking about just developing controlled nuclear fusion, so pointing out the problem was direct, to the point and to the point. I'm going to talk now about a couple of big areas of improvement on the tokamak device. Jiang Fan then spoke for another 2 hours. Everyone's mind on the tokamak device changes, always had a general concept. However, Jiang Fan told them that he would make a program for the specific details and officially start reworking the tokamak device tomorrow. It was after 11 o'clock at night when all was received. Jiang Fan returned to the room Joe Huide had arranged for him. At that moment, he took out his cell phone and found more than a dozen missed calls from Joseon and an unfamiliar number. Seeing that it was 12 o'clock at night, Jiang Fan didn't go back. He then opened WeChat again and found that a girl named Little Wildcat had applied to add him as a friend. Application information: Happy day trips with you girl. 34 chapter, Misunderstanding. Happy day trips with you girl. Jiang Fan saw the friend request notes, thought for a moment, and then thought of all the phone calls Xiao Shan had made, so he was basically sure that this Little Wildcat should be Xiao Yifei. To be honest, he was 10,000 times unwilling to add it inwardly, but considering Elder Xiao's face, he still nodded through with extreme reluctance. At the same time, far away in a small district in the city of Lingzhou, a wonderful young girl with a shapely figure. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown. The fabric was soft and delicate, very comfortable. It was just that the skirt was a little short, just enough to cover her bejeweled, shapely ass. A pair of long and slender jade legs were exposed. Very tempting. If Jiang Fan saw it, it was estimated that the nosebleed would spurt out again. She was lying on her back on the wide, fluffy bed, her white arms, her delicate chin trailing, her large, dainty eyes glancing every now and then at the cell phone in front of her. What the hell? I've added you several times. It hasn't gone through friends yet. What the hell is this big dummy doing? Did you enter the wrong phone number? The girl quickly climbed up, and since it was now after 11 o'clock at night, which was bedtime, she left her underwear on, and from her wide collar, she could see a tantalizing view inside. She then picked up her cell phone and carefully tested the number. 135 ****** 6688? There's no wrong number. Just as she was considering whether or not to call, her cell phone rang with a click. She hurriedly opened WeChat and found that Jiang Fan had passed the friend request. She grinned instantly, then sent a message. Little Wildcat, hello there. Ginger Fan. Gianfranco, hello. Little Wildcat, it's late. Why aren't you asleep? Kong Fan, it's bedtime. Bye. When Chu Ruoshi saw the message returned by Jiang Fan, her hand that was typing rapidly suddenly froze in midair. 3 black lines instantly sprang up on his forehead, and a wave of sweat broke out. He had waited all night with great anticipation, but it turned out that Jiang Fan only said 2 sentences and 7 words. They had watched movies and played video games together before, and although Jiang Fan didn't talk much, he could tell from his eyes that Jiang Fan must be quite fond of himself as well. But now, what is this? Right, I hadn't introduced myself yet, so I guess he didn't know the little wildcat was himself. Chu Ruoshi instantly understood when she thought of this. Having found the key to the problem, Chu Ruoshi sent another message over. Little Wildcat, do you know who I am? He. Jiang Fan, Xiao Yifei. Chu Ruoshi instantly froze when she saw the message Jiang Fan returned. Joey Yifei? Chu Ruoshi murmured. You know a girl when you hear the name. But Jiang Fan should rarely come into contact with girls in general, and there were no girls in their class with that name. Could it be that Jiang Fan had met other girls after only 2 days in Kyoto? A sense of crisis rose within Chu Ruoshi. Although she didn't know why she felt this way, she was just about to tell Jiang Fan that she was Chu Ruoshi. Suddenly deleted the typed words again. Since Jiang Fan thought of him as Xiao Yifei, it was just as well that she could get to know Jiang Fan's inner thoughts through Xiao Yifei's name. Thinking of this, Chu Ruoshi didn't point it out, so she sent out another message. Wildcat, you're pretty smart. Wildcat, can you say what you think of me? Chu Ruoshi finished sending the message, lying on the bed, maintaining the original position. The small head also do not know what nonsense. She just waited for Jiang Fan to reply to the message, and it turned out to be 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, until she fell asleep. The northern prairie of the Dragon Kingdom, a small plant that had been sleeping all night stretched out in the first rays of the morning sun. It also had a crystal clear dewdrop hanging from its pointed leaves like a sparkling jewel. Just as it was waving its leaves to show off to the other grasses, a huge object fell from the sky and stomped it into the dirt. Woof woof. The behemoth ran merrily through the grass, grunting every now and then. Black Wind, come home to the building for dinner. A pugilistic man in the distance shouted at a black dog. The wolf dog, called Black Wind, stopped running, stood still and looked ahead, then looked back at his master who turned his head to leave. With that, it ran wildly towards its owner. Just now, the grass that had been trampled into the mud by the Black Wind finally pulled its leaves out of the mud with a lot of effort. As a result, the Black Wind that returned the way it came stomped it into the dirt again. Black Wind quickly came to his master's side before slowing his pace to join him, heading towards a tent with smoke billowing out of it. 30 kilometers west of the tent, there is a building that looks like a factory. It is the Northern Controlled Fusion Site. At this moment, a young man was standing on the lookout, looking at the vast expanse of grass. He stretched his back after a busy night. A breeze blew. The entire grass seemed to become a green sea, gusts of green waves undulating with the wind. Looking at the grass soothed him. He wore a smile on his face. In his heart, he marveled. The system rewarded staying up all night capsule was just fine. He had spent the night organizing the scheme of controlled nuclear fusion. As a result, he did not have the slightest bit of drowsiness now. Instead, he was in high spirits. He used his consciousness to tap the simmering dialogue box in his mind and saw that there were 992 hours remaining in it. He calculated that even if he stayed up every day, he could stay up for more than 3 whole years. The system is really powerful. Just as Jiang Fan froze, Jiang Wanshan from below shouted at him, "Chief Engineer Jiang, it's time to eat." Aha! Jiang Fan came down from the lookout and went to the base cafeteria along with Jiang Wanshan. Jiang Wanshan looked at the cold and clear cafeteria and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, before, when it came to mealtime, the whole cafeteria was overcrowded. But now there were 10 or so people sitting in the cold and clear. "Hello, Chief Engineer Jiang." They all greeted Jiang Fan warmly when they saw him. Yesterday, they were in awe of the ability that Jiang Fan had shown. Afterward, Jiang Fan beat the meal and sat with them. "Chief Engineer Jiang, what time are we going to start rectifying controlled nuclear fusion today? Listening to your explanation yesterday made my blood boil. Yeah, don't look like we're small now, but when it comes to work, 1 is worth 100. He. For those old researchers who stayed behind, they are all very emotionally attached to the controlled nuclear fusion site, and no one wants the program to stop. They all hope that Jiang Fan would lead them to complete the challenge in a month's time and save the space." Jiang Fan watched them all dry and know what they were doing, and was also very pleased. After eating, Jiang Fan took out the program he had put together yesterday from his bedroom. The crowd was stunned to see the thick pile of information. "Chief Jiang, you organized all of this all night yesterday? Aha! You were up all night?" Chapter 35. 35, Little Wildcat. The crowd looked at the program that Jiang Fan had stayed up all night to put together. They were all shocked, not thinking about this young man, so desperate. They would have even less reason not to work hard. So when Jiang Fan put together the difficulties of the program and gave an explanation to the people, one by one, they began to divide up the work and put it into the research and development work. Before, when there were more than 100 people in their base, there were still some friction conflicts between each other. But now they were one with each other, striving towards a common goal. The whole experimental base is a hot and orderly working atmosphere. Zhou Huaid couldn't help but nod his head frequently even after reading this, and was very pleased inwardly. His main job now was to assist Jiang Fan and fulfill all the requirements and techniques he said he had put forth. Although he was the commander-in-chief, he was now willingly working as Jiang Fan's assistant. With Jiang Fan as the leader, all the researchers cooperated with each other very well, and their work efficiency was fully 3 times higher than usual. Originally, the program that Jiang Fan had put together would take everyone a day to complete, but it turned out that it took them less than half a day to get it done. Zhou Huaid then came to the data room to look for Jiang Fan. Seeing that he was ambling around organizing the program, he had some reluctance to disturb him, but the researchers outside had already finished all their work, and if they didn't ask Jiang Fan for information, they would have nothing to do now. That, Fan. Only then did Jiang Fan look up at Zhou Huaid. "Uncle Zhou, did you encounter any problems?" Jiang Fan asked. "We've done the program you gave us this morning." "Ah, that fast? Why don't you check it out and see if there's anything wrong with it?" "Yes." Jiang Fan got up, picked up the details of the program he had organized over 10 pages, and went out with Zhou Huaid. He examined the section that the researchers had just rectified. A moment later, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. "No problem." The crowd's tense expressions were met with smiles. Afterwards, Jiang Fan handed over the 10 or so pages in his hand to Zhou Huaid, so that they could continue to rectify the situation, and he went back to the data room to continue to rectify the organization of the details of the program. With that, Zhang Yamo compiled some details of the plan, and then he handed it over to Zhou Huaid, so that he could organize the researchers to develop it. After subsequently checking that there were no problems, the next step was taken. After a day of intense work, after 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone was exhausted before Zhou Huai decided to end the day's work. All of them were full of relief to see the success of the day. And although they were tired, everyone had a smile on their face. Everyone went back to rest, while Jiang Fan was still in the data room continuing to organize the program. Xiu Fan, let's organize it tomorrow. You didn't even rest last night, otherwise your body won't be able to handle it, Zhou Huai said with concern. Uncle Zhou, it's fine. I'll finish organizing this note and go back to rest, or else they'll definitely be pushing again tomorrow. In fact, Zhou Huai wanted Jiang Fan to go back and rest, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, a month was a short period of time, yet they had a heavy task. Little Fan, after you finish organizing, go back to rest early. Okay, Uncle Zhou, you go back and rest first. You've worked pretty hard today too. Aha! Zhou Huai walked out of the data room and looked back at Jiang Fan again, with some heartache in his heart. But there was nothing that could be done. Researchers are like this most of the time, researching day and night, otherwise where would Longhua catch up with some Western countries in a short time? It's all thanks to the researchers who work quietly behind the scenes. Zhou Huai came to the open space outside the laboratory, and he sat on a rock out of habit, takes a cigarette out of his pocket and lights it. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. He had never smoked before he was appointed to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Base. Later, as the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion never progressed, he was under a lot of pressure inside, so he slowly began to smoke to relieve the pressure in his mind. From a couple a day in the beginning to a box a day, he looked up at the star-filled sky and couldn't help but sigh as he remembered his wife and children. He's not a proper husband and he's not a proper father. Over the course of 10 years, he came home to visit a total of 5 times. Each time, he returned in a hurry and left in a hurry. Now that another 2 years had passed, he was eager to go home and see if his children had grown taller. Controlled nuclear fusion had never been researched, and he always felt ashamed of his country's trust. He also didn't want to end up as a loser and go back to see his wife and children. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, Zhou Huai got up and returned to his place. The next day, everyone woke up early. In the cafeteria's dining room, the group did not see Jiang Fan. Originally, Zhang Wunshan was going to go to Jiang Fan's residence to shout at him, but it turned out that everyone said that he should rest a little more. After all, Jiang Fan was the one who worked the hardest yesterday. After we all ate, we came together to the research room to test the areas that were rectified yesterday and if there were any problems. At that moment, the door to the resource room opened from the inside. Jiang Fan stretched, his body making a crackling sound. Seeing that everyone was here, he said, "Morning." Everyone's gazes went to Jiang Fan, a series of question marks popping up in their minds. What time did Jiang Fan come to the data room? Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan and said with a surprised face, "You haven't slept all night?" Jiang Fan smiled a little awkwardly. "I forgot about it in a hurry." Jiang Fan took out a thick pile of information before handing it over to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai excitedly received the information while seriously saying to Jiang Fan, "I order you to get some rest now." "It's okay, Uncle Zhou. I'm not sleepy," Jiang Fan said indifferently. He was now systematically staying up late capsules. Staying up late was too easy, for him. "Those won't do. You must go back and rest. Have a meal brought to your quarters later." At the insistence of Zhou Huai and everyone else, Jiang Fan had to go back to rest. Jiang Fan returned to his residence, and soon one of the cafeteria staff brought him his meal. His stomach was also growling, so he devoured his meal. At this time, his cell phone rang. Opened the cell phone WeChat. Look. Yesterday the little wildcat sent him more than 10 WeChat. Little wildcat, Jiang Fan, why don't you say something? I had to wait for you for half a day. Little wildcat, by the way, did you have breakfast? Little wildcat, you're not up yet, are you? Little wildcat, it's time for lunch. Little wildcat, you're young and it's noon and you're still not up? Wildcat, it's nighttime. Where are you? Little wildcat? When Jiang Fan saw these messages, he was really a bit speechless towards Xiao Yifei. In order to not let Xiao Yifei continue to pester him, so he replied, "Jiang Fan, Ms. Xiao Yifei, don't WeChat me in the future. I have a girlfriend." 36 chapter, Successful Development. Jiang Fan had just sent a message and received a reply from the other party. "Little wildcat, you have a girlfriend? Who?" Jiang Fan immediately thought of Chu Ruoshi's classmate who had played with him for a day a few days ago. Although their formal contact time was not long, Chu Ruoshi's lively and lovely, pure and beautiful appearance deeply attracted him. The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise when he thought of her. At that moment, the cell phone has another ringing music. "Little wildcat, who is it? If you don't tell me, I'll pester you later." Humph. Jiang Fan didn't have time to tangle with Xiao Yifei, so he directly replied, Jiang Fan, my high school classmate Chu Ruoshi, who was thousands of miles away, was holding her cell phone to read the message sent by Jiang Fan. Realizing it was himself he was talking about, he couldn't help but smile happily. Humph, even sneaking around saying I'm his girlfriend, what a big badass. He. Chu Ruoshi complained about Jiang Fan on her lips, but her pretty face was smiling like a flower. Thinking about Jiang Fan's 300 points in the college entrance exam, it is surprising that he deliberately controlled the score, although it is not clear why he did so, but it was enough to prove Jiang Fan's strength. Now their classmates all know about Jiang Fan's score control, and before they laughed at Jiang Fan for being a sizable cutie, only worthy of attending Shandong Lanxiang Technical School. As a result, Jiang Fan researched solar photovoltaic panels and was vied for guaranteed admission by Huaqing in Kyoto and Peking University in Longhua. Thinking about it, Jiang Fan's students silent. This is silent. The face of those students hit the slap loud. She was worried before that if Jiang Fan really chose to go to a technical school, the distance between them would only increase in the future, and they would definitely be strangers. But this was great. It was possible for them to attend a school at the same time which, this meeting with Jiang Fan used himself as a shield, saying it was his girlfriend. Chu Ruoshi was still quite happy in her heart, but then again, Jiang Fan Long is also quite handsome. Height more than 1 meter 8, weight is not fat, usually do things calm and collected, although not much love to talk, but also belongs to their favorite type. If Jiang Fan was really his boyfriend, it was actually not bad. Chu Ruoshi's small face couldn't help but redden as she thought about it. She decided to tease him again by posing as Xiao Yifei again, so she sent another message to Jiang Fan. Little wildcat, so what do you like about Chu Ruoshi? When Chu Ruoshi finished typing, she couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart, looking forward to how Jiang Fan would praise herself. He. Sent, Chu Ruoshi murmured. As a result, her smile instantly froze, because Kong Fan deleted her. Big bad egg. Humph, dare to delete my WeChat. See how I'll clean you up when you come back. After saying that, Chu Ruoshi huffed and threw her cell phone directly onto the bed. A moment later, she thought again. That's not true. Jiang Fan thought she was Xiao Yifei and that's why he deleted her. So it wasn't an attempt to delete her. Thinking of this, Chu Ruoshi hemmed and hawed again. This also proves that Jiang Fan is not a philanderer. If you fall in love with Jiang Fan in the future, you definitely don't have to worry that he will be entangled with other girls. He. But after a while, her little mouth pouted and murmured, how can we chat without Jiang Fan's WeChat in the future? Jiang Fan deleted the little wildcat's WeChat and instantly felt that his phone was much cleaner. He finished his meal quickly. The institute's data room was out of bounds, so he pushed his clean eating bowl to one side, took out his laptop and began to organize his proposal. Throughout the morning, Jiang Fan was at his place organizing the details of the program. He projected that according to Zhou Huaida's efficiency yesterday, the information he had organized last night should be ready for them to rectify by around 11:30 p.m. So he went to the lab by 11 o'clock, carrying his laptop. Also, as Jiang Fan expected, they were doing the final tests. Everyone greeted Jiang Fan when they saw him arrive. Chief Engineer Jiang, you're here just in time. We've already finished the rectification program you gave us. Why don't you check it and see if there are any problems? Good. Jiang Fan walked over to the tokamak device and inspected where they had rectified the situation. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan finished his inspection and found that the material arc of one part was not right, but everything else was fine. Uncle Zhou, this position needs to be rectified. The arc here is 121.789 degrees, a deviation of 0.2 degrees. Jiang Fan finished handing the arc gauge to Zhou Huaid. Zhou Huaid then measured it as well, and sure enough, it was off by 0.2 degrees. His face instantly darkened and he said to everyone, who made this material? Commander-in-Chief Zhou. I'm sorry, it's me. Blame me for not measuring accurately. A researcher said, just as Zhou Huaid was about to scold him. Jiang Fan said, Uncle Zhou, just have everyone pay attention next time. Zhou Huaid also knew that due to the relatively tight schedule, it was quite certain that there would be some minor problems. Tokamak installations are particularly complex, and even if a very small problem occurs, the entire associated parts have to be reworked, which can be delayed for a long time. Forget it this time. In the next work, you must be serious and serious again. You are all scientific researchers. You should know better than me. A slight error. I'm afraid it will lead to the failure of the whole project. Everyone also understands that the material requirements for controlled fusion are very precise. A very small error in plasma while the tokamak device is running could lead to instability in fusion. Most of the material had to be reworked in the morning due to that researcher's error. He also felt very guilty in his heart. After the final rectification, he made a point of apologizing to everyone, who did not blame him. They even comforted him. In fact, We all know that none of them want to have problems. Time is running out. Controlled nuclear fusion, then their intense and orderly rectification was completed. After Jiang Fan finished testing the materials and data that he had, his tense expression finally relaxed. We've developed it, Zhou Huai shouted in a loud shout, and everyone followed and cheered. Only Jiang Fan knew that the tokamak device developed this time was only to cope with Zhou Huai's agreement with the chief, and really want to research controlled nuclear fusion, so that the fusion of nuclear fusion continuous and stable output, the use of this new type of energy in various fields. They need another year and a minimum of $10 billion to get it done. Jiang Fan, what time do we conduct the ignition experiment? Uncle Zhou, because we are pressed for time. The tokamak device I developed can only be used once. One time? And how sure are we that fusion can be stabilized for 100 seconds? 70%. Okay, I'll contact the chief. 37 Chapter, Remote Video. Directorate General of Science and Technology, Kyoto State. Conference Hall. An old professor speaks on stage about the crystalline silicon solar energy project. Below sits the head of the General Directorate of Science and Technology and several reviewing staff, as well as several core members of the program. Crystalline silicon solar cells are highly efficient, low attenuation and reliable. Advanced diffusion technology ensures good homogeneity between slices and within slices and reduces matching loss between cells. Conversion efficiency 18.0% PM, WP, max power 674 to 696 mA, max power point voltage 5.093 VM, V. It is well known that Terra energy is inexhaustible, and the difficulty of technical realizability is not great. Compared to the nebulous and unattainable controlled nuclear fusion, our project is more likely to succeed, and we only need half of controlled nuclear fusion's annual funding. If the research is successful, it will save the Dragon Kingdom $5 billion a year. The chief listened to Prof. Li's explanation and nodded frequently, very much agreeing with the direction of his research and the future value of the return. By the time Prof. Li finished his lecture, he was very confident that his team could apply for $5 billion this time. The chief glanced at a few of the vetting staff. They all had a look of recognition. Chief, I feel that Professor Li's project is very good, and it just so happens that the controlled fusion at the northern base is going to be suspended. So we'll take their funding and give Professor Li's team half of it. Moreover, Professor Li's project will only take 2 years to research, and by then it will also save the Dragon Kingdom $5 billion a year. The chief nodded approvingly as he listened to several people. At this time, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhou Huai, the commander-in-chief of the northern base, who was calling. Thinking back to the last time, he was unreasonable. He wanted to apply for 100 funding, pestered him for a day, and finally the two of them made a pact before he would leave. I wonder what he'll come up with this time. To be honest, he really didn't want to answer Zhou Huai's call right now. However, after hesitating, he still connected it. If he didn't, maybe Zhou Huai would come to the general administration to look for him in a while. Zhou Huai, chief, we've developed it successfully. Do you would have time today to come to the northern base? What research was successful? The chief was at a loss, somewhat unable to understand what Zhou Huai was saying. Zhou Huai, it's our previous agreement that fusion stabilization is controlled for 100 seconds time. The chief instantly reacted when he heard Zhou Huai say this. The reason he had such an agreement with Zhou Huai in the first place was to find him something impossible to accomplish so that he could give up on controlled fusion. But this time Zhou Huai actually said that he had succeeded in his research. The chief couldn't help but laugh a little. But their deal was fusion stabilization for 100 seconds? The technologically advanced and beautiful countries can only barely stabilize the control at 10 seconds. Instead, Zhou Huai said that they worked out a fusion stability control of 100 seconds. And it only took him a month. Beat him to death. Xiao Zhou, are you drunk? First, I have important things to deal with now. Zhou Huai, chief, you know that I never drink. I really didn't lie to you. We really researched it. The chief knew about Zhou Huai's non-drinking, but he still didn't believe that Zhou Huai could study nuclear fusion stability control at 100 seconds in a month's time with the lack of people and funds. Seeing that the chief was silent and didn't say anything, Zhou Huai continued. Chief, please believe me. If I fail this time, I'll listen to you from now on and give up controlled fusion research. Once the chief heard that Zhou Huai had said so, he had to agree in order to let him die. Zhou Huai said excitedly, I'll send someone to pick you up at the Inner Mongolia City Airport. I'm not going to the northern base. Just give me a direct remote video later. The chief said. He thought it was impossible for Zhou Huai to study it successfully, and it would be a wasted trip for him to go. Why don't you just turn on the remote video? It's only a matter of a few minutes, and when he fails, he'll be too embarrassed to pester himself in the future. So it's good to let him die. Joe Huide, Chief. Nuclear fusion stabilization control for 100 seconds. This is a historic moment. You'd better come to the scene. Chief, Xiao Zhou. Have you done any ignition experiments on this project? Xiaohound, this to know. Chief, okay, Zhou, I'm pressed for time. I'll give you 5 minutes. Joe Huide could only agree in the end. He also knew that the chief's time is precious. And their experiment Jiang Fan said that there was only a 70% chance of success. Although the success rate is high, there is still a chance of failure. And in case of failure, the chief wastes so much time for nothing. Joe Huide, Chief, give us 3 minutes to prepare. Chief, okay, I'll wait for you for 3 minutes. But first things first, you only have 5 minutes total. The chief hung up the phone directly after saying that. Everyone in the conference room looked at him curiously. Chief, is something going on over at the northern base? An auditing staff member asked. A month ago, I made an agreement with the head of the northern base, General Director Zhou. The chief told everyone about the previous agreement with Joe Huide, which was impossible for Joe Huide to fulfill anyway, so he thought of it as a way to entertain everyone. That Professor Lee, you also take a break. After all, you've been doing the debriefing for more than an hour. Chief, for the sake of the country's scientific research, I don't feel tired at all. It's no problem to let me speak for another 2 hours. Oh, ha ha, you're so old and strong. Usually the chiefs are more serious in their work, but usually when they take a break, they like to flirt with each other, and they can also soothe their nerves for the tense work. They then moved on to controlled fusion. You guys, Chief Commander Zhou wouldn't really be able to keep nuclear fusion under stable control for 100 seconds, would he? You are thinking too much. Nuclear fusion is not that easy. 10 years, our Dragon Kingdom invested more than $30 billion, more than 100 scientific researchers, but there is no any major breakthrough. Want a breakthrough in a month? This is not a daydream? To be honest, Commander-in-Chief Zhou is still a very good person, conscientious and capable of doing his job, but he is just a bit stubborn. If he hadn't been in charge of the northern base work in the first place, and had been in charge of any scientific research, he would have been much better than he is now. Hey, 10 years of hard work, what a waste of talent. 3 minutes later, Joe Huide requested a remote video. The chief had the staff put it on and connected it to the top of the projector. The projection screen in the conference hall instantly showed an image of the Northern Base Institute. 38 chapter, Liar. Northern Controlled Fusion Site. The normally busy lab was empty at this point. In the center of the laboratory, there is an oval sphere 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, which has a silvery white appearance, with a round base underneath, and the overall appearance is somewhat like a budding lotus flower. Looking in through the observation port on one side, there is a lot of intricate wiring and parts. The line of sight through these lines, in looking inside, is a circle surrounded by yellow metal material. This tokamak device in the middle of the position of the core material. Its role is mainly to produce a huge magnetic force to restrain the center of the position of the nuclear fusion. Further inside is a circular space, which is small, with a diameter of 1 meter * 1 meter. There was a transparent sphere in the center of the circle, emitting irregular currents from time to time, but they seem to be bound by an invisible space, floating firmly in the center of the circle. This elliptical sphere full of mystery was Jiang Fan's modified tokamak device. In the control room, Jiang Fan was sitting in front of the main console, and next to him were 6 other researchers sitting in front of the subconsole, and Joe Huide and the other researchers were all staring at the screen with dead eyes. Everyone had a tense and serious look on their faces. They all knew in their hearts that success or failure this time would determine the fate of the northern base. If the ignition fails, their 10 years of research on controlled fusion will be suspended and all researchers will be assigned to other research projects. At that moment, the control room, where a needle could be heard, resounded with Jiang Fan's firm voice. Power on the external unit. External unit power on, a scientific researcher said in an equally firm tone. With that, the tokamak device on the monitor lit up with a circle of light and a buzzing sound. Jiang Fan then gave a second order. Turn on level 1 magnetic ring restraints. Roger that. Level 1 magnetic ring restraints are on. A golden glow emanated from within the tokamak device. Report data. 1500 RPM. Power stabilized. Turn on secondary magnetic ring restraints. Roger. Secondary magnetic ring restraints on. Report data. 3000 RPM. Power stabilized. As Jiang Fan gave a command, the yellow bright light of the tokamak device became more and more intense. Reflecting it, the entire laboratory turned a golden color. All the images from the northern base, through remote video, were transmitted to the conference room of the Kyoto Research General Bureau. At that moment, the chief and a group of people were laughing and talking about something. Chief, the northern base is about to enter ignition, a staff member reminded. Got it. Switching to multi-screen. Roger that. This staff member then turned off all the lights in the conference room and switched to a multi-screen image on the projection screen. This allowed them to see, from multiple directions, the tokamak device. At this point, the tokamak device on the screen is turned on and ready for ignition. The chief had watched this image on video I don't know how many times over the past 10 years, but each time it had ended in failure. Nuclear fusion had never stabilized for more than a second, and the sight of that image habitually brought this failure to his mind. A number of people in the conference room were seeing the tokamak device for the first time, and when they saw his overall appearance, they felt quite technological. This is the tokamak device for controlled fusion. Nice form factor. What's the point of having a nice appearance? It's just a shame that it's not very practical on the outside. The country has invested more than $30 billion in this thing. If these funds are invested in the research and development of solar energy equipment, absolutely, the Dragon Kingdom must lead the world in solar energy research and development. When Professor Lee finished speaking, the crowd nodded in agreement. It's only 5 minutes anyway, so let's just spice things up a bit. Oh, ha ha. Everyone then laughed. One of the split-screen images on the projection screen is the northern base control room. Jiang Fan and everyone else's figures were displayed on it. Zhou Huai said to the chief through the talking device. Reporting to the chief, the controlled fusion ignition experiment at the northern base is ready. Please instruct. When the chief heard the report from General Commander Zhou Huai, he said casually into the microphone, "Light the fire." Roger that. Zhou Huai nodded at Jiang Fan after receiving the chief's order. The gazes of everyone in the control room looked at Jiang Fan nervously. Laser ignition ready. Laser ignition ready to fire at a moment's notice. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, and a lot of fine sweat seeped out of his palms as he clenched his fists for a moment. The voice lowered to a shout. Ignition countdown. 3, 2, 1. Light the fire. After Jiang Fan gave the order to ignite the fire, everyone's heart immediately seized up. Ka! With the sound of a keystroke, everyone's breath followed a little sharply as they all mumbled in their minds. Success! Success! It has to work. They stared dead at the image of the tokamak device, waiting for the changes in the nuclear fusion inside. However, as the seconds ticked by, there was no change in the tokamak device, until 10 seconds had passed. Jiang Fan's heart thumped and a bad thought appeared in his mind. Problems with the tokamak device? But he had already tested it over and over again more than 10 times before igniting it, confirming that there was no mistake before letting Zhou Huai call the chief. It still turned out to be an unforeseen situation. Zhou Huai also instantly panicked, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Chief Jiang, out of. What went wrong? All the scientific researchers at the scene looked at Jiang Fan with panicked eyes. Jiang Fan also panicked in his heart at this time. He is strictly in accordance with the system's formula drawings made. According to reason, it is impossible to have problems. Conference room of the General Directorate of National Research. The people in the conference room were a little confused when they saw the footage in the video. Didn't they say they were going to light a fire? How come there's no reaction at all? Even if it fails, the fusion in the tokamak device should react a bit. Chief, what's going on here? What else could happen? Failure. The country has invested more than $30 billion, more than 100 researchers, 10 years of research results, and it's just? The chief's face immediately also looked a little bad. The previous ignition experiment failed, but at least the nuclear fusion produced a reaction, and the maximum temperature also reached 100 million degrees Celsius. Surprisingly, there was no first-point response to today's ignition. Isn't this a slap in his face in front of so many people? The chief then cursed at Zhou Huai through the microphone. Zhou Huai, this is a month's time. Your research results, giving me bragging about finding an expert in controlled nuclear fusion, and saying that you can research controlled nuclear fusion in a year. I think he is a liar. Chapter 39. 39, Unlucky Fate. The chief's words were transmitted to the control room at the northern base via a remote voice device. All the people at the scene heard it clearly, including Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's knowledge in controlled nuclear fusion was evident to the researchers inside the base, but the chief was unaware of it. Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan, who was checking the data of the total console, and said to the chief, "Chief, there was a small mistake on our side. Please believe me, it won't take long to fix it." Chief, Commander-in-Chief Shou, I said I'd only give you 5 minutes, and now there are 2 minutes left. The chief finished and then closed the call. Zhou Huai said to Jiang Fan, "Fan, have you found the problem yet?" Jiang Fan also had a strange look on his face. The total console showed that all the data of the tokamak device was correct, but why was the ignition not successful? The tokamak device data shows no problems. Ginger Mo said, "Where could this have gone wrong?" Zhou Huai was also depressed. The researchers on site all tested the control room control switches. A moment later, one of the researchers shouted at Jiang Fan, "Chief Engineer Jiang, we found the problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan peeled through the crowd and hurried over. Look! The researchers pointed to the testing instrument. Jiang Fan took a look. It shows that there is a problem with the laser ignition control switch line. Zhou Huaid was on fire. Who was in charge of the laser ignition device? Everyone lapsed into silence. When Zhang Wenshan said to Zhou Huaid, Commander-in-Chief Zhou, previously researcher Wang Bo was in charge, but he was transferred a month ago. So you guys didn't know to test the ignition device equipment before you ignited it? Everyone bottomed their heads. They all understood that Zhou Huaid would be so furious. The northern base was created by his hand, just like his own child. Now at this critical time of life and death, it turned out to be an ignition wiring problem. Anyone familiar with the ignition device wiring? Zhou Huaid shouted. No one at the site spoke up because their previous research was directed toward tokamak devices, and there were a total of 2 people in charge of the laser ignition device, and they were both transferred to the fighter program. Although the laser ignition is not complicated, there is still quite a bit of wiring in it, and if you are not familiar with it, it can still take some long time to detect it. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, I've followed them for 2 days before, but I'm not sure if I can straighten it out. Seeing that there was no one else on the scene who understood either, Zhou Huaid said to him, Good, fix it quickly against the drawings. Zhang Wenshan, you call and contact researcher Wang Bo now and ask him which location is the problem. Zhang Wenshan found out researcher Wang's phone number and dialed it directly. No answer. Zhang Wenshan said bitterly. They all knew very well in their hearts that as a scientific researcher, they were not allowed to carry cell phones during their work, and they were afraid that it would be difficult to contact him during this time period. Zhou Huaid saw that time was running out, so he was interested in picking up the satellite phone in the control room and called the fighter research base directly. The call was quickly answered. This is Zhou Huaid from the northern base. Get me your chief engineer immediately. The other party saw that he was using a satellite phone and did not suspect Zhou Huaid's identity, directly connecting to the fighter's chief engineer's office. Hello, which one? I'm northern base Chao Wai Tak. Good day Minister Zhou. I'm Zhang Honlei from the Defense Military Academy of the Dragon Kingdom, and I also belong to your senior brother, Chief Engineer Zhang. Help me get researcher Wang Bo over here immediately and put him on the phone. What's the matter? Zhang Honlei asked. This matter is urgent. Let's talk about it afterward. Zhou Huaid said eagerly. Zhang Honlei saw that senior brother Zhou was in such a hurry, and Wang Bo had been transferred from Zhou Huaid before. It was assumed that there was something important to deal with, so he made a direct call to the No. 6 Fighter Research Depot, and soon Wang Bo trotted this over. Researcher Wang, Chief Commander Zhou of the northern base is looking for you, Zhang Honglei said. Wang Bo had some doubts in his mind. The northern base project had been suspended. What was Chief Director Zhou looking for himself for? He picked up the phone curiously. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, this is Wang Bo. As soon as Zhou Huaid heard that it was Wang Bo, he directly asked, there is a problem with the laser ignition device wiring. Which location is it? Wang Bo must have understood at once. When he was in charge of the laser ignition device in the northern base, before he left, the laser ground fire device had a loose wiring problem because of too much time. He was supposed to repair it, but was ordered to transfer it. He figured that the controlled science fusion program was going to stop anyway, so he didn't repair it. But now how did Commander-in-Chief Zhou know about this? Did he mean that the controlled fusion program had not been stopped? Before Wang Bo could open his mouth, Zhou Huaid's anxious voice came again on the phone. Wang Bo, speak up, Commander Zhou. There should be loose wiring under the control buttons. When Zhou Huaid heard Wang Bo's words, he immediately said to the researcher who was checking the lines, check under the controls. Then, sure enough, they found a loose wire under the laser ignition button. Zhou Huaid hung up the phone directly and hurriedly had someone connect the line. Now that we've found the problem, the next step is easy. Wang Bo heard the noisy people coming from the phone. His heart is even more curious. Is the northern base really not disbanded? Before he could ask, he heard a blind tone coming from the phone. He then put the phone down with a blank look on his face. Wang Bo, does Chief Commander Zhou want to see you about something? Zhang Honglei asked. Just asking about the laser ignition device. Laser ignition? Could it be that senior brother Zhou Huaid is still working on controlled fusion research? But weren't all the researchers from his place transferred? However, Zhang Hongbo still admired this senior brother. When Zhou Huaid was the man of the hour in the Dragon National Defense Military Academy, just graduated at a young age, he was in charge of the research and development of fighter jets. Moreover, it also researched, 10 years ago, the 5th generation of J-10 fighters that could be ranked on the whole world, and at that time, it was still a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom. Only unfortunately, when participating in the world military competition, his comrade, who was flying the 5th generation J-10 fighter he developed, was shaded by the participants led by Pretty Country. and ended up sacrificing his life unfortunately. Zhou Huai also accepted, therefore, the post of the chief director of the research of controlled nuclear fusion, hoping to research a new type of energy to change the technological gap between the Dragon Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom. For 10 years, there had been no technological breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion. If senior brother Zhou had already engaged in fighter research, his achievements would definitely be higher than his own. Thinking of this, Zhang Honlei couldn't help but sigh and said, alas, unfortunately, fate is not favorable. 40, Artificial Sun. North Base Control Room. Chief Jiang, the laser ignition button line is overhauled. Jiang Fan said excitedly, are there any other problems with the laser ignition system? The test is completely normal. No problem. Ready for ignition experiment. Yes. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then sat down again in front of the main console. Reporting on the magnetic ring device system? Magnetic ring device system reaching power level 9. Data normal. External power supply situation? Data normal. Commander Zhou. All data is normal. Ready for ignition. Zhou Huaida's hands wrote trembling with excitement and directly opened the remote call system. Chief, now that the tokamak device is back to normal, it's ready for ignition experiments. The chief was talking about the solar energy research and development program with Professor Li at the moment. When he heard Zhou Huaida's remote report, his eyes lowered as he looked at the time, and 3 minutes had passed from the time he had told Zhou Huaida, Xiao Zhou, I'll give you one more chance to ignite the fire. If you fail this time, the northern base will stop any research tomorrow. All researchers are transferred to other programs. Okay, I promise you, Zhou Huaida said firmly. Chief, if our fusion stabilization is controlled for 100 seconds, you have to transfer back all the original researchers and give us $10 billion. $10 billion in funding? The auditor next to the chief shrieked out when he heard Zhou Huaida's words. Last year, the country used a total of $30 billion for basic scientific research program research, and Zhou Huaida lion open, directly want $10 billion, accounting for 33% of the total. It equates to other programs having to scale back their funding expenditures in order to come up with the money for him. Professor Li and their team, who were on the sidelines, were even more shocked that the total budget of their entire project was only $4 billion. Compared to Zhou Huaida's controlled fusion program, their funding is really small. The chief nodded his head in agreement quite calmly, because he thinks Zhou Huaida has a 100% failure rate. Everyone saw the chief so calm, instantly also put down the heart. 10 billion funds, although quite a lot, the key must have the ability to take away. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, what a lion's share. Ha ha. The prerequisite is that nuclear fusion stabilization is controlled for 100 seconds time. I am not convinced that he can research it unless the sun comes out of the west. Ha ha. If he can do 100 seconds time, we are willing to give up this solar project automatically, because Professor Li knows that their solar energy program, also to solve the energy problem, but converting solar energy, belongs to the low power energy. It can't help much with future technology, and controlled nuclear fusion is different. It can burst out of the powerful energy, pulse fusion output power of more than 16 megawatts, such a powerful power to promote hundreds of thousands of tons of aircraft carriers to play like. If the research is successful, it will definitely be a historic turning point, just like when the discovery of oil and coal gas energy was made, and mankind entered into a modernized industrial society by direct farming. It is no exaggeration to say that, with the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion, the entire society of mankind will undergo tremendous changes and will move directly from a modernized society to a future ultra-modernized society. But this can only happen when, and if, controlled fusion research is successful. And Prof. Li believes that it will take at least another 80 years or more for controlled fusion to be successfully researched. So they didn't hold any hope for Zhou Huaida's ignition experiment. Everyone was talking and laughing as they watched the screen, and every now and then they made fun of Zhou Huaida. And Zhou Huaida in the control room once again took a breath and exchanged a glance with Jiang Fan. Both of their eyes filled with firm conviction. Ignition commenced. Jiang Fan received Zhou Huaida's order and sat upright, staring at the various data on the main console with a serious face. After realizing that there were no problems, he shouted again, laser ignition ready. 3, 2, 1, light the fire. The researcher controlling the laser ignition switch slapped his hand down heavily. Everyone held their breath and stared at the tokamak device on the screen without blinking, only to see a sudden burst of white light inside the tokamak device, illuminating the entire research room. This brightness increased rapidly and soon reached a level as blinding as the sun. All the men in the control room were clenching their fists, staring at the reaction of the fusion inside the tokamak device. Time 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone started to get excited from nervousness. Some researchers began to pull their colleagues next to them, shaking with excitement and stuttering. 3 seconds, 3 seconds. It stabilized for 3 seconds. Great! The nuclear fusion we developed can be stabilized for 3 seconds. Ha ha! Never before has time been reached. It's great! We can finally research and control nuclear fusion. Ha ha! Commander-in-Chief Zhou. Look! Look! It's stabilized! It's stabilized! Everyone was dancing with excitement. For the first time in 10 years, they had controlled nuclear fusion this time. Even though it was only for a few seconds, this was already a historic technological breakthrough for them. They all understood in their hearts that as long as they could stabilize and control nuclear fusion, even if only for a few seconds, it was tantamount to pointing out the direction for them. And in the future, as long as they made efforts to research in this direction, they would definitely be right. And by obtaining a stable data profile, they can later improve the mistakes of the later failures based on the successful data. They believe that one day controlled fusion can be studied, and today is the turning point for a historic moment for their base. Jiang Fan, sitting in front of the main console, didn't cheer. He wanted 100 seconds of controlled fusion stabilization. Now it was just a few seconds, because he knew that nuclear fusion was better stabilized and controlled in the early stages, and the later it got, the hundreds of millions of degrees. It was a test for all the materials in the tokamak device. Zhou Huai stood to Jiang Fan's side as he forced down the excitement and thrill within him. Fan, are there any problems with the data? Jiang Fan already had a serious expression on his face as he calmly said, "There's no problem for now." Conference room of the National Directorate of Science and Technology. Everyone was discussing the solar project when someone suddenly shouted, "Fusion stabilized." The entire conference room instantly fell silent as they all looked up at the screen in unison. Only a hot red ball of light was seen inside the tokamak device in the screen, continuously emitting this dazzling light. Artificial sun. It really is an artificial sun. How is this possible? Fusion has really stabilized. The chief stood up in shock and rubbed his eyes, certain once again that it was the artificial sun. Stabilized nuclear fusion. He hurriedly shouted to the technician in charge of the remote video. Time? How long has fusion been stable? 41 chapter, so young. Reporting to the chief, the fusion has now stabilized for 6 seconds. The technician replied, 6 seconds? Once again, the meeting fell silent. The fusion was surprisingly stable for 6 seconds. A technological breakthrough never before seen at the northern base. It's only 4 seconds away from the beautiful country that's the world's leader in fusion technology. No, you can't say 4 seconds short, because the fusion stabilization at the Chawait base hasn't stopped yet. The chief was excited inside at this moment. He was staring at the screen dead on, inwardly cheering for Zhou Huai and the others. As long as they held on for another 4 seconds, they would be able to break the pretty country's record. He held his watch up in front of him and saw the second hand go tada for 1 second, while the artificial sun in the tokamak device on the screen was already dazzling with its splendor. 7 seconds in. Hold on. The chief's mind was secretly refueled. Tada! The second hand of the watch went again, and the picture of the tokamak device had changed little. Great! 8 seconds in. 2 more to go and we're at the pretty country skill level. At this point, the chief's heart was tugged, and he lifted his heart to cheer for the northern base. The others in the conference room, too, were wide-eyed, and none of them said a word for fear that a single word would startle the stabilized fusion of the tokamak device. Tada! Another second passed. 9 seconds in. Only 1 second off. Only 1 second away. Come on, Cho, I believe you can do it. The chief cried out uncertainly in his mind, his heart in his throat. He didn't dare to blink at this point for fear of missing something. Hurry up. For S sake. How can time pass so slowly this time? The chief couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had never been so distraught as he was now. Tada! The second hand of the watch made a crisp, pleasant sound. 10 seconds in. 10 seconds in. Ha ha. Has reached the pretty country like time. Ha ha. The entire conference hall resounded with the shouts of the chief, a far cry from his usual unperturbed self. Subsequently, everyone also jumped up with excitement. As they were from the Dragon Kingdom, their motherland could have a huge scientific research project become the first in the world. They were genuinely happy and excited for the country. Tada! 11 seconds are up. Great! Our Dragon Kingdom's technology of controlled nuclear fusion has reached the first place in the world, surpassing the pretty kingdom. Ha ha! Awesome! Chief Finger Joe surprisingly stabilized nuclear fusion at an 11-second time in a month's time. The chief's heart finally fell to the ground at this point, and he burst out laughing. He'd never been so sore as he was today. Ha ha! How very Cho Wai Tak of you! The people in the conference room of the General Research Directorate were not the only ones who were excited and thrilled. In the control room in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of researchers were hugging each other. Some were dancing and leaping with their hands, and some couldn't help wiping their tears. All of their behavior was due to the excitement and thrill in their hearts. 11 seconds. This had broken the world's record, and he felt like a hero at this point, and it was a huge sense of accomplishment in everyone's heart to be able to create a miracle for the Dragon Kingdom. Although they were exhausted every day during this month, seeing the results achieved today, each of them thought that some of this was all too worth it. Zhou Huai couldn't suppress a smile on his face either. 10 years the pressure, torment, and pain inside him were also finally released at this moment, and he could finally give an account to his country. He was also proud to tell his wife and children that he was also a good son of the Dragon Kingdom and had not disgraced them. Of course, Zhou Huai had one person to thank for all of this, and that was Jiang Fan. As for Jiang Fan at this time, he was already sitting in front of the main console, not moving a muscle, his eyes dead set on the changes in the various data on the screen. Plasma temperature, 500 million degrees Celsius. Fusion output power, 18 megawatts. Ring material temperature, 890 degrees Celsius. Jiang Fan was a little worried when he saw that the temperature of the magnetic ring material had risen by 20 degrees Celsius compared to earlier. Although the magnetic ring material is a high temperature resistant material, its properties change when it reaches 2000 degrees Celsius. The controlled fusion production program given by the system was different from the current one, and because of the time constraints this time, Jiang Fan had omitted many complicated processes. However, this has also resulted in some materials not being able to run work for long periods of time. Jiang Fan had initially calculated from the data that the fusion stabilization time should be able to reach 123 seconds when some materials were affected by high temperatures to normal operation, although it was 23 seconds more than what the chief had asked for. Jiang Fan was still a little worried in his heart. After all, controlled fusion is a super complex device, and even a small problem can lead directly to fusion instability. Time went by and came to 50 seconds. Everyone, from their original excited yelling, were all again shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. 50 seconds? 50 seconds? It had reached an incredible time, and none of them had thought that the tokamak device they had developed would allow fusion stabilization to be controlled for an astonishing 50 seconds. Conference room of the General Directorate of Science and Technology. The chief walked over to the front of the projection screen in order to watch more closely, and the others stood beside him. Chief, it has already been 50 seconds time. This can't be true. I feel like I'm dreaming. The chief was shocked beyond words at this point. 50 seconds? Such time, if the technology is developed to maturity, can already all be put into use in individual areas. For example, if a fighter jet is equipped with such a small controllable fusion device, it can be used as a secret weapon in the critical moment of pursuing an enemy jet. And there's still half a year left before the world military competition is about to open, so it can definitely be used as a base card to make a killing at that time. When he thought that the Dragon Kingdom could also finally raise its eyebrows in front of the nations of the world, the chief couldn't help but laugh with excitement. What? It's reached 70 seconds. The chief fixed his eyes on it. The entire person couldn't help but tremble a little. The tokamak device in this research won't really be able to reach 100-second time, will it? At first, he had just casually said that he was looking for an impossible excuse to get Zhou Huai to stop pestering himself, not to mention that nuclear fusion has now been stabilized for 70 seconds of time. Even if it is stabilized for 10 seconds of time, the chief will strongly support Zhou Huai's research on the controlled nuclear fusion project. It didn't occur to him that this time, Zhou Huai had actually given him a huge surprise. At this time, the chief suddenly recalled Zhou Huai said before that he had found a genius of controllable nuclear fusion. Could it be that this time as the tokamak device was developed by him? Technician, zoom in on the northern base control room for me. The technician then switched the control room to the main screen. At a glance, the chief saw, sitting calmly in front of the general console, Jiang Fan. So young? 42 chapter, The Pact. The Jiang Fan in the middle of the video screen was in stark contrast to its members in the control room. Everyone else was thrilled, excited, and in high spirits, while on the contrary, Jiang Fan's expression was a bit gloomy. He was currently staring at the temperature of the magnet ring material on the monitor, which was now at 678 degrees Celsius. It's 322 degrees short of the maximum 2000 degrees Celsius, and this temperature will degrade the performance of the magnetic ring material, and the temperature of the rest of the material is slowly rising. Jiang Fan saw that the fusion stabilization time had reached 81 seconds. Another 19 seconds of holding on would have brought him to 100 seconds and his mission would have been accomplished. By then, as long as the State General Administration of Scientific Research could approve $10 billion of funding, he was absolutely certain that he could research controlled nuclear fusion in a year's time. And after that, he could put his focus on researching space technology. Hang on, there's still 19 seconds to go. Jiang Fan secretly prayed in his heart. However, the temperature increase of the magnetic ring material suddenly became higher, with each second being a 40-degree temperature rise. When reaching 82 seconds, the temperature of the magnetic ring material reached 718 degrees, which means that with 18 seconds remaining, the temperature will have to increase by another 720 degrees, eventually reaching a time of 100 seconds. The temperature will reach about 2500 degrees, but when the magnetic ring material reaches 2000 degrees, the performance drops and it could lead to destabilization of the fusion. At that figure, it wouldn't last 100 seconds at all. Then Jiang Fan suddenly thought of something and shouted at a researcher at a sub-operating station. Magnetic ring restraints cranked up to power level 8. The researchers in charge of the operation of the magnetic ring confinement device are dancing with joy at this point. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, he immediately put away his smile and hurriedly adjusted the power of the magnetic ring restraint device from level 9 to level 8. The power of the magnetic ring restraints has been adjusted to level 8. Jiang Fan continued to observe the temperature of the magnetic ring material and realized that the rate of growth had obviously decreased a bit, so he took a breath of relief. But it's still a bit difficult to hold out for 100 seconds at these temperatures. The other researchers also noticed Jiang Fan's expression, and they all kept quiet at once. Although their current nuclear fusion is already at a height that no other country can reach, it has not yet reached the agreed conditions of Commander-in-Chief Zhou and the Chief. They all calmed down and stared at Jiang Fan's general control screen with dead eyes. Magnetic ring material 1928 degrees Celsius. Fusion stabilization time 92 seconds. 8 seconds to go. Zhou Huai clenched his own fist so tightly that his nails were embedded into his flesh, but he didn't feel a bit of pain. There are 8 seconds left to reach the appointment with the chief. Go for it. Come on, Jiang Fan. You can do it. Zhou Huai secretly cheered for Jiang Fan in his heart. Time passed second by second. Reaching 97 seconds, Jiang Fan saw a very small fluctuation in the temperature of the nuclear fusion and the pulsed fusion output power. His heart clenched and he was secretly alarmed. No good. Magnetic ring restraints to level 7. Increase power to the external power supply. Roger that. The researchers at the sub-operating station then adjusted to the appropriate data according to Jiang Fan's instructions. Everyone was glued to the screen for the time it took for the fusion to stabilize. 98 seconds. 99 seconds. 1 second to go. Hold on. 100 seconds. It worked. 100 seconds. It worked. We finished 100 seconds. Ha ha. We really did it. 100 seconds. Fusion stabilization controlled for 100 seconds. Commander-in-Chief Zhou. We did it. It worked. Ha ha. All the people in the control room cheered loudly, but they were laughing and smiling and shedding tears of excitement. And Jiang Fan's lifted heart finally landed on the ground. Yes, they made it. He did not disappoint the trust placed in him. He stood up from in front of the main console and looked at the hugging crowd with a smile. Zhou Huai walked over and smiled at Jiang Fan before hugging him. Thank you, Jiang Fan, Zhou Huai said softly. He tried to control his emotions, but the tears fighting in his eyes still flowed out. He hurriedly let go of Jiang Fan and secretly wiped. Murmured. It's windy in the steppe. Squint your eyes. Jiang Fan smiled at him and didn't point it out. He could understand Zhou Huai very well. 10 years of persistence did not make any technological breakthroughs? To this outside world of all kinds of questions, he has endured too much pressure and pain. Let's all thank Chief Engineer Jiang. I don't know who shouted out, followed by more than a dozen researchers, who directly surrounded Jiang Fan. Before Jiang Fan could react, everyone directly carried him and threw him high into the air. Ha ha. Jiang Fan's tension and anxiety for a month had swept away, and he was smiling like a child at that moment. Seeing this, Zhou Huai on the side also laughed out loud, and it was fine if he didn't laugh. As a result, everyone directly lifted him up as well. The whole control room was a hive of activity. Conference room of the National Directorate of Science and Technology. Everyone followed suit and got excited. 100 seconds. Dragon's fusion stabilization control reached 100 seconds time, while Pretty Country only 10 seconds time. A whole lot more than 10 times their number. Don't underestimate the 90-second difference. They'll have a hard time catching up without a decade. The chief's brow smiled, not realizing that they had actually done it in just a month's time. And it was still 100 seconds. No, it's not 100 seconds. The fusion hasn't stopped. I don't know who shouted. The chief and the others looked at the screen at once. And sure enough, it hadn't stopped. The time must have reached 106 seconds by now. 107. 108. 109. I don't know who shouted. And then everyone followed in excitement. The entire conference room was filled with their neatly organized shouts. Some of the unknown staff members outside were confused when they heard the chief inside the conference room take the lead in shouting the count. Is this the same chief they usually have who is steady, calm, And doesn't change his face when Tarzan is on top of him? They all wondered if they were hallucinating. The shouting stopped to 118. After a moment of silence, the room erupted in thunderous cheers. It made them even more puzzled. With a head full of questions, the chief quickly calmed down and then, straight away, said, "Everyone, turn in your cell phones and do not step outside the conference room. Awaiting signing of non-disclosure agreements. Regarding this matter, the chief does not want to announce it to the public yet, because there are still half a year to go. It is the world military competition. He wanted to use controlled nuclear fusion as a secret weapon to properly rub the pretty country on the ground, in order to avenge the humiliation of the pretty country last time." National Fighter Aircraft Research Base. Chief Engineer Zhang Hanlei was thinking about the problem of upgrading the fighter's fuel so much. At that moment, the phone rang, and it turned out to be the head of the Directorate General of Science and Technology. "Hello, Chief. Notify all researchers from the former Northern Base to return to base immediately." 43 Chapter, 2nd Class Merit. North Base fusion stabilized for 118 seconds. It instantly blew up in the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, who held an emergency meeting and made several major decisions. 1. No announcements on nuclear fusion for the time being. 2. Increase investment in research funding and scientific personnel at the Northern Base. 3. Immediately apply controllable nuclear fusion to Dragon's fighter jets in preparation for Dragon's participation in the global military competition. 4. Award Zhou Huai the first-class merit, the title of academician, and the rank promotion of at least general level. Zhou Huai was the first to receive his reward from his superior leader. However, it was rejected outright by him, and he requested that the title of first-class merit be awarded to Jiang Fan, and the situation explained to the higher-ups. Upon hearing Zhou Huai's report, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom once again held an emergency meeting for Jiang Fan, focusing on discussing personal rewards for Jiang Fan. They considered the issue of Jiang Fan's personal safety and decided after discussion. 1. To confer the title of Professor Jiang Fan. 2. Award of second-class merit, issued in the name of having developed solar photovoltaic panels. 3. Awarding individual bonuses of $5 million. 4. Inclusion in the National Military Department system with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. 5. Inclusion in the list of confidential persons at the national level. Zhou Huai was quite satisfied with this reward from Jiang Fan, but he just felt that awarding the second-class merit was a bit aggravating, but it was the decision of the leaders above, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Happy neighborhood in Reju City. A middle-aged woman was carrying a basket full of vegetables with chickens, ducks, fish and meat in her hands, and she was all smiles, seeing people and saying hello. When I passed a pavilion, there were a lot of people sitting down to cool off because it was a closed day. He walked up and smiled at the group. "It's all here in the cooler. Hee. Yo, it's Guichin. I haven't seen you in 2 days, so I feel like you've gotten a lot younger." Li Guichin's heart was happy to hear the other party's praise. "Guichin, come sit and talk for a while." "I can't today. My son is back and I have to hurry back to cook. We'll talk some other time. You guys talk first." Li Guichin finished and left with a smile on her face. Under the gazebo, a few people waited for Li Guichin to leave and talked. "Guichin's kid, Jiang Fan, is really competitive. I heard he invented some kind of solar energy. This child has been smart, well-behaved, and good at studying since he was a child, and he will be a good man when he grows up, just as I expected. I've heard that Huaqing University Longhua Beta are all rushing to get Jiang Fan. That's the top school in Longhua. Guichin and Lao Jiang are really blessed to have raised such wonderful children." Speaking of Jiang Fan, everyone was in a flurry of boasting. It was a stark contrast to the previous time when Jiang Fan scored 300 points in the exam, when they said after the farewell that he was hourly, and that the big time was a good time. Just as everyone was praising how great Li Guichin's children were, a discordant voice appeared. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, who usually didn't deal with Li Guichin's family, said, "What's the big deal about going to a good school? My son won a third-class merit in the army 2 days ago." After the old Wang family's daughter-in-law finished, she didn't forget to take out her cell phone photos and show them to everyone. "I've heard that it's especially hard to get merit nowadays, and that only those who have made great contributions to the country can get third-class merit. That's a very high gold content honor. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, your son is really outstanding. I heard that there are quite a few bonuses for meritorious service, right?" "That's for sure. From now on the old Wang family will be the house of honor." "Old Wang's daughter-in-law, isn't your son still single?" "My brother's daughter is also single, and she's very handsome. Why don't you tell your son about it? Isn't your brother's family in the countryside?" Old Wang's daughter-in-law said with some disgust. Mayor's office. Mayor Dunn received a phone call at this time. "Leader, don't worry. Got it. I'll do it. Mayor Deng hung up the phone and hurriedly called for his assistant. Xiao Li, make arrangements and follow me to the happy neighborhood. Mayor Dun finished his explanation and the assistant quickly got busy. An hour later, at the entrance of the happy neighborhood, a group of people were beating gongs and drums. They then followed Mayor Deng into the neighborhood. The sound of banging and drumming drew a crowd. When the residents of the neighborhood saw this, they also went downstairs to see whose family was having another wedding. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd below at the drumline. And I haven't heard of anyone having a wedding? Ha! Why does the person walking in front look like the mayor? Are you kidding me? How can the mayor come to our neighborhood? Ha! It's really Mayor Deng. No way. Many people in the crowd took out their cell phones and searched for the mayor's picture. And it turned out to be really Mayor Deng when compared. Some of the people who were cooling off under the pavilion were praising old Wang's daughter-in-law and son when they also heard the sound of banging gongs and drums coming from the gate. There was a curious look up. Just as a man came from the direction of the doorway. Old Li, what's the situation at the entrance to the neighborhood? Something great happened in our neighborhood. It seems that someone's family got a second-class merit and the mayor came over to congratulate him personally. Second class? Everyone was stunned. They had just been talking about the old Wang family's son receiving a third-class merit. What's with the second-class honors? The only ones in their neighborhood who are soldiers seem to be old Wang's family. Could it be that his son has earned another second-class honor? Everyone looked at old Wang's daughter-in-law in unison. Old Wang's daughter-in-law's heart was also a bit agitated. She remembered the other day when her son had called to say he had a surprise for her in a few days. Could it be talking about a second-class thing? The more Lao Wang's daughter-in-law thought about it, the more excited she became. And this time she was very convinced that the mayor had come over to congratulate her son on his second-class merit. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. It can't really be that your son has earned another second-class merit, can it? Old Wang's daughter-in-law smiled from ear to ear. It should be right. A few days ago my son called and said he wanted to surprise me this brat. He. Oops. I've heard that getting a second-class merit is a big deal. And you can be promoted directly in the army. So maybe your son is a regimental commander or division commander now. The chief and the mayor are big officials. The more old Wang's daughter-in-law heard, the more excited she became, and she felt a little different all of a sudden. At that moment, Mayor Deng, with his waist drum team, immediately passed by the pavilion. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Old Wang's daughter-in-law hurriedly stood up, patted her clothes and straightened her hair, walked out under the envious gaze of the crowd. As a commoner, where had she ever seen an official as big as the mayor? She suddenly got a little nervous and wriggled her way to the front of the mayor. Mayor Deng saw a man suddenly appear in front of their group, so he stopped and asked, "What is your business?" Old Wang's daughter-in-law said with some excitement, "I am Wang Gang's mom." 44 chapter, Wang Gang's mom. I am Wang Gang's mom. Old Wang's daughter-in-law said. Mayor Dun was at a loss. Wang Gang's mom? Does it have anything to do with yourself? Mayor Deng thought for a while. He didn't seem to have any relatives named Wang Gang, so I guess the other party recognized the wrong person. Old Wang's daughter-in-law saw that Mayor Deng was a bit puzzled, so she once again reminded him. My son is Wang Gang. I'm his mom? Mayor Deng really can't remember who Wang Gang is. He had a mission to fulfill right now, so he nodded politely and then left with his team. Old Wang's daughter-in-law was speechless. She felt how this mayor was so little stupid. Wang Gang's mom is here. I can't believe I didn't respond and had to have the medallion delivered to my home in person. Just as she was about to run for home, she sent down Mayor Deng to turn toward the third building. She was in a great hurry, jumping to her feet and shouting as she chased after her. Running wrong. Ran the wrong way. Wang Gang's house is in building 6. Her shout instantly attracted the attention of many people. Old Wang daughter-in-law, originally shorter, but also eat particularly fat. At this time she is still like a small steel cannon. Rushed to the mayor's front. The fat belly gasped together. City, Mayor, Wang Gang's house is in building 6. You still have to go one building ahead. Mayor Deng once again looked at the old king's daughter-in-law. His heart depressed. Why does she keep talking to herself about Wang Gang? He's looking for Jiang Fan now. Could it be that Jiang Fan's nickname is Wang Gang? But then he had a thought. Who's so two-dimensional that he took the nickname just Wang Gang? This lady? I'm looking for Jiang Fan's house. Are you mistaken? Jiang Fan's house? Lao Wang's daughter-in-law froze and had a bad idea in her heart. Could it be that Li Guiqin's son Jiang Fan had won the second-class merit? But how is that possible? Her son is just a student. How can a student make a mark for the country? Do you mean that Jiang Fan has received a second-class merit? Old Wang's daughter-in-law asked with some disbelief. Yes, on behalf of the city council, I'd like to present him with a medal of honor and a bonus today. Receiving an affirmative answer from the mayor, Old Wang's daughter-in-law was dumbfounded and stumped in place. The mayor saw that she wasn't talking, so he led the procession on to the third building. Old Wang's daughter-in-law's face was colorful at this time. A moment of red, a moment of white, a moment of green, like a chameleon. At this time, the few people who had just been talking with Old Wang's daughter-in-law under the gazebo also rushed over. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. What's the situation? Why did the mayor go to building 3? Lao Wang's daughter-in-law's face instantly turned red again, and her embarrassment went straight from the soles of her feet to the tips of her hair. Thinking of her own actions just now, she swore that the mayor was the one who delivered the second degree for his son, and she ended up stopping the mayor twice. She felt like a clown at this point. She was getting more and more embarrassed the more she thought about it. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground. When Old Wang's daughter-in-law saw that everyone was looking at her curiously, she stammered, I suddenly remembered that home. There are things at home. First go back. After Old Wang's daughter-in-law finished speaking, she dragged her body like a round rule and ran towards the 6th building in a puff of smoke. The face as big as a faceplate was filled with chagrin, shame, and wretchedness. The crowd of Old Wang's daughter-in-law left. That's not right. According to Old Wang's daughter-in-law's character, when she saw the mayor giving their family a second-class merit medal, she hated to let the whole world know about it. So why did she suddenly run away? Do you guys think the mayor would not have given it to their family? If it's not Old Wang's family, then whose family is it? Only Old Wang's son is a soldier in our neighborhood. Don't guess, just follow and see. One person suggested. And then a few people followed the Gong team, heading towards the third building, Jiang Fan's house. Jiang Jinghua was all smiles, holding a stack of acceptance letters. Xiao Fan, look, this is the Kyoto University notice. This is Huaqing University. This is Longwei North University. This is Lonka University. And this is... Jiang Jinghua placed all the acceptance letters on the coffee table. The entire desktop spread out. And all of them are first-class institutions in the Dragon State. Looking at so many acceptance letters, Jiang Jinghua couldn't be happier. He never dreamed that his son was being fought over by so many institutions. Li Guiqin came out from the kitchen and saw her husband showing off with her son's acceptance letter again, and immediately said in a bad mood, Jinghua, you've been going through them one by one every morning, noon, and night, and you haven't seen enough. Some time ago, my son was busy and didn't have time to choose a school, but now it's the end of August, and it won't be many days before all the schools start, so I'll give my son some advice since he hasn't decided on which school to go to yet. Hey! Jiang Jinghua then began to introduce Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, Kyoto University gives conditions that are among the best, but its fame is not as high as the fame of the Dragon Kingdom Speaking University and Huaqing University. How about I suggest you choose Dragon North University? Before Jiang Fan could answer, Li Xiaoyi walked over and said, Son, Mom feels that Huaqing University is not bad. It belongs to the top school in Dragon Country, and I heard that the campus environment is very good. In fact, the main reason why Li Xiaoyi had suggested that Jiang Fan should attend Huaqing University was because Chu Ruoshi had gotten into Huaqing University, and she could also see that the little girl had some interest in her son. If they went to the same college, they could definitely be a couple. If she had a daughter-in-law like Chu Ruoshi in the future, she would wake up smiling in her dreams. Although Huaqing University is good, it is somewhat biased towards liberal arts. While our son will be a scientist in the future, he definitely needs to focus on science. When Li Guiqin saw that Jiang Jinghua was still insisting on Longhua Beide, he immediately pulled him aside in a bad mood and whispered a few words. When Jiang Jinghua heard this, he realized, why didn't you say so earlier? Son, I feel that your mom is right. It's still good for Huaqing University. Just as Jiang Jinghua was praising Huaqing University for a while, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who? Li Guiqin shouted. I'm Old Li. Li Guiqin heard that it was Old Li's voice from next door, so she hurriedly opened the door to her room. Old Li, come in and sit down. When Old Li saw that Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua were still relaxed, he was anxious. Lu, you guys can really hold your breath. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua looked at each other, not understanding what Old Li meant by that. Didn't you guys hear the banging and drumming downstairs? I hear you. I was just wondering who's having a happy occasion. Li Guiqin said. Old Li, it's not your family, is it? What, my house? It's your house. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua were at a loss. There was a happy event in their family. How could they not know about it? Old Li, are you kidding me? My Xiao Fan still has to wait a few years to get married. Gu, you guys have to be in a hurry. The mayor is here and holding a red book. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua listened with growing confusion. At this time, Jiang Fan stood up and said, Mom, Dad, that mayor is here to give me a second degree. Chapter 45. 45. The Flowers of the Motherland. The mayor himself came to congratulate you on your second degree? Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua's mouths opened wide in shock. This. How is this possible? They had heard that second-class merit seemed to be awarded only to those in the army who had made significant contributions to the country, and generally those who receive second-class honors are non-injured and disabled. But their son was fine all over, and he hadn't been in the army, so how could he have gotten a second-class honor? Son, how did you learn to joke too? Li Guichin said smilingly. Mom, didn't I research solar photovoltaic panels? It saved a lot of energy for the country, so I got a second-class merit. This reason, too, was what Zhou Huai had purposely called to explain. Originally, Jiang Fan did not like to award medals with great fanfare, but considering his parents and in order to make them happy, he agreed to this decision of the leaders above. Really? Son, Jiang Jinghua said full of unbelief. They still do not know that the original invention can also be awarded second-class merit. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Both Jiang Jinghua and Li Guichin are well aware that their son grew up talking lies to them both. In fact, the reason Jiang Fan just said is not considered a lie. Can only say that the country forced to not let him say. He cannot say that he researched controlled nuclear fusion. His parents will not believe it even more. Wonderful! My son received a second-class national honor. They were thrilled to get an affirmative answer from their son. Jiang Jinghua jumped up and down in excitement. Hearing the gongs and drums below, he hurriedly leaned over to the window to look, and saw the mayor standing below them with a drum corps. Guichin, quick, go down and greet the mayor. Jiang Jinghua turned his head and realized that Li Guichin, however, ran straight to the house and came out in a short while wearing a beautiful set of clothes. What a time to change. I can't disgrace my son when he has earned a second-class honor for us. Stop talking and hurry down. With all the neighbors down there, you don't know to take 2 boxes of cigarettes? Yeah, I'll get it. Jiang Fan was quite happy in his heart as he looked at his parents who were in disarray. A minute later, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guichin hurried down the stairs. The mayor saw them coming down and shook Jiang Jinghua's hand. Congratulations to Mr. Kong for training a pillar of the nation. Thanks, Mayor. It's all because of the mayor's good leadership. Hey, Jiang Jinghua heart, not to mention how happy around the neighborhood this is to understand. The original is to obtain second-class merit is Jiang Fan. There was a lot of chatter. Sure enough, I guessed it. It's the kid from the old ginger family who got the second-class merit. This kid, Jiang Fan, is really powerful. Yes, this child Jiang Fan is really something. AI. If only I had such a promising child like Jiang Fan. Just now, old Wang's daughter-in-law was showing off that his son had received a third-class merit, but it turned out that someone else, old John's family, had directly received a third-class merit. Ha ha. Jiang Jinghua heard everyone's praise, the heart of a doubly cool, took out the good cigarettes and hurriedly gave the neighbors to share up. Come on old Li. Smoke. Don't look like I quit smoking for a month. It's a happy cigarette. Gotta smoke. LOL. Old Lu. Smoke. Congratulations. Your son is really outstanding. You won't be able to walk horizontally in the neighborhood after this. Ha ha. Jiang Jinghua dispersed the cigarettes in a circle, and several boxes of cigarettes were all dispersed. The mayor then addressed the neighborhood. Jiang Fan, this child, invented the solar photovoltaic panel material, made a contribution to the country, decided by the relevant departments, awarded Jiang Fan second-class merit. When the mayor finished, there was a round of applause, and glittering medals. With a look of envy, she addressed the mayor in a childish voice. Uncle, I'll be a scientist when I grow up. Can you give me awards and glowing pentagrams later? Everyone was amused. Mayor Deng said to the little girl, good. In the future, when you become a scientist and contribute to the country, I'll give you a big award too. Okay. Yes. The girl jumped straight up and down in happiness, at which point all the other kids shouted after her. I want to be a scientist too. Contribute to the country. Mayor Deng looked at this group of cute kids, all clamoring to be scientists, and was very pleased. If the next generation of teenagers in the Dragon Kingdom are all motivated to become scientists, with the goal of making the country rich and strong, why worry that the Dragon Kingdom will not be strong in the future? He said to all the children. Good. You're all good boys. Later Uncle Mayor will reward each of you with a little badge. Okay. All the children shouted in excited unison when they heard the mayor say he was rewarding them with little badges. Yes. Mayor Deng said to his assistant. Go to the car and bring the customized gold badge. But, Mayor, that's a reward. Go ahead. I'll personally pay for another batch of customized ones then. Mayor Deng looked at this group of the future flowers of the motherland, and he wanted to give them an encouragement. I hope they stick to the goals of their current ideas as they pursue their education. The assistant quickly brought over the golden badge. Mayor Deng handed out one to each of the children, and each of them looked at the badge that glittered in the sunlight. The child's parents were full of praise for Mayor Dun's approach. Mayor Deng, let's go up. This kid Jiang Fan usually keeps a low profile. So, I know. Mayor Deng wasn't displeased that Jiang Fan didn't come down. Instead, he praised Jiang Fan in his heart. As a scientific researcher, those who can quietly study are more low-key. Just like the mathematician Wei Shen of the North University of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water is a meal. Mayor Deng went upstairs with Zhang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, as well as some neighbors who were usually on good terms with them, and they were also invited up to sit down. Each of them had a proud look on their faces, and it was thanks to this kid Jiang Fan that they were able to get so close to the mayor. Jiang Fan was in the living room at this time, looking at a coffee table of notices, and finally picked up Longkou Universities and put it away. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. System, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a notification letter from Longkou University, completing the mission and rewarding Blue Star Super Math Introduction. System, whether or not to learn the introduction to Blue Star Super Math. System, what's a Blue Star Super Math generalization? System, the Blue Star Super Mathematical Introduction is all the math Blue Star currently has at its disposal. All the math? Jiang Fan was shocked. As a scientific researcher, he knew very well that math was the basic discipline of all science and research. If he mastered all of Blue Star's mathematical knowledge, wouldn't that mean that he would immediately become a mathematician? And it would also help him greatly in his future scientific research. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan said to the system without hesitation, learn at once. A golden light then poured down, and a great deal of math knowledge converged on his mind. 46. Face pain. The next day, happy neighborhoods. Under the gazebo, there were already those people from yesterday sitting. Why haven't we seen old Wang's daughter-in-law today? Old Wang's daughter-in-law will probably have to see her for half a month. After yesterday's incident of Mayor Deng awarding Jiang Fan with a second-class merit, old Wang's daughter-in-law got very embarrassed. Going by her character, she would probably have to stay out for at least half a month. Just as everyone was talking about old Wang's daughter-in-law, that's when a man shouted in shock, Old King's daughter-in-law? The crowd really saw the old King's daughter-in-law, who was shaped like a round rule. They were all in disbelief. What's going on here? Did the sun come out of the west? They didn't see embarrassment on the old King's daughter-in-law's demeanor. Instead, they were all smiles. There's a devil in everything that happens. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. What are you so happy about? Yeah. Smiling like a flower. Old Wang's daughter-in-law put the candies and melon seeds on the stone table. Smiling, she said, here, treat everyone to some candy and a high. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. Tell me what's good. Old Wang's daughter-in-law smiled mysteriously and took out her cell phone to show the crowd. On it was a picture of a girl who looked like a flower. Who is this girl? So handsome. Yes, long big eyes, double eyelids, small mouth, pimple nose. Really beautiful. Almost catch up with the old Sun's girl in our neighborhood. I think it's prettier than old Sun's girl. The old Sun's girl. Age 20. Handsome features, slender, small area. Those who came to talk about the marriage of the young man. She is in love with her. Some bold, directly let their parents go to the old Sun's family to propose marriage. As a result, the girls had high expectations and didn't look at any of them. As soon as old Wang's daughter-in-law heard the guys say that the girl in the photo was even prettier than old Sun's daughter, she laughed so hard that her mouth was listing to the back of her head. Tell everyone, this is my son talked about his girlfriend, called Xiao Qian, or a college student witch. He. Really? The crowd was shocked. They didn't think that the old King's daughter-in-law's son was so capable that he had found such a beautiful girlfriend. This kid, Wang Gang, is really good. Ever since he was a kid he's been able to talk a lot, and it looks like he's someone who can do great things. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. Your family really burned a hole in your heart to find such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Old Wang's daughter-in-law was as sweet as honey when she heard everyone's compliments. The heart cannot help but slander. Li Guiqin's son although took a second-class merit, but on his son half a day bored not a fart. Who will marry him? Or his own son can speak well. Found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. People gotta be able to talk the talk. Look at the ancient one who talks the talk. Old Wang's daughter-in-law is right. This boy has to be able to talk when he's out there making a career. As soon as old Wang's daughter-in-law heard that someone conformed to her, she lowered her voice and said, don't you see that Guiqin's child won a second-class honor? But her son's mouth is too stupid. Just like a nerd. Which girl will look at him in the future? Finding a daughter-in-law is all a problem. It was clear to everyone that Lao Wang's daughter-in-law and Li Guiqin's family did not get along. And this was a deliberate attempt to say bad things about Guiqin's son. Although Jiang Fan usually didn't talk much, he was usually polite and would greet them when he saw them. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. Even though this kid Jiang Fan is a little bit dumb, he's still good-looking and has manners. Old Wang's daughter-in-law looked disdainful. Men, Men don't rely on their looks. If it's about looks, I don't think he'd be interested in Wang Gang's father. Back in the day, I was known far and wide in our village as the village flower. The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they heard old Wan's daughter-in-law call herself a village flower. If she was the village flower, I guess all the girls inside their village couldn't look at her. But we're all neighbors, and it's true that it's not very dignified to laugh in your face unless you can't help it. Xiao, what are you laughing at? Xiao quickly waved her hand, trying to control her facial expression. Just as old Wang's daughter-in-law was about to say something else, a girl in a pretty pink dress with a princess hat came over. Their eyes were instantly caught. Only the girl's eyebrows were like a painting. Her nose was thin and her lips were thin. Her icy muscles and bones were jade. Her immortal waist was graceful, and her jade legs were long and slender, walking at a light pace, like a fluttering butterfly. As the girl passed the pavilion, she saw that they were all staring at her wide-eyed. He smiled faintly at them and greeted them with a sweet voice. Hello uncle, auntie. Yes, yes. The crowd subconsciously nodded their heads, and they didn't withdraw their gaze until the girl disappeared into the entrance of Building 3. Wow, this girl, it's like a fairy glance. I don't think any of the stars on TV are as pretty as her. It's so beautiful. If my son can marry a girl who is so beautiful, the bride price is $1 million. I'm willing to do it. Come on, such a beautiful girl. Her future destiny is definitely to marry into a rich family. We commoners, don't even think about it. Old Wang's daughter-in-law looked at the girl and then looked at the photo of her daughter-in-law in her cell phone. How to look at how awkward. However, she had to admit that the girl just now was really pretty. Everyone talked about the girl just now for a while, and Lao Wang's daughter-in-law had the topic pulled back and continued to talk about Li Guiqin's son. Jiang Fan, old sisters, listen to my sister's words. In the future, exercise the child's language more. This speech is an art, just like the Guiqin family's children. This life don't want to find a beautiful girl to be a female. Before Lao Wang's daughter-in-law could finish her sentence, she only saw two people come out from the stairway of No. 3. One was the pretty girl just now, and the other was Jiang Fan, the son of Li Guiqin's family. Old Wang's daughter-in-law instantly looked dumbfounded, and everyone followed her gaze. Such a pretty girl came to look for Jiang Fan's? How is that possible? This kid, Jiang Fan, usually even had relatively few friends. How could he know such a beautiful girl? Must be a hallucination. The girl is exactly Chu Ruoshi. Early this morning, Li Guiqin sent a microblog to Chu Ruoshi that Jiang Fan came back, so she dressed up and rushed over to look for him. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, and Chu Ruoshi didn't know where to start for a moment. When she thought of when she added Jiang Fan's WeChat and was mistaken by him for another girl and used herself as a shield, she couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi looking at himself and inexplicably giggled. He also laughed foolishly. He realized that he still felt comfortable staying with Chu Ruoshi. When they passed by the pavilion, Chu Ruoshi saw the uncles and aunts from earlier, again looking at her with wide eyes, and said with a bright smile, "Hello uncle and auntie." After they had gone away, old Wang's daughter-in-law stammered as she had done yesterday. "I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first." After saying that, her legs were like an engine also, dragging her obese body to run to the 6th floor. She decided not to leave the house for half a month. She's been hit in the face so hard in the last couple of days. 47 chapter, I agree. After Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi came out of the neighborhood, they went to a nearby creek. Willow trees have been growing on both sides of the creek for over a decade. The willow tree drooped, its long branches disappeared into the water, and a few tender green willow leaves were faintly visible. The bright surface of the river reflects the shadow of the willow tree, like a young girl quietly combing her hair. Shady trees along the shore, grass, tender grass along the breeze wafted a light fragrance, so you cannot help but mimic the eyes to enjoy it. Chu Ruoshi took a deep breath of fresh air and felt her entire body soothe. He and Jiang Fan sat side by side on one of the benches under the willow tree. "Jiang Fan, have you chosen your school yet?" "Chosen." When Chu Ruoshi heard Jiang Fan say that he had chosen, she immediately came into the spirit and looked at him with an expectant face. He picked that school. Ha, Rokoku University. Rokoku University? Chu Ruoshi was disappointed. She was expecting that she would be in the same school as Jiang Fan, but it turned out that he chose Longkou University. But thinking about it, it was right. After all, Longkou University belonged to the College of Science and Technology, and if Jiang Fan was to take the path of scientific research, Longkou University was indeed the best choice. Jiang Fan saw that Chu Ruoshi was a bit unhappy and then said, "Chu Ruoshi student, Longkou University and Huaqing University are very close to each other. A total of 6 kilometers. I've tried it. It only takes 15 minutes and 856 steps to get there." Churuoshi was a little curious when she heard Jiang Fan say such a precise number. Jiang Fan, why are you testing the distance between Longkou University and Huaqing University? Jiang Fan was momentarily speechless. He was so testing the distance before Huaqing University and Longkou University. It was because when he went to Kyoto, he was sure to attend Longkou University, and Churuoshi was admitted to Huaqing University. So he was when Xiao Shan asked him to visit Huaqing University. He took the car purposely went to Longkou University first, and then walked to Huaqing on foot, calculating the distance time and the number of steps. Churuoshi saw that Jiang Fan was stuttering, so she said with a snicker, "Could it be that you're facilitating a visit to Huaqing to find me later?" Seeing that he had been spoken to by Churuoshi, Jiang Fan immediately blushed slightly and became embarrassed. He did have that in mind at first, but when Churuoshi pointed it out, it was as if all the secrets in his heart had been discovered. He weaseled out a bit stiffly. I was bored and took measurements." "Really?" Churuoshi mischievously and deliberately asked back. Seeing Jiang Fan's reaction, he guessed that he was indeed interested in himself. "Jiang Fan, who is Xiao Fei?" "Joey?" When Jiang Fan heard Churuoshi's mention Xiao Fei's name, his mind instantly recalled the girl in the sexy and hot dress. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the system releasing the quest, he would have said nothing to stay with Xiao Fei for 8 hours. Later, she even added her WeChat, but she didn't chat for long before Jiang Fan deleted her. But he was surprised that Churuoshi would know Xiao Fei so well. How do you know Xiao Fei?" Churuoshi adorably stood up from her seat and slowly forced Jiang Fan until her could clearly hear Jiang Fan's breathing before stopping, pretending to be angry. The old explanation. "What's your relationship with Xiao Fei?" Jiang Fan smelled a girl's unique body fragrance. Instantly confused, heart bang bang jumped non-stop. The words were a little unclear. It wasn't until the little girl smiled wistfully and moved slightly away from him that Jiang Fan regained his ability to speak. 2. Ruoshi student, Xiao Fei is the niece of academician Xiao. When I went to Kyoto, Jiang Fan talked about what happened before with Xiao Fei, and as for the system, he chose to skip it. After hearing Jiang Fan's explanation, Churuoshi smiled with satisfaction. "But, Churuoshi-san, how do you know Xiao Fei?" "You guess?" Churuoshi said with a grin. "I can't guess." Jiang Fan answered truthfully. How could he not have imagined that the little wildcat that added him to WeChat in the beginning was not Xiao Fei, but Churuoshi? I'll tell you when you catch up. After saying that, Churuoshi bounced like a bunny and ran towards the front. After running for some distance, she still didn't forget to turn around and make a face at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at the cute and mischievous Churuoshi, got up and chased towards Churuoshi. Churuoshi's copper bell-like laughter floated with the wind, attracting many sparrows in the trees to stop and watch. They stood in groups of 3 or 5, chattering as if commenting on the sound of moving voices. The fish in the creek saw the 2 teenagers running along the bank, and they also sped up as if they were faster than anyone else. Soon Churuoshi's stamina was a bit overwhelmed and she stopped with her hands covering her chest. "No more competitions. I don't have the strength." "Churuoshi student, there are benches over there. Let's rest for a while." "Aha!" They then sat down. Churuoshi's forehead was oozing some fine sweat at this time, and her face was also a little flushed because she had just run too fast, which made her look even more heartwarming. Jiang Fan looked a little mesmerized and actually stared at her blankly. Churuoshi straightened a strand of her hair and realized that Jiang Fan was staring at her, instantly becoming a bit shy. "What are you doing? Staring at people like that all the time?" Only then did Jiang Fan react, so he hurriedly shifted his gaze elsewhere. There was a short silence between the two, and Jiang Fan was still very curious in his heart that Churuoshi would know Xiao Fei so well. So said, "Churuoshi student, I caught up with you just now. Can you tell me the answer now?" Churuoshi was instantly happy, then leaned over to Jiang Fan's ear and said softly, "I am the little wildcat." "A little wildcat? Who's the little wildcat?" Jiang Fan didn't react for a moment. It was only after 3 or 4 seconds that he remembered that the screen name of the WeChat he had added in the first place was Little Wildcat. But isn't the little wildcat Xiao Fei? How did it become Churuoshi? He then thought about what he had said to the little wildcat about him having a girlfriend in order to not want to cross paths with Xiao Fei too much, and told her Churuoshi's name. And now Churuoshi told him that she was the little wildcat. So that meant that he told Churuoshi that Churuoshi was his girlfriend. Isn't this like confessing to Churuoshi? In case she doesn't like herself, then I'm afraid they won't be able to see each other in the future. Jiang Fan was flustered inside. He hurriedly explained, "I didn't know the little wildcat was you. Churuoshi-san. I agree." Churuoshi said one word at a time to Jiang Fan. "I agree." 48 Chapter 48, New Students Start School. Kyoto Weisei University. Today is the first day of freshman enrollment. Jiang Fan, look, it's so beautiful, Chu Ruoshi said, pointing to the white swans in the lake. The entire campus of Huaqing University is simply like a park. Especially beautiful. Chu Ruoshi strolled around the next two. Very much like Jiang Fan, as Chu Ruoshi's new boyfriend, fulfills his obligations as a boyfriend. He pulled Chu Ruoshi's pink suitcase and carried a duffel bag as he walked along the lush campus roads. Chu Ruoshi had heard before that the campus of Huaqing University had a beautiful environment. And it was true today. She is glad she chose Huaqing University. And it will be a pleasure to study and live here for 4 years. Along the way Chu Ruoshi was like a child entering the city for the first time. Curious about everything. Pulling Jiang Fan, a moment to look at. A moment to look at that. Less than 500 meters back to the dormitory distance. They hard to walk for an hour. But the two were enjoying themselves. Jiang Fan sent Chu Ruoshi to his dormitory. And the two of them then joined together and had Chu Ruoshi's first lunch at Huaqing University. In the afternoon Jiang Fan said goodbye to Chu Ruoshi and went back to Longkou University. 2 days ago, he contacted Elder Long and said that he had chosen Longkou University, which made Elder Long very happy. Elder Long was also very pleased that he had contacted Jiang Fan's parents every day for a month. So it hadn't been in vain after all. If Long Lao knew that Jiang Fan's parents hadn't even said anything to Jiang Fan about Longkou University, but instead approved of him attending Huaqing University, he probably would have had to vomit blood. Long Lao gave Jiang Fan an explanation that when he came to enroll at Longkou University, he would call him and he would arrange for Jiang Fan's enrollment and residence. Jiang Fan walked on foot to the Dragon Science and Technology University and saw the 6 big words written above the main entrance in a dragon's flight, the Dragon State University of Science and Technology. There was an inexplicable sense of belonging in his heart. Not long after, a spirited old man walked out from the main entrance of Longkou. When he saw Jiang Fan, he was instantly filled with smiles and shook Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan, welcome to Longkou University. Let's go. I'll take you back to your residence first. Jiang Fan followed Elder Long into Longkou University. Although the campus of Longkou University is not as beautiful as that of Huaqing University, the teaching buildings here are designed with a very technological sense. After leading Jiang Fan through several individualized buildings, Elder Long stopped at a teacher's apartment and then walked inside. On the 3rd floor, 302, Long Lao opened the door of the room, which was 2 rooms and 1 hall. Dragon Lai asked as he led him around the room. Well, Jiang Fan, still satisfied? Grandpa Long, it's quite good. I don't have too many requirements for a place to live. Jiang Fan said, alright then, this will be your place from now on. Here are the keys. Jiang Fan was not polite and directly took the key. He was now the chief engineer of the northern base, and he also had to transmit some information to Zhou Huide every day, which were confidential documents, so it was also not suitable to live in the dormitory. By the way, Jiang Fan, my old man is now over 60 years old, and now he wants to find a successor before he retires. Are you willing to be my student? Jiang Fan thought seriously for a moment and said, I'm willing, because Jiang Fan is very clear. He now has a technology system. Scientific research technology does not worry. Now the lack of science and technology contacts and funding. And as a Dragon Kingdom patriarchal figure, there was no shortage of contacts and funding in his hands. So worshipping Elder Dragon as his teacher was very conducive to him flexing his muscles. Good. Ha ha. Long Lao's gripped heart finally fell. He was really afraid that Jiang Fan would not agree. Afterward, Elder Long and Jiang Fan sat on the sofa and chatted. Jiang Fan, what major are you going to study? I want to study space science. Jiang Fan replied. Space science? Elder Long obviously didn't expect Jiang Fan to choose such an offbeat discipline. Space science studies a very wide range of things. But since mankind knows very little about space and the subject is new, knowledge is still at a very scarce stage. Moreover, it is very difficult to find relevant research work after graduation from this discipline, even though the state pays very little attention to convenient research. Jiang Fan, do you know anything about space science? I suggest you give some thought to other disciplines. For example, material science, artificial intelligence, information engineering, and so on. These are all good majors, Elder Long said. With Jiang Fan's talent in developing controlled nuclear fusion, he believed that if he studied any of these specialties, he would be able to achieve good results in the future. Plus, he himself speaks in depth about materials and energy, and he could use a little more guidance. Well, I've thought about it, Jiang Fan said firmly. He wanted to explore the mysterious universe and get in touch with higher civilizations. Space science was one of the disciplines most relevant to his ideals. Elder Long wanted to say something else, but he still didn't say anything. After all, this was Jiang Fan's own choice, and it was not good for him to intervene too much. It was just a specialty anyway. and there was no delay in instructing Jiang Fan in other aspects of his own knowledge in the future. The major is up to you. In 2 days, it's military training, so don't participate. I'm currently working on a mecha project in my hands, so tomorrow you'll be my assistant and follow along to study and research. As soon as Elder Dragon finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Jiang Fan's mind. System, choice 1, accept Elder Dragon's invitation to be his assistant, and obtain a set of drawings for the Blue Star's future fighter match 100 years from now. Choice 2, decline Elder Dragon's invitation without any reward. Jiang Fan chose 1 without hesitation. System, the host chooses to accept Elder Dragon's invitation to receive a set of drawings for a fighter mech 100 years in the future. He took a cursory look at the mech drawings and realized that this fighter mech was so powerful that it was practically a Superman. Jiang Fan held back his inner excitement as he realized that the technology system was too powerful. Casually 100 years in the future combat mechs. I really don't know if we'll just reward time traveler drawings in the future. However, Jiang Fan knew very well that this was impossible for the time being, because even though the system had given in the drawings for the time traveler, but the rest of the human technology could not keep up with it, and there was no way for him to make it. Therefore, he deduced that the technologies that the system rewarded him with should all be manufacturable according to Blue Star's current level of technology. Thinking about it, Jiang Fan realized the system was far more intelligent than he thought. Jiang Fan agreed to Elder Long's invitation, and the two of them briefly chatted about some other scientific research aspects before Elder Long received a phone call and left. The matter of enrollment in school had already been explained by Elder Long to others to handle it for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had nothing to do now, so he decided to go around the Longkou University campus. When he turned around and came to a square, he found a lot of freshmen crowded around. What? He walked over curiously. Only after asking around did he understand that this was a tradition for the freshmen of Longkou University in the past years, the Freshman Math Test Challenge. Just as Jiang Fan walked up and wanted to take a look, the system in his head suddenly remembered. System, ding, mission released. Participate in the Freshman Math Challenge. Achieve first place, and you will receive a copy of Blue Star's future 100 years of fighter jet drawings. 49 Chapter, The Challenge. 1 copy of the Blue Star future 100 years fighter drawing. Jiang Fan looked at the rewards of the system mission and immediately became energized. And as soon as he peeled away from the crowd of students, he squeezed his way to the front, said to one of the seniors in charge of enrollment. Hello, I'd like to sign up. Enrollment is easy. Just be a freshman at Lonoke and fill out the registration form with your name and major. Jiang Fan quickly signed up and then was waiting in line. He learned the rules of the challenge on the side of the seniors. The rules are actually quite simple. A total of 9 challenges, starting from the first one, and if you don't do it, you will be directly eliminated. The students who can go to LKU are all high achievers from all over the country, with scores above 650 on the college entrance exams, and there are a lot of students with scores above 700. So they all have a high pride in their hearts that belongs to them. Facing the difficult Lonoke University traditional challenge, each of them was eager to show off their talents. However, the reason why Longkou University had made the challenge, their tradition, was to strike a blow at the pride in the hearts of the freshmen, so that they would know what it meant that there was a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man, so that later on in their path of learning, they will be humble enough to ask for advice. So you can imagine how difficult the Lonoke University freshman challenge is. There were still 5 students in front of Jiang Fan, so he looked at the challenge area as he was idly bored. The challenge area is divided into zones 1 through 9. Each area consists of 4 blackboards back to back. Zone 1 corresponds to the first title challenge. Zone 2 corresponds to the second title challenge, and so on. Right now on the field, there are 4 freshmen on the board in Zone 1, 3 freshmen on the board in Zone 2, 1 freshman on the board in Zone 3, and as for the back of the field, no students have advanced yet. That is, the best score right now is the student who challenged to the 3rd question. Every year, the freshman challenge attracted many sophomore, junior, and senior students to watch, and they were very happy to see how these freshmen, who were just as arrogant as they were back then, ended up lowering their lofty heads. The entire plaza has bleachers that can hold more than 2,000 people at a time, and there is a very large monitor on the north side of the bleachers. At that moment, the screen above was showing the very freshman who had challenged the 3rd question. On the stands, a long-haired, handsome and hotly dressed girl, holding a cup of milk tea, was watching the big screen with a few of her friends with interest. Xiao Yu, the freshmen in your school, they are really not as good as one another. It's been almost an afternoon of watching, and the best freshman has only challenged to the 3rd question. The long-haired girl finished, taking in the milk tea straw and gently sucking on it. The girl who was called Xiao Yu was not happy when she heard the long-haired woman belittling their Longkou University freshmen in this way. The freshmen at our school can't do it, so why do you still come to see the challenge every year? The long-haired girl was none other than Xiao Yifei, and the few girls sitting beside her were all his childhood playmates. Xiao Yu, you still don't understand Yifei's little mind, right? Her main purpose of coming here is to see if there are any handsome and talented freshmen, so that she can come to an old cow to eat young grass. The short-haired girl on the side said. Xiao Yifei didn't deny it either, but said with a smile, he, I just love eating young grass. What's up? It's over. This time I don't know which unlucky son of a will be in her sights. What do you mean? It's a blessing for them to be looked upon by their sister. Che, last year a freshman in our school was ho-hoed by you and washed his face in tears every day. Can you go back to Huaqing to hokey pokey the freshman? As the saying goes, rabbits don't do anything without a nest. Besides, don't I want a reputation in Huaqing? Roll. A few people talked, and finally got their hands dirty, and Xiao Yifei was wearing a mini skirt. Her white slender jade legs were exposed, causing some of the boys around her to swallow their saliva. Jiang Fan was in the waiting area and waited for about half an hour before it was finally his turn. He first went through the test box, drew a test question, and then came to the empty blackboard in the first section, led by the now staff. Schoolboy, the time to do the first question is 20 minutes. If you don't do it after the time, you will be eliminated. A senior gave Jiang Fan a brief explanation and stood aside to time him. At this time, a photographer carrying a camera happened to walk up to Jiang Fan. Because the freshman who did the third to largest question fought for half a day with the chalk and never moved his pen, he had to go shoot the other players. Seeing that Jiang Fan had just gotten the test questions and hadn't started writing the answers yet, he happened to shoot up at him. Jiang Fan was looking at the test questions at the moment and didn't notice the camera behind him, filming him doing the questions. He looked at the questions and they weren't too difficult, about the same as the last extra question of the college entrance exam. So he picked up the chalk and started doing it, and in less than a minute he put it down. Then he turned around and was just about to tell the senior that he was done when he saw a dark camera pointed right at him, startling him. The cameraman apologized a little when he saw that the freshman was intimidated by himself. I'm sorry, class. I was too close and disturbed your work. The photographer took 2 steps back after that. That will do. Class, you do the questions. I'm done, Jiang Fan said. Finished? The famous senior who had timed it froze as he looked at the timer and the upper meter read, 56 seconds. This freshman is also too fast to do the questions, isn't he? He then picked up the answer and matched it with Jiang Fan's and found it to be completely correct. The photographer was also shocked. This was done in less than a minute. Is this too much? Many freshmen normally take at least 20 minutes or so to make their first question. He used the camera to give Kong Van a close-up and then took a shot at the timer. The students in the stands were shocked when they took a look at this scene. Asterisk. This freshman is awesome. 56 seconds. Finished the first question. This is definitely the no. One fastest man in Longkou University. Doesn't he even think about the steps? A normal first question should take about 20 minutes. And it seems that the fastest freshman did it in 10 minutes. So I seriously doubt that he knew the answer ahead of time. Che, the test questions for the Dragon Science University Challenge are changed every year. And the exams are randomly selected. He's cheating so much. This freshman is not simple. It's a bit interesting. At that moment, one of Xiao Yifei's sisters in the stand said to Xiao Yifei who was fighting with Xiao Yu, Yifei, look, this freshman is not bad. 56 seconds to make the first question. The key is not bad looking. It's your type. Che, 56 seconds. Bragging rights, Xiao Yifei said in disbelief. She then looked at the big screen just in time to see the timer showing 56 seconds. No way. So fierce. After marveling, she couldn't help but lick her tongue and say, but I like it, he. 50, the question of death. Later, when the cameras were filming Jiang Fan again, Xiao Yifei couldn't help but be surprised. Ha, no way. The other sisters were curious when they heard Xiao Yifei's surprised voice. Yifei, you know him? Count on. Sort of. A month ago, her eldest uncle, Xiao Shan, asked her to tempt Jiang Fan to attend Huaqing University. Later, Jiang Fan fled in fear, and his eldest uncle called Jiang Fan many times before he got in touch. However, Jiang Fan refused the guaranteed admission to Huaqing University. If it wasn't for the fact that, at that time, Jiang Fan had told her about some nano-measurement techniques, and Xiao Shanzhai had researched only advanced measurement techniques, she would have definitely been scolded severely by her eldest uncle. In fact, Xiao Yifei was still quite grateful to Jiang Fan, because of the nano-measurement technology that Jiang Fan told her about. Not only did it earn her credits, but it also won a Research Innovation Award from Huaqing University. When Xiao Yifei thought that Jiang Fan had a nosebleed because of herself, she couldn't help but giggle. This smelly brother Jiang Fan is actually quite cute. Hey, Yifei, You're not getting flirty again, are you? Laughing and drooling. Xiao Yifei felt the corners of her mouth a little wet and hurriedly wiped them away in embarrassment. AI. This poor freshman is going to suffer from this old dirty girl again. You're the old dirty girl. I think you're looking for a fight. Just as Xiao Yifei made a move on Xiaoyu, the surrounding students once again let out a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. This nigga. Still a human being? This is definitely a schoolboy. No. It should be a schoolboy's father. Xiao Yifei's few people heard everyone's exclamations and hurriedly looked at the big screen. Only the screen above showed that Jiang Fan had completed the second question. A few of the women were also shocked and blossomed. No way. The second question is done again. How long has it been? Yeah, I feel like it should be less than 2 minutes. The camera's lens was then pointed at the time on the timer. 103 seconds. 1 minute and 3 seconds for 2 questions that add up to 2 minutes? Isn't this a bit too strong? The freshman who was on stage with him only wrote the 8th step in the first question, and he went straight through 2 questions. I seriously doubt that he's a disguised math professor. Jiang Fan quickly followed the senior to the third question. Schoolboy. The third question will take 1 hour to do. If you haven't done it beyond the time, you will be eliminated. Jiang Fan nodded his head to signal his understanding. The freshman doing the third question opposite Jiang Fan was at a loss at this point with his brows furrowed. At that moment the senior behind him who was in charge of timing prompted. Class, you have 18 minutes. Got it. The freshman responded with some annoyance. He didn't expect this third question to be so much harder than the first 2 questions. It's almost on par with the Olympics. The hardest big questions. He wrote up to the 6th step, and there was not a single thought at all about the later ones. Hey! He sighed helplessly. It seemed that he was still underestimating the traditional challenge of Longkou University. The cameraman had a camera on his shoulder and had been following Jiang Fan. In the challenge, the third question was known as the question of death, and many talented freshmen easily answered the first 2 questions. But in the end, they all died on the third question, and there are only 2 people who have broken through the death questions. One is a freshman 10 years ago, made 5 questions, and then was looked at by the old dragon and became his student. Then he went abroad to study and never came back. Elder Long, as a result, had not taken on another student in 10 years. It wasn't until he met Jiang Fan that he decided to go out again, hoping to train another pillar of the country before he retired. Of course, Jiang Fan didn't know about all this, and Elder Long didn't mention it to him. The second person to break through the third question was a student from 5 years ago, but has now graduated. I heard that he is now involved in the development of an important national program. Everyone was also very curious about Jiang Fan, who was doing the questions at a fast pace, and whether he would succeed in being the third student to break through the questions of death. When Jiang Fan got the third question, he didn't just do it like the first 2 questions. Instead, he thought about it first, and this third question was indeed quite a bit harder than the first 2. By a long shot. Not much for Jiang Fan, can only say a little does? Answer out just a matter of time. After all, the system rewarded him with the Blue Star Math Super Generalization, but it covers all the math knowledge on the Blue Star. In the stands, everyone was staring at the big screen, curious if Jiang Fan could make the third death question. When everyone saw that Jiang Fan was slow to put pen to paper, they all started talking. Hey, looks like the third question is a bit up in the air for this freshman. Yeah, the third question is the question of death, and I think I died on the third question. This third question is already unsure even if I were to do it now. It's been a tradition at LKU for almost 30 years, I think, and there are only 2 people who can make the third question. Those are scaly characters. They didn't hold much hope for Jiang Fan either. Xiao Yifei was also looking curiously at Jiang Fan on the screen. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Jiang Fan was a bit different from the others. At this time, a few girls beside Xiao Yifei whispered, "Look guys, the look in Yifei's eyes. I feel like she's definitely related to this freshman." He, I think so. Maybe, our Yifei has already done someone long time ago. Xiao Yifei heard a few sisters chattering, and then also curiously came up to ask, "What are you talking about?" A few of the women laughed, all shaking their heads to indicate that they hadn't said anything. Seeing this, Xiao Yifei guessed that they must be saying bad things about themselves, then stretched out her hands and said to Xiao Yu who was beside her, "Xiao Yu, tell me what you guys were discussing just now, or else, hey, you know." Xiao Yu was scared by Xiao Yifei's roguelike stance and hurriedly backed away, and Xiao Yifei grabbed at Xiao Yu's plump breasts like a hungry tiger. "Ah, rascal," Xiao Yu yelled. Jiang Fan thought about his thoughts and began to pick up the chalk and write. The photographer pulled the camera in and pointed it directly at the steps Kong Fan was writing. This freshman moved the pen. Some students in the stands shouted. All the students looked at the big screen in unison. Only Jiang Fan was seen writing very fast, without a single pause in between. Not even a revision. Every letter and number was written in one go. Soon he filled an entire blackboard. And after writing a number, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He said to the Times senior, "Senior, I'm done." "Finished writing?" The senior looked at the blackboard full of answers. Then at the time on the timer, 5:21. Everyone in the stands was silent as they saw the scene. 51. 51 chapter, Heartbreak. Answer the death question in 5 minutes and 21 seconds? This is absolutely impossible. This was the first reaction of all the people at the scene, and the photographer gave Jiang Fan a close-up at this time. Jiang Fan's clean-cut features appeared on the big screen, and everyone looked at this boy with sharp angles and clean-cut features, especially his deep eyes, like stars in the depths of the universe. Although at first glance he wasn't particularly handsome, the more you looked at him, the better he looked. Xiao Yifei stared intently at the big screen, looking at Jiang Fan's face that revealed a faint smile. Suddenly her heartbeat slowly accelerated again. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? When Jiang Fan's eyes suddenly looked at the camera from somewhere else, she hastily withdrew her gaze, her eyes a little averted. By the time she reacted, it was just his avatar on the big screen. She blushed a little in embarrassment. "Yifei, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red." Xiao Yu, who was on the side, happened to see the scene of Xiao Yifei. I'm fine." Xiao Yifei's voice spoke softly and softly, a sense of a small family, a far cry from the normal her. This made Xiao Yu look stunned. Was this still her good sister Xiao Yifei? It seems like this last time I saw her like this was back in high school when she was in a relationship. Xiao Yifei, you can't be serious. What seriously? Xiao Yifei was unsure. Move over this freshman. Ouch. Bugger. How old is he? How could I possibly be attracted to him? And you know I don't believe in love at all right now. Xiao Yifei said with a stiff upper lip, but her red cheeks betrayed her. It's over. Looks like you've really got your heart set on it. As the saying goes, the person in question is lost. The onlooker is clear. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yifei had been friends for more than 10 years, and she still knew her good sister very well. Don't see that she usually talks and acts like a sea king, but when she really meets her favorite person, she will immediately turn into an innocent little maiden. At the competition venue, Jiang Fan stood by and waited as the senior took the answers in his hand and matched them step by step. Because Jiang Fan's solution steps were a little different from the steps given by the teacher, but the final answers were all the same. He couldn't tell if Jiang Fan's steps were correct or not. In the end, that senior had to turn to the instructor on site. "Professor Xiao, there is a freshman here who made the third question. The answer is the same as yours, only the steps are a bit different. Can you take a look?" Professor Xiao, who was reading a book under the shade of a tree at this time, heard his student call out to him. That's what lifted his head. A freshman made the third question. "Let's go. I'll see." Oh, Professor Xiao had a relieved look on his face. Today it was him as the instructor on the spot, responsible for judging the answers after the third question. But he waited for almost a day without a single person making the third question. This would be a happy moment to hear a student say that a freshman had made the third question. Professor Xiao came to the competition area and looked up at the steps that Jiang Fan had done. 10 minutes later, Professor Xiao nodded. "Well, good. That line of thinking is even simpler than mine. Which freshman did this answer?" On the side, Jiang Fan walked up and said, "It's me. What's your name?" "Is that the major?" "Jiang Fan, Space Technology Major." "Space Technology Major?" Professor Xiao was a bit regretful. He knew very well that the Space Technology Major was one of the worst majors in their Longkou University, and it was difficult for the future graduates to find the appropriate research direction. He could tell that Jiang Fan was smart and had a very rich grasp of the amount of math knowledge from the way he thought about the questions. It's just a pity that he chose the wrong major. If he had chosen a math major or a materials major, he would definitely have had good achievements in the future. When Jiang Fan saw Professor Xiao feel sorry for him, he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Professor Xiao said to the student, "He did the right answer." Then it was back to the shade and back to reading. On the big screen, everyone got excited when they saw that senior leading Jiang Fan towards the fourth area. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this freshman actually got the third question right. Awesome. Doesn't that mean that this freshman is the third person to make the third question in the past 30 years of Longkou University? Awesome. What's his name? What's his major? Does anyone know? Many people in the stands began to inquire about Jiang Fan's name and specialty. At the challenge venue, the freshman who was still working on the third question saw Jiang Fan heading towards the fourth question, and his heart was filled with everyone. He made the third question more than half an hour earlier than Jiang Fan, and now, he had finished it in 5 minutes and went to do the fourth question. If no one had made the third question, he would have felt better in his mind, but it turned out that the other party had only taken 5 minutes, causing his mind to be on the verge of running out of steam. "Class, you have 3 minutes left. The freshman's face was suffocatingly red, and he was already agitated. At this moment, there was a reminder from the senior that the time was almost up, and he could no longer bear the pressure inside him. It crashed straight away. Wow! A man's cry instantly resounded throughout the square. The students watching the challenge were in a daze. What the hell? What's with the man's cries? It can't be one of the boys who lost his love, right? The key is that this is not the place to lose your love, either. While everyone was speculating wildly, the photographer's older brother carried the camera and aimed it at the crying boy. People see the picture on the screen. Isn't that boy who cried out the freshman who just made the third question? Yeah. Why is he crying? Is it because the questions are too hard? Asterisk 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 do a question. Not so much? The boy, then, looked up to the sky and screamed. Why? Why is this question so hard? Woohoo! What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard him shout. It's a nifty talent, being made to cry by a question. At this point, then the time senior was full of innocence. I'll just say to him that there's only 3 minutes left, and it really wasn't me that barred him from crying. A few seniors who were responsible for the order of the scene directly took this crying freshman away. That new student's crying didn't affect Jiang Fan's question writing. By the time the cameraman turned the camera back on him, everyone realized that Jiang Fan had already written half of the steps on the blackboard. Just as everyone was shocked at Jiang Fan's speed, Jiang Fan put down the chalk in his hand. He said to the senior who timed it, "Senpai, I'm done." The senior subconsciously looked at the timer. He was already numb to Jiang Fan's question writing speed, but when he saw the timer's time, the heart still couldn't help but explode. 3:46. That's nifty. But the fourth question? 52. 52 chapter, a posting. At the end of summer and beginning of fall, the sun becomes mild and not as hot as it was in the height of summer. The autumn breeze is blowing on one's face, which is extraordinarily comfortable. Blue sky appeared a group of geese. They goo screaming to fly south. A moment in a row into a human word. A moment in a row into a one word. Rows of geese, flying through the sky above Lonoke University. Their shadows mapped onto the blackboard where Jiang Fan was writing his answers. Jiang Fan was the only one left in the entire challenge arena. The answer was written in the 7th area. No one from the freshmen had signed up for the challenge anymore, and they were all gazing at Jiang Fan on the big screen at this moment. The freshman who wanted to survive like a god. He had cleaved his way to the 7th question. This was a record that had already broken the record of Longkou University in all the years. Even the student who had been hailed as a genius by Long Lao and taken as his disciple at the beginning had only managed to get 5 questions right. Everyone was immersed in admiration for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan did not only do the questions correctly, but also extremely fast. Time for question 5, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Time for question 6, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Some careful students on the stands, for adding up all of Jiang Fan's time for doing the questions, found that it took a total of 22 minutes and 42 seconds to do all 6 questions. At a time like this, normal freshmen are just finishing their first question. Just as everyone was guessing how long Jiang Fan would take for the 7th question, Jiang Fan put down the chalk. Before Jiang Fan could say anything, the cameraman pointed the camera directly at the timer next to him, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Whoa! There was a moment of shock followed by a round of applause. Professor Xiao hadn't been going to the book club in the shade since the 4th question, but had been standing behind Jiang Fan, watching him solve the question. He was now shocked and dumbfounded. This new student in front of him was simply more demonic than a genius. Get the test, look at the questions, and just pick up the chalk and do it without a moment's thought or hesitation. Even when he, as a professor of mathematics, came across test questions he hadn't seen before, he needed some time to think and do the math. If it wasn't for the fact that all these questions were from himself and another professor, he would have suspected that Jiang Fan knew the answers in advance. When Professor Xiao finished testing Jiang Fan's steps in doing the questions, they were completely correct. Then Jiang Fan started working on the 8th question. Professor Xiao was now completely nonchalant, and in his mind, he began to calculate how to get Jiang Fan to change his major and become his student. Such demonic genius is so wasted in space science. He decided to wait for the aftermath and react to the principal to transfer Jiang Fan's major and change it to the math department. He believed that with Jiang Fan's talent, under his own tutelage, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass his own achievements in the field of mathematics. Perhaps a great mathematician was born. The more Prof. Xiao thought about it, the more excited he became. His heart had never beat as fast as it was now. The students in the stands had boiled over, especially the freshmen, and they were well aware of the older students, who were there to see how the freshmen, were disgraced, and Jiang Fan really fought for their freshmen, making it to the 8th question in one breath, and the record that has never been broken over the years. It was broken today by their freshman class, although they weren't the ones doing the questioning in the arena right now. At this point, they had already treated Jiang Fan as one of their own. They are both freshmen in the UF. At the same time, on the school's forum, a message about a freshman single-handedly challenging the 7 test questions of the Dragon Science University Traditional Challenge was instantly placed at the top of the forum. Since school hasn't started yet, many bored students browse the school's forums to keep an eye on what's going on. When they saw the news, they thought it was an eye-catching headline party. Lonoke University Heritage Challenge. 7 questions in a row. What's that for if not bragging rights? The person who wrote this post is only fooling the freshmen, who have been there before. They knew better than anyone how difficult the traditional challenge of Lonoke University was, especially the 3rd question of death, which almost no one could do. And with the exception of the 3rd question, the later ones are more difficult than one another. I thought that they were also more ambitious than the sky. And it wasn't just a challenge? When they actually experienced it, they realized that it was more than a challenge. It was more like the first lesson that LKU taught them for entering the university. After experiencing this lesson, they realized what it means that there is a sky beyond the sky. There are people beyond the sky, and there is no end to learning and so on. When those old students clicked into the post, they were ready to give the title party a good critique. As a result, look at the first screenshot, which shows a freshman's answer in time for the first question. Time, 53 seconds. What a blow. Lie to the devil. And 53 seconds. Posting without a brain. The first question they can be sure is impossible to answer without 10 minutes. They then proceeded to the second screenshot, again the same as the one above, with a photo of Jiang Fan's back and blackboard answers, and the time spent on the questions. The crafter is a right? The second question is 1 minute and 3 seconds long. Do you really think we haven't done the second question? They can now be sure that the owner of the straddle is in order to be eye-catching, deliberately get picture. The third screenshot is the same as the previous one. They look directly at the screenshot of the time. Ha ha. Laughed me to death. The third death question. 5 minutes and 21 seconds. This owner is absolutely stupid. Even if it's eye-catching, he has to make it look like it. The third question of death. In the previous freshman challenges section on the official website of Lonoke University, one could search for the names of the 2 students who had once made the third question and the time when they had made the third question. They made times of 53 minutes and 22 seconds and 51 minutes and 18 seconds, respectively. And the screenshot of this post is 5 minutes and 21 seconds long. Cootie. Don't even believe it. They continued to look behind them, and all the screenshots revealed that none of them were more than 10 minutes old. After they read the 7th screenshot, they were ready to have 500 plus words of profanity already in their mind to attack the person who posted it. But when they saw the comments below, they couldn't believe their eyes for a moment. Comment 1, I believed it at first, but then I ran out to the Lonoke University Challenge Plaza and saw that. As the owner said, this freshman is awesome. Their first thought was that this nigga was definitely ATO. So they read the second comment. Comment 2, I was there, watching in the heat of the moment. Third comment. Comment 3, not only does this freshman have a genius, but he's also so handsome that he seems to be in love with him. Comment 4, don't take him from me, he's mine. Comment 5, when I saw the post, the first time I did the subway to come to the school to seek confirmation, and it was just as the owner said. Those people looked at the comments on the post and were a little skeptical, but how could those do the questions in so little time? So they came out of their dormitories and flocked to the plaza of the Dragon Science University Challenge in order to get a truth. Of course, when they arrived at the square, they found that the entire challenge site was packed with people. All of them came to see Jiang Fan, who was doing questions in the challenge area. 53 chapter, a little too many people. Xiao Fei looked at the sudden arrival of so many students and couldn't help but say with a grimace, Xiao Yu, the students in your school, they really love to get together. Xiao Yu, who was on the side, smiled and said, are you afraid that our girls from Lonoke University will steal Jiang Fan from you? Before that, Xiao Fei had told them Jiang Fan's name after a few girls pressed her. Che, old me. I've been traveling the world for more than 20 years, and I'm still afraid of these little girls. Joke. Hee hee. A few of Xiao Yifei's girlfriends around her laughed. What are you laughing at? Don't believe in the strength of sisters? After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, she didn't forget to puff out her chest with a confident expression. As long as he has his eye on a man, no one has been able to escape him yet. Yifei, didn't you just deny that you have feelings for Jiang Fan? This will spill the beans. Hee hee hee. Xiao Yifei had just been the fastest with a straight heart and had spoken out without even realizing it herself. Now that she thought about it, she was shocked. Did she really like this smelly brother? Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but redden. Anyway, he was a sea king in the hearts of the few of them. It didn't matter if he let them know that he liked Jiang Fan. So he put on a roguish look. Humph, I just love him. How's that? Our Yiffy is in heat. Hee hee. You guys. Just as Chow Fei pounced on a few people. I don't know who shouted at the big screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Question 8 is done. Everyone's eyes all looked at the big screen, on which Jiang Fan was gently putting down his chalk and waiting for Professor Zhao's corrections. You guys? He can't really get it right. This is the 8th question. Looking at his confident expression, I have a feeling there's no problem. My goodness. This is the Dragon Tech University Freshman Tradition Challenge. Why does it feel like this freshman is playing like it's a game? Yes. I also have a feeling he's coming to crash the party. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Jiang Fan walked towards the 9th question. Holy, question 8 is really correct. Awesome. I'm a good boy. Awesome. Making 8 questions. Is this still human? I can appreciate now that the student who cried out just now was made to cry by the mental damage that this freshman made. The crowd was buzzing with chatter. The challenge plaza was now overcrowded, and since the students who came late were unable to enter within the plaza, they could only be at the edge of the plaza, poking their heads in to see what was going on inside. There were also some students who had their dormitory mates inside the plaza, and they opened a video chat directly with their roommates to find out what was going on inside. Principal's office. The principal and Deanly sat facing each other, leisurely sipping their tea. It's really thanks to Elder Long that Jiang Fan was able to come to our school this time. If it wasn't for Elder Long personally, I'm afraid that he would have been snatched away by Huaqing University. Come on, Deanly, let's drink a cup of tea instead of wine. Ha ha. Principal Lu could not mention how happy he was in his heart to receive a student like Jiang Fan. Just yesterday he had gotten instructions from the leaders above to give Jiang Fan absolute freedom to do as much research as he wanted, based on his favorite direction. And $200 million were allocated to their school for experiments, of which $100 million was used as Jiang Fan's personal special research funds. That's not all. The state is going to build a specialized institute north of LKU, specifically to train students to do scientific research. This boosted the entire strength of the Dragon Science University, and the momentum was straight ahead of the strongest comprehensive strength of the Dragon State North University and Huaqing University. Of course all of this was gained because of their admission to Jiang Fan. Deanly, has everything been arranged for Jiang Fan? It's already been arranged. As for the accommodation, the original plan was to directly reward Jiang Fan with a set of villas in the east, but Long Lao didn't agree. He said that Jiang Fan is still young, and that an overly extravagant life is not conducive to him diving into his research, so he directly let Jiang Fan live inside the teacher's apartment. The principal thought for a while and nodded. What Elder Long did was indeed not wrong. It seems that the student that Elder Long's took in 10 years ago hurt him too much. Yeah. At first, Elder Long spent so much energy and effort to cultivate this student, allowing him to participate in many of the core programs of the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, his students never returned in the name of going to a pretty country to further their education, became a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. I hope Jiang Fan won't let Elder Long down again. I see that this Jiang Fan has a good character, and he works in a low profile. Just as Deanly was praising Jiang Fan, a sharp knock sounded outside the door. Come in, Principal Lu said. The security captain of Longke University shouted as he opened the door. Headmaster, it's not good. There's a lot of people converging over there, out of the freshman challenge, and there are also a lot of students going that way, the principal said with a calm face. No captain, you just transferred back from the army this year. You probably don't know about Longke University yet. Every year, there are many freshmen participating in the challenge, and there are also many older students watching. This is normal, headmaster. This time it's different. There are really many people. How many can there be? 10,000 or so. The entire faculty and students of our Longke University add up to more than 15,000 people. You mean to say that 2/3 of the entire university's faculty and students are going? Captain Nyo was a bit anxious when he saw that the principal and Deanly were a bit unconvinced. Principal, it's true. The plaza for the challenge can only hold a total of 2,000 people, and I'm afraid of a stampede. You should go and take a look at it quickly and find a way to evacuate the students. Principal Lu and Deanly were a bit nervous when they saw how serious Captain Neo was talking. If there were really this many people, I'm afraid that the challenge square would be really prone to situations. These students were the pillars of the country, and he didn't dare to let any accidents happen to them. Otherwise, the consequences were something they absolutely could not afford. Come on, let's go check it out. After Principal Lu finished speaking, he directly got up and headed out. While the three were on their way to the freshman challenge, they also noticed a number of students heading that way, and they could hear from afar the direction of the challenge, the sound of people. So the principal quickened his pace. Soon the scene in front of him stunned him. The entire plaza of the challenge was seething with people. He asked, pulling a random student, "What's going on here?" That student took a look at Principal Lu and immediately hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Principal." Okay, tell me how there are so many people?" the student said excitedly. "Principal, there's a freshman in there who's soloed 8 questions already and is now answering the 9th. There are freshmen solving 8 problems?" The principal was full of incredulity. He was well aware of the freshman challenge. From the 3rd question onwards the difficulty was so great that it was difficult for normal students to answer it. At that moment, Dean Li also ran over panting and said to the principal, "Principal, it's Jiang Fan, chapter 54. 54, the last question. Principal, it's Jiang Fan." Principal Lu tensed up as soon as he heard Jiang Fan's name. Although things were tricky here as well, the principal felt that it was still Jiang Fan's business that was more very important. So he asked hastily, "What happened to Jiang Fan?" "What happened?" Dean Li gasped twice before his breathing settled down. Then said, "Nothing happened to Jiang Fan. I mean so many people. All came to see Jiang Fan." "Come to see Jiang Fan?" The principal became even more nervous inside. His first reaction was that Jiang Fan wouldn't be exposed. For the controlled nuclear fusion that Jiang Fan had researched, it belonged to the state secrets. If it was known, then he would definitely be directly protected by the state in the future. "I'm afraid I won't be able to attend their Long Branch University." Seeing the principal's tense expression, Li Yuanzi knew that he was overthinking it, and then hurriedly explained, "The person who made 8 questions in the challenge is Jiang Fan, and these students are here to see him." Hearing Dean Li's explanation, President Lu was relieved, but when he reacted, he was surprised. "What? Jiang Fan made 8 questions in the challenge?" The principal was stunned. How could he not expect that the person who made the 8 questions was Jiang Fan? He was very clear about the difficulty of the test questions at the challenge, and it seemed that Jiang Fan's was even more demonic than he thought. Wouldn't that mean that their school had really picked up a treasure this time? When he thought of this, Principal Lu was all smiles. He then turned to Captain Bull. "You go gather all the security personnel of the Dragon Science Academy and maintain order." "Yes." Captain Bull then took out his walkie-talkie and gathered all the security personnel to gather at the challenge plaza. Principal Lu realized that quite a few of the teachers were there and called them over. In fact, the scene is still in order, and the potential danger is the stands. The entire capacity of the stands was 2,000, but now the aisles were filled with students, and there were almost about 3,000 people in the entire stands. It's already over the overall load of the stands, so the priority now is to talk the students out of the aisles. The principal finished the situation for a couple of teachers, and they went about their duties and began to persuade the students in the aisles to get out. The principal was on hand to get another horn. "Start clearing the aisles of people from the entrance to the stands." Once everyone saw that it was the principal himself who was keeping order, they were also very cooperative in leaving the stands. Once the entrance had been cleared and space made, the principal called out to the students in the aisle of bleachers. "All students in the aisles, please leave the bleachers in an orderly fashion. The bleachers are load-bearing for only 2,000 people. All students in the aisles, please leave the bleachers in an orderly fashion. The bleachers are load-bearing for only 2,000 people." The principal repeated the shout, and was kinda relieved to see that everyone was cooperative. Within 10 minutes, all the students in the aisles were out. Outside security stood at the entrance to the stands. Only allowed out, not in. The students outside the square were eagerly waiting to see Jiang Fan, but there were too many people to see. Seeing everyone's frustration, the principal asked Dean Li to turn on the big screen on the periphery of the plaza and synchronize it with the one inside. Now all the students cheered and shouted, "Long live the principal." The big screen opened, only to see that Jiang Fan was turning his back to this camera, while the test questions on the blackboard were clearly visible to everyone. Title, Equation Zeta, S equals 0? All of them were baffled when they saw the question. It was a test question? Totally out of touch. What is the thing represented by the ghostly number zeta on the front? Is that a problem? Just as all the students were uncertain, one of the students in the crowd, one of the math students, suddenly pointed excitedly at the screen and said, I know what title this is." The student beside him asked anxiously, "Class, what is this topic?" "It's the Riemann conjecture, one of the 7 mathematical problems of the millennium." The Riemann conjecture? Many people said they couldn't understand it, but when it comes to the 7 millennial math puzzles, they still more or less know about them. This is a topic that has not been solved by math experts all over the world. And they also heard that the World Mathematical Organization has issued a reward of $1 million for the only person who can answer it. One can only imagine how big it could be. This is a bit much, isn't it? One of the 7 major math problems of the millennium, a topic that no math expert in the world could solve, is the last question of the freshman challenge. This is obviously difficult for people. Yeah, who could have made this? The school still goes to great lengths to make new students understand that there is no end to learning. Hey, can't do a topic like this, even if you kill yourself. This freshman has been standing somewhere for 20 minutes, and I guess he doesn't know that this is one of the Jubilee Year's 7 math puzzles. If he knew, he would have given up long ago. Xiao Yifei in the stands was not happy when she heard her best friend say where this question came from. It looked like Jiang Fan would be able to complete all the challenges, but the last question turned out to be one of the 7 major math puzzles of the Jubilee Year, which was still so made. Xiao Yu, did your school's question teacher see that Jiang Fan was too good and deliberately changed the last big question? I don't know about that. In 30 years, Jiang Fan could be the first one to do the 9th question. The question teacher is so inhuman, Xiao Yifei murmured. Xiao Yifei spoke the minds of all the students at the scene. Jiang Fan's performance from the first question to now had shocked everyone. He's making history question by question, breaking the challenge that in their minds they thought was impossible. However, just as everyone was putting their thoughts of a grand slam on Jiang Fan's body, the last question directly destroyed all their illusions. Many people on the scene expressed regret for Jiang Fan, who was just one question away from succeeding in all the challenges. But being able to challenge 8 questions is the best result in years. In their hearts, Jiang Fan was definitely a legend. Just when everyone, who felt sorry for Jiang Fan, was ready to give up and leave the field, Ginger Van moved his hand with the chalk. He slowly wrote on the board. Assume that the functions f1, z, and f2, z, are analytic in the regions d1 and d2, respectively, and that d1 and d2 have a common part on which f1, z, equals f2, z, holds. Consider the set of values of f1, z, and f2, z, at all points within d1 and d2 as an analytic function f, z. If a function f, x, is not only conductible at a point x0, but also conductible at any point in some neighborhood of the x0 point. Jiang Fan's writing speed was getting faster and faster. More than 10,000 people at the scene were silent, and even everyone in the square could hear the friction between the chalk and the blackboard. Everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen, until Jiang Fan wrote the last letter with force. Ka. The chalk broke into 2 sections with it. Chapter 55. 55, Rewards. After Jiang Fan answered, he turned to Professor Xiao. Teacher, can you see if the answer is correct? Professor Xiao was still in shock and did not react at this time. He had thought that Jiang Fan would definitely give up on the 9th question. It was, after all, one of the Millennium math problems, one that hadn't been answered by math experts around the world, let alone a freshman. But Jiang Fan had written 4 whole blackboards of answers. Could this not shock him? Jiang Fan, do you know the origin of this topic? I don't know. Jiang Fan, as a person from a parallel world, was not clear about the origin of this question. He only knew that it was somewhat difficult. No? Professor Zhao's mouth opened wide in shock. Jiang Fan didn't even know where this topic came from? But Prof. Xiao was right when he thought about it afterwards. If he really knew, he would probably just choose to give up. As the old saying goes, ignorance is not a good thing. Teacher, can you announce the answer now? Jiang Fan once again urged. All the questions he had answered for more than 2 hours in total. This would be a little unable to hold it in, wanting to go to the toilet. Prof. Xiao heard Jiang Fan's reminder and immediately had a bitter look on his face. This is one of the 7 major problems of the millennium in mathematics, and experts in mathematics all over the world can't answer it. So how does he know the answer? That Jiang Fan. This question is one of the 7 most difficult questions in millennium math, and no one has done it, so I don't know the answer to this question. Professor Shaw replied truthfully that the reason why they set up the last question in the first place was that it was one of the 7 major problems of millennium math, just to let the new students understand that there is still a lot of knowledge that mankind has not mastered, and only by doing endless and never-ending learning will mankind continue to progress. He hadn't adult that a freshman could make that question. Just when Professor Shaw was in some trouble, he saw Principal Lu walking over and shouted in a hurry, "Headmaster, do you see this?" Principal Lu waved his hand, signaling that he would take care of it. The principal had seen Jiang Fan from a photo, but it was the first time in person. He looked at the clear-eyed Jiang Fan with a smile on his face. Stretching out his hand, he said to Jiang Fan, "Hello, Mr. Jiang Fan." "Hello." Jiang Fan shook the principal's hand and said, "Congratulations on your challenge to question 9. And as for this millennial math puzzle, we'll need to discuss it before we make a decision." "Aha!" Jiang Fan responded. At this time, the system in his head rang. "System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a copy of the drawing for the production of a fighter jet 100 years into the future of the Blue Planet." With that, a great deal of information flooded into his mind, all about the drawings for making fighter planes 100 years into the future of Blue Star. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Fan's mouth. This was a fighter from 100 years in the future. It was many times stronger than now. If he was able to study it, to could definitely enhance the military power of the Dragon Kingdom. He was a little impatient to study it now. Jiang Fan then said to the principal, "Headmaster, then I'll leave first." Student Jiang Fan, "Wait a moment. There are still rewards for our challenge." Reward? When Jiang Fan participated in the challenge, he didn't know that answering the questions would also earn him rewards. The principal said smilingly, "Yes, you are the first person to finish all the questions in the 30 years of our Longkou University. Although the last question, for the time being, we don't know the result, but it doesn't affect the school's reward for you." Principal, "Can you keep it short?" Jiang Fan's expression was a bit anxious, and he was now in a bit of an internal hurry. On the side of Professor Xiao, once he heard that, he had never seen that a student dared to talk to the principal with like this. Then Principal Lu didn't get angry, but nodded his head repeatedly and said to Jiang Fan, "Okay, long story short, the school awards are as follows. 1. A laboratory. 2. $100 million for personal research and development. 3. During the school year, the whole school teachers are available 24 hours a day to answer your questions regardless of any specialization. 4. Inclusion in the school's Hall of Fame." After Jiang Fan heard this, he hastened to thank him. The principal really knows his heart. At present, what he lacks in Longkou University is a personal laboratory and funding. That's a direct solution. When the principal saw that Jiang Fan was very satisfied, he was also incredibly happy in his heart. In terms of the talent Jiang Fan had shown so far, as long as he was stabilized and did his research properly, he would bring a lot of honor to their Longkou University in the future. Jiang Fan gave the principal a greeting and left in a hurry. Straight to the bathroom. All the students saw Jiang Fan's back as he left with a bewildered look on his face. "What the hell? Why did you leave like that?" He's a freshman who has made it to the last question in 30 years of the challenge. This was definitely a demonic genius, and most of them had only seen his back, not even his front face. They had thought that the principal had stepped in, so how could they say that this freshman would have to give a few good lectures, and they would all listen to the teachings from the genius? The principal was seen holding a horn at this point and told to organize the students to leave in an orderly manner. Xiao Yifei said to Xiao Yu who was beside him, "Xiao Yu, what did your principal say to Jiang Fan and why did he leave?" "Big sister, I'm sitting with you, so far away. How can I hear?" Xiao Yu said helplessly. "Oh, then do you know which major Jiang Fan is in? Where is the dormitory?" Xiao Yifei asked again. Xiao Yu was speechless. Although she was a student of Longkou University, Jiang Fan was a freshman. Moreover, she still knew his name was Jiang Fan through Xiao Yifei today. Where did she know Jiang Fan's specific information? Just as they passed by the side of the challenge venue, a student who was in charge of the challenge work shouted at Xiao Yu, "Sayo senpai, what a coincidence." Xiao Yu took a look at the sophomore schoolmate who had been pursuing her, and seeing the overalls he was wearing, her big watery eyes rolled. Then she walked over with a smile. "Hello, schoolboy." That schoolboy was thrilled beyond words when he saw his schoolmate taking such initiative towards him today, and giggled as he looked at his schoolmate's exquisite face. That freshman who just made 9 questions. "Which major is he?" "Space technology major." That sophomore said happily. It was rare that Sister Xiaoyu was willing to talk to her more today. That was definitely a question and answer. "Do you know what dorm room he's in?" "I don't know which dorm room exactly, but the SpaceCan majors are all in dormitory building 9. When Xiaoyu heard that, she was happy, so she said hello to that schoolmate and left. She then came to Xiao Yifei and gestured an OK sign. Xiao Yifei was instantly excited. "Quickly, which major is he in and where is his dorm room?" Xiaoyu covered her belly with both hands at this time, with a resigned face. "So hungry?" Xiao Yifei said without a word of humor. "Say, eat something? He. Or Yiffy understands me. It's been a long time since I baked. Come on. Sis brings food, so you can talk, right?" He's a space tech major. "Dorm room? I'll tell you when I eat. You stinking little rain. Come on. He. 56 chapter, Quarrel. The principal returned to his office after dealing with the challenge, but not long after arriving at the office, an old professor came over. "Principal Lu, I heard that in our school, there was a freshman who answered 9 questions in the challenge?" "Professor Wu, you're really well informed." "Oh," Principal Lu joked. Professor Wu is 62 years old this year, belongs to the retirement, and was rehired as a teacher in Longkou University. He has dedicated his life to Longkou University, belongs to the old-timers, highly respected by everyone. "Principal Lu, I also have fewer courses at school lately, and more free time. I want to take this student as an apprentice, and it's also a way to utilize my spare time. What do you think?" This, Principal Lu was a bit embarrassed. After all, Professor Wu's seniority is placed where direct refusal is afraid of hurting his face. Moreover, Elder Long had previously stated that he wanted to accept Jiang Fan as a student, but he wasn't sure exactly if Jiang Fan had agreed, and the leader above had given him instructions to give Jiang Fan absolute freedom and not force him to do anything. Professor Wu, I can't do this live. It depends on what Jiang Fan means. Moreover, Elder Long said before that he would take Jiang Fan as a student. Elder Dragon? Speaking of Long Lao, Professor Wu somewhat frowned. If it is someone else he leaned on his old age can still earn a living, but Long Lao, older than his own age, and take the achievement is too much higher than him. But what Elder Long is good at is specializing in materials, and such a new student's talent is mainly in math. Principal Lu actually wanted to say that the math aspect was only one aspect of Jiang Fan's talent, but he was the one who had researched controlled nuclear fusion. It's just a shame that it's a state secret and he can't say anything to the public. Just as Principal Lu was about to explain to Professor Wu, a knock sounded on the door. In walked two professors. They were a bit surprised to see Professor Wu here and then greeted him. What's the matter with you guys? Principal Lu asked. It's like this, Principal. I heard that the freshman who challenged the 9 questions was a space technology major. Don't you think such a talent is a waste? I mean to directly take his major and redeploy it to our information engineering major. Before the principal could say anything, the professor who had come with him was instantly displeased. Why the hell should he transfer to your information engineering program? I feel like he should transfer to physics. What does a physics major have to do with Jiang Fan's math talent? We are majoring in information engineering, but we need strong basic math theories. Just the thing to utilize his talent. How physics and math aren't related. They're both systems, and they're very much related. Professor Wu, who was on the side, also understood at this time the purpose of their coming to the principal, and at that moment, he also settled down and said, I'm a math major. What are you guys excited about? Several people argued at once. At this time, there was a knock at the door, and Principal Lu took a look at Professor Xiao. Prof. Xiao walked into the principal's office and saw a professor from the physics department and a professor from engineering information, arguing with his teacher, and immediately went up to the teacher and asked him what the situation was. When he learned that they were here to rob Jiang Fan, he was not happy. He was the instructor of the live challenge today, and he knew very well how terrifying Jiang Fan's math talent was. Originally, he decided to first find the principal to let Jiang Fan transfer to their math department, and if the principal did not agree, then find Rant's own teacher to step in. Who knew that his teacher was already here? With his teacher's qualifications, the principal still had to give some face, but the professors of the other majors in front of him wanted to rob them, which he could not tolerate, and immediately helped his teacher to argue with them. The principal's head was spinning when he saw the situation, rushing up to discourage it, but at that moment, 2 more professors came to the door, and Principal Lu asked why, and also came to rob Jiang Fan. In no time at all, a total of more than 10 professors came to the principal's office, all of which were their top professors from Longkou University. Looking at the very lively office, the principal couldn't help but have a few black lines popping up on his forehead. After another moment, Dean Li walked in as well. Watching the bickering of the group of professors in the principal's office, a confused look was given to the principal. In the end, the principal explained it all to him, and he realized that all these professors had come over to rob Jiang Fan. Originally, when Jiang Fan hadn't entered Longkou University, they were very competitive with other schools. It didn't occur to them that after they managed to pull Jiang Fan to their school, one of Jiang Fan's challenges directly set off another struggle between the professors within their Longkou University. For Dean Li of the research department, as long as Jiang Fan was in their school, he had no problem with which faculty he was in and what specialty he was studying. Afterwards, Dean Li handed the principal the paper version of the answer to the Millennium Math puzzle that Jiang Fan had done. After the principal received the answer, he was filled with smiles. If Jiang Fan's answer was correct, in the future, their school would be internationally prestigious. Professors, let's all stop scrambling for the moment. Right now we have an important task to do, which is to study whether the answer to the 9th question made by Jiang Fan is feasible. As soon as everyone heard this, they all stopped arguing. They were also curious to know if the answer made by Jiang Fan was correct. Dean Li then photocopied his dozen copies of the answers and handed them out, and they began to explore them. In the meantime, the forum of Longkou University was many times more lively than the principal's office. As long as there were posts about Jiang Fan, all of them were now top to the top. One of the hottest is the Lonok University Challenge Freshman Slam, with the president's unbelievable rewards. The picture above is of the principal shaking hands with Jiang Fan, but it's not very clear. It is accompanied by the principal's award text below. 1. A laboratory. 2. $100 million for personal research and development. 3. During the school year, The whole school teachers are available 24 hours a day to answer your questions regardless of any specialization. 4. Inclusion in the School Hall of Fame. Reading about these rewards is deeply stimulating for every student. If you say that a laboratory is the dream of every Longkou University student, but $100 million for personal research and development, this is too counterintuitive. They do some research experiments, and even a few $1,000s of funding is subject to strict scrutiny. And all the teacher question privileges. It's like $1 million. As for the School Hall of Fame, that is even more remarkable. Longkou University was founded more than 100 years ago. For the Dragon Country to cultivate an unknown number of talents, may enter the Hall of Fame, but a total of 38 people. Atomic hydrogen bomb participants Qian Shueshan, the father of hybrid rice Yuan Longqi, rocket fuel Long Jinghua, which is not a resounding figure. And this Jiang Fan was directly included among the characters of these. Many students think that such a reward is a bit much. Even though Jiang Fan solved the last world math problem, he's not going straight into the Hall of Fame? They were instantly skeptical of the authenticity of this post. The comments below the post are hot and heavy. A whopping 100,000 entries in just 1 hour. And the faculty and students of LKU total just over 15,000 people. That is, many students engaged in more than 6 comments. Chapter 57. 57. ITER Magnets. Just as everyone was discussing Jiang Fan on the Longkou University campus forum, they were in a frenzy. The man in question, Jiang Fan, was at the moment in the residence assigned to him by the school, organizing the information on controlled nuclear fusion. Today the northern base has invested $15 billion in capital and the entire research staff has reached 200 with strong support from the state. Fully cooperate with Chief Director Zhou Huaid and Chief Engineer Jiang Fan to develop controlled nuclear fusion within the next year's time. Although Jiang Fan developed some time ago, stabilizing nuclear fusion at 118 seconds, but with this development of a continuous output of controlled nuclear fusion, that is 1,000 times different. Not a great at all. At that time, the research of controlled nuclear fusion only need to maintain stability for a period of time. Jiang Fan combined the original tokamak device based on the improvements made, but this time he developed persistent fusion, which required the reworking of every already part, amounting to all some from scratch. Its complexity is so vast that it's far beyond normal human perception. Jiang Fan research of controlled nuclear fusion. There are 189,8726 parts, 5,289 subsystems. These subsystems form 276 subsystems, and then there are subsystems to form 8 large systems, and finally form controlled nuclear fusion device tokamak device. Jiang Fan didn't finish organizing several subsystems until about 10 p.m. One of the first pieces of information he is now putting together is the magnetic ring confinement material system at the heart of the tokamak device. As long as this core part is successfully developed, the tokamak device will also be 30% successfully developed, and the branch devices at the back, although also very complicated, are only a matter of time. That's when a video call came in from Chow Wyatt. Jiang Fan saw through the video that the research lab at this time was full of busy figures of researchers. Zhou Huaid, Xiao Fan. We have a problem? Jiang Fan, Uncle Zhou, what's the problem? Zhou Huaid, the material of the magnetic ring device ITER magnets. The current level of technology in our country cannot be made. The ITER magnet is an important material for the magnetic ring device, and if it cannot be developed, the whole controlled fusion cannot be realized. Seeing that Jiang Fan was silent, Zhou Huaid continued to ask, can we use a toroidal field coil magnetic loop material instead? No, the ring direction field coil magnetic ring material, work for a long time the temperature is not stable, will affect the ionic reaction. The last time we are using this kind of material, led to the magnetic ring device temperature height of more than 2000 degrees. Zhou Huaid sighed helplessly. Currently ITER magnet material, only pretty countries have it, but this kind of high-end technology material, they can't possibly sell it to our country. Jiang Fan could not think of a better way. The best magnetic ring material above the current blue star is ITER magnet. It can work continuously and stably without any change in temperature. If the materials were replaced, there would certainly be a risk of instability in nuclear fusion. Fan, I'll feed this back to the top first and see what they can do. Can't they get ITER magnets from pretty countries? Yes. Jiang Fan responded that this was the only way for now. The formulas and data for the controlled fusion fabrication drawings that the system rewarded him with showed that the only qualified magnetic ring device material in Blue Star was the ITER magnet. So replacing other materials is unrealistic. And now we can only rely on the senior leaders above the Dragon Kingdom to see if they can get this material or obtain the technology to develop this material. After Zhou Huaid and Jiang Fan finished discussing the ITER magnets, Jiang Fan also looked at the results of the progress of their development through the video over the past few days, and found that there were no problems. Jiang Fan then sent today's collated information to Zhou Huaid, World Mathematical Organization. It is located in a romantic country. Country Bari. There is a time difference of 7 hours between here and the Dragon Kingdom. And at this time the Dragon Kingdom is already dark and starry, while here is blue sky, white clouds and bright sunshine. A quaint, low-rise office. At this time 7 or 8 old men with eyes, who gazed at the papers in their hands, did not say a word. It wasn't until a minute passed, half an hour later, that an old man sitting in the center position, slowly opened his mouth. Here's an email we received from the Dragon University of Science and Technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Tell us what you think about this proof of the Riemann conjecture. In fact, we have studied about this Riemann conjecture for many years, and in the end, we could not prove its correctness and existence. And from this proof of answer sent over by the dragon, there are no missteps of any kind. But, I also agree with Prof. Alex that the Riemann conjecture has not affected our use of the Riemann conjecture formulas over the past 100 years or so, even though we have not been able to prove it correct. To date, more than 1,000 mathematical propositions have been based on the Riemann conjecture. Several world-class math professors, after more than an hour of discussion, finally came up with a result. They also can't confirm that this answer proves to be correct, but the steps and ideas above show no errors. Since there was no error, they ended up voting by show of hands. For the time being, it is considered correct. In fact, regarding the Riemann conjecture, according to the amount of mathematical knowledge available to Blue Star, it was not possible to prove it accurately. Even if it were proved, the amount of knowledge available to mankind would not confirm its correctness. That's why several experts from the World Mathematical Organization can only assume for the time being that the answer to this proof sent by the Dragon Kingdom is correct. Professor Anthony, didn't Longboy apply last year and fail for the position of director of the World Mathematical Organization? Yes. You asked the staff to cordially invite the Dragon Kingdom to become one of the 6 governing countries of the World Mathematical Organization via email and send them an invitation to the October Mathematics Summit. On the second day, Professor Xiao of LKU came to the office of the math department with his teachers. Teacher, the matter of Jiang Fan changing his major. I feel that we should go directly to him, as long as we talk Jiang Fan into a heartbeat. We're the principal as long as you old enough to intervene. It's unlikely that he won't give face. Professor Wu pondered for a while and thought that his student, Professor Xiao, had made a very reasonable point. Let's go find Jiang Fan now. Yes, teacher, Professor Xiao responded, and just as he was about to get up and shut down his computer, he noticed an email in his mailbox, so he curiously opened it and looked at it, and this look was inappropriate, directly staggered in place. Professor Wu, seeing his student, Professor Xiao, not moving with his bare words, once again urged, Xiao, what are you staring at? Hurry up and go. Don't worry. The other teachers have gone to look for Jiang Fan as well. However, Professor Shaw stammered. Old teacher, the World Math Organization emailed back. Really? 58 chapter, being left out in the cold. When Professor Wu heard his student, Xiao Xuesheng, say that the World Mathematical Organization had returned a message, he was a bit excited and rushed to his side. Let's see. What's the message back? Sensei, the World Mathematical Organization has actually invited us to join the position of director. Prof. Xiao Xuesheng said excitedly. Really? Professor Wu's hands couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. It had always been his dream to join the board of directors of the World Mathematical Organization. The World Mathematical Organization had created a total of 6 governing positions, and it was only by obtaining this position that one could have access to the high-end mathematical knowledge of the Blue Planet and interact with the top mathematical experts. Most importantly, many math-based tech companies, in an effort to break through technological barriers, have approached the World Math Organization to break down these challenges for them. As a council member, it is easy to keep up with where the world is going with high-end technology, very much in the interest of the development of one's own country. Last year, Prof. Wu also applied for the position of counselor in the name of the Dragon University of Science and Technology in the Dragon Kingdom, but was rejected on the grounds that there were no outstanding mathematicians in the Dragon Kingdom. And now, the World Mathematical Organization has actually taken the initiative to invite them to join. Then the Dragon Kingdom can be the 6th governing country of the World Mathematical Organization in the future. This is very beneficial to the development of mathematics and science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Great. Ha. Teacher, we finally did it. Yeah, what a surprise. All this effort for so long has not been in vain after all. Wu Lao couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes with excitement. The Dragon Kingdom had joined the World Mathematical Organization since 50 years ago, but yet, because Rokoku has never been very good at math, he has been applying for the position of counselor all these years without success. Professor Wu was excited and guessed that the World Mathematical Organization had taken the initiative to invite them to join. Was it because of Jiang Fan's answer to that proof of the Riemann conjecture? Yesterday, they discussed for 2 hours in the principal's office about Jiang Fan's proof of the answer, and could not determine whether it was correct. And finally they all voted unanimously to submit the article to the World Mathematical Organization to see if they could confirm whether Jiang Fan's answer was correct. Xiao, take a look at the replies. What made us join the counselor position? Professor Wu asked. Xiao Shuesheng then read up on the contents of the email and then said, Teacher, it's because of the answer to the proof of the Riemann conjecture we sent them yesterday. So, Jiang Fan's answer is correct? Professor Wu said in shock. The email also didn't say whether Jiang Fan's answer was correct or not, just that his answer was unproblematic and well thought out. Prof. Wu immediately heard what they were saying. Smilingly, he said, ha, no problem is correct. I guess those top math experts can't be sure either. But this Jiang Fan is really something. Professor Wu couldn't help but praise it. Teacher, the World Mathematical Organization even sent an invitation to Jiang. What invitation? World Math Summit this October. Professor Wu was once again excited. The World Mathematics Summit, which he knew very well, was to announce the results of mathematical research over the years, and how it could be applied to high-end technology. The members attending are some of Blue Star's top math experts, and some high-end tech companies. If the Dragon Kingdom could also participate, it would definitely be a big deal. This is a big deal. Let's report it to the principal first. In the meantime, a commercial vehicle pulls out of the Dragon Embassy stationed in the pretty country. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the car besides the driver, and the one at the head was Zhang Yi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. There are also 2 experts in the Dragon Kingdom who study magnetic materials. The middle-aged man's name was Zhao Guang, a professor of magnetics and new magnetic materials at Huaqing University. There was also an old man named Zhou Shiba, who belonged to the National Institute of Magnetic Materials and was an academician. The other 2 tall men were their bodyguards. Minister Zhang, this time when we negotiate with the pretty country, it's expected to be a vicious battle, Zhou Shiba said. When he initially researched magnetic materials, Longguo was still in its infancy, and he didn't have to deal with the pretty country, and as a result, he paid a big price every time to get some technology that was eliminated by the pretty country. It can't be helped. After all, the Dragon country's science and technology to develop urgently need these science and technology. For this negotiation, the upper echelon leaders of the Dragon Kingdom had given them a mission. That is, no matter what, they must purchase the ITER magnet material or technology of the pretty kingdom. Academician Zhou, in this matter, I suggest you prepare for long-term negotiations. Zhang Yi of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said. Professor Zhao Guang, who was on the side, said, Minister Wang, this time, the country is very urgent and requires that within 1.5 months, it must purchase ITER magnets or master ITER magnet technology. Half a month? It's hard. Those pretty countries aren't as nice as you think they are. They're like insatiable gourmets, eating people without spitting bones. Zhang Yi recounted to Zhou Shiba and Zhao Guang in the car his experience in dealing with the pretty country over the years, and it was a way of giving them some heart preparation. The car soon arrived at a building where the appointment had been made. They rode the elevator to the 58th floor, and the receptionist, a woman in professional attire, was contemptuous when she saw that it was the Dragon Nation that came out of the elevator. Arrogantly, what's the matter with you guys? We have an appointment with Mr. Marlowe Justin, Jiang Yi said. The one at the front desk gave a blank look, then picked up the phone and dialed. Dear Mr. Justin, there are some Orientals at the door who say they have an appointment with you. Okay, I understand, Mr. Justin, the woman replied with a big smile on her face. When she hung up the phone, her smiling face immediately turned cold. Mr. Justin is meeting an important guest, so wait there. Ma'am, our appointment with Mr. Justin is at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at it. Before Zhao Guang could finish, the other party said impatiently, if you're waiting, stay there honestly. If not, please go back. When Zhao Guang was still going to argue with her, Zhou Shiba pulled him a bit and said, Professor Cho, let's just wait for a while. They then went to a waiting area and sat down. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Minister Zhang Yi glanced at the time and his face instantly turned cold. Usually when he dealt with those pretty countries' government personnel, he didn't receive this kind of treatment. He hadn't expected the owner of a tech company to be so uncreditworthy and completely disregard them. So he stood up and said coldly to the receptionist, please, contact Mr. Justin again. It's been an hour since our appointment. The female at the front desk, without looking up, said impatiently, as I said, you can wait if you want to, or leave if you don't. 59. 59 Chapter, a lot of value. Long University, Jiang Fan ate breakfast and prepared to go to the lab that Long Lao said he would go to. Last night, he had stayed up all night, taking a general look at the battle armor and fighter crafting drawings that the system had rewarded him with. It was found to be more than a notch above the current Blue Star technology. He'd been excited all night watching it, but excited as he was, he couldn't develop it right now. This is because the energy source used by the battle mechs and fighters are all controlled fusion micro devices. But the current tokamak device for controlled fusion is missing an important ITER magnet material. Only when this problem is solved can controlled fusion continue to be developed. Yesterday Zhou Huai told him that the material about ITER magnets had been reported to the state, and the state would intervene with the pretty country to solve the problem. And I wonder how it's going. Jiang Fan said to himself. His main concern now was the ITER magnet material. As long as he succeeded in developing controlled nuclear fusion, he would be able to develop battle armor and fighter jets next. Jiang Fan arrived at Old Dragon's research room without realizing it, since today was Jiang Fan's first day here. Elder Long came early. Seeing Jiang Fan's arrival, Elder Long cheerfully rushed to welcome him and patted his shoulder. Good boy. What a face for me. Ha ha. Jiang Fan was a bit bewildered when he heard Elder Long suddenly praise himself. Then he heard Elder Long say, "You're the first freshman to slam dunk in the Lonoke University Traditions Challenge." Ha ha. Jiang Fan realized this and said modestly, "Just luck. Luck is part of strength." You could tell that Elder Dragon was in a very good mood. He then clapped his hands together and addressed the three assistants. "Everyone come here. I'll introduce you." Then two young men and a woman approached. When the girl saw Jiang Fan, she couldn't help but let out an eek. Everyone then looked at her, and then she hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's okay." Elder Long didn't care that much and introduced himself to the three of them. "This is Jiang Fan, my newest student. From now on, he will be working with you in our research lab on mecha energy equipment." The three of them looked at each other. A question mark popped up in their hearts. Didn't Elder Long never accept students? What is the situation today? "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Fan. I'm this year's freshman, so please give me more pointers in the future if I don't know what I'm talking about." The girl then smiled at Jiang Fan and said, "Hello, my name is Xia Xiaoyu. I'm your senior sister." He. When Xia Xiaoyu spoke, she purposely bit the word senior sister very heavily. She was Chow Yifei's best friend. Yesterday she heard Chow Yifei say that she liked Jiang Fan and asked herself to inquire about his residence, but she didn't expect to run into him today at the institute. In the future, if Chow Yifei and Jiang Fan became boyfriend and girlfriend, then Chow Yifei would have to follow suit and call herself senior sister. She couldn't help but giggle at the thought. "Hello, my name is Su Guan Yuan. I'm a senior this year, and I'm a materials major. My name is Niu Su. I'm a junior this year, majoring in computer science." They introduced themselves to each other and sort of said hello. Elder Long then gave Jiang Fan an introduction to their lab. Their lab mainly researched the energy systems in mechs. Last night, Jiang Fan had looked over the drawings of the battle mech rewarded by the system, and he now had a rough understanding of the mech as a whole. Mechs are divided into 10 major systems, which are energy systems, drive systems, skeleton systems, armor systems, weapon systems, plug-in system, perception system, master control system, manipulation system, vivisection system. Each system used a different area of specialization, so the research of the mecha was generally a separate study of each system, and then finally assembled together. It formed the mecha. Of course the systems of these mechs do not exist separately. They need to meet from time to time to report on the development of each system, and then constantly adjust the direction of research and development. And since Elder Long had outstanding achievements in rocket fuel, he was in charge of the energy system among the top 10 systems of the mecha. In the drawings of the system rewarding Jiang Fan for the next 100 years of fighter mechs, the energy system was a small controlled fusion device used. It was very different from the aluminum battery energy that Long Lao was currently researching. However, there were no ITER magnet materials in the Dragon Kingdom right now, so he couldn't research a small controlled fusion device for a while. After giving Jiang Fan a poor introduction, Elder Long left. He was still the chief engineer of the Dragon Kingdom's rocket fuel development, and the project had reached a critical moment, so he had to be there to keep an eye on it. He handed Jiang Fan over to Su Guan Yuan and asked him to take Jiang Fan to familiarize himself with the research lab environment first. But when Elder Long had just left, Xia Xiaoyu enthusiastically came over and said to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, senior sister will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment." After saying that, they introduced Jiang Fan to the situation that their research was now studying. When Su Guan Yuan saw that someone was willing to take Jiang Fan to familiarize himself with the environment, he didn't bother to introduce him, so he continued to study the material of the lithium battery he had in his hands. Since Jiang Fan, in his previous life, had researched nanomaterials and had knowledge of materials for battery energy. He quickly familiarized himself with the research process. In the afternoon it will be possible to cooperate with them to do some experiments and exchanges. This made them all chamber a big surprise. They didn't think that this Jiang Fan knew so much. No wonder he was able to be taken in as a student by Elder Long. By the time he was eating in the afternoon, Jiang Fan gave Zhou Huai a call and asked it the situation of the magnet material. Zhou Huai told him that it was not yet done. According to the urine of the beautiful country, it is estimated that it is a little difficult to do. At least half a month. Hearing Zhou Huai say this, Jiang Fan had no choice but to be quiet. It seemed that this matter could not be rushed. After hanging up the phone, he then received a call from Dean Li of Longkou University. Said it was for him to honor the reward the principal gave him yesterday. Jiang Fan was instantly happy. Soon he arrived at the lab Dean Li had said he would be in. This lab is in the building next door to the old Long's lab. Jiang Fan waited for Dean Li for a while, and soon he came with the key. Open the door and see that there is experimental equipment inside that isn't. Jiang Fan, this is a laboratory left behind by an old professor from the previous Dragon Science Academy. If you still need any equipment and materials, just give it to me directly and I'll arrange for personnel to buy them for you. Thanks, Dean Li. Jiang Fan finished speaking, then took out a pen and plopped down on a table to write something. Dean Li was a little uncertain. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fan picked up the piece of paper and handed it directly to him. Dean Li, please, prepare these materials for me. Yes, Dean Li responded. Worrying and bellyaching, you kid is really not polite. He then took a general look at the contents of the materials and equipment and was startled. The total price of these materials and equipment is a lot of money, and his initial estimate is at least $50 million. 60 chapter, lead acid batteries. The next day, Jiang Fan ate breakfast and went to Old Dragon's laboratory. Not long after, Elder Dragon also came, and after briefly communicating with a few people, he hurriedly left. After Long Lao left, Xia Xiaoyu said to Jiang Fan, you mention it to Academician Long. Let him rest more. Don't labor so much. After all, they are all over 60 old men. The body is important. Good. By the way, senior sister, why don't you just tell your teacher? Jiang Fan asked suspiciously. I wouldn't dare. Old Dragon's temper is too hot. Earlier, Xia Xiaoyu had said something unrelated to the experiment to Elder Long, and was scolded by Elder Long with a split face. Teacher, he looks quite peaceful. Jiang Fan said, hey, you're not like us. You're Elder Dragon's student. Your status is different from ours, and as the saying goes, a tiger's venom doesn't eat its children. Okay, Jiang Fan responded, looking at Xia Xiaoyu's palpitating heart, and wondering in his heart, was Elder Dragon that scary? This matter, you must be attentive. Once I saw Long Academician doing experiments, covering the abdomen squatting on the ground for more than 10 minutes to slow down. Xia Xiaoyu was actually most afraid that something would happen to Long Lao's body. If that happened, they were afraid that it would be difficult for their research lab to continue. When she was a junior in college, she followed an old professor of Longkou University as an assistant, and it was because of that professor's health that the research in the lab was finally forced to stop. Thankfully, that old professor directly transferred her to Elder Long's side, but the other students were not so lucky. As a student, it was very difficult to find a research lab to do research that, although there are many teachers who do some research projects and are willing to take their students, how can there be that many projects for the entire school of 10,000 students? Xia Xiaoyu saw that Jiang Fan agreed, and only after explaining again and again did she put her heart down. Jiang Fan knew very well that, as a scientific researcher, behind the great achievements, it was all exchanged for playing with research day and night. Almost all researchers are physically, more or less, sick. A few people then got into the swing of things. Their current research and development task was very heavy. The mech's energy system was the core system of the entire mech. All functions are driven by the energy system. The other systems of the mech design should also be developed with the data of the energy system. Otherwise you design a mech arm that can grab 1000 kilograms of weight, but the power of the energy source cannot reach the power is also 100. When the morning was almost over, Jiang Fan called them over. What's the matter, schoolmate? Su Guanyuan asked. Senior, I did a summary of battery energy yesterday. Summary? I'll read the summary made by my schoolmate first. He. After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she grabbed the information in Jiang Fan's hand and read it. Jiang Fan didn't bother with that much. He realized that the parallel world Earth was quite a bit higher than the technology on Blue Star through his understanding of Blue Star's battery materials yesterday. Currently, Blue Star's mainstream batteries are still lead-acid batteries, and the Earth has already researched lithium cobaltate 18,650 batteries, nickel metal hydride batteries, lithium iron phosphate batteries, lithium ternary batteries and so on. The performance is more than 3 times higher than lead-acid batteries. Seeing how Jiang Fan was motivated, Su Guangyuan decided to listen to him and give him some guidance in the process. Senior Jiang Fan, can you tell us about what you've summarized? Jiang Fan nodded and said to the three. Mech energy generally has the following needs. 1 is range, 2 is output power, 3 battery life. At present, the energy source of the mechs we are researching is mainly lead-acid batteries, which have stable performance and mature technology. But to use it as a mech energy source, I feel it's far from adequate. The lead-acid batteries have a cycle life of around 300 cycles, with a maximum of 500, and have poor range and lack of power, as well as its weight. Su Guangyuan nodded far away, agreeing with Jiang Fan's summary. The analysis was spot on, and it pointed out the problems they needed to overcome. Currently, their main research focus is how to improve the overall performance of lead-acid batteries. Jiang Fan continued. So, I feel like the direction of our research needs to change. Change of direction? Xiaoyu put down Jiang Fan's paper version of the summary and said in surprise. Right. Jiang Fan gave her a look and said firmly. Lead-acid batteries are batteries made primarily of lead and its oxides, with the electrolyte being a sulfuric acid solution. His chemical reaction BO2 plus 2H2 SO4 plus Pb and GT, SO4 plus 2H2O plus SO4, discharge reaction, lead dioxide, sulfuric acid, spongy lead, the valence of Pb and BO2 decreases. This kind of battery structure, the performance online is destined to be very low. There is no point of in-depth exploration necessary. It will only waste time. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, the three of them looked at each other. Su Guangyuan instantly had a much worse impression of Jiang Fan. What they were studying now was the general direction given by Elder Long. Jiang Fan's direct dismissal of their research as a waste of time was tantamount to dismissing Long Lao. If Elder Long knew, he really didn't know how he would feel about him as a disciple. Jiang Fan, you should know that lead-acid batteries are the best performing batteries in Blue Star, and the technology is very mature. I'm sure it won't take long to make a breakthrough in lead-acid batteries in our research lab. Xiaoyu was the first to stand out and said, Schoolmate, you are diligent and good at studying. We all support that. But scientific research is not what you think it is. Yes, fortunately, Elder Long is not here. If his old man were to hear this, even if you his student, you won't be spared a criticism. The three of them were counting on Jiang Fan. They all had the same opinion of Jiang Fan now, that they were young and foolish. Jiang Fan waited for them to finish and continued to speak slowly. For researchers, the direction of research is very important. A wrong direction is destined to prevent a major breakthrough. Su Guangyuan's face was a little displeased when he saw that Jiang Fan was persistent. They were all juniors and seniors this year, and today they were actually being lectured by a freshman. So they said in a somewhat mocking tone, Jiang Fan, you said that it's a waste of time for us to research lead-acid batteries, so give us a correct direction for research. Lithium iron phosphate power cells. Lithium iron phosphate power cells? The three were surprised. It was the first time they had heard of a battery made of this material. The performance of lithium iron phosphate power batteries is more than 3 times that of lead-acid batteries. Cycle life reaches more than 2,000 cycles. Thermal peak can be 350 C 500 C. Wide operating temperature range, -20 C plus 75 C. Jiang Fan began to introduce them to the performance of lithium iron phosphate power battery. Listening to them was full of disbelief. Keep in mind that the lead-acid batteries they were working on were only predicted to improve performance by up to 30%. 61 chapter, Adoration from Girlfriends. Su Guangyuan 3 people for Jiang Fan, said lithium iron phosphate power battery? All did not care. Consider Jiang Fan bragging. For them to develop a battery with a new material is impossible to develop without years or decades of work. Besides, it's still a different matter whether a battery made of such material would work. The fact that they could patiently listen to Jiang Fan's introduction was already considered giving him face. After all, he was Elder Long's student. When Jiang Fan saw Su Guangyuan's teasing face, he knew that he didn't believe what he was saying. Seeing Xiaoyu and Niu Su listening to a blank face, it is estimated that they also did not understand the chemical reaction of lithium iron phosphate power battery. It seems that this program needs to wait until one's teacher returns. After lunch, Jiang Fan didn't go back to the lab because doing research on lead-acid batteries that was a waste of time. He called Dean Li and asked about his materials and equipment. Dean Li told him to have it ready for him to send tomorrow. Jiang Fan made another call to Zhou Huide and inquired about the situation over at the northern base. R&D at the northern base is on track and all is well. Jiang Fan put his heart down and inquired about the ITER magnet material again. Zhou Huide told him that the negotiation of the personnel sent by the country did not go well, and they were being made difficult by the pretty country at every turn. As long as ITER magnet material news, Zhou Huide said that he would be the first to contact Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was also helpless. It was just a pity that the system didn't tell him the development method of the ITER magnet material. Otherwise there would be no need to go to Pretty Country and beg them. The current information Jiang Fan had compiled on the program of controlled nuclear fusion was already enough for Joe White and the others to develop for a month. So he's in no hurry to organize the program information for now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan had nothing to do in the afternoon. It was at this moment that his WeChat rang. At first glance it was the little Wildcat who had sent him a message. Wildcat, Jiang Fan. What are you doing? He replied with a grin. Jiang Fan, Churuoshi student. I just finished eating. I'm fine in the afternoon. Little Wildcat, I'm at the front door of your school right now. Kong Fan, okay, wait for me. Jiang Fan put away his cell phone and headed for the main gate. Thinking of Churuoshi's cute and lively appearance, Jiang Fan couldn't help but run as he walked. 5 minutes later, he came panting to the main gate. The shapely Churuoshi was found to be at the front door, looking forward to it. When she spotted Jiang Fan's figure, Churuoshi immediately revealed a cute smile. Jiang Fan, Churuoshi shouted, then came to Jiang Fan's side with a bounce. Student Churuoshi, why don't you wait for me in the shade? Jiang Fan said. I'm afraid you won't see me. Churuoshi said with a smile. By the way, why are you still calling me Churuoshi classmate? I'm your girlfriend now. From now on, call me Ruoshi, or Xiaoxi is fine. Jiang Fan pondered for a while. Now that Churuoshi was his girlfriend, it seemed like calling her Churuoshi's classmate was indeed a bit out of the ordinary, so he tried this rephrasing. If Wakashi. Although the shouting was a bit raw, Churuoshi was still very satisfied to hear it. That's right. So his hands directly encircled Jiang Fan's arms. It's part of the late summer and early fall, and it's still hot enough that their arms are bare. Jiang Fan's arm touched Churuoshi's white and soft arm, and he immediately had a feeling of electric shock. The little heart was beating wildly. His face reddened as well. This was the first time he had skin to skin with the opposite sex. Churuoshi asked as she noticed Jiang Fan's abnormality. Jiang Fan, your face is so red. Jiang Fan's mouth was a little dry as he spoke. You wouldn't be this close to a girl for the first time, would you? Churuoshi asked with a smile. Jiang Fan's mind was now blank. He couldn't think of a good reason. And in the end, he could only nod honestly. Churuoshi laughed even more happily and instead hugged Jiang Fan's arm a heel tight. Jiang Fan, I haven't visited your school yet. Will you take me there? Well, if Wakashi. Jiang Fan was still a bit awkward when he called out to Ruoshi, but it was much better than the first time he shouted it just now. Afterward, Jiang Fan and Churuoshi entered the gates of Longkou University together. The campus environment of LKU is not comparable to that of Huaqing University. Huaqing University was the best campus environment among all the universities in the Dragon Kingdom. To be honest, Jiang Fan wasn't too familiar with the campus of Longkou University, except for the first day when he went around alone for a while. During these 2 days, he stayed in Elder Dragon's research lab. The two just wandered aimlessly around the campus. Along the way, Churuoshi spoke cheerfully to Jiang Fan about what had happened to her at Huaqing University in the past 2 days. Jiang Fan was also full of smiles and responded from time to time. He loved the way Churuoshi chattered around him. It felt as if she was extraordinarily energetic and never got tired. Jiang Fan, tell us about your 2 days at Longkou University too. Jiang Fan said after thinking for a moment. Exams, labs, and meeting you. No? Oh, Jiang Fan responded. But this was indeed what he had done in the past 3 days at Longkou University. Freshmen just enrolled. Why are they still taking tests? It's the Dragon Science University's traditional challenge. Jiang Fan explained. Hey, by the way, I heard from one of our roommates in the dorm that she accompanied her friend to check-in that day and happened to watch the Lonoke University Heritage Challenge exam as well. Said one of the freshmen came right in with a grand slam, breaking Lonoke University's 30-year-old record, which is especially impressive. Aha, Jiang Fan echoed. Seeing Churuoshi's worshipful look, his heart was still beautiful. Jiang Fan, how many challenge test questions did you make out? Sort of 9 ways. 9 ways? Churuoshi said in surprise. How many questions are there in your school's traditional challenge? 9 ways. Ah, that. Freshman, that wouldn't be you, would it? Churuoshi opened her small mouth and looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Ah, it's really you. Ha ha. My boyfriend is just awesome. Churuoshi's heart couldn't be happier. She had envied someone else before, but it turned out that this person was actually Jiang Fan. Churuoshi was as cheerful as a little white rabbit, and in the end, she was so excited that she couldn't help but give Jiang Fan a gentle kiss on his cheek. This look is the normal behavior between lovers. However, in Jiang Fan's heart, like a calm lake, was a small stone stirred up by a burst of ripples. A long time cannot be calmed. In the meantime, Long Lao returned to the laboratory and found Jiang Fan's summary of the battery materials, as well as the lithium iron phosphate power battery research program. 62 chapter, Full Cooperation. Pop. When Long Lao saw the end, he directly put Jiang Fan to write that battery summary and slapped it on the experimental table. Xia Xiaoyu and the three of them were scared, and their hearts simultaneously thumped. Xia Xiaoyu was suddenly shocked. It's over. I blame myself for being careless and forgetting to put away the summary written by Jiang Fan. Elder Long was definitely going to be angry now, while Su Guanyuan's heart is sneering, see you still fooling around, waiting to be scolded by the old dragon. At this time, Elder Long asked at the three of them, where's Jiang Fan? Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly explained, he's a new student. He's going to have formal military training tomorrow, so I guess there's something going on. We'll call him here. Afterward, Xia Xiaoyu quickly took out her cell phone and dialed Jiang Fan. At this moment, Jiang Fan was sitting on the grass with Chu Ruoshi, drinking milk tea and chatting happily. Jiang Fan heard his cell phone ringing and saw that it was Xia Xiaoyu, calling at this hour, presumably about the institute. Just as he connected, Xia Xiaoyu's anxious voice came from over there. Jiang Fan, come to the research room. Academician Long is back looking for you. Got it. I'm going back now. After 2 seconds, Xia Xiaoyu lowered her voice and said, Long Academician looked at that summary of yours and his face was a little less than pretty. When you come back, apologize properly. Oh. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He stood up and said to Chu Ruoshi, Ruoshi, there is something going on in the lab. I need to go over there. Why don't you go to my place? I'll find you when I'm done. Okay. If you've got business to attend to, go ahead. Chu Ruoshi replied, although she really wanted Jiang Fan to continue to accompany her, but she also knew very well in her heart that it was very hard to join a lab as a freshman, so she couldn't afford to hold her boyfriend back. Afterward, Jiang Fan gave Chu Ruoshi the key to his place and left in a hurry. Chu Ruoshi took the key and headed for the teacher's apartment that Jiang Fan had mentioned. She hadn't expected that Jiang Fan, a freshman, would be assigned a separate dormitory. It seems that his previous invention of solar photovoltaic panel material is not a small contribution to the country. Chu Ruoshi asked a few classmates before finding the teacher's apartment. She opened the door to room 302 and stepped inside, and the room in front of her immediately surprised her a bit. The inside is decorated with antique colors and very charming. The dining table, stools, sofa and bookcase are all made of mahogany. It's definitely understated luxury. Chu Ruoshi looked around the room and liked it very much, simultaneously amazed. That's too good of a deal. Jiang Fan returned to Elder Dragon's lab. The atmosphere in the lab was found to be very staid. Elder Long was still holding Jiang Fan's information and reading it, picking up his pen from time to time and writing something. When Xia Xiaoyu saw Jiang Fan walk in, she hurriedly ran over and explained in a low voice, Jiang Fan, you'll admit your mistake later with a better attitude. After all, Academician Long is your old one. He shouldn't be too angry. Admit fault? Why would I admit fault? Jiang Fan looked at Xia Xiaoyu in disbelief. He didn't seem to have made any mistakes. When Xia Xiaoyu saw that Jiang Fan didn't have the slightest bit of awareness, she was a bit angry. You're such an elf. You're on your own. Jiang Fan didn't bother to pay attention to Xia Xiaoyu, so he walked over to Long Lao and said, Teacher, you asked for me. Only then did Elder Long put down his pen and raised his head to ask, where were you this afternoon? With my girlfriend. As Jiang Fan uttered these words, Xia Xiaoyu's trio was directly petrified in place. He doesn't come to the lab all afternoon, and he goes to pick up girls? And with a straight face. They were really afraid that Elder Long would be angered out of his mind, just as they were anticipating that Jiang Fan might have to pay the price for his behavior. Elder Long, however, said with a kind face, you've got a girlfriend. Not bad. When will you lead it over and show it to the teacher? She's at my place right now. Jiang Fan said, okay, show me later. Ha ha. Elder Long's entire brow was smiling, and the three of them looked puzzled. They all wondered if they were having an illusion. Was this still the usually strict, hot-tempered Elder Long? What is it the teacher is looking for me for? Jiang Fan asked. Only then did Elder Long withdraw his mind and said, this one is written. Aha! The idea of a lithium iron phosphate power battery is novel. Can you tell me how the lithium iron phosphate LiFePO 4 positive and negative electrodes in it react? Negative reaction, C6 Li Xe- equals C6 Li 1x Li plus. C6 Li indicates that lithium atoms are embedded in graphite to form a composite. Positive reaction Li, 1x, Mo2's Li plus Xe equals Limo2. Jiang Fan explained to the old man while the old man acted like a student, asking questions from time to time and waiting for Jiang Fan to answer them before he suddenly realized what was going on. Su Guanyuan. The three of them just looked at them blankly, their hearts filled with doubt. Jiang Fan put the Dragon-old research lead-acid batteries. Slammed worthless, but the Dragon-old even humbly to Jiang Fan to ask for advice up. According to the plot, shouldn't it be that Elder Long was so enraged that he directly kicked Jiang Fan out of the lab? Looking at Long Lao, they also began to seriously think about whether the lithium iron phosphate power battery proposed by Jiang Fan was feasible. 2 hours later, Elder Dragon understood pretty much everything. He believes that Jiang Fan's lithium iron phosphate power battery program is very feasible. If the research was successful, Blue Star's battery energy could definitely rise to a new level, and the problem of mech energy will be solved. Jiang Fan, how soon can you research the lithium iron phosphate power battery? Elder Long asked. Jiang Fan pondered for a while and said, conservatively estimate half a month. Half a month? All of the people in the lab were in a state of shock. A new type of battery material can be researched in just half a month. This is absolutely impossible. Just like when the lead-acid battery was researched. It was researched by the F-country plant after 5 years and I don't know how many failures. But Jiang Fan went so far as to say that he could research a lithium iron phosphate power battery in half a month. Even if Jiang Fan had the formula for the lithium iron phosphate power battery, it could not be easily researched. A new type of battery material is being researched successfully, and under normal circumstances, it would take 2 to 5 years at the very least. Jiang Fan, you really can study it in half a month? Long Lao asked in shock. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded seriously. Long Lao got a little excited. If someone else had said this, he would not have believed it. But Jiang Fan was the one who had researched controlled nuclear fusion. With such a genius, even if Jiang Fan said that he could research a spaceship, Elder Long was convinced. Elder Long then said to the Su Guangyuan trio, you three, stop all the research in your hands, and for this half a month, fully cooperate with Jiang Fan. 63 chapter, closed study. After Long Lao finished his explanation, he asked Jiang Fan to make a list of materials needed for the experiment. Elder Long then sent the list to the relevant people. It is requested that materials must be in the lab by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Afterward, Elder Long looked at Jiang Fan and it was a favorite. Jiang Fan, go, take me to meet your girlfriend. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded his head. So he and Elder Dragon prepared to go out. At this time, Su Guangyuan cowardly shouted, Academician Long, so what do we do now? It was because just now, Elder Long said that they should stop the research they were doing and fully cooperate with Jiang Fan. They suddenly didn't know what to do now. Elder Long said without a trace of anger, do what you have to do. You don't have to work late tonight. After saying that, he went out with Jiang Fan, leaving the three men staring at each other in disbelief. Su Guangyuan, Academician Long wasn't drugged by Jiang Fan. Seeing that our research is coming to fruition, how can it stop just like that? Xia Xiaoyu said, hey, the key I feel that the lithium iron phosphate power battery that Jiang Fan said is not reliable at all. Su Guangyuan said helplessly, we'll do whatever Elder Long tells us to do. Niu Su said, Gata, don't you have to do research tonight? My sister's going out to get high. Xia Xiaoyu didn't care so much. Just like what Niu Su said, just do whatever Elder Long told you to do. At this time, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly reacted. Before Jiang Fan said he had a girlfriend? I'll go. His own best friend, Xiao Yifei, even asked himself to inquire about Jiang Fan's situation where. She then took out her cell phone and quickly made a call to Xiao Yifei. Elder Long made a side trip back to his house while he was on his way to Jiang Fan's place. Afterward, the two of them came to Jiang Fan's residence. When Chu Ruoshi heard the knock on the door, she came out of the kitchen in a hurry. She opened the door and sure enough, it was Jiang Fan who had returned. But there was an old man standing next to him. She guessed that it should be the teacher that Jiang Fan was talking about. And before Jiang Fan could introduce her, she smiled at Long Lao and said, hello, teacher, come on in. Long Lao said happily when he saw that the little girl had such a cheerful personality and was also pretty. Yeah. Afterward, they came to the living room together, and Chu Ruoshi hurriedly washed some fruits for Elder Long. Teacher, eat some fruit. Good. By the way, little girl, what's your name? Long Lao asked. My name is Chu Ruoshi, your high school classmate of Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoshi introduced herself greatly. Well, not bad. Jiang Fan, you kid will be blessed in the future. Elder Long said jokingly. In fact, the reason why Elder Long had come over was to help Jiang Fan as a gatekeeper. He was really afraid that if Jiang Fan met a girl with a bad personality, it would seriously affect his research in the future. But now it seems that Jiang Fan's girlfriend Chu Ruoshi is very nice with her knowledge and cheerful personality. Now, he sort of let go. After Chu Ruoshi chatted with Elder Long for a while, she went back to the kitchen to cook. As Elder Long looked on, the two of them, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi, were quite like two people living their lives. Jiang Fan, I think Chu Ruoshi is a good kid. so you can't fail her in the future. Understand? Well, I know, teacher, Jiang Fan responded. Ever since the moment Chu Ruoshi was with him, Jiang Fan hadn't thought of separating from her. During the meal, Chu Ruoshi was apologetic. Teacher, Jiang Fan, this is the first time I've ever cooked, so it might not be too good. Ha ha. I'll try it. Elder Dragon savored it for a moment. Not bad. Ha ha. Jiang Fan also tasted a bite. This was also the first time he had eaten a meal made by Chu Ruoshi, and to be honest, he was still quite moved in his heart. Wakashi, yummy. Really? Chu Ruoshi was all smiles when she saw that both Elder Long and Jiang Fan said it looked good. So I ate it too, and it turned out to taste really bad. But looking at the way Elder Long and Jiang Fan were eating very deliciously, his heart was still quite moved. The three ate. I'll leave you two alone. Ha ha. Elder Long said with a snicker, and Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi looked at each other and their faces couldn't help but turn a little red. Jiang Fan, come with me for a moment. Aha. Jiang Fan and Long Lao went out of the room together and came down to the classroom apartment building. Long Lao looked around for a while before he slowly said, Jiang Fan, regarding your previous scientific success, even your parents and your girlfriend must keep it a secret, okay? I know, teacher, it's all for your safety and theirs. Jiang Fan understood what Elder Long meant. As a scientific researcher, especially when one researches a major result, it would cause a stir in the world. It was easy to be targeted by some enemy countries. Long Lao gave two more explanations and took out a jade bracelet from his pocket. Jiang Fan, as your teacher, the first to see Ruoshi, this is a meeting gift for her. Pass it on to her. Jiang Fan glanced at the turquoise jade bracelet, which was worth a lot at a glance, and quickly refused. Teacher, this is too expensive. Jiang Fan, this is a little bit of teacher's intention. To be honest, today, I came just to give you a gatekeeper. Ruoshi, this girl is good. Cherish her in the future. Seeing that Elder Long was very serious, Jiang Fan didn't push any further and accepted it. That's right. Ha, said Long Lao with a smile. There's also the research on the lithium iron phosphate power battery. You'll be in full charge of that for a while. I'm going to spend some time on another project during this time, and I hope that when I come back, I can give my old man a surprise. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Jiang Fan looked at Elder Dragon's distant back and contemplated for a while before returning to his residence. Giving the jade bracelet to Chu Ruoshi, she saw such a beautiful jade bracelet and loved it. Jiang Fan, this jade bracelet is quite valuable at first glance. It's better to return it to your teacher. I told the teacher and he insisted on giving it. Just take it. Chu Ruoshi looked at the turquoise jade bracelet and put it away afterward. Since military training would start tomorrow, Jiang Fan sent Chu Ruoshi back to Huaqing University. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, the freshmen at LKU wore camouflage uniforms and went to the playground to start their first class of military training at the university. And Jiang Fan came to the lab at 8 o'clock sharp, found all the ingredients ready to go. Not long after, Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guang Yuan, and Niu Su also came. Jiang Fan briefly talked about the division of labor in their research. Then he turned to the three of them again. In the next 15 days, in order to be able to study the lithium iron phosphate power battery as soon as possible, we will enter a closed research mode. Closed study? The three said in surprise. Yes, what is closed study? Xia Xiaoyu asked. Eat, drink, sleep, all in the lab. The three of them were dumbfounded as they listened. Elder Long was already harsh enough on them, but it didn't occur to me that Jiang Fan was more like a Joe pickpocket. 64 chapter, New Energy Vehicles. Just at the time when Jiang Fan was leading the three of them, Su Guang Yuan, to intensely study the lithium iron phosphate power battery, Tesla, the world's one new energy vehicle, issued a press release. The release claims that they have successfully developed a Model 4 new energy vehicle with a 30% increase in battery performance over the original. The Model 4 has a range of 425 kilometers and supports a fastest charge of 3 hours to complete. Accelerates to 6 seconds to 100 meters with great power. Priced at 29.98 lakhs. As soon as the news broke, it immediately attracted widespread attention from countries around the world. The Dragon Kingdom is the world's leading seller of new energy vehicles. After the end of the press conference, the beautiful country's Tesla New Energy Automobile Company chose the first time to hold the Model 4 car exhibition in the magic capital of the Dragon Country. Many car owners in the Dragon Kingdom who like new energy sources have looked at the battery performance of the Tesla Model 4 and are hotly debating it on the internet. Netizen 1, this Tesla Model 4 battery performance has been improved by 30%, which is very good, and the appearance is very cool. I like it. Ready to get one. Netizen 2, new energy car 100 meters 6 seconds. This power is absolutely strong. Did not think that new energy vehicles can also experience the feeling of pushback. Netizen 3, I feel that new energy vehicles, the most important thing is to look at its range. Tesla Model 4 range of 425 kilometers, or more attractive to me. Netizen 4, 20 cents of electricity a kilometer. Charging a charge is only 85 yuan. And gasoline cars than a save too much. It's worth getting. Netizen 5, resolutely boycott. Tesla is the brand of the beautiful country. I want to buy bid. Support domestic. Netizen 6, yes. We have to support domestic production. Netizen 7, we also want to support domestic. But the key bid battery is not powerful. Even though Tesla is more expensive than bid, I still choose Tesla. Netizen 8, now that the Dragon has joined the WTO, what foreign and domestic brands are divided into? Whose stuff is good? Whose I buy? Netizen 9, those who play the banner of support for domestic. I think it is a poor bastard. The garbage bids still have people to support. Really brain dead. While the netizens were arguing heatedly, the BYD headquarters also held an emergency meeting of the top management for this purpose. In the conference room, Mr. Wang of BYD was full of worry as he listened to the report from the leader of the data analysis department. We did an analysis of 1 million owners through Cars Big Data and 67% said they liked Tesla's Model 4, with 31% saying they would buy it. We, BYD new energy vehicles, account for 26.8% of the market share of new energy vehicles in the Dragon Kingdom. This time Tesla's new energy car Model 4. The impact on our overall sales is huge. The budget of our BYD new energy car market share will drop to. When the leader of the analysis department said this, he glanced at Mr. Wang, who had an ugly face, and hesitated to go on. Mr. Wang glanced at him and said directly, say, the leader of the analysis department was also frightened and timid. Market share will drop to 9%. Pop. Mr. Wang directly shot up, pressing his hands hard on the conference table, his face red with anger. 9% market share? Today they're 26.8% market share is just barely enough to survive. If they do drop to a 9% market share, they will have to lose about $3 billion a year and definitely face closure. After 2 minutes, Mr. Wang calmed down, slowly sat down on the stool, and turned to the executives of the R&D department and asked, Manager Gao, what's the progress of our R&D department? Today, he has no choice but to pin his hopes on the R&D department. They can only solve the fundamental problem by developing a battery with even better performance. But the high manager of the research and development department said in a somewhat lost tone, so far, no. Mr. Wang knew the answer to this question before he asked it again. Battery performance improvements don't happen overnight. Before Tesla upgraded its batteries, the battery technology level of new energy vehicles was more or less the same, and BID still had the ability to grab the market with Tesla. And today, Tesla has upped the performance of its batteries by a full 30%. Such a big gap that there's not even the slightest bit of competitive capital. Mr. Wang raised his head and looked at all the executives present, then said, let's discuss how we, the BYD group, will face this competition next. At this time, the marketing manager thought for a moment and said to Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, we feel that we should still be able to gun for some market share if we lower the market price by 10%. The budget department heard this and immediately stood up and said, reducing the market price by 10% equates to a 33% reduction in our profits. Today our annual profit and loss is flat. If we adjust our prices we will have to go into the red, which is tantamount to chronic suicide. Chronic suicide is also better than losing market share. At the very least we can still survive. As long as we wait until the R&D department develops a new type of battery, we will be able to solve our group's problems. I don't agree with lowering the price. This makes consumers think that we BID only make tiny new energy vehicles and will seriously affect our reputation. Mr. Wang's brow furrowed. Lowering the price could indeed bring a moment of respite for their group, but this was not a long-term solution after all. Just when there was a lot of debate on whether or not to lower the price. At this time the manager of the research and development department said weakly, Mr. Wang, new energy vehicles, is currently a project that is strongly supported by the state, and we, BYD Group, are the largest new energy vehicle company in the Dragon Kingdom. Can we ask for the state's help? The entire conference room immediately fell silent at these words. It dawned on everyone. Yeah, they have a country behind them. Mr. Wang also thought of one of his high school classmates at this time. He's doing research on materials at Lonoke University now, so maybe he knows some professors and experts in battery research. After Mr. Wang made up his mind, he said to everyone, Outreach Manager, you deal with the relevant state departments and react to the problem. No market price adjustments for now. Research and Development Department, increase funding, in a short period of time must develop a new type of battery. The other departments, by all means, do their jobs. I'm sure we can get through this crisis of our bid group. Besides, we have our motherland behind us. Mr. Wang's words instantly ignited everyone's hope. When the meeting was over, Mr. Wang took out his phone and contacted his high school classmates at LKU, the lab of the old dragon at Longkou University. Jiang Fan and the others were doing their experiments in an organized manner. This was the 8th day of their research, when Xia Xiaoyu took the last portion of iron phosphate material and loaded it into the container. She stretched tiredly. Ouch. Finally the preliminary is done. 65 chapter, Ideal and Reality. Jiang Fan may finally studied a sample of lithium iron phosphate power battery. The heart also counted a sigh of relief. The next time, is the experiment? As long as the next experiment is not a problem, they are considered successful research. Senior Nyo Su, is there any problem with the computer arithmetic data of lithium iron phosphate? No, everything is fine. Nyo Su replied. Okay, we'll start experimenting with lithium iron phosphate batteries now. Xia Xiaoyu was paralyzed on the stool and pretended to be furious when she heard Jiang Fan say that he was going to conduct the experiment immediately. Senior Jiang Fan, can you show some mercy? Scientific research doesn't discriminate between men and women. You forgot. That's what you said. Jiang Fan returned. Humph. When academician Long returns, I'm going to accuse you. Xia Xiaoyu said indignantly, but directly stood up. In fact, she was curious to know how their research turned out. Su Guangyuan brought over the power supply at this time and made preparations. Originally, he was convinced that the lithium iron phosphate power battery that Jiang Fan had mentioned was simply impossible to develop. He was waiting for Jiang Fan toss 2 days, by the reality of the slap in the face, to see his joke. As a result, in the past few days, he realized that Jiang Fan's kind of research spirit had deeply impressed him. During the period when they were researching, they didn't know how many failures occurred, but Jiang Fan didn't have the slightest bit of defeat. And after the failure, he immediately plunged into the next experiment. Until under Jiang Fan's leadership, they broke through each link bit by bit. Also just today, they surprisingly succeeded in developing a sample lithium iron phosphate power battery, although it is not known if it will work. But only 8 days, from the theory to realize out. I am afraid that only Jiang Fan. After Jiang Fan checked again that there was no problem with the lithium iron phosphate power battery sample, he said to Su Guangyuan, Senior, energize. Su Guangyuan heard Jiang Fan's order and directly connected the 220V power supply. Senior Nyo Su, report the data changes. Voltage, 365V. Current, 0.5C. Temperature, 45 degrees. Storage speed, 86 mAh/s. Nyo Su reported on the energized lithium iron phosphate battery with data. And Jiang Fan made a record. Half an hour later, Nyo Su said, power storage 100%. Okay, cut the power. Su Guangyuan cut off the power supply, and then brought the instrument to start testing the lithium iron phosphate power battery samples. All clear. Junior sister Xiaoyu, start connecting the discharge equipment. Pay attention to the changes in the data of the equipment, and immediately disconnect the equipment if there is any abnormality. Yes. Xia Xiaoyu nodded with a grave expression. Although she was usually a bit cheeky, she didn't dare to joke about the experiment at the critical moment. As she turned on the discharge device, the values on it began to change, but they were all within range and nothing out of the ordinary. After 5 minutes, the discharge device ends. Xia Xiaoyu reported up the data. Nyo Su imported these data into the computer, and then still ran the comparison to detect any errors in the data. If there were no errors, it proved that the lithium iron phosphate power battery they had researched had achieved initial success. This data result takes about half an hour or so. These days they worked day and night on their research, and Su Guangyuan and the 3 of them only slept an average of 4 hours a day. And Jiang Fan was even more exaggerated, sometimes staying awake for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. However, Jiang Fan had the booster of the stay-up-all-night capsule, and although he was tired these days, he was the one in the best condition among the 4 of them. Jiang Fan looked at the dark circles under his eyes and tired bodies of the other 3. Turning to the 3 of them, he said, you guys go ahead and take a break. I'll just keep an eye on it. They were part of a closed study these days, with a few improvised beds temporarily placed in the lab for them to rest whenever they wanted. Who has the heart to sleep when we're about to find out the results of our research? Xia Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. She was now very opinionated about Jiang Fan, the pickpocket of the week. Due to Jiang Fan's closed study, in the past 8 days, she'd been limited in the number of times she'd washed her face, let alone bathed. She felt like she was going to stink now. This was nothing. What was even more irritating was that every time she felt like she had just laid down, she was pulled up by Jiang Fan and proceeded to do research. But angry as she was, She was looking forward to this moment to see the results of their research. Su Guanyuan and Niu Su also said that they would wait for the results together. Everyone had been waiting for this half hour, and the nerves that had been tense for the past few days had finally relaxed. All had a laugh and a joke. Senior Jiang Fan, do you think there's a bonus if we really research lithium iron phosphate power battery? Well, there is. Jiang Fan responded. If they really researched lithium iron phosphate power batteries, it would be equivalent to upgrading Blue Star's batteries by more than one grade. The state will surely give them a lot of rewards. The last time Jiang Fan researched stabilized nuclear fusion for 118 seconds, the state all rewarded him 5 million. This time, lithium iron phosphate power battery, although not as important as the controlled fusion program, but the commercial value of lithium iron phosphate power battery is very large, like energy storage equipment, electric tools, electric vehicles, new energy vehicles, equipment, mobile power and many other areas. All the areas combined are worth at least $1 trillion. It's great to have a bonus. I've wanted to buy a computer for a long time. Niu Su said happily. How much does a computer cost? Can there be some pursuit? Xiaoyu said. It's not expensive. Over 40,000. Niu Su said. Holy, that's expensive. Aren't all computers around 2,000? Xiaoyu said. You girls don't understand. Just like we don't understand your lipstick. Su Guanyuan said. By the way, Su Guanyuan, what do you want to do with your bonus? I want to buy a model aircraft carrier. No fun. If I get a bonus, I'll buy from the first floor to the top floor of the mall. What clothes, shoes, makeup, lipstick, perfume, bags? Sister, let me ask weakly, how much does it cost for so many things? Jiang Fan asked. How would I know? Nor have I tried? Xiaoyu was just going through the motions, but she was mercilessly pulled back to reality by Jiang Fan. She then smiled and said to Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang Fan, if we succeed in our research, how much bonus do you think we can pay? Jiang Fan extended a finger before he could speak. Tick-tock, the computer beeped twice, a signal that the data results were coming in. He hurriedly turned around to check, and the other three put away their smiles and gathered around with nervous faces. Jiang Fan looked at it carefully. The previous figures are fine. He maneuvered the mouse down and suddenly a string of red numbers caught his eye. His heart skipped a beat, knowing that their research had failed. There is a problem with the data. The other three also saw the string of red data. They were filled with frustration. Although they understood that the chances of succeeding in one go were low, they still had expectations in their hearts, hoping that they could perform a miracle. Just a pity. Ideals are plentiful. Reality is bony. 66 chapter. I'm willing to pay $1 billion for him to come out of the mountain. Jiang Fan looked at the red numbers displayed on the computer. He repeatedly pondered and looked at the formula principal data several more times. Theoretically there shouldn't be a problem, right? Afterwards, he pulled out all the data. Then he had Su Guanyuan split the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Start checking row by row to find out what's wrong. Lithium iron phosphate power battery is divided into a total of 4 core materials. Anode material, electrolyte, and diaphragm. Junior sister Xiaoyu, you're in charge of the testing of the positive electrode material. Here's the data. Senior Ko Yuan, you are in charge of the testing of negative electrode materials. Senior Niu Su, you are responsible for the entire lithium iron phosphate power battery data analysis. Jiang Fan is responsible for electrolyte testing. An hour later, Xiaoyu was the first to finish testing. Senior Jiang Fan, there's no problem with the lithium iron phosphate power battery cathode material. It's the same as the data you gave before the experiment. Subsequently, Su Guanyuan also finished testing with the instrument. Senior Jiang Fan, there's no problem on my side either. When Jiang Fan finished testing the electrolyte of the lithium iron phosphate power battery, he found that there was no discrepancy with the previously expected data either. The only thing that isn't tested now is the battery diaphragm. If they detect a problem, they can target it and just fix it. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find out what's wrong, and that would be a problem. Afterward, the three of them, Jiang Fan, started testing the battery's diaphragm together. For the diaphragm of lithium iron phosphate power battery, Jiang Fan designed a porous polymer membrane. It refers to lithium iron phosphate battery diaphragm with uniform pore distribution prepared by various methods such as mechanical method, thermotropic phase separation method and immersion precipitation method. After another hour, Jiang Fan and the others didn't detect anything strange about the porous polymer membrane. Sure enough, the worst kind of scenario emerged. Just as the three of them were in a daze, Niu Su had already compared all the data and identified the problem. Senior Jiang Fan, the data anomaly has been found. When Jiang Fan heard this, he was excited and hurriedly said, Senpai, where is the problem? You see, The anomalous data stems from the battery's diaphragm. But the battery's diaphragm we've already tested. There's no problem? Su Guanyuan said. At this time Xia Xiaoyu said after thinking for a moment, do you guys think it's possible that we were wrong to use porous polymer membranes in the first place? Jiang Fan fell into thought after hearing this. There really was such a possibility. After all, his understanding of lithium iron phosphate power batteries was only derived from the technical understanding of his last life on Earth. Moreover, he had mainly studied nanomaterials before, and batteries, although he had some contact with them, were not his main research direction. Jiang Fan remembered at this time that there is another material for the diaphragm of the battery, which is an inorganic composite membrane. It is a lithium iron phosphate battery diaphragm obtained by using inorganic nanoparticles as well as high polymer composite. The technical difficulty of this diaphragm lies in the nanoparticles, and for him, who had previously majored in nanotechnology, there is no such thing as a don't. Senior Jiang Fan, the data shows that there is a problem with the battery diaphragm, but we can't detect it. What can we do? Xia Xiaoyu asked. Let's switch to a different type of battery diaphragm and we should be able to fix it. Jiang Fan said. A different type of battery diaphragm? Su Guanyuan said in surprise. Every technology of the battery is researched, but it is not easy. Changing a battery diaphragm, no technical principle, completely rely on figuring out, at least half a year's time. Senior Jiang Fan, changing a battery diaphragm is easy to say, but if you really do it, it's not that simple. Jiang Fan knew what Su Guanyuan was talking about in terms of difficulties. Give me 2 hours and I'll make the technical principle data. Jiang Fan said indifferently. Su Guanyuan directly laughed out. A new technical principle. Jiang Fan said he could do it in 2 hours. That's the funniest joke he's ever heard. Even if Elder Long was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could do it in 2 hours in the face of a new type of technology. Senior Jiang Fan, I feel that we'd better delve a little deeper into the porous polymer membrane. Maybe we can where the problem lies. Xia Xiaoyu said. Honestly, she didn't quite believe that Jiang Fan had developed a new type of diaphragm in such a short period of time. In case the research doesn't work, a lot of time and effort will be wasted. If that was the case, then they wouldn't have saved themselves the trouble of directly researching existing diaphragm technology. That would have a better chance of success. Seeing that Su Guanyuan and Xia Xiaoyu had no confidence in him, Jiang Fan said to them, Senior, sister, you give me 2 hours. If I can't make a new diaphragm material formula principle, we'll study the original diaphragm technology together. Since Jiang Fan had said so, Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guanyuan couldn't say anything else. After all, when Long Lao left, he explained that Jiang Fan was the person in charge of researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries. If they had any objections, they were to obey Jiang Fan's opinion. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he plunged into making the principle of inorganic composite membrane formula. Xia Xiaoyu looked at the serious Jiang Fan, and there was still some expectation in her heart that he would study it. That way they can solve the diaphragm problem. What are you two gawking at? While senior brother Jiang Fan is developing the new material, we'd better hurry up and rest for a while. Otherwise, if the new material formula principle is made, we'll be busy again. Xiaoyu, you don't think Jiang Fan he can really study it, do you? Why don't you believe it? He can make a research program for lithium iron phosphate power battery. What's a small battery diaphragm material? Xia Xiaoyu spoke easily on her lips, but she still understood in her heart that it was not an easy task to truly study it. Anyway, she'd been working for 18 hours straight and was now too sleepy, while Jiang Fan's schoolmate, the pickpocket of the week, was busy. Her best-known option was to get a good night's sleep. Su Guanyuan and Niu Su saw Xia Xiaoyu lying on the simple bed and sleeping. They looked at Jiang Fan again and decided to rest for a while as well. Inside the private room and the classroom cafeteria of the Long Branch University School, 2 middle-aged men were laughing and talking about their high school days. One of them is Professor Wan of the Materials Program at Lonoke University. One is Bid's boss, Wang Chuanfu. A few cups of small wine down, Wang Chuanfu said in a deep tone. Old classmate, to be honest, this time I came to find you because I've encountered a trouble I can't solve. Chuanfu, you're the boss of a big company. There's still things you can't solve? This is extraordinary. Tesla announced a 30% battery boost. You heard about that, right? I heard. That's what I'm here for. Our BYD new energy vehicle company. Wang Chuanfu put the cause of the matter to Professor Wan and told him the purpose of looking for him. After hearing this, Prof. Wan didn't expect things to be as serious as this. At this time, he suddenly thought of Long Lao from Longkou University, who was researching mecha energy batteries, and wondered if there was any breakthrough. Chuanfu, there's really an academician in our school working on batteries. Really? That's great. As long as he can solve the battery problem, I'm willing to pay $1 billion to hire him. 67 chapter, Car Show. Prof. Juan made a call to Elder Long on the spot, but the other party did not answer, because at this time, Long Lao was at the National Space Base, doing research on rocket fuel. The day is so busy that you often don't have your cell phone with you. Professor Juan made a few more phone calls, which had gone unanswered, so he knew that Long Lao must be doing research. He made another call to the principal and finally learned that academician Long had gone out on a research project, and this time, the project has reached a critical moment. Without 10 days and half a month certainly cannot return. When Wang Chuanfu heard this news, he was a bit disappointed. Now that Tesla is raging to seize the market in the Dragon Kingdom, they don't have time to wait. Old classmate, do you have any other expert professors in researching batteries in Longkou University? Professor Wan thought for a moment and said, not really at the moment. Now the battery technology is more mature. Want to break through is more difficult. So many experts and professors, they are willing to study a new type of scientific research projects, which is relatively easy to produce results. In the end, Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to return to the BYD Group headquarters. When he returned, he approached the leader of the outreach department to inquire about the status of communication with the relevant state departments. Mr. Wang, they said they would give us an answer in the next 2 days and asked us to be patient. Good, I got it. What's going on with Tesla? They're holding the Model 4 New Energy Vehicle car show in Mordor tomorrow as scheduled. This makes Wang Chuanfu feel even more fiery and imminent. You call manager Gao over. I'm looking for him for something, Wang Chuanfu explained. Okay. 5 minutes later, Gao Junliang, the manager of the R&D department, came to the boss's office. Manager Gao, you now arrange for 2 senior research and development personnel to accompany me to Mordor. When Wang Chuanfu finished explaining everything, Gao Junliang immediately went to do it. 9 o'clock the next day, Magic City National Convention and Exhibition Center. The place was packed with people and flags were flying. All of these people came to attend Tesla Model 4 New Energy Car Exhibition. The entire venue is 100,000 square feet, with a total of 10 Tesla Model 4 New Energy cars placed in 3 colors, black and white basket. Under the brilliant lighting, it sets off the Tesla Model 4 New Energy car in a very cool way. And next to each Model 4 New Energy car stands a top model. The first car model, bright white teeth, skin like cream, front convex and rear curvature, waist slender, legs long, dressed in exposed. Let a person cannot help but think of fluttering. The second car model, a pair of eyes simply as clear as crystal dipped in water, but the corners of the eyes slightly upward, while appearing flirtatious. Pure pupils and sultry eye shape marvelously fused into an extremely beautiful flavor. Plump red lips, all the temptation of desire. There were 10 such car models in total, and they changed their poses from time to time. They attracted many people who came to the car show to take photos. Among the crowd that came to the car show, there was a greasy middle-aged man carrying a general's belly, his eyes fixed on a car model wearing hot pants and a tank top, his mouth watering with hatred. After looking at it for a while, he didn't forget to discuss it with his companion, in whispers, and then let out a lewd laugh. At that moment, 4 men passed by them, and they didn't give the sexy car model a second glance. They were none other than Wang Chuanfu and a few others. Mr. Wang, there are few people here, Gao Junliang from the R&D department said. Okay, just line up here. Tesla also has a special experience session today, but you need to register for a capital check. Those who have more than $1 million in their bank card can have the opportunity to experience 5 minutes of time. Tesla has such an arrangement that it actually locks in these rich dragons. After Gao Junliang's capital inspection, he got a number in line, and there were 6 other people in front of him, so he needed to wait for half an hour, but they were in no hurry. Then Wang Chuanfu said to the 2 technicians beside him, you have all the computer equipment with you, right? Aha! The 2 senior RDs nodded. They're here today whether it's to see the auto show, but also on a mission to see if they can look to get some information on the Tesla Model 4 battery. The Model 4 New Energy Vehicle experience can be lined up for them quickly. However, the staff told them that only 2 people could enter the experience at a time. Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to let Gao Junliang go in with the name Senior R&D Staff. Gao Junliang and the others came to the Model 4 New Energy car, and the staff began to explain its performance and advantages to them. Gao Junliang let the senior R&D man make it to the driver's seat. Then he inquired, again to the staff, about the trunk of the car, and managed to sidetrack the staff. The senior RD hurriedly groped for the main controller above the gas pedal, but after groping for it, I couldn't find it. His plan was simple, find the car's main controller and connect it to his computer equipment to read the car's battery equipment data, then take it back to do research. A few minutes later, his anxious forehead had broken out into a fine sweat, but the main controller had not been found. He then saw Manager Gao and the staff member approaching through the rearview mirror, and then he sat up straight in a hurry. Dao Junliang came to the front and exchanged glances with him, seeing that he slightly yo-yoed his head, knowing that this mission had failed. When Wang Chuanfu saw their expressions, he knew that it didn't work out, and the chances of this kind of chance were already very slim. Go, Wang Chuanfu said. Since this approach didn't work, he could only change to another way. The four of them then walked out of the car show venue. At the auto show venue, the organizer, Tesla, invited a lot of media to promote the check-in, and also invited the live broadcast world's top traffic netizen Via to do a live broadcast network pre-sale. Today's Weya looked particularly dignified and atmospheric in a purple deep-V gown. She was in front of the camera, introducing this Model 4 new energy car. The live stream has reached 5 million viewers. Dear family members, let's take a look at the shape of this Model 4 new energy vehicle. The lines are particularly smooth, like a S-curve beauty. A lot of men compare cars to their wives, and this one is definitely in top wife shape type. Via gushed. The 5 million viewers on the live stream were even more lively. Audience 1, this line definitely feels good to touch and even more passionate to drive. Ha ha. Audience 2, upstairs. Are you sure about the car? Audience 3, the shape is good. I can score 80 points, but I still value the performance of the car. Audience 4, yes. The anchor introduces the performance. The main thing to look for in a wife is the connotation. Seeing that the audience was satisfied with the appearance, Vijaya then began to introduce the car's performance. Families, this car's performance absolutely beats all the new energy vehicles on the market. The full charge range is up to 425 kilometers, and it also supports fast charging for 3 hours. It really does charge for an hour and can run 140 kilometers. And families, have you ever experienced the pushback feeling of a new energy vehicle? This Tesla Model 4 will definitely let you feel the thrill like never before. 68 Chapter, Pre-Sale. Tesla pre-sales are exceptionally hot in the Dragon Kingdom. In just 3 days from the time Via officially pre-sold on the live webcast, the live broadcasting room and official website pre-sale has already reached 50,000 Tesla Model 4 new energy vehicles, originally priced at $299, 800. The pre-sale was discounted to $289, 850. 000 total sales is $14.49 billion. Owners are booking the Tesla Model 4 with a $10,000 deposit. In 3 days, Tesla collected $500 million in deposits alone. Tesla headquarters is very satisfied with this pre-sale in Dragon Country. Because it's only been 3 days, they believe that the Model 4 car will be able to reach at least 150,000 units in Longhua. That is to say, the sales of the Model 4 alone in the Dragon Kingdom could reach $47 billion, and its profit would be as high as about $20 billion. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters is set up in the Magic City. The general manager of the Asia-Pacific region is a beautiful countryman named Mark Albert, and everyone habitually calls him Mark. Mark was sitting in the AP general manager's office at the moment. His feet were resting on the desk, his back was leaning on the boss chair, and he was holding a brown cigar in his hand. Squinting his eyes, the smoke exhaled slowly from his mouth, full of enjoyment. In 3 days, he earned $20 billion for the company, ahead of his yearly performance volume, and the boss of the headquarters promised him that he would be given an additional $50 million for the individual and $10 million for the team. And when a year later, he will be promoted to vice president of the headquarters, which can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people. With a promotion and a raise, Mark couldn't be happier in his heart right now. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a knock on his office room door. Mark, already unmoving in this position, called out to the door, "Enter." Then a female secretary in a sexy professional outfit walked in. "Boss, all the executives have arrived." "Okay," Mark replied casually, but he didn't get up and took a deep drag on his cigar. Then glancing at the beautifully featured secretary, he blew the smoke from his mouth on her chest, the smoke going down her collar and into her dress. "Ahem." The female secretary choked and coughed. Mark laughs playfully. Only then did he get up from his seat, and as he passed by the female secretary, he gave her plump buttocks a hard grip with his big hand. And the female secretary gave a delicate cry, her shell teeth biting her red lips, and lowered her head, her face unable to stop blushing. Mark looked at the delectable Yukai and the animal in him was immediately aroused. He wrapped a hand around the secretary's waist and pressed on, was trying to, with his big hands, stroke downward. The female secretary said delicately, "Boss, don't. Everyone is waiting for you to have a meeting." Mark regained some of his senses when he saw the female secretary break away from himself, and then turned to her. "I'll clean you up when I get back, little baby, he." Mark smiled a lecherous smile and waited for him to walk out of the office. The female secretary in the back only then slowed down, then straightened her clothes, and with a helpless sigh in her heart, she went out. Conference room. Mark sat in the general manager's seat and listened to the executives below him talk. This time we have seized 85% of the new energy vehicles in the Dragon Kingdom, and with such a market share, we can say that we, Tesla, are a dominant player. Moreover, I'm afraid that our main competitor in the Dragon Kingdom, BID, may not be able to protect itself this time. Ha ha. As long as we take out the BYD group, the other small companies are simply not enough. At that time, when we dominate the new energy automobile industry in the Dragon Kingdom, the price will be set at our discretion. Ha ha. This group of executives were all brought by Mark from the pretty country and belonged to his close friends. They were each responsible for important positions in the company. The Asia-Pacific regional headquarters has a total of 280 staff members, of which 92% are from the Dragon Nation, but they are left in charge of hard and laborious positions. Mark waited until everyone had pretty much said their piece before he slowed down. This time we have achieved such a good result. The headquarters side gave us 10 million as a reward. I hope everyone will keep up the good work. Everyone was so happy to hear about the 1,000 bonus that they gave Mark a hearty round of applause. Mark enjoyed this immensely and then waved his hand, signaling for silence. We have 50,000 orders in hand now, and in the next 1 month, the orders will increase to 150,000 units, and the expansion of the production line is imminent. Jesse, you're in charge of the production stuff. Any questions? Jesse smiled. No problem. It's just a matter of expanding the production line and adding more equipment. One word from me, and those new energy automobile manufacturers that are cooperating with us will get their asses in gear to take care of it. And we can squeeze them a bit more this time since we have such a large amount. Just don't let these pariahs starve. Ha ha. Jesse is right. We are just going to make money from the rich people of Dragonland by squeezing their labor and then making money from the rich people of Dragonland. We just need to lie comfortably and talk about money. Ha ha. What a pathetic Dragon Nation. Ha ha. Ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. When the meeting was over, Mark had just walked out of the conference room when the secretary came up and said, "Boss, there's a man claiming to be the owner of the BID group who wants to see you." "Boss BID wants to see me? Interesting. Where's the man?" Mark teased. "We're waiting at the front desk." The secretary said, "Oh, let him come to the parlor." Yes. The female secretary then went to the front desk. At this time BID's boss Wang Chuanfu, holding a briefcase in his hand. His expression was gloomy and somewhat anxious. "He's been waiting here for almost half an hour. 2 days ago, the national side gave a reply. The current National Research Institute, no scientific researchers to study the new battery. And although his high school classmates had recommended 2 experts in batteries, it would take too long to re-examine them. I guess their group went out of business before it was even researched." Regarding Tesla's pre-sale, 50,000 new energy vehicles were pre-sold in 3 days, totaling $14.49 billion, which is catching up with their group's sales for a year. If he didn't make a move, he guessed that the market would really be taken over by terrorists altogether. "Hello, our boss asked you to come to the parlor." A woman's voice interrupted Wang Chuanfu's thoughts. Hearing the other party say that the boss wanted to see him, his face finally stretched a bit. Wang Chuanfu was led by his secretary to the parlor. By now Mark was inside waiting for him. After Wang Chuanfu entered the parlor, he didn't wait for the secretary to introduce him. He hurriedly walked up and said to Mark, "Hello, Mr. Mark. I've heard a lot about you." After Wang Chuanfu finished speaking, he extended his own right hand wanting to shake his hand. But Mark sat on the stool and didn't stand up or try to shake hands. Instead, he said contemptuously, "Sit down." 69 Chapter, Arrogance. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters parlor. There were 2 men sitting at this time, one with a Western face and a relaxed, breezy expression, and sitting across from him was a Longhua man with a grave expression, his 2 eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan character between them. Neither spoke. After a full 5 minutes, the Western-faced man said with a grin, "Well, Boss Wang, the conditions I gave are okay, right? Ha ha." Wang Chuanfu clenched his fists in anger, stared angrily at Mark, and said with some trembling in his voice, You're taking advantage of the fire and trying to push our BYD group to the brink of extinction. You can't say that. At the very least, Mr. Wine will be able to walk away in one piece and get $1 billion pension." Mark said in a conspiratorial manner. $1 billion. You want to acquire our BID group in $1 billion. How can we say that the market value of $40 billion? Wang Chuanfu chided. That was before. Try dragging it out for the first half of the year. I'm afraid your company is going into debt. Wang Chuanfu fell into a deep thought. According to the current momentum, indeed, their company has no business for half a year and will be in debt at least around $1 billion. and the further they drag it out, the higher the debt will only get. Originally he had come here today to negotiate with Mark, the head of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, to buy batteries from them, and although that outcome was slim, he wanted to try, because they will only have a share of the market if they have the same performance battery as Tesla. Even though Wang Chuanfu offered a high price for the battery, it was still directly rejected by Mark. Wang Chuanfu thought of another model to work with them. It's that Tesla provides the batteries. They bid provide all the parts for the new energy cars, and finally they share 30% of the profits with Tesla. But in a request was also rejected by Mark. And finally Wang Chuanfu raised the profit to 60%. But Mark has not been moved. And he offered to buy their company. Wang Chuanfu knew very well that Tesla would not vigorously expand BID's business after acquiring their brand. They would only take control of the brand and let him die out. And as long as they BID company disappears after, there is no new energy car in the Dragon Country can be a rival with Tesla. The consequence of being a dominant player is that they can control the price at will to make more money in Dragonland. Mark saw that Wang Chuanfu didn't say anything, so he said lightly, "Since Boss Wang hasn't figured it out yet, we'll talk about it here today. I believe that in less than a month's time, we will meet again." When Mark finished, he simply got up and left. Only Wang Chuanfu was left behind. "Hey!" Wang Chuanfu sighed. The thought of Mark's strutting face made him want to give him 2 smacks in the mouth. "My lord, you are now standing on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. You still want to ride on the heads of our Dragon Kingdom people. When I get through this, you gringos, I'm going to have to rub you on the ground as hard as I can." Bah! Although Wang Chuanfu cursed angrily in his heart, this hurdle in front of him is really bad. Unless their company's R&D department can research a battery with even better performance. But right now, so many researchers in the country have not made a breakthrough in batteries. How easy is it for their group of more than a dozen researchers? Out of the Tesla Asia-Pacific headquarters office building, Wang Chuanfu walked helplessly toward the hotel, Lonoke University's Lonoke Senior Research Laboratory. It was already the 13th day of Jiang Fan's closed study for them. At this time, 4 finished lithium iron phosphate power batteries were placed on the experimental table. The 4 of them looked tense as they watched the data running on the computer. Jiang Fan felt someone behind him pinching the flesh on his arm, so he turned around and saw that it was actually Xia Xiaoyu. So he said, "Sister Xiaoyu, why are you pinching me? When I get nervous, I try to grab things in my hands." Xia Xiaoyu's voice stuttered nervously as she spoke. Kong Fan wrenched his arm free from her grasp. "Then move away from her. Niu Su, how much worse time is left for the data to run out?" Su Guanyuan asked. "Progress is now 92%, with about 8 minutes to go." Niu Su said. "Why does it feel like time is passing so slowly?" Su Guanyuan said with some urgency. "Last time they 5 days ago, the development of lithium iron phosphate power battery, did experiments, the results of the battery diaphragm problems. And Jiang Fan actually used 2 small hours to write a new diaphragm formula principle. A computerized data test revealed that this new diaphragm fit is even more perfect. So they spent the 5 days, in addition to eating and sleeping 4 hours a day, all the other time to develop lithium iron phosphate power battery. Heaven forbid, they finally today developed 4 lithium iron phosphate power battery. And each one has been tested and all the data is being run in the computer. As long as the data runs correctly, it proves that the lithium iron phosphate power battery they studied is successful. 3 minutes to go. They listened to Niu Su's hints and instead became more nervous. "Ah!" At that moment, Su Guanyuan shouted. "Hiss!" He then sucked in a breath of cold air, and one hand kept rubbing this arm that had a few nail marks on it. "Xia Xiaoyu, what are you doing? It hurts me." Summer Rain was also apologetic. I'm sorry. Just now when I heard Niu Su say that there were 3 minutes left, I didn't hold back when I was nervous." Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's aggrieved appearance, Su Guanyuan could not say anything. One could only learn from Jiang Fan to stay away from her. Jiang Fan saw a few nail marks on Su Guanyuan's arm and was very glad that he had chosen wisely just now. Xia Xiaoyu saw that Su Guanyuan and Jiang Fan were far away from her, so she moved forward and continued to stare at the running data on the computer. And Niu Su saw Xia Xiaoyu standing by his side for his own safety. He also moved towards Jiang Fan and Su Guanyuan. At once, Su Guanyuan felt a smell hit his face. "Niu Su, why do you smell so bad? You haven't showered in 13 days. It's no wonder you don't stink. We're all the same. We don't talk about anyone. Che, don't take me with you. I'm not going to be like you 3 smelly men." Xia Xiaoyu objected. If others knew that she was a girl who hadn't bathed for more than 10 days and was all sweaty and smelly, she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. Just as a few people were fighting, the computer made a beeping sound. This signals the end of the data run. The 4 of them hurriedly shut up and looked at the computer at the same time. Only 4 big words were written on it. "The data is correct. As they looked at those 4 words, their eyes widened. Jiang Fan's instantly relieved. We made it? Xia Xiaoyu asked in a somewhat incredulous whisper. Well, it seems so, Su Guangyuan responded. When they reacted and believed this to be the case, they burst out screaming. Ah, we did it! Ha ha! We really did it! It worked! 70 chapter, The Wild Mountains. 100 kilometers northwest of Kyoto is the Reinan mountain range, where the mountains are rolling. Each high mountain is planted with a different variety of trees, ranging from groves of fiery red maple trees, to groves of aspen trees with yellowing leaves, to lush forests of coniferous pines. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire Lingnan mountain range looked like it was made up of colorful blocks of color, which was particularly beautiful. In the low-lying area where 2 of the mountains are connected, a man and a woman in hiking clothes walk among the tall pines. The man saw that no one was around, and the corners of his mouth lifted upward, tracing a bad smile. Taking advantage of one of the woman's inattentions, she jumped right in, wrapped her arms around the girl and started stroking her up and down. The woman was startled to see the man caressing her body carelessly, so she said hastily, "Honey, what are you doing? It's a field." The man didn't stop, but said lewdly as he leaned into the woman's ear, "Let's experience nature today." The woman heard her husband's words and realized what they meant, and there was a pout. "This is not good. What if someone sees it?" "Don't worry, my little baby. No one will be here in the middle of nowhere." The woman listened to her husband and gave up her resistance and began to cooperate. The 2 were entwined and had just taken off one of their jackets. From all sides a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms rushed out. They had grease paint on their faces and submachine guns cradled in their hands. They were so well trained that they came to the man and the woman with only a subtle sound. The man seemed to hear a commotion, thinking it was a beast of the forest, and hurriedly stopped his movements to check it out. As a result of seeing him surrounded by a circle of heavily armed soldiers with submachine guns pointed at them, where had the man ever seen this kind of situation? He was so scared that he trembled and directly fell to his knees. At this time, the woman still closed her eyes tightly, her fragrant tongue slightly licking her red lips, immersed in pleasure. Seeing the man's hesitation to make the next move, she said petulantly, "Honey, come on, I want it." When the man heard what his wife said, he was shocked, and with a burst of shame, he hurriedly patted his wife. One of the recruits didn't hold back and, "But," came the outright laugh. The woman then reacted and hurriedly opened her eyes, realizing that they were surrounded by people and had guns pointed at them. Directly frozen in place in fear, his body couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, the leader of the soldier squad came out of the woods, and one of the soldiers rushed up to report the situation. The captain verified the IDs of the man and woman, questioned them, and finally gave them another warning before letting them go. After the man and the woman had fled in a panic, the recruit said, following the woman's example, "Honey, come on, I want it." All the soldiers burst into laughter. The captain, on the other hand, said with a serious look on his face, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and take cover." A group of soldiers then scattered and disappeared into the woods. The captain then headed deeper into the woods. After about 20 minutes of walking, he came to a depression where there was a large stone cave and he walked in. After just a few steps, the space inside opened up. The huge space was like another small world. The mountain, 500 meters in diameter, was completely hollowed out and dug down to a depth of 30 meters. Standing by the railing and looking down, there are 3 huge cylindrical devices, and there were hundreds of busy researchers dressed in white. This place is the very site where the nation's rocket propulsion is developed. A rocket booster is, to put it bluntly, a device that pushes a rocket up into the air. It works on the same principle as fireworks, which are set off by gunpowder, which pushes it into the sky. The most powerful Blue Star rocket boosters at the moment are the Pretty States and Russia, whose rocket boosters can reach 500 tons of power. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's rocket propulsion can only reach a level of 300 tons, and the gap is still relatively obvious. Rocket propellers are very important in the field of spaceflight. The size of his thrust directly determines the level of space technology, because, at the moment, the only way to transport probes, whether they are satellites or other planets, is to transport them into the universe via rockets. The more thrust the rocket propellers have determines how much weight they can transport something, and at that moment, next to the R&D bases no. 3 rocket booster, several human white-clothed researchers surrounded an old man. Elder Long, the ignition experiment of our thrusters has shown instability in the rocket's new fuel. The old man was none other than Elder Long, who looked at the lab report in his hands, his brows knit tightly, then slowly said, "The ratio of C2H8N2-dimethylhydrazine to N2O4 nitrogen tetroxide is still a problem. Although it failed this time, the option of adding advanced pyroxalanes is still viable. We'll continue to work on it next, Elder Long explained to the few people. In fact, this experiment could not be said to have failed. For them, a new type of fuel was successfully discovered to increase the energy of the fuel. If the research is successful, the Dragon Kingdom will have successfully researched the 500-ton thruster, and will have reached the highest technological level of the Blue Star rocket thruster. After Long Lao finished explaining the matter, he said goodbye to a few researchers. He had already brought more than 10 days here. Stressful and hectic workloads cause a lot of discomfort to the body. Originally, his abdomen had been in pain on the 5th day of his arrival here, but he had taken painkillers in order to finish the experiment on time, and he had lasted so many days. Until the experiment is done, Elder Dragon rode the elevator to the ground. The captain up there was waiting for him. Elder Long, the vehicles have been prepared and are ready to go. Good, let's go, Elder Dragon responded. Then Long Lao followed the soldier captain out. The captain walked over to a military SUV and opened the door, and Elder Dragon sat in it. The captain followed him up. His mission was to escort Elder Dragon back safely. Drive. The driver then starts the car. There is no highway here. It's all about the driver's driving skills through the potholed mountains. There was a man and woman on the side of a highway, and the woman sat down tiredly on the ground complaining under her breath. It's all because of you. You had to climb the wild mountain, and not only did you almost get captured, but now you're lost. The man was also frustrated. He had wanted to experience the wilderness, but who knew he would run into a group of soldiers? At that moment, the men saw, not far away, a military SUV approaching. The men hurriedly waved, hoping the other would give them a ride. The car stopped, the back window looked open, and the man and woman saw each other, and their faces flushed with embarrassment. He was the very same captain. What's wrong with you guys again? The soldier captain asked. The man then embarrassed himself and told the situation. Just wait here. A vehicle will pick you up in 10 minutes. The reason he didn't allow the two to ride in their car was because of the safety of Long Lao. Don't just go out looking for excitement in the future. When the captain finished, he told the driver to drive off, leaving the pair staring at each other. 71 chapter, everyone's speculation. Long Lao quickly arrived in downtown Kyoto. As the car drove towards the military hospital, his cell phone suddenly rang, and at a glance it was his student Jiang Fan calling. So he directly answered it. Teacher, we've researched a new type of mecha battery. Really? Long Lao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the news about Jiang Fan. Well, 4 tests have been done and the data is very stable. Where are you now? Long Lao asked with some excitement. In the lab. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Long Lao hung up the phone and said to the driver. To Lonoke University. The captain beside Elder Dragon said with some difficulty. Elder Long, the chief has explained that he asked me to send you to the military hospital. The hospital. I'll go myself tomorrow. I'm in good shape. But the captain was about to say something else, when the Dragon Elder suddenly said angrily, major successes have been researched in the labs of the Dragon Science University. Can you afford to pay the responsibility if it is delayed? The captain knew that Elder Long was the head of several projects, so he didn't dare to delay him, so he had to let the driver drive towards Longkou University, Old Dragon Lab. At this moment, Jiang Fan's few people were still immersed in the joy of success. I didn't think that we really succeeded in researching a new type of battery. Yeah. This battery is 3 times more powerful than the original lead-acid battery. It's awesome. This is a quantum leap in the battery world. Ha ha. The credit for this goes to our chief engineer Jiang Fan. He. The 3 of them, Su Guangyuan, complimented Jiang Fan with an excited look on their faces. Originally the beginning of the study, Su Guangyuan also do not believe that Jiang Fan's new battery program, thinking that he is a freshman in the University of Science and Technology of the Dragon. What do you know about battery research? When the research began, he was still a bit resistant, but he didn't expect that Jiang Fan would actually do it, and it only took 13 days. That's too awesome. May I ask who can surpass such research speed in research results? He had now become the one who admired Jiang Fan the most out of the 3. Just as a few of them were talking and fooling around, the lab door opened. Elder Dragon walked straight over. Xia Xiaoyu said as she walked over excitedly. Academician Long, you're back. We've researched a new type of battery. Academician Long. Look, this is the result of our experiment. Elder Long took the lab sheet and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the wider his smile became. Then the whole thing became shocked again when he saw the performance data of the battery on the back. Is this for real? Jiang Fan. Long Lao asked Jiang Fan with some disbelief. It's true, teacher. Jiang Fan replied affirmatively. On the way back, Elder Long was still thinking in his mind that he would be satisfied if Jiang Fan could improve the performance by 60% on the basis of the battery he was currently using. But Jiang Fan directly raised it by 300%, which was simply terrifying as hell. This new material of the battery is already indistinguishable from the original battery. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a new invention in the battery field. Elder Dragon had been a bit sullen about the previous failure of the rocket booster fuel. This will be the whole thing, happy as a baby. Long Lao and Jiang Fan exchanged some technical knowledge of lithium iron phosphate power batteries, and their hearts were filled with shock. It was also curious how Jiang Fan knew so much about batteries, and his intellectual ideas are very much ahead of their time. It was only after an hour that Elder Long remembered that this matter had to be quickly reported to the chief of Mecha Research. Because they research mechs belong to separate research. There is research plug-in system. There is research materials. There is research control. And the mech's battery energy is linked to every subsystem of the mech. This time, Jiang Fan directly put the battery energy on the basis of the original direct enhancement of 3 times. Mecha all subsystems have to follow the change. Long Lao told the chief mecha leader the news, and the other party initially thought that Long Lao was giving him another joke. It was only when he finally heard Long Lao's serious tone that he reacted to the fact that it was true. At once he understood the importance of the matter. He then began to notify the personnel of the various subsystems of Mecha Research for an emergency meeting. Elder Long took Jiang Fan and the sample of the lithium iron phosphate power battery and rushed towards the National Mecha Research Institute. National Mecha Institute. Tang Qian, the chief director, stood at the entrance to the meeting, agitated, pacing back and forth, thinking back to what Elder Dragon had told him earlier. The mecha battery system had been upgraded by a full 3 times. Although he felt a bit unbelievable, he knew very well that Elder Long wouldn't joke around on top of scientific research. If this was true, the entire mech performance would be qualitatively improved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. And in the end, he was somewhat unable to stop his hands from dancing. The latest to arrive for the meeting was the person in charge of the skeleton system, followed by the person in charge of the manipulation system. Tang Xiantang, president of the institute. All the scientific researchers also all called over. The entire conference room was seated with nearly 100 plus researchers in mecha in no time at all. Dean Tang saw that almost all the people had come, and then went up to the stage to preach. I called everyone here this time because we have a new breakthrough in our mecha battery energy. At this time, the professor on the stage, who was usually more familiar with Dean Tang, said, "Old Tang, there's no need to be in such a hurry for a mecha energy breakthrough. Call us all over here in the dust." As soon as this professor's words came out, some of the researchers below also talked. Yeah, mecha energy battery breakthroughs of 5% or 10% won't have much effect on our other mecha subsystems. Unless we can break 20% or 30% or more, our subsystem will not be affected. Did you guys see the news the other day? The beautiful country's Tesla new energy car. The battery has been upgraded by 30% on top of the original. The battery boost that Dean Tang talked about, was it also a 30% boost? When everyone heard one of the researchers ask this, they immediately looked at Dean Tang with sizzling eyes. A 30% boost in mech battery energy is a big deal, and they'll be able to enhance other aspects of the mech's design. Dean Tang, could it be that our battery energy has also been boosted by 30%? Tang Xian smiled at everyone, and then sold a secret and said, "When Elder Long comes, let him tell everyone himself." Elder Dragon? When everyone heard that it was the name of the old dragon, they immediately had anticipation in their hearts. Elder Long's fame was a titanic existence in the scientific research world. If it's Elder Dragon, I feel that there should be no problem in boosting the battery's performance by 30%. Well, I think so too. Do you guys have any misunderstanding about the battery performance enhancement? I'm specialized in researching batteries. Boosting 30% is not an ordinary difficulty. If I say that Long Lao boosted it by 20%, I'd still believe it. A 20% battery boost. That's pretty impressive too. Just as everyone was talking, Elder Long walked in. 72 chapter, he's right. Long Lao stood in front of the stage, and the 100 or so researchers under the stage immediately fell silent. We all know something about this titan of the scientific research community, and his temper is not usually hot. Called everyone here urgently, mainly because my research lab broke through a new level of mecha battery energy. When everyone heard Elder Long speak of new heights, their hearts pondered. It certainly wasn't a small breakthrough that would allow Old Man Long to claim new heights. Does that mean the battery performance has improved by more than 30%? Everyone was looking at Elder Dragon expectantly, but Long Lao said half a day. Still did not say the battery performance. In the end reached what kind of new heights? Long Lao saw that everyone was also in a hurry, then said, "Good, then I won't give you any more secrets. Jiang Fan will give you some specific data." At this time, Jiang Fan held a piece of lithium iron phosphate power battery that he had researched and walked to the front of the stage. He put the battery directly on the podium. This black battery instantly catches everyone's attention. This should be the new battery that Elder Long has researched, right? It should be. But this thing doesn't look like anything special? The battery shells are all the same. It's mainly the material inside that differentiates them. Everyone saw a young man walk up to the stage while Elder Dragon went straight down. There was some confusion. Didn't Mr. Long say something about the performance of the new batteries? How did it go down? Then just as everyone was uncertain, Jiang Fan picked up the microphone and said to everyone, "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Fan. I'm a student of Elder Long, and I'm going to explain the performance of lithium iron phosphate power battery to you." At this point, the researchers on the stage realized that it was Elder Long who wanted to exercise his students and leave this opportunity to explain to his students. It's not right, is it? When did Elder Long take on a student? He didn't do it 10 years ago because he took in a student who went on to become a citizen of a pretty country. Was Elder Long so heartbroken that he decided never to take on another student? Lithium iron phosphate power batteries are very different from lead-acid batteries. The main cathode material of lithium iron phosphate power battery is lithium iron phosphate. The advantages of this type of battery over lead-acid batteries are as follows. 1. Life expectancy. The same quality of lead-acid batteries up to 1.5 years time, while lithium iron phosphate power battery used under the same conditions, the theoretical life will reach 7-8 years. 2. High temperature performance. Lithium iron phosphate electric heat peak up to 350 C 500 C. Wide operating temperature range, -20 C plus 75 C. 3. High capacity. 3 to -5 times the capacity of ordinary lead-acid batteries. 5 A 1000 Ah, single. Jiang Fan was up there explaining the performance data of this lithium iron phosphate power battery. And everyone was dumbfounded by what they heard. A look of incredulity. That's a horrible statistic for a battery, isn't it? If, as this young man on the stage said, Elder Long had researched this new material battery, the performance would be at least 2 times higher than lead-acid batteries. Today's battery technology is so mature and sophisticated that it's simply impossible to boost performance that much. They looked at Elder Long, who was sitting at the bottom of the stage, and realized that he had no intention of stopping it, indicating that the young man on the stage wasn't lying. Could all these numbers be true? If this is true, this new battery performance is definitely leading the world, and still far ahead. After half an hour, Jiang Fan explained all the properties of lithium iron phosphate power battery. Not a single person on the stage spoke. They were all incredulous, looking at the young man on the stage. It wasn't until Elder Long led the applause that they reacted and clapped along. But they were still a bit skeptical about what this young man said. What questions can everyone just ask? I'll give everyone an answer, Jiang Fan said. Although everyone was skeptical of what Jiang Fan had just said, the gravitas of this speech he gave on stage was still very much recognized. It seemed that being able to become a student of Elder Long was still different from the norm. This new material battery you just mentioned, I'd like to ask how much it improves the overall performance relative to lead-acid batteries? Jiang Fan said indifferently. 3 times. 3 times? Everyone in the conference room sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this figure. 3 times? That is to say, the new type of battery researched by Elder Long was a full 300% higher than the original battery. The pretty country, which has always led the world in terms of technology, has only been able to improve the performance of its batteries by 30% with this research. All of them then looked at Elder Dragon once again, wanted to get confirmation from Elder Dragon. Elder Long, the lithium iron phosphate battery you researched has really improved its performance by 300%? An expert said to Long Lao's question. They all looked like they were full of anticipation as they waited for Old Long to answer. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Elder Long stood up and said, Jiang Fan is right. It has indeed been boosted 3 times, receiving Elder Dragon's affirmation back. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Is this for real? Did we in the Dragon Kingdom really improve the battery performance of the battery by 300%? Doesn't it mean that we, the Dragon Kingdom, are really going to lead the world in batteries in the future? Everyone reacted for a good 2 minutes before accepting this fact. There was a thunderous applause for Long Lao. They were excited and proud from the bottom of their hearts. I'm afraid that this major research invention of Elder Dragon will change the pattern of the world. It will also put the Dragon Kingdom ahead of the world in many areas, because the use of batteries is particularly wide. Communication, transportation, medical, digital, military industry, can be said to be all walks of life can be used to the battery. The more people think about it, the more excited they get. It is not too much to say that a small battery technology has improved the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Just when everyone was excited and thrilled, Elder Long said again to everyone, people might have misunderstood just now. As these words from the Dragon Elder were uttered, all the hearts on the scene were clenched. Misunderstanding? Elder Long couldn't have been joking for us just now, could he? This is what is on everyone's mind at this time. The scene immediately became dead silent. A pin could be heard. and everyone's heartbeat could be faintly heard. They perked up their ears to listen to Elder Long's next words. The lithium iron phosphate power battery was not researched by me, but by my student, Jiang Fan. Everyone was relieved after hearing what Elder Long said. In his heart, he was glad that Elder Long did not say that his research results were fake. Ha! Nope. What did Elder Long just say? He didn't research this new battery? Rather, it was his student, Jiang Fan. Everyone, in unison, turned their gazes, again, to the young man on the stage. How is this possible? He looks 18 or 19. Okay? 73. 73 chapter, acquired. 9 a.m. Bid Group Conference Room. Tesla is just not a ING thing. The production executive cursed. Just 2 days ago, Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters forced all new energy material suppliers in the Dragon State to stop supplying materials to BYD. Most material traders are forced to agree only to survive. One of them is called manhwa material manufacturer. Out of patriotic spirit, resolutely forbid supply. When Tesla found out, jointly all the material vendors to block him. The result is less than 2 days. manhwa material manufacturers have no choice but to announce the closure. Today the Bid Group has no raw materials and the factory is now in a state of semi-suspension. Owners who have reserved cars that are not delivered on time will not only lose money for their company, but it will also tarnish their reputation. Mr. Wang, is there really nothing we can do? The leader of the marketing department said. Wang Chuanfu shook his head helplessly. To be bullied like this by a company from a pretty country, bullying us on Dragonland. I'm not happy about it. Asterisk. I'll fight them if I can't, but I'll die with them. Yes, Mr. Wang, just say the word and we'll all follow you. Wang Chuanfu glanced at them, and a trace of desolation flashed in his eyes. Thinking about the years when he led these people in front of him, he climbed up the ladder and didn't know how much he suffered before he reached the position of the new energy boss of the Dragon Country. Just when they were spirited and wanted to make the company bigger and stronger. But who would have thought that it would end up like this? The point is, who's to blame for this? They can only blame them for not developing new battery technology. To fall behind is to be beaten. This is the lesson that their ancestors had left them 100 years ago. Now, Wang Chuanfu has cut his teeth again. That feeling of being empty but unable to do anything about it is so desperate. Manager Liu of the Legal Affairs Department. Come with me to the Magic City. Mr. Wang, are we really going to give up? Gao Junliang from the R&D department said. It's the only way to keep all the sum that everyone is using right now. Otherwise, if we BYD drag on for another month, I'm afraid we'll really be struggling. I don't agree. Mr. Wang, we followed you for so many years to get to where BYD is today. We can't give up so easily. Then you give, can I say, a good way? The person who spoke instantly wilted. It was clear in their hearts that BYD was feared to be more important in Mr. Wang's heart than any of them. But at this point, there was nothing he could do. Okay, everyone stop talking. I've officially decided to sell the company to Tesla. After saying that, Mr. Wang directly walked out of the conference room. He didn't go to his own office, but came to the restroom. He sat down on the toilet. His mind mixed at this point, and he couldn't help the tears that were welling up in his eyes. 4 p.m. In the parlor of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters in Magic City. Oh, Boss Wang, I speak. Within a month, we will definitely meet. I did not expect, not even 3 days' time. You came to find me, Mark said smugly. Mr. Mark, this time I'm here to talk about the acquisition. Wang Chuanfu said. Great. How much are you going to sell our company for? Mark said with an evil grin. When Wang Chuanfu heard his words, he couldn't help but stare. Then said, Mr. Mark, didn't we talk about $1 billion before? $1 billion? Are you kidding me again? What do you mean? Mark leaned back, cocked his feet right up on the table, and said, that was the price 3 days ago. Now, your company is worth at most $300 million. What? 300 million? Are you kidding me? Wang Chuanfu said loudly. However, Mark didn't care, but took out a cigar and slowly lit it. Today's bid is desperate. No track record, no suppliers, and no one but their Tesla would probably buy such a company. Wang Chuanfu calmed down and slowly sat on the stool. Where do they BYD have any negotiating capital today? But being played like a monkey by this treacherous Mark brought a surge of anger to his heart. He wanted to slam the table and yell at him, but now he was asking for a buyout of his company. Thinking about how many years he has been in the shopping mall, he didn't expect to end up in such a situation. It wasn't until Mark finished a cigar that the whole room smelled like smoke. Only then did he say slowly, well, Boss Wang, have you considered it? I don't have time for your nonsense. Wang Chuanfu really couldn't say it. $300 million, after paying the employees, Is not enough money left to pay off the bank's debt. Mr. Mark, I'll give you a discount of 200 million, for a total of 800 million. How's that? There was a hint of a supplicating tone in Wang Chuanfu's voice. Boss Wang, don't give your face. I'll give you one more minute. 300 million. Sell if you want to. After this time, then you beg me. I don't even want it. He. Mark finished and walked straight out of the parlor, leaving Wang Chuanfu alone. The clock on the wall went on and on. Thinking back on all the years he's taken BYD through the storms, and the gang of brothers who stayed with him together, their noses turned sour, and their hearts couldn't say what they felt. Just at this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was Gao Junlian from the R&D department, so he pressed the connect button. Gao Junlian's anxious voice that immediately came from the phone. Mr. Wang, our company hasn't sold yet, right? Manager Gao, don't try to persuade me anymore. I've already decided. No, Mr. Wang, our company is saved. Good news. Absolutely great news. Hearing Gao Junlian's somewhat incoherent voice, he hurriedly asked, what's the good news? How is our company saved? It was the state that called and said the battery was researched. Batteries worked out? Wang Chuanfu asked excitedly. Well, just a moment ago, I received a phone call saying that Longkou University's Elder Dragons Lab has researched a new type of battery with a 300% increase in performance over lead-acid batteries. Wang Chuanfu's entire body trembled with excitement when he heard Gao Junlian's words. Saved. His company was saved, not realizing that at the critical moment, it was still dependent on his own country. As long as the country helped him this time and got through this sadness, he would certainly not let the Dragon Kingdom down in the future. Hanging up the phone, Wang Chuanfu heart thumping like a galloping wild horse. He felt like he had been reborn. At that moment, Mark opened the door and slowly walked over, saying with a haughty gesture, thinking about it? Wang Chuanfu walked to Mark and stared into his eyes and said slowly, big dumbass. 74 chapter, talking about cooperation. Mark's eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. Don't you dare call me names. Do you know who you're talking to? Wang Chuanfu was already staring into Mark's eyes, looking at him with some hair on his body he had never seen before. Someone with such fierce eyes, as if they were a beast, trying to devour him. Mark shuddered and felt a little chill down his back. He unconsciously took 2 steps back, somewhat flustered. What do you want? Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw the somewhat timid Mark. Humph. After saying that, he directly opened the door of the parlor and went out. Mark froze for half a day before he reacted from his fear. He hadn't thought that humans could have such eyes. He calmed down for a while and resumed his old arrogance. With a grim expression, he said, playing God, Dragon Nation, I'll make you pay. Mark then called a high-level meeting. Jesse Yuan before to bid group supply material merchants contact. Find a way to let them find bid group trouble. Vlad, you spread the word on the internet that the bid group is having major problems and is about to go out of business. Ruth, find some media and some car owners who have booked Bid New Energy and go to the headquarters of the bid group to cause trouble. Wang Chuanfu flew back to Kyoto and returned to his group, after asking about the specific situation. Then he led a few executives and went straight to LKU. Regarding the BYD matter, the state had already called Long Lao to explain the situation, and let them negotiate the specific cooperation on their own. Regarding cooperation, Elder Long wasn't good at it, so he threw the question directly to Principal Liu. Principal Liu was excited to hear that Jiang Fan had only been enrolled in Longkou University for less than half a month. Surprisingly, he has researched a new type of material for batteries again. I'm afraid that such a demonic person cannot be found in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The principal called Dean Li over to make specific arrangements. Soon, Wang Chuanfu brought the company's crowd to Longkou University. Dean Li set them up in the conference hall of the administration building. Elder Long and Jiang Fan were then notified. Jiang Fan had gotten a general idea of the BYD situation on his way here. They had just walked into the conference room when Wang Chuanfu trotted over and directly shook Elder Long's hand. Good day, Academician Long. I'm Wang Chuanfu from the BYD group. Hello, congratulations on your new breakthrough in battery technology. Wang Chuanfu's words, absolutely sincere, simply more real than real money. It wasn't him who worked on the new battery, but he was more excited about it than anyone else. If the battery technology had been broken through a little later, it is estimated that his BYD group would have become Tesla's. At this critical moment, Long Lao researched it in time. Could this not he be excited and thrilled? I didn't research the battery. It was my student Jiang Fan, Elder Long corrected, but it could be seen that he was instead much happier than if he had researched it himself. Your student Jiang Fan? Wang Chuanfu froze. When the research department received the call from the state, it only said that it was a new type of battery researched by Long Lao's research laboratory, and he thought that it was researched by Long Lao himself. but it doesn't matter who researched it at the moment. The point is as long as it's Dragon who researched the battery technology. Wang Chuanfu looked at a young man beside Elder Long and then said, "You are Elder Long's student, Jiang Fan, right?" Jiang Fan nodded, feeling a little awkward about a middle-aged man addressing you. Hello. Wang Chuanfu took Jiang Fan's hand in his. Jiang Fan could feel the gratitude and excitement from his heart. At this time, Dean Li saw a group of people standing in the doorway chatting, and said at once, "Let's all sit down and talk." Everyone then sat down. Wang Chuanfu and his group were on the left side of the conference table, while Jiang Fan, Elder Long, Principal Lu and Dean Li they sat on the right side of the conference table. Principal Lu took the lead. Jiang Fan is a student of our Longku University, and as his division head, we have us to act on his behalf for the business negotiations, but the key thing is still Jiang Fan's decision. Principal Lu, let me make an introduction first. My name is Wang Chuanfu. I'm the Eco of Bid Group. Our group is mainly engaged in new energy vehicles. Wang Chuanfu introduced their group, which was also a way to let them have an understanding of their bid group. At this time, Jiang Fan interrupted Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Wang, let's get straight to the point. I have one more experiment to do. Wang Chuanfu didn't get angry when Jiang Fan interrupted him. Instead, he felt that he was a refreshing person. Okay, our group will offer $1 billion for the right to use the technology, and then give you 10% of the shares. Jiang Fan didn't have much of a reaction to the conditions offered by Wang Chuanfu. Principal Lu said to Jiang Fan with more satisfaction. Jiang Fan, the conditions offered by Mr. Wang are still quite sincere. Jiang Fan nodded and said, Mr. Wang, I have a few questions. You say, Wang Chuanfu said, join the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Your new energy vehicles, how much are you going to sell? This question had not occurred to Wang Chuanfu carefully. He pondered for a while. If they followed the battery performance provided by Jiang Fan, the new energy car they produced would be at least 3 times ahead of Tesla's performance. Combined with the market, they are priced around $1 million minimum. The base cost of their company's current new energy vehicle should be around $80,000. Though with the technical cost of the battery, it's going to be high. The $1 billion in technology royalties and the 10% stake, and the technology research and development, those are all part of the cost. The combined cost should come out to about $300,000 or so. The most important of these is the cost of battery technology. Wang Chuanfu roughly calculated it and then said to Jiang Fan, the pre-sale price should be around $600,000. Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard this price. Your prices are too high. I researched batteries that I hope will benefit the people of the Dragon Kingdom, not just the rich who can afford to consume them. When Wang Chuanfu heard Jiang Fan's words, he said with some helplessness, our current new energy car, which costs 80,000 yuan, more than doubles the cost if we add the battery from your research. Doesn't the country have subsidies for new energy vehicles now? Jiang Fan asked. Yes, it's not quite the same per vehicle subsidy, probably between 20-60k. Mr. Wang, about the technology transfer fee in shares I don't want. How much do you think the price will drop to? Jiang Fan said. When he came, he made an understanding of BYD as a whole. Their group's reputation in the Dragon Kingdom was quite good. Over the years, when the Dragon Kingdom suffered natural disasters, BYD was the first to come forward and donate money and goods. This was a major reason why Jiang Fan had made such a decision. Everyone was shocked when they heard Jiang Fan's words. 75 chapter, making a difference. Principal Lu whispered to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, $1 billion and 10% of the shares together are worth a lot of money that? In fact, President Lu's idea is that if all this money is taken out for research, it might even lead to some achievements. However, Elder Long was still very pleased with Jiang Fan's performance. At the very least, it proved that in the future, Jiang Fan would not sell out his country in the future because of money. Moreover, Jiang Fan also thought about the livelihood of the Dragon Kingdom, a small age to be able to think about the world. Such a temperament. Long Lao thought to himself that his young self was absolutely unable to do so in the beginning. Wang Chuanfu thought for a while and said, if you remove the cost in battery technology, the selling price can drop to around $150. 150. Jiang Fan murmured. And a little expensive. Mr. Wang, can the price be reduced to 100,000? The executives around Wang Chuanfu were all stunned. Even their current new energy cars are more than that. Not to mention the addition of Jiang Fan's new material batteries, which at the market price, 600,000 would have been madly snatched. Turns out this young man who worked on a new type of battery is saying the asking price is $100,000. What's the difference between that and cabbage prices? In fact, Jiang Fan's idea is very simple, which is to make most of them can buy such new energy vehicles. Just when all the people thought that bids Mr. Wang would absolutely refuse, Wang Chuanfu, however, said, "Okay, for this boldness of yours, I promise you, but, Mr. Wang, the marketing manager was just about to say something. Wang Chuanfu directly waved his hand and interrupted him. Jiang Fan was satisfied when he saw the other party agree. Okay, you guys give Principal Lu the specifics. Jiang Fan and Elder Dragon then walked out together. Out of the guys, Elder Long couldn't help but laugh out loud. You kid can really kill the price. Battery performance so good, new energy car. You let people sell 100,000. Really have you? But I like it, ha ha. Such a new energy vehicle. I want to buy one to drive. Teacher, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Fan said, ha ha. Well, no backtracking. Long Lao readily accepted, driving a car given by his own students, saying it definitely has face. Besides, the battery was researched by Jiang Fan, and if he wanted one for free, Bid's boss couldn't wait to be happy. By the way, Jiang Fan, can the addition of graphite coating to lithium iron phosphate power batteries really improve the performance of the batteries? Well, I've researched nanomaterials before and found nanoconductive graphite-coated particles. It provides excellent static conductivity and is a protective energy-absorbing layer. And it also reduces the internal resistance of the battery and suppresses the dynamic internal resistance increase during charge/discharge cycling. Jiang Fan told Long Lao about the graphite coating properties and efficacy. Long Lao was very interested. At this time, for some reason, Long Lao had an illusion. He felt that Hida wanted to be Jiang Fan's student. Elder Long exchanged words with Jiang Fan for a while longer before asking, Jiang Fan, how much can the performance of lithium iron phosphate power battery be improved by adding graphite coating? Teacher, I haven't tested it specifically, but it should be no problem to boost performance by roughly 30%. 30%? That much? Elder Dragon was now feeling like he was going to shut himself up. When he was researching lead-acid batteries, he expected a maximum of 30% performance improvement, but Jiang Fan casually added a kind of graphite coating, and it had such a great effect. Jiang Fan, you're so young, why are you walking so slowly? Elder Long couldn't help but urge. He was now a bit impatient and wanted to do the graphite coating research immediately. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw his teacher walking as fast as he could, and he also quickened his pace. The entrance to the headquarters of the bid group. There's a crowd gathered here, making a loud racket. There were also a number of media outlets carrying cameras and filming the scene. A marketing executive of the bid group stood in front of the rowdy crowd. Owners, our bid group has not closed down. Please believe that we will deliver your reserved cars on time. If you want a refund, please apply at each store. Humph, I think you're just trying to cheat and not refund our money. One of the bald men shouted. A number of car owners followed suit. Ladies and gentlemen, please believe in us, the BYD Group. We are a group of companies that keep their word. Cut the crap and have your old boss come out and give us an explanation. Get your old boss out here. It's all over the internet now. Reporting the news of your group's collapse. I think your old boss has already run away. Faced with more than 100 people shouting at her, the female supervisor was a bit overwhelmed, but she was still standing dead center in front of the glass door. The security guards in the back had been locked the gates for fear of these people breaking in. Get out of the way. Or don't blame my stick for being merciless. The bald man flashed the baseball bat in his hand. The female supervisor looked at the wrist-thick stick, and her heart was also filled with fear. If she was really smashed in the head, the flying bloom could not be. But now the company's top leaders and owners are out. If she got out of the way, these people would definitely trash their company. By that time, if it was reported by the news media, they were afraid that the BYD Group would really be discredited. Owners, you can return the car if you want to. But please go through the normal process. If you make a scene like this, I'm going to call the police. After the female supervisor finished speaking, she took out her cell phone. As long as they dared to take a step forward, she would call the police. And that bald guy, with an arrow step up, snatched the cell phone from the female supervisor's hand. Pop! It fell hard to the ground. Damn! Gives you face, doesn't it? Brothers, don't listen to their bull ********. Smash it for me. The bald guy pushed the female supervisor to the ground, raised his baseball bat and smashed it against the glass door. Then, only to hear a clatter, the glass door directly shattered all over the ground. A few people behind him also smashed up, and soon the whole glass door and window were smashed to pieces. The bald man gave a satisfied smile. He had been hired by a foreigner to get $10,000 if he drove the others to make a big deal out of it. The more you make a fuss, the more you get paid. Just then, a dozen or so men in suits approached. One of the leading ones shouted at the troublemakers. What's going on? I'm the head of BYD. Wang Chuanfu, tell me what's going on. The marketing manager behind Wang Chuanfu, seeing his man lying on the ground, hurriedly helped the female supervisor up. The bald man saw that it was BYD's boss, Wang Chuanfu. Without saying a word, he charged straight ahead with a baseball bat. But he said he could give Wang Chuanfu 100,000 if he hospitalized him. When Wang Chuanfu reacted, the bald man's baseball bat had already reached his eyes. 76 chapter, Counterattack. The executives behind Wang Chuanfu were startled when they saw a bald man attacking Wang Chuanfu. Hurriedly, he rushed over, trying to stop it. But at this time, the bald man's baseball bat had already reached Wang Chuanfu's face. It was too late. Wang Chuanfu sidestepped and dodged, then punched the bald man in the face. The bald man's face received a huge impact and staggered back a few parts, followed by a nosebleed that gushed out directly. The few executives behind Wang Chuanfu were relieved, and they remembered that Wang Chuanfu had been a soldier before. A few of BYD's security guards, at this time, also rushed over and directly pressed down on the bald man. Wang Chuanfu coldly looked at the rowdy crowd in front of him. Those people at once. None of them dared to go forward. At this time the news media rushed over and shot at Wang Chuanfu. Now, that's the effect they want. The headline: they had it all figured out. Car owner defends his rights. Bid group owner gets annoyed and beats him up. A story like this is guaranteed to bring the bid group into disrepute. Wang Chuanfu understood the situation from the female supervisor, looked at these troublemakers, and immediately understood something. Then to all of them, our BYD's reputation in the Dragon Kingdom is obvious to everyone. So everyone give me 2 days and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Just then, several police cars came over, and one of BYD's executives exchanged words with the other party. And then these troublemakers were taken away, including the bald man. On that day, the news of the BYD boss hitting people was spread all over the internet, and the spreader even deliberately deleted the paragraph where the bald man took a stick and went to hit Wang Chuanfu, and only showed the scene where Wang Chuanfu hit the bald man. This side of the news was an instant hit on the internet. Netizen 1, bid boss even beat people. Before I feel he is still a philanthropist. Did not think, really human face. Netizen 2, people's hearts are in the wrong place. Wang Chuanfu was really not a thing. Netizen 3, from now on, we will boycott bid new energy cars. What a disgrace to our countrymen. Netizen 4, I don't believe bids Mr. Wang hit anyone, there must be other hidden agendas. Netizen 5, there are pictures and the truth. Hypocrites like Wang Chuanfu should be arrested. Netizen 6, I see that bald guy, he's no good. Maybe Mr. Wang was defending himself. Netizen 7, Wang Chuanfu is the scum of the Dragon Kingdom. The internet is being led by a water army arranged by Mark. It was all about denouncing Wang Chuanfu, and even published information about Wang Chuanfu's family. Mark couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth when he saw the abuse and denigration of Wang Chuanfu on the internet. So much for the Dragon Nation. Oh, Wang Chuanfu did not make any response to the abuse from the internet. The next day, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world that it had researched a lithium iron phosphate power battery with 3 times the performance of lead-acid batteries. The whole world was in an uproar at the news. The first reaction of all the countries is that this is impossible? Although the technology level of the Dragon Kingdom had progressed over the years, to reach such a level of technology was something they definitely did not believe in. The new material, batteries, has such a wide impact on the world that it can be used in almost every industry. If it is true as announced by the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom will enter a qualitative leap in several fields in the next period of time. This is what the Western powers do not want. The capitalist countries, led by the pretty country, want the Dragon country to publish the results of the research to confirm the truth. Longwood did not make any response. On the third day, BYD declared to the public that it had entered into a strategic partnership with the state. New energy vehicle batteries have been upgraded. With that, a new car was released on the official BYD website called Dragon. The car's styling is imposing, and more importantly, its stats. Dragon new energy vehicle. Range, 1,200 kilometers. Fast charging, 1 hour to complete. Price, $100. $000. BYD officials have just announced the news of Dragon's new energy vehicles, and the entire Dragon Kingdom is abuzz. Once again, the internet is buzzing. The range of Dragon's new energy car reaches 1,200 kilometers, which, natch, is too strong. I'm skeptical. Is this really true? The state has announced it. How can it be fake? With a range of 1,200 kilometers and a fast charging time of 1 hour, this totally beats the new energy car Model 4 announced by Truss. The key to this price is too nifty to give. Worthy of being the conscience of the Dragon country's enterprises. You guys shouldn't be fooled by Bid Group. 2 days ago the boss of Bid Group, Wang Chuanfu, even beat up someone. Brother, Your news is too sheltered, right? The matter of Mr. Wine's beating has already been clarified. That bald man was bribed by someone to deliberately find trouble with BYD. I heard that he confessed that he was arranged by Tesla's people. Lousy also booked Tesla's Model 4 new energy car some time ago. I wonder if I can get a refund. I've asked. It's not refundable. It's just a $10,000 deposit. I don't want it. The key is that Big Group's Dragon new energy vehicle performs much better than him. And the price is only $100,000. You're right. Isn't it just $10,000? I'll book Bid's Dragon new energy car now. Tesla's Asia Pacific headquarters. Mark lashed out, scaring the crowd into not saying a word. Dishonest dragons. How dare you want to return a car you've reserved? What a daydream. The Bid Group just released Dragon new energy car wash not long ago. Their customer service received 20,000 calls for refunding subscriptions. They have pre-sold a total of over 80,000 Model 4 new energy vehicles these days. Nearly 20% are unsubscribing. So how can he accept that? But then Jesse from production handed Mark, the general manager, a cell phone. Mark tapped on his phone and saw that above it was a post. The owners who have ordered Tesla Model 4 new energy car, we should not look for Tesla to refund the deposit. After they produce it, we will refund the subscription. And be angry with them. Likes, 298 million. Dude, awesome. Brother, you are so bad. I love it. Ha ha. It's only $10,000 anyway. Don't want it. These foreigners are really something. For a range of over 400 kilometers, they want $299,800? The more GM Mark looked at it, the angrier he got. Pop directly slammed the phone to the ground. He gritted his teeth. Crafty Rukoku. If these owners who have booked the Model 4 new energy car really wait for them to be produced, to all unsubscribe, then their loss is not a few hundred million things. When he had calmed down, he slowly made a decision. Make an announcement that owners who book the Model 4 new energy car can get their deposit refunded. GM, I can't, but if we don't, we'll lose at least $10 billion in the future. I have to say, Mark is still a competent leader. Such a timely stop loss would be a $300 million at most for them now. However, he still underestimated the Dragon Nation. 77. Want to run? After Truss issued a refund on the official website. However, only a very small number of people refunded. The majority of people did not choose to refund. After all, people who can afford to buy 300,000 new energy vehicles. Not bad this $10,000. It made it hard for Mark, and for those owners who didn't get refunds. He didn't know if the other party was really buying their cars or trying to deal them a final painful blow. But if they don't produce it, and those owners end up really wanting the car, and they can't get it, it's going to have a big impact on their reputation. Just as they were fretting about the deposit, the internet exploded with another powerful post. Tesla's unknown crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. When this news post came out, it instantly exploded all over the internet again. It directly hit the headlines of the major websites in the Dragon Kingdom. Conference room at Tesla's Asia Pacific headquarters. Jesse looked down at the post. He wasn't sure if he should show the GM, Mark. Last time, his own cell phone was scrapped because he showed a message to Mark, the general manager. After further thought, he decided to take it to him anyway. Mark saw Jesse bring in his cell phone again and knew it was nothing good again. Still, he took the phone, and when he saw the headline, the fire in his heart immediately rose. Tesla's unknown crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. But he pressed his fire and clicked in anyway. 1. Discredit the rival Bid Group. In, Tesla's general manager, Mark, privately hooked up with a material supplier to falsely accuse Bid. In year, Jesse, the head of production at Tesla, used his authority. Year, there are 18 listed in all, and there is a photographic record. Using illegal tactics against competitors' Bid. 2. Tesla Asia Pacific General Manager Mark assaulted a female employee in Longwa, month of asterisk, used his position to violate his secretary. Screenshots, chat logs, month, Kyoto, business trip, prostitutes. Screenshot, year. The entire article is over 1,000 words long and is full of crimes committed by Tesla executives in the Dragon Kingdom. The comments below are all about the Dragon Nation cursing them. Netizen 1, ******, his grandfather. Beautiful country's grandchildren. Come to our dragon country. Earn our dragon country people's money, not to say, but also treat us as a little cute. Playing, bullying our dragon country's independent industry. Netizen 2, these grandchildren, causing me to misunderstand the Bid Group in the first place. Netizen 3, I said it first, Bid boss Wang Chuanfu is a philanthropist. Will not just hit people, At that time he belongs to self-defense. Netizen 3, yeah. Who knew it was all a ploy by those grandsons of the pretty country? They got some media people and some hooligans. Netizen 4, key. We were not only misunderstanding Mr. Wang, but also scolded him and his family. Think about it, really regret. I don't want to say anything else. I'd like to reserve 2 Dragon new energy vehicles. Netflix 5, drive out these pretty country pussies. Netizen 6, him. He dares to spread his wildness in the Dragon Kingdom. Him. Netizen 7, I am a lawyer. On this evidence is enough to convict them. The owner of the building give me contact. I am willing to sue them down for free, so that they understand that the law of the Dragon State is inviolable. Netizen 8, support upstairs. Count me in. I don't know the law, but there's money. I'll pay for it. They must be brought to justice. By the time Mark finished reading, the back of his shirt was wet with sweat. His eyes were full of horror. For one by one these crimes were true, and there was much evidence on them. To be able to break so much black stuff about him, this person is definitely someone who knows him well. He looked over to the few people in front of him, and after scanning the area, he had a feeling it wouldn't be them. After all, he and they were on the same rope, and for them to betray them would be tantamount to self-destructing their future. And there was a crime in it for them. Seeing the comments of those Dragon Kingdom netizens, he felt that the most important thing he should do now was to leave the Dragon Kingdom. In case he was caught, he would definitely have to face jail time. As long as he escaped the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid no one would treat him like that then. Thinking of this, he left the conference room in a panic and returned to his general manager's office. The safe that was opened and started to fill the bag with money, then shouted outside, Ray, book me the fastest flight to pretty country. Make it fast. Ray is none other than the hot secretary. However, he shouted a few times, but no one answered. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Shaoli walked in wearing a professional outfit. Her body was already so sexy in front and back. Behind her, however, were several police officers. It dawned on Mark that she had been the one to post that thread. It was you? I can't believe it was you who betrayed me. After saying that, he rushed towards Shaoli, but went to be directly pressed to the ground by 2 policemen. Ray said as she looked condescendingly at Mark, I'm a Dragon Nation man. You just wait to be sanctioned by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. On the same day, another story broke on the internet. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters have all been arrested and imprisoned for violating the laws and regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, including the general manager, Mark, and several other important suspects. They will face more than 10 years of prison life. At once all the people on the internet clapped their hands. Better praise for our law enforcement officers. Dragon Nation mighty. Let's see who dares to act wildly in my Dragon Kingdom. Dare to provoke the laws of our Dragon Kingdom. You deserve to die. The hoots and hollers were all over the place. Pretty Tesla HQ didn't intercede for Mark, and sent out a sincere letter of apology to Dragon Nation. Deeply stated that Mark's behavior was his own and that they, Tesla, were negligent. Only then did they let him run amok in the Dragon Kingdom, and they sincerely apologized to all the people in the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, the reason why Tesla posted this apology is that they don't want to lose the market in the Dragon Kingdom. 75% of Tesla's market comes from the Dragon Kingdom. If they lose this market, their company is going to lose 3/4 of its performance. Tesla went on to set up a branch in the Dragon Kingdom after finally paying a $100 million fine to the country, but they are doomed to fail this time, because Bid in Dragon Country has grabbed 90% of Dragon Country's market overnight through this crisis. Bid's boss, Wang Chuanfu, made a special trip to Longkou University to thank Jiang Fan. This time, if he hadn't researched a new material battery, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to survive the crisis. Wang Chuanfu came this time with the transfer contract of the shares and directly gave Jiang Fan 20% of the shares. Jiang Fan didn't politely talk to him either and then went down. He does need a lot more funding for his future research projects. Once Wang Chuanfu had left, Jiang Fan received a call from Zhou Huaid, the northern-based commander-in-chief. He asked excitedly, Uncle Zhou, isn't editor magnet material done? Hey, Fan, the Aether magnet material that Pretty Country sold us is fake. The Aether magnet material is fake? 78 chapter, Leave of Absence. Tianxi Book. Jiang Fan was filled with incredulity when he heard that the Aether magnet material was fake. Zhou Huaid then told him that the country had sent 2 professors who had studied aspects of magnetism this time, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to negotiate with the Pretty Country. At first, the Pretty Country's attitude was very tough, determined not to sell magnetic materials to the Dragon Country, and humiliated the Dragon Country people who went to negotiate. Negotiations to the 10th day of the time. Beautiful country only loosened, but 2 tons of Aether magnet material. They are lion's share of 10 billion. After the discussion of the country's top leaders, In order to be able to research controlled nuclear fusion as soon as possible, it was finally decided to also purchase it. The two professors of magnetism who were dispatched tested the material and there was nothing wrong with it. However, after shipping it back to the Dragon Kingdom, when it was processed, it was discovered that only the outer layer of the entire material was ITER magnet material, while the inside was ordinary magnet. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were furious and questioned Pretty Country, but they gave the explanation that ITER magnet material technology was just like that, because the Dragon Country does not have ITER magnet material samples, and there is not a standard. After several fruitless attempts at negotiation, they were finally left dumbfounded. Longboy took all the experts in magnetism and gathered them together to study the material coated with a layer of ITER magnets, hoping for a breakthrough, but after 2 days of research, it was discovered that this layer of ITER magnet material was no longer ITER magnet material. They deduced that Pretty Country had added substances to this layer of ITER magnet material that would slowly react with ITER magnet material. Calculating the time, the ITER magnet material was shipped to the Dragon Kingdom just after the material was reacted off. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom equaled $10 billion and only got 2 tons of ordinary magnets. It's obvious that the Pretty Country teases the Dragon Country, but now people just won't admit it. And there's nothing Longboy can do about it. When Jiang Fan heard what Zhou Huai had told him, an anger rose in his heart. The Pretty Country is bullying people based on its power. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. System, feeling the host's anger. The task is released. The host succeeded in the 7 main disciplines Psi-thesis release. Will get ITER magnet material development drawings. Jiang Fan heard the task released by the system, and completing it surprisingly allowed him to directly obtain ITER magnet material research and development drawings. There was a lot of excitement. He then tapped on the system mission in his mind. Task, host success in 7 main disciplines Psi paper published. 1. Math, release Psi paper not completed. 2. Physics, release of Psi paper not completed. 3. Biochemistry, release of Psi paper not completed. 4. Material science, release of Psi paper not completed. 5. Astronomy, release of Psi paper not completed. 6. Energy science, release of Psi paper not completed. 7. Informatics, release of Psi paper not completed. For Psi papers, Jiang Fan is still clear as a researcher. Psi, Scientification Index. I.e. Academic journal articles published in Psi journals included in the Science Citation Index. To put it bluntly, it means publishing papers in world-renowned scientific journals. With the globalization of the economy, scientific research is also becoming increasingly globalized. Psi papers are an important way to conduct international scientific exchanges and a major channel to make international counterparts understand the Dragon State. Publishing Psi papers can show the world the strength of each country's basic research and improve the status of the Dragon Kingdom in the world's scientific community. Publishing an important article in world-renowned journals such as Nature and Science can be as significant to a discipline as winning a gold medal in an international sports competition. Of course, the publications of Psi papers are all organized by Western countries, and there is not a single such publication in the Dragon Kingdom. It was mainly because the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom was, relatively speaking, still relatively backward. Seeing that Jiang Fan on the phone had been silent, Zhou Huai knew that he must be very sad inside. He then comforted Jiang Fan, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get ITER magnet material. Uncle Zhou, give me some time, I should be able to study it." "You worked it out? Really?" Zhou Huai said in surprise. He now had absolute trust in Jiang Fan. As long as Jiang Fan said that he could research it, he believed that he would be able to do so. Controlled fusion. Develop other aspects of the subsystem first. Feel free to contact me with any questions. After Jiang Fan finished his explanation, he hung up the phone. His teacher, Elder Dragon's Mecha Energy Lab, was currently in the performance enhancement stage, so as long as he followed the steps, he would be fine. As for the application areas of the lithium iron phosphate power battery that he studied, all of these were given to the president of Long Kudalu to negotiate. Currently, the most important thing for Jiang Fan was to complete the system's mission and obtain the ITER magnet material so that he could complete the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion within a year's time. As long as controlled nuclear fusion is introduced, the technological water of the Dragon Kingdom will soon be able to lead the world. He believed that controlled nuclear fusion would be possible, elevating mankind's technological level to a new era. For the 7 main subjects of the paper, Jiang Fan was going to start with the math aspect first. After all, the system had rewarded him with a math super generalization, and for all the math knowledge on the blue planet, he thought that no one could surpass him. Once you have set your attention, you start choosing a topic, because Psi papers are still difficult. If you were to write a general math thesis, you would probably have a hard time being seen by an editor. Jiang Fan thought of the last time he proved Riemann's conjecture at the Longkou University Traditional Challenge, which caused a lot of repercussions. The principal also gave him a number of awards. After thinking about it, he decided to pick another one of the 7 millennial puzzles as a submission for a math sci paper, which should go through easily. So he started scouring the web for the 7 millennial dilemmas. In the end he chose one of them, the P versus NP problem. After Jiang Fan chose his thesis, he made a phone call to Elder Long to ask for a vacation. Long Lao was also full of promises. After all, Jiang Fan has worked very hard these days to research lithium iron phosphate power batteries. As for the graphite coating on the battery, he led Su Guangyuan and the others to study it because there was nothing wrong with it. Xia Xiaoyu in the lab was helpless. They had just followed Jiang Fan in researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries and had achieved so much. Originally, she was thinking of having a good rest, but then Jiang Fan came up with the elevated battery program. So, they could only continue to do their experiments in a miserable manner. At this moment, Elder Long walked in with a smile on his face. Xia Xiaoyu saw Long Lao in such a good mood. His eyes turned, so he said with a smile, "Long fellow, I would like to." When Elder Long saw Xia Xiaoyu stumbling over her words, he knew that she was trying to be lazy again, so he tensed his face and said seriously, "Say, what is it?" I'd like to take a half day off." Not allowed. Young people are the time to be energetic and creative. They should put their time into research. Xia Xiaoyu was reprimanded by Elder Long and grayed out to continue his scientific research. At this time, she realized that Jiang Fan hadn't been coming, so she asked, why isn't schoolmate Jiang Fan here?" Long Lao was holding a beaker at this time and said without lifting his head, "Just called and took the day off." Chapter 79. 79, who is this? So rude. Xia Xiaoyu's entire face darkened when she heard Elder Long's words, and she instantly felt like an unloved child. There's just too much difference between people. He himself asked for half a day's vacation and ended up being reprimanded by Elder Long for half a day, whereas Jiang Fan was able to ask for a vacation by making a random phone call. When Elder Long answered the phone just now, he seemed to be very happy. Xia Xiaoyu really wanted to slap the table and have a theory with Long Lao, but she didn't dare, unless she doesn't want to hang out in the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Just as she was crying out, Su Guangyuan walked over excitedly with his cell phone, whispered to her, Xiaoyu, look." Xia Xiaoyu looked at Su Guangyuan's cell phone. It was Jiang Fan who sent a message to their WeChat crowd. It says, "This closed study, we have successfully researched a new type of battery. Everyone has worked hard, and each of you has been transferred 100,000 yuan bonus." Xia Xiaoyu saw the message and jumped up in excitement. 100,000? That much? Great. Count on this Chopi having some conscience. He. She then rushed to get her own cell phone, and sure enough, she saw a transfer of $100,000 from Jiang Fan on WeChat. At this time, Nyosu also discovered Jiang Fan's message and happily wanted to remind Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan, found them both cracking their big mouths, happy beyond words. He then came along and joined them in a whispered celebration. "I like schoolmate Jiang Fan too much. He. Didn't you always say he was Pickpocket Joe before?" Su Guangyuan said snidely. Xia Xiaoyu hastened to sophistry. "I was being positive. How can we be productive if he doesn't squeeze our time and energy? We are young and energetic and creative. We should put our time into research. You two know?" Su Guangyuan and Nyosu had black lines on their heads. These words, exactly what Long Lao had just reprimanded her for. She would really learn from it. A woman, the three of them, however, couldn't be happier in their hearts right now. Originally, they thought that Jiang Fan, at most, would give them a 10,000 bonus. But Jiang Fan even directly gave them a 100,000 bonus, greatly outside their expectations. Although they were a bit dissatisfied with Jiang Fan's closed research at first, but now that they thought about it, they would be willing if Jiang Fan closed them for another month. Just as the three of them were giggling, Elder Long walked over and said to them, "What are you doing? Not doing research?" "Academician Long, don't worry, we give you our assurance that we will definitely succeed in researching the graphite coating within a week's time." After Su Guangyuan finished speaking, Xia Xiaoyu and Nyosu followed suit and assured him. Elder Long froze. How did these three little guys suddenly become so motivated? He then thought, presumably it was because of his own teaching of Xia Xiaoyu just now that they understood his good intentions. Good. That's what young people should be like. Achoo. Jiang Fan was at his residence, organizing his thoughts and information on the P versus NP problem, one of the 7 major problems of the millennium. Several sneezes in a row. He then proceeded to organize his thoughts. The Millennium Puzzle was really hard. Even with all the math he had mastered in Blue Star, he was still struggling a bit. In this way he went from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and when he looked up without thinking, he saw the time and realized that 13 hours had passed. Only then did he stand up and move his somewhat stiff body. It's still really hard. 20 different ideas already. At that moment, Jiang Fan's stomach rumbled. Never mind. Let's go get something to eat first. Maybe we'll get some ideas. Jiang Fan didn't even wash his face, so he opened the door to his room and went out. He went to the cafeteria, only to find that the cafeteria window for buying food was closed. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go to the supermarket to buy some instant noodles, an ant at a window shouted at him, "Boy, are you buying food?" "Aha! I still have 2 buns here. They're not sold out. Do you want them?" All the windows for buying food were currently closed, and Jiang Fan had no other choice, so he took over. "Give the card," Auntie said smilingly. 2 steamed buns. Don't want money. If you put it to tomorrow, you can't sell it. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Fan then carried 2 steamed buns and made another trip to the supermarket, buying 2 packages of pickles and a large bucket of mineral water. In front of the supermarket, Xia Xiaoyu and a few friends were buying milk tea. "Sisters, my treat today. Feel free to order whatever you want. Don't be polite." Xia Xiaoyu was full of bravado. Today Jiang Fan transferred $100,000 to her. She had just come out of the lab and excitedly called to inform her several sisters. When several people heard that someone had invited them to drink milk tea, they all came over one by one with their asses in the air. "Boss, I'll have a small cheese and cheese 4 seasons. I'll have a medium Bullwinkle cake and milk tea with ice." A fat girl hesitated and said to the boss, "I'll have a Big Mac super milk tea." She had just finished her order when several of her sisters all looked at her at the same time. For the jumbo super milk tea, the cups used are of the extra large variety and are filled with 8 types of pulp, then poured into the milk tea. It has to weigh 2 pounds. And at $98 it's even more expensive. As a student, very few people order these giant super cups. "Balls, aren't you trying to lose weight?" my companion asked. "It's so hard for Xiaoyu to treat me today, so I've decided not to lose weight for a while and wait until tomorrow." "Xiaoyu, can I order this?" the fat girl then asked Xia Xiaoyu again. "It's nothing," Xia Xiaoyu said jokingly. Now she is a small rich woman with 100,000 worth of money. This amount of money to her old saying is just a drizzle. "Xiaoyu, you're so nice. I love you so much. He. The fat girl didn't forget to give Xia Xiaoyu a hug after she finished. She's had her heart set on it since she ate a Big Mac Super Bowl 3 months ago, but she's too fat for the diet she must have. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend. So she kept herself restrained. Today she decided to indulge. When the boss was done with the milk tea, Xia Xiaoyu paid for it, and several sisters happily took the milk tea and drank it. At this time, a person with somewhat messy hair, carrying 2 steamed buns and a bucket of mineral water in his hands, just happened to come out from the supermarket. As he was thinking about things in his mind, he didn't pay attention and just bumped into Xia Xiaoyu. Ouch! The milk tea fell straight to the ground. Before Xia Xiaoyu could react, one of her sisters said fiercely to the boys, "You don't have eyes, do you?" "I'm sorry, I didn't see that." "I'm sorry, and that's the end of it." A few people glanced at the man, carrying buns and water in his hands, presumably a poor student. At this time, Xia Xiaoyu looked up. "Jiang Fan?" Jiang Fan then also saw that it was Xia Xiaoyu. He then said, "Xiaoyu senpai, buy you a new cup." No need. I was careless just now." "Oh." After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he lowered his head, his mind thinking about the inspiration he had just received, and hurriedly disappeared into the crowd. "Xiaoyu, who is this? So rude." 80 chapter, 2 buns. "Xiaoyu, who is this? So rude." A sister said. Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly asked that sister to keep her voice down for fear that Jiang Fan, who was walking away, would hear her. The bonuses in her hand were all from him. Moreover, he was also a student of Elder Long, so he couldn't afford to offend himself. "You guys almost got into big trouble just now. It's lucky he didn't bother with you." Getting into big trouble? Several of the sisters were uncertain. Wasn't that kid just now a poor student? What a poor student! He's the god of the Lonoke University Traditions Challenge and... Xia Xiaoyu hadn't finished speaking and hurriedly shut her mouth. Regarding the matter of the laboratory, Elder Long had given them an explanation that they were not allowed to say anything to anyone. Wow! Which legendary god is he? But he doesn't quite look like him. As the saying goes, you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. You guys just need to know that he's awesome. A few people listened to Xia Xiaoyu's mysterious words. They looked at each other and nodded. In his heart, he was glad that he hadn't said anything overly aggressive just now. Jiang Fan returned to his residence and ate 2 steamed buns before continuing to organize his thoughts on the P versus NP problem. A night without words. Until the next day sunlight poured in through the window. It was only then that Jiang Fan rubbed his somewhat tired eyes. He stood up, opened the window, and a rush of fresh air hit his face, subsequently lifting his spirits. The groggy head cleared up. He saw two little birds on a branch in front of the window, chirping away. He felt a lot more comfortable. And with that, he continued to sit at the table and began to study the question. He was sure that this line of thought he was now studying was correct, but there was just one part of the derivation that didn't make sense halfway through. Until 7 o'clock, it was already clueless. Jiang Fan then decided to go and eat first. This thought process yesterday was the inspiration that came out of nowhere because he went out to buy 2 steamed buns. Maybe some inspiration will pop up again when you go out to dinner by yourself. Jiang Fan came to the nearest cafeteria, and there were quite a few freshmen in military training clothes who came here to eat. They were usually sitting in groups, eating breakfast and talking about military training. Now that they had been in military training for half a month, there was about a week of military training left before this devilish training would end. Jiang Fan simply finished his meal and went straight back to his place, continuing research topics. Time turned to night. The noon meal Jiang Fan did not have time to eat. About 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fan then stopped the research in his hands. After a brief wash, he proceeded to the cafeteria and found the same situation as yesterday. The cafeteria window was closed. At that moment, the auntie at window 10, who was there yesterday, shouted at him again. "Boy, why are you eating so late today too? Doing problems and losing track of time?" Auntie smiled and didn't say anything, directly handed him 2 steamed buns and didn't charge Jiang Fan's money. Jiang Fan said thank you and left. The aunt at window 10 closed the window with it. "Auntie Lee, you waited so long just to give this student 2 steamed buns." Auntie Lee laughed heartily. "I don't think it's easy for this kid, so I'll help if I can. I don't have much time left anyway." Auntie Lee saw Jiang Fan's dresser's outfit and guessed that his family was poor and didn't have much money to live on. Young people, all have vanity, can only take advantage of the absence of students to eat, to buy some steamed buns to fill up. "Auntie Lee, you have a kind heart. Let's go. We should go to the hospital." Yes. Jiang Fan went back with 2 steamed buns. A miraculous thing happened. The problem that troubled him for a day and a night was miraculously solved. He was finally relieved. It seemed that the buns were quite useful. Now this millennium puzzle, Jiang Fan has solved it on the draft paper. The next thing is just to take the answer process and organize it into a document. Jiang Fan stayed up another whole night and organized a 50-page document. Luckily, he had stay-up capsules, or he wouldn't have been able to carry it off. The next day, he directly found Principal Lu and told him about his intention to submit an SCI paper. Principal Lu was very happy to hear that Jiang Fan's idea of publishing an SCI paper at a young age was very good. This is because in the future, the number of SCI papers published and achievements will be needed to evaluate the title. "Jiang Fan, have you thought about publishing in that field of discipline? Math." Jiang Fan said, "This is good. Your last answer to get Riemann's conjecture. For our Dragon Kingdom to obtain the World Mathematical Organization governing country position. Talking about this matter, but also to thank you which, mostly because I was just lucky at the time." Principal Lu greatly appreciated Jiang Fan's spirit of not being arrogant or impatient when he achieved something. "Jiang Fan, which thesis in math are you going to study this time? P versus NP issues. P versus NP issues?" Principal Lu was surprised when he heard Jiang Fan's words because he knew that this was one of the 7 major problems of the millennium. And just 2 days ago, the mathematician Wu Lao from Longkou University and his student, Prof. Xiao, proposed to him to replace the final finale of the next traditional challenge with a P versus NP problem. It turned out to be really coincidental that Jiang Fan directly chose the P versus NP problem as the thesis of the submitted SCI paper. Jiang Fan saw how surprised Principal Lu was and then asked, "Principal, what's wrong with choosing this thesis?" No. As long as Elder Wu and Professor Xiao gave me a proposal 2 days ago to replace the last question of next year's traditional challenge with this one." "Oh, this is indeed quite a coincidence," Jiang Fan said, "but this question is a bit difficult." Principal Lu said with some concern. He was afraid that if Jiang Fan couldn't answer the question, it would blow his self-confidence. "Jiang Fan, I see you, or study some common thesis. With your knowledge in math, it's still no problem to pass the draft." "Headmaster, I've answered this question about P and NP," Jiang Fan said indifferently. "What? You answered it?" Principal Lu said in shock. "This is the Millennium 7 mathematical problems, and many mathematicians have spent their entire lives without answering one of them." And Jiang Fan answered the Riemann conjecture in less than 2 hours at the LKU traditional challenge. This heaven-defying talent. At that time, although everyone was shocked beyond words, they always accepted it. But if anything, just half a month has passed and he has answered another one of the 7 millennial math problems. No one would believe this. "Jiang Fan, don't joke with me." Jiang Fan handed Principal Lu his printed 50 pages of information. Principal Lu took a look at it. and the thesis was none other than the P versus NP problem. He flipped through it roughly, more or less understanding it even though Principal Lu hadn't been a math major in his previous studies, but against what Jiang Fan had written, he couldn't understand it at all. So he contacted the most senior mathematician at LKU, Wu Lao. 81 chapter, shocked elder Wu. Wu, now in his 60s, has spent his life teaching mathematics at LKU. Once he retired, he was rehired back by the university and continued to teach at Lonoke. He was in the classroom at the moment, speaking passionately about math. At that moment, his phone rang, and he was subconsciously going to hang up, but then he saw that it was the principal calling. "Excuse me, class, I have to take this." He then walked to the door to connect. A minute later, Elder Wu rushed straight to the podium, picked up his lesson plan, and said to his classmates, "Everyone, please wait, I'll have one of the other professors come over and continue your lesson." After saying that, he left in a hurry. The students were all astonished. What had happened to Professor Wu? Usually, his old man was very stable. Why did he become so flustered today? A few minutes later, Professor Xiao, a student of Wu's, came to the classroom to continue the lecture for the sophomores. Elder Wu arranged the teaching matters, and then walked directly towards the principal's office. 10 minutes later he arrived at the principal's office. "Principal, where is the answer to that millennial math puzzle?" Principal Lu mentioned Jiang Fan's answer information to Elder Wu. Wu Lao picked it up and flipped through it. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Only then did Elder Wu slowly raise his head from this answering information. Eyes filled with shock, he said to Principal Lu, "Who answered this?" "This." Principal Lu pointed aside to the sleeping Jiang Fan and said, "Jiang Fan, you should recognize it." "Jiang Fan? Isn't he the freshman who answered the Riemann conjecture just before?" "Well, exactly. Genius. Absolute genius. With such young talent in the Dragon Kingdom, the future is promising." Wu Lao was thrilled, as if he had heard someone praising him. Jiang Fan barred his mouth twice in his sleep. Just as Principal Lu was about to wake up Jiang Fan, Elder Wu directly stopped him. "Headmaster, let him have a good rest. To be able to answer such a question, he probably hasn't had a good rest in the past half a month." Principal Lu heard Elder Wu's words and stopped waking up Jiang Fan, but said with a smile, "Elder Wu, you guessed correctly. He indeed hasn't rested well in the past half a month, but not to study this puzzle." "Oh?" Elder Wu looked at the principal curiously. "You know about the new type of batteries announced by the Dragon Kingdom a few days ago?" "Well, knowing that this new type of battery accelerates the development of the dragon by at least 5 years, does this have anything to do with Jiang Fan?" "Ha ha. This kind of battery is exactly what Jiang Fan researched. Didn't he just come to Longkou University? Did it just take half a month to research this new type of battery?" "I heard from Elder Long that it is indeed so," Principal Lu said. Hiss. Elder Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "If that's the case, this kid is definitely comparable to Einstein." Principal Lu smiled, but in his heart, he said triumphantly, "What your old man doesn't know is that Jiang Fan also wrote the formula principle of controlled nuclear fusion. It's just a shame that these are state secrets and can't be told to the public. Otherwise, Elder Wu's jaw would have been absolutely stunned." "Principal Lu, then you mean to say that it's only been the past 2 days since he researched this topic?" "It should be 3 days at the most." 3 days? Oi, old me is ashamed to be inferior. Give me 30 years and I'm afraid I won't be able to answer it." Wu Lao sighed and said, "He has been engaged in mathematical research all his life and has published many sci papers, but there is no answer to one of the 7 millennial math puzzles." Still, he was proud that the Dragon Kingdom had such a powerful young man. During the conversation between Principal Lu and Elder Wu, Jiang Fan quickly woke up. His body was really a bit tired these days, although there was the help of the stay-up-all-night capsule, which could allow Jiang Fan, who stayed up all night, to keep his body from being harmed. But with his body under strain 24/7, he was still a bit overwhelmed. When Principal Lu and Elder Wu saw Jiang Fan waking up, they hurriedly said with some apologies, "I'm sorry, Jiang Fan, we're the ones who disturbed your rest, aren't we?" Instead, Jiang Fan became even more embarrassed. "I'm the one who doesn't want to mean it. I was a little too tired just now and fell asleep unconsciously." After the three of them exchanged pleasantries, Elder Wu asked Jiang Fan, "I read this answer you wrote, but there are a few things in it that I don't quite understand." Elder Wu, "Where do you mean?" Jiang Fan said. Elder Wu then picked up that information and put it on the 5th page, pointing to it and said, "You bring up the concept of a Turing machine here. Can you be more specific about what a Turing machine is?" "Turing machines are somewhat abstract. Imagine you only have paper tape and a typewriter like automatic writing device capable of writing zeros or ones along the tape. If such a Turing machine exists, then we've gained awesome power. There's a machine out there that can execute any algorithm that can be identified with a Turing machine. After listening to Jiang Fan, Wu Lao had a general understanding of the Turing machine. Then he had flipped a few pages and asked, regarding NP pleat, why single out the hardest problem in NP? In the beginning, people didn't realize that there was such a thing as the hardest definition of NP, and that there was no fixed standard of comparison for all types of problems. It is proved that any problem of NP form can be converted into 3-SAT, some NP problem. 3-SAT means that there are n variables and m uses. Jiang Fan and Elder Wu explored for another full hour or so. In the end, Wu Lao was incomparably shocked inwardly because the amount of mathematical knowledge that Jiang Fan had mastered was too huge and too much higher than him. It was hard for him to imagine how Jiang Fan, an 18-year-old, had learned all this math, and it took him a lifetime, only to master a third of the amount of knowledge in Blue Star math. After sighing, Wu Lao returned to the topic and said, Jiang Fan, if you take a piece and submit it as a sci paper, I can be sure that there is a 95% chance that it will be rejected outright. Rejection? 82. 82 Chapter, Introduction to Nanomaterials. Chapter 82. 82, Introduction to Nanomaterials. 82. 82 Chapter, Introduction to Nanomaterials, 1/2. Download. Please install our book reading app, the most books on the net, permanently free without ads. Book V. Rejection? Jiang Fan and Headmaster Lu had a look of surprise on their faces at the same time. Elder Wu, could this information on Jiang Fan be wrong? Principal Lu asked in disbelief. That's not true. It's mainly because Jiang Fan has a few knowledge points that are too esoteric for those auditors to understand with the amount of knowledge they have. So if you want to pass the draft, you have to revise it. Mark up those places, all of them, make notes, and the more detailed about it the better. Jiang Fan heard Wu Lao's words and realized that it was fortunate that he had brought it to let him look at it first, or else it would really be rejected. Afterward, Elder Wu identified the places that Jiang Fan had modified and told him to go back and annotate in as much detail as possible. After Jiang Fan went back, he began to revise those esoteric knowledge points, all annotated. Some places, the light annotations on the whole several pages. After revising it almost, he took the Psi paper and showed it to Wu Lao again. Wu Lao also slightly made some small changes. This Psi math paper is considered officially finished. Wu suggested several well-known Psi math journals to Jiang Fan, who finally chose ScienRev, the top journal of applied mathematics. Wu Lao also very much agrees that ScienRev belongs to the world's top mathematical journals, and this Psi paper of Jiang Fan is still very much a match. Because Wu Lao had also published many Psi papers before, he was still familiar with the process above, and he helped Jiang Fan to get it done very quickly. The rest of the day is spent waiting for the results. The waiting time is uncertain. Psi submission paper, fast as 1 day results, slow as 3 months. It all depends on the progress of the auditor. Wu Lao was even more expectant than Jiang Fan inwardly, and he was eager to see this SCI paper of Jiang Fan appearing in the world-famous scientific journals. When all the math experts see this document, they decide to be shocked, and they will take a new look at the mathematics of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Fan doesn't have time to wait for it to produce results. He still has 6 main course Psi papers to publish now. He looked at the subjects in the system and chose one of his better subjects, material science. In material science he is going to prepare some Psi paper on nanomaterials. Jiang Fan first wrote out a few large frames on his draft paper. 1. Basic concepts of nanomaterials. 2. Properties of nanomaterials. 3. Chemical characterization of nanomaterials. 4. Methods of making nanomaterials. 5. Application of nanomaterials. 6. Nanomaterials have a significant impact on the future. With this big framework, the next is very good to write. Jiang Fan just need to put their own understanding of the knowledge. Fill in the framework. Time ticked by, and Jiang Fan wrote like this until dark. When he finished writing the framework for the chemical characterization of the third nanomaterial, he checked the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. That's when the stomach started protesting again. I guess the cafeteria is out of food again. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, but he then remembered the ant who had given him the steamed buns 2 days ago. I don't know. Is the ant at window 10 still there? Speaking of that ant, Jiang Fan felt kinda magical, having eaten the steamed buns she sent twice, and both times he was suddenly inspired. It was only then that I answered that Millennium Math 7 did. If he had said it, no one would probably have believed him. Even though it was late and Jiang Fan wasn't sure if that ant was still there, he still took the attitude of trying and came to the cafeteria. He had just walked through the door of the cafeteria when he noticed that the light was still on in the 10 cafeteria window, so he smiled with the corners of his mouth lifting at night and walked over. This chapter is unfinished. Click on the next page to continue reading. New book recommendation. Auntie Lee inside the window heard the footsteps and realized that the young man had indeed come again, so she opened the window and said with a smile, "Boy, why are you later today than yesterday?" "Auntie, I was writing another paper and lost track of time. Learning is important, but your body is more important." After Auntie Lee finished speaking, she took out a plastic bag and gave it to Jiang Fan, which contained 2 hot steamed buns. "Thank you, Auntie," Jiang Fan said. Then he turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back to his aunt. "Auntie, can I ask what your name is?" "My name is Lee Alan. You can just call me Auntie Lee." "What's your name, lad?" "My name is Jiang Fan." "Auntie Lee, by the way, my mom's last name is Lee too." Jiang Fan smiled at Auntie Lee and said, "What a coincidence. They say that people with the same last name 500 years upwards are all family. So maybe, we're still related." "Oh." Jiang Fan also smiled when he heard this and then gave Auntie Lee a goodbye. Auntie Lee looked at Jiang Fan's back as he left and couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. If little Hui were still alive he would be almost this big. Auntie Lee sighed helplessly, then turned off the light in the window and walked away with her hand on her waist. Jiang Fan returned to his place and opened the bag containing the steamed buns. It was surprising to find 2 large slices of beef sandwiched inside the bun. Jiang Fan held the steamed bun that was still warm and was somewhat moved in his heart. He and that Auntie Lee met in passing. She not only waited for herself for so long in order for her to eat the steamed buns, but also gave herself 2 slices of beef. Jiang Fan finished eating the steamed bun with beef in it and collected his thoughts, so he continued to start organizing the information. In order to hurry up and complete the task issued by the system to obtain the ITER magnet technology, Jiang Fan didn't rest for another night. At 10 o'clock the next morning, he had finally organized his sci paper on nanomaterials. It was because Elder Long had researched nanotechnology before and had achieved very good results. Jiang Fan was ready to let his teacher guide him to see where there was something that needed to be modified. Jiang Fan then made a call to his teacher. Learning that Elder Long was now in the lab, he printed out the information never and went to the lab. Inside the lab, Su Guangyuan and the others did their research nervously, because they had Jiang Fan's research program as a guide. Their graphite coating experiment was quite smooth. At this time, the door to the lab opened. Xiao Xiaoyu subconsciously looked up and realized that it was actually Jiang Fan. There was a happy shout. "Senior Jiang Fan, you finally came to the lab." Su Guangyuan and Niu Su were also particularly happy to see Jiang Fan come. They both particularly enjoyed doing experiments with Jiang Fan, because Jiang Fan had a very high success rate in doing experiments. Every time he was able to very accurately find out what went wrong from the last experiment, and he was able to avoid it very well in the next experiment. Unlike them, when they do research, they always have problems of one kind or another, and sometimes after doing dozens of experiments, they go back to the same research that failed before. Of course, to increase the success rate, this requires a lot of experimental experience to do so. Jiang Fan greeted them briefly and prepared to go inside to find Elder Dragon, but at that moment, Su Guangyuan directly pulled him back. "Senior Jiang Fan, I have a problem here. Every time the experiment makes it this far, there will be an accident." 83 Chapter, Technology Has Borders. Jiang Fan heard the problem that Su Guangyuan uttered. Then he knew what mistake he had made. "Senior Guangyuan, this problem is mainly due to the uneven coating of nanographite particles, because the structure of graphite has a certain degree of adsorption. When his molecular structure is not well aligned, it conducts electricity and heat." After Jiang Fan spoke, it dawned on him that the problem was here. Then Xiao Xiaoyu and Niu Su also pulled Jiang Fan to ask some questions. Jiang Fan also answered all of them. At this time, Elder Long noticed the situation over here and came over, and after Jiang Fan finished answering their questions, the 2 of them sat down. "Teacher, here's the side paper I wrote outlining nanomaterials." Long Lao looked at the thick pile of information and was very pleased, so he picked it up and looked at it. When Su Guangyuan and the others heard Jiang Fan say that he had written a SCI paper, they all gathered around in shock. SCI papers they have heard of, and many experts and professors of Lanka University have published SCI papers, and they also know that Sci papers, the quality required is very high. As a student, few people want to waste their time submitting a Sci paper because it takes a lot of time and effort to write a quality Sci paper, and it is only when an individual has a unique insight into specialized knowledge that he or she passes the Sci paper. However, as a student, if he can publish an SCI paper, it will definitely help him a lot in his future research path. Su Guangyuan 3 people how can not imagine. Jiang Fan is only a freshman. Think about submitting Sci papers. They were all curious as to which aspect of the Sci paper Jiang Fan had written. Su Guangyuan and the others all stretched their necks, looking at the information in Elder Long's hands. See the title above the Discourse on Nanomaterials. It's kind of a very middle-of-the-road argument. Part 1, Basic Concepts of Nanomaterials. Nanomaterials are microparticle nanoparticles with particle sizes on the order of nanometers from 0. 11 nanometers to 100 nanometers. These things were not a bit difficult for Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu, who were studying materials majors. That's basic conceptual knowledge, even for those who don't understand it, and can search for it with a quick internet search. The two of them looked at each other with some disdain in their eyes. Although Jiang Fan is good in research, but some papers are too bad, right? If these things written by Jiang Fan could pass the draft, Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan would definitely have to immediately submit their SCI papers. They were now almost certain in their minds that this overview of nanomaterials by Jiang Fan should not even pass the preliminary examination. The first part of the content Long Lao flipped through very quickly. He mainly looked at Jiang Fan to see if there were any common sense errors. After reading it down, he found that Jiang Fan had not made any mistakes, but instead had summarized it very comprehensively. Soon, Elder Long opened the second part, the nature of nanomaterials. Nanoparticle structure and characterization, small size effect, surface interface effect, macroscopic quantum tunneling effect. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu could still read it at first, and their expressions still had some hints of watching a joke. But when he saw the macroscopic quantum tunneling effect on the mouth surface, his expression became a bit gloomy. Many of the words written inside Jiang Fan were surprisingly the first time they had ever heard of them. They were seniors at Longkou University, already seniors, with almost all of their knowledge in terms of specialized courses for nanomaterials and materials science. They think they know all the theory even if they don't have hands-on experience. But this introduction to nanomaterials written by Jiang Fan contained specialized words they had never heard of. This really surprised them a bit. They wondered if Jiang Fan had written it wrong, but Long Lao's expression didn't change in any way and was already as calm as water. Nor did the pen in his hand circle against the unfamiliar symbols. Long Lao has a habit of circling his pen for things that are wrong. This proved that there was no problem with what Jiang Fan had written. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu looked at each other again at this time. But this time, their eyes were filled with surprise. This is followed by part 3 and part 4. This is followed by part 5 and part 6. Metallic nanomaterials. Semiconductor nanomaterials. Nanocomposites. This was fairly normal. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu had both studied in their specialized classes. Just when they were a little pleased that they could see and understand again, the next second they saw something, they were suddenly uncertain again. Self-driven liquid metal. Point-manipulated nanosensors. Artificial nanoretinas. The words were quite normal, though, and they moved on to the back of the room. Chokes. Saturated reactors. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu once again looked at each other with 4 eyes. These things are far beyond their comprehension. An hour later, after Long Lao finished reading it, his heart turned over in shock. Eyes full of shock. This paper, if issued, will definitely play a guiding role in the research of nanotechnology in the future. This introduction to nanomaterials is not like a summary of the current Blue Star nanotechnology, but more like saying the future direction of nanotechnology and development. Long Lao slowed down for a long time before he slowly recovered. Jiang Fan, could you have traveled from the future? Long Lao said these words after half a day. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. He couldn't have been exposed somewhere. Could he? He thought about it for a while, and it didn't seem to be there. Did it? Long Lao laughed out loud when he saw the nervousness on Jiang Fan's face. Just kidding for you. Ha ha. Jiang Fan, this overview of your nanomaterials is very valuable, especially those nanotechnologies in future applications. You kid, you really give one surprise after another. This old man of mine, sooner or later, I'll get a heart attack from you. Ha ha. Teacher, are there any aspects that we need to modify? Jiang Fan asked. After thinking for a moment, Elder Dragon said seriously, you're going to have to overhaul this one. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu were startled and asked at Elder Long. Academician Long, did you just say that Jiang Fan's writing is very good? How come it still needs an overhaul? Elder Long looked at the several people and said slowly, I say let Jiang Fan overhaul, is to take those technologies and have future development, leaving only those that cannot be realized in a short period of time, all other deleted. At this time, Xia Xiaoyu was the first to react. Academician Long, I understand what you mean. You're afraid that the technology inside and the future direction of development will be known by other countries. You little girl. You're finally getting the hang of it for once. Ha ha. Elder Long then said seriously to the few of them again. You are still young and are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. But you must remember that no matter what, technology has national boundaries. Only by firmly grasping science and technology into the hands of our own country will we be able to act as a deterrent to those enemy countries. We keep these technologies secret, not to bully other countries, but to better protect ourselves. 84 Chapter, Learning. Jiang Fan removed some nanotechnology and some future applications based on Elder Long's suggestion. However, the original document Long Lao left a copy of it, which will be a very important reference for nanomaterials in Longhua. After Jiang Fan finished revising, he sent the psi paper to Long Lao for review. Elder Long made some more minor changes before he was satisfied. Even if you remove those very important elements, it is already a high-quality psi paper. Jiang Fan then took this paper and directly submitted it. He didn't expect the psi paper in material science to be successfully completed in just one day. There were 5 other main subjects left, none of which Jiang Fan was very good at, and in the end, he decided to do his psi thesis in astronomy first. Although Jiang Fan had chosen to major in astronomical science at Longkou University, he hadn't started his major courses yet. This made him a bit uptight, and then he told Elder Long about it. Although Long Lao was not sure why Jiang Fan wanted to publish so many SCI papers, he nevertheless found, for Jiang Fan, Professor Ma of Astronomical Sciences from Longkou University. Prof. Ma is 38 years old. It is still rare to obtain the title of professor at such a young age, but it is also a proof of his achievement in astronomical science. These days he had also heard about it, and was very curious about Jiang Fan's performance in the Longkou University Traditional Challenge. Today was the day he finally met Jiang Fan. When he saw Jiang Fan, he held back his compliments. Sure is a looker. You flatter me, Professor Ma. Jiang Fan responded modestly. Then Elder Long said without any modesty at all, my students have to be a dime a dozen. Ha ha. All 3 then laughed. Professor Ma was a bit surprised when he heard Elder Long say that Jiang Fan wanted to publish a SCI paper. After all, he was still a freshman and had no exposure to astronomical science expertise, and it was a bit of a pipe dream to publish an SCI paper. Elder Long saw Professor Ma's face of difficulty. Pony, what's the problem? Academician Long, you also know that we do science. There is no quick fix. Knowledge needs to be accumulated bit by bit. And Jiang Fan hasn't been in contact with a space technology specialty before, so it's too hard to write an SCI paper. Jiang Fan also understood that the reason why he had been able to write a psi paper on math and materials before was because he had mastered a lot of knowledge in this area, or else he really wouldn't have been able to finish it. Professor Ma, introduce me to a few books on astronomical science. I'll learn the theory first, Jiang Fan said, although he knew that this would waste a lot of time and energy. But if you want to master the knowledge of astronomical science and write a psi paper, this is the path you must take. Okay, Prof. Ma was in the way of Elder Long's face. Still on the paper, he wrote several books on astronomical science. He knew very well that these were specialized books that could not be mastered without a year or 2. He had a good impression of Jiang Fan before, but now that he saw that he was eager to publish an SCI paper, he concluded that he was a student who liked false fame. He had been glad that such an excellent student had enrolled in his major, which would be a little disappointing. Professor Ma chatted with Elder Long for a while longer before finding an excuse to leave. Elder Long looked at Jiang Fan with a glance and said in a serious tone, Jiang Fan, a person's time and energy are limited in this life, and we should use all of our limited time and energy to what we are good at. You know what I mean, right? Well, I know, teacher. Jiang Fan responded. It's good to know. Teacher won't interfere with you too much. Just mention whatever you need help with. Elder Long said. Thank you, teacher. After Elder Long and Jiang Fan parted ways, he went back to the lab to continue working on the graphite nanocoating. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, went straight to the library, and since the freshman hadn't officially started classes yet, he didn't have a library card yet. In the end, he had no choice but to call the principal. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan received a library card. He then entered the library and followed a list of several books given by Prof. Ma. One by one, Jiang Fan found Basic Astronomy, Encyclopedia of Astronomy, Formation of the Universe, and Basic Science and Technology in Space. He then started with the most basic astronomy first. The knowledge was a bit raw and difficult to understand, but Jiang Fan quickly concentrated and focused on it. Jiang Fan's efficiency in learning was very fast, 3 times that of a normal person. This skill of his was still practiced during that year in his senior year of high school, in order to control the score to activate the system. Speaking of which, Jiang Fan also had to thank the system for torturing him over the past year to refine him into this state of learning. Jiang Fan was like that in the library, and he only reacted when the administrator reminded him that it was closing soon. Afterward, Jiang Fan went through the book borrowing procedures. After exiting the library, Jiang Fan stretched and looked up to see the stars in the sky. I wonder how many civilizations exist in those shining stars. Goo goo. Jiang Fan's stomach made a hungry sound, causing him to withdraw his thoughts. Right now it's still important to fill your stomach. He then went to the cafeteria and found window 10 already lit. Jiang Fan walked straight over. Auntie Lee, Fan is here. Ha, aha, but there are no steamed buns today. Yo, Auntie Lee said with a smile. Is it sold out today? Jiang Fan asked. Little Fan, you can come around from window number 12. Auntie has prepared something else for you. Auntie Lee said mysteriously. Jiang Fan was a little curious, so he listened to Auntie Lee and went around the back kitchen at number 10 from window number 12. A table was found set up in the back kitchen with 2 dishes, a scrambled egg with spinach and a beef with potatoes. It was still steaming hot at the moment. It shouldn't have been long since it was fried. Auntie Lee smiled and gave Jiang Fan a bowl of rice. Little Fan, what are you waiting for? Sit down. Auntie fried 2 dishes for you today. If you only eat steamed buns every day, your body's nutrition definitely can't keep up. Auntie Lee, this is too much trouble. Jiang Fan said. What's the trouble? It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. It's just a matter of one more pair of chopsticks. Sit down quickly, or the food will get cold in a while. Jiang Fan couldn't resist the hospitality, so he had no choice but to sit down. Thank you, Auntie Lee. Eat it. Jiang Fan's stomach was already starving, and he couldn't stop his mouth from watering as he looked at the hot meal, so they took a big bite without ceremony. Auntie Lee saw Jiang Fan wolfing down his food as if he hadn't eaten for days. Concerned, she said, slow down. Don't choke. Yummy. Haven't had a meal this good in a long time. Jiang Fan said as he ate. If it's good, eat more. Auntie Lee said happily, just like a mother loves her child. 85 chapter, Heartstream. After Jiang Fan finished eating, he took the initiative to brush the dishes, but was stopped by Auntie Lee. Fan, I'll do it. Auntie Lee, let me pay you. I've been eating your meals for free for the past few days. Jiang Fan said with some embarrassment. Little Fan, if you say that, you're treating Auntie as an outsider, and Auntie is going to get angry. Auntie Lee pretended to be a little angry and said. Jiang Fan was not in a position to say anything. The two of them chatted a few more times, and Jiang Fan went back with his own book. Returning to his place, Jiang Fan arrived at a glass of water and put the book on the table. Tonight he decided to stay up all night. He took a deep breath to calm his mind, then picked up a book and quickly got into the groove of learning. Every time Jiang Fan entered this state of learning, he seemed to not be able to feel the loss of time. Turning to 12 p.m. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, congratulations to the host for entering the state of heartflow for 10 hours today, and successfully obtaining a 10-hour 100 times study card. Jiang Fan was filled with doubt when he heard the system's voice. Heartflow status? It was the first time he had heard of it. So said to the system. System, what is the heartflow state? System, a mindflow state is a mental state of being fully engaged in something. Just like some of you human self-publishers can generate mind flow when writing, programmers when coding, designers when making drawings, etc. And you can't feel the loss of time when you enter that state. When Jiang Fan heard the system's reply, he understood in his heart that he had indeed entered this state while reading the book. Jiang Fan controlled his consciousness to enter his mind and tapped on the introduction of the 10-hour 100 times learning card. 10 hours 100x learning card. Users increase their learning speed and learning effect by 100 times. Jiang Fan couldn't help but want to give it a try, so just click on it and use it. System, 100-fold study card in use. A time countdown then appeared in Jiang Fan's mind. 9 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Jiang Fan hurriedly picked up the Encyclopedia of Astronomy and read it. He found that wherever his eyes swept past, the knowledge from the book went straight to his mind. A lot of the bitter and difficult knowledge in it became very simple at this time, and Jiang Fan understood it instantly. He tried it for a few minutes and felt that the 100x math card was very powerful. It not only reads the book speed becomes 100 times, but also has the comprehension, memorization, integration, etc. are changed is 100 times the effect. Jiang Fan was simply delighted. He was trying not to waste a second, so he concentrated on his book. Time passed one by one, and in an hour and a half, Jiang Fan finished reading all of this Encyclopedia of Astronomy. And when he closed the book, Jiang Fan could clearly remember what each page said. He looked at the 100-fold study card. There were still 8.5 hours left at this point. Jiang Fan picked up Basic Science and Technology in Space and read it again. It was done after an hour. By 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fan had finished reading all the books and had memorized them very well. He felt that he should have reached the entry level in the field of sky science. Jiang Fan closed the 100 times learning card, and at this point, there were still 4 hours remaining. It was too precious for him to waste. It was only 6 o'clock and he decided to take a break. He had hardly slept in his bed these days and was forgetting what it was like to sleep. As he lay on the soft bed, his whole body was indescribably comfortable. Oh, Jiang Fan couldn't help but let out a groan. In less than a minute, Jiang Fan fell asleep. When it was 8 o'clock and his cell phone alarm went off, Jiang Fan got up on time. Although he had finished the book Prof. Ma had introduced him to, he still had the important task of writing the sci paper on space science. Only when the sci paper is published is he done. Jiang Fan simply finished his breakfast and contacted Professor Ma of space science. Prof. Ma received a call and heard Jiang Fan say that those books had been read. It couldn't help but affect Jiang Fan a little worse. In such a short period of time, Jiang Fan had finished the book, which clearly showed that he had flipped through it hastily without reading it seriously. To be honest, he really didn't want to waste time with such a student. But Jiang Fan was after all a student of Elder Long. Moreover, Elder Long had also explained to him to bring Jiang Fan along properly. Professor Ma had no choice but to let Jiang Fan come to his office. He had it all figured out that he would give Jiang Fan a good test later, and if he couldn't answer, he would just send him away. It would be a pure waste of time to point out side papers to students who don't know what they are talking about. Doesn't it smell good to have this time for him to study his expertise more? Jiang Fan quickly arrived at Professor Ma's office. Professor Ma. Jiang Fan greeted. Aha! Professor Ma responded. I'm done with these books. Do you think I should read some other books or just write my SCI thesis? Jiang Fan asked. The discipline of space science and technology, now in its infancy, these books, if you have mastered all of them, together with some of your own insights, there is still no problem to pass the paper review of Psi. Just afraid of these books. You don't even understand a fur. Jiang Fan could hear that Professor Ma's tone was obviously not quite trusting himself to finish all these books. Professor Ma, I've really finished reading these books. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Jiang Fan said seriously. This is precisely what Prof. Ma also intends to do. So he just picked up a random book and asked, what is astronomy? Astronomy is the study of cosmic space objects, the structure and development of the universe. It covers the structure, nature and laws of operation of celestial bodies, study their physical properties, chemical composition, internal structure, energy sources and their evolutionary patterns. Prof. Ma was a bit surprised by Jiang Fan's answer. He didn't expect Jiang Fan to answer word for word the same as in the book. He then turned to Jiang Fan and asked, the most powerful energy activity in the universe? Gamma-ray bursts release the most powerful electromagnetic radiation in the universe. Supermassive stars also release large amounts of gamma rays in a short period of time when they explode, which is called a gamma-ray burst. A black hole? A celestial body with space-time curvature so great that light can't escape it. Professor Ma asked several questions one after another, and Jiang Fan didn't even think about it and answered directly. And the answers were very correct. When Jiang Fan finished answering the last question, Professor Ma's mouth opened wide in shock, his face full of disbelief. These books were obviously introduced to Jiang Fan by him only yesterday, so how could he have read them all and memorized them all in one day's time? Jiang Fan, how did you do it? Jiang Fan looked at Professor Ma, who was full of shock, so he said jokingly, I have a passing memory. Oh, 86 chapter, military training exercise. Prof. Ma originally had a very cold expression towards Jiang Fan, which would immediately become eager. As of now, this space science knowledge that Jiang Fanlock had mastered was already the main theoretical knowledge of the space science specialty. In one day, Jiang Fan had accomplished what others had learned in 4 years. This is really a bit unbelievable to Prof. Ma. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Jiang Fan was able to gain the favor of Elder Long and Principal Lu. Looking at the fact that he had misunderstood him all by himself before, Jiang Fan did have the capital to be proud. Professor Ma, do you have any more questions? Jiang Fan interrupted Professor Ma's thoughts. Prof. Ma said in a hurry. No more. Jiang Fan, you're really something. The future realization of space tourism for our humanity can depend on you. Ha ha. Prof. Ma said half jokingly. Jiang Fan smiled and didn't say anything, but in his heart he wanted to say that in the future he wanted more than just space travel. Professor Ma, do I still need a registration? Jiang Fan asked. If you just want to pass a Psi paper, this knowledge is enough. Although mankind has been studying the universe for nearly 2,000 years since the beginning of time, those are people's observations of space. Plus think about it. Real space science is still in its infancy, so I'll give you a direction for your thesis, and you can just follow it. Okay, Professor Ma? Jiang Fan responded. Prof. Ma then wrote on a piece of paper about the technology that connects the blue planet to space. When Jiang Fan saw this thesis, a lot of things to write sprang up in his mind. This thesis was actually very simple. He had narrowed down the very broad space science into a framework, and Jiang Fan just had to be in it and play nice. Jiang Fan, do you feel any problems with this thesis? Professor Ma asked. There shouldn't be any. Jiang Fan replied. Just don't have any questions. This is a relatively simple thesis and you can break it down into roughly a few panels. Blue Star's relationship with space. Blue Star's exploration of space. The current state of Blue Star's space science and technology. And the future direction of science and technology connecting Blue Star and space. Follow this board, and as long as there's nothing erroneous in it, you shouldn't have any problem getting through the Psi paper. As Professor Ma explained to Jiang Fan, He didn't forget to write out a few key points on paper for him. He then handed the paper to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, is there anything you don't understand? Not for now. Thank you, Professor Ma. Jiang Fan thanked Professor Ma. Without Professor Ma's guidance, he really didn't know to write in that direction, because space science is so broad and covers so much. After the two exchanged a little more, Jiang Fan excused himself and went back to prepare the sci paper on space science. The last time Jiang Fan exchanged the issue of heart flow with the system told him some quick ways to enter the heart flow state. In fact, Jiang Fan had entered the state of mind stream almost every day for the past year. Only at that time he didn't know what this state was. Currently he was deliberately applying the methods explained by the system. Now he would be able to quickly enter the state of mind stream. Time flew by, and Jiang Fan was as if he was outside the situation, without a single feeling, until it was dark again. And when he came out of that state it was nearly 9 o'clock. Looking at the 20,000 plus words he had already written, he was still very satisfied. With about 2 more hours of writing in the evening, this sci paper on space science should be done. Right now, he was ready to go to the cafeteria to look for Auntie Lee, because yesterday Auntie Lee had an appointment with him, and he was still going to eat today. On the way to the cafeteria, Jiang Fan came to a fruit store. He bought some fruits for Auntie Lee. After all, it's not too nice to keep eating people's food. Jiang Fan carried 2 bags of fruits and arrived at the restaurant. The light at window number 10 was still on, so Jiang Fan walked straight over, shouted at the window where the food was being sold, "Auntie Lee." At that moment, a middle-aged woman's head poked out from inside, but it wasn't Auntie Lee. Jiang Fan froze with it. When the other party saw Jiang Fan, he said, "Your name is Jiang Fan, isn't it?" "Aha!" Jiang Fan responded, "I'm a co-worker of Auntie Lee's, and she asked me to give this to you." The middle-aged woman then handed over a thermos. "Where is she?" "Auntie Lee? Your Aunt Lee she," the middle-aged woman said halfway, but still closed her mouth, because Lee Ailen had given her an explanation not to tell Jiang Fan about her hospitalization. "What's wrong with her?" Jiang Fan asked. "Hey, forget it, it's useless to give you a word. You still take what she gave you and go," the middle-aged woman said with a sigh, then simply turned off the lights. Not long afterward the middle-aged woman came out of the 12-window aisle. Jiang Fan hurriedly walked up and handed over the fruit in his hand. "Auntie, is it convenient for you to give these fruits to Auntie Lee?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the fruit in Jiang Fan's hand and took it. "Not bad. Old Lee didn't treat you right for nothing." After the middle-aged woman left, Jiang Fan returned to the counter at window number 10, lifted the thermos bucket and left. Back at his place, Jiang Fan kept pondering about Auntie Lee in his mind. After thinking about it for a while, "I couldn't figure anything out. Never mind. Let's eat first. I have to write my sci paper later." Jiang Fan opened the thermos and found 2 hot steamed buns on top, a celery fried shrimp underneath, and a serving of skinny meat porridge with eggs at the bottom. You can tell that Auntie Lee is very attentive. Jiang Fan then ate it. After a burst of wind, Jiang Fan ate his meal clean. The thermos was then cleaned and then sat down at the desk to collect his thoughts. It then devotes itself to astronomy sci thesis. 3 hours later, Jiang Fan took care of all the content, and finally spent another 2 hours revising the poop. Only then was he satisfied and went to bed. Train hard, be self-reliant, be united, and be the first. Military discipline is like iron. Will is like steel, courageous and first class, virtuous and virtuous, determined to serve our country, sharpen our youth and sublimate ourselves. Throughout the playground of Longkou University, freshmen stood in neatly organized squares, and their shouted military training slogans echoed throughout the campus. Today is the military drill for the freshmen at Longkou University. Through the 20 days of military training given to them by the instructors, they are no longer as scattered as they were when they first arrived. Military posture, marching, turning, saluting all have a bit of a military look. Under the scorching sun, each of them listened to the instructor's orders with a concentrated face and did the repertoire neatly. The school leaders on the podium nodded frequently, expressing great satisfaction. "Good. The future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom should be like this." "Ha ha," said Principal Lu with satisfaction. The repertoire ended when the principal made his speech. The instructors assembled surreptitiously, carrying their own bags and preparing to leave. When the students realized it, a square, defiantly rushed towards their instructor. 87 chapter, returning the thermos. Jiang Fan came out of Professor Ma's office with a relaxed look on his face. Currently he had finished writing 3 sci papers and sent them out, and although none of them had replied so far, Jiang Fan felt that there shouldn't be any major problems. He also now has sci papers in 4 major subjects. The point was that he wasn't very good at any of these 4 main subjects, and he only had 4 hours left on his 100x study card, barely enough time for one subject. He decided to use the 100-fold study card on informatics, since this subject was the hardest for him. At the very least, he had been exposed to physics, chemistry, and biology a bit before. Jiang Fan looked at the time. It is now 11:30 in the morning. It is just right to go to eat first, wait for the afternoon and then their own teacher counseling. Thinking of Auntie Lee's thermos yesterday, Jiang Fan went back to his residence to take it first and return it to Auntie Lee later. When I came to the cafeteria, there were already students who were active in eating and had started to dry out in the cafeteria. Jiang Fan took the thermos to window number 10. There's a middle-aged man in front of the window with a rice spoon. Jiang Fan said to the middle-aged uncle, "Hello, uncle. May I ask if Auntie Lee is here today?" "You're talking about Aileen Lee. She doesn't work here anymore," the middle-aged uncle said. "So where did she go?" Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. Auntie Lee was fine 2 days ago. Why did she say she was leaving? She got kidney failure and was hospitalized. Hey, I guess she won't live long. It's a pity. What a kind and hard-working person. When Jiang Fan heard the middle-aged man's words, his mind was a little confused. Kidney failure? Not long to live? Seemed fine 2 days ago. What's with the suddenness? Do you know, then, which hospital she's staying in? Jiang Fan asked anxiously. It seems to be the Third People's Hospital of Kyoto. Thank you, uncle. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he was ready to leave. When the middle-aged uncle asked Jiang Fan, "Young man, your name is Jiang Fan, right?" Jiang Fan stopped his stance, curious as to how the other party knew his name. "Aha, that's good. I was worried about how to find you." "Wait a minute." The middle-aged uncle walked to the back kitchen and took out an envelope, handing it directly to Jiang Fan. "Here, this is Lee Aileen's paycheck from last month. She called and said she wanted to give it to you." "For me?" Jiang Fan was a little unsure. It was reasonable to say that Auntie Lee was sick and was in need of money, so why was she still thinking of giving it to herself? Jiang Fan took the envelope. "There's a total of $2,950 in there. Count it," the middle-aged uncle said. Jiang Fan didn't order it, but put the envelope directly into his pocket. Just as Jiang Fan was about to consult the middle-aged uncle about some of Auntie Lee's affairs, he realized that he had already busied himself with getting meals for the other students. Jiang Fan then took the thermos and left. The Third People's Hospital of Kyoto City. Urologic Intensive Care Unit. At that moment a nurse walked in and said to the middle-aged woman who was lying on the hospital bed in a million degrees of pain, "Lee Aileen, your analgesic has been administered. The money on your medical insurance card has also been used up. So if you want to continue your hospitalization, you need to go to the lobby on the first floor to pay the fee." Lee Aileen moved her body with difficulty. She wanted to roll over, but the pain in her abdomen made her give up the idea. "It seems like the prolonged analgesics are becoming less and less effective for her," she said with a couple of gasps. "I'll stay out of the hospital. I'll leave later." "That's fine," the nurse answered and left, then said over the intercom, "Urology Critical Care Room 505. Discharged this afternoon. Discharged this afternoon. Can schedule the next patient." Her voice echoed throughout the corridor, probably because she had spent so many years in the intensive care unit and was so used to seeing such illnesses and partings that she had long since become immune. Not long after, Lee Aileen's phone rang, and it was the owner of the Longkou University cafeteria calling. She struggled to connect. Weakly. "Hey, Aileen, your last month's paycheck of 2,950 yuan has been given to the student you said was named Jiang Fan." "Good. Thank you, old Jiang." Auntie Lee struggled to reveal a smile. "I say, are you stupid? Working hard to earn $3,000 a month and yet you want to subsidize a poor student? Wouldn't it be nice for you to have that money for your own medical care? I can't see my disease anymore, so why waste this money?" But Jiang Fan is different. He is a highly talented student. He will definitely have a future. There are plenty of poor students. You can finance a few with that small salary of yours. "Well, enough of that. I'm busy." The other party simply hung up. Lee Aileen was half lying on the hospital bed, which would ease the pain a little, and it looked like the analgesics were starting to work. She adjusted slightly to a comfortable position and looked at the white wall in front of her, unable to help but think back to the first time she met Jiang Fan, when she had just finished cleaning the back kitchen and was about to pick up 2 steamed buns to eat some leftovers. Jiang Fan then walked into the cafeteria, and the first time Lee Aileen saw him, she thought of her own child, Xiao Hui. In particular, Jiang Fan's face shape was especially similar to Xiao Hui's. "It's just a shame that my own son and husband were killed in a car accident." Lee Aileen couldn't help the tears flowing down her face as she thought of this. At that moment, the door was pushed open and in walked a doctor, who spoke excitedly to Lee Aileen. "Ms. Lee, we found a kidney source that matches you." "Really?" Lee Aileen was instantly excited, but then her eyes darkened again, because she knows very well that it costs at least $500,000 to replace a kidney, and she is now penniless. "Ms. Lee, What congratulations, Dr. How? I'm not going to replace my kidney, Lee Alan said faintly. Ms. Lee, not ready for a kidney transplant? You have to know how hard it is to meet a matching kidney source, Dr. How said with some anger. Lee Alan is also well aware that she started to wait for the kidney source in the queue 2 years ago, and the result is a wait of 2 years, and in the past 2 years, the cost of her treatment has taken all the money she spent on selling her house for a new kidney in the first place. Ms. Lee, are you having problems because of money? I'll apply to the hospital and give you a partial reduction. Dr. How said that through his contact with Lee Alan over the past 2 years, he also knew about her family's misfortune. Dr. How appreciates Lee Alan's positive and optimistic attitude, and he especially hopes that she will live a healthy life. Now it's hard to come across a kidney source that can keep Lee Alan alive. He doesn't want to let her give up just like that. Lee Alan is also aware that even if Dr. How applies for a waiver, the cost will not be less than $400. 000 already. Hey, forget it. Thank you Dr. How? I'm going to be discharged this afternoon. I want to go home to my hometown for a visit in my last hours. At this time, Jiang Fan had already arrived at the Third People's Hospital in Kyoto. He asked the nurse at the front desk and quickly found out about Lee Alan's ward. Jiang Fan rode the elevator to the 5th floor of the Urology Intensive Care Unit. He had just walked up to the door of ICU 505. Dr. How walked out of it, his expression full of loss. Jiang Fan glanced inside and realized that Lee Alan was secretly touching her tears. Jiang Fan hurriedly caught up with Dr. How and asked about Lee Alan's condition. Dr. How got excited when he heard Jiang Fan say he was a relative of Lee Alan, giving him a rundown of what happened. He hoped that Jiang Fan could persuade her. Before Jiang Fan could speak, the system's voice then rang in his head. Chapter 88. 88, Surgery. The system's voice rang in Jiang Fan's head. System, released mission, save the kind-hearted Lee Alan. Quest reward, Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Failed mission. No reward. In fact, without the need for the system to issue a task, Jiang Fan would have chosen to help Auntie Lee. Dr. How? If I pay the bill now, what time will I be able to have the kidney transplant surgery? Of course the sooner the better. And Lee Alan's health is getting worse now. Okay, I'm going to pay the bill. Dr. How was happy when he heard Jiang Fan say he wanted to pay the bill. Now Lee Alan's life was saved. Come on, young man, let's go. I'll take you to pay your bill. Jiang Fan then followed Dr. How and paid the 600,000 yuan fee. Originally, Dr. How asked Jiang Fan to pay 500,000 would be enough, but Jiang Fan was afraid that it would not be enough then, so he paid 600,000 directly. Jiang Fan paid the fee and went to Lee Alan's ward. Lee Alan was taken aback when she saw that Jiang Fan had actually come. Fan, why did you come over? Auntie Lee, why didn't you tell me when you were hospitalized? Jiang Fan said, it's okay, it's old. I'll be discharged later, Lee Alan said smilingly, trying not to let the atmosphere become so sad. Afterward, Jiang Fan took out the envelope in his pocket and handed it to Lee Alan. Little Fan, this is a little token of Auntie's appreciation. Just take it, Auntie. No, I have money, Jiang Fan said. Fan, I know that boys have pride, but you don't have the ability to earn money yet after all. This money is not much. You save some. It should also be enough for your living expenses for half a year. Look at how thin you are, Auntie Lee said with some heartache. Auntie, I'm so rich. Jiang Fan guessed that Lee Alan thought of him as a student who couldn't get enough to eat. Mainly this period of time to engage in research and some side papers. Diet irregular. Jiang Fan's body looks particularly thin. Ran Jean knows malnutrition when he sees it. Little Fan, if you don't take it, Auntie will be angry. Lee Alan saw that Jiang Fan hadn't been accepting it, and knew that he must be suffering from pride. When she still had to persuade Jiang Fan to accept the money, the door was opened and Dr. How walked in again. Lee Alan took one look at Dr. How and said directly, Dr. How, thank you for your kind words. I've made up my mind. If Jiang Fan had known that he had kidney failure, he would have been even less likely to take his money. And Dr. How smilingly did not go out, but directly let the nurse come in and draw blood for Lee Alan. Lee Alan was a bit puzzled. She was about to be discharged from the hospital. What was the point of drawing blood? Dr. How, why are you drawing blood? Do a pre-surgery checkup. Dr. How said, I thought I told you. I'm not doing surgery. Lee Alan was a little anxious because Jiang Fan was right next to her. If she were to say a few more words, she would definitely have to reveal herself. Hey, you won't be able to do it this time because someone has already paid for your surgery. Someone paid for her surgery. Lee Alan was stunned, then said, Dr. How? It can't be a mistake. On the Kyoto side, She has no relatives either, even the relatives back home. None of them could come up with $500,000 in cash. Who will help her pay for this much surgery? It must be Dr. How playing a joke on himself. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for surgery. I wouldn't dare make a mistake. Here's the payment list. Oh, Dr. How even glanced at Jiang Fan next to him after he finished speaking. Presumably he should not have told Li Ailan about the payment yet. Li Ailan took the list and saw that there was indeed $600,000 on it. Then she hurriedly looked at the patient information and it was indeed her name. This, Li Ailan's speech are some stuttering. Originally she has held the preparation to leave this world. But this will immediately rekindle the hope of rebirth. We are all normal people, who are not afraid of death. The reason why Li Ailan chose not to operate, that is no way. Suddenly, someone paid for her surgery, which is equivalent to giving her a new life. How could she not be excited? Dr. How? Who paid for my surgery? Far away, but close. Dr. How joked. Li Ailan looked at Jiang Fan, then at Dr. How? And the two nurses. A nurse is impossible. And Jiang Fan is even poorer and can't afford to eat. Then there is only one person, and that is Dr. How? Dr. How? It can't be you, can it? Li Ailan said in surprise. Me? You think too highly of me. Li Ailan was a little confused. Since it wasn't him, could it still be Jiang Fan? Oops. Dr. How? Don't play dumb for me. Just tell me who it is. Of course you're the relative. Dr. How said, pointing at Jiang Fan's. Jiang Fan? Li Ailan was incredulous. How is that possible? Jiang Fan usually can't afford to eat. How can he come up with $600,000 for his surgery at once? Jiang Fan smiled at Li Ailan and didn't say anything. Jiang Fan, is it really you? Li Ailan said suspiciously. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded in response, receiving Jiang Fan's affirmative answer. Li Ailan's mouth opened wide in shock, filled with incredulity. How did you get so much money? Some time ago, I got lucky and successfully researched a scientific research project, and the state rewarded me with some money. Jiang Fan then made an excuse and said, really, Fan, you're amazing. If you don't say so, knowledge is wealth. Oh, Li Ailan said happily. It was as if her own child had gotten an award back for her. The atmosphere in the hospital room, which had been somewhat somber, turned extraordinarily relaxed. After a while, Li Ailan looked at the envelope in her hand and hurriedly put it away. She was still embarrassed when she thought of Jiang Fan as a poor student who couldn't afford to eat. Luckily, Jiang Fan didn't mind. Half an hour later, Dr. How walked in with a smile and said to Li Ailan, the personality indicators are all normal, and the surgery has been scheduled for 3 p.m. Today. That fast? Li Ailan was a little nervous when she heard that she was going to have an operation soon. The earlier the time, the better for you. But don't worry, our hospital has a success rate of over 80% for kidney replacement. Dr. How saw that Li Ailan was a bit nervous, so he said comfortingly, at 3 p.m. Ailan Li was quickly wheeled to the operating room. Jiang Fan waited at the door of the operating room, and 3 hours later, the operation was successful, but Li Ailan is still in a coma. At Dr. How's suggestion, Jiang Fan found a caregiver for Li Ailan to take care of her during her recovery. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go back to school, the system's voice came from his mind. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Before Jiang Fan could react, a splash of golden light poured down on his mind, and all the physical aspects of the blue planet instantly flooded into his mind. Jiang Fan was instantly happy. Not only did he save Auntie Li today, but he also obtained the Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Chapter 89. Crossing the river and breaking down the bridge. Jiang Fan obtained a super introduction to physics, returned to his residence, and began to work on his physics sci paper. With the experience of the first 3 sci papers, Jiang Fan chose a thesis that would be easy to pass after all. According to the physics knowledge he now possessed, as long as he tightened his grip, there was still no problem in passing an SCI paper. Time passed by, and Jiang Fan soon entered the state of mind stream, a state that allowed him to increase his usual efficiency by 3 times. His fingers flew over the keyboard like a dancing elf. The whole room echoed with the rhythmic sound of keystrokes. Time passes between the fingers. On the second day, Jiang Fan surprisingly organized a complete physics sci paper. It was so efficient that he surprised himself. He then found Elder Long and gave him this physics sci paper to look over. Elder Long was full of doubts. Jiang Fan, weren't you writing an astronomy sci paper 2 days ago? Was it too hard? Elder Long thought that Jiang Fan had given up because the astronomy sci paper was too difficult. Teacher, the sci paper for astronomy has been written, and it's already been read by Prof. Ma and sent out. Already pitched? Long Lao was full of shock. But Jiang Fan clearly knew nothing about astronomy. Professor Ma had listed several specialized books for him. It was impossible for him to finish reading them in 2 days? Professor Ma didn't say anything? Elder Long asked. He said the draft should be fine. Jiang Fan answered truthfully. Okay. Elder Long held his tongue for half a day before finally uttering these 2 words. The more he came into contact with Jiang Fan now, the more mysterious he felt he was. However, Elder Long knew that everyone had their own secrets, and he didn't get to the bottom of it with Jiang Fan. As long as he didn't do anything to wrong the country, Elder Long wouldn't interfere with him too much. If a genius like Jiang Fan interfered with him too much, it would instead limit his development. Long Lao picked up the side paper on physics by Jiang Fan and gave it a cursory look, and didn't find any problems. Jiang Fan, physics is not my field. I'll call over Dean Han of the physics department of Longkou University for you. Afterward, Elder Long called Han Changfeng, the dean of the physics department, over. There was no one in Longkou University who dared not to give face to Long Lao. Even Principal Lu he wouldn't dare. After Han Changfeng arrived, he was polite and respectful to Elder Long. Han, take a look at this physics paper and see what's wrong with it. Han Changfeng took the side paper written by Jiang Fan and read it. About half an hour later, Dean Han said with some excitement, "Not bad, a good paper. If it is submitted to a physics journal of sci papers, can it pass the draft?" Elder Long asked. "There shouldn't be any problem with going through the draft." Dean Han replied affirmatively. "Elder Long, you didn't write this paper, did you? Although I do know something about physics, I don't think I can do some papers like this. LOL. Ha, which is who wrote that? This was written by my student, Jiang Fan." Long Lao pointed at Jiang Fan and proudly introduced him to Dean Han. "The writing is very good." Dean Han complimented Jiang Fan. "Thank you Dean Han for your compliments. I still have a lot to learn," Jiang Fan said modestly. "Jiang Fan, you don't seem to be a physics student, do you?" Han Changfeng asked. He was the dean of the physics department of Longkou University, and he was more or less impressed by the students within his department. Especially the students who were particularly outstanding in physics were very concerned. "I majored in space science." "Space science? Somewhat of a waste. Just with your talent in physics, you're sure to do well in the future. Are you interested in transferring to our physics program? The scholarships in the physics department are the highest in Longkou University." "Oh," Han Changfeng said seductively. "Ah, little Han, are you trying to poach my students in front of me?" Elder Long said nonchalantly. "Elder Long, how dare I? Don't you also not teach space science majors?" "Well, is there anything that needs to be revised in this sci paper?" Elder Long asked Han Changfeng. "There's no need to revise it. It's already perfect," Han Changfeng said decisively. "Since it's a problem, you kid go back," Elder Long said. "Elder Long, you're unloading on me after using me," Dean Han said with some dissatisfaction. He was very fond of Jiang Fan's talent and really wanted to get him into the physics department. "Let you stay and dig my students. That's me begging for talent. Okay, don't give me the poor mouth. Go back to where you came from and hurry up." After Long Lao finished speaking, he directly blew Han Changfeng away. After Jiang Fan's this physics side paper was recognized by Han Changfeng, the physics dean of Longkou University. His confidence doubled, so he directly submitted it to one of the sci-physics journals that Long Lao said. Getting these done, the burden in Jiang Fan's heart was loosened some more, and there are still 3 main course sci papers in chemistry, biology, and information that have not been submitted. When Elder Long heard Jiang Fan say, again, that he was going to write a sci paper on informatics, his old face couldn't help but twitch. He is a student who will not give up until he has written all the sci papers for several major courses. Who called himself Jiang Fan's teacher? His own adopted student, with tears in his eyes, had to help him get it done. So Elder Long called the professor of informatics over again to instruct Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan first asked the professor to list a few specialized books for him, and he used the 100-fold study card to break them down. Then the professor of informatics found another thesis for Jiang Fan to write while he guided him. Finally, the emperor is not responsible for the people. Jiang Fan stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights to get it done. The most difficult informatics sci paper. This thrilled him, and all that was left next was chemistry and biology. Currently Jiang Fan's 100 times study card time had been used up, so he was still a bit worried about these 2 subjects. Although he knew some chemistry and biology, he was not proficient enough to write a sci paper. There's no other good way to do this at the moment but to settle down. Take your time and read and learn. After Jiang Fan finished his work, he went to the hospital to see Li Ailan, and found that everything was fine with Auntie Li, so he let go of his heart. At 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Jiang Fan was reading a chemistry book when his cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as he saw that it was his girlfriend Chu Ruoshi, he hurriedly connected. "Wakashi, Now Jiang Fan can naturally call out the name Ruoshi. Little Fan Fan, are you busy? Chu Ruoshi asked in a mischievous and cute manner. When Jiang Fan heard her voice, he felt his entire being soothed. Not busy. Oh, we haven't seen each other in almost a month and you didn't know to ask someone out. Jiang Fan is indeed too busy this time. Before half a month is closed research lithium iron phosphate power battery. After that, in order to complete the task of the system to obtain ITER magnet material drawings. These days every day and night to write sci papers. Usually they could only video chat once in a while. Originally, he had planned to find Chu Ruoshi after he finished the sci paper. Just as Jiang Fan opened his mouth, the system's voice rang in his head. System, ding, triggering a dating mission. 90 chapter, Greenstone Alleyway, Kyoto University Town. It is made up of a number of first-class universities in the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Dragon University of Science and Technology, Huaqing University, the Dragon Kingdom North University, and Kyoto University. It's a gathering place for the nation's high achievers. There is an alleyway at a location on the north side of the university town. This alley is 500 meters long and the ground is paved with green stones, hence the name Greenstone Alley. The alley is lined with two-story old buildings of green bricks and gray tiles. During the day it's very quiet, like a painting of an ancient building. At night, however, the entire verdant alley is full of life and bustling with activity. In front of each of the storefronts hang large red lanterns with the name of the store on them. Hidden Book Pavilion, Rouge Hall, Wanbao Zhai and so on. All the names of stores with some ancient flavor. The whole street is full of food, drink, ink, paper and ink stones, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. And the people who sell things here have to wear ancient costumes. There were also 3 teams of security guards patrolling back and forth in the streets, all of whom were also dressed in ancient shop-fast clothes. As far as the eye can see, it looks like the ancient bustling Chang'an Street. A stone cairn is placed at each end of the Bluestone Alleyway Road, prohibiting vehicular traffic and allowing only pedestrian access. Jiang Fan, hurry up. One of my roommates said it's fun here, Chu Ruoshi said as she jumped up and down. Today she had deliberately dressed up for her date with Jiang Fan. Her dark hair was coiled up, revealing her white neck, a long light blue dress that set her off like a princess. And Chu Ruoshi, with the help of her roommate, had applied a beautiful makeup. A grace and a smile are all beautiful. When Jiang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi for the first time, he did not take his eyes off of her. The place where Chu Ruoshi brought Jiang Fan was exactly the Greenstone Alley. The time was now 7 p.m. and it was also the busiest time in Line Rock Alley. And the whole street was crowded with people, bustling and buzzing with activity. Most of the people who come here at night are students from the neighborhood, either as a couple or a few close friends. Sometimes it's not to buy things, it's just to feel the atmosphere and relax from the usual stressful studying. Jiang Fan, look! Chu Ruoshi pulled Jiang Fan's arm and pointed at a small candy man in front of a stall and said, the master who made the candy man, smiled and said to Chu Ruoshi, want one? Little girl, you can do it on the spot. Yo! Chu Ruoshi blinked her cute eyes twice and said to the master who was making the candy man, Master Sugarman, can't you make anything? The master who made the candy man said confidently with a beat of his chest, it has to be. My craftsmanship is the absolute best in Dragon Kingdom. Wow, that's awesome. The little girl clapped her hands and squealed happily. This gave great satisfaction to the vanity of the master who made the candy man, and so said with great bravado, little girl, I see that you're quite agreeable. I'll give you one for free. What do you want? Just say it. Chu Ruoshi gave a compliment to the master who made the candy man, making him so happy that his eyes narrowed into a line, and his mood was extraordinarily comfortable. Master Sugarman, can you make me a portrait of him? Chu Ruoshi quaintly pointed at Jiang Fan and said. The master who made the candy man froze, obviously not expecting that the little girl would make such a request. He usually did animals and objects. As for people, they are all like sketches, but to make a portrait of someone, not that he did not have the strength. The key he used sugar thinning. This material is not allowed but he had blown it all out of proportion. And to say that he couldn't, wouldn't that make this little girl laugh? Chu Ruoshi looked at the master who made the candy man with some difficulty. Then she also said with some disappointment, Sugarman master, is this one not doable? The master who made the candy man, seeing that the little girl was a little disappointed, said with a big wave of his hand, although, I've never done it, I'm willing to give it a try. After the master who made the candy man finished speaking, he seriously sized up Jiang Fan, who had been looking at Chu Ruoshi. Jiang Fan didn't know why, but he felt as if there was a kind of magic in Chu Ruoshi that attracted his gaze. Young man, we'll see your girlfriend later. Come on, look here first. The master who made the candy man joked. When Jiang Fan heard this, his cheeks reddened slightly. Chu Ruoshi also couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggled. looks like the effect of today's outfit is still quite obvious. He. Jiang Fan turned his square face to the master who made the candy man, but he suddenly felt a bit empty in his heart as if he had lost something, and his gaze kept wanting to glance in Chu Ruoshi's direction. Hiss! The master who made the candy man made a sound. His brow furrowed a bit. It was a bit difficult to make a person's 5 senses out of sugar thins. So, addressing Jiang Fan, he said, "You might as well keep the same sideways face you had just now." Jiang Fan begged for it and hurriedly turned his gaze to Chu Ruoshi. When Chu Ruoshi's body reappeared in his gaze, his heart immediately became particularly solid. At this time, Chu Ruoshi saw that Jiang Fan's collar was a bit soba, so she reached her hand over and helped him straighten his collar. Jiang Fan looked at Chu Ruoshi's face, which was only about 10 centimeters away from him, and couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate a little. His mind was torn up on whether or not to just kiss it. Before the date, the system issued a quest to Jiang Fan. As long as he kissed Chu Ruoshi for 2 minutes, he would receive the Blue Star Biochemical Super Overview. The so-called Biochemical Super Introduction is a collective term for biology and chemistry. As for Jiang Fan's Psi thesis, there are currently only 2 main courses left, biology and chemistry. As long as the 2 Psi papers are taken care of, he can wait for the results, and as soon as all the Psi papers have been drafted, he can take the design drawings of ITER magnet materials for controlled fusion. Jiang Fan looked around and realized that there were people everywhere, and there was a master who made candy men next to him who kept staring at him. He was a little hesitant at once. In fact, even without the system's task release, at this time, Jiang Fan, looking at the Chu Ruoshi, he couldn't help but want to kiss her. Chu Ruoshi looked up at Jiang Fan after helping him straighten his collar. The two happened to be looking at each other in all directions. Chu Ruoshi looked at Jiang Fan's sizzling eyes, and her heart suddenly became a little flustered, like a deer in the headlights. Chu Ruoshi was a bit embarrassed by the look and said shyly, "Why are you looking at people like that?" "Wakashi, I. Jiang Fan stuttered his words. He really didn't know what to say. He wanted to kiss her, so he directly held Chu Ruoshi's hands, making them lean closer together. They could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Then an idea appeared in Chu Ruoshi's mind. Jiang Fan, this is not going to kiss himself, right? But there are so many people here. How embarrassing to be seen. Although Chu Ruoshi thought this in her heart, she still had some expectations. They'd been in a relationship for over a month now and at most they've held hands. Kissing has never happened. A few days ago, she was talking with some of her roommates and found out that they had all lived with their boyfriends and she was the only one who still had her first kiss, and she was teased by them. When Chu Ruoshi thought of this, she didn't care about that much, tilted her head back and closed her eyes tightly. Jiang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi's beautiful eyes tightly closed. I can't help but gulp. 91 chapter, Sugarman. Jiang Fan couldn't care less, and with his eyes closed, he directly kissed. When his thin lips lightly touched Chu Ruoshi's red lips, a numbing current instantly attacked his entire body. He could clearly feel that Chu Ruoshi's fragrant lips were so warm, so soft that he did not want to leave. This was Jiang Fan's first kiss on a girl, and he was unusually nervous, his heart almost jumping into his throat. Chu Ruoshi's eyelashes fluttered back and forth, and it could be seen that she was also very nervous inside. The moment Jiang Fan kissed her, her body went limp and her whole body became a little dizzy. It was as if she was the only 2 people left in the entire world. Jiang Fan and her, and all the people and things around her had all disappeared. Chu Ruoshi subconsciously leaned into Jiang Fan's arms. Jiang Fan also unconsciously wrapped his hands around her thin waist so that the 2 of them were close together. Chu Ruoshi felt a warm current rise in her abdomen, making her feel very comfortable, and she couldn't help but hold Jiang Fan tighter. The 2 just hugged and kissed for 5 minutes until applause erupted around them. They were just awakened to find a surprising number of people around them stopping to watch. Chu Ruoshi's face was instantly red and hot. Her heart was embarrassed. How could she not have imagined that her first kiss would be surrounded by so many people? Jiang Fan was frank when he faced the crowd. He was kissing his girlfriend anyway. There were quite a few male students on the sidelines, giving Jiang Fan a thumbs up, both envious and admiring. When everyone saw that there was no more fun to be had, they all dispersed, but there were a few pairs who didn't leave. Chu Ruoshi's red face eased a little when she saw the crowd leave. Then she stole a glance at Jiang Fan before lowering her head and smiling happily. Although it was a bit awkward just now, the process was Chu Ruoshi somewhat lingering. To be honest, when Jiang Fan left her lips just now, she still had reluctance. Jiang Fan was even more charming when he saw Chu Ruoshi's shy appearance. His hand couldn't help but clasp with Chu Ruoshi. The moment he and Chu Ruoshi kissed just now, it was as if he owned the whole world now. Just when the 2 were kissing and didn't know what to say, ahem, the master, who made the candy man, gave a dry cough. It was only then that Chu Ruoshi reacted to the fact that just now she had asked the Sugarman master to make an avatar for Jiang Fan. The 2 ended up kissing and forgot about it. Wouldn't that mean that Sugarman Master had watched the entire time that Jiang Fan and her kissed? Churuoshi's small face reddened once again. No. Sorry, Sugarman Master. Sugarman Master said to the two with the look of a man who had been there before. I get it all. No need to be shy. Hey. Churuoshi and Jiang Fan both became a little embarrassed. I'm all done for you, the Sugar Master said. Ha? Churuoshi didn't react for a moment. A piece of work was then seen on the table in front of the Sugar Master. A blur can be made out as the side faces of two little people kissing. This, Sugarman Master scratched his head awkwardly. It's not pretty, but I've captured the essence. Look, here's your boyfriend, and here's. Churuoshi was very happy. Master Sugarman, you made it so graphic. I like it very much. He. When Master Sugarman heard Churuoshi's praise, he was instantly happy as well. Good. I'll wrap it up for you. The Candyman Master then took the two men kissing and wrapped it up to give it to them. At that moment, a couple said to the Candyman Master, Master, help us make one of these Candymen too. The Sugarman Master froze, and then cheerfully responded, Okay, you guys start. The couple wasn't shy to the point of kissing mouth to mouth. Before the candy maker could start making them, another couple wanted to do the same. Don't rush. Get in line. Sugarman Master said happily. How could he not have imagined that one of his unintentional actions would become the signature of his business in the time to come? After Churuoshi said goodbye to the Sugarman Master, she pulled Jiang Fan to continue strolling through the verdant alleys. Both of them felt a lot closer mentally due to the kiss they had just shared. Churuoshi quickly regained her original appearance and was curious about everything. She would pull Jiang Fan to look here and there, almost like a fluttering butterfly. They wandered from the east end of the verdant alley, all the way to the west end, a distance of 500 meters, for more than 2 hours. Churuoshi only bought a few haircards that she particularly liked, keeping one for herself and preparing the rest for her roommate. Only after strolling around did Churuoshi reluctantly leave the verdant alley. On the way, Jiang Fan and Churuoshi talked and laughed and soon arrived at Huaqing University. It was almost 10 o'clock when they arrived downstairs in Churuoshi's dormitory. Jiang Fan, I'm going up then, Churuoshi said with a beak. She was very reluctant to part with Jiang Fan in her heart. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Churuoshi had just taken 2 steps when Jiang Fan hurriedly shouted. That! Jiang Fan hadn't actually thought about what to say, as long as he wanted to look at Churuoshi one more time in his heart. Churuoshi heard Jiang Fan's voice and happily bounced to his side. He. What's up, little Fan? I. Churuoshi said with a smile when she saw Jiang Fan stammering. You don't want to part with me, do you? Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Churuoshi patted up on her toes and came up to Jiang Fan's ear and whispered. Me too. Longkou University teacher's apartment. Jiang Fan returned to his residence. In his mind, he was still recalling the kissing image with Churuoshi. Can't help but giggle. He sat down at the table and collected his thoughts. He had received the system's reward, the Blue Star Biochemical Super Overview. With this reward, his biology side paper and chemistry side paper will be exceptionally simple. For the next 2 days, Jiang Fan seldom went out until he had finished the side papers on biology and chemistry. Then he went to a professor in biology and chemistry at LKU, made a simple revision, and sent it out. Just as Jiang Fan sat waiting for all the side papers to write back, Wu Lao, a math professor at Longkou University, found him, because the last Jiang Fan made the Riemann conjecture, one of the 7 major problems of millennium math. At the Longkou University Challenge, the World Mathematical Organization invited Long Wei to participate in the World Mathematical Summit, naming Jiang Fan to see, but also let him talk about the analysis of the Riemann conjecture. Jiang Fan originally didn't want to participate, but there wasn't a single person in his parsing Dragon Kingdom who was estimated to be capable of doing so. This was, after all, related to Dragon Math's future position in the international arena, and in the end, Jiang Fan could only agree. 92 Chapter, World Math Summit, 3 chapters. World Math Summit, scheduled for October 1st, 2 days before Jiang Fan's departure. He surprisingly received side paper replies one after another. Because the side papers he pitched to engage in were in different journals, it's reasonably unlikely that he would have received a response at the same time. And the average review time of each publication are in a month and a half or so, but Jiang Fan submitted the longest time to a week. And after the side paper is normally drafted, the writers give suggestions for changes. It will only be published when the contributor has revised it and the editor is satisfied. It is normal for some contributors to revise 3 or 4 times, and Jiang Fan's side paper was surprisingly passed at once. System sounds rang in his head one after another. System, congratulations to the host. Physics, publishing his side paper has been completed. System, congratulations to the host. Biology, publishing his side paper has been completed. System, congratulations to the host. Chemistry, publishing a side paper has been completed. Jiang Fan's mind stopped after 6 rings. This made him a little nervous. Because the system was issued a side paper assignment for 7 main subjects. He hastily opened his system and checked it out. Task, the host has successfully completed the publication of side papers in the 7 main disciplines. Physics, release of side paper completed. Biochemistry, release of side paper completed. Materials science, release of side paper completed. Astronomy, release of side paper completed. Energetics, release of side paper completed. Informatics, release of side paper completed. Math, release of side paper not completed. Jiang Fan saw the end and found that it was surprising that the math side paper was not completed. He was instantly a little puzzled. Shouldn't I? His math side paper. But he wrote one of the 7 great don'ts of millennial math. He felt that math was the most put through. Could it be a submitted side paper publication that hasn't responded to the email? When Jiang Fan thought of this, he hurriedly opened his computer and checked in his mailbox. And sure enough, he didn't receive a reply from the math side paper. He dropped his heart a little. This time, he was able to receive replies from 6 side paper journals at the same time. And Jiang Fan could be sure that it was definitely because of the help of the system. Otherwise these publications could not have replied at the same time. But the system's help would just make Jiang Fan's emails that happen to be seen by the editor, or always appear at the top of the editor's mailbox. In short, the system can make emails appear to editors as they should, but it can't sway editors' minds, so as to whether it can pass the draft. This depends on the quality of the side paper written by Jiang Fan. From the results of the reply, the quality of the side paper written by Jiang Fan is still very high. After Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, he always felt that something wasn't quite right. Since these side paper responses are systematic help, but the math side paper, the editor shouldn't have missed it, right? Even if it doesn't go through, it should reply. There's a devil in everything that happens, but he couldn't figure out what went wrong. And finally his mind clicked. Yeah, how can you be so stupid yourself? Why did he have to wait for a response from this one math side paper publication? He could have just submitted another one. He is now mastering all the math knowledge of this blue star, and it is still very easy to overdraft a side paper. After Jiang Fan figured it out, there were still 2 days before he went to the World Math Summit anyway, so when he settled down, he wrote another moderate math side paper and found a math side paper journal that was not very well known. Anyway, the system does not require the popularity of the publication, as long as you can publish a side paper even if you complete the task. After Jiang Fan sent out the side paper, he was finally relieved. This time there is double insurance. There should be no problem. Right now, Jiang Fan only wanted to complete the mission earlier and obtain the design drawings of the yurt magnet that the system had rewarded him with. It takes a year for controlled fusion to be worked out. Until Jiang Fan left for the World Math Summit, he had already not received a reply to his previous email about that side paper. I hope to get just one math pass in the mail before I come back. Jiang Fan murmured. F. State Bari. The World Math Summit was held as scheduled at the Polytechnic University in Bali. There were 9 people from the Dragon Kingdom who came to participate this time. The expert professors came in a total of 3 people, Wu Lao and Xiao Weichang, and Ding Haichang, an old professor from the North University of the Dragon Kingdom. There are also 4 others from 4 technology companies, namely Longxin Industry, Zhongguang International, Purple Technology, and Huawei Technology. The 2 remaining people, one was Jiang Fan and the other person was their bodyguard. In fact, it was more accurate to say that it was Jiang Fan's bodyguard. And when Zhou Huida learned that Jiang Fan was going to the F country to participate in the Math Summit, he directly reported this matter to the leaders above. The national leader of the security of Jiang Fan. Special attention, directly in the special forces, to find the strongest single combat Lei Koan, to protect the safety of Jiang Fan. The chief gave him orders that Jiang Fan's safety was above all else. Since the Dragon Kingdom now belonged to the governing countries of the World Mathematical Organization, they were placed in a forward position. The World Math Summit is a 2-day event. On the morning of the first day, there was the president of the World Organization for Mathematics, who presented to all the results achieved in mathematics over the years. This was followed by achievements in the high-tech field of mathematical applications. The morning went by in a dull way. The afternoon session was scheduled to begin at 2 o'clock, and Jiang Fan was scheduled to go on stage at 4 o'clock to explain the Riemann conjecture for 1 hour. At 3 o'clock, Holt Hogan, a math professor from Pretty Country, took the stage. Just when Jiang Fan was bored, Professor Holt explained a topic that instantly attracted Jiang Fan. The P versus NP question? That's exactly what one of the 7 millennial math puzzles, and Jiang Fan also happened to, some time ago, answer this puzzle as a thesis for a SCI paper. Jiang Fan hadn't thought that there were others who could answer it as well. so it seemed that there were quite a lot of math experts in Blue Star. When all heard Prof. Holt say that he had answered this Millennium Math 7 puzzle, the entire venue was in an uproar. Especially those mathematicians from various countries. All of them were incredulous. Pretty country deserves to be the most powerful country in the blue planet. Whether it's technology, economy or academics, it's the rightful boss. Professor Holt disappeared 20 years ago after a great achievement in mathematics. It didn't occur to me that he had been immersed for 20 years, but it turned out that he had been working on one of the 7 major problems of millennial mathematics, and now at his 70-odd years of age, he has answered the P versus NP problem. What a role model for our academic community. Everyone in the audience was Professor Holt's compliments. As Prof. Holt explains, Jiang Fan and Elder Wu's faces gradually turned ugly, because the answer to the P and NP problem that Prof. Holt talked about was exactly the content of the math sci paper that Jiang Fan had previously submitted. 93 chapter, equivalent substitution. As for Jiang Fan's math sci paper, only Elder Wu had read it at the scene, and Jiang Fan had explained it to him in great detail. So when Wu Lao heard Professor Holt explaining up to a third of the way, he could be sure that this was the math sci paper written by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan this time also finally understand. Is this math sci paper? Why did not pass? The feelings are being kept private by someone else. At first he submitted to ScienRev, which is still the top publication in math. It did not occur to me that there is also a case of privatization of a contributor's sci paper. Such behavior is a disgrace to academia, most critically due to Professor Holt stealing his own results. He was unable to complete his system's mission and was unable to obtain the drawings for the creation of the yurt magnets. The more Jiang Fan thought about it, the more angry he became, looking at Professor Holt, whose hair was snow white, to do such a thing. When Wu Lao saw that Jiang Fan's eyes were a little red with anger, he immediately whispered, Jiang Fan, when the conference is over, let's go to the World Mathematics Organization together and directly sue Professor Holt for plagiarizing your academic results. Jiang Fan glanced at Elder Wu and forced down the anger in his heart. If he directly theorized with Professor Holt now, it wouldn't do the Dragon Kingdom any good. Jiang Fan took a sip of water to ease his emotions. Professor Holt on the stage continued to talk at a high level. When f, n, is a polynomial, e, g, n2 n2. This is a polynomial time algorithm, p-time algorithm. When f, n, is an exponential function, e, g, 2n2 n2n. This is an exponential time algorithm. Originally Jiang Fan endured the fire. Immediately came up again, plagiarizing his own knowledge. Even so, even if he plagiarized his own knowledge, it's not enough. He stood straight up. At this moment, the few people accompanying the Dragon Kingdom looked at Jiang Fan with suspicion. Only Elder Wu knew what Jiang Fan was up to. Hastily pulling Jiang Fan, he said, Jiang Fan, calm down. This is the World Math Summit. Jiang Fan didn't give Wu Lao any face this time as he shouted in English to Professor Holt on the stage. Prof. Holt, I'd like to ask, in the exponential time algorithm, is the NP problem the one that requires exponential time? As Jiang Fan's words fell, throughout the entire venue, everyone's gazes looked toward him. Everyone was talking at once. What young man from what country is this? How unruly, not knowing that it is impolite to interrupt Professor Holt's lecture? It looks like a dragon nation. This has no quality. Does the Dragon Kingdom have no one left? How dare they let a child attend such an important summit? The venue was filled with accusations against Jiang Fan, who didn't care and kept his eyes on Professor Holt on the stage. Prof. Holt had obviously not expected the sudden idea of someone asking a question while he was explaining, but he's been in math all his life. After all, these small scenes were not enough to embarrass him. At this time, the organizer's host said to Jiang Fan, Don't mean it, we haven't gotten to our question period yet. Please sit down or we'll kick you out of the meeting. Then Jiang Fan didn't sit down, but stared at Professor Holt and sneered. When had Prof. Holt ever been subjected to such ridicule? Took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and addressed the host. Don't scare the little friend. Originally we have this summit. Is the exchange of academic? To see the juniors and so love to learn the spirit. I'm still very pleased. I'm willing to answer his questions. Prof. Holt had a master's touch. Professor Holt deserves to be a big shot in the academic world. Not only did he not get angry when he was interrupted by an insolent junior, but he also amiably imparted his knowledge. This realm, I am ashamed to be inferior to him. The math community is truly blessed to have Professor Holt. With Professor Holt leading us, I believe math will go far in the future. Jiang Fan was speechless for a moment as he heard the crowd's murmurs, but he really admired Professor Holt's shamelessness, stealing his own results not to mention, but also packaged himself like a saint, can be as brazen as he is, but also really a wonder in the mathematical academic world. To be honest, When Wu Lao heard Professor Holt's words, he also really wanted to go up and give him a big mouthful. He had lived for over 60 years and had never really spoken of such a shameless person. Kids, the question you just asked is actually quite simple. The nth question is the one that requires exponential time. Hearing Professor Holt's incorrect answer, Jiang Fan was even more certain that he hadn't understood the answer he had written at all. Jiang Fan walked over to the host and picked up the microphone on the table, then said to all the people on the scene, A equals B, B equals C, then A must equal C. Everyone knows that formula, right? Everyone at the scene couldn't help but laugh when they saw a young man giving them, the bigwigs of the math world, such an elementary theorem of equivalent substitution. Are you being funny? There are top math experts from various countries sitting here. Professor Holt gives us talk about the 7 math problems of the millennium, and you give us talk about equivalent substitution? Humph. Are you insulting the intelligence of all of us on the scene? Although those professors from various countries had a burst of contempt for Jiang Fan, but those invited heads of technology companies from various countries watched with interest to see what Jiang Fan was going to say next. You can't say that I understood what this kid said about equivalent substitutions in today's content. Ha ha. Me too. The front was so dead, I dozed off listening to it, which is not as interesting as debating each other like this. Oh, I'm optimistic about this kid. It'll only be interesting if he beats this old professor. Ha ha. They just look like they are watching a joke. Prof. Holt saw that the stage was full of skepticism towards the kid and said with a smile, Kid, this is the World Math Exchange Summit. Isn't it a bit of a slip of the tongue for you to talk to everyone about equivalent substitution? Ha ha. As Prof. Holt's words fell, the people on stage followed with laughter. Jiang Fan glanced at the complacent Professor Holt and snorted coldly in his heart. Laugh it up. There'll be a time for you to cry later. Elder Wu looked at Jiang Fan, who had a calm expression at this moment, and was also confused. He also didn't really understand the purpose expressed by Jiang Fan just now. Only when the people on the scene had quieted down again did Jiang Fan slowly say, Since we all know about equivalent substitution, I'll move on. Since Prof. Holt says that the NP problem is the one that takes exponential time, then we use equivalent substitution to derive that. With P equals NP and NP equals X time, it follows that P equals X time, when everyone knows that P cannot be equal to X time. 94 chapter, questions. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, the venue, which was still somewhat playful, instantly turned eerily quiet. They were all staring wide-eyed at Jiang Fan on the stage. This is the 7 math problems of the millennium? And the other guy is Professor Holt, who is very well known all over the world. His answer to this millennial math puzzle. Just like that, dismissed by this young man with an equivalent substitution? In their opinion, the answer to this math problem of Professor Holt's, that was high and holy and unattainable. The formulas used in the solution are all unusual as well, but just like that, it was crushed by a formula that an elementary school student would know. It's like 2 people fighting against each other. One side is well armed in steel armor, carrying a bazooka, holding an AK-47, and grenades around their waist, and the other guy was wearing big pants and a big undershirt and carrying a wooden stick. As a result, this well-equipped man was poked to death with a stick. They were filled with shock, and all of them were somewhat unable to accept this fact. But they recalled this young man, who had just said something that didn't seem to have the slightest problem. Indeed, Professor Holt's theory can't really just be shot down by an equivalent substitution, can it? So far, it does seem that way. This is the result of Professor Holt's 20 years of immersed research. Pity. It is not what you think. As I listened to the answer that Prof. Holt just explained, this part stands alone. There was an error, but it didn't have any effect on the overall answer. An old man spoke up, instantly causing a few of the surrounding scholars to come to their senses. It seems that Prof. Holt's answer has not collapsed, and Prof. Holt on stage, who had studied this document intensely for many days, at this point he was well aware that the mistakes he made would not make any difference in the overall picture. So he said with a smile, Kids are so attentive. The future is promising. Ha ha. As Prof. Holt's words fell, many of the unknown people on stage were puzzled. This young man had taken all the answers he had been working on for 20 years and crushed them, and he still had the heart to smile and praise the other man? But everyone quickly understood the situation. Only Professor Holt continued, I recognize that the question I just asked was indeed an oversight on my part and not well thought out. This question, however, stands on its own throughout the steps of my answer, and does not affect my overall answer. Still, thank you so much to this little friend. Let's applaud this for his attentiveness. Professor Holt led the tempo and was the first to applaud Jiang Fan. Prof. Holt's meaning is obvious, gave you a round of applause, and also gave you enough face. You quickly go down. Do not delay me to continue to explain. How could Jiang Fan not see this old fox's scheme? After everyone finished clapping, Jiang Fan didn't go down and stood straight on the stage. Professor Holt was a bit puzzled and said to Jiang Fan, "Is there anything else you want, little friend?" Jiang Fan said indifferently, "I told you I wanted to ask a few questions. And that was just one." Prof. Holt inwardly tightened and quickly recalled what he had just said, as if something had gone wrong. Although he didn't know where Jiang Fan came from, he vaguely felt that this young man was not simple, so it's better to send him down quickly. So Prof. Holt put on a kindly face and said, "Kid, why don't we do this? If you have any questions, let's discuss them in private. After all, this is the World Mathematics Summit, and the top math scholars from all countries on the stage. Their time is precious." The tone of Professor Holt's speech, very sincere and without a trace of bravado, made a lot of people on the stage very admiring. Before Jiang Fan could answer, Professor Holt continued, "Let's send this child down with a round of applause." "What? Scared?" Jiang Fan said provocatively. Everyone's hands, which had just been raised, instantly froze in mid-air. There were quite a few scholars who stared angrily at Jiang Fan. This kid is too arrogant. It's not just pointing out a minor problem with Prof. Holt. It's not like he thinks he's so great at academics, is it? Hubris and arrogance. And thanks to Professor Holt's generosity, if it were up to me, I'd have thrown the boy off the stage long ago. Professor Holt, let him ask, and educate this Dragon Nation man properly, so that he will know how profound the academics of our Western countries are. Professor Holt faced Jiang Fan's provocation. He thought to himself that there was nothing wrong with what he had just explained. If he really didn't let this young man ask questions, he would definitely be looked down upon by some of the scholars on stage. "Kids, to accommodate everyone's time, I'm going to give you a chance to ask a question." Prof. Holt's words were very much on point. If Jiang Fan asked a question and then aggressively didn't go on, he gets mad and directly tells the security guards to kick him out. And everyone won't say anything but that the young man got his way and deserved what he got. Jiang Fan said directly, "Does the complexity of O2, N2, O2 asterisk n caret 2, O2, N2, affect the overall program time growth?" Prof. Holt didn't expect Jiang Fan to ask such a complicated question. He thought for a moment, looked at the contents of his manuscript, and then said with certainty, "No way. Is a program O0, 01, N3, O0, 01 asterisk n caret 3, O0, 01, N3 more efficient than O100, N2, O100 asterisk n caret 2, O100, N2 less efficient? High. No. Low. The complexity of O, N3, O, N cubed, O, N3, will be much higher than O, N2, O, N squared, O, N2. But does the latter time grow with data size?" Jiang Fan asked one question after another, not giving Professor Holt the slightest chance to respond. Prof. Holt's hands were so busy flipping through the manuscript that he couldn't help the beads of sweat that broke out on his forehead. Jiang Fan asked questions all inside, difficult to understand, if not written by themselves, simply may answer. At this time, one of the scholars on the stage was a bit annoyed when he saw how aggressive Jiang Fan was. "I thought we agreed on one question." Prof. Holt is 76 years old nowadays, and it's hard for me to answer a fast-paced question like that, not to mention him. A number of people then chimed in. "Yeah, this young man is obviously a troublemaker. Where's the security guard? Just blow him out." Jiang Fan said to the people on the stage, "The questions I just asked were all steps in Prof. Holt's paper, and he answered less than 30% of them correctly." The moment Jiang Fan's words came out, it caused even more dissatisfaction from many people on the stage. "Is it right when you say it's right? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Fan glanced at the Westerner who had spoken. "I am the Dragon Nation who wrote this world puzzle." 95 chapter, Plagiarism. "I am the Dragon Nation who wrote this world puzzle." When Jiang Fan's words came out, everyone on stage laughed out loud. "Ha ha, laughed me to death. The hairs are not even grown. How dare he say that this Millennium math puzzle was made by him? This kid wants to be famous. He wants to be crazy. He even looks like he wants to blatantly plagiarize Professor Holt's results. What a cheeky Rukoku. Throw the Dragon Nation out. Such shameful people don't deserve to sit here." Seeing that everyone didn't believe Jiang Fan's words, Elder Wu stood out and shouted at everyone, "I can prove that this millennial math puzzle was written by Jiang Fan." Prof. Holt, who was on the stage, reacted when he heard Jiang Fan's name. So this young man was Jiang Fan. Professor Holt knew very well in his heart that this millennium math problem was not answered by him, but was pitched by a person named Jiang Fan. He was reviewing sci papers and found this manuscript, then thought this one was a crap paper because he gets a lot of Millennial 7 Dilemmas papers almost every day. However, he was still curious to take a look, and as a result, After reading it, his entire body was shocked. Then he studied it in depth for another day and night, and the deeper he studied it, the more surprised he became. The content inside is so huge that it is impossible for one person to accomplish such a large amount of arithmetic answers with the amount of knowledge one has. Later, he called in a few of the top mathematicians in the pretty country and discussed it for a full 8 hours before finally confirming that the millennial math puzzle was correct. At the time, everyone was thrilled. It was a new breakthrough in math. If it was announced, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout the blue planet. They found this side paper, surprisingly, came from the Dragon Kingdom. Now they were a bit hesitant, as they had previously received instructions from the state to suppress the development of the academic side of the Dragon Kingdom. If they did publish it, there was a potential threat to their pretty country, and I'm afraid their position in the math world is in danger of being shaken up. One of them suggested that the paper be privatized and published in the name of their pretty country. Finally they elected Prof. Holt as the publisher. Professor Holt had not worked on anything new in the field of mathematics since his fame 20 years ago. The years when he had been starstruck had made him yearn for it. Now that he was 76 years old, his brain was slow to respond. It's hard to make it in math. In the end, vanity got the better of him and he agreed to the proposal of one of them. He believed that with his previous popularity, as long as he announced it, no one should be suspicious. By then one's name could definitely be passed down for generations. And who knew it was such a coincidence that this World Math Summit actually met Jiang Fan, the contributor. This made him a bit of a thief, and he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered inside. However, when he heard the murmurings of the crowd below, it put him at ease. One of the scholars on the stage said to Elder Wu of the Dragon Kingdom, "Who are you to prove it? I think you're in league with him. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are really shameless, when the young ones are shameless. The old ones follow suit. This is called the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. I strongly recommend kicking Dragon Nation out of the World Math Organization." Elder Wu was scolded by everyone for a while, and his face turned red and white with anger. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, Jiang Fan said to Professor Holt, "Prof. Holt, do you still need us to continue exploring the issue of N versus NP?" Prof. Holt knew that in exploring this he would surely reveal himself, so he pretended to be calm. "I can understand young people wanting to be famous, but you're going to be sanctioned by the law for slandering me like this." Prof. Holt was obviously a bit annoyed, but his popularity was still there, and it was still easy to get people to believe him. Jiang Fan froze, not expecting Professor Holt to say this. It seemed like he was beating a dead horse. "Professor Holt, you mustn't forget that I have a track record of submitting papers." But Professor Holt didn't have any intention of admitting it when he heard Jiang Fan's words. "Fine, then just show the evidence in front of everyone." Elder Wu directly picked up Jiang Fan's laptop and walked onto the stage. Jiang Fan took the computer and then clicked the on button. Elder Wu picked up Jiang Fan's microphone and said to all of them, "This millennial math puzzle led us to submit the MathSci publication SciMrev a week ago. It should have been discovered by Prof. Holt, who, as an old-timer in the math world, would have been well aware of the valuable results of this SCI paper and so wanted to keep it for himself." Prof. Holt laughed out loud when he heard Elder Wu's words. "I have been working on this millennial math problem for 20 years, so I can't afford to work on it. And you guys want to openly steal my results? It's so despicable and shameless." Everyone was a little confused by the scene, and for a moment they didn't know who was telling the truth. Looking at Jiang Fan and Wu Lao of the Dragon Kingdom, if they hadn't researched it, they wouldn't have had to pester Prof. Holt. After all, it's the World Math Summit, and they've just been offered the position of trustee. And Professor Holt over here is very well known in the math world, and he has no need to steal a young man's sci paper. At that moment, Austin, the president of the Math World Organization, came up. How could he have not expected the World Math Summit to come up with something like this? "First of all, I'd like to say sorry to everyone. I didn't expect plagiarism at the summit. However, I am the most president of the World Mathematical Organization. Regarding this matter, it will be thoroughly investigated to the end. It is related to the authority of our mathematical community. Regardless of the existence of plagiarism in that country, we will punish it severely and return justice to the academic world." President of the World Mathematical Organization Austin. A positive statement. It won a lot of applause from the stage, especially those expert professors of mathematics. If this matter is not handled well, who will dare to publish some new results of their research in the future? The entire math community can't progress without someone publishing the results of their research. The representatives sent by those high-tech companies were all looking on in amusement, discussing playfully with their companions with each other. "Now there's a good show. Ha ha. Yes, I think it should be that the Dragon Kingdom wants to gain a firm foothold on the country before it blatantly plagiarizes other people's achievements." Blatantly plagiarizing results? Doesn't look like it to me. They're not cuties. It would be easy to poke fun at them like that. Whatever. It's all about academia. We as a high-tech company, as long as they can provide us with data to theorize. At that moment, Professor Holt on the stage said to Jiang Fan, "How come you haven't produced any evidence yet, little friend?" Oh, Elder Wu also sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Fan at this time. He walked over to Jiang Fan and asked, "What's wrong, Jiang Fan?" Jiang Fan said with a frown on his face, "My email data was emptied." 96 chapter, Brainless Organizations. Mailboxes emptied of mail? Elder Wu was taken aback when he heard what Jiang Fan said. Without the email that was sent, they would not have been able to prove that Professor Holt plagiarized. What about this? What about this? Wu Lao was a little unsure of the question that was wrong. Jiang Fan also shook his head helplessly. There was no record of sending the email. He could not prove at all right now that the answer to this Millennium math puzzle was made by him. Professor Holt saw this with a smug look on his face. Emptying Jiang Fan's mailbox data was done by none other than their country's hackers. When Prof. Holt first considered this issue, he reported the matter directly to the state. It did not occur to me that this matter got the attention of the state. Directly sent a hacker squad along the path of the mail, invaded to Jiang Fan's mailbox, and made all the data inside clear. Where's your proof, little friend? Prof. Holt said. Jiang Fan knew that this had to be Professor Holt's backstabbing, or else his emails couldn't have disappeared. While Jiang Fan didn't say anything, Elder Wu said to Professor Holt, "It must be you who messed up and emptied Jiang Fan's email data, so that we have no evidence." The people on stage heard Elder Wu say this, couldn't help but laugh once again, laughing me to death. I thought that they, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, can really come up with the email sent as evidence, did not think to put an empty gun. Ha ha, now the truth comes out. This is the Dragon Nation's blatant plagiarism of Professor Holt's results. This Dragon Nation is really shameful to do such a thing. Isn't it normal for people in Dragon Country to do plagiarize things? Our company is a digital product developed at great expense. And when it comes to the Dragon Kingdom, it's been copied. And they're all masters of plagiarism in this country. Everyone on the scene was vocal about the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Holt on the stage was inwardly happy. It seemed that things were going better than he had imagined. If Jiang Fan can't produce evidence, everything is 100%. He then accused Elder Wu with feigned anger. "You have slandered me in public, ruined my reputation, and you can't produce any evidence. President Austin, how do you see this matter being handled?" President Austin belongs to the F Nation, but he studied in the Pretty Country in college, so emotionally, he still favors Professor Holt. And Pretty Country's strength in Blue Star was something he knew very well. That's why President Austin favors the Pretty Country for both public and private reasons. President Austin looked at Jiang Fan and said, "Can you produce evidence? My email data was emptied, but my original file." Jiang Fan said. When Elder Wu heard this, he also hurriedly said, "Yes, we have the original document." President Austin walked over to Jiang Fan's computer and glanced at his original file. "You pull up the file time." Jiang Fan then directly tuned out the time. The time was a week ago. President Austin said to Professor Holt, "Professor Holt, what time was your paper written?" "A year ago, and it's been a year of constant revision and organization." President Austin nodded, then addressed everyone. "I've learned all about the matter, and there's a judgment that the country that plagiarized is the Dragon Kingdom." The words were met with loud applause. President Austin sure knows his stuff. "I told you so, the plagiarism is from the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom people just don't have any moral boundaries." Finally Professor Holt has been cleared. "You guys don't use your brains, do you still need to think about it? It must be the Dragon Kingdom that is the plagiarizer." Prof. Holt is now over 70 years old, and he is well educated. Look at that young man from the Dragon Kingdom who was only 18 or 19 years old. He said he researched the Millennium math problem. Hell no. Jiang Fan and Elder Wu's faces were hard to see. "President Austin, you haven't even read Holt's paper, so who are you to call us plagiarizers?" President Austin had a bemused look on his face. "I looked at the time of the document you created, and it was dated a week ago, which means you had a week to write this world problem." "Yes, Jiang Fan, he did use a few days to write this world problem," Elder Wu said. Although this was a bit unbelievable, it was indeed the truth. Ask all the math scholars sitting here again, do they believe it? A world problem answered in a few days, and by a young man of only 18 years old. President Austin analyzed. Elder Wu continued to argue. "It's a bit unbelievable indeed, but that's the truth. And the proof of the Riemann conjecture that we sent you was also proved by Jiang Fan." When Elder Wu said this, all the scene was in an uproar. The Riemann conjecture? What the hell? Everyone immediately felt that their brain capacity was a bit insufficient. Wasn't this the time to talk about the problem of n versus np? One of the 7 mathematical puzzles of the millennium? What's this about the Riemann conjecture? Has the Riemann conjecture been proved? No way. The Riemann conjecture can be one of the millennial math puzzles. How can two of these millennial puzzles be answered at the same time when they've been around for decades, and in some cases hundreds of years? Yeah, that's impossible. Almost everyone didn't believe that the Riemann conjecture had been proved out. Once everyone had talked about it for a few moments, they all looked to President Austin. At this moment, Professor Holt, too, looked at Professor Holt with an unbelievable face. If it was true that Riemann's conjecture had also been proved out as this Dragon Nation had said, this Jiang Fan's mathematical talent was also too demonic. President Austin said lightly, the fact that you have proved the Riemann conjecture is not necessarily correct, and I now seriously suspect that it is possible that this proof of yours was also plagiarized. When Elder Wu heard President Austin's slander, his eyes turned red with anger. President Austin, you're bloodthirsty. You've been getting our emails for over a month now, and you still found any country where a proof of the Riemann conjecture has appeared? I'm not sure about that. Based on the character of your Dragon Nation people, I need to investigate properly, President Austin said. President Austin then said to all those present, in view of the plagiarism of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom is expelled from the position of director and kicked out of the World Mathematical Organization. Wu Lao knew very well that if they were cleared out of the World Mathematical Organization, there would be no way to communicate with the world's mathematics in the future, which would be very detrimental to the development of mathematics in their dragon country. Just as Elder Wu was about to say something else, Jiang Fan stood up and said, I didn't think that the World Mathematics Organization is such a brainless organization. Elder Wu, we won't join it. The World Mathematics Organization was actually called a brainless organization by Jiang Fan. When President Austin heard this, he became furious. Kid, I'll make you Dragon Kingdom pay. 97 chapter, Undifferentiated Attacks. Just as Elder Wu led Jiang Fan and the others to prepare to leave the venue, Professor Holt on stage said to President Austin, President Austin, I suggest detaining Jiang Fan and his computer, which definitely contains evidence of him stealing other people's achievements. Actually, Prof. Holt says this for two reasons. One reason is that Jiang Fan was able to successfully answer two of the world's mathematical puzzles, and there may be other significant results in mathematics in the computer. The second was that Jiang Fan was such a demonic math genius that he wanted to bring him to the pretty country to serve the pretty country. If he refused, he would simply imprison him for life then. What their pretty country can't get, no other country can get. After thinking for a moment, President Austin also instantly understood Professor Holt's general intentions. So he said to Jiang Fan, you are now suspected of plagiarizing another country's academic achievements, so you can't leave F country yet. You can only leave after the situation is ascertained. Jiang Fan directly refused. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. You have no right to detain me, and the computer is my personal belongings, and I won't turn it in. Elder Wu knew very well that if Jiang Fan was detained here today, he was afraid that he would be at the mercy of others. So no matter what, he had to take Jiang Fan out of here. Because of the mathematical talent shown by Jiang Fan, even if the Dragon Kingdom was kicked out of the World Mathematical Organization, there was still hope that they could develop on their own. President Austin, let me state once again that we in Dragon Kingdom have not plagiarized anyone's academic achievements. And since the World Mathematical Organization is just an organization, you don't have the authority to detain anyone. President Austin is well aware that the World Mathematical Organization is, to put it bluntly, just an international organization. It is true that they have no right to seize anyone or anything. At this time, however, Professor Holt came to President Austin and whispered something in his ear. President Austin once again said to Elder Wu's group, although I don't have the right, you people of the Dragon Kingdom, for allegedly slandering and libeling Professor Holt's reputation, I have the right to hand you over to the judicial authorities of the F country. We are from the Dragon Kingdom. If you have any questions, please contact our embassy. Elder Wu understood that there was no point in saying more because it was obvious that the two of them, President Austin and Professor Holt, wore the same pants. Jiang Fan, let's go. Elder Wu then directly led a few Dragon Nation people and was about to leave. If the police from Country F did come over, they would be in trouble. When you get caught in, you can't make sense out of it on their turf. Security, stop them. I've called the police. President Austin yelled at a few security guards at the venue. The closest to them, the two tall and powerful security guards, received orders and quickly came to Jiang Fan and their side. In their opinion, each of these Dragon Nation people were weak, and with just the two of them, there was absolutely no problem at all in subduing them. Just as they reached out to grab Jiang Fan, Lei Koan blocked directly in front of them with a flash. The two men saw this and gave a playful smile. A kid who was half a head shorter than them dared to stand out, so the two strong men grabbed Lei Koan's arms and prepared to subdue him first. The two of them tried hard to twist Lei Kuan's arm, but they couldn't. The opponent's body was like a steel plate, only heard bang bang 2 times. 2 security guards should sound to the bottom. Pain can no longer stand up. Everyone didn't see how Lei Kuan made his hand. 6 other security guards then arrived. They took the batons in their hands and directly slammed into Lei Kuan without saying a word. 3 seconds later, the 6 security guards also fell to the ground and couldn't move. Lei Kuan then stood back up to Jiang Fan's side. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded by this scene. They say that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows Kung Fu, and it seems to be true. Just now, that Dragon Nation man, a set of Kung Fu flowing, deadly moves, looking at their hearts can't help but be a little better. Let's go, Elder Wu said. And then Jiang Fan and the others walked straight out. Now they were in another country, so it was better to be careful. When Wu Lao exited the conference room, he directly called the embassy of the Dragon Kingdom. When the head of the embassy, Du Hongchang, heard that the F country wanted to detain Jiang Fan, he was furious, and directly sent the embassy's escort to meet Jiang Fan several people. Before Jiang Fan had even come to F country, the upper echelons of the Dragon country had already given Du Hongchang a phone call. It illustrated the importance of protecting Jiang Fan at any cost. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Du Hongchang of the embassy rushed to report the situation to the country's upper echelons. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom reported back to the one. Number 1 was well aware that Jiang Fan was the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and he didn't hesitate to activate the national level warning and urgently summoned the heads of several troops over. Jiang Fan from our country, while attending the World Math Exchange Summit in Country F, was chased by the local police in Country F. Number 1 gave a rundown of the situation. Jiang Fan? But Jiang Fan, who researched controlled nuclear fusion? Exactly. Everyone was taken aback, and they now immediately understood the seriousness of this level 1 warning. Jiang Fan is also currently in charge of the northern base of the Dragon Kingdom, the general research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. His importance was very clear to everyone, and if Jiang Fan could not return to China, controlled nuclear fusion could not be completed. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for the Dragon Kingdom to realize its technological rise. This pretty country's some professor, what a ing piece of, plagiarizing Jiang Fan's math results not to mention, but also hitting him upside down. And that president, he even tried to forcefully detain Jiang Fan. Humph, as long as F Nation dares to detain Jiang Fan, my intercontinental missiles will directly hit him, blast him so hard that his parents won't even recognize him. One of the grumpy chiefs shouted angrily. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. A professor from pretty country was involved in this case. Moreover, according to Professor Wu's reaction, this professor from the pretty country also hacked into Jiang Fan's mailbox after plagiarizing his results. So the pretty country should know something about Jiang Fan. If we act rashly, the pretty country will definitely stand up and intervene. Number 1 listened to the discussion and analysis of the several chiefs, and after a moment of contemplation, he tapped the table and said, as long as we can guarantee Jiang Fan's safe return to the Dragon Kingdom, we don't need to consider anything else for the time being, even if we have to make an enemy of the world. Chief Cheng, order 10 J-20 fighters to take off immediately. Target location Atlantic High Seas. Awaiting orders. Roger that. Command South Sea Carrier 1 to proceed down the Indian Ocean toward the Atlantic Ocean. Roger that. ICBMs all activated. Awaiting orders. Ready to execute. Indiscriminate attack. 98 Chapter, Siege. F. State Bari, President of the World Mathematical Organization, Austin, reported back to the state. They were very interested in a Jiang Fan who had answered 2 Math World don'ts. So, it agreed to President Austin's request to arrest and store Jiang Fan on the grounds of investigating him before making later arrangements. Then F country directly blocked the streets, sent the city's police force to catch Lei Jiang Fan. For insurance purposes, he also applied to the army for 2 helicopters. Elder Wu led Jiang Fan and the others to the airport directly after they met up with the embassy's escort. However, they were stopped at a bridge on the way to the airport. All the unrelated vehicles all evacuated the bridge, leaving only Jiang Fan's and their 4 cars, parked in the center of the bridge. Lei Kuan saw that they were under siege and he quickly stepped up and made a setup, blocked the 4 cars on either side and used them as cover. They had, thankfully, 9 embassy escorts, each carrying an AK-47 and 200 rounds of ammunition. Lei Kuan, as a man who had been in the war, and had fought his way through it, knew very well that as long as there was a weapon in his hand, he had the right to negotiate. If they had nothing at this point, a few tear gas canisters from the other side would quickly take care of them. Seeing that Lei Kuan was very skillful in command, the escorts obeyed him. They looked for the best shooting position, and as long as someone dared to rush over, they would not hesitate to shoot. The other officers hid in the back of the car. The police of Country F saw that they even had guns and did not act rashly. but waited for orders from above. A short while later, an officer arrived on the scene. The men gave him a report on the situation. The officer then took a horn and shouted at Jiang Fan and the others. All Dragon Nation people listen. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately. We are only detaining Jiang Fan and have nothing to do with the others. Hiding behind the car, Wu Lao and the others. How could they not expect that they came to have a World Math Summit? But they were surrounded by people on top of the bridge. Life and death is uncertain. Elder Wu comforted everyone. Don't worry guys, I've already reported the situation to the embassy, and the Dragon Kingdom will definitely intervene with them. It won't take long for us to return to the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the representative of the Purple Light Technology Company was trembling a bit in fear and said to Elder Wu, Professor Wu, do you think we'll die here? Right? You have to trust our country. They won't give up on us. But to be honest, Elder Wu also knew that the current situation was not optimistic. Even though the Dragon Kingdom had become much stronger over the years and had gained a certain status in the international arena. But after all, there is still a gap with some countries in the West. Still, he had to give them hope as the leader of this summit. Professor Wu, do we want to hand Jiang Fan over first, and then rescue him after we return to China? After all, Jiang Fan hasn't committed any major crimes. He shouldn't. The moment his words came out, Elder Wu looked at him directly and angrily. Before he could speak, Lei Kuan slapped him across the face. If the two countries are at war, do you know what your behavior is called? Traitor! The representative of the Purple Light Technology Company was instantly too scared to make another sound, because he knew very well that Lei Kuan's stature. After Lei Kuan finished speaking, the representatives of several companies did not dare to speak again. Lei Kuan then began to gather some items in his car and busied himself with crafting something. Jiang Fan's brows were furrowed and there was some bitterness in his heart. He wasn't scared because he was trapped here. The main reason was that he had only obtained the technology system for 2 months, and as of now, he had only researched lithium iron phosphate power batteries, and the most important controlled fusion has only been researched at 10% progress. If he was caught by them, he was well aware of his fate, and it would be difficult for him to return to the Dragon Kingdom in this life, because in his last life, he'd seen it happen. Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression was very grave, Elder Wu comforted him. Jiang Fan, don't worry, as long as I'm around, even if I have to fight for my life, I will protect you. Elder Wu, I'm mainly thinking about a project that hasn't been completed yet, and I'm a bit unwilling in my heart. Jiang Fan said helplessly. Those few heads of technology companies scoffed a little when they heard Jiang Fan say this. What a time to be thinking about research projects. They say that researchers are crazy, and it seems to be true. Just at this time, in Jiang Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the release of Psi papers in the 7 main disciplines. Get Yurt magnet material production drawings. Jiang Fan was instantly happy. It seems that the math Psi paper he submitted from New Past. As long as there are Yurt magnet material production drawings, the future of controlled fusion will not be too much of a problem. As long as the step-by-step forward, he could definitely develop controlled fusion in a year. But when Jiang Fan reacted to the situation he was in nowadays, he was suddenly helpless again. Just then, Jiang Fan's phone rang, and when he looked at it, it was Zhou Huide. Jiang Fan had just connected when Zhou Huide's anxious voice came. Jiang Fan, where are you now? Zhou Huide heard that Jiang Fan was trapped in Country F and hurriedly contacted him. Uncle Zhou, don't ask first, tell you a good news. I've researched the Yurt magnet material, but I need time to sort it out. Wait for 20 minutes. I'll send it to you. Jiang Fan casually hung up the phone after saying that. He must now hurry up and send this Yurt magnet production drawing. Even if the worst happens, Guolong will at the very least be able to develop Yurt magnets on its own, and won't be at the mercy of pretty countries in the future. Elder Wu, I need to organize a file now. Help me shield my eyes from them. Yes. Wu Lao then blocked the view in one direction with his body. You guys come over here and block that side. Elder Wu said to a few people from the tech company. Although that representative of Purple Technology, Inc., was extremely reluctant, but he glanced at Lei Kuan, who was in the middle of making something, and still reluctantly sat down on the side. Jiang Fan opened his own computer and took a deep breath, because he now needed to adjust and get himself into a state of mind flow so that he could increase his efficiency. 3 minutes later, Jiang Fan got into the swing of things, his fingers moving light across the keyboard. When they saw Jiang Fan's operation, they were all very shocked. They only saw a residual shadow on the keyboard. This hand speed was simply inhuman. Jiang Fan was on fire. He took the information of the Yurt magnet rewarded by the system in his mind and made it in 10 minutes. He then sent it directly to Zhou Huide. Just as the computer shows a successful send. Boo! The computer screen in Jiang Fan's hand had a hole punched in it by the bullet. A puff of black smoke rose from the hole. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden scene. Boom boom, boom boom. There was no waiting for them to react from the shock. Two military helicopters, slowly ascending, hovered above them. Chapter 99. 99, Tear Gas. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. Number 1. After all preparations were made, the first time they got in communication with Alex, the Minister of State of the F country, they then had a video session. No. 1. Minister Alex. My people from the Dragon Kingdom are attending the World Math Summit and your local police are arresting and laying them out. Can you please give me an explanation? Alex, as for arresting and laying them out, it was Professor Holt of Pretty Country who reported them for blatantly plagiarizing his scholarship. We're just upholding fairness in academia. No. 1. Do you find it credible that I, a dragon, flew thousands of miles to attend a math summit held in your country just to go plagiarize math results? Number 1. Now whatever the case may be, I demand that you, Country F, release the Dragon Nation people back immediately. Alex, we're just holding it for investigation, and when things are clear, we'll naturally let the Dragon Nation people back. Number 1. I demand immediate or suffer the consequences. Senior Dragon Leader 1 and Minister Alex video communicated for half an hour. Minister Alex said dismissively after ending the call, the man is in our country. Deal with him as I please, and you dare to threaten me. Humph. Alex, the Minister of State, then said to his secretary, Mary, what's the status of those dragons now? Minister Alex, those dragons are currently trapped at Alexandria Bridge. Why hasn't the scratch store been implemented yet? The escorts from the main dragon embassy, carrying guns, are with them, so we don't dare to act rashly. Call the person in charge of the scene and tell him to try not to use force. The Dragon Kingdom now is not the same as it was before, so it's best not to anger them easily. Yes, Mary, the secretary, responded. Wait, tell them that if it comes down to it, they can use coercion, but just don't hurt those dragons. Minister Alex then added, okay, I'll get in touch with the person in charge of the site. Mary then walked out. Alexander Bridge. This is one of the most beautiful bridges in Bari, Country F. The bridge is made of steel and painted a clean white color. Below is the Seine, the largest river in the Bari. During the week it is full of tourists, overlooking the beautiful scenery in the distance from the bridge. However, today it's not the usual place. There were quite a few police cars parked at both ends of the bridge, and the red and blue police lights were still flashing. Police officers in uniform, armed with blast shields, lined up one at a time, sealing off the entire bridge. Police officers behind blast shields, holding guns aimed at the 4 vehicles parked in the center of the bridge. 2 military helicopters that kept circling back and forth in the air. The machine gunners on the helicopters, standing by, waiting for the order to fire. In the Seine below the bridge, there were 4 motorboats constantly patrolling back and forth. Such a setup can be winged. At this time, the surrounded Jiang Fan and others. There is no little way. The only thing they can do is to wait for the country's rescue. And then the Dragon Kingdom is thousands of kilometers away. So I'm afraid it's a bit of a reach. Lei Koen took the simple life jacket he had made earlier and gave it to Jiang Fan to put on his body. He had already prepared for the worst, in case there was a firefight later. The first thing he would do was to take Jiang Fan and jump into the Seine River, because the police force was the weakest down there. After jumping, the chances of escaping with Jiang Fan were the greatest. As for the others, there was no need for Lei Koen to consider them, as they were not the target of these police officers at all. On the side, Elder Wu and Xiao Weicheng faced the encirclement and behaved quite calmly, but the 4 tech company reps, they almost broke down. Several of them are in important positions in their respective tech companies, with big houses, luxury cars, and beautiful women at home. None of them want to die on a day like this. The first one to run was the representative of Purple Technology, who stood up violently and rushed outside. Wu Lao shouted at him, come back, come back. However, as if he hadn't heard him, he raised his hands and shouted at the police at the bridge, I surrender, I surrender, I have money, how much do you want? I can give it to you, just let me go back. He then cried and walked slowly towards the bridge, his legs still trembling. Lei Koen stopped Elder Wu who was trying to pull him back. Professor Wu, let him go, there shouldn't be any danger. Elder Wu was also clear that their target was Jiang Fan and should not make things difficult for the others. Sure enough, those cops didn't give him a hard time. Instead, he was given water to drink and some bread to eat. The officer at the bridge then shouted at Jiang Fan and the others, see, as long as you surrender, we won't make things difficult for you, because our target is mainly Jiang Fan, brothers of the embassy escort. All you have to do is put down your weapons and we will never hurt you, the officer shouted with his bullhorn. As for the escorts, none of them moved, they had already stood firm in their positions. The officer shouted for half the time and saw that the person behind the car was no longer responding. Then, waiting for the representative from Violet Tech to finish his water, the officer asked, "How many people are in there?" 10, 18, no, 17. There's a couple of guys with guns. 9. What's the location of all of them? The representative of Purple Light Technology, looking at the fierce police officer, scared to give all the brain to say out. The officers were given the exact location and number of people and began to set up. After 10 minutes or so, the officer spoke over the intercom. Debriefing? The anesthetic robbers are ready. The shooters are in position and ready to attack. Helicopter tear gas is still ready and waiting for orders. Okay, shooters ready. Shoot. Whoosh. 9 cracking sounds rang out. At this time, Lei Cohen heard the sound and seemed to sense that something was not right. Guard squad, everyone get down now. His cue, however, was still a step too slow, and they were all hit. In less than a second, he fell straight to the ground and fainted. Jiang Fan and the others were all startled by the sudden scene. Before they could react, that's when several more grenade-like objects were dropped from the helicopter. Still smoking, Lei Cohen took a look and hurriedly shouted, "It's tear gas! 100! 100, attack!" Elder Wu and the others were all a bit overwhelmed with fear in the face of the sudden scene. Lei Cohen picked up the water he had prepared earlier and poured it onto several pieces of cloth. It was distributed to the people, explaining that they should cover their mouths and noses and not open their eyes. Jiang Fan's few people took the wet cloth and hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. Fortunately, because they were on an open bridge, a large portion of the smoke from the tear gas was blown away by the wind. Raekwon put on his goggles and under the haze of smoke he picked up an AK-47. The officer looked at the middle of the bridge, billowing thick black smoke, and smiled smugly. He was certain it would take less than 10 seconds for everyone to come out in the smoke. Time passed by. 20 seconds passed, and not a single person had come out. This made the officer wonder a bit. It shouldn't. It's tear gas, and no one can last 10 seconds without protection. The smoke in the middle of the bridge was quickly dispersed by the wind on the river, but there was no longer any movement. This made the officer wonder a little if Jiang Fan and the others had disappeared. He then took the walkie-talkie and said, "Helicopter, report back on what the hell is going on. The man on the bridge is gone. He should be hiding in his car." As soon as the officer heard this, it dawned on him instantly that he had hidden inside the car. The escort had already been knocked out by them, and all that was left were some unarmed dragons who were still at his mercy. "First squad, go!" With a command from the officer, the police officers in the front row, holding blast shields, began to move forward, but they had just stepped out 2 meters away when, knock, 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 a gunshot rang out and the bullet hit the ground directly a meter in front of them. The group of police officers were so frightened that they hastily retreated to their original positions. The officer was amazed. Cover, cover. After a while, realizing that the gunshots didn't ring out again, he heartily grabbed the Dragon Nation man who had just surrendered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you lie to us? The representative of Purple Light Technology was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Looking at the officer's fury, he was really afraid that the other party would pop him with a shot. I'm not lying to you guys. Really, I can swear, we've just hit those 9 escorts, but how can anyone else shoot? And judging by the marksmanship, a veteran. At this time, the representative of Purple Technology remembered Lei Cohen and spoke in a hurry. "Lone, sir, there are bodyguards inside. The bodyguards are especially powerful." "Bodyguard?" the officer murmured. It seemed that things were not as simple as he had thought. Now that they'd been at it for 4 hours, his patience was pretty much worn thin, and the leader above gave him instructions that he could use coercion, but just don't hurt those Longwa people. In that case, he'd give them something to look at first, he said as he turned on his walkie-talkie. Team 1, Team 2, stand by. Target attack 2 meters of ground in front of the car. Attack time 20 seconds. Fire. At the officer's command, both sides of the bridge opened fire simultaneously. The sound of gunfire was deafening as bullets struck the bridge, sending up a shower of sparks. The bullets that bounced back, booming against the car they were hiding in. Scared, they all huddled together in fear with their hands over their ears. "Everybody get down. Don't get up." Lei Cohen could conclude by the sound and power of the bullets that they were just scaring them. Bullets rained down and bounced off the car. The car's glass was cracked by some bouncing bullets that popped. After a while, the gunfire outside stopped. They then heard the officers yelling again. "My patience has run out. I'll give you 2 more minutes. If you don't hand over Jiang Fan, don't blame me for not being polite." Jiang Fan hid in the car, and there was some fear inside. He felt more guilty though. After all, the other man wanted it for himself. It ended up involving Wu Lao and the others. "Elder Wu, there are some important documents on my residence computer. Go back and tell my teacher. When Elder Wu suddenly heard Jiang Fan say this, he instantly understood what he meant. Jiang Fan, you can't go out. If you're captured by them, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to return to the Dragon Kingdom in your life. Jiang Fan said helplessly. I know, but I can't let you guys be in danger because of me. Lei Koan did not think that Jiang Fan was so sentimental at such a young age, and that Jiang Fan was very calm when they were trapped until now. He couldn't help but think highly of the young man he was trying to protect. Jiang Fan, don't worry, as long as I'm around again, they won't catch you, Lei Koan said as he patted his chest. In case they do shoot, I'm afraid you'll all have to. Just as Jiang Fan's few people were talking about it, the officer at the bridge, looking at the time, said into his walkie-talkie, helicopters, throw grenades, don't hurt them, roger that. Boom! There was a loud bang. A car next to Jiang Fan and them was directly lifted 3 meters high and finally landed heavily on the ground. You see? Hand over Jiang Fan and the next bomb will be your vehicle. You have 30 seconds left. Jiang Fan just wanted to stand up at that moment, but he was yanked by the representative of Huawei Technology Company. Little brother, you have such achievements at such a young age. The Dragon Kingdom needs you in the future. Just listen to Professor Wu. Don't go out, and hold on until the end. I believe our country will definitely come to save us back home. Yes, Jiang Fan, let's just hold on until the end. Several people in the car then said to Jiang Fan, cheering him on. They thought that there was still the motherland behind them, and at this moment, suddenly they were no longer as afraid as they were just now, and it was like they had a backbone inside. A few of them held each other's hands, cheering each other on as they waited for the final miracle to come. The 30 seconds are fast approaching. Obviously the miracle didn't come. The officer saw that no one was coming out anymore, and he furiously gave orders to the helicopter. Attack! Office of the Minister of State. Alex murmured as he sipped his red wine and watched the video footage of the Alexandria Bridge. Unsuspecting Dragon Nation. At that moment, a 3-star admiral in military uniform walked in. Minister Alex, what the hell have you done to the Dragon Kingdom? Minister Alex was confounded by the questioning. Admiral Samson pulled out the satellite feed directly to the screen. Only 10 of Dragon's most advanced J-20 fighters appeared in the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean, and the target was really them. The Hainan carrier in the Indian Ocean is also rushing again in the direction of their country. The glass in Minister Alex's hand snapped and fell straight to the carpet. He then asked his secretary to hurry up and connect the person in charge of the Alexandria Bridge site. Minister Alex shouted growlingly after the call was answered. Stop the shoplifting operation. Don't attack. 101. 101 Chapter, Escort. Helicopters hovering over the Alexandria Bridge receive orders from the person in charge of the scene to attack. The captain rotated the nose of the plane and prepared to throw a grenade. His mission this time was to just take the car with the people in it and just flip it over like the last one, so that the upper police on the bridge would cooperate in catching the store. Boom boom. The roar of the propellers shook Jiang Fan's few people a little too much, and they covered their ears with force, but they could already clearly sense that the roar was getting closer. Lei Koan told everyone to hold on to the fixed things on the car and not to let go. He had already thought of a plan. If the vehicle was knocked over, he would be the first to open the door and take Jiang Fan to jump directly into the Seine. The helicopter quickly adjusted to the optimal position. The throwers are also in position. The captain of the helicopter spoke through his headset. Prepare to throw. Okay. Then as soon as the captain of the helicopter had finished speaking, the shouts of the person in charge on the ground immediately rang out in his headset. Stop the attack. Stop the attack. Then it was still too late. The thrower had already made his throw. It was clear to the captain that there was no changing it, so the captain had the bright idea of an emergency drop spin. The bombardier threw a grenade that changed direction and went straight into the Seine. Boom! A huge column of water was blown up. It directly overturned a motorboat that happened to be passing by. The officers on the motorboat boat were also thrown into the water. Fortunately, he was not injured by the bomb. The police officer on the bridge was also in a cold sweat. Fortunately he notified in time, otherwise it would really be a big disaster. Maybe he was the murderer who provoked the war. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Then addressing all the men, he said, everyone, evacuate. Jiang Fan and the others, who were still hiding in the car, were frightened by the loud bang just now, but their vehicles were not bombed. Just as they were squeezing their eyes shut, ready to be attacked by the next bomb, half the time, there was no sound. They slowly loosened their hands over their ears and realized that the sound of the helicopter's boom boom was slowly moving away. Stretching his head through the glass of the car, Jiang Fan saw the helicopter flying off into the distance. He was a little uncertain. How did the helicopter fly away? When Elder Wu heard what Jiang Fan said, he hurriedly looked as well and realized that he had indeed flown far away. Excitement ensued. It should be The state negotiated successfully. Ha ha. A few other people were excited when they heard this. We're saved. Ha ha. Great. Lei Cohen scanned the surrounding area through the car glass and was surprised to find that the police at the bridge had withdrawn. It seems they should have received some kind of order. Maybe it's true that the Dragon Nation bargained successfully. The others were also excited after seeing what was going on outside. After a great calamity, they were not dead. One by one, they look as if they'd been given a new lease on life. A man was about to open the car door, but Lei Cohen stopped him. All stay in the car and watch out for fraud. When the crowd thought about it, that was indeed a possibility. Everyone listened to Lei Cohen's words and stayed in the car without moving as he leaned in front of the window and continued to observe the situation around him. At that moment, two jeeps drove up from the bridge. Lei Cohen immediately picked up the AK-47 in his hand, ready to attack at any time. At that moment, a few dragons came down from the jeep. Long Lao recognized that it was Du Hongchang from the embassy and said to Lei Cohen, "Don't shoot. It's the embassy." Only then did Lei Cohen put away his guns and step out of the car. Du Hongchang hurriedly ran over and said to Elder Wu, "Professor Wu, Jiang Fan is injured, isn't he?" "No," Elder Wu responded. After everyone stepped out of the car, Du Hongchang excitedly bowled over Jiang Fan. In his heart, he was glad that Jiang Fan was fine. Otherwise he would have become a sinner of the country. Du Hongchang gave everyone a rundown of what happened. When everyone knew that the country had deployed 10 J-20 fighters for them, as well as the Hainan 1 aircraft carrier, which activated thousands of ICBMs, each of them was shocked and filled with incredulity. At this time, they also felt immensely proud of being a dragon nation. Everyone is safe now. The state has sent a special plane over to pick you up. It will arrive in about half an hour. Jiang Fan was also very touched inwardly that the Dragon Kingdom had risked war in order to save him. With such a country backing him up, what did he have to fear? He vowed in his heart that he would not fail his country in the future. He believed that he also had the ability to make the Dragon Kingdom the #1 technological powerhouse in the Blue Planet. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan and the others boarded a special airplane sent over by the state. The representatives of those few tech companies were all excited. Although they had money, they still hadn't done a special airplane before. They were excited like a child. When a man leaned over the window of the airplane and shouted loudly and suddenly, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Fighters, where?" Several people then leaned over to the window to watch. They found 5 fighters on each side of the special plane. That shape is powerful and domineering. Like a sharp sword, electric thunder in the air. Fighter jets can be said to be every man's dream, and a lifetime of flying one of these awesome battles would be enough to brag about for the rest of one's life. The staff of the special airplane said to them, "These J-20s, they're escorting our special airplane." "What? Escort us?" They were shocked beyond words. Is this too much? How could they even allow the state to escort them with fighter jets? Even the country's top leaders have never been treated like this, right? Really? It's escorting us? The representative of Huawei Technology stammered. Of course. Why else would they be following us left and right? The staff of the special airplane, with a proud face, said. It was also the first time she had been subjected to such a high level of etiquette in her 5 years as a flight attendant. She had never felt as safe, grounded, and proud as she did today. In fact, it was clear in each of their hearts that they had such high treatment mainly because they had been blessed by Jiang Fan. If it wasn't for him, a fighter jet escort? Are you kidding? I'm afraid they don't even have a special plane. They all had faces of adoration at this point. Looking at the young man lying on the window, many of them have become parents. And at this time they secretly resolved in their hearts that they would make sure that their children would be engaged in scientific research in the future. No amount of money can buy such an honor. Elder Wu was also relaxed at this time and said to Jiang Fan, who was lying on the window, "Jiang Fan, how do you feel?" Jiang Fan's head was not lifted. Already looked at the fighter and said, "The aerodynamic design is pretty good. It's just the engine power that sucks." Several people looked at each other, and they were all well aware that Professor Wu was asking if the mood had relaxed. But Jiang Fan directly evaluated the fighter jet. 102 Chapter, Academic Embargoes. Kyoto Airport in the Dragon Kingdom. It was already 12 p.m. when Jiang Fan and the others arrived. The moment the airplane door opened, Jiang Fan stepped out of the plane and felt an overwhelming sense of solidity in his heart as he breathed in the air of the Dragon Kingdom. His love for his country became stronger through this expedition. "Jiang Fan, welcome back," a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Fan took a look and realized that it was his teacher, Elder Long, with Zhou Huai standing next to him. Jiang Fan hurriedly walked down the stairs of the airplane. "Teacher, Uncle Zhou, what brings you here?" Elder Long patted Jiang Fan's shoulder and circled around him. After making sure the student, was intact, he let go. "No injuries." "No, that's good. Long Lao's eyes were filled with this love, like an old father treating his own child. Fan, welcome back. At this time, Zhou Huaid, who was next to him, also patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and said, Uncle Zhou, why are you here as well? The northern base side. The northern base is much livelier now than it was when we were there, reaching 200 researchers across the board. It's you, kid, who scared us so much. Your teacher was so anxious that she secretly wiped her tears. Once Long Lao heard Zhou Huaid say such words to Jiang Fan, it was not letting him lose face in front of his students. What do you know, kid? That's sand in my eyes. Who just kept chanting? Zhou Huaid said with a smile. Don't look at the old dragon's usual fiery personality, doing things in a thunderous manner, not sticking to the smallest details. But for Jiang Fan is very concerned. Cho, I think you have an itchy skin. After Long Lao finished speaking, he directly raised his hand and was about to hit Zhou Huaid. Zhou Huaid didn't dodge, letting Long Lao hit him on the back, and Long Lao didn't exert any force anyway. Teacher, Uncle Zhou, thank you. You're welcome. Originally, number 1 was going to bring a few chiefs over to receive you, but I told them that you were keeping a low profile, so they ended up letting me be the representative to console you. Jiang Fan was a little embarrassed. Teacher, I'm just a junior, and this time I even caused a lot of trouble in F country. That aside, you haven't eaten yet. I've arranged it. Elder Dragon said. Several people then ate together. Day 2. One of the top 3 tech companies in the Dragon Kingdom, Purple Technology, has been investigated under the law for leaking state secrets. All the suspects were arrested. One of the main culprits is a representative of Purple Technology who went to the summit with Mr. Wu this time. The international academic community has imposed a total crackdown on the Dragon Nation. The World Mathematical Organization, WMO, declared internationally, Dragon Kingdom is required to publicly apologize within 3 days for allegedly stealing other people's academics. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom will never be allowed to join the World Mathematical Organization. Pretty Country Sci Paper Math Top Publication SciMrev, in conjunction with well-known Sci journals from various countries, sent out an announcement to the international. Due to the suspected theft of other people's academic achievements, the Dragon Kingdom is required to publicly apologize within 3 days, or else it will not be accepting academic submissions from the Dragon Kingdom, and all academic blockades will be imposed on the Dragon Kingdom. This news has caused a huge reaction from the academic community. Many countries started attacking the Dragon Kingdom on the internet. Country D, Dragon Country must apologize this time or block them. Pretty Country, it's a shame to have a country like this on the blue planet. Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation people are supposed to be trash, and when they can't produce results from their own research, they engage in theft. Despise. Pickle Country, it's nothing for the Dragon Country people to steal your academics. We in the Kimchi Kingdom have 5,000 years of history. The Dragon Boat Festival, Chinese medicine, movable type printing and so on, and they even say it's their culture. What a joke. Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, are you guys being funny? This is supposed to be the Dragon Kingdom. Pickle Country, shut up. Cherry Blossom Country, you still have the face to talk about us. Didn't you say that the Dragon Kingdom originated in your country? All the countries, all of them are holding the attitude of watching a joke, to see what kind of reaction the Dragon Kingdom will make in the end. A video call was made between the president of the World Mathematical Organization Austin and Professor Holt of Pretty Country. President Austin, don't worry Professor Holt, we worked together this time and I'm sure the Dragon Kingdom will apologize like we did. Oh, Prof. Holt, it's just a pity that we didn't arrest Jiang Fan this time, or else we would definitely have made a considerable gain. President Austin, who knew that the Dragon Kingdom would be so desperate this time, directly sending 10 J-20 fighters, an aircraft carrier, and turning on thousands of intercontinental missiles. Our country just can't carry such pressure. Prof. Holt, these fighting forces are not even close to our pretty country. These proclamations caused quite a stir in the Dragon Kingdom as well. A few of the top colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom, some of their senior professors, they had a spontaneous emergency meeting. The conference was attended by, among others, Huaqing University, Longhua Bay University, Kyoto University, Longkou University and so on. Originally, Xiaoshan Xiaolao of Huaqing University did not want to participate, because in the face of the academic embargo of various countries, it is necessary to look at the meaning of the leaders above, and he believed that Jiang Fan would not steal other people's academic achievements. But the conference was set up at Huaqing University, and as the top pillar of Huaqing University, Xiao Lao was afraid that if he was missing, no one would be able to hold down the fort. Elder Zhou looked down at the fact that there were nearly 100 professors seated below. He said slowly, "What's on everyone's mind? Let's hear it. If the world's academic community imposes an academic blockade on our Dragon Kingdom this time, I'm afraid it will have a huge impact on our Dragon Kingdom. We in the Dragon Kingdom are academically underdeveloped in all fields today and are in dire need of exchanges with the rest of the world. So I suggest an apology. Apologize my ass. There's no way we in the Dragon Kingdom are stealing other people's academic achievements. I also believe that there is no plagiarism in the Dragon Kingdom. But in its current form, we can't afford to be out of touch with the world's academics, or else it will seriously affect the future development of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Joe was furious when he heard that half of the people meant to support the apology. In the end he couldn't help himself and slammed the table angrily. The reason why our Dragon Kingdom has a history of 5,000 years and is the only one of the 4 ancient kingdoms that exists to this day is because of its backbone. Office of the State Council of the Dragon State. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a country face, giving off a sense of unruffled authority. He was none other than Dragon Country's senior leader number 1, Academician Long. You've trained an outstanding talent for the country. Oh, Elder Long looked at Jiang Fan with a look full of relief. Jiang Fan researched the Yerk magnet material, which was completely researched by himself alone. I didn't contribute anything. Jiang Fan had researched the Yerk magnet material, and Zhou Huide had already told number 1. Just as a few people were talking, number 1 answered a phone call, said a few brief words, and hung up. Elder Long looked at number 1's thick eyebrows tightening and asked at once, "Is something wrong?" 1 then told them about the statement issued jointly by the World Mathematical Organization and the Psi Paper Journal. Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh at that. Number 1 was instantly curious and asked, "Jiang Fan, do you have any good solutions?" 103 chapter, The Dragon Magazine. Jiang Fan, do you have any good solutions? With question number 1, Elder Long, Zhou Huide and Elder Wu all looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was well aware of the concerns in their hearts. Because the Dragon Kingdom is now in a stage of development in terms of academics and technology, if it loses communication with the world, I am afraid that if we rely on ourselves to feel things out completely, we will develop very slowly and will never be able to catch up with other countries. I'm afraid that the entire academic and scientific research community of the Dragon Kingdom is of one mind. But for Jiang Fan, there was no such concern, because now Jiang Fan, he himself mastered the Blue Star Mathematics Supergeneralization, Physics Supergeneralization, Chemistry Supergeneralization, and Biology Supergeneralization. These 4 subjects were the foundation of all academic and technological studies, and it could be said that Jiang Fan had mastered all the basics of Blue Star. It was no exaggeration to say that there was no one on the blue planet right now who could surpass his knowledge, and there was absolutely no need for him to care about those foreign academic exchanges either. As for science and technology, Jiang Fan had a science and technology system in his mind, and every science and technology that the system rewarded him with was a top-notch Blue Star existence. So Jiang Fan was now very confident that he could lead the Dragon Kingdom to become number 1 in the Blue Star, both in terms of academics and technology. Jiang Fan looked at the few people present, then asked seriously, "Do you trust me?" "Of course we believe you, and both Elder Wu and I saw it with our own eyes when you answered that Millennium Math puzzle." Elder Long was the first to say. Seeing that Elder Long misunderstood his meaning, Jiang Fan explained, "Teacher, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to say that since they're trying to force us to apologize, trying to slap the face of us Longwa people, then why don't we, ourselves, set up an SCI paper journal, ourselves, a World Mathematics Organization?" Saying that Jiang Fan's words came out, "No." 1. Elder Long, Elder Wu, and Zhou Huide were all astonished. It's a question that never occurred to them. In fact, it's no wonder that they didn't consider it. The main reason is that the current academics in science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom are still in the middle of the world. They simply don't have the capacity to do that. In the case of Psi paper journals, it's easy to create a journal. It's important that someone has to submit a paper to it. The academic aspect of the Dragon Country itself is not strong. If the establishment of Psi thesis publication, it is impossible to attract scholars from all over the world to submit articles, because there is no authority. And pretty country Psi paper math top publication Siamrev, they have become an international authority because their country leads the world in math. This would be the scenario where Jiang Fan suddenly proposed this, and all of a sudden they all felt full of incredulity. "Jiang Fan, what you said is indeed a good solution. But with our Dragon Kingdom's academic and technological status in the international arena, the difference is too far," Elder Long said. Elder Wu chimed in. "Yeah, Jiang Fan, if our Dragon Kingdom's academics in all aspects were very strong, we naturally wouldn't have to pay attention to the announcements they made. Unfortunately, lack of popularity. Can't we just erect popularity?" Jiang Fan said indifferently. Xiu Fan, raising popularity is not that simple. At the very least, there must be some leading world-level academics in technology." Jiang Fan smiled and then said, Teacher, Do you think I can raise our country's profile if I answer the other 7 millennium math problems? Answer another millennial math puzzle? Elder Long and Elder Wu said incredulously at the same time. Ginger Van answered a millennial puzzle at the Lonoke University Heritage Challenge. Some time ago, Jiang Fan said he was going to submit a math sci paper and answered another millennial math puzzle. These are math puzzles that no one has, for decades and centuries, answered. As a result, Jiang Fan answered 2 questions in less than a month. There wouldn't be a second person in the entire Blue Star with such demonic math talent. And Ginger Fan says to answer another millennial math puzzle. Jiang Fan was a little embarrassed when he was stared at by Elder Long and Elder Wu as if they were looking at aliens. Jiang Fan, can you really answer another millennial math puzzle? Elder Long's voice trembled a little as he spoke. It shouldn't be a problem, but I need time to study it, Jiang Fan said. In fact, he said this because after he grasped the physics, chemistry, and biology supergeneralizations rewarded by the system, there was a sense of clarity when looking at those millennial math puzzles, because those millennial math puzzles are actually, more accurately, not just math questions, but use a lot of science and physics, biology, and chemistry when answering them. Over the years, the reason why no mathematicians had answered it, Jiang Fan thought, was that it was caused by their low attainment of knowledge of other basic disciplines. When Elder Long heard Jiang Fan say that he could answer another millennium math puzzle, his thoughts began to come alive. If Jiang Fan could really do it, then their Dragon Kingdom could do exactly what Jiang Fan said. Establish the World Mathematical Organization to handle sci paper journals. When the time comes, they can ruthlessly slap the faces of those who are forcing their way into the Dragon Kingdom. Leader, I agree with Jiang Fan's proposal, Long Lao said seriously. Elder Wu chimed in at this time. I agree. Seeing that they all took a stand, Number 1 then looked at Zhou Huaid. Zhou Huaid was even more straightforward and said directly, I believe in Jiang Fan. Number 1 thought for a few moments and finally came to a decision. Good. Let's show the countries that oppress us and look at jokes that we, the Dragon Kingdom, are not that easy to bully. Jiang Fan was still a bit touched inside, not expecting everyone to support him like this. Then Elder Wu said, if we were to handle a journal of sci papers, what would be a good name for it? When everyone heard this question, they were in deep thought. How about the Dragon Journal? Jiang Fan offered. Dragon Magazine? Sounds good to me. Very dominant. And at first glance, it's a periodical handled by our Dragon Kingdom. Well, I think it's good too. Then they had some talk about it. The follow-up from the publisher. Just a day after the World Mathematical Organization and ScienRev, a top-tier publication headed by Pretty Country, released a statement. A lot of countries are always watching this Dragon Country and want to see the Dragon Schoolgirl. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom made an announcement to the world. Bulletin content. There is no plagiarism of academics in the Dragon Kingdom. And for those organizations and publications that falsely accuse the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom will file a lawsuit with the United Nations so that those organizations and individuals will be punished. In addition, the Dragon Kingdom has established a sci paper publication, Dragon Journal, which welcomes submissions from academic scholars from all over the world. Chapter 104. 104, none of it. The Dragon Kingdom established the sci paper publication Dragon Journal? When the Dragon Kingdom made such an announcement, many countries waiting to see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned, and their first reaction was to think that they had misread the situation. Otherwise, on the basis of the current academic level of Longhua, dare to say such words, this is not looking for excitement? When they were sure again, from multiple sources, they burst out laughing. Country L, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year. The Dragon Country setting up a sci paper text journal. Ha ha. Country F, is the Dragon Country a monkey-scent comedian? It doesn't take a piss and look at itself. Country D, the Dragon Kingdom is awesome and vows not to bow down. Interesting. Sit back and watch the show. Sakura Nation, haha, laughed my ass off. Dragon Nation really dared to think that they were crazy. I guess there won't be any other country scholars contributing at all. Pickle Country, I don't think they'll be able to run their journal for more than 2 issues before it goes yellow. And then they'll have to be good enough to publicly apologize internationally and ask for forgiveness. As far as the current academic level of the Dragon Kingdom is concerned, it's not a big joke to learn how to run a journal when you haven't even figured it out yourself. Pretty Country, stealing the academic achievements of our Prof. Holt, not only not apologizing, but also founding an SCI paper publication. I'd like to see what this Dragon Journal will be like. K Country, do you guys think the Dragon Council will write some elementary school questions on top of the Dragon Journal? Ha ha. Sakura-kuni, it's hard to tell as far as their academic level is concerned. Very much looking forward to what kind of will be published in the first issue of Dragon Journal in Dragon Kingdom? In the face of the cynicism on various countries, the Dragon Kingdom did not make any response, because they've already started working on the follow-up to the Dragon Journal. The first thing is to choose a publisher. Once the news of the Dragon Kingdom came out, many patriotic publishers are scrambling to be willing to serve as the publication of the Dragon Journal. After a final selection process, the state chose Kyoto Press. Then it was time to determine the chief editor. And several of the Long Lao people unanimously elected Jiang Fan as the chief editor. Because Jiang Fan's talent in math was not comparable to his in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Fan wanted to get the Dragon publication off the ground. The first issue was especially important, and Jiang Fan took on the responsibility without fail. However, he agreed with the person in charge that he would only be the managing editor for the first 3 academic issues, and that he would withdraw once Dragon magazine had entered into regularity, because he needs to put his main focus, later on, into research. Once the editor-in-chief has been decided, the remaining editors are in the various fields. Because this is the first issue, the country attaches great importance to it. If it is not done well, the Dragon publication will not only be yellow, but the whole Dragon Kingdom will also be ridiculed by other countries. So the state has directly brought in top experts and professors in various fields to temporarily act as editorial reviewers. Although the Dragon Kingdom has published the submission email address in the world, none of those foreign scholars have submitted their articles, while the Dragon country domestic, but caused no small repercussions. Experts and professors in various fields heard that the Dragon country founded sci-paper journal Dragon Journal. They were all thrilled that after so many years, the Dragon Kingdom had finally established its own sci-paper publication. So they have taken out the academic results of their years of research and submitted them to the receiving email address of the Dragon Journal. In less than a day, nearly 1,000 SCI papers were received in the published mailbox. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on the Dragon Kingdom's own people, Elder Chow from Huaqing University said as he looked at the submission in his mailbox. That's how can we be called the most united people of the Blue Planet without letting our Dragon Kingdom? Elder Long concurred. Then he said with a twist of words, Elder Brother Chow, we haven't seen each other for what must be 2 months. I thought that after Jiang Fan became my student, you brat would stop associating with me. An old man, am I that small-minded? Seeing Jiang Fan's achievements, I'm more than happy. Old man Xiao said, you didn't say anything bad about me behind my back when you learned that Jiang Fan had become my student? Elder Long teased. I am a man of high moral character. What do you take me for? However, Elder Long, I'm curious. How did you snatch Jiang Fan in the first place? Xiaoshan asked curiously. Then tell me first, what methods have you used to write? Long Lao asked in turn. Then I'll tell you, and you'll have to tell me the truth. Okay, go ahead. Elder Long agreed. Long Lao was overjoyed to learn that Elder Chow had let his niece use the beauty trick in order to steal Jiang Fan. I didn't expect that you brats would really have no sense of decency in order to compete with me for Jiang Fan. Elder Chow was a bit blushed by Elder Long's words. Cut the crap. It's your turn to speak. Long Lao looked at the time and said to Xiao Shan, it's still important to review the manuscript. Elder Long and Elder Chow fooled around, but quickly got into the work of reviewing manuscripts. And Jiang Fan, as editor-in-chief, did not review the submission of the SCI paper. He's now diving into the millennial math puzzle. 2 days later, Jiang Fan wrote a math sci paper and a physics sci paper. He went to the temporary Dragon Journal review room at LCSU. Here, at this time, sat more than 10 professors who were experts in various fields, including Elder Long and Elder Chow. When Jiang Fan walked in, Long Lao, who was receiving the water, saw him and hurriedly asked, Jiang Fan, how's your sci paper coming along? Teacher, it's already written. When Elder Long heard Jiang Fan's affirmative answer, he immediately let go of his heart. When Elder Chow saw that Jiang Fan had arrived, he quickly stood up and said with a snicker, Gu, our editor-in-chief is here. Ha ha. Jiang Fan was a little embarrassed by Elder Chow's words. Uncle Chow, don't make fun of me. Elder Chow joked and laughed with Jiang Fan for a few more moments, then gave him a report on their achievements over the past 2 days. These 2 days have exhausted us, and this time we have screened out a total of 18 sci papers of decent quality. Enough for us to publish the first issue of the journal. That many? How many submissions? Jiang Fan asked with some surprise. He had thought that there wouldn't be many submissions. We've received about 3,000 so far. Because our Dragon Journal is the first issue, we old guys are more strict in reviewing. The over rate is only 1.8%, which is relatively low internationally, so there should be no problem with the quality. Uncle Chow, can I take a look at these overdrafted sci papers? Jiang Fan said, of course, you're the managing editor, and you're the one who makes the final draft. Jiang Fan casually found a computer, and Elder Chow sent the manuscripts of the 18 SCI papers directly to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan received the manuscript and read it, and without realizing it, he entered the state of mind stream. Reading the manuscript was exceptionally fast, with the mouse pulling the pointer down the page rapidly, barely pausing. After an hour, Jiang Fan finished reading all the manuscripts. Elder Qiao asked expectantly, "Jiang Fan, how is it? The quality is okay." Jiang Fan said with a somewhat grave expression, "None of it. 105. 105, rejection. None of it?" Elder Long and Elder Qiao said in shock at the same time. Especially those expert professors who were carefully reviewing the manuscript also stopped. They've been looking at reviewing manuscripts for a minimum of 15 hours a day for the past 2 days. It was only in the end that these 18 sci papers were filtered out, only to have Jiang Fan say that none of them would work. It was tantamount to negating all the fruits of their labor for the past 2 days. Anyone's heart is a little unhappy. Each of them looked at Jiang Fan in a less than friendly manner. All of them agreed that Jiang Fan was deliberately stepping down on them in order to show his ability. Elder Qiao saw the ugly faces of the crowd, so he asked Jiang Fan, "Is there something wrong with these manuscripts? Dare you say that the manuscripts we review out don't work? Tell me how they don't work." One of the expert professors said with a cold face. Elder Long also gave Jiang Fan a somewhat reproachful look. "Even if there was a problem, don't say it so bluntly in front of everyone. After all, they all dutifully vetted for 2 days." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit serious, Elder Long explained to everyone. Jiang Fan said that these manuscripts don't work. He must have found out that there is something wrong with them. "Jiang Fan, explain it to everyone." Jiang Fan nodded. He opened the manuscript of a random sci paper and said to the group, "This is a math sci paper is. The theory is entitled, Problems of Solving Second-Order Chi-Square Differential Equations with Variable Coefficients. The second-order variable coefficient chi-square differential equation y plus py plus qy equals 0 must have 2 linearly independent solutions. Consider y2 satisfying y2, y1 foot plus py1 plus qy1, y1, y2 plus py2 plus qy2, equals 0 f plus pf equals 0. F equals y1 foot y2 y1 y2, according to the law of the roots of identity." Jiang Fan told them about the mistakes that existed in this paper. Everyone listened and looked at one of the expert math professors in confusion. He thoughtfully pondered over what Jiang Fan had just said, and after a while, asked a question to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan understood that he hadn't fully understood what he had just explained, so he explained it to him in detail again. According to the law of characterization of second-order chi-square differential equations with variable coefficients, there must exist an infinite number of solutions that are not constant 0, and let y1 be one of the solutions. Only when Jiang Fan finished his speech once again did the other party come to a realization. Nodding in agreement, he then said, "Blame me. I didn't consider the issue fully. Thanks to Chief Editor Jiang Fan. If such a manuscript had really been sent out, I'm afraid our Dragon Kingdom would have been laughed at by others." The other experts and professors would look at Jiang Fan with eyes that turned a lot kinder. One of the professors knew that Jiang Fan was very talented in math, and he pointed to a manuscript of a physics sci paper on the computer. "Chief Editor Jiang Fan, I reviewed this physics sci paper and I want to hear what's wrong with it." There was a slight tone of defiance in his tone. Jiang Fan opened the file that the other party had ordered, and he then spoke about the problems that existed in this sci paper. After 10 minutes, the other became heartfelt. Indeed, if it was according to what Jiang Fan said, this sci was simply full of holes, but why did he clearly feel good when he read it before? Jiang Fan then didn't wait for the crowd to speak again. He quickly explained to everyone directly from the first one, the problems that existed in each one. Half an hour later, when Jiang Fan finished speaking, everyone was in disbelief. They were all very puzzled in their hearts. Didn't they say that Jiang Fan was only good at math? But just now he explained those sci papers, which include math, physics, chemistry, biology and so on. He is simply an all-rounder. Jiang Fan, you take these sci papers, all negated. The key: how do we release the journal in 2 days? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, then pointed at the computer and said, "This one is the only one of the 18 that still has value for revision. But the revision is 35% of the content, so you can notify the contributor to revise it as required." When everyone heard Jiang Fan say this, they were a bit ecstatic. The more than 1,000 SCI papers they reviewed were not in vain after all. At least one of them had the value of revision. Subsequently, the relevant reviewing experts sent the contributor a proposal based on the several modifications proposed by Jiang Fan. All other contributors responded with rejections, from major universities and academic experts in the Dragon. After they emailed their sci papers to the Dragon Journal, all of them were full of expectations that their papers would appear in the first issue of the Dragon Journal in the Dragon Kingdom. Then in less than 2 days, they received an editorial review, and they were all very surprised at the speed of such a review. But when they saw that the response was a rejection, they were all filled with incredulity. Many of their contributors, because they are sci paper journals founded by the Dragon Kingdom itself, come up with papers that are their best. Some of them have even published a lot of papers in internationally recognized sci journals, and they think that their level is absolutely top-notch, and there is absolutely no problem to pass the draft. But what they didn't expect was that they received a rejection as well. Those of them who are in academia have their own academic discussion groups. One of the academic groups with decent visibility. There are a total of 238 members, although the number is not large, but each member joining the requirements must be in the international well-known sci paper journals. Published papers. One of the members had just received an email reply from the Dragon Journal, and turned a despondent face and said within the group, Group Member 1, I received a response from Dragon Journal and, unfortunately, it was a rejection. Group Member 2, didn't you submit your article a day after me? You've gotten a response from Dragon Journal, so I'll get on my email and check it out too. Group Member 3, I also received a response from Dragon Journal, rejecting the article. Group Member 2, I just logged on to my email to see that it was rejected. Group Member 3, I feel like this is the highest quality sci paper I've ever had, and I didn't expect it to be rejected. Group Member 4, mine was also rejected. Group Member 5, IBID. Group Member 103, IBID. The group was all clean rejections except for those who didn't submit. This has left a lot of people a little nonplussed. Although they were not said to be the top academic experts in the Dragon Kingdom, they were also, relatively speaking, in their respective fields, they had some say. At that moment, a person named Sean Zhang replied in the group as well. Xiaohua Zhang, rejected manuscript. The members of the group instantly boiled over at this. Group Member 1, I'm going to go. Prof. Zhang even got rejected? Group Member 2, this is impossible. Prof. Zhang is an old professor of Fudan University. He published no less than 20 academic papers in the international sci papers of famous journals, and also won the Dragon Best Academic Award. Group Member 109, I have heard that it is a young man under the age of 20 who is the editor-in-chief of the Dragon Journal. 106. 106 Chapter, Complaints. The managing editor of Dragon Journal is a young man under 20 years old. The members of the group exploded when they saw someone say that. Group Member 28, are you sure? Group Member 109, of course. I have a classmate who was temporarily asked to be a review expert for Dragon Journal. Group Member 11? Group Member 11, isn't this nonsense? Group Member 190, what can a managing editor under 20 know? Group Member 203, I see that Dragon Journal is going to be yellow. Group Member 13, I said how come even Prof. Zhang was rejected? It turns out that a young man who knows nothing about anything was found to be the chief editor. Group Member 19, no. We must get a statement. Professor Zhang Xiaohua of Fudan University, looking at the information in the group, his heart was also indescribably stifled. He is a former winner of the International Best Academic Award and has published more than 20 sci papers in prestigious journals. As a result, he was a bit overwhelmed by the rejection of the article in a journal founded by the Dragon Kingdom itself. If one sci paper was rejected, there would be few people in the Dragon Kingdom who would be qualified to pass. Just as he was getting a little indignant, he got a voice call from none other than the group leader of their academic group. Their group leader was called Wang Deshun, his college roommate, now a professor at Nankai University in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Deshun, hey, old Zhang. I just saw the message you posted in the group. Your submission was rejected too? Zhang Xiaohua, yes. This time I also purposely took out the paper I had written for 3 years, which I was going to submit to a well-known international journal. This is not, just happened to meet our country to start a periodical. I did not hesitate to vote for the Dragon Journal, originally full of confidence. But who knows? Hey, Wang Deshun, old Zhang. You've heard that the chief editor of Dragon Journal is a young man under 20, right? Sean Chang, I just realized it too. Wang Deshun, what can a 20-year-old do? The state is not fooling around. Zhang Xiaohua, what can we do? This is after all what the top wants. Wang Deshun, old Zhang. A few members of the group contacted me just now, and after discussing the matter, we're ready to find the person in charge of the Dragon Journal to give a talking to. We can't let a young man who doesn't know anything about academics come and ruin the Dragon Journal. After all, it was founded by our own country. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, Old Wang, you are right. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone. Although we as academics can't carry a gun to defend the country, but we can add to our country's honor academically. For the Dragon Journal to have a place in the international arena, we'll get in touch with the person in charge right here. The person in charge of Dragon Magazine was originally a deputy director of the Kyoto Education Bureau named Cheng Shu. After the state established the Dragon Journal, it put his in charge of the overall operation of the Dragon Journal. He was in the conference room at the moment, discussing with his staff the timing of the release of the Dragon Journal, the periodical cycle, marketing channels and so on. At that moment, the secretary walked over and said to Cheng Shu, Mr. Chang, I've received a few complaint calls that I need you to handle. Changshu's face was a bit displeased when he heard this. Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? All these little problems, just map out a sheet to and get back to me with your questions. The secretary did not go away, however, but continued. Mr. Chang, it's several university representatives. There's Professor Wang from Nankai in the Dragon Kingdom, Professor Zhang from Fudan, and Southwest University. As soon as Changshu heard that these were all famous college professors in China, he realized the importance of this matter and put down the documents in his hands, walked out with the secretary. Meanwhile, the temporary auditing office of the Dragon Journal at LKU, when Elder Long and Elder Wu read the Psi paper written by Jiang Fan, they were filled with shock, because Jiang Fan's Psi paper in math was written on a surprisingly millennial math problem, the P versus NP problem. Regarding this topic, it was the same one that Prof. Holt of Pretty Country had stolen from Jiang Fan. This time, Jiang Fan's answer was completely different from the last time. Last time, Jiang Fan's answer was simply considered from the mathematical aspect of his knowledge. This time, however, he applied a lot of other science knowledge and considered the issue in a more holistic manner. Little Fan, you came up with these ideas for answers? Elder Long asked with an incredulous expression. It was no wonder that Elder Long was so surprised, because Jiang Fan's answer contained an amount of knowledge that was too vast and trivial. He simply didn't believe that a human could grasp such an amount of knowledge. Teacher, I also still had a sudden inspiration and went through a lot of information, realizing that the previous answer was too one-sided. Then after researching, I obtained this new answer. Jiang Fan, you're really something. Such as this one. The answer that the foreigner stole is wrong, and it doesn't make any sense anymore. Ha ha, said Elder Qiao happily, just as Elder Long and Elder Qiao were getting excited. Chang Shu, the general director of Dragon Publication, walked over. He greeted a few people with a smile, and then gave Jiang Fan a few people to tell them when the first issue of the Dragon Publication was scheduled to be released. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, have all the manuscripts for the first issue of the Dragon Journal release been recognized? Not yet, Jiang Fan said. One article didn't confirm it either? Changshu said with a sinking face. He had come here mainly to question Jiang Fan about his rejection, because just half an hour ago, a number of contributors called him with complaints. It contains a number of big names in academia. Originally, Changshu even explained to them that since this was, after all, the first issue of Dragon magazine, it might have been the wrong direction to submit the article, and he hoped that everyone would understand. As a result, when he came here and asked Jiang Fan, he realized that they had rejected all the submissions. Only one barely meets the criteria for revision, and if it fails, it may face rejection as well. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, you rejected all the manuscripts, and our first issue of Dragon Publication is still issued like this, and there are quite a few countries paying attention to this issue. At this time, Elder Qiao said to Changshu, Mr. Chang, we can't say that one piece wasn't confirmed. Jiang Fan wrote 2 pieces we must have confirmed. Changshu heard, the heart is even more annoyed. It turns out that Jiang Fan rejected other people's manuscripts, but to retain their own Psi paper, which is obviously false publicity and self-interest. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, isn't it a bit much for you to reject more than 1,000 Psi paper submissions and leave only your own Psi paper? Those contributors, among them, include quite a few academic bigwigs from the Dragon Kingdom. Long Lao heard the meaning of Changshu's words. He was saying that Jiang Fan was using his position to backdoor himself, daring to say that his student was such a person. Elder Long was instantly displeased. Mr. Chang, the state trusted us to be the first issue of the Dragon magazine to review the manuscript staff. The criteria for our review is that we only select high-quality and excellent Psi papers, not the past fame of the contributors. 107 chapter, Clowns. Changshu's gloomy face eased quite a bit when he saw Elder Long speaking for Jiang Fan. After all, Elder Long had a very high prestige in the Dragon Kingdom. It was the leaders of the country who had to give him some face. He didn't dare to offend, but he is currently the head of the Dragon Journal, and he has to think about the Dragon Journal. Now there are quite a few countries in the world that are waiting with bated breath to see the joke of their Dragon Kingdom. Although he was not responsible for the review of the manuscript, he decided not to allow there to be a case of favoritism. Elder Long, I know that Jiang Fan is your student, and Dragon Journal is the first journal to start a Psi paper in our country. If it fails, you also know what it means to us? As a scientific researcher, Elder Long knew very well that the current success or failure of the Dragon publication would have a great impact on the Dragon Kingdom. In the beginning, Jiang Fan proposed to start the Dragon Journal because he didn't want the Dragon Kingdom to be threatened by other countries and establish its own academic system. If it fails, the Dragon Kingdom will surely be ridiculed by the whole world, and the Dragon Kingdom will also face The blockade of those big countries on their academics and technology. In the future, if the Dragon Kingdom wants to develop, it will be even more difficult, and there is only one way to break out of such a predicament, and that is to bow down and admit mistakes to the West. Such a thing was definitely something that Elder Long didn't want to see. Mr. Chang, don't worry, we've read Jiang Fan's side paper and there's no problem. Elder Long, as for Jiang Fan's manuscript, I feel it's better to find some relevant team to judge it. Is this your distrust of me and Elder Long? Elder Chow said with some anger. Uncle Joe, it's okay, it's all for the sake of the Dragon Journal. Jiang Fan then handed his side paper to Chang Shu. Only then did Chang Shu put his heart down. Jiang Fan, I also hope that your side paper will make it to the Dragon Journal. I hope you understand. I understand. Jiang Fan responded. One more thing. Those contributors, I hope that when you reject their manuscripts, you reply to what their problem is. Otherwise they submit a manuscript with a lot of enthusiasm, only to receive an icy reply of rejected. I understand. Wait for Chang Shu to leave. Jiang Fan accepted the suggestions made by Chang Shu, and took the side paper that was written before, which was still quite readable, and pointed out the corresponding problems, and suggested the direction of enhancement. After all, this is all it takes to improve the overall academic level of the Dragon Kingdom one step at a time. But they don't waste time responding to pitches that don't have any merit. The academic group built by Wang Deshun. People chatting feverishly. Wang Deshun had already told them in the group that he and Prof. Zhang Xiaohua had made their proposal to Chang Shu, the head of the Dragon Journal. Group member 3, Prof. Wang is really worthy of being the group leader, and he is really efficient in his work. Group member 5, I am sure that with Prof. Wang and Prof. Zhang, the person in charge of Dragon Magazine will give an explanation. Group member 6, right now I just want to hear an announcement from Dragon Magazine to remove this young editor-in-chief and replace him with a competent expert professor. Group member 13, yes, I think Prof. Zhang can be fully competent. After all, he has already published more than 20 papers in internationally recognized side journals. He knows very well the review standards of international journals. Group member 19, I agree with your idea. Support Prof. Zhang. Group member 28, yes, I also agree that Prof. Zhang should be the chief editor of the Dragon Journal. Xiaohua Zhang, thanks for the love. I think I am still far from the international academic. Ha ha. Wang Deshun, Lao Zhang. You are too modest. If you feel that the difference is far, so how can we be embarrassed? Ah. Ha ha. Group member 49, yes, Prof. Zhang, don't be modest. Group member 53, why don't we wait for the young man who is the editor-in-chief of the Dragon Journal to retire? And we'll write a letter of recommendation to the person in charge of the Dragon Journal. And how about recommending Prof. Zhang to be the editor-in-chief? Group member 66, that's a very good proposal. I agree. Just when everyone in the group unanimously elected Prof. Zhang Xiaohua to be the chief editor of the Dragon Journal, a group member sent a message. Group member 86, the Dragon Journal actually sent me another message. Group member 89, you're not going to be notified that you've pitched it. Group member 86, is the problem with my side paper, and the advice I was given to look up the references. Group member 86, Dragon Journal is worthy of the state-founded sci-thesis journal. Audit really our big brother. I found through the references they give, their own fruit of the problem. Group member 27, I also received the reply. According to the problems they pointed out, and realized that my sci paper, there is really something wrong with it. If it was sent out like this, it would definitely be seen as a joke by foreigners. I really appreciate the reviewing editors. Group member 55, I also took a look at the responses from the editors of the Dragon Journal and realized my problem as well. It seems we misunderstood them. Zhang Xiaohua saw that some people in the group elected him to be the chief editor of the Dragon Journal, and his heart was still a little complacent. If the country is willing to let him take on a second burden, he is still very happy to contribute his share to the country. He then saw that many members of the group said that they had received a reply from the Dragon Journal, and at once he rushed to open his own email as well, discovered that the editor of the Dragon Journal had also replied to himself. He was instantly a little excited, and the thought crossed his mind that it could be that the Dragon Journal had been discreetly scrutinized, found his side paper submission very good and told him to pass the hungry review. If everyone else is rejected and only you pass the review, it is enough to prove that your academic level surpasses many others. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble a little with her right hand that was holding the mouse. Mental note. Adopted. Via. As his right index finger clicked on the email, it was opened. However, it wasn't what he was expecting. He received the same email as everyone else, and it's where the editor of the Dragon Journal responded to his questions. Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was to resist. There is no way that his sci thesis could be problematic. It was an academic study he had been working on for 3 years, and he had scrutinized it in detail hundreds of times. Though he didn't admit that there was anything wrong with his pitch, he looked at it carefully and thoughtfully. He would see what kind of problems the editors of the Dragon Journal would point out to him. If the issues pointed out were wrong, he would absolutely have to approach the person in charge of the Dragon magazine to lodge a complaint. After looking at it for a while, his somewhat exasperated emotions slowly regained their composure. Because the email above points out the problem and hits the nail on the head. His psi paper, which he had been working on for 3 years, was because the editor had pointed out problems that he had not been able to understand. Eventually or occasionally, similar answers were identified in the international literature. He's only just finished. As a result, he now realizes that the content of the literature he had previously referenced was misinterpreted by him. Zhang Xiaohua according to the editor's reply to the reference books, and then go to check, and found that it is true that he misunderstood. There is no certain controversy. Also, the editors gave him directions for research. Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of cold sweat coming out of his forehead at this time. As a member of the group said, if this psi paper of his was sent out, it would definitely be laughed off by scholars from other countries. Thinking about what he thought before, he was filled with shame and felt like a clown. Finally, Jiang Xiaohua saw a line in the final drop of the email. Dragon Journal Managing Editor Kong Fan replies. 108. 108 Chapter, Unqualified. Lonoke University's Interim Review Office for Submissions to the Dragon Journal. Jiang Fan just finished replying to some of the submissions. Chang Shu, the General Director of Dragon Journal, came to the office excitedly, surrounded by a group of experts and professors. In the office, the people who were reviewing the manuscript were a little confused when they saw the sudden influx of so many people. Seeing that so many people had suddenly come, Elder Long stood up and was about to ask the crowd to go out and not delay their work. Chang Shu apologized vigorously as he held Jiang Fan's hand. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, I'm really sorry for having offended you so much just now. Mr. Chang, it's fine, Jiang Fan said indifferently. To be honest, Jiang Fan wasn't mad at Chang Shu for getting his psi paper re-examined. After all, this was the inaugural issue of their Dragon magazine, and it was understandable to be cautious as the person in charge. Chang Shu saw that Jiang Fan didn't blame him, and then his heart was relieved. Separately, he apologized to Elder Long and Elder Chao again. Mr. Chang, this is the auditing office. Why did you bring so many people? Elder Long asked. They read Jiang Fan's SCI paper and were all in admiration of him, so they asked me to bring them to meet the real person. After Chang Shu explained it to Lon Lao, he said to the group of professors, everyone, the author of these 2 psi papers is our chief editor of Dragon Journal, Jiang Fan. As Chang Shu finished introducing Jiang Fan to everyone looked at Jiang Fan with surprise. No way. This young man looked, not even 20 years old, but they could be sure that the authors who could write these 2 papers definitely possessed a huge amount of knowledge. When they arrived, they thought it would be the hidden academic bigwig from LKU who had come back out in support of the Dragon Journal, but when they saw such a young Jiang Fan, they looked at each other in dismay and thought that Chang Shu was really giving them a joke. However, when he learned from Chang Shu that this young Jiang Fan, since he was still the chief editor of the Dragon publication, he instantly accepted this fact, because all of them understand that the success or failure of the founding of the Dragon Journal is directly related to the status of the academics of this dragon country in the international arena. The state isn't going to joke about this. They slowed down for half a day before they greeted Jiang Fan one after another. Jiang Fan is also too easygoing and has great respect for each professor. Chief Editor Jiang is really a hero. I didn't expect such a young man to be able to write a psi paper of this depth. Yeah, just with these 2 psi papers, it definitely surpasses those internationally renowned journals. It looks like the Dragon Journal we started will definitely have a place in the international arena. Let all those foreigners who look down on us see it. The crowd complimented Jiang Fan. It made Jiang Fan a little embarrassed. Long Lao's heart was so beautiful, although it was not a compliment to him, but Jiang Fan was his student. Elder Qiao was also envious on the side. There were quite a few professors who wanted to join Jiang Fan's Dragon publication review team on the spot, but they were directly rejected by Elder Long. For one thing, this temporary auditing office of theirs has limited space, and it simply cannot seat so many people. Secondly, these people who can come to the Dragon Journal to do the review can be experts in various fields selected by the state, not just anyone who wants to join. That expert was about to say something when he saw that their idea was rejected by Elder Long. A companion pulled him aside and gave him a wink, and he wilted when he looked at the auditors. Every one of those people were the top talents of the Dragon Kingdom, not something they could compare to. Everyone talked about it for a little while longer, and then everyone had the good sense to leave the area. The next day, when Jiang Fan was reading the manuscript in the auditing office, a staff member came over and said to Jiang Fan that there was someone outside looking for him. Jiang Fan was curious about who would be looking for him, so he gave Elder Long a greeting. So he went out, and when he came outside, he saw that it was two middle-aged men of about 50. Jiang Fan was sure he didn't recognize them. However, when the other party saw Jiang Fan, he walked over excitedly and asked tentatively, "You are Chief Editor Jiang Fan Jiang, right?" "I am," Jiang Fan responded. The other party had prepared his mind before coming to Jiang Fan, but this time when he saw Jiang Fan, he was still shocked by his youth. The two men each held Jiang Fan's hand and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaohua from Fudan University. I'm Wang Deshan from Nankai University in the Dragon Kingdom." The visitors were none other than the two professors in the academic group. Jiang Fan was made even more uncertain by the enthusiasm of the two. "What did you guys want to see me about?" Zhang Xiaohua said excitedly. "I submitted a paper 2 days ago and was rejected by you, but you pointed out the problem to me. I stayed up for a day and a night, and refined the Psi paper submission again, and specially brought it over for you to take a look at it." Jiang Fan then realized that they were contributors to the SCI paper. "Actually, you don't have to go through all that trouble. Just submit your articles directly from the internet," Wang Deshan said smilingly. "Editor-in-Chief Jiang, in fact, submitting an article is only one aspect. The most important thing is that we want to admire your honorable appearance." It wasn't that Wang Deshan and Zhang Xiaohua complimented Jiang Fan, but they developed inner admiration for Jiang Fan, which is why they traveled thousands of miles on a plane to come to Longkou University. Jiang Fan wasn't good at this kind of communication, so he said directly, "Then I'll look at the SCI paper for you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly took out his notebook. He saw a seat not far away. "Chief Editor Jiang, there are seats over there. Let's sit there and watch." Jiang Fan then walked over and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's Psi paper. Zhang Xiaohua on the side was a little anxious, like an elementary school student being corrected by the teacher. He was also apprehensive, wondering how his refinished paper would fare this time. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan finished reading all of Zhang Xiaohua's Psi papers. Next to Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan are surprised. This is an academic paper of nearly 50,000 words, and many of the terminology in it cannot be understood at all without seriousness. "Prof. Jiang, use some of this Psi paper. Last time it was this place that had academic problems. This time it's good. Directly changed," Jiang Fan commented. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Jiang Fan point out his last problem, his heart was a little excited, which showed that Jiang Fan remembered his Psi paper very well and proved that his academic paper was still good. But Jiang Fan's subsequent words gave him a feeling of collapse. "Lecturer Jiang, have you ever thought that this topic you're studying? It's inherently wrong." "Wrong?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It was as if he had believed in the truth for decades and was suddenly told one day that it was wrong. That sudden collapse of faith made him particularly panicked inside, like he had lost his most precious thing. 109 chapter, finalizing the draft. Jiang Fan waited for Zhang Xiaohua's expression to recover a bit before slowly saying, "Prof. Chang, you must have heard of a Klein bottle. A bottle with a hole in the bottom that extends the neck of the bottle and twists into the interior of the bottle, which then connects to the hole in the bottom. Everyone wants to design such Klein bottles to prove the existence of 4 dimensions, thus enabling star trekking, time travel, and so on. Yet after all these years, no one has researched the Klein bottle. And do you know why?" Jiang Fan asked to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua froze for a moment at Jiang Fan's sudden question, then subconsciously said, "Because we're 3-dimensional on Blue Star." Yes, the reason everyone thinks that is because we are in 3 dimensions and simply can't study a Klein bottle in 4 dimensions, but it's all just our own perception. To some higher civilization we might just be 1 dimension or lower. 1-dimensional space? Lower spatial dimensions? Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan suddenly felt a bit unintelligible. "You may think this is impossible. 1-dimensional space is a point. 2-dimensional space is a plane. 3-dimensional is a 3-dimensional space. Our blue star is a 3-dimensional world. It must be a 3-dimensional space. Who can prove that we are not just 3 dimensions inside a 1-dimensional space? Our entire universe could be just a grain of sand, or a single cell, or just a programming game for a higher civilization." After Jiang Fan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan's eyes glazed over, obviously shocked by Jiang Fan's subversive thoughts and caught up in their own thoughts. Yes, these ideas, Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan never thought about. He is only thinking about how to attack an academic problem from the technical side every day. It doesn't jump out and stand in God's perspective and consider another way of thinking about the problem. And after listening to Jiang Fan's words, they had the feeling that they had broken the shackles of their previous fixed thinking, raising their state of mind to another level. It's like a monk suddenly having an epiphany. It took them a long time to slowly respond. And Zhang Xiaohua excitedly held Jiang Fan's hand again. Inarticulately, he said, "Editor-in-Chief Jiang, no, Mr. Jiang, It's really better to listen to you than to read 100 years of books. Having lived most of my life, I suddenly feel that I've lived in vain. Teacher Jiang, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I'm willing to be your student and learn from you. Wang Deshun, who was on the side, could very well understand why his good friend Zhang Xiaohua was so agitated. He had been an academic fanatic since his school days. Just when Jiang Fan didn't really refuse. Elder Long walked out and saw a middle-aged man tugging on Jiang Fan and hurriedly walked over, scolding Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun were first stunned when they saw Long Lao, the man in front of them. They all knew and admired him very much. He was a dragon academician who had won the Dragon Lifetime Achievement Award. Teacher, you misunderstand. Jiang Fan told the story of what happened. Elder Long directly said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiao Zhang, you're also in academia. You should understand what it means to the Dragon Kingdom for Jiang Fan to be so talented. That's why he won't be able to charge students for his time and energy. Please understand. When Zhang Xiaohua listened to the words of Long Lao, he understood in his heart that according to Jiang Fan's nowadays displayed talents, what he needed was to focus and dedicate himself to his research, not take him on as a student and distract him. I'm sorry, Academician Long. Just now I complained that I was too abrupt. However, if you have any academic questions, you can discuss them with many experts at Longke University. I can help introduce you, Elder Long said to Zhang Xiaohua. They then chatted for a while, when Wang Deshun suddenly proposed, Editor-in-Chief Jiang, if Longguo wants to improve its overall academic level, it can't rely on a few others. Only when the level of all the scholars in the Dragon Kingdom rises will the Dragon Kingdom's academics be superior to those of the West. Jiang Fan fell into a deep thought. Indeed, he now had the system rewarded super introduction to math, physics, biology and chemistry. There was no little problem to write a first-class sci paper, but his main focus in the future will still be on scientific and technological research, and will not always write sci papers. If the quality of the entire sci paper went down a notch after the Dragon Journal left him, such a Dragon Journal would not last long, nor was it his purpose to found Dragon Journal. Wang Deshun saw a few people thinking about this issue, so he said with a smile, I do have an idea. What an idea? Jiang Fan asked. We can create an academic learning seminar on the network, and Editor-in-Chief Jiang can set aside 2 hours a week to speak to these scholars about academics. When Jiang Fan heard this, it was indeed a good idea. Teacher, that's a pretty good idea. Jiang Fan, do you have a problem with time? Elder Long asked. It's still possible to spare 2 hours a week. Finally, under the deliberation of several people, Jiang Fan's personal academic lecture was officially established. The arrangement of specific things has Wang Deshun in charge. Jiang Fan just needs to lecture. 3 days later, the first issue of the Dragon Journal Sci paper was finalized. A total of 4 Sci papers were selected this time, including 2 by Jiang Fan. Originally, the first issue of the Dragon Journal was planned to release 10 Sci papers, but Jiang Fan really couldn't choose any Sci papers that met the requirements. What Jiang Fan meant was that it would be better to have nothing than nothing, and not to lower the standards of the Dragon publication. After finalizing the draft, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the public that in 2 days, the first issue of the Dragon Journal would be released. Those foreign scholars, all of a sudden, scoffed at the idea of what kind of a thing the Dragon magazine of the Dragon Kingdom would release. They were all ready to shame and ridicule the Dragon Kingdom. While waiting for the issue to be released, Jiang Fan received a call from Zhou Huaid. He told Jiang Fan that their yurt magnet material had been successfully researched, and after experiments, the performance of the one they had developed was more than 5 times stronger than that of the pretty countries. This made Jiang Fan very excited. The Dragon country was bullied by the pretty country when they bought yurt materials before, and this time they finally researched their own yurt magnet materials. Finally they could raise their eyebrows. Now that the yurt magnet material problem has been solved, the next controlled fusion will be able to proceed as planned. Just as Jiang Fan was excited, Elder Long told him another piece of good news. Prof. Holt previously, in order to steal Jiang Fan's thesis, hacked into Jiang Fan's mailbox and deleted his mailbox data, leaving Jiang Fan with no evidence that the paper was his. And the Dragon Kingdom has, in the past few days, found the path through Jiang Fan's mailbox to the Pretty Kingdom's invasion of his mailbox, successfully obtained. The data screenshot of Jiang Fan's email address for submitting Sci papers. 110. 110 chapter, Do It or Die. 2 days later, 8 a.m. There is still 1 hour before the official website of Dragon Journal of the Dragon Kingdom officially releases the first issue of Sci papers. On the internet, scholars from various countries started talking in an international forum. Country D, there's still an hour to go before the Dragon Journal is released in Dragonland, and I'd love to see what the most trashy journal ever looks like. Oh, Country F, I'd also like to see what kind of lowly Sci papers the Dragon Journal publishes. Sakura Nation, as far as the academic level of the Dragon Nation is concerned, any random scholar in my great Sakura Empire can abuse them. Pickle country, to say academic, we pickle country in the international absolutely all can rank. We are not even thinking of founding Psi journals, academic rankings in the lower middle class of the Dragon country, but dared to found Psi paper journal. This is absolutely looking for death rhythm. Pretty country, I bet Dragon country's Dragon journal won't make it to the second issue before it goes out of business. Pretty country, when the time comes, they will still have to be good enough to give us, the pretty country, to bow down and apologize, and beg us to lift the academic blockade against them. F country, academics don't work, and you learn that others have a backbone, and end up licking us like a pug. Ha ha. Just as those foreign scholars were insulting the Dragon Kingdom, a netizen named Yen Long unintentionally entered an international forum, just in time, to see these foreigners mocking the Dragon Kingdom. As a new generation of young people in the Dragon Kingdom, they would not be spoiled, and directly began to curse on the forum. Yen Long, you shameless and young people, when did it become your turn to blindly pussyfoot around with the Dragon publication founded by our Dragon Kingdom? Yen Long, you guys, you were born with cucumbers. You need to be patted. You're born a walnut. You need to be whacked. The whole life belongs to the broken motorcycle. Oh kick. Find a daughter-in-law belongs to the screw. O's to screw. Inferno Dragon. A burst of output from Yen Long caused the foreign scholars who were mocking the Dragon Kingdom to freeze. Then reacting to the fact that the person with the screen name Yen Long was a Dragon Nation, he immediately began to fight back. After all, there were so many of them that the message sent out by Yen Long was quickly drowned out by the many messages. The Yen Long had not been able to take this kind of anger. He boarded a World War game directly where he was president of a 10,000 person club. After boarding the game, you find that the club is fighting with a rival club. The crowd was thrilled to see the president coming. With their president's calling power, they could definitely defeat the opposing club with both arms. However, instead of dueling the other party with his weapon, President Yen Long made a truce with the other party's president, and he told everyone what he had just encountered. Once they heard that someone had scolded them for the Dragon Kingdom, each of them was filled with righteous indignation. They are all young men. Just when they are young and vigorous, whoever dares to mess with them, it's a. So Yen Long posted the forum URL to the game. International forums. Cherry Blossom Country, haha, Dragon Country people. Still dare to scold us. The result was scared Gray left it. Kimchi Nation, that Rokoku guy from earlier was such a wimp. F country, the Dragon Country people are like this. Eat soft and afraid of hard. Think of when we united together. A few thousand people. Just scared the hell out of those Dragon Country people. Ha ha. Pretty country, Dragon Country. Before Pretty Country could finish, people suddenly joined within the forum. 1, 2, 10, 100, 500, 3000, 20, 000. These people come in and start cussing without saying a word about it at all. The screen is full of expletives and dislikes those foreign scholars without a fight. Inferno shouted into his headset. Stop. All of them. Then, stopped swiping. Yen Long has created a 100,000 person in-game voice, all of whom are in-game people who were either teammates, rivals, or enemies before. But at this moment, everyone listened to Yen Long's orders and unanimously scolded these foreigners who insulted the Dragon Kingdom. Inferno typed out a quote on talk. Yen Long, if you dare to curse my Dragon Kingdom again, one of us will take a piss and nourish you to death. Sakura Nation, unqualified Ryukyuans. Academics aren't cursed out. Seeing that Sakura Nation dared to come out and jump around, Yen Long said directly into his headset, guys, him. Everyone then started cursing against Sakura Nation. It was a scene that made the other countries sympathize with Sakura Nation a bit. Subsequently, the forums were flooded with many more people from abroad, who began to curse against the Dragon Nation. There was no substance to this sparring, and Yen Long looked at the nearly 100,000 people in the game and had a bright idea, so it was shouted over the game voice. Brothers, there's no point in a war of words. I'm going to use our own way to gain face for Dragon Kingdom. Everyone listen to the order, board the game, follow the most powerful weapons, teleport to the southeast border of the game map and prepare for the national war. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood what Yen Long meant. Then they all boarded the game, changed into their best equipment, and teleported to the southeastern border. Yen Long looked at the screen full of glittering game characters and smiled evilly. Attack! Yen Long was the first to rush out as a warrior, and everyone followed. The powerful NPCs guarding the border were vulnerable at this point against an army of 100,000, and were quickly killed. The game mechanic is not to be prepared to kill NPCs or you will go red and be wanted all over the world. Those foreign players in the World Channel saw that a player killed an NPC. The system even rewarded a set of godly clothes. They were so excited that they wanted to form a team to apprehend the murderer. However, before they could get out of their country's main city, they only saw a large group of ID players with blood-red tops, instantly stepping on their main city. One by one, all of the main cities in the game were then captured. Those foreign players were killed and cursed as they all went offline. Yen Long shouted excitedly in the game voice. Brothers, we conquered the world. Ha ha. The time is quickly approaching 9 o'clock. Throughout the blue planet, scholars from many countries waited for this moment. Of course, they were not in the mindset of learning, but wanted to see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom. When the time came, the number of visitors to the Dragon Journal's official website multiplied. The back-end technical department, which detects viewer IP addresses, are from countries all over the world. The website of the Dragon Journal was created and initially positioned to be an international sci-paper journal. The site can accommodate up to 1 million people online at a time. And at this point in the background testing, only 5% of the total capacity has been reached, which means that there are now 50,000 people online at the same time. Because it's an academic site, not too many people will enter it, and it's usually viewed by those who are engaged in academic research. There are only about 1.5 million academic researchers in the world. It's also unlikely that all these people will have access to a website at the same time. So the technical department at Dragon Journal is very comfortable regarding capacity. During that time, Chang Shu, the general director of Dragon Magazine, even made a point of asking about it. After learning that there was absolutely no pressure at all, it settled down. 111 Chapter 4 Theses. International Forums. State D. I just went in to take a look at the Dragon Journal and realized that Dragon State has only published 4 SCI papers. Pretty country, haha, laughed me out of the room. Only 4 Sci papers published in the first issue, which I'm afraid is the least published journal in Blue Star. Cherry Blossom Nation, there must be no submissions. Ha ha. Pretty Nation, the Dragon Nation is even more trashy than expected. Sitting back and waiting for the Dragon Nation to bow down and admit its faults to our academia. Hey, Country F, we, the World Mathematical Organization, are also sitting on the sidelines waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to beg for our forgiveness. He. Pretty Nation, don't worry, the Dragon Nation people will surely apologize to us publicly. Ha ha. Pretty Nation, the dragons have been a bunch of softies since the beginning of time, and this time they must be made to pay for it before we unlock the academic blockade against them. Country F, that's right. When they were given 3 days to make a public apology, they turned out to be shameless and even announced the establishment of the Dragon Journal. This time, we in the World Mathematical Organization must give them some color. Pickle Nation, I'm going to go look and see what kind of these tough-talking Dragon Nation people wrote in the first installment. Country F, need you look no further. It's an absolute crapshoot. Cherry Blossom Nation, I don't even care to look at it. It pollutes my eyes. Many foreign scholars, disdainfully, entered the official website of the Dragon Journal, along with Ready to Mock. At the same time to enter the official website of the Dragon Journal, there are also a large number of scholars of the Dragon. They are also very much looking forward to the first issue of the Dragon Sci paper journals will be a hit. As soon as the 9 o'clock hour arrived, the number of people on the official website of Dragon Publications slowly began to increase. By the time it reached 9:30, it had broken through to 100,000 people. The number of countries that were still mocking the dragons in international forums was slowly dwindling. Scholars from many countries are in the Dragon Journal, looking up the sick papers that are posted. Sakura Nation, anyone who went to read Dragon issue, did you come back and report back on how crap the writing was? Pretty country, little old me, you didn't go see it either? Cherry Blossom Country, a country whose academics are at a crap level organizes journals that I'm not interested in, and I'd save myself the time to watch my country's romantic action movies. Beautiful country, this awareness is good. In the future to follow the big brother to mix, to ensure that you eat good food and drink spicy. Sakura Nation, okay, big brother, pretty country, why isn't anyone else talking? Sakura Nation, who knows where? It can't be that they're all sickened and puking. Ha ha. Pretty country, haha. Just as the pretty country and the Sakura country were making a mockery of the Dragon country. State of D. I read a Dragon Journal Sci paper and for some reason it felt pretty good. Pretty country, Che. You're not getting old. If Rokoku can write a nice Sci paper, I'll perform to eat a shang. Sakura Nation, what big brother said. Garbage Dragon Nation can write nice Sci paper. My table upside down eating shang. The scholar from country D immediately doubted his own judgment, so he entered the official website of Dragon Journal again and read the next SCI paper. Within the international forum, the pretty country and the Sakura country were singing in unison to despise this Dragon country. At the same time, the major academic groups within the Dragon country were buzzing with activity. Group Member 1, highly recommended to read The Law of Conservation of Cellular Bioelectrical Membrane Area and the Ionic Inequality Equation. The writing is so awesome that it doesn't lose the Psy papers from Western countries. Group member 2, you also read this one. I also read it. The writing is so awesome. Really let me learn a lot of knowledge. Did not think. Such a top academic surprisingly from our country, Dragon Journal. Awesome my country. Ha ha. Group member 3, after reading this Psy paper, I am completely convinced. Before the submission of the Dragon Journal was rejected, the heart is still a little unconvinced. Now a comparison. Really convinced. Group member 4, with this Psy paper in Dragon Journal, our country's Psy paper journals go on and on without problems. Kudos to the country. Group member 5, while this one is well written, I highly recommend you check out coupled electron/nuclear motion. You will not be disappointed. Group member 6, is it that much of a stretch to go beyond the Psy paper, the law of conservation of cellular bioelectrical membrane area and the ionic inequality equation? Group member 5, definitely opens up a new world for you. Group member 6, is that such a stretch? Group member 7, I've read the Psy paper on coupled electron/nucleus motion and it's absolutely awesome. Group member 6, I'll check it out. At 11 a.m. The official Dragon Journal website reached 200,000 people. The backstage technical department staff saw this data. Some surprise, because they have studied the world's top Psy paper publication SciMrev. The number of people online peak is only 250,000 people, and they turned out to be 200,000 people, only 50,000 people short of them. Because the Dragon Journal is focusing on more people and countries this time, they also expected that there might be quite a few people entering, but the maximum peak of their budget should be around 200k. It didn't occur to me that the peak in numbers would come so quickly, and it's only been 2 hours since the Dragon Journal released the Psy paper. Actually, normally, people move around the site. People come in, people go out. When the number of people reaches a certain peak, it doesn't change much, but these people who enter the Dragon Journal hardly ever go out. So it has led to a continuous increase in personnel all the time. Just when the back-end technical department thought that this should be the peak, the number of people came another wave of sudden increase, growing to 220,000 people at once. Supervisor, the number of people has now reached 220,000. Should we report it to Mr. Chun? The backstage technician said to the tech supervisor. No need. It's only at 22% of the total number of people. Don't forget that our servers are capable of hosting 1 million people. Even if there are a few more people than we originally expected, it doesn't affect the whole. The supervisor said confidently that as long as the number of people online did not reach 1 million, the system would not be paralyzed. International forums. Pretty Country and Cherry Blossom Country are already singing in unison. Pretty Country, where are the other countries? Rokoku just released 4 crap Psy papers. It's been 2 hours. Haven't you read them yet? Sakura-kuni, I want to laugh when I think of the first issue of Rokoku releasing 4 crap Psy papers. Ha ha. Beautiful country, I guess these 4 Psy papers are they put together, when I really do not know. They bring the courage to start the Dragon Journal. Simply looking for death. Sakura Nation, it's called Nazuanity, you can't die without making a mistake. D-State, I suggest you also go to the Dragon Journal and read the 4 papers posted by Dragon State. Sakura Nation, isn't it just 4 crap Psy papers? What's there to see? Pretty Country, I feel like we'd better go look and see what's going on down the line in human Psy paper journals. Sakura-kuni, Big Brother is right. Let's go check it out too. Sakura Nation and Pretty Nation then went to the official Dragon Journal website. 112 chapter, New Answers. Pretty Country, World's Top Math Psy Papers SciMrev Journal's Academic Research Lab. Prof. Holt took the information from the Psy paper that he had stolen from Jiang Fan earlier and was studying it carefully. Since his return from the World Math Summit, he had stayed in the Math Research Lab every day, studying the material. He only needed to understand and study this problem of P and NP thoroughly, so that when he did presentations in the public in the future, he wouldn't be as flustered and confused as the last time he was asked by Jiang Fan at the World Mathematics Summit. The warm yellow desk lamp on the table illuminated his full beard in brown. Pop. With that he slapped the pen in his hand on the table. Holt's furrowed brow stretched. He began to laugh in a small voice, which grew louder and louder, and finally, the whole room echoed with his insane laughter. If he was seen by outsiders at this time, they would definitely think he was crazy. Just as he was getting carried away, he suddenly choked and coughed violently as he laughed too hard. Ahem. His face was suffocatingly red, and his entire body was trembling back and forth, his back on the wall. At that moment, also followed the open teeth and claws and swayed like a devil. After half a minute the coughing subsided a bit. He took a sip of the water in his glass and leaned back against the stool, gasping for air as his body slowly eased up. But the accident just now didn't affect his excitement. He removed his glasses and stretched his stiff body. Finally, I've studied it. and from now on, the answer to this millennial math puzzle can be truly mine. Ha ha. He was just about ready to burst out laughing again, but this time he hurriedly stopped, afraid of another accident like the one he had just seen. Now in his 70s, his body can't afford to give out. He paced back and forth across the room happily. Right, such good news must be shared with John and the others. So he walked out of the academic research room and realized that it was now about 9 o'clock in the evening. Looks like John and the guys are off duty, so he excitedly picked up the phone and dialed John. Soon there was an anxious voice on the phone. Holt, you're finally on. I've been calling you a dozen times. John, you know what I'm used to. I don't like interruptions when I'm working on my academics, Holt said. John, who also knew his habits and didn't mind them, continued. Tell you something. Holt, however, interrupted John directly. Excitedly. John, listen to me first as I tell you the good news. I've already taken that math puzzle of stealing the dragons, worked it out, and I'll be able to give my presentation tomorrow. Ha ha. However, John didn't show an excited tone when he heard the news, but instead sighed softly. Holt, you might as well go into the Dragon issue, which is distributed in the Dragon Kingdom, and read it. The Dragon Journal of the Dragon Kingdom? It took Holt a couple seconds before he remembered that Dragon Publications, the creation of which had been announced some time ago, had been created by Dragon. John, has the Dragon Journal, founded by the Dragon Kingdom, been released yet? Yes. First issue today. What's there to see here? They started the Dragon Journal. I'm afraid it doesn't even compare to the least popular publication in our country. Sick, Holt said disdainfully. Holt's thoughts were the same as John's earliest ones, and then upon entering the official Dragon magazine website with the attitude of a joke, it blew him away. Holt, you'd better take a look for yourself, and call me when you're done. John finished and simply hung up the phone. John's erratic behavior baffled Holt. It was logical that John should be more excited than he was to know that he had worked out and understood this math world problem, right? After all, he is the owner of Siam Rev Journals. His future speeches about this world problem, John can be in the middle of a lot of profit. Professor Holt went to his office and turned on his computer. With great reluctance, he entered the official website of the Dragon Journal. He clicked on the first issue of the journal and realized there were only 4 sci papers. He couldn't help but laugh. Founding a journal of sci papers and publishing only 4 sci papers in the first issue was the first time he had seen it. Just from the numbers, Prof. Holt could conclude that this was going to be a failure for the Dragon Journal founded by the Dragon. Looks like John is trying to cheer me up. Ha ha. However, when Prof. Holt saw the title of one of the sci papers, his face turned ugly. That sci paper was none other than the problem of P versus NP. It was himself who stole that sci paper from Jiang Fan. They are really bold. They even dared to publish it directly on top of the Dragon magazine. What an ungrateful Dragon nation. Holt couldn't help but curse. There's the world problem about the problem of N over NP, which they've released through the Siam Rev Journal, and it's still his name at the end of it. The world knows that this puzzle was answered by Holt, and the Dragon Kingdom still dares to insist on publishing it in the Dragon Journal. Is it trying to challenge the authority of their pretty country? But Holt had a laugh with it. The fact that Dragon published the sci paper just gave them a chance to hit Dragon. Holt couldn't help but give a wicked smile at the thought. Holt then entered. He couldn't help but stare in disbelief when he saw what was inside. This, again, Holt was a little surprised, because what's inside is anything but. If that's the case, there's no way for pretty country to get in trouble with Dragon country again. Because of the title of the sci paper, it is possible to choose whatever you want, but as long as the content is different, it's not right, is it? If the content is different, does it mean that? Another new way of thinking about answers in the Dragon Kingdom? Holt chimed in with a skeptical attitude and began to read. 2 hours later, after Holt had finished reading the SCI paper, his whole body was frozen in place, sitting motionless on the stool, his eyes filled with horror. This P versus NP question's answer is logically well thought out and is answered from multiple areas, so that not a single error can be found at all. That is to say, this question of P versus NP answer is correct. What's more important is the content of this sci paper, which dismisses his theft of Jiang Fan's sci paper outright. In other words, he was wrong to steal Jiang Fan's answers before. Then all the days of his research would have been of no significance at all. Because he publishes the wrong sci paper, he will still be ridiculed by everyone. And likewise the Siam Rev journals will be dishonored along with him. It was at this point that he finally realized what John had meant on the phone. Chapter 113. 113, congratulations. 2 p.m. Kyoto time. The Dragon Journal has reached 500,000 people online. This is something no one expects anymore. And the numbers continue to grow. Originally, scholars from many countries were there to see the jokes of the Dragon Kingdom, ready to make a good mockery of the Dragon Kingdom. But when they finished reading the Psy paper released by the Dragon Journal, they were stunned with surprise, and they couldn't believe that it was written by someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Although only 4 Psy papers were released in Dragon Journal this time, each one was of the very highest quality. It's not too much to say that it's comparable to the top publications in those Western countries. And take out the problems with P and NP and quantum theory alone that Jiang Fan said he wrote. There is no that Psy paper that compares at the moment. International forums. Country G, the 4 SCI papers written by Dragon this time are so informative. Especially quantum theory raises physics to a new level. Why Gui, I am a scholar in the study of mathematics. I feel that Jiang Fan said that the answer to the problem of P and NP, that is called a fear. The knowledge contained in it is too huge. Say it as a knowledge base is not too much. L state, what my brother said is very true. I also read the answer to the question P versus NP. It was so shocking that I studied it for 4 hours. P Nation, some time ago, Prof. Holt of Pretty Nation also released a problems with P and NP, which I felt very powerful at that time. As a result, I read the problems of P and NP released by Dragon Country and found that Prof. Holt surprisingly released the wrong one. Why Country, as you can see from these 4 Psy papers, the people of Longwood are really deep and unpredictable. Country P, think about it. The Dragon Kingdom has a history of 5,000 years, and it's still the only one of the 4 ancient nations that exists to this day. Would People's Nation have been standing without some ability? Country G, you guys are right. In the future, we, Country G, must have more exchanges and communication with Dragon Country. Country P, why aren't Pretty Country and Sakura Country talking? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang Shu, the head of Dragon Publication, was checking the data when his secretary ran over and said to him, Mr. Chang, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y called and said they want to talk to you. A call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Y. Chang Shu was a little depressed. They are the publication office of Psy papers here. How could the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the country of Y hit here? If they wanted to communicate with the Dragon Kingdom in any way, they should have called the Foreign Department of the Dragon Kingdom directly. But Process Tree went ahead and picked up the phone anyway. Hello, I'm Chang Shu, the head of Dragon Publication. Mr. Chang. Hello, I'm Jeffrey from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y. On behalf of Country Y, I would like to express my warm congratulations on your successful launch of Dragon Publication. Thank you very much Mr. Jeffrey for your congratulations. Mr. Chang, I hope that our 2 countries, in the future, will have deeper exchanges on top of academics. You're very welcome. Hanging up the phone, Chang Shu was particularly happy in his heart, not thinking that 6 hours after the release of the Dragon Publication, there was a country that took the initiative to call hoping for academic exchanges in the future. He decided to tell number 1 the good news first so he could be happy too. But before he could make the call, the office phone rang again. Chang Shu looked at the caller ID and it was still from abroad. So he got through and said, Hello, I'm Chang Shu, the head of Dragon Publication. Hello, Mr. Chang, I'm Kyle, the representative of the academic organization of Country P. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dragon on the very successful launch of the Dragon Journal. In the next 2 hours, Chang Shu hardly left the office, receiving congratulatory calls from various countries. Subsequently, these countries also issued congratulatory messages at the international level. This made the academic heads of the Pretty and F countries see it and were furious. At once, he cursed these wallflowers, who previously had to look at the joke of the Dragon Kingdom, but in the twinkling of an eye, they wanted to establish long-term academic exchanges with the Dragon Kingdom. The head of Sakura Nation is also releasing news in the country. Congratulations to Dragon Country on the successful launch of the Dragon Journal. It made Pretty Country almost spit out blood in anger. And even his own little old country congratulated Dragon Country. It seemed that their plan to blockade the academics of the Dragon Kingdom was a complete failure. Longwusion slapped them hard. Pretty Country had no choice but to leave it at that. At the same time they pondered up how to communicate with Longwuli academically. After all, a few of the Psy papers released by Dragon are too good. If this progressed, their Dragon Journal could definitely push forward the progress of the entire Blue Star Academia. If in the future the Dragon Kingdom counterimposed an academic blockade on them, it would instead put the Pretty Kingdom in a passive position. Just as Pretty Country was playing the little game in his mind, the Dragon Kingdom announces a message to the world. Message, evidence about Prof. Holt of the Pretty Country stealing SCI papers from the Dragon Country has been handed over to the United Nations Judicial Department. Then a post appeared on the internet in every country, evidence that Prof. Holt of the Pretty Country had stolen the SCI paper of the Dragon Country. Prof. Holt was also quick to see the post and broke out in a cold sweat when he read the contents. There are screenshots above of the back and forth between Jiang Fan and Siam Rev Journal emails. The evidence was overwhelming. and there was absolutely no point in which he could argue. Not only is he now discredited, but he is afraid that he will have to face punishment from the United Nations. He genuinely regretted that he had ghosted and stolen the SCI papers of the dragons, but it's no use regretting it now. If you don't get it right, you'll have to go to jail yourself. Thinking of this, Holt panicked and gave a phone call to one of the country's top leaders who was involved in stealing Jiang Fan's SCI paper last time, explaining the situation and hoping that the other party would help him. Don't worry, Professor Holt, no one can touch you while you're in pretty country land. Holt was relieved to hear the other man's answer. After all, their pretty country was the most powerful on the blue planet in terms of technology, economy, military and so on. So as long as Holt doesn't go outside of pretty country's territory, he's sure he'll be fine with the country's protection. On that day, the Dragon Kingdom once again made an announcement to the world. The Dragon Kingdom researched Yurt's super strong magnet material. Pretty country sat up when it saw the performance data of the Yurt super strong magnet material released by Dragon Country. This was because the performance of the Yurt super strong magnet material developed by the Dragon Kingdom was as much as 5 times higher than the one developed by their country. And Yurt magnet material is science and technology material. The whole blue star only pretty countries have this technology. And the Dragon Kingdom suddenly announced that it had researched Yurt's super strong magnet material, which made it impossible for them to enforce a monopoly in the future. The most crucial thing was that their current technology was still behind the Dragon Kingdom. Pretty country then immediately connected a voice call with Dragon Country. Pretty country begins with the first sentence. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom on the successful launch of the Dragon Journal. Chapter 114. 114, Apology. Pretty country held an emergency meeting. The creation of the Dragon Journal by the Dragon Kingdom had little impact on the Pretty Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom's announcement that they had researched the Yurt magnet material was tantamount to breaking their high-tech technology blockade, which was crucial to them. One of the top leaders of the Pretty Country, Foster Cullen, called an emergency meeting after another phone call to the Dragon Country. There were 10 people sitting in the conference office. Among these people, there was also an old man with gray hair who was already in his old age. His name was Bourne Jones, and he used to be a diplomat in the embassy of the Pretty Country stationed in the Dragon Country before he retired. He had spent a total of 10 years in the Dragon Kingdom, so he knew the dragon people very well. Bourne did not speak from his seat, but kept listening to the others. Foster Cullen, I've contacted the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, and he didn't agree to give us the R&D drawings for the Yurt super strong magnet material, but he didn't say he wouldn't either. And what does the Dragon Kingdom mean now, Lord Foster? Foster continued. The Dragon Nation has been emphasizing on Professor Holt's theft of their Dragon Nation's SCI papers. Let their Dragon Country reputation be affected in the world. If this matter is not handled well, there is no need for everyone to talk down the road. Cunning Dragon Nation. He's asking us to hand over Professor Holt and admit that our Pretty Country stole Dragon Nation's academic papers. Foster, Mr. Carr, please watch your words. It's Prof. Holt who is personally stealing academics from the Dragon Nation. Not us, the Pretty Nation. Several people around him heard the meaning of Foster's words. He was preparing to hand Professor Holt over. Regarding this theft of the Dragon SCI paper, Carl was also a participant, and the hacker who cleared the data from Jiang Fan's mailbox was still someone he had found. Now that the Dragon Kingdom had published the evidence on the internet, Professor Holt was the first to contact him. So Carl does not want Prof. Holt to be legally dealt with by the UN, and if he is pushed, he is afraid that he will also be implicated if this matter is revealed. Carl, Lord Foster. When the Dragon Kingdom came to our Pretty Country to buy Yurt magnet material and was teased by us, they will definitely not give us the R&D drawings for Yurt magnet material. Foster, Mr. Carr, you do realize what the Yurt magnet material means to us, don't you? This is the technology that we have been monopolizing. This time the Dragon Kingdom directly researched the Yurt magnet material that has 5 times higher performance than us. Everyone listened to Foster with a serious face. Indeed, Yurt magnet materials are very versatile. Magnetic levitation, high-speed rail, anti-gravity research, controlled nuclear fusion and so on are to use such high-tech materials. Now the Dragon Kingdom has suddenly broken this technology of theirs and leapfrogged over them. They must have the latest technology in Yurt materials to retain the leading position in high-tech projects related to Yurt magnet materials. Although these high-tech projects also have many technical difficulties to overcome. However, Yurt magnet materials are the basic materials for these high-tech projects. And it's only a matter of time before other technologies break through. I suggest handing over Professor Holt in order to gain the goodwill of the Dragon Kingdom and lift the previous conflict with the Dragon Kingdom. One of them, a middle-aged man in a suit, said, well, I agree. Carl got a little anxious when he saw several people indicating that they were handing over Professor Holt. The conflict between us and the Dragon Kingdom can't be lifted at all. And they won't give us the Yurt magnet material technology technical drawings at the end of the day. And Professor Holt is a senior-old professor in our pretty country, and once made some achievements for the mathematics of our pretty country. We can't let the scholars of our pretty country get cold feet. Foster, Mr. Carr, Holt used to make academic achievements in mathematics, and that's also insignificant compared to Yurt magnet material technology. They then discussed the matter of the Dragon Kingdom for almost 2 hours, and in the end there was already a big disagreement. Foster knew there was no point in talking any further, so to the old man, Burne-Jones, who had not spoken, Mr. Bourne, you've been in the Dragon Kingdom for over 10 years. You know the dragon people better than any of us. Do you have any suggestions? Burne-Jones said, the Dragon Kingdom is like a sleeping beast, don't mess with him lightly. The reciters were flabbergasted. They clearly hadn't expected Burne-Jones to say something like that. Isn't that an answer to a question? But everyone didn't care, and dismissed it as him being old and a bit brain-dead. Foster, Mr. Bourne's meaning is for me to go along with the Dragon Kingdom and not to get tough with them. In that case, let's hand over just Professor Holt and lift the conflict with the Dragon Kingdom. Carl, I think we'll just raise our hands. There was no objection to this proposal. Foster, raise your hand if you agree to hand over Professor Holt. There were 6 people who raised their hands. Foster pursed his lips a little and smiled, saying that, Mr. Carr, since the majority is in agreement, the matter is settled. At this point, one of the men who had raised his hand said to Foster, Your Excellency Foster, as Mr. Carl said just now, we have deep grudges with the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we hand over Professor Holt, it won't be able to lift the conflict between our two countries, and I would suggest returning the 10 billion that the Dragon Kingdom was cheated out of by us the last time as well. Carl burst into a rage at the sound of that. No way. With this 10 billion invested in the research of Yurt magnet materials, maybe we can research a better technology too. Foster, Mr. Carr, if Yurt magnets were so easy to research, then it's unlikely that our technology would have stood still for over 20 years. If 10 billion is returned to the Dragon Kingdom, as long as we obtain the technology for the Yurt magnet material, even if we spend 20 billion it will be worth it. Besides, it wasn't our money in the first place. Finally, we made another discussion about whether to return the $10 billion from the Dragon Kingdom, and the final result of the deliberation was that it was okay to return the money, but not to let the country pay for it. The relevant people in the pretty country contacted the company that sold the fake magnet material to the Dragon country in the first place, and found a random reason to penalize $8 billion. The country was also involved in the matter of buying fake materials for the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom paid $10 billion, and the country ended up taking $5 billion, leaving that company with $5 billion. But it's definitely a win-win situation for that company to say that not only can they make money, but they can also maintain a very good relationship with the state. As a result, let this Yurt magnet material company did not expect when, half a month after the incident, the state into his lion's share of the open take, gone $8 billion, really let them depressed. After the pretty country gets $8 billion, there is still a $2 billion shortfall. The state in turn found Professor Holt's journal, Siamrav, and fined it $2 billion. Finally, pretty country made an announcement regarding Prof. Holt's theft of the Dragon Psi paper, which was his personal act. Holt has been handed over to the UN Department of Justice. Pretty country sincerely apologizes for any damage to the reputation of Dragon country. 115 Chapter, Sanctions. Pretty country apologized to Dragon country. There has been an enthusiastic response from the academic community in the Dragon Kingdom. Scholar 1, pretty country actually apologized to my country. Ha ha. Awesome. My country. Scholar 2, shameless Holt, who dared to steal our academics, deserves to be punished by the United Nations according to the law. Scholar 3, previously, the pretty country and country F jointly issued an announcement, forcing us to apologize or else they would have to academically blockade us. Now where is their awesome power? How come they don't clamor anymore? In the end, they're still being rubbed on the ground by our Dragon Kingdom. Scholar 4, it's such a relief to watch the pretty country take a beating. It's awesome. Scholar 5, proud to be born in the Dragon Kingdom in this life. The entire academic community of the Dragon Kingdom was as happy as if they had won a battle. The pretty country apologized to the Dragon country, again causing quite a stir internationally. Many countries can't believe this is true. Pretty country is the dominant power of the Blue Star. When has it ever been soft? This time, he even publicly apologized to the Dragon? Many people in the government of many countries have begun to analyze the greatness of the relationship. As the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies or permanent friends in the international arena, only permanent interests. If you can make pretty country bow down, there must be something on Dragon country that pretty country can profit from. Three major events have happened in the past few days in the Dragon Kingdom. One is the founding of the Dragon Journal, releasing 4 high-quality SCI papers. And pretty country sci papers have been developed for decades. There is a very strong academic foundation. The Dragon Journal founded by the Dragon Country is not enough to make the pretty country government show goodwill. Secondly, Dragon announced that Prof. Holt had stolen evidence of Dragon's SCI paper, a matter that seems to be irrelevant to the faceless and pretty country. The last thing is that the Dragon Kingdom has researched the yurt material, which belongs to the high-tech technology material, and before that, it has always been the pretty country that has mastered the technology. And with the Dragon Kingdom breaking through this technology, it must be a big threat to the pretty kingdom. So pretty country must be showing goodwill to Dragon Country because of this. Many countries are still not sure what yurt magnet material is useful, but pretty countries are trying to show their goodwill to the Dragon Kingdom. All the more reason for them to have a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. So many countries in turn called the Dragon Kingdom to congratulate it on its scientific and technological breakthroughs, hoping to maintain good diplomatic relations. The Dragon Kingdom did not lose itself in the compliments of these countries, but remained calm and vigilant. However, the reactions of academics and politicians in various countries have been quite different. When they are academics, they don't have to think about the awesome relationship so much. Speak out in international forums. Academics in country D, Prof. Holt of the pretty country is so shameless, now in his 70s, that he steals the academics of the Dragon Country, L country's academic community. When I went to the World Mathematics Summit, Prof. Holt also crowned his anger and scolded Longwei as a villain and despicable and shameless. It didn't occur to me that he was the one who turned out to be a despicable and shameless villain. Academics in K, it seems we all misunderstood the Dragon Kingdom. But thankfully, all is cleared up, and Prof. Holt was punished accordingly. P country academia, and the World Mathematics Organization's President Austin, not only with Professor Holt to frame the Dragon Country people, but also used their country police force to catch Dragon Country people. I see that President Austin and Holt is a gang. Academics in M, the garbage World Mathematics Organization, messing up the academics we study, will also be shamelessly taken over by them. I decided to quit this organization. P country academia said, right, I also want to withdraw. Or the Dragon Country people upright. I am going to contribute to the Dragon Country's Dragon Journal. Academics in M, the Dragon Journal seems to have a particularly low overrepresentation rate. Academics in country K, a low rate of overdrafting indicates a high level of gold. Academia M, yes, I'll try that too. The day after the release of the first issue of the Dragon Journal, the Dragon Journal's submission mailbox received a steady stream of contributors from abroad. This made Jiang Fan an elder dragon, and they all put their hearts down as well, which showed that the foreign scholars recognized the Dragon publication. In the future, their Dragon Journal will be an international journal of sci papers, which can absorb scholars from all over the world for exchanges. Likewise, it will be a great boost to the academics of Dragon as well. The success of the launch of the Dragon Journal was also a great encouragement to the entire academic community in the Dragon Kingdom. The favorable academic atmosphere has made many young people in the Dragon choose to join the academic and scientific research. As the saying goes, when the youth is strong, the country is strong. Such a Dragon nation to become a world power is just around the corner. Pretty country made an announcement and then contacted Dragon Country. The fake material of yurt magnet purchased by Longwei 10 billion in the beginning also belongs to the company's personal behavior. After a review by the state, the company in question has been penalized and the $10 billion returned to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom also quickly received a $10 billion remittance from the pretty country. It made the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom a bit puzzled. The next day, pretty country revealed his purpose. Foster from the pretty country and Head 1 from the Dragon Country connect again. Honorable No. 1. Now that the pretty country and the Dragon Country have established their good diplomacy, I hope that you can provide us with the technology of the yurt magnet material. Number 1 immediately understood that the original pretty country had shown them favor earlier, playing this as it were. The yurt magnet technology is a high-tech technology, and this material is the base material for many high-tech projects. Whoever masters these technologies is equal to holding some of the keys to unlocking high-tech programs. There was no way that the Dragon Kingdom was going to make this technology available to the pretty kingdom. When Foster saw one's outright refusal, he continued, Your Excellency Number 1, we can give you Dragon Kingdom $10 billion in technology royalties. How about that? I'm sorry, Foster. About the yurt magnet technology, our country will not provide it to any country. Already undeterred, Foster continued to address Number 1. We can offer other aspects of technology in exchange, such as photolithography and so on. Number 1 sneered in his mind. He was certain that pretty country would only give the eliminated technology to Dragon Country. The final exchange of negotiations between the two ended. Hanging up the voice communication, Pretty Country Foster broke into a fit of rage. Damned Dragon Nation. I'll make you pay. Foster called another emergency meeting, and this time they quickly came to an agreement. The next day, Pretty Country made an announcement to the world. Due to the violation of international trade regulations, the export of chips is now restricted to the Dragon State. As soon as the news came out, many technology companies in the Dragon Kingdom panicked. Because the Dragon Kingdom has no technology to make chips, high-tech chips are all imported. As the Pretty Country imposes chip sanctions on the Dragon, in just 3 days, it has led to many cell phones, computers, televisions and other companies that rely on chips in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which have ceased production, with losses as high as several $1 billion. 116 Chapter, Spirit Mist Mountain. Southwest of Kyoto there is a mountain called Spirit Mist Mountain. The whole Spirit Mist Mountain is planted with maple trees. In the fall, the red-like-fire maple leaves of Lingwu Mountain set the mountain in red. Pick your eyes and look around. A sea of red. When the wind blew, the calm sea also tossed up. Spectacular. Occasionally, a green tree is embedded in a red color, which is particularly dazzling. A man and a woman, dressed in tracksuits, walked under the trees, the falling leaves making a crisp ringing sound under their feet, accompanying the lonely mountain forest. Whoa! There's a creek here, the young girl shouted crisply, startling the resting birds in the trees into scattering. She had a ponytail, her fine face slightly powdered, and smiled at the teenager. The teenager was carrying a backpack and had a clean face, and was looking at the girl with the same smile. They were none other than Jiang Fan and Churuoshi. A few days ago, Zhou Huai called Jiang Fan and said that he had developed the yurt magnet material, and he made a special trip to the northern base to check out the research results and found it to be very successful. After spending 2 days at the northern base, checking every detail of controlled fusion, he returned to Kyoto. Upon his return, he wrote 2 more sci papers for the second issue of Dragon magazine. Seeing that he had been too tired for a while, Elder Long forced him to rest, otherwise his body wouldn't be able to take it. Today, Saturday, the school is not in class, so Jiang Fan asked Churuoshi and the 2 of them came to climb the mountain together. Jiang Fan, look at how clear the water of the creek is. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded his head in response. The brook in front of them was crystal clear. The calm water murmured, and occasionally a naughty little fish swam by, causing a ripple in the calm water, like breaking a mirror. Ha! There's little fishes too. He. Churuoshi was happy as a child. She squatted beside the stream, her long, slender fingers placed in the water. It's cold and exceptionally comfortable. Jiang Fan, come quickly. The water here is especially cool. Jiang Fan also squatted down. Who knows? Churuoshi lifted up some stream water with her white hand and sprinkled it on Jiang Fan's face. LOL. Churuoshi succeeded in her treacherous plan and laughed happily, knowing that he was being teased. Jiang Fan ruffled the clear stream water as well. Seeing this, Churuoshi hurriedly stood up and ran. Wakashi, stop! Jiang Fan shouted with a smile. Where would Churuoshi listen to him? Running upstream along the creek, the 2 of them, thus, walked and played along the creek until they climbed to the top of the mountain. They stood at the top of the mountain, looking out into the distance, feeling refreshed. Ah! Churuoshi put her hands next to her mouth and yelled into the distance. The distant rolling hills echoed her cries. There's an echo, yeah, Churuoshi said happily. Jiang Fan, you shout too. Jiang Fan removed the backpack from his back and placed it on the rock. Taking a deep breath, he put his hands over his mouth and shouted at the rolling hills in the distance. Wakashi. Echoes soon came from the distance. If. Sure. Churuoshi jumped happily when she heard her name echoing through the mountains, so she shouted again. Jiang Fan. No sooner had her shout ended than it was echoed in the distance. Ginger. Where? Ginger. Where? Van. Churuoshi kept shouting as if she had discovered some shocking secret. It didn't stop until he coughed twice with an uncomfortable throat. Jiang Fan hurriedly took out the mineral water in his backpack and gave Churuoshi 2 sips before she felt more comfortable. Churuoshi hadn't played enough, but her voice couldn't take it, so she pouted at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I still want to hear it. Why don't you shout for me? Aha! Jiang Fan looked at the lovely Churuoshi and smiled in response. He then stood up on a slightly raised rock to make himself stand a little taller. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His brow furrowed as if he were making some big decision, but when he was about to shout, he closed his mouth again. Churuoshi waited for a few seconds and never saw Jiang Fan shouting out, so she asked curiously, Jiang Fan, is your throat uncomfortable too? Oh, no. Jiang Fan hastily denied. This time he clenched his fists as if adding a little pep talk for himself. He took another deep breath and shouted into the distance, If Shio, I love you. When Jiang Fan shouted, His voice broke a little due to his overexcitement. When Chu Ruoshi heard Jiang Fan's shouted words, her heart burst with sweetness and her eyes flooded with stars as she looked at Jiang Fan. This is the first time she and Jiang Fan have been in a relationship and Jiang Fan has said I love you. At this moment, she couldn't be happier in her heart. Chu Ruoshi knew very well that Jiang Fan was not good at expressing his feelings, so for him to say something like this, he must have summoned up quite a bit of courage within himself. If I love you, Shio, I love you, love you, you. The echo of the great mountains in the distance endures. It seemed to be Jiang Fan's megaphone, constantly expressing this Jiang Fan's love to this heaven and earth. Chu Ruoshi was indescribably touched inside, so she shouted into the distance as well. Ginger Fan, I love you too. I want to be with you forever. Echoes resonate through this mountain. Jiang Fan was likewise very moved inwardly as he looked at Chu Ruoshi in front of him. Opening his own arms, he couldn't help but surge her into his embrace. Chu Ruoshi was currently snuggled in Jiang Fan's warm embrace like a little birdie. At this moment, she really wanted to stop time and just embrace far away and hug Jiang Fan like this. Jiang Fan didn't know why every time he got close to Chu Ruoshi, there was a restlessness factor in his body that made him a little hot. Couldn't help but want to kiss her a little. Chu Ruoshi felt Jiang Fan approaching her. Her small face was a little blushing. Slightly raising her own face and tightly closing her eyes in anticipation of Jiang Fan's kiss, Chu Ruoshi had offered her first kiss to Jiang Fan the last time she was in the Greenstone Alley. Every time she remembered the image of the two kissing, a wonderful feeling came over her body. Couldn't help but want to experience it again. Jiang Fan looked at the churlish Chu Ruoshi, slowly closed his eyes and kissed her red lips. When their lips touched together, a tingling sensation came over them, as if they had been electrified. Aha! Chu Ruoshi couldn't help but give a delicate cry. It was this kind of feeling that made her long for it. She was flaccid in Jiang Fan's embrace, but their mouths were pressed even tighter together. Just when Chu Ruoshi felt like she was swimming in an ocean of comfort, her red lips were cracked open by something soft, and with it came in front of her shell teeth. For some reason, her shell teeth unconsciously opened slightly. When their tongues touched each other, an even stronger electric current struck their entire bodies. The fire of lust in his body burned instantly. Chapter 117. 117, A Chance Encounter with Hua Chang. Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi finished climbing Spirit Mist Mountain and took the car back to Huaqing University. After dinner, the two of them held hands and then wandered around Huaqing University. As they passed by the No. 3 teaching building, they happened to run into Elder Qiao of Huaqing University. When Elder Qiao saw Jiang Fan, he was first stunned. Then he looked at Chu Ruoshi beside Jiang Fan, and seemed to understand what was going on, and immediately said with a smile, Jiang Fan, you kid can do it. It hasn't been long since college started and you found a girlfriend. Uncle Joe, we've been in a committed relationship since before we went to college. Oh, so it's early love. Oh, Josen teased. Jiang Fan blushed a little at what was said. Chu Ruoshi, who was on the side, looked at the Qiao Shan in front of her with some familiarity. It took a while to remember. This, isn't the Zhou academician from their school? He also gave a speech during the opening ceremony of Huaqing University. Listening to those schoolmates, Academician Xiao had won the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Dragon Kingdom, and Long Lao of the Dragon University of Science and Technology, who was known as the Tarzan and Beidou of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Kuda Long Lao was Jiang Fan's teacher. She had met him last time, but Elder Qiao was an academician of their Huaqing University. How could Jiang Fan know such a big shot like Academician Xiao? And they seemed to know each other particularly well. Chu Ruoshi realized that her boyfriend, Jiang Fan, seemed to be a bit mysterious. How come all the people he knew were bigwigs in the scientific research world? But she didn't dwell on it so much. After all, what she liked was Jiang Fan as a person. Chu Ruoshi said as she greeted Elder Qiao with a big smile. Hello Academician Zhou. Qiao Shan froze and said to Chu Ruoshi, Ha, little girl, you know me? Heard you speak at commencement. You're a student of Huaqing University? Elder Qiao said. Aha, Chu Ruoshi answered. When Elder Qiao heard Chu Ruoshi's reply, he was instantly chagrined. When he was competing with Elder Long for Jiang Fan, how come he didn't think to start with Jiang Fan's girlfriend? His girlfriend was admitted to Huaqing University, so as long as he talked his girlfriend into it and got her to persuade Jiang Fan to go to Huaqing University with him, it would be too easy. At that time, he himself would be Jiang Fan's teacher. There's no such thing as a dragon elder. What a step in the wrong direction. Jiang Fan saw that Elder Qiao's face was full of chagrin, so he asked suspiciously, Uncle Joe, what happened to you? Qiao Shan glanced at Jiang Fan and said meaningfully, you boys are hiding pretty deep. Jiang Fan didn't know what Elder Qiao meant by these words, but he didn't care, so he said to Qiao Shan, Uncle Joe, then I'll leave if there's nothing else. What's the rush? And you won't introduce me to your girlfriend? Elder Qiao said without a trace of humor. Jiang Fan then reacted and looked at Chu Ruoshi for a moment and said, "Her name is Chu Ruoshi." Chu Ruoshi? Not bad. Nice name and nice looking person. Ha! Thank you Uncle Joe for the compliment. Chu Ruoshi saw that Jiang Fan had been calling academician Xiao as Uncle Qiao, and since she was his girlfriend, she followed suit and changed her tone. Well, good. If Ruoshi encounters any trouble in watching in the future, just look for me directly. No need to be polite. I still have some face in watching. Ha ha. I'd like to thank Uncle Joe then. He. Chu Ruoshi said happily. Academician Xiao in Huaqing University. Where is some face? But very face. Elder Qiao saw Chu Ruoshi's lively and cheerful personality and her knowledge of books and manners, so he let go of his heart. Jiang Fan's talent he had witnessed for all to see. It could be said that he was the future of the Dragon Kingdom, so for the other half of the requirements, it must be sensible and not interfere with his scientific research. At that moment, Elder Zhou suddenly remembered something, so he pulled Jiang Fan aside and said, "Jiang Fan, aren't you very knowledgeable about nano aspects of technology?" "Sort of know something," Jiang Fan said modestly. "You kid is really modest. The nano-optical interferometric measurement technology you and Ife talked about last time is several levels stronger than the measurement technology one researched." Jiang Fan heard Elder Qiao talk about Xiao Ife and looked at Chu Ruoshi with a somewhat unnatural face. When Xiao Lao saw this, he also hurriedly shut up. When he didn't know that Jiang Fan had a girlfriend, he even purposely asked his niece Xiao Ife to make a beauty trick to make Jiang Fan come to Huaqing University to attend school. He was depressed at first how Jiang Fan didn't take the bait, but it turned out that he had a girlfriend. "Jiang Fan, let's not talk about this for now. Let me tell you something very important. You researched ITER's super strong magnet material before. The pretty country threatened us to provide them with technology, and when we, the Dragon country, failed to do so, they imposed chip sanctions on us. Restrict chip exports to the Dragon Kingdom to force us to provide them with ITER's super magnet technology. The country is increasing its research on chip technology in order to compete. And you happen to know about nanotechnology, which happens to be linked to chips. I'll give Elder Dragon a word and borrow you for a while to help me research the chip. It is reasonable to say that when the country encounters such a predicament, Jiang Fan is duty-bound to help. But he knew something about chips in his last life, but it wasn't particularly in-depth, and he was clear that it was still very difficult to want to research them. Just when Jiang Fan was in some trouble, the system's voice rang in his head. "System, trigger selection system. Option 1, accept Joseon's request for 7-nanometer lithography. Choice 2, reject Joseon's request. No reward." Jiang Fan was thrilled when he heard the system's voice. Every time the system came in such a timely manner, he chose one without hesitation, and all of a sudden, 7-nanometer lithography flooded into his mind. Jiang Fan is very clear that to research a chip, two technologies need to be overcome. One is photolithography technology, and the other is the material of the chip, silicon wafer. He now had the 7-nanometer photolithography technology rewarded by the system, and as long as he was working on the corresponding silicon wafer technology, he would be able to research chips. And the best chip of the current Blue Star technology is the 7-nanometer chip of the beautiful country. The system rewarded Jiang Fan with a 7-nanometer photolithography machine, which meant that he could research a 7-nanometer chip as long as he researched the corresponding silicon wafer technology. "Uncle Qiao, I'm willing to study with you," Jiang Fan said to Elder Qiao. "Great. With your help, I believe our Dragon Kingdom will be able to research a 10-nanometer chip," Xiao Shan said excitedly. "A 10-nanometer chip? Uncle Qiao, isn't the world's most advanced 7-nanometer chip?" Jiang Fan asked suspiciously. Joseon looked embarrassed. "The world's most advanced is indeed the 7-nanometer chip, and with our current technology and equipment, researching a 10-nanometer chip is already the limit." Just as Jiang Fan was about to say something, the system's voice sounded again. "System, mission release, develop a 7-nanometer chip to save the patriotic enterprise Huawei Technology Company and turn its losses into profits. Mission reward, for nanometer chip technology, 118. 118 Chapter 118, Institute No. 3. System, mission release, develop a 7-nanometer chip to save the patriotic enterprise Huawei Technology Company and turn its losses into profits. Mission reward, for nanometer chip technology." When Jiang Fan saw this task, he suddenly remembered that the last time he attended the World Math Summit, there was also a representative from Huawei Technology. At first, when they were chatting, Jiang Fan had heard the other parties say that they, Huawei Technology, were mainly engaged in the business of cellular phones and mobile communications. Among other things, this time the pretty country is using chip sanctions, which is expected to have a very big impact on them. Since the system ruled that Huawei was a patriotic enterprise, Jiang Fan was naturally willing to help. In fact, to help Huawei Technology to turn losses into profits, The core point is to develop the chip of the dragon state, so that the pretty country's chip sanctions cannot play a role. Jiang Fan knew what he should do next when he figured out the crux of the problem. When Elder Chow saw that Jiang Fan had agreed to work with him on chip research, he directly made a call to Elder Long on the spot. The first reaction of the old dragon on the phone was a refusal, and Jiang Fan was not allowed to rest for 2 days. As a result, he was again pulled up by Chow Lao to engage in chip research. He is not willing to Jiang Fan to mess up the body. After all, the future of the dragon state for the development of science and technology, Jiang Fan plays a decisive role. Finally, Jiang Fan explained the situation to Elder Long. The economic sanctions of the pretty country are related to the overall economic lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Long could only agree. And as for the matter of the Dragon Journal, there were a few old professors elected by the state to be in charge, and there wouldn't be any problems. Long Lao's Mecha Energy Lab. The coating of the lithium iron phosphate power battery has been successfully experimented with, boosting the battery's performance by another 50%. It's currently out of the optimization phase and not too busy for a while. And Long Lao will have to go to the National Rocket Energy Research Base after a while to continue his research on the rocket propellant fuel program. So exposing Jiang Fan to chip research would still be helpful to his future growth. When Xiao saw that, Long Lao agreed. He said that as long as the research was successful, his set of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain teacups would be given to him. This made Long Lao very happy and jokingly explained to Jiang Fan that he must research the chip. He'd been thinking about old man Xiao's blue and white porcelain teacups for quite some time. Teacher, don't worry. I'll definitely research the chip and get Uncle Chow's Celadone porcelain teacup back for you. Ha ha. Well. Long Lao's happy laughter came from the phone. Chow Lao was a little depressed in his heart, listening to them speak. It felt as if these two masters and disciples were teaming up to rob him of his treasure. However, if Jiang Fan could really research a 10-nanometer chip, this Song Dynasty Celadone would be given to Long Lao, and he would be very happy to do so. Uncle Joe, let's go. Jiang Fan hung up the phone and said to Chow Shan, go. Josen was a little confused. To the lab, Jiang Fan said, not knowing why he was inexplicably a little excited inside when he mentioned research and scientific studies. Now, it's already 8 p.m. It's okay, I slept late. Elder Chow was still pleased inside when he saw that Jiang Fan was so eager to research the chip. After all, chip research isn't that easy, and a little early exposure can still help with research. Okay, I'll take you. After Elder Chow finished speaking, he was ready to lead Jiang Fan towards the entrance of Huacheng, because the Chip Research Institute was not inside Huacheng University, but in the National Research Institute number 3. Just before Jiang Fan and Elder Chow could take 2 steps, Jiang Fan, Chu Ruoshi shouted from a short distance away. Jiang Fan then remembered his girlfriend Chu Ruoshi, so Jiang Fan hurried over. Ruoshi, Uncle Chow and I have some experimental matters to deal with, so I won't be able to accompany you at night. Oh, well, go about your business then. There was clearly some displeasure in Chu Ruoshi's tone, but she knew that Jiang Fan would definitely become a scientific researcher in the future, and more contact with figures like Academician Xiao and more research projects now would still be very beneficial to his future development. So as Jiang Fan's girlfriend, she couldn't drag him back. I'm off then. Wakashi. Jiang Fan also had some reluctance in his heart, but there were still some things that needed to be done to make some cuts. Aha! Chu Ruoshi said with a nod. Jiang Fan then turned around and walked in the direction of Old Man Xiao. Before he could take a few steps, he then heard Chu Ruoshi behind him call his name. Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan stopped and turned to look at Chu Ruoshi. Who knows? This little girl directly ran up and gently kissed Jiang Fan on the cheek, then whispered, I love you. After Chu Ruoshi finished speaking, her small face blushed as she ran away. Jiang Fan looked at her departing back, a burst of sweetness in his heart, to her silhouette, murmured in a small voice, Wakashi, I love you too. It wasn't until Chu Ruoshi disappeared into the crowd that Jiang Fan came back to his senses and walked over to Xiao Shan's side. Josen had a smirk on his face. This girl is nice. You kid is really lucky. Jiang Fan smiled a little embarrassed. Jiang Fan, do your research at ease. With me sitting at Huaqing University, I guarantee no one will dare to trouble her. Thanks Uncle Joe. We have a relationship. So what's the point of saying thank you? Kyoto National Research Institute No. 3. The 2 doormen stood straight on either side of the main entrance, guns in hand. Chow Lao drove his car to the gate, and the doorman glanced at Chow Lao in the car and gave a military salute. But Jiang Fan was not allowed to pass. Elder Chow also knew the rules of the institute, and no personnel were allowed to enter without papers. Elder Chow took out his phone and made a call to Director Zhang of the institute, giving him an explanation of the situation. The doorman then received a call from Director Zhang before allowing Jiang Fan to enter. Jiang Fan, don't be offended. This is a National Research Institute. The projects researched inside are all very confidential. so the inspection of incoming and outgoing personnel is rather strict. I understand. Uncle Joe. Jiang Fan also worked at the National Research Institute in his last life, so he knew it very well. Instead of taking Jiang Fan to the lab, Elder Qiao went to Director Zhang's office first. Director Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Fan, specially here to help me with my chip research. Director Zhang looked at the young Jiang Fan and froze slightly. In his heart, he said, how does someone so young research chips? It's probably Joe Sr. bringing his students in for internships. Academician Joe, this is your student, isn't it? If only I had such an excellent student. He's a student of Elder Long, and it took a lot of persuasion on my part to get him to lend it to me for a while. Elder Long's student? The same Jiang Fan who researched the lithium iron phosphate power battery? Yes, Elder Joe responded. Then he continued, still editor-in-chief of Dragon Journal, developer of ITER magnet materials, and a number of state-secret projects. Director Zhang was taken aback when he heard Elder Qiao's introduction, especially after hearing Elder Qiao talk about how Jiang Fan had studied some of the country's classified programs. As the director of the institute, he knew very well the meaning contained in this statement. Prof. Jiang Fan, welcome, welcome, what a hero. When Director Zhang finished speaking, he took hold of Jiang Fan's hand. Director Zhang, you flatter me, Jiang Fan said modestly. I'm relieved to have you here to help. Ha ha. 119. 119 chapter, the heart of a man can be put to death. Director Zhang personally gave Jiang Fan an ID for Institute No. 3 to facilitate his future entry and exit, and he also gave Jiang Fan his contact information. Jiang Fan, if the lab has any needs in the future, you can look for me. Thank you, Director Zhang. Jiang Fan thanked him. Afterward, Elder Qiao took Jiang Fan to the chip lab. The chip lab is divided into two parts of research. One is the research of photolithography and the other is the research of silicon wafers, the material for chips. Elder Qiao led Jiang Fan to the photolithography lab first. He said to a huge machine, Jiang Fan, this is a photolithography machine for making chips. Uncle Joe, how many nanometers can this lithography machine be precise? 21 nanometers. 21 nanometers? So bad. Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown and said, just this is still from the beautiful country to spend 1 billion only to buy back. At present this machine in the Dragon country is the most sophisticated photolithography machine. Elder Qiao said, a look of shame appearing on his face. Chip technology is the shortcoming of the Dragon country. Like cell phones, computers, TV dramas and so on need high-performance chips. The Dragon country can only rely on imports. Pretty country this time economic sanctions. The reason why the choice of chips is to consider this problem. In the commercial field, the most sophisticated chip developed independently by the current Dragon Kingdom has only reached 27 nanometers. These crude, low-performance chips can only be utilized in some simple devices. The precision of the chip comes down to the precision of the lithography. If the precision of the photolithography machine can only reach 21 nanometers, the highest performance of the chip researched will only reach 21 nanometers. Jiang Fan briefly checked this old photolithography machine, and his own mind. The system rewards 7 nanometer photolithography machine. Simply far from each other, completely are not an equivalent level, and the parts inside this photolithography machine are so old that they have absolutely no use for it. The reason why Pretty Country took the junk that was eliminated and turned around and bought it for Dragon Country. They are certain that Longhua, by studying the principles of this old photolithography machine, simply can't study a more sophisticated photolithography machine, because lithography reaches within 15 nanometers. Its design principles have changed dramatically. The Pretty Country not only made money from the Dragon, but also intentionally misdirected the Dragon's research on photolithography. It's a real heartbreaker. However, Jiang Fan did not immediately point out the problem of photolithography. He needs to first put the institute, the current overall situation to understand clearly, and then make a specific plan. When Elder Qiao was introducing the design theory of this photolithography machine to Jiang Fan directly interrupted him. Uncle Joe, can you show me the silicon wafer equipment? Elder Qiao wasn't angry at Jiang Fan's interruption, but took Jiang Fan to a nearby lab. There was a researcher in the lab at the moment, doing research in a white research suit. When the researcher turned around, Jiang Fan realized that she was actually a female researcher and looked somewhat familiar. She only saw that she had exquisite features, and the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, looking somewhat flirtatious, especially her proud breasts. Even though she was wearing overalls, her bumpy figure could already be seen. When she saw Elder Joe, she said suspiciously, Uncle, didn't you go back with back pain? Why are you here again? Next to her, Jiang Fan instantly knew who she was. She is Qiao Shan's niece, Qiao Eifei. Back then, Xiaoshan had purposely asked Xiao Yifei to accompany him to visit the campus of Huaqing University in order for Jiang Fan to go to school there. It got him a nosebleed. But then again, it was also because of Xiao Yifei that Jiang Fan had obtained the system reward of staying up all night capsule, allowing him to stay up all night doing research during the week. And he was able to get back together with Chu Ruoshi nowadays. Also when Jiang Fan mistakenly thought that the screen name Little Wildcat was Xiao Yifei, by mistake, it made them. If that was the case, Xiao Yifei was still his valued one. Jiang Fan was in a position to be polite and said to Xiao Yifei, "Sister Xiao Yifei, you're here too." Only then did Xiao Yifei notice that Jiang Fan, who was wearing a white research suit, said with some shock as she took a closer look, "Jiang Fan? How did you come here?" "Jiang Fan, I brought him here to study chip technology with us from now on." When Xiao Yifei heard this, there was inexplicably some small excitement in her heart. Ever since the last time she went to Longkou and saw Jiang Fan's outstanding performance at the Freshman Traditional Challenge, his figure had popped into her mind from time to time. Although her best friend Xia Xiaoyu told her that Jiang Fan had a girlfriend, she still had some unspoken and unknown feelings in her heart for Jiang Fan. She sometimes wondered to herself, how could she, a woman who had had over a dozen boyfriends, have a crush on a boy who had just turned 18? Originally, after these days of her self-repair, she had almost forgotten about Jiang Fan, but who knows? Jiang Fan suddenly appeared in front of her again. That kind of small fire that she was about to extinguish. This would suddenly burn up again. "Yifei, what are you staring at? Didn't you hear me shouting twice?" Josen said without a word of humor. I was just thinking about the experimental data again." Xiao Yifei hastened to sophistry. Where was she thinking about any experimental data? She was clearly thinking about Jiang Fan again. "If you're too tired, go back and rest. This silicon wafer purification technology, it won't be successful in a day or two." No, I'm not tired at all," Xiao Yifei said in a hurry. It was not easy for her to meet Jiang Fan. How could she go back immediately? "Alright then, you and Jiang Fan both know each other, so I won't introduce you. You give Jiang Fan a lecture. What is the current extent of the lab's silicon wafer research?" "Aha," Xiao Yifei begged to respond, but with her eldest uncle around, she couldn't show too much enthusiasm, so she restrained herself and said, "Little brother Jiang Fan, senior sister Xiao Yifei, just call me Jiang Fan." Jiang Fan said somewhat helplessly. He really couldn't stand it a bit. Xiao Yifei adding a little brother suffix when she called him by his name. When Xiao Yifei heard Jiang Fan's words, she didn't know why, but she brainstormed some images in her mind, and finally couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Xiaoshan said nonchalantly when he saw Xiao Yifei covering her mouth and laughing, "Stay focused and serious when you're working, okay?" Xiao Yifei was reprimanded by Elder Qiao and immediately collected her smile, so he gave Jiang Fan a serious talk about silicon wafers. "The purity of silicon extraction at our institute is currently 99%, though it is still somewhat less stable. The highest purity of silicon wafers on the blue planet is 99% in the pretty country, and currently we are still 1% technologically different from them." Jiang Fan is very clear. Do not look at only 1% purity. The required technical content is very high, and the further back you go, the harder it is to break 0.1%. 120 chapter, Pulling Manpower. After Xiao Yifei introduced Jiang Fan, Elder Qiao brought Jiang Fan again, and took a turn around the entire Chip Research Institute. The main program of research at Institute No. 3 is the chip. There are currently a total of 120 researchers working on different component technologies of the chip. 75 of them are in charge of research on photolithography and 45 of them are in charge of research on silicon wafer technology. And Xiao Lao was the chief engineer of the entire Chip Research Institute, responsible for the research direction of the chip to control. Jiang Fan was able to put his heart down after he got a clear picture of the overall situation of the institute. Because the system rewards lithography technology, it requires the cooperation of a large number of related researchers to research successfully. "Uncle Joe, do we have a place to stay at the institute?" There are still some empty dorm rooms at the institute, so I'll set you up with one when the time comes. Save your energy from being spent on the road every day," Elder Joe said. "Can you set me up as a 4-room? 4 rooms? What do you need so many for?" Elder Qiao asked with some uncertainty. "My teacher's research lab. There are 3 other researchers. We worked well together good before. I want to bring them too." "Are you talking about the researcher who worked out the lithium iron phosphate battery with you?" "Aha! That's great. It just so happens that there's a lack of manpower here. They can help you when they come over. You don't need to worry about the dormitory. I'll arrange it for you." Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao then discussed the chip issue for a while. By 10 o'clock in the evening they were ready to go back. Just walked out of the lab. Who knew that Xiao Yifei was waiting for them outside? "Yifei, Why don't you go to your dormitory and sleep? You still have a lot of experiments to do tomorrow. Uncle, I'm going to make a trip back to Huaqing University today to pick up some change of clothes. Okay then, come back with me. Elder Chow then drove his car and took Jiang Fan and Xiao Yifei out of Institute No. 3. Elder Chow first sent Jiang Fan to Longkou University before he was finally ready to return to Huaqing University. On the way back, Yifei, are you interested in Jiang Fan? Elder Chow asked directly. No. Xiao Yifei was suddenly asked this by Xiao Shan and instantly denied in a bit of a panic. I grew up watching you. Don't I know you? Xiao Yifei guessed that she had just been in the car, showing too much enthusiasm towards Jiang Fan, and was seen by her eldest uncle. Oh, she could only say in acknowledgement. It's true that Jiang Fan is very good, but he already has a female friend, so you'd better give up such thoughts. Elder Zhou said. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? It's not like you can't break up, Xiao Yifei muttered. Zhouzen braked sharply, the ground and tires making a harsh sound. Luckily, both of them were wearing seatbelts, or they would have been thrown out. They were both terrified, and it took a while for them to slow down. Xiao Shan said with a serious Xiao Yifei, you can fall in love with anyone you want, but don't pester Jiang Fan, he's very important to the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Yifei was also taken aback by Xiao Shan's expression. She had never seen her eldest uncle address her so seriously. Oh, Xiao Yifei replied subconsciously. Then what Xiao Shan didn't understand was that something like feelings, the more you suppress it, the more violently it nourishes and flourishes instead. Day 2. Jiang Fan ate breakfast and went to Old Dragon's research room. At this time, Nyosu was already in front of the computer organizing the data. He was shocked when he saw Jiang Fan coming. Senior Jiang Fan, what brings you here? Something's up. Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guanyuan haven't come yet? Not yet, but it should be soon. Are you looking for them? I'm sending them a message now. Nyosu then went on WeChat and sent messages to Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guanyuan. Within a short time, the two jogged to the lab. As soon as Xia Xiaoyu entered the lab, she smiled and said jokingly to Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang Fan is here. What are your instructions? There's a scientific research project that I want to bring you guys in on. I don't know if you're interested. Jiang Fan said to the three. Of course I'm interested, Xia Xiaoyu said at the same time. Senior Jiang Fan, what's the program? Xia Xiaoyu asked eagerly. The three of them loved nothing more than following Jiang Fan in his research now. Just a while ago, they followed Jiang Fan, and in less than half a month's time, they successfully developed a lithium iron phosphate power battery, which was also recognized by the school and the state. Now they are only in their senior year. When they graduate, with the experience of having participated in the research of lithium iron phosphate power battery, they can easily find a good research job. More importantly, they could still earn money by following Jiang Fan. If they could then follow Jiang Fan and research some scientific results, their path in the future would definitely take off in rhythm. Right now, Jiang Fan's position in their hearts was higher than that of Elder Long. As long as Jiang Fan gave a word and told them to go east, they would definitely not go west. Each of them looked at Jiang Fan with glowing eyes, and that kind of admiration was self-evident. Don't get excited guys, this project, we may need to go into a closed study, is not just closed research, we have not experienced. Now immediately enter are no problem. Xia Xiaoyu patted her chest and said, although Jiang Fan's closed research was painful, it wasn't even worth mentioning compared to researching the results. Senior Jiang Fan, what exactly is the program? Nyosu asked curiously. Chip program. Chip? The three were surprised that the chip program was a key national project. They have heard that every year, the state puts as much as $6 billion of scientific research funds into chip research. But it's also a very difficult research project. Senior Jiang Fan, the chip project is a big project. It requires the cooperation of many researchers to achieve results. I'm afraid that relying on just a few of us will be very effective to say the least. Su Guanyuan said worriedly. It's not to be researched here in our place. It's to the state's research institute, which has more than 100 researchers and is very well equipped. Jiang Fan explained. National Institute? The three were once again shocked to the fact that the scientific researchers of the National Research Institute, that were all selected by the thousands to qualify for entry. And they've heard that the researchers there have a minimum of graduate school education, but they're not even out of undergrad yet. And Jiang Fan was only a freshman. Senior Jiang Fan, you can't be joking with us. When have I ever joked with you guys about just saying you want to participate in this study? I want to participate. Jiang Fan's school brother is my boss in the future. You just need me. On the Knife Mountain under the Fire Sea. I'm in. All three were quick to take a stand. It's a national institute. Cootie. We're not going anywhere. The key wondered if what Jiang Fan said was true. 121. 121, congratulations. You got it right. Kyoto 3 Institute. Great, great, ha ha. In the office of the chip's chief engineer, Mr. Chow was excitedly dancing and pacing back and forth in his office. At this point, he didn't know how to express the excitement within him. And next to him, Jiang Fan sat on the sofa in his office with a calm face, pondering the distribution of personnel in his mind. Early in the morning, Jiang Fan brought Su Guangyuan, Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su to the No. 3 Research Institute, handing them over to Chow Yifei to familiarize themselves with the environment first, and then he took the photolithography technical drawings that he had stayed up all night yesterday and sorted out to look for Chow Lao. When Elder Chow finished reading it, he became what he is today, his whole body excited and not knowing what to do. 7 nanometers lithography. Ha ha. It's a 7 nanometers lithography. Hey. Elder Joe's mouth kept chanting. A little crazy. If someone who didn't know better saw it, they would think he was just a crazy person. Genius. Jiang Fan, you are truly a genius. Ha ha. I was so wise to borrow you from the Dragon Elder. He. Jiang Fan saw Chow Lao's hot eyes staring at him, making him a little uncomfortable, so he changed the topic and said, Uncle Joe, this is just a design drawing for a photolithography machine. After all, we haven't developed it yet. Right. Yeah, we haven't developed it yet. Ha ha. However, Jiang Fan, with this detailed design drawing of your photolithography machine, I believe it's only a matter of time before it's designed. By the way, Jiang Fan, the photolithography research department is now under your full responsibility. It shouldn't be a problem to research it in a month's time, right? Jiang Fan thought for a while and said, there's no problem with the number of researchers. It depends on the funding. How much money do you budget for roughly? Elder Joe asked. Almost $500 million in funding would be enough. It's only 500 million. No problem. A few days ago, the country has allocated 2 billion research funds in order to increase the research of chips. Xiao Lao said with great wealth. That should be no problem for a month. Jiang Fan said. In fact, he carefully counted yesterday. If he worked overtime every day, it should be 10 days to 15 days only to see can be completed. Good. Ha ha. Xiao Lao was as happy as a child at this time. The Chip Research Institute had been established for 7 years, and he had been responsible for the research of chip technology for 5 years, but there had not been much result. It did not occur to him that Jiang Fan had directly researched the most advanced 7-nanometer photolithography technology on the blue planet. Couldn't that have excited him to be excited? He was very curious inwardly about how Jiang Fan actually researched it. If he said that he just took a look at it last night and researched the photolithography technology drawings today, killing him would not believe it. Jiang Fan, how in the world did you research 7-nanometer lithography? Still unable to settle his inner curiosity, Elder Chow opened his mouth to ask, Uncle Joe, I've studied photolithography before, but I've always been successful as well, and when I exchanged ideas with you last night, I was suddenly inspired. Jiang Fan could only make up a random excuse. He couldn't say that he had a technology system in his head. If others knew about the technology system in his mind, it was estimated that he would have to be dragged away to be studied by others. Really? Aha! Elder Chow somewhat seemed to believe it. This reason of Jiang Fan's was honestly a bit too far-fetched. After communicating with himself for more than an hour, he was able to research 7-nanometer lithography technology. Is this photolithography that simple? This Chip Research Institute 100 researchers, but the whole 7 years of research, but no major breakthrough. The difficulty of this was clearer to Old Man Xiao than anyone else, but by Jiang Fan, it was as if he had researched out a math problem. However, Mr. Xiao did not dwell on how Jiang Fan had researched it, and the most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and realize the photolithography machine. Jiang Fan, what are you going to arrange next? I've already listed the materials above, so I'll trouble Uncle Xiao to purchase or customize them out as soon as possible. The matter of the materials. No problem. I'll handle it, Elder Chow responded. Personnel. Yesterday I heard you say, photolithography machine has a total of 75 scientific research personnel. At present plus me and Su Guanyu them, a total of 79 personnel. Photolithography machine has a total of 10 system components. I am ready to divide the personnel into as 10 groups. Jiang Fan gave his thoughts to Elder Chow, who very much agreed with his allocation of personnel. Elder Joe took out the original staff groupings again, and the two conferred and made a new staff plan. After doing so, Elder Chow proposed to first gather all the researchers of the lithography department in the conference room, so that Jiang Fan could give them an explanation of the design drawings of the lithography institute conference room. All the researchers in the photolithography department were assembled. Jiang Fan and Elder Chow hadn't come over yet. They spotted sitting in the corner 3 strange young men, so there was a small murmur in the conference room. What do these 3 do? What else could it be for? Just look at them. They should be interns who don't know anything. Elder Chiao is really something too. We're in such a tight research schedule now. Where do we have time to bring these interns? Yes, training an intern needs to allocate a lot of energy and time. Our group has to do 300 sets of experiments every day. And we dare not rest for a while at noon. Don't be assigned to our group or it will surely affect our progress seriously. Xiao Xiaoyu and the three of them were sitting in the corner of the conference room, a little anxious. These people can be the high-end top talents of the Dragon Kingdom. All of them were selected after thousands of choices. And the three of them, who hadn't graduated, were honestly a little inferior compared to these people. One of the researchers who was doing the work next to them asked Xiao Xiaoyu, "What school did you graduate from, little girl?" Xiao Xiaoyu said with some urgency, "Longkou University, senior this year, not yet graduated." "Oh, Longkou University is still good. Good luck," the other party said encouragingly. Afterward, Xiao Xiaoyu weakly asked, "Senior, which school did you graduate from?" "Pretty country DR. Haver," the other replied lightly, a hint of smugness passing unnoticed on his face. Xiao Xiaoyu, Su Guanyuan and the others were all envious. "And you don't have to look at me with such adoration. There are plenty of masters and PhDs here." At that moment, Elder Chiao and Jiang Fan walked in. Elder Chiao took the lead and walked to the front of the stage and said to all below, "Let's all be quiet for a moment. I've asked you all to come here for a meeting today because I have good news for you." When they heard Elder Chiao say that there was good news, the researchers on the stage instantly quieted down. "Chief Engineer Chiao, did you research the 17-nanometer lithography technology?" One of the researchers on stage snickered, followed by a number of people laughing along with him. For them, nothing would make them happier than a breakthrough in photolithography. It's just too hard for photolithography to break through to 17 nanometers. Elder Chiao looked at the researcher and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you got it right." 122. 122 chapter. Today is April Fool's Day. Congratulations, you got it right. When the crowd heard Elder Chiao say this, the entire conference room was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard. "Academician Joe, you're not kidding us," a researcher said incredulously. "When have I ever given a joke about research and technology?" Indeed, Academician Xiao was the chief engineer of their institute, and although he sometimes joked with everyone, he never joked with everyone about chip technology. The institute's 21-nanometer photolithography machine purchased from a beautiful country had been studied countless times by them in many directions, including programmatically, parts, materials, and so on, and they had already mastered the technology of the 21-nanometer photolithography machine. 3 years ago, Academician Xiao proposed a research program for a 17-nanometer lithography. So, day and night they experimented, improved, experimented again, improved again. To this day, there is no telling how many experiments have been done, although it has always been a failure. But just a month ago, they discovered, by accident, a new material for lithography research. They guessed that Academician Xiao must have confirmed the feasibility of this new type of material. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean they actually worked on 17 nanometers lithography? This will, everyone will think it's true. Their breathing slowly became, and started to get a little short. It didn't occur to them that after 7 whole years, they finally broke through the pretty country's photolithography technology barrier and researched their own photolithography machine. It's only 17 nanometers, but it's significant for the dragon. As the old saying goes, everything starts with a bang, and as soon as photolithography moves to within 20 nanometers, it won't take them 5 years to break through to 11 nanometers. The technological field of lithography is a level from 21 to 30 nanometers, which is a medium technology level. 11 nanometers to 20 nanometers is another level, in the advanced technology class, and Blue Star's most advanced 7-nanometer technology, belonging to the top level of technology. At present only pretty master this technology, so it is said that the Dragon Kingdom has researched the 17-nanometer photolithography technology, which is equal to stepping into the advanced technological level of photolithography. The more people thought about it, the more excited they became, and they actually gave a spontaneous thunderous applause. Every face was filled with excitement and thrill. Some of the researchers couldn't help but hide their tears. It is enough to prove that they are very excited about this technological breakthrough inside. Elder Chiao on the stage, looking at the group of researchers under the stage, knew very well how they felt inside, because just now, when he was in his office and saw the photolithography technology drawings that Jiang Fan took out, he reacted even more furiously than these people. After everyone had gotten over their excitement, Elder Zhou continued, "Please welcome, Jiang Fan, the developer of photolithography technology, to explain the technical principles to you." As Elder Chiao finished speaking, everyone had a confused look on their faces. What's the situation? Isn't this the photolithography technology researched by academician Xiao? How did it turn into Jiang Fan? Who's Jiang Fan? Everyone's eyes searched the conference room and soon they all locked their eyes on a young man walking toward the front of the stage. Their minds were filled with a series of question marks. This young man is Jiang Fan? The man who worked out the 17-nanometer lithography technology? But it looks like he's only 18 or 19 years old. How is that possible? They are well aware of it as researchers. The golden age of a researcher is between the ages of 28 and 35. Researchers in this age group are at the peak of their life stage in terms of experience, knowledge, energy and agility of thinking, and it is the easiest for them to produce research results. And between the ages of 18 and 28 is a stage of learning where it is almost impossible to research scientific results. But if it is said that a young man of 18 or 19 years of age has researched the 17-nanometer lithography technology that they have not succeeded in researching for 7 years, they will not believe it even if they are beaten to death. There must be a mistake. It was estimated that this young man should just be Jiang Fan's assistant. Just when everyone was rambling, the young man took the microphone from Elder Joe and addressed the group. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Fan. Everyone then immediately became deathly silent. A few seconds later the whole room was buzzing enthusiastically. No way. Could it really be that this little kid has researched 17-nanometer photolithography? He looks like he's only 17 or 18. Ha! I say I really can't accept it. Yes, we've been researching for so many years without success. But he's so young. How could he have researched a 17-nanometer photolithography machine? I'd rather believe it's April Fool's Day. Everyone was filled with disbelief. However, the three of them, Xiaoyu, who were sitting in the corner, showed a face of indifference to the 17-nanometer photolithography technology that Jiang Fan had researched. It was because they were already immune to Jiang Fan's demonic talent. Xiaoyu looked at the surprised expressions of those people and covered her mouth as she whispered to Su Guangyuan and Niu Su. Hey! Still master's degree Dr. Witch. This little scene was shocked into this way. Then in the future to follow Jiang Fan. Will not be every day shocked mouth cannot close. He. Xiaoyu. I'll tell you. Just now I was scared by their aura and my legs were trembling. But as soon as Jiang Fan came, how do I feel that this group of high-end talents of theirs is a bit like a turd that hasn't seen the world. He. Su Guangyuan said in a small voice. Niu Su, who was on the side, saw the reaction of this group of people, and for some reason, his face young couldn't stop being a little proud. Jiang Fan was relatively faced with dozens, hundreds of researchers, and he had worked out his candor. Thinking about when he researched controlled nuclear fusion and gave a lecture to a group of experts and professors, he was still very apprehensive inside. Then it is the northern base, lithium iron phosphate power battery explanation. All the way. He now to have some big general style. Quiet everyone. I'll explain the principles of photolithography design. And if there's anything you don't understand, I'll leave time for you to ask questions later. The people on the stage immediately quieted down. Their eyes focused on Jiang Fan. Although he looked very young, they had to admit that they couldn't do this temperament on Jiang Fan's stage. As you know, the main performance indicators of a photolithography machine are resolution, alignment accuracy, exposure mode, and light source wavelength. One of the most central components of a photolithography exposure system is the UV light source. Common light sources are categorized as visible, G-line, 436 nanometers, ultraviolet, UV, I-line. Jiang Fan spoke for more than an hour before finishing the design principles. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The design principles that Jiang Fan was talking about were completely different from what they had studied before. After listening to Jiang Fan's explanation, they vaguely seemed to understand why they couldn't research the 17-nanometer lithography because the direction of the research from the root was wrong. Everyone on the 7-nanometer lithography, there is still anything you do not understand. Now you can ask questions. What? 7-nanometer lithography? 123. 123, these young people are a bit strong. 7-nanometer lithography? Everyone looked at Jiang Fan suspiciously. Jiang Fan said with a faint smile, I forgot to tell you earlier that what I was talking about is a 7-nanometer lithography, not 17 nanometer. 7 nanometers lithography? How is this possible? The best lithography on Blue Star is 7 nanometers and is technologically blocked by the pretty country. It is simply impossible for other countries to get hold of it. And Jiang Fan went so far as to say that he had researched a 7-nanometer photolithography machine. Everyone thought that they must be hallucinating. What did he just say? A number of people asked the researchers next to them. He seems to be talking about 7-nanometer lithography? A 7-nanometer lithography? How is it possible? Our country hasn't even made a breakthrough in 17-nanometer lithography. So how could we directly research a 7-nanometer lithography? Yeah, I don't feel like it's possible either. There was a lot of talk about what Jiang Fan had said, Afterward, Jiang Fan said again to the crowd, "Any more questions from everyone? You can ask them now." Those in the congregation who were discussing raised their heads to look at him. One of the researchers stammered a little. "I would like to ask, is it really 7 nanometers lithography technology that you have worked out? And not 17 nanometers? Jiang Fan said with a smile. "Yes, I worked out a 7 nanometer photolithography machine. In a month's time, we should be able to realize it out." At this point, a number of researchers laughed out loud, and they could be sure that this young man was talking big again. At once, the young man was also skeptical of the 7 nanometer lithography that he said he had researched. Many of the researchers sitting here have been studying chip technology for 6 or 7 years. They knew very well that even if they had the design drawings for a photolithography machine, it would be impossible to study it without half a year to a year. And this young man said that it could be designed in a month's time, which was absolutely impossible. This young man is still too young and lacks practical experience. Elder Chow saw that everyone had a teasing look on their faces and knew that they somewhat didn't believe Jiang Fan. Not to mention that they didn't believe it. But when Elder Chow heard Jiang Fan say that he would be able to develop a 7 nanometer photolithography machine in a month, he couldn't believe it either. But he knew that for Jiang Fan, he couldn't look at him in the eyes of a normal person. When he thought about it, he was clear that Jiang Fan was in the northern base, and in a month's time he made nuclear fusion controllable to 118 seconds, directly catching up with the pretty country's record and becoming the world's #1. The country had made a strategic deployment for this and had not declared it to the public, so only some of the country's key personnel knew about these things about Jiang Fan, and they had all signed a confidentiality agreement. Just a while ago, Jiang Fan also spent half a month researching a lithium iron phosphate power battery, which improved the performance of the original battery by 3 times. It was because Elder Chow knew about these pasts of Jiang Fan that he chose to believe and support Jiang Fan without any hesitation. And these researchers on stage, in their normal human minds, this is simply impossible to accomplish. Elder Joe walked up to the stage and addressed the group. Silence. Only then did everyone stop talking about Jiang Fan. "I know you're all a little skeptical. Then you should have all heard about the lithium iron phosphate power battery." Lithium iron phosphate power battery? As researchers, they are isolated from the outside world, but they are all very concerned about the results of their research. So they all know about lithium iron phosphate power cells too. But lithium iron phosphate power cells, does that have anything to do with this young man? Is it hard to believe that he was involved in the research for this project? At this point, one of the researchers said in surprise, "The developer of the lithium iron phosphate power battery is also named Jiang Fan. Could it be him?" When the country first announced it, Jiang Fan chose not to announce his name. So few people in the outside world know that lithium iron phosphate power batteries are developed by him. Some of the internal researchers, however, are still aware of it, but it was limited to knowing the name. They weren't too sure about what it looked like. This researcher, on the other hand, knew Jiang Fan's name because one of his classmates was in charge of researching the mech sensing system. He had seen Jiang Fan when Elder Long brought him for a debriefing, normally between their classmates. When they did some technical exchanges, they mentioned Jiang Fan's name. As that scientific researcher spoke his thoughts, everyone looked incredulously at Elder Chow and then at Jiang Fan. Indeed, the person who researched the lithium iron phosphate power battery is none other than Jiang Fan, and it only took him less than half a month. Hiss! There were quite a few people under the stage, who all sucked in a breath of cool air. In less than half a month's time, a power battery that has changed many fields has been researched, which is too scary. If that was the case, then wouldn't it be possible to research 7 nanometer lithography technology in a month? As Jiang Fan had said, "I believe everyone has seen that in our photolithography research department. There are a few new faces, just in time for me to introduce them to you," Elder Joe said with a smile. "You 3 come up here, and don't be shy. We'll all be colleagues working side by side from now on." Xiao Xiaoyu and the 3 of them, who were suddenly named by Elder Chow to go on stage, were a bit flustered, but seeing that Jiang Fan was also up there, they relaxed a little. Under Su Guangyuan's leadership, the 3 of them then walked to the front. Many people were at a loss, and many of them said in their hearts, 3 interns are just 3 interns. There is no need to introduce them with such a big fanfare. You all probably don't know that these 3 are the very researchers who worked out, together with Jiang Fan, the lithium iron phosphate power battery. As Elder Chow's words fell, "What?" Everyone was shocked again, especially the researcher who had just graduated with a doctorate from Harvard. There was a blush on his old face. Thinking about how he had just acted like a condescending person in front of them, he was incredibly embarrassed inside at this moment. "I thought they were just bronze, but who knew they were kings? A silver himself. He was even showing off in front of them. And he has none of the scientific achievements other than a reputation for being highly educated, and although several of them have not yet graduated, They have already worked on a lithium iron phosphate power battery project. It made him a little skeptical. Are all the young people nowadays so strong? The next time, and no one dared to underestimate them. Elder Chow announced that Jiang Fan would be in charge of the technical chief of the photolithography research department, as well as the grouping of personnel. Jiang Fan then announced that the next month would be in closed research mode. Xia Xiaoyu. The three of them looked at the bewildered crowd with a smile on their faces. 124 chapter, Cell Phone. The second floor of the Kyoto National Mall, Huawei cell phone store. At this time here surrounded a lot of people. A man with a full head of dyed red hair, dressed in a red and green dilettante look, pointed at the aggrieved female sales clerk and shouted, "Don't give me so much crap. You have to give me your cell phone today or I'll smash your store." The female clerk, aggrieved Baba, explained, "Sir, we Huawei P10 this cell phone. The manufacturer really has not been shipped. You just wait for 2 more days. To the goods, I immediately give you to send over, okay? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 days ago they said to wait for 2 days. It's been a few days. You have to give me a cell phone today." The red-haired man said unforgivingly, "But we really don't have this phone in the store. How about you switch to another phone? Don't you understand the ing word? I want this P10. Sir, we really don't have anything in the store. Why don't I just push the money on you? Refund? Yes. A P10 cell phone is $3,780. Pay me $10. 000 and this will be settled." "That's impossible, sir. According to the terms and conditions, I will compensate you up to 10% of the original price of the phone. I don't care what the terms and conditions are. Either give the phone now or pay me 10,000, said the red-haired man, pointing at the shopgirl's nose. Just as the red-haired man and the female clerk were at a standoff, the mall's manager, Manager Zhang, rushed over. Manager Zhang, in order not to let the reputation of the mall does not suffer, gave the red-haired boy a lot of good words, and finally negotiated to give the red-haired man 1,000 yuan compensation. "It's true, no cell phone, and making me pay a deposit." The redhead cursed and went next door to the Apple brand cell phone store. Everyone dispersed when they saw that there was no more fun to be had. Manager Zhang would have had to reprimand the female store clerk. They'd had this happen 7 or 8 times in a week's time. The shopgirl could be seen with red eyes, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally left without saying anything. Kyoto branch of Huawei Technology Corporation. Inside the marketing department office. "I'm really sorry, manager. Please give us some more time. The problem will be solved soon." "Good Lou. You don't worry. Definitely. Trouble for you. I'll buy you dinner some other time." "Okay, sure, bye." Manager Feng of the cell phone marketing department of Huawei Technology hung up the phone, his face full of sorrow. He was in charge of 112 cell phone stores in Kyoto, and everything was going well. According to his plan, after October had passed, he would be able to complete the annual sales plan set for him by the headquarters. But who knows? The sudden change in the market. This week's time, he had to take at least 20 to 30 shopping mall managers every day to complain about the phone. It's only because the Huawei cell phone manufacturing plant suddenly couldn't ship the goods. After answering the phone for over 2 hours, he was ready to get the water. But his cell phone rang again. At first glance, it was Manager Zhang of the Kyoto International Trade Center Mall. He didn't need to think that he was looking for him to complain again. "Hey," he sighed helplessly. As much as he didn't want to take it, there was no way around it. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. "Hello, Manager Zhang. Hello, please. There are some problems with the main manufacturer. Don't worry, it will be solved soon. Please give us a few more days." "You said it. Well, good. I'll buy you dinner later." "Okay, bye." After Manager Feng dealt with the call from Manager Zhang of Kyoto International Trade, "Pick up your own water glass and go to the drinking area to get water." As I passed the HR office, I heard the HR manager keep reassuring the person on the phone. Manager Feng shook his head helplessly, guessing that another store employee had approached the personnel manager to resign. When Manager Feng of the marketing department came back after receiving water, he happened to meet the personnel manager walking out of the office with a gloomy face. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly, all in good humor. The reason why their company is experiencing a lack of supply today is because Pretty Country suddenly announced that it was suspending the supply of chips to Huawei Technologies, and it just so happens that the Huawei Technologies production plant ran out of chips. Without the chip, their factory can't produce a single cell phone and can only sell their previous inventory. The deadliest thing is that before Pretty Country announced that they stopped supplying chips to Huawei, Huawei Technologies, had just released their new cell phone, the P10, at the announced release. Because P10, this phone is a high-end cell phone of Huawei technology. It not only has a beautiful appearance, but also has a very good performance configuration. And the price is also moderate. It is a very cost-effective cell phone, which is liked by many young people. In just 3 days of this phone's release, 100,000 units were pre-sold, making it arguably the hottest of their Huawei phones. Before the phone was released for pre-sale, they signed a contract with Pretty Country for 200,000 high-performance chips. Originally, Huawei thought that they would definitely capture more market share in the Dragon Kingdom with this cell phone. Yet just as they were preparing to expand, Pretty Country suddenly announced that it had stopped supplying chips to Dragon Country, caught them off guard and caused all of their markets to go haywire. Not only will the 100,000 P10 phones that were booked out not be delivered, but their existing phones won't last long. Many cell phone consumers who have booked, to the time of receipt of goods, go to the Huawei store to get a cell phone, but was told that there is no goods, which also caused a lot of consumer dissatisfaction. The better-tempered consumers were willing to continue waiting or chose to get a refund. And those bad-tempered consumers will have a scene like the red-haired man on the second floor of the Kyoto International Trade Center. This also led to many store employees being scolded, causing them to choose to leave. It's not just Kyoto that this is happening at Huawei Technologies, but it's happening nationwide every day. As the saying goes, a few sorrows and a few joys. Just when the domestic cell phone enterprises in the Dragon Country, a whale, Pretty Country Apple brand cell phone and H Country's triple-star cell phone but unusually hot. It almost instantly captured more than 75% of the market in the Dragon Kingdom. Several domestic cell phone companies in the Dragon Kingdom could not bear the pressure. And finally several bosses flew together to the Pretty Kingdom to negotiate and solve the chip problem. 125 chapter, Hitting the Wall. Pretty Country Qualcomm Technologies. This is a technology company specializing in the production of chips, with an annual output of $24.2 billion, belonging to the Fortune 500 companies. Its chip business spreads all over the world, and along with the high-speed development of the Dragon Kingdom over the years, the Dragon Kingdom's chip business accounts for 35% of their company's total annual turnover. That is to say, the Dragon Kingdom is now in Qualcomm Technologies, which imports $42 billion of chips annually. Qualcomm Technologies is just one of the companies that Dragon imported chips in the Pretty Country. Together with other companies, every year the Dragon Country just imported Beautiful Country's chip almost up to $300 billion. Today, in the reception room of Qualcomm Technologies, there are several Oriental faces sitting. They are all the owners of domestic cell phone companies in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Lei, how much did your company lose this time? One of the obese middle-aged men asked. Lei Jun, the owner of the Small Me Company, said with a sad face. Hey, a conservative estimate of 50 million. That's thanks to my wise decision to import 50,000 more chips some time ago. But the key won't last much longer. You're only $50 million. And we've lost nearly $100 million in just 1 week. If we can't get the chip again, we'll announce the closure of Meizu Mobile. They each talked about the company's woes, but a slim older man next to them said nothing. Lei Jun, the owner of the Small Me phone, noticed him and sat down next to him and said, Boss Ren, you are the big brother of several of us. The profits from the previous years are enough for you guys to eat a few years of old money. This crisis, you can't save us from death. Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei Technology Company, smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. In the eyes of outsiders, their Huawei Technology Company had grown rapidly over the years, ranking number 1 in sales among the several domestic cell phone brands in the Dragon Kingdom, and must have been rich beyond belief. But over the years, all of Huawei Technology's profits have been invested by him in chip research, because he wanted to develop a chip that belonged to the Dragon Kingdom itself, so that their Dragon Kingdom's cell phone industry wouldn't have to look at the Pretty Kingdom. But who knows? When their chip research hadn't made much progress, the Pretty Country directly announced the other day that it had imposed chip sanctions on the Dragon Country. His factory had no shortage of chips, resulting in a lot of semi-finished products sitting there, and the whole production line had no choice but to shut down. It caused them to lose as much as $500 million in just 1 week. On the one hand, the company is no longer profitable, and on the other hand, the chips research is burning money every day. With such a predicament, he calculated that in a month's time at the most, their company would have to announce its closure. He was arguably the most difficult of the few here. As the big brother of the cell phone made in the Dragon Country, even if the company is in trouble, he can't show it. If he is knocked down, how can those other companies live? And they, Huawei Technologies, had a total of over 100,000 employees in the Dragon Kingdom waiting for him to feed them. So he had to be even stronger. A few people waited in the Qualcomm Technologies parlor for another 10 minutes or so before its boss walked in with 2 executives. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Ren Zhengfei of Huawei Technology Company got up smilingly and shook the other party's hand and said in English, Mr. Paul, we should be the ones to say we're sorry for showing up uninvited without giving you a heads up beforehand. Several other people were all getting up in a hurry and shaking hands with Paul, the owner of Qualcomm Technologies, respectively. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei Technology Company, said to Paul, Mr. Paul, the purpose of our visit is for the chip. You should understand. Mr. Run, I'm really sorry. I really can't do anything about the chip. As you know, it's our country's intention. Paul, the owner of Qualcomm Technologies, put the problem directly on the state. But we signed a contract before. After all, you've always taken the spirit of contract very seriously. Mr. Run, we did sign a contract, but this is a result of irresistible factors, so it can only be voided. Under normal circumstances, when a contract is signed and one party breaches the contract, it is necessary to pay the other party's liquidated damages. But the other party is Qualcomm Technology, which has mastered the technology of the chip. They do not have a little way. They don't want to think that a little bit of liquidated damages, and Qualcomm Technology's relationship is deadlocked. If the other side upset the other side, and they united with other chip manufacturers in pretty countries to ban the supply of chips, then their companies could only face closure. This is why Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei, invests billions of dollars in chip research every year. He didn't want the fate of his business to be in someone else's hands. Pretty country mastered the chip technology of the company. Want their company to close down. Too easy. Seeing this, Lei Jun, the owner of the small MI company, smiled and said to Paul, Mr. Paul, the state has the state's policy, but we can also be a little flexible. As the saying goes, there is a policy at the top and a policy at the bottom. I can't understand what you mean, Paul said to Lei Jun. Lei Jun can't help but want a curse in his heart. Usually shrewd like a monkey when talking business, this will be quite good at pretending to be confused. But he had kept a smile on his face. We are just businessmen, and businessmen are there to make money. You can transit the chips, send them to other countries, and then flow them into our country, which also violates your country's policy, and make money again. No, Paul directly denied, not giving Lei Jun any face at all. Lei Jun was not discouraged and continued, we can add 50% to the original price. The boss of Qualcomm Technologies directly ignored Lei Jun this time and said to Ren Zhengfei, Mr. Ren, I'll convey to you our national government's policy. It's fine for you to want to buy the chips, as long as you can make the Dragon Kingdom hand over the ITER magnet material technology. Sorry, Mr. Paul, we can't do this one. Ren Zhengfei directly refused. In that case, I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. Please. Paul gave a nonchalant eviction order. Lei Jun wanted to say something else, only to be stopped by Ren Zhengfei. They then left Qualcomm Technologies together. What the hell? When our Dragon Kingdom researches the chip, you beg me to buy your chip. I won't even buy it. Lei Jun cursed angrily. They then visited Micron and other chip companies and came across the same situation as Qualcomm Technologies. The government leaders of the beautiful country soon learned that Ren Zhengfei and several of them, in their country news, Lord Foster, should we just find some random reason to detain these dragons outright? Foster said with a wave of his hand. No, we still need them to return to the Dragon Kingdom and put pressure on their government. I believe that it won't take long for the Dragon Kingdom to carry on, and then it will naturally take the technology of ITER magnet material and give it to us in exchange. Still, you are wise. Chapter 126. 126, Forced to do nothing. Ren Zhengfei several people went to D country again. Although D country's chip technology is not particularly good, but now the situation is urgent. If you can buy some from their country, can also solve the urgent need. Still, they underestimated the lasciviousness of the pretty country. A few people from a chip company in D never after. Lei Jun couldn't help but curse. This ing pretty country is so not a thing. It's not even if they don't sell us chips themselves. They even intervene in other countries not selling them to us. Let's go to the other countries and see. I still don't believe that pretty country can control all the countries in Blue Star. Ren Zhengfei, however, shook his head and said, forget it, these few countries with decent chip technology all belong to the European Union. And with a word from the pretty country, who among them would dare to disobey? So what are we going to do? Just go back and wait for the closure. Huang Zhang, the owner of Meizu Mobile, said unwillingly, I guess we'll just have to go back to the state and ask for help. But we can't even produce chips in Dragonland. Go back and talk about it. A few people had no choice but to take the plane back as well. After Ren Zhengfei's few people went back, they fed the problem back to the National Commerce Department. The relevant authorities in the Dragon Kingdom held a response meeting. They then took the content and opinions of the meeting and fed it back to the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. Number 1. After reading the document, Number 1 said to Minister of Commerce Wang Wenhai, Minister Wang. For the enterprises affected by the pretty country's chip sanctions this time, reduce or waive taxes and give certain bank loans to ease their pressure. Leader, this can only be a temporary relief. It cannot solve the fundamental problem. The economic sanctions imposed on our country by the pretty country this time have a much more serious impact than we thought. It's only the 10th day, and the brand of our dragon's own cell phone has dropped from 65% of the market share to 20%, with a direct loss of up to about $2 billion. Sales of Apple-branded cell phones in pretty countries and Samsung phones in kimchi countries have skyrocketed. It is estimated that in less than a month's time, 80% of the independent brands of the Dragon's cell phones will go out of business. And that's just the chips affecting the cell phone industry. Computers and TVs are currently not significantly affected. But in 2 months at the most, there will be similar problems. Number 1. Listen to Jiang Fan's report and frown slightly. This was indeed much more serious than he had expected. It was only a week ago that he had spoken to Director Zhang of Research Institute No. 3 on the phone, and there had been no progress at the Chip Research Institute for the time being. It was also clear to one that chip technology could not be researched in a day or two. Leader, what do you think? What do we do next? Minister Wang of the Ministry of Commerce asked. You go back first. This matter? I need to have a discussion meeting with several other leaders to come up with a feasible plan. When Wang Wenhai of the Ministry of Commerce left, the number 1 and a few other leaders, specifically for this piece of business to open a discussion meeting, they deliberated for 3 hours. In the end, they didn't come up with a feasible plan, and they unanimously voted to communicate with Pretty Country first to see what their attitude was before making any next steps. The next day, number 1 and Foster, the top leader of the Pretty Country, have an informal voice link call. Foster, Your Excellency number 1. I'm glad you contacted me so quickly. Ha ha. Number 1, Mr. Foster. Let's get straight to the point. You have violated the regulations of the World Trade Organization by imposing chip sanctions on us. I demand that you immediately lift the chip restrictions on our Dragon Kingdom. Since this was an informal call, Foster laughed outright on the phone when he heard one say so. The World Trade Organization is just a tool for their pretty countries to defend their national interests. Foster, Your Excellency number 1. We all understand. Do you feel that what you're saying makes sense? As long as you give us the technical drawings of the ITER superstrong magnet material, everything is fine. Number 1, Mr. Foster. Name another condition besides this one. Foster, I just want ITER magnet material technology drawings. Number 1, as I said, regarding the ITER magnet technology we, Dragon Kingdom, will not give it to any country. Please understand. Foster, it seems that your Dragon Kingdom has not been pushed to the brink of extinction. I believe that it won't take more than 3 months for all of your fields related to chips to be paralyzed. I'm looking forward to seeing you on your knees begging for me at that time. Ha ha. Hanging up the phone, number 1 gritted his teeth in anger, but there was not a single thing he could do about it. Based on the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom today, Foster was actually too optimistic when he said 3 months. However, if he handed over the ITER magnet material technology, he was really a bit unwilling. Number 1 then held a discussion meeting with a few more executives, gave them a rundown of his call with Foster. Pretty country is a bully. It's a bully, but what can we do? We can only blame the fact that we have not mastered the chip technology, and that's why we are being bullied by them. If it's not possible, I suggest giving them a portion of the ITER magnet technology to ease our domestic situation first. Not at all. Pretty country won't lift the economic sanctions against us until they get all the technology. But if we really give them the ITER magnet technology, and ITER magnet-related spaceflight, controlled nuclear fusion, magnetic levitation, and so on these high-tech projects, they pretty country will develop faster. However, if they really want to take ITER magnet material technology and integrate it into these high-tech projects, I'm afraid they won't be able to do it in a short time. As long as our controlled fusion research is successful in a year's time, we can definitely crush pretty country then. So, I suggest we get through this for now. Everyone was in deep thought in response to this suggestion. None of them wanted to hand over the ITER magnet material technology, but if the economy of the Dragon Kingdom was paralyzed, I'm afraid that the entire country would be in crisis. Finally, after a discussion between several people, it was decided that the ITER magnetic material technology would be given to pretty country, but let the pretty country to provide chip technology. In this way, not only alleviate this crisis, but also to avoid the future again by the pretty country chip sanctions. Number 1 then made contact with Foster again. The voice device had just been connected, and Foster's smug laugh came through. Foster, haha, Sir 1, it looks like you've made a wise choice. Number 1, as a condition, you must give us the technology for the 7nm chip. Foster, 7nm chip technology doesn't work. You Longboa people are really ambitious. We pretty country do more to give you 11 nanometer chip technology. How about it? Just as number one hesitated to say yes, his cell phone rang and he instinctively tried to hang up. But when he saw that it was Director Jiang from Institute number 3, 127, 127 chapter 127, the turnaround. When number one saw the phone call from Institute 3's Director Jiang, his heart inexplicably trembled, and there was a kind of glimmer of light that he saw in the darkness. He said to Foster, "Mr. Foster, please wait, I have an urgent matter I need to take care of." Without waiting for Foster to agree, he walked out of the call room. Foster said with some irritation, "Your Excellency, number one, what could be more important than our call?" After a while, Foster didn't hear from number one and knew that the other man had put the phone down and left. It made him burst into a rage. "What a rude dragon nation! How dare you disrespect me? Humph, you'll pay for your reckless behavior." Outside the call room, number one picked up Director Chang's phone. "Hello, what's the matter with Director Jiang?" There was some tension and anticipation in his mind as number one spoke. "Leader, good news for you, great news." When number one heard Director Jiang say this, his heart raced. It was as if things were really as he expected. So he hurriedly asked, "Tell me quickly, is there a major breakthrough in the chip?" Director Jiang froze slightly when he heard number one's somewhat urgent voice. The first has always been to give a person a kind of the tie on the top of the pressure without changing the color of the face. As if there is nothing in front of him cannot be solved. It was the first time he had ever seen number one so nervous. "Director Jiang, speak up?" It wasn't until number one urged Director Jiang again that his thoughts were pulled back. So he hurriedly said, "Leader, you guessed it this time, our chip does have a major breakthrough. The chief engineer in charge of chip research, Xiao Lao, this time looking for Jiang Fan. This kid is really something. A day's time, but also developed a 7 nanometer photolithography design drawings." Jiang Fan? When number one heard Jiang Fan's name, he was puzzled. Isn't he in charge of the Dragon Journal's side paper publication? How come he's working on chips? He hadn't yet figured this out when, suddenly, he grabbed the point of what Director Jiang had just said. 7 nanometers lithography? This, at once, number one's breath caught a little, so he reconfirmed. Jiang Fan really researched 7 nanometer lithography design drawings? Yes, leader, now he's leading more than 70 researchers. He's in closed development, and he said he'll be able to develop it in a month's time. As number one listened to the report from Chief Jiang on the phone, his entire body was staggered in shock. 7 nanometers lithography. It was a little hard for him to believe. Today, the best of their Dragon Kingdom lithography technology has only reached 21 nanometers. 7 nanometers and 21 nanometers are a technology level apart. They cross the technology level of 11 nanometers to 20 nanometers, directly reaching the top of the current Blue Star technology. This is a little hard to swallow, but when number one thought about Jiang Fan's past, he had to believe this fact. Jiang Fan from the controlled nuclear fusion, lithium iron phosphate power battery, ITER super strong magnetic materials, founded the Dragon Journal, etc. These results, each of which are other people research a lifetime cannot reach the achievement. Having such a talent is truly the luck of the Dragon Kingdom. Director Jiang, now I'm giving you the highest order. No matter what Jiang Fan's needs are, you must fulfill them unconditionally. Fully cooperate with him in researching Dragon Kingdom's own chip. Number one gravely gave orders to Director Jiang. Roger that, leader, promise to get the job done. Hanging up the phone, number one's expression stretched. He believed that the chip development would be researched with Jiang Fan's participation. Just now, he heard Director Jiang say that Jiang Fan guaranteed that he would be able to develop a 7 nanometer photolithography machine in a month's time. If they followed the progress of this research, their Dragon Kingdom would be able to develop a chip that truly belonged to their own country in 2 months' time at most. Even if the current technology of the Dragon Kingdom's silicon wafers is not up to par, there should still be no problem in developing an 11 nanometer chip. If this is the case, their Dragon country can finally produce chips on their own and get rid of the pretty country's chip sanctions. The more one thought about it, the more excited he became, and finally clenched his fists in excitement and waved them in the air a few times. After the excitement had passed, he remembered that he was currently on the phone with Foster in the pretty country. So he opened the door to his room and walked calmly over to the voice call device. "Mr. Foster, sorry to keep you waiting." Foster finally heard the voice of number one, and he looked at his watch, which had kept him waiting for a total of a full 8 minutes and 21 seconds. As a government official of a beautiful country, he had never been waited on by others. No country had yet dared to put him on hold during a call. He said in exasperation, "Your Excellency number one, as a sign of your disrespect for our beautiful country, I have decided not to offer any of your chip technology. Mr. Foster, I'm sorry to inform you that our agreement is hereby cancelled." and we in the Dragon Kingdom will not be providing you with the technology for the ITER magnet material. Number 1 hung up the phone straight after that. It caused Foster to stagger right back in place, somewhat incredulous. Based on the current economic predicament that the Dragon Kingdom was in, there was no way that the other party would dare to talk to him like this. Did his own just go too far? Cause the other side to simply abandon their direct cooperation. This makes Foster some not mind. Originally he is to suppress the Dragon country. If the other side say something to beg for forgiveness, continue to provide 11 nanometer chip technology, there is no problem. Because even if the 11 nanometer chip technology was provided to the Dragon Kingdom, he believed that it would take a long time before the Dragon Kingdom wanted to truly realize it. But who knew that the other party was so tough that they would not talk to him directly? Now their country is in urgent need of ITER magnet material technology to suddenly their other related high-tech technology projects. Finally Foster thought calmly for a while and decided to talk to Longboy again. In any case, let's get the ITER magnet material technology first. Just as number 1 was about to leave the room, the talking device rang again. He looked at it and it was still Pretty Country's Foster. Just as it connected, Foster's voice came on. Your Excellency number 1. I'm very sorry for offending you due to my failure to control my emotions just now, and I sincerely apologize. We are willing to provide you with the technology for the 11 nanometer chip. Number 1, Mr. Foster. As I said earlier, we will not be providing you with the technology for the ITER magnet material. I have things to do. Goodbye. Foster, Your Excellency the First. Listen to me for a moment. Before Foster could finish, number 1 hung up the voice call device again. The power was then turned off directly. Furious, Foster viciously slammed the communication device right down on the table and cursed angrily. Unwilling Dragon Nation, I will make you pay. 128 chapter, a mistake. Kyoto 3 Institute. It was already 12:10 p.m. and there were only about 20 people eating in a large dining room. What's the situation? It's already the 10th day, and the people in the photolithography research department, they're still doing closed research. Yes, before, every time we ate, more than 100 people were so lively. Now it's cold and quiet. Do you guys think there could be a major technological breakthrough in the photolithography research department, and that's why they're doing closed research? It's really possible. Or else how come for 10 days in a row, eating and living all in the lab, not letting anyone in or out? Brothers, this can't be good. Our silicon wafer research department can't be compared to them. At this time, a small Master Lu, who had just finished delivering food to the photolithography department, pushed his car back. A researcher curiously walked up and asked Master Xiao Lu, Master Lu, what's the situation in the photolithography department? Is there any technological breakthrough? Master Xiao Lu, who was asked, shook his head and said he didn't know anything. We are insiders. No secrecy regulations involved. The researcher said, but Mr. Lu has shaken his head, said he did not know. One of the key pieces of advice his father had given him when he had first followed him, here, as a cook, was that no matter what, he must not say anything about the institute. Mr. Lu kept this advice in mind and just did his own cooking, and didn't get involved in the rest of the things. In the institute cannot talk, not to talk. He is really afraid of losing this hard-earned job. Seeing that Master Xiao Lu didn't say anything, that scientific researcher could only return to his position, and a person next to him said, Lao Gao, ask Master Xiao Lu. It's useless to ask. The researcher known as Old Gao then turned to Xiao Yifei, who was fuming next to him. Hey, Yiffy elementary school girl. Ha! Xiao Yifei was thinking about her own little thoughts when she was suddenly shouted at, and her little face couldn't help but redden, as if the little secret in her heart was being spied on. How? What's going on? Senior brother Gao, did your eldest give you any insight into what's going on in the photolithography research department? The fellows present all knew that Xiao Yifei was Elder Xiao's niece. Everyone perked up their ears and waited for you, Xiao Yifei, to answer. Xiao Yifei, however, shook her head and said, my eldest is also in the photolithography department and hasn't come out in 10 days, so I don't know what's going on. Hearing this answer, the crowd was a bit disappointed and had to continue eating their meals. Xiao Yifei, however, continued, however, according to my eldest uncle's character, there's definitely a major technological breakthrough that makes him so playful. Lao Gao said thoughtfully, if that's the case, it's really possible that they've researched a 17-nanometer photolithography machine. When the crowd heard this, they all lost some flavor when they ate their bowls of food. Their silicon wafer research department, the speed of research has been faster than the photolithography department. If they really research 17-nanometer photolithography, is equal to directly catch up with them by a large margin. And to think they were always making fun of the photolithography department people about it before, only to have it flipped on its head now. None of them said a word, but sped up their eating. Their idea now was to hurry up and finish their meal so that they can go and do some more research. And maybe there can be a major breakthrough in their silicon wafer technology as well. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Lao Gao said to the group, "There's no need to be so upset about the technological breakthrough in their photolithography department. We should be happy. Old Gao, the photolithography department's technology breakthrough to 17 nanometers. We are indeed happy for them in our hearts. Only, now our silicon wafer department's technology, on the contrary, is dragging them down." What this researcher said was indeed what they all thought. At that moment, however, Old Gao mysteriously said to the crowd, "Come here, all of you." When the 10 or so people heard Old Gao say this, they all poked their heads over in curiosity. "I have good news for you. I extracted a 99.9% pure silicon wafer." Everyone was looking at Old Gao with shocked faces. "Really? Of course. I was thinking of reporting it tomorrow after the data issue." "Old Gao, you're too good. Go, check it out. I haven't finished my meal yet. What else is there to eat?" Old Gao arrived at his lab surrounded by more than a dozen people. Their silicon wafer department, after the purity of silicon wafers broke through to 99.99% half a year ago, has been stuck here. Just yesterday, the old high mistake operation, the machine and equipment data adjusted the wrong mistake even refined out 99.9% purity of silicon wafers. At the time he was excited beyond words. He quickly calmed down, though, because he wasn't sure if it was accidental imagery. So he began to do experiments according to this data. The first 3 refined silicon wafers, after testing the purity of 99.01 99.09 floating between. Just as he was doing his 4th experiment, the proposed silicon wafer was suddenly reduced to 79%. Thinking there had been a mistake, he did a 5th experiment and the purity was still 79%. It puzzled him that the material hadn't changed, nor had the machine's data. But how did the purity of the extraction suddenly decrease so much? So he began to consider the factors that influenced his surroundings: air humidity, temperature, noise, and other factors. One by one, the results of the experiment are already still 79%. He did 7 or 8 hours of experiments one after the other, and he didn't even eat his lunch. In the end he just couldn't figure out what the problem was. He ate a hasty dinner and continued back to the lab to do his experiments, but there was already nothing to show for it. Until this morning, when he suddenly had another 96% pure silicon wafer refined. This gave him an instant mental boost, and he began to experiment non-stop, until the 4th time, when the purity suddenly dropped to 79%. The 5th and 6th, 20th time is already 79%, which makes him all a little speechless. Is there a limit to the purity that can be extracted each day? Only 3 times. He launched himself at a few lab sheets and suddenly realized the time on them. Yesterday distilled over 99% of the time respectively. 9:03. 9:09, 9:16. Today's distills out over 99% of the time respectively. 9 o'clock, 9:07, 9:15. He hurriedly looked at the other failed experiment sheets, all of which were timed outside of 9:009:16 p.m. He began to look for factors that made this time period different from others, until he saw a tiny beam of light shining through a ragged hole in the curtains. Sunshine! He was instantly excited. Because of the demanding conditions in the lab, the curtains are always drawn. He projected 9 to 9:16 through the sunlight coming in through that little hole. Found just the right spot for a single crystal furnace. 2 factors immediately came to mind: light and temperature. 129 chapter, breakthrough. Lao Gao did another series of experiments based on 2 factors, light and temperature, and finally found out the decisive factor: light. He simulated sunlight by using a flashlight to illuminate the light-reflecting areas of the single crystal furnace. In the end, a silicon wafer with 99.1% purity was really refined. Moreover, he found that the purity of the extraction varied in magnitude depending on the intensity of the light, which ranged from 99.1% to 99.9%. The crowd learned of Lao Gao's experimental results and all flocked into his laboratory. He explained the principles of light to the crowd. Then, in front of everyone, 3 experiments were done, and it was found that the data was indeed between 99.1% and 99.9%. When they looked at the results of the test with their own eyes, they were thrilled. After half a year, their silicon wafer purity finally broke through 99%. With Old Gao's amazing discovery, they just need to follow this direction, and I believe it won't be long before they can research silicon wafers with higher purity. By then, in conjunction with the photolithography research department, they will be able to research a 17 nanometer photolithography machine, and they will be able to make a 17 nanometer chip. The more they think about it, the more excited they get. Old Gao, you're too good. You are truly a hero in our silicon wafer department. Great. Ha ha. Supervisor Ding Haiba of the silicon wafer department, who was doing experiments next door, heard the cheers here. Soon afterward, he walked over and said with a stern face, "What for that? This is a lab. No loud noises." During this time, he saw the photolithography department closed for research and was sure they had a major technological breakthrough. As for their silicon wafer division, they had no technological progress for half a year, resulting in a very high level of stress for him. The crowd took a look at the fact that it was Supervisor Ding Haiba and turned to him excitedly. "Supervisor Ding, good news. We have a technological breakthrough. Old Gao, he has researched a silicon wafer with a purity of 99.09. We've finally broken through." Ding Haiba heard the important information from the crowd's words that were being spoken. He said, pulling one of the researchers beside him, "What do you mean? We refined 99.9% of the silicon wafers?" "Yes, Supervisor Ding. Look, here's the test sheet." Ding Haiba grabbed the test sheet and read it. It really shows 99.9% purity of silicon wafers. He then looked at another test sheet, which showed silicon wafer purity 99.6%. He looked at several test sheets in succession, and the purity of the silicon wafers was over 99%. Ding Haiba's hands trembled with excitement, chanting under his breath, "Breakthrough! We've finally broken through! Ha ha! Who researched this?" "Supervisor Ding, it's Old Gao. He researched it." Then Lao Gao told the story. Ding Haiba couldn't be happier in his heart when he heard the somewhat coincidental research results. So, to Old Hai, he said, "Old Gao, you prepare. I'll immediately organize a meeting with all the researchers and you give a report." Subsequently, the researchers in the silicon wafer department, hearing about the major breakthrough, all flew to the conference room. After Lao Gao finished explaining the new results, everyone was excited, and then they discussed 6 research programs. Ding Haiba divided everyone into 6 groups to work on all 6 options simultaneously. As soon as they find out that one of the 6 options is feasible, they can focus their attack on that option. Ding Haiba believed that it wouldn't take them long to extract higher purity silicon wafers. Everyone was then excited to get into the research. On that day, Ding Haiba told Director Zhang about the major breakthrough in silicon wafers. Director Zhang was thrilled to hear this good information. He hadn't expected a breakthrough in silicon wafer technology at the same time as a breakthrough in their institute's photolithography. In that case, he would be able to complete the mission given by number 1 ahead of schedule. Photolithography Research Department, Kyoto 3 Research Institute. Here, together with Elder Qiao and Jiang Fan, there were a total of 80 personnel, and each of them was busy with their work in an intense and orderly manner. At first, many people were very uncomfortable with Jiang Fan's closed study. They are in the lab 24 hours a day. Meals are sent by specialized personnel, and when they are tired, they sleep in simple beds. Each person only sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day, and with such intense work, many people simply can't keep it up. But they saw Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guanyuan and Niu Su acting like chicken blood every day, and their spirit of defiance came up. What made all the more surprised was that the 3 of them completed the tasks Jiang Fan had explained very quickly and efficiently, almost crushed all the old researchers here. The 3 of them were students who hadn't graduated yet, and it was their first time touching a photolithography machine, so how could they be embarrassed? Especially the old self-righteous researchers were deeply taught a lesson. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past are patted on the beach. After everyone had seen what the 3 were capable of, no one dared to underestimate them in. Sometimes when they did not understand something about Jiang Fan's explanation of the task, they even asked for their help. Xiao Lao had also been tossed around enough in the past 10 days. After all, he was in his 50s and his body was a bit overwhelmed. But seeing everyone's great progress in the 7-nanometer lithography every day under Jiang Fan's leadership, his whole body had been out of exuberance. "Chief Engineer Qiao, you'd better rest for a while," one of the researchers said to Elder Zhou. "It's okay, I'm not tired. Look at your dark circles under your eyes. They're turning into pandas. It's about to be developed. Where can I sleep?" Elder Qiao's face was filled with excitement as he spoke. He glanced at Jiang Fan, who was busy checking the equipment, and his heart was indescribably pleased. He so also could not have imagined that all the people under the leadership of Jiang Fan, only used the time of 10 days, is about to complete the 7-nanometer photolithography equipment. That kind of speed can absolutely shock the scientific research community. When Jiang Fan finished inspecting the equipment, Elder Qiao walked up. "Jiang Fan, so, the body can still take it, right?" Jiang Fan said as he patted his chest. "No problem. It's so nice to be young. Ha ha." Xiao Lao was simply admiring Jiang Fan. While others stayed up for 10 days or so, all of them were full of haggardness. His was already as handsome and energetic as ever. In fact, what Elder Chow didn't know was that Jiang Fan had a system reward for staying up all night capsule. Jiang Fan, how long before the photolithography equipment can be completed? About 10 hours. Jiang Fan replied. Elder Chow was thrilled to hear this time. Then to all of them, everyone hold on for another 10 hours, and our 7-nanometer lithography will be ready for research. Everyone heard the news and replied with gusto. Yes. 130. 130 chapter, Autumn Rain. Early the next morning, autumn rain, pattering, clear and cold, as if falling down to the mortal world of the elves, dancing and singing, but also misty. In an outdated neighborhood in Kyoto, homes keep their windows closed to prevent the cold air brought in by the autumn rains from entering. But the cold autumn wind blowing raindrops hit the window glass crackling. Raindrops then slid down the glass, leaving a trail of water. Suddenly, a window on the second floor opened a crack, and a small, fleshy, white hand stretched out from it. A cold wind blew a little rain through a crack in the window, and the little girl couldn't help but shiver. Hiss. Hurriedly, he withdrew his small hand and closed the window behind him. She shouted in a childish voice, Mommy, Mommy, it's cold out there in the rain. Do we not have to go to kindergarten today? Mom in the kitchen poked her head out and said, Hee, it's Friday yo, and tomorrow Saturday you get to play at home. Oh, the little girl pouted in response. So when is Daddy coming back? Cece hasn't seen him in ages. Mom put down the dishes in her hand, wiped her hands, and came to the little girl's side. Taking her intimately in his arms, he said tenderly, Daddy's a big inventor. He's inventing something awesome, and when he's done, he'll be back. Did Daddy invent the spaceship? The little girl asked innocently. The young mom gently scratched the bridge of her little nose and smiled. Yes, your dad is inventing a very big spaceship. Great, my favorite spaceship. When Dad invents it, I'll take my mom and dad to space as soon as I can. He. When the little girl had eaten her breakfast, the young mother dressed her in her raincoat and opened the door to go downstairs to get ready for kindergarten. Just as I stepped out of the door of my flat, a biting cold wind accompanied by raindrops greeted me. Hiss, it's cold. Mom. See, wait, I'll open the umbrella. Just as the young mom opened her umbrella, the little girl saw a figure not far away and turned to her mom. Ha, it's Daddy. See, be good. It might take a month for Daddy to come home yo. The girl's mom comforted. The little girl looked like she hadn't heard her mom and flew right out the door. He, what are you doing? Wait for Mommy. The woman rushed after them in a panic with her umbrella. I saw the little girl running in the rain and yelling, Daddy, then jumped into a man's arms. The man grinned happily and lifted the child straight up. The little girl giggled happily, her eyes turning into the shape of a crescent moon, just like a cute little angel. The young mom fixed her eyes on her husband. Hurriedly and happily, he walked up and held the umbrella for both father and daughter. Daddy, Cece misses you. The little girl finished by giving the man a kiss on his somewhat bearded face. Daddy misses Cece too. Dad, did you bring back the spaceship you invented? The man froze, then looked at his wife, and the woman smiled at him. The man understood instantly and said to the little girl, Of course it was invented. Still from the energy can't bring it home. But which, Dad brought you this. The man then pulled out a cute doll, which the little girl happily took into her arms. Wow, it's a doll. Cece's favorite. Thanks, Daddy. Driving a happy daughter. The man's heart couldn't say how sweetly happy he was. Daddy, he doesn't want to go to school today. She wants to play with you. C looked at the man with expectant eyes. The man said as he doted on his lovely daughter. Okay, Daddy's home with he today. Wow, that's great. The young mom looked at her husband's thinning face and knew how hard he must be working these days. Let's go back. It's too cold outside. I'll make you chicken soup. Aha. The man looked at the young mom with love in his eyes, holding the little girl in one arm and wrapping his other arm tightly around the woman as he headed for home. I thought you said it would take a month to get back? The woman asked. Your husband is awesome. We finished in 11 days this time. He. The man spoke with a look of pride. Yes, my husband is the best. The woman said adoringly. The little girl said defiantly. My daddy is the best. He's a big inventor. Ha. The men were none other than the researchers of the photolithography department of the Kyoto 3 Research Institute. This time, under Jiang Fan's leadership, they had successfully researched a 7-nanometer photolithography machine at 6 o'clock this morning. At that time, Jiang Fan took out the test results. More than 70 researchers, with trepidation, waited for him to announce the results. 7 nanometers lithography. Test results. Jiang Fan scanned the faces of all the people present before loudly announcing, Success! When everyone heard the result, everyone shouted madly. Some are dancing, Some are shouting with excitement. Some are hugging each other. Some are crying with joy. They were all excited beyond words and somehow managed to vent their inner excitement and thrill. While everyone was thrilled and excited, Elder Joe announced that he had given everyone a 3-day vacation, so that everyone could have a good rest. Each of them was tired and exhausted from the past 10 days. Some researchers with families chose to go home for a reunion at the first opportunity, like little Hee-Hee's dad. The two of them, Jiang Fan and Elder Chow, first reported the situation to Director Zhang. Director Zhang was walking around his office in excitement. Great! I can't believe we worked on a 7 nanometers lithography in only 11 days. Ha ha! 7 nanometers photolithography. But it's the top technology in Blue Star. Ha ha! Our dragon country is finally not afraid of being threatened by the pretty country. Good job, Jiang Fan. You are truly the pride of Dragon Kingdom. Director Zhang slowed down for half an hour before he eased up a little. He suddenly remembered something and once again said excitedly to Old Man Xiao, Academician Xiao, I also have good news for you. Our silicon wafer technology has also made a breakthrough. Really? Mr. Xiao stood up straight from the sofa. Ha ha. Didn't think of it, did you? It was also just yesterday that the silicon wafer department refined 99.9% pure silicon wafers. Elder Chow was a little unsteady with excitement when he heard the news. If silicon wafers also break through, it won't take them long to work on chips. Director Zhang looked at Elder Chow and Jiang Fan then said, Academician Chow. Jiang Fan led the photolithography department this time and researched a 7 nanometer photolithography machine, achieving extraordinary results. And I would like to have the silicon wafer department that he leads next. Director Zhang. Jiang Fan has been too tired these past 10 days. Let's wait until he rests for 2 days. Elder Chow said. At this time, Jiang Fan's mind suddenly remembered the system's voice. System, trigger choice mission. Choice 1, agree to Director Zhang's request to obtain the technology for 9,999% pure silicon wafers. Choice 2, reject Director Zhang's request. No reward. Jiang Fan didn't have any hesitation. Uncle Chow, Director Zhang, I do. 131. 131 Chapter, Silicon Wafer Sector. Finally, at Jiang Fan's insistence, Elder Chow agreed. However, Jiang Fan had been working continuously for so many days, and Elder Chow was afraid that he might have some kind of physical problem, so he had to let him rest for the morning, and wait for the meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before announcing the result. Jiang Fan could only agree. Jiang Fan returned to the dormitory room that the institute had prepared for him while he was not resting, and sorting up the drawings of the silicon wafer equipment that the system had rewarded him with. Xiao Lao also returned to his own residence to rest. To be honest, he was too tired. Everyday high-intensity work he for his age. Really some can not eat. And he worked 28 hours in the period before working out the 7 nanometer lithography. But Xiao Lao lying in bed, thinking about today's research out of the lithography. Like a dream. Tossing and turning but how can not sleep. He was filled with thoughts of the marvelous Jiang Fan. He really didn't know how he did it. Researching the world's top photolithography machine in 11 days. If he had been in charge of silicon wafers as well, would it have taken him only 11 days to break through the technology as well? Xiao Old Imaginary unconsciously slept over. Dreaming also dreamed that Jiang Fan studied the 7 nanometer chip. At 1:30 p.m., Ding Haiba, the head of the silicon wafer department, notified everyone to come to the conference for a meeting. Originally, he had received a notice from Elder Joe that the meeting would be held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But Ding Haiba was half an hour early because he wanted to give his department a meeting first. The researchers from the silicon wafer department all came to the conference room soon. They were all jubilant because after yesterday's study, they had identified a viable option out of the 6 that had been developed. And, as a result of their efforts, the purity of silicon wafers has now broken through to 99.26%. At this rate, they can be sure that in 3 months' time, they will be able to raise the purity of silicon wafers to over 99.50%. Don't look at it as only a fraction of a percent improvement. It's already a big breakthrough, because the further back you go, the more technically difficult it gets. By the time everyone had settled on the finished program plan, everyone was all excited. Supervisor Ding, Chief Engineer Qiao will be shocked when he hears our report later. Ha ha. Yes, although the photolithography department has successfully researched a 17 nanometer photolithography machine, we will also be working on silicon wafers with 99.50% purity in a short period of time. By then, with the photolithography, it will be more than enough to make a 17 nanometer chip. It's thanks to our meritorious old Gao. Ha ha. He'll be the one to complete the report to Chief Engineer Qiao later. Cao Jiang was praised by everyone, but he said modestly, how can that be? It's more appropriate for Supervisor Ding to report. Although I was the one who made the breakthrough this time, all of these programs were formulated by everyone. Supervisor Ding said smilingly to Gao Jiang. Old Gao, don't be modest. You'll be the one to report later. Yeah, old Gao, don't be modest. Old Gao reluctantly agreed to do so after being persuaded by everyone, but he was incredibly happy in his heart. This time by him reporting on his work, Chief Engineer Qiao would definitely give him a good commendation. Maybe, there will be some kind of reward. The time quickly reached 2 o'clock, and Old Man Qiao smiled and walked into the conference room on time. Everyone also spontaneously applauded for Qiao Lao, congratulating him for leading the photolithography department to successfully research a 17-nanometer photolithography machine. Elder Qiao waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and then said with a smile, everyone knows about the photolithography breakthrough at our institute, right? No. Everyone shouted happily. Photolithography is to be celebrated for this technological breakthrough, but they've been too tired for a while, so I've temporarily given them a 3-day vacation to rest and adjust when they return. I've heard that we've had a technological breakthrough in the silicon wafer sector as well? At this time, Ding Haiba said with a proud face, the brothers in photolithography have broken through the technology, and we, in the silicon wafer division, can surely do the same without slowing down the chip progress, can't we, brothers? Yes, everyone responded with excitement. When Elder Qiao saw that everyone was so passionate, his heart was also very pleased. It seems that you guys have made quite a breakthrough this time. Supervisor Ding, come up and report. Ding Haiba said to Elder Qiao. Chief Engineer Qiao, let's have our man of honor, Gao Jiang, do the debriefing this time. Okay, everybody clap your hands. Gao Jiang came to the front with excitement amidst the applause of the crowd. He bowed to Elder Zhou first. Zhou General Worker Good. My name is Lao Gao, not Gao Jiang. Taki smiled awkwardly at everyone. He was usually called Old Gao by everyone and got so used to it that he sometimes called himself Old Gao himself. And when he introduced himself to Elder Qiao, he just blurted it out because he was so excited. Everyone laughed along with them. There's no need to get excited. They're all your own people. Elder Qiao smiled and comforted. Only then did Gao Jiang calm down a little. So he introduced the process of his breakthrough technology to Elder Qiao, and then a little bit more about it. Their technical program. When he finished speaking, Elder Qiao was very satisfied and led the applause. Everyone was proud to see that the proposal had been recognized by Elder Qiao. Gao Jiang walked down from the front of the stage, and everyone was looking at him with envy, which gave him a starry-eyed feeling. The heart couldn't be happier. After a while, Ding Haiba stood up again and said to Elder Qiao, Chief Engineer Qiao, with the new type of program we have researched, we expect to be able to research 99.50% of the silicon wafers in 3 months' time. 3 months? Elder Qiao frowned a little when he heard this time point. If according to the previous 3 months silicon wafer purity can reach 99.50%, which has been said very good, but time doesn't allow for that now, because this morning Director Zhang told him about the mission given by number 1, and now that they're being sanctioned by the pretty country chip, the dragon chip related fields are in jeopardy, and they simply can't be delayed for 3 months. Seeing that Elder Qiao was a bit dissatisfied with their time, Ding Haiba immediately assured Elder Qiao again to, Chief Engineer Qiao, if we work overtime, we can shorten the time to 2 months. 2 months is still too long. The mission given to us from above is rather tight, Elder Qiao said. Ding Haiba pondered for a while and said, if we also engage in a closed study, it can be completed in as little as a month and a half. You guys have half a month at most, Elder Qiao said. Half a month? Everyone was surprised. Half a month? That's just not going to cut it. When the silicon wafer purity broke through from 98% to 99%, it took them half a year, a month and a half to raise the purity to 99.50% already belonged to the limit. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open and a young man walked in, said to Elder Zhou, I only need 5 days. Chapter 132. 132, let me correct that. I only need 5 days. Everyone looked at the young man in front of them in confusion. When Xiao Yifei saw the visitor, he was inexplicably excited, his eyes glowing. This person was none other than Jiang Fan. These people under the stage, except for Xiao Yifei, everyone else was seeing Jiang Fan for the first time. The first thought that popped into their minds when they heard what this young man said was, this one can't be a cutie, right? Any idea what they're talking about? Just pop up and say 5 days. The way Ding Haiba looked at Jiang Fan's eyes, it became a bit unkind. Who are you? Know what this place is? Everyone saw that Jiang Fan was wearing their institute's scientific research uniform, but he looked very young, so they could be sure that he was a new intern. Gao Jiang saw an intern, who dared to barge into their conference room, and said nonchalantly, we're having an internal meeting, please get out. Elder Qiao ignored Ding Haiba and the others, but looked at Jiang Fan excitedly and said, Jiang Fan, can you really research a 99.50% 50% purity silicon wafer in 5 days? Yes, Uncle Joe. When Elder Chow heard Jiang Fan's affirmative answer, his entire body froze in place in shock. If Jiang Fan had said this before, he would have considered that Jiang Fan was not joking with him, but now it was different. Just this morning, Jiang Fan had successfully researched a 7-nanometer photolithography machine, and he had used the entire project in just 11 days. Elder Chow now had a blind admiration for Jiang Fan. As long as Jiang Fan said he could, he was sure he could do it. The others on the stage, however, all had a look of disbelief. This young man is still talking big, going so far as to say that he can break through the silicon wafer in 5 days. Who does he think he is? Einstein? An intern really has guts. I'm afraid this is called ignorance. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Just him in 5 days. Does he know what a silicon wafer is? Just as everyone had a burst of contempt for Jiang Fan, Xiao Yifei, who was sitting in the center seat, looked at Jiang Fan with her eyes full of little stars. Jiang Fan on the stage was tall and wore a white scientific research suit, especially the contrast between his calm demeanor and his boyish face, invisibly tugging at her heartstrings. Without realizing it, her face was actually a little flushed and hot. When Xiao Yifei reacted, she hurriedly surveyed the surroundings and realized that no one had noticed her before she let her heart drop. She wondered if she was sick. She was a woman who had talked to more than 10 boyfriends. What kind of men had not seen? But facing Jiang Fan, who was 4 years younger than her, she was a little flustered. Everybody be quiet. Elder Joe on the stage said to everyone, "Let me introduce you all to him. His name is Jiang Fan. He's the one who designed the photolithography drawings and led the successful research on the 7-nanometer photolithography." Everyone heard Elder Chow's introduction, and the entire conference room immediately quieted down, their mouths wide open in shock one by one. What? He designed the photolithography drawings? But he doesn't even look 20. So how is that possible? Ha! No! Just now Chief Engineer Joe said 7 nanometers lithography? What's 7-nanometer lithography? Ding Haiba was the first to react and said to Elder Chow, "Chief Engineer Chow, did you make a mistake? The photolithography department is researching a 17-nanometer photolithography machine this time." When Elder Chow heard Ding Haiba ask this, his heart froze and he instantly understood that they had misunderstood, then smilingly said, "This is my fault for not telling you guys. This time the lithography department researched a 7-nanometer lithography. You don't think so? 7 nanometers lithography? Blue Star's most powerful lithography technology is also 7 nanometers lithography. This is really a bit hard for them to accept. After all, their institute's previous lithography technology was only 21 nanometers. In just 11 days, they broke right through the world's leading photolithography technology. And it was this young man who researched it. They don't believe it even if it kills them." Elder Joe continued to address the group. "After discussions between Director Zhang and I, it has been decided that the research and development of silicon wafers will have Jiang Fan in charge for the time being." Everyone was a bit incredulous when they heard this decision from Elder Chow. Although Jiang Fan developed a photolithography machine, photolithography and silicon wafers are very different. At this time, Cao Jiang was the first to stand out and said, "Chief Engineer Chow, let's not talk about whether he knows about silicon wafers or not. We already have a mature program, and with Supervisor Ding leading us, I'm sure we can do it." As Gao Jiang finished speaking, the others chimed in. "Yes, Supervisor Ding has been researching silicon wafer technology for 7 years, and he's the most technically mature researcher we have here." Originally, Ding Haiba, whose face was a bit ugly, was relieved to hear everyone's affirmation of himself. At this time of year, Chief Joe replaced him, which is tantamount to not recognizing his work. "Chief Engineer Chow, over the years, I brought everyone together to study silicon wafers, and it's true that we haven't had any major breakthroughs, but we now have a set of mature programs, and as long as you give me some more time, we'll definitely get results." Supervisor Ding, you may have misunderstood. I've always been clear about your dedication, including everyone's great recognition of your skills. I do not mean to remove your supervisory position, but the silicon wafer department temporarily have Jiang Fan leadership, including me. Elder Chow saw that everyone's expressions didn't really believe Jiang Fan. However, he didn't explain too much more, because he believed that it wouldn't be long before they worshipped Jiang Fan as much as he did. There are a lot of things that they will only understand once they've experienced them. "Jiang Fan, say something to everyone." Jiang Fan nodded and said to the researchers on the stage, "Because of the time constraints and the magnitude of the task, I will already be taking a closed study for the next few hours, as will the photolithography department." Before Jiang Fan could finish, Gao Jiang stood up and said to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, I have a question I want to consult. Since you said you can get the purity of silicon wafers to 99, 50% in 5 days, then you must have a technical solution?" "Of course. Jiang Fan responded. Then you can explain to all of us whether it is better than our program. Jiang Fan said after thinking for a while. Can I hear your program first? Cao Jiang wasn't modest and directly said to Jiang Fan. Our breakthrough point for this technology is mainly for the light reflection area of the single crystal furnace. When Gao Jiang finished speaking with a proud face, Jiang Fan said indifferently, using the light reflecting area of a single crystal furnace as a breakthrough is a very old technology, and the technologies is available online up to, and, I should correct myself, my designs program is to make silicon wafers 99,999% pure, 133, technical references, silicon wafers with 9,999% purity? Everyone on stage went haha and laughed. Silicon wafers with 9,999% purity? Are you kidding me? The silicon wafers used in pretty country's 7nm chips are only 99% pure. This kid can't be drunk. If he had just said that in 5 days' time, he could research silicon wafers with 50% purity. I would still barely be able to accept it, but to say that he had researched 9,999% purity, killing me would not believe it. The researchers in the silicon wafer department were in a flurry of discussion, all thinking that Jiang Fan was just blowing awesome. Gao Jiang tried to control his expression, then said to Jiang Fan, "Little brother Jiang Fan, do you know the purity of the silicon wafers used in Blue Star Technology's most advanced 7nm chips?" "I don't know exactly," Jiang Fan replied truthfully. "Ha ha, let me tell you, it's 99%. You don't even know the state-of-the-art technology of the pretty country, and you dare to say that you have researched a silicon wafer with 9,999% purity. Aren't you being funny?" Everyone laughed again when they heard Gao Jiang's words, so it turned out that Jiang Fan didn't even know the technical ceiling of Blue Star silicon wafers. They could be certain that Jiang Fan didn't understand silicon wafer technology at all. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Jiang Fan said faintly, "Does pretty country's silicon wafer technology have anything to do with us?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Jiang Fan's words, like looking at a little cutie, looking at Jiang Fan like, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" He just wanted to refute Jiang Fan, but after careful consideration, what he said seemed to be fine. Pretty country's silicon wafer technology has nothing to do with them indeed, because it's also impossible for them to pass on the technology of silicon wafers to the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Taki wanted to say that pretty country's silicon wafer technology was Blue Star's upper limit, Jiang Fan, however, continued, "Since we were able to research a 7nm photolithography machine and become a world leader in terms of silicon wafer technology, why can't we surpass pretty countries? You've been using pretty country as a technical reference point. Why can't we be Blue Star's technical reference point?" All of them stopped talking and fell into deep thought. Yes, it's as if in their minds, no matter what the technology is, their first reaction is to take the pretty country as a technical reference point. If none of the pretty countries had reached this level of technology, they would have subconsciously assumed that it was impossible to accomplish. In their minds, the pretty country's level of technology was the upper limit of Blue Star, and as long as they hadn't developed the technology, it was simply impossible for other countries or individuals to accomplish it. This kind of thinking seems to be ingrained in them during their studies. Honestly, the scariest thing about being a researcher is having that kind of thinking. Once you confine your mind, it's like setting a cage for yourself. They then dismiss some of the possibilities outside the cage. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill down their backs when they thought about it, because they know very well as researchers that once they have this kind of thinking, it equals the end of their life. The most important thing for researchers is to have unlimited imagination and creativity. You may not have much trust in me, but please give me 5 days and you will see 9,999% pure silicon wafers researched by the Dragon Kingdom. I believe you. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out in the quiet conference room. Jiang Fan looked over and realized that it was none other than Xiao Yifei. The others then looked at each other and applauded Jiang Fan's words. Although they didn't know if Jiang Fan had such a technique, the words he dared to eat did enlighten them. Xiao Lao looked at Jiang Fan's eyes full of gratification. The Dragon Kingdom now indeed needs such a capable, driven one to lead the scientific research community to create a technology empire that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom itself. Because of the time constraints, after the meeting, the entire Silicon Wafer division then goes into closed mode. Pretty country. The day after Foster and One spoke on the phone, he reconvened the interim meeting. This time, several representatives from the fields of science, technology and economics were added to the original group. Foster began by giving the general gist of the call with Dragonland. When Foster finished, Carl was the first to say, "Lord Foster, I said at the time not to hand over Professor Holt And now not only have we not gained the ITER magnet material technology, but we've also lost a math professor and 10 billion. Foster, Mr. Carr. Regarding this matter, we didn't get nothing out of it. At the very least we were able to establish a good communication relationship with Longwa. And at that time, they immediately handed over the technology to us. It's just that there were some accidents in the middle. Counselor 1, I don't think there is anything wrong with Han Foster's decision. The Dragon Kingdom is just holding on for dear life right now. Foster looked at the congressman with satisfaction. He shared his own thoughts that the Dragon Kingdom was only holding out in the face of their economic sanctions. And he believed that it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Kingdom would naturally hand over the ITER magnet material technology. He looked to Bourne, the ambassador who had been stationed in the Dragon Kingdom for 10 years. Mr. Bourne, can you say what you think? The glowering Bourne then pursed his lips and said, the Dragon Kingdom is like a sleeping beast. Don't mess with him. Let him sleep. When Bourne finished, he closed his mouth again. All laughed as Bourne said the exact same thing as the last meeting. Foster didn't pay attention to Bourne's words. He had just asked casually. After all, he was the oldest of all. It looks like the next meeting. It would be better to let this senior citizen rest at home. Foster, and everyone say their piece. I feel that we should increase the sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. They absolutely can't afford 10 days. And the things behind them will be water under the bridge. With regard to economic sanctions, although they can be very effective, they are also an economic loss for our country. After all, the Dragon Kingdom accounted for 1/3 of our chip exports. The short-term impact on our country is not great, but in the long run, but also the loss is still very big. Indeed, we'd better be fast and furious. Increase the sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. Force them to hand over the ITER magnet material technology, and quickly resume export trade with the Dragon Kingdom. After 2 hours of deliberation, they finally came to a unanimous recommendation. While engaging in peace negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom, the economic sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom were increased, while creating panic among the people and businesses of the Dragon Kingdom, so that they would force their country to hand over the ITER magnet material technology. 134 Chapter, Self-Help. After the meeting, Pretty Country joined forces with its own internet companies to ban the use of their cell phone operating system by the local cell phone brands in the Dragon Kingdom. It was certainly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Originally, the entire local cell phone brands of the Dragon Kingdom, still barely holding on, hoping that the country and the beautiful country to quickly reach an agreement to lift the sanctions on the chip, so they can survive, then only to wait in Pretty Country's cell phone operating system sanctions. The most important hardware in a cell phone is the chip and the most important software is the operating system. Yet both of these are directly sanctioned by the Pretty Country. It's equivalent to curbing the way out for all the local cell phone brands in the Dragon Kingdom. Lei Jun, the CEO of SmallMe Cell Phone, was the first to propose that a self-help meeting be held for the local cell phone brands in Longwa. The meeting was held in Kyoto, and almost all the domestic cell phones in the Dragon Kingdom participated, including Huawei's boss Ren Zhengfei, Meizu's boss Huang Zhang, Luiko, BBKer, and more than a dozen other brand bosses. Lei Jun as the host said as he looked at the people coming down. Old Lou of the Red Hot Chili Pepper cell phone brand is so not here? He has declared bankruptcy. One of the cell phone brand owners said. Lei Jun sighed helplessly. Red Chili Phone was once also the main competitive brand of SmallMe. Red. I didn't expect to be unable to carry this economic sanction from the beautiful country. Lei Jun took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and said to everyone, folks, Pretty Country is sanctioning us even for cell phone operating systems these days. This is a direct attempt to strangle us out. Boss Ray, on a national level, we're just a casualty of a fight. Pretty Country isn't this right for us, regardless of what purpose Pretty Country is in. The reality is that we can't survive if we don't do something about it. At this time, Lei Jun suddenly remembered something and said to Ren Zhengfei, Huawei's boss, elder brother Ren, didn't you say that you started working on a cell phone operating system at an exchange meeting 2 years ago? How is it now? The research of cell phone system software is more difficult to develop than cell phone hardware. Our company has been researching for 3 years, and the system that we have researched is still far from the Apple system and Android system on the market. Ren Zhengfei said helplessly. When Huawei's cell phone took off in Longwa, Ren Zhengfei began to develop his own cell phone chips and cell phone operating systems, because these two are the most important parts of a cell phone, and they are largely dependent on importing Pretty Countries. Ren Zhengfei wanted to keep these two technologies in his own hands because he was afraid that one day, the Pretty Kingdom would threaten them with these two technologies. What he hadn't expected, however, was that something like this would come so quickly. When the Pretty Countries sanctioned them with chips and systems, they were powerless. In just about 20 days, almost all of the local cell phone brands in the Dragon Kingdom are going out of business. Elder brother Ren, we should have all listened to you in the beginning and followed you in researching chips and cell phone operating systems, and we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now. Yeah, if we had listened to Mr. Ren's advice at the exchange meeting and taken out 1/3 of our profits for research. With so many of our companies pooling our financial resources, in 2 years' time, we can definitely research a cell phone operating system and a cell phone chip. I only blame that we only looked at the immediate benefits at the beginning. There was no long-term consideration at all. Now that I think about it, or Mr. Ren's vision is farsighted, but unfortunately it's too late for regrets. 2 years ago, Jiang Fan in the exchange meeting bitterly persuade everyone joined together to engage in cell phone operating system and cell phone chip research and development. As a result, not a single person agreed to it, and people laughed at him for having no place to throw his money. Engaging in R&D is a bottomless pit and a pure waste of money. These technologies cost money and effort. Just let the pretty countries develop them. All they have to do is sit back and buy them and use them. Anyway, the WTO has provisions that member countries should not intervene in the international trade economy to realize the freedom of economy and trade. This will make them realize that the WTO is nothing more than defending the interests of those Western countries. There's no use regretting now. Let's just think about how to save ourselves. Pretty country won't provide us with cell phone software and chips. How else can we save ourselves? Even if we want to do R&D now, but the time won't come soon enough. I suggest that you all should pull your investments and hold out until the pretty country lifts its sanctions on the dragon country. Pulling investment? Nowadays the local cell phone brands in Longwa are in a half-dead state. Who dares to invest unless the other party is a simpleton? The crowd talked for more than 2 hours and did not come up with a solution. Finally, Lei Jun of Xiaomi and Rin Zhengfei of Huawei were recommended as representatives to ask for help from the state again. Now that the pretty country has imposed chip sanctions on the dragon for 20 days. Domestic cell phones have been withdrawn from the Dragon's market. Now all the cell phones on the market in the Dragon Kingdom are foreign brands, and without domestic phones as competition, their sales are rubbing upward like a rocket. And the pretty country Apple brand cell phone, because the sales are too good, directly announced on the official website, the Dragon country's Apple brand cell phone. The price of each unit increased by 20%. This has led to the discontent of users in the Dragon Kingdom, vocally denouncing Apple branded phones on the internet. Netizen 1, Apple brand cell phone on what grounds only in the Dragon country to increase the price? This is bullying. Lettuce people in the Dragon country is the wrongdoer? The official website of Apple brand gives us an explanation. Netizen 2, Apple brand cell phone is really ing bullying. Have backbone of the Dragon country people. All boycott Apple brand cell phone. Netizen 3, get out of our Dragon kingdom. Netizen 4, in fact, the price should have been raised a long time ago. Otherwise let all those poor people can afford to buy Apple brand cell phones. And so highlight our status. Netizen 5, at Netizen 4. Are you ing talking like a human being? Eat SI in the morning. Netizen 6, recently Huawei. Small me. Meizu. What's wrong with these domestic phones? How all of them are off the shelves? What's the situation? Netizen 7, you don't know it yet, do you? But the pretty country has imposed economic sanctions on us, causing them all to go out of business. Netizen 8, *******. Pretty country is really not something. Sanctioning our domestic cell phones, their brand of cell phones to take advantage of the price increase. Resolutely boycott. Then the official website of the Apple brand cell phone issued an announcement that in 10 days, the Apple brand 10 cell phone will be released, priced between 12,000 and 15,000. Grab a qualifying code today at 8 p.m. Only those who get a qualifying code will be able to pre-order the Apple Sign 10 phone in 10 days. Apple branded cell phones just made an announcement, and so did Samsung cell phones from Kimchi country. TriStar cell phones within the Dragon Kingdom are being sold at a 30% increase in price. Effective immediately. 135 chapter, robbing while the fire is burning. All the people in the Dragon Kingdom saw that the announcement was made by Apple brand cell phones and TriStar cell phones. All of them are furious, facing the foreign cell phone brands that are taking advantage of the situation. Many people from the Dragon Nation began to troll the internet. However, cell phones are a necessity in life and are needed for both life and work, and they have no choice but to be ripped off. At 8 p.m. The Apple branded cell phone opens the new product launch, and it opens the pre-order qualification code channel on the official website. The 100,000 cell phone pre-sale qualification codes were snapped up in less than 3 minutes. Subsequently, a number of people in some social networking sites posted the pre-sale qualification code for the purchase of Apple branded cell phones. A qualification code was finally speculated to between 500 yuan to 1,000 yuan. Apple brand cell phone Longbo branch. Chief Joe Brown couldn't help but smile scornfully when he saw the result. The Dragon Nation. What a spineless nation. Ha ha. Yeah, before the new product was released, I was worried when I saw the attacks on the internet, but I didn't think that they would scramble for it in 3 minutes. Ha ha. Secretary Kerry laughed lewdly. This time we bought 20% more for one phone and made an extra $400 million. Give a word to the headquarters. Ship all the cell phones that are lagging in other countries to the Dragon Kingdom. Adjust the price upward by 20% to sell them. And take this opportunity to properly slaughter the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Apple brand new cell phone 3 minutes to grab all the qualification code. In the network immediately caused a hot debate. Netizen 1, ****** now. 100,000 pre-sale qualification code channel. Only open 3 minutes of time. All were robbed. I just want to ask. Those who have grabbed the qualification code. Are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Netizen 2, I think you just can't eat grapes. But still think grapes are sour. Netizen 3, a new Apple branded cell phone is as low as 12,000. And the previous new model sold for about 6,000. This is ing open robbery. Netizen 4, Apple brand cell phones are supposed to be rich people's cell phones. That's a status symbol. You poor bastards don't deserve it. Netizen 5, ******, your grandfather. I see you are rich and tawdry. Giving money to foreigners. Support national products in order to revitalize our dragon country. Now the entire cell phone market in the Dragon Kingdom is full of foreign brands. And they have all raised their selling prices as if they had negotiated a deal. Although the quality of national brands was not well received before, the good thing is that they are cheap. You can buy a smartphone for a few $100s. And you can almost buy a decent performing phone for around $2,000. And now that domestic cell phones are off the shelves, those foreign brands on the market are generally priced above $3,000, resulting in many people not being able to afford to spend money. So everyone is calling on the internet for the country to save the domestic cell phone brands. After all, the majority of low-income people in the Dragon Kingdom, their feedback, quickly attracted the attention of the state. This is, after all, an issue related to people's livelihood. And Long especially held a press conference to tell the people that the country will solve this problem very soon, and hope that they will wait some more time. Lei Jun, the owner of Xiaomi Mobile, and Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei Mobile, who also fed the problem back to the state. But instead of getting a proven solution, they were told to keep waiting while the state worked on a solution. Minister Wang Wenhai of the Ministry of Commerce just sent Ren Zhengfei and the others away. Yang Yuanqing, the owner of the Dragon Kingdom's homegrown computer brand Lianxiang, then came as a representative of the computer industry. Minister Wang Wenhai invited Yang Yuanqing to his office. Yang Yuanqing just sat down and said to Wang Wenhai with a sad face, "Minister Wang, you must save our domestic computer brand. This time, pretty countries' economic sanctions against our chips have caused hundreds of thousands of computers on our production line to become scrap. We are still more than 100,000 employees. Waiting to eat. A day's salary is more than 10 million. Really cannot carry. Only to come to you for help. Boss Yang, I understand your difficulties. Now the country is trying to find a solution." Half an hour later, representatives of several TV brands came over, and they were equally concerned about the chip. Wang Wenhai recorded all the problems they responded to and fed back to the leaders above the country. The senior leader of the Dragon Kingdom, number 1, who was responsible for this matter, looked at the feedback document and couldn't help but knit his brows together. Unexpectedly, this time pretty increased sanctions, resulting in the Dragon country cell phones, computers, TVs and so on in chip-related areas of national brands, all facing closure. According to the report on the document, at most 10 days of, the Dragon Kingdom will have a large number of enterprises closed down, and millions of people facing unemployment. Such will be directly leading to a serious economic crisis in the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, number 1 secretary came over and said, "Leader, Chief Foster of the pretty country is requesting a voice call with you." Well, I know. Number 1 knew there was nothing good about Foster calling at this hour. Still, he got up and went to the voice call room to see what he was going to say. Number 1, Mr. Foster. What are you calling about? Foster, hello, Your Excellency number 1. I'm calling to talk to you about the ITER magnet material technology thing. I believe that you should be happy to give me a talk about the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Number 1, I may have disappointed you, but we don't have any problems with the Dragon Kingdom situation. Regarding the ITER magnet material technology, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Foster, Your Excellency number 1, there's actually no need for you to be strong in front of me. If we continue to impose economic sanctions on you, your Dragon Kingdom will experience a serious economic crisis. 136 chapter, Increased Sanctions. What Foster didn't expect was that number 1 had a strong attitude. and no matter how much he tried to induce him, he just refused to hand over the ITER magnet material. After hanging up the phone, Foster grunted, "It's a real no-brainer." Foster then called his secretary over. "Prepare to increase the sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom, and see how the Dragon Kingdom will carry it this time." Over the next few days, the pretty country focused on imposing full sanctions on the Dragon's cell phones, computers, TVs, and other industries. And some of the brands in the pretty country have been instructed by the state to implement a siege against these industries in the Dragon. Many enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom simply could not withstand the double blow and had no choice but to announce their closure. In fact, not only businesses have been hit hard, but even the lives of the people in the Dragon have been affected. If things go on like this, I am afraid that there will really be a serious economic crisis in the Dragon Kingdom. The country's top leaders had to face the matter squarely again. They then called an emergency meeting. 2/3 of the meeting agreed to hand over the ITER magnet material technology and solve the economic crisis that the Dragon Kingdom was suffering from. And number 1 is decidedly against it. Our institute number 3 has already researched a 7-nanometer photolithography machine, and I'm sure it won't take them long to work on the chip. Number 1, the way things are going, our country won't last long. Give me 10 days, if we really can't research the chip, we'll give up and hand over the ITER magnet material technology. 10 days? We simply can't last that long. If the country really breaks out in an economic crisis, the Dragon Kingdom will break out in a series of problems. We've been developing at a high speed all these years. I don't want to go straight back to pre-liberation because of these economic crises, but if we hand over the ITER magnet material technology, I'm afraid that in the future, in terms of high technology, it would really be impossible to surpass pretty country. That's for later. And right now we need to solve the problem at hand. Toward the end, number 1 directly slapped the table and argued with a senior leader who didn't want to give up just like that. In the end they had to vote by a show of hands. It was clear that most people were in favor of solving the immediate problems of the Dragon Kingdom first and handing over the ITER magnet material technology. There was communication with the pretty country that had been carried out by No. 1, but he was unwilling to concede defeat to the pretty country as a negative vote. They then had an elected representative to talk to Foster from pretty country on the phone. Number 1 was filled with helplessness. He didn't expect that after holding up for so long, the Dragon Kingdom would end up in failure. He could imagine at this point that Foster's understated face must be smiling. Hey! It all boiled down to the backwardness of the Dragon Kingdom's technology, which led to the success of being sanctioned by the pretty country, forcing them to hand over the ITER magnet material technology. He felt that this was the humiliation of the Dragon Kingdom. His heart ached and he wanted to fight back, but he couldn't do anything about it. Just then, his phone rang. Number 1 didn't look too excited when he saw that it was a call from Director Jiang of the Kyoto 3 Institute, because just yesterday, he had already asked Director Jiang about the process of the chip research. The other party told him that it hadn't been completed yet. Leader, good news, great news. No. 1 had just picked up the phone when the excited voice of Director Jiang came, but now it's too late for him. Even if there are significant advances in chip technology. Director Jiang, what's the good news? Go ahead. We've worked out a 7-nanometer chip. Director Jiang's voice trembled a bit as he spoke. Oh, number 1 responded calmly, but after 2 seconds, he instantly reacted, a little incredulous, and asked in a hurry. What? Say that again. Director Jiang adjusted his rapid breathing, and then said word for word, we've worked out a 7-nanometer chip. 7-nanometer chips. When the first heard these words again, excited cell phone did not hold steady. Pop fell directly to the ground. 7-nanometer chip. 7-nanometer chip. Ha ha. Great. Great. He was sure this time that Director Jiang was talking about 7-nanometer chips, not 7-nanometer lithography. The Dragon Kingdom has finally researched its own 7-nanometer chip. There is no need to fear the sanctions of the beautiful country in the future. To hell with the ing pretty country. At this moment, he was incomparably happy in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the Dragon representative was communicating with Foster on the phone at that moment. Right. He had to stop it now in order to do so. I hope it all comes in a hurry. Voice equipment call room. Minister Jiang, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, was on the phone with Foster. Foster, Minister Jiang, you are much more reasonable than number 1. I hope that we will have a good cooperation this time. As long as we receive the ITER magnet material technology, we will immediately lift the sanctions against you. Minister Jiang, okay, I'll transmit the ITER magnet material technology later. And I hope you'll keep your promise to lift the sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom and provide us with the 11-nanometer chip technology. Foster, of course, we in the pretty country are a nation that keeps its promises. Hey, Pop. The door to the room with the voice call room was pushed right open. 137. 137 chapter, the voice sounds familiar. Foster heard a door open first on the phone. Then there was another shout from a man. It's been studied. We've studied it. Finally there was a rush of footsteps. Just as Foster was a bit bewildered, wondering what was going on in the other call room here, the phone was hung up. It reminded Foster of the time when he had been on a call to negotiate with number 1 earlier and it was about to work out. And then there was an accident. There won't be any accidents this time. Will there? And he heard something familiar about that shout. It seems to be number 1's voice. Right. It's his voice. What does he mean by worked out? Did they work on the chip? That's not possible. Is it? Their level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom is still too far apart. And when Pretty Country sold them a 21 nanometers lithography, it was a deliberate attempt to lure them into researching in one of the wrong directions. Foster then thought about the ITER magnet material that the Dragon Kingdom had researched. He was also a bit flustered in his heart. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom could research ITER magnet material technology means that they should have a group of top researchers. If that was the case, there was a real possibility that the Dragon Kingdom had researched the chip, which could be a bit difficult to deal with. Foster called right back just to confirm. However, the call could not be connected. Meanwhile, the Dragon voice call room. Minister Jiang watched in surprise as number 1 turned off the power and cut off the call. Number 1, do you realize what you're doing? Minister Jiang asked with some anger. He immediately communicated with Pretty Country, and as long as he handed over the ITER magnet material technology, he could lift the economic crisis that Dragon Country was now facing. However, he hadn't expected that one would just turn off the power to the call in order to stop him. Has the ITER magnet material technology been passed on? One asked anxiously. Minister Jiang didn't answer him, but continued to chortle. You're going to plunge Dragonland into an economic crisis. Number 1 learned from Minister Jiang's words that he hadn't handed over the ITER magnet material technology, and breathed a sigh of relief. Minister Jiang's shout just now quickly attracted several other top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. They looked at number 1 in the call room, a little confused. Why was he here? Minister Jiang then gave the situation to a few people. The faces of several people all turned a bit ugly at once and said to number 1, Number 1, you are a senior leader of the Dragon Kingdom. What you are doing is too childish. Minister Jiang is talking to Pretty Country. In case you anger the other party, the consequences you bear you? Before number 1 could explain, one of the senior leaders continued. No. 1. We know you don't want to hand over the ITER magnet material technology. Neither do we, but the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, you are also clear about it. I hope you take the big picture into consideration. This matter was decided by a show of hands. You can't just focus on your personal thoughts and not care about the Dragon Kingdom. Number 1 was being counted out by several people, and in the middle of it he kept trying to open his mouth to explain, but they wouldn't give him a chance to speak. It wasn't until a few of them were so angry that they weren't talking that number 1 said with a grin, Are you all done? Can I speak now? Go ahead. I'll see what kind of a reason you can give us. Reason? Well, the fact that we've worked on a 7 nanometer chip is a reason, isn't it? Number 1 said faintly. One of the country's top leaders said with a sneer. 7 nanometer chip? Our Dragon Kingdom has researched 7 nanometer chips. Do you believe it? Number 1. Even if you don't agree with our ideas, you don't have to sift through us with such a ridiculous reason. If you want to say that we've researched a 17 nanometer chip, we'll still barely believe it. Yes, 7 nanometer chips. Only Pretty Country has this technology in the entire blue planet. Number 1 said when he saw that several people didn't believe him. Go. Where to? Several people asked in bewilderment. Of course it's going to National Institute 3 so you can see the 7 nanometer chip. A few people looked at each other and stared at each other with puzzled faces. Research Institute No. 3? Has it really researched a 7 nanometer chip? Just go and find out. Number 1 finished and led the way out of the call room. A few people will follow suit. Institute Laboratory No. 3. Who? Oh. A young man was thrown high in the air by everyone. They were all thrilled and excited. Next to her was a girl with a bulbous figure, full of smiles as she watched the young man being thrown up back and forth. The heart says it's not happy. At this moment, she finally understood why she was attracted to the young man in front of her. It's that redeeming quality about him. In a technology that everyone else thought was impossible, absolutely unattainable, and which he had surprisingly researched in less than a month's time. This kind of charm. And not only her. I'm afraid any girl can't resist. If it wasn't for the fact that her eldest uncle had warned her not to mess with him, at this point she would have wanted to rush up and hug him and confess her love for him. Just as the girl was rambling, a girl ran over excitedly and tapped her on the shoulder and said, Ifei, what are you thinking about? Smiling so lewdly, Xiao Ifei was startled by Xia Xiaoyu. A good-natured slap on her ass followed. Ouch! You big pervert! Xia Xiaoyu bounced away and turned to Xiao Yifei in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yifei deliberately licked her lips and said to Xia Xiaoyu in a colorful manner, "Hey, I'm the big pervert." After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, she stretched out her own hands and grabbed at Xia Xiaoyu. Frightened, Xia Xiaoyu quickly ran away. When everyone was almost done making a scene, Elder Zhou said to everyone, "Everyone be quiet. This time our research institute was able to successfully research the 7nm chip thanks to Jiang Fan. Everyone once again give him a round of applause." More than 100 researchers let out a thunderous applause. They were now worshipping Jiang Fan. A young man of less than 20 had actually led them, in less than a month, to research a 7nm chip. Before this, it was something they couldn't even think about, especially the researchers in the silicon wafer department. At this time, one by one, their hands were clapping red. When Jiang Fan said that he would take them 5 days to research a silicon wafer with 9,999% purity, they all thought he was bragging and talking big. Yet Jiang Fan led them to research a silicon wafer with 9,999% purity in only 4 days, directly surpassing the technology of the pretty country. Before they could get excited about it, Jiang Fan led all the researchers and successfully developed a 7nm chip in 3 days. It's like a dream when they think about it now. Chapter 138. 138, you can get a 50% discount. The fact that Jiang Fan had researched a 7nm chip was not immediately announced by several senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom after they knew about it. In the first instance, they interviewed Ren Zhengfei, a representative of the domestic cell phone, telling him about the matter. Ren Zhengfei was thrilled. He didn't think that the Dragon Kingdom had really researched the chip. Now their company is finally saved. When Ren Zhengfei learned that the state plans to give the right to produce chips to Huawei Technology Company, he wept with joy. "We also chose you, Huawei Technology, after comprehensive consideration. I hope you won't fail the country's expectations of you." Ren Zhengfei, thanks to the country. "I will not fail the country." The country has selected a total of 5 local technology companies for the production agent of chips, and Huawei's strength is only medium. But Jiang Fan, who worked on the 7nm chip, pushed for Huawei Technologies. After the audit of the country's senior leaders, found that Huawei Technology Company, although the economic strength of the general, but the boss Ren Zhengfei is very patriotic. And Huawei Technology Company also has a research team to study the chip. So they agreed to Jiang Fan's proposal. With the support of the state, the machine tools for the production of Huawei technology chips were quickly put in place. Jiang Fan, as the technical director, soon produced the first batch of 7nm chips and named them Dragon Core. Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei Technology Company, took out 10% of his shares to Jiang Fan in order to thank him. Dragon State has its own chip Dragon Core. Cell phones, computers, TVs and other chips and related industries, immediately revived. And the Dragon country for the enterprise with their own country, pricing is very low. Is their previous import beautiful country chip price 1/5? All the cost of the enterprise immediately will be down. Foster, who was still unaware of the situation, was still waiting for Dragon to reach out to him. However, what was waiting was the news that the Dragon Kingdom had researched a 7nm chip. Foster's entire body was dumbfounded when he saw this world announcement. The first thought that came to his mind was that this must be fake news. It simply couldn't be. It's a 7nm chip. If he had said that the Dragon Kingdom had researched a 17nm chip, he would have barely believed it. Trying to work on a 7nm chip is simply not possible without 17nm and 11nm as a base to pave the way. And then a company called Huawei Technologies advertised customized chips in countries around the world. This made Foster believe that the Dragon Kingdom had really researched a 7nm chip. He instantly panicked. Before, on the entire blue planet, the only ones who could produce 7nm chips were their pretty country. Chips are priced however they want. However, the Dragon Kingdom suddenly announced that it had researched a 7nm chip, breaking their monopoly on the market. This will result in exports of chips from pretty countries will drop dramatically and at prices they can't control. However, the export revenue from chips is the main source of national finance for the beautiful country. Foster realized the seriousness of the situation and called an emergency response meeting. Foster was considering whether or not to invite Borns at this point when he rang back to something Born had often said. The Dragon Kingdom is like a sleeping beast. Don't mess with him, let him sleep. He seemed to have a vague understanding of what that meant now, and finally decided to invite Born. The cell phone industry in the Dragon Kingdom is a booming scene. After the Dragon announced that it had developed a chip, the cell phone operating system software companies in pretty countries immediately lifted the sanctions against the Dragon. They don't want to learn from those chip manufacturers. The state gave very little subsidies to restrict their exports to the Dragon Kingdom, and as a result, they really don't have to export now, because the Dragon Kingdom has developed the Dragon Core chip. and will not use their chips in the future. Initial estimates suggest that those chip makers are losing at least $300 billion a year. Domestic cell phone brands are now using their own national chips, and a cell phone costs 30% less than the original. You can see how much black money they earned from the pretty country before. National cell phone vendors have come up with a batch of cell phones to give back to the people of the Dragon Kingdom in order to thank their country for saving them. These phones are charged at cost only per unit. As soon as the domestic cell phones hit the shelves in the market, they were immediately looted. Previously, people always compare the various problems of domestic cell phones with foreign brands. Through this period of time when domestic cell phones disappeared, in the face of those foreign brands of crazy price increases, so that the phone has become something they cannot afford to consume. This time everyone understands that the domestic phone is good. The entire internet is now full of praise for domestic phones. Netizen 1, today finally got a cell phone. It is domestic, or familiar flavor. Netizen 2, seeing a few $100s of Smallme, Huawei, Meizu and other domestic cell phones. I cried tears of joy. Finally affordable cell phone. Netizen 3, before I don't know the good of domestic cell phones, but also TM take the lead in blacking them. Through this incident, I want to sincerely apologize to the domestic cell phones. Netizen 4, the performance of the domestic 1000 yuan machine is comparable to foreign phones over 6000. It does not smell? Netizen 5, those foreign cell phones. They have announced a price increase when the domestic cell phone off the shelves. It is evident that they only know how to earn money from our Longwa people. Take us as a wrongdoer, and resolutely boycott foreign brands of cell phones in the future. Netizen 6, brothers. Apple brand cell phone I have smashed. Go to his grandfather. After the old man only support domestic cell phone. Netflix 7, Apple brand eligibility codes have been removed. $12,000 a phone. To hell with Apple brand phones. Netizen 8 at Netizen 7. Brother, you didn't read the official website of Apple brand? Now they have adjusted to the normal price of 6,500 yuan. Grass his grandmother. The whole increase of 5,500 yuan. Apple brand cell phone get out of the dragon country. Lei Jun, the owner of the Smallme phone, couldn't help but be happy as he looked at the comments on the internet. Then to a few other cell phone owners. This time, we really have to thank the country and the scientists who researched the Dragon Core. Otherwise I'm afraid we people wouldn't have the chance to sit here. Ha ha. Yeah, who knows who that scientist is who worked out the chip? I must thank him properly. The scientists who can research the chip. Those are all state secret people. We can't get in touch with them at all. By the way, how come Huawei's brother Rin didn't come this time? He's a busy man right now, working on the chip thing. Just as a few people were happily chatting, Lei Jun's cell phone rang, and he looked at it to see that it was the Qualcomm technology chip company of the pretty country. So he just tapped to see the hands-free connection. Hello, Mr. Lei Jun. I apologize for not selling you the chip before. That's all the country's intention, and there's nothing we can do about it. As compensation, you can get a 50% discount on the chips you order from our company in the future. 139 Chapter 139, A Painful Scolding. Lei Jun couldn't help but smile when he heard what the Qualcomm representative said. Pete, we have our own chips in Dragonland now. Do you think I'll buy yours? This I know, Boss Lei. Don't worry, as long as you continue to work with us, the price is negotiable. We shouldn't have a chance to work together in the future. Goodbye. Lei Jun hung up the phone directly after saying that. Humph. When we went to the beautiful country to pay a visit, begging them to buy us chips. As a result, they not only didn't sell to us, but also humiliated us. Now that Dragon Kingdom has developed its own chips, it's too late for them to realize that they're begging us. These foreigners, who have screwed us with so much money before, and at the critical moment they still see death and want to cooperate with us, are really daydreaming. Use our own national chip. It's cheap and still performs well. Much better than their chips. Just as everyone was talking, the cell phone of the owner of one of the cell phone brands rang. He picked it up and realized it was still Qualcomm Technologies Pete. He connected directly. This boss was not as nice as Lei Jun and directly scolded. You grandchildren, want to cooperate with Grandpa? In your next life, in the beginning, you have pitted us a lot of money. This thinking of screwing me out of money, but also a pussy face. Pete was scolded, do not know what to say is good. But now he did not dare to return the favor. His boss gave him the task. No matter how to pull the order of the Dragon Country, otherwise they will at least this year's sales will be reduced by about half. Boss Lu, you are right to scold. Why don't you order some chips from our company? This service guarantees your satisfaction. Off. Work with you guys again and I'm. That boss hung up the phone directly after saying that. The others couldn't tell you how much pain they felt when they heard this boss yell at the Qualcomm representative. Lei Jun smiled and joked. Older brother, You more or less tighten up and pay attention to the influence of the two countries. He. But I like it, ha ha. Research Department of Huawei Corporation. The state has signed a confidentiality agreement for all of their researchers at Huawei. After they signed a confidentiality agreement, Jiang Fan had handed over all the chip production line technology to the research technicians within Huawei. When he was done, Ren Zhengfei invited Jiang Fan to dinner, and thanks to him this time, their chip production line was able to get done so quickly. Chief Engineer Jiang, I've already booked a dinner for you at the Shangri-La International Hotel. Boss Ren, there's no need to be so troublesome. I quite like eating the meals from our research base's restaurant. Jiang Fan said. He was not interested in the meals of those big hotels, and there were especially many rules, so it was too troublesome to eat. It was better to eat casually in a restaurant. Ren Zhengfei, through his contact with Jiang Fan these days, knew that he didn't demand much from his meals, asking for as long as he ate comfortably and at ease. He knew these scientific geniuses. They focused on time, so he listened to Jiang Fan and had the chef make a few small dishes especially for him at the restaurant. During the meal, in Jiang Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, congratulations to the host for successfully developing a 7-nanometer chip and saving the patriotic enterprise, Huawei Technology Company, from turning a loss into a win. Receive mission reward, 4nm chip technology. Subsequently, a large amount of information on 4nm chip technology flooded into Jiang Fan's mind. This caused Jiang Fan to get excited and couldn't help but be happy. When Ren Zhengfei, who was eating at the side, saw this, he put down his heart. It seemed that Chief Engineer Jiang Fan was eating quite happily. Chief Engineer Jiang, this time, thank you for guiding us. I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Just have some tea. Ren Zhengfei knew that Jiang Fan didn't drink, so he didn't pour any wine for him. He took a drink from his wine cup, and Jiang Fan was also very happy to have received a reward from the system, so he picked up a cup of tea and drank it straight through. Seeing that Jiang Fan was in a good mood, Ren Zhengfei used his wine to say, Chief Engineer Jiang, I have an unkind request. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak or not. Boss Ren, you say? Jiang Fan said smilingly. Our Huawei company also has a scientific research department that does research and development on cell phone operating systems, but there hasn't been much progress. Can you give us a look and give us some guidance? Jiang Fan didn't know much about the cell phone system, and he was just about to reject it when the system's voice rang in his head again. System, congratulations to the host for triggering the selection task. Choice 1, accept the invitation from the owner of Huawei to get Bluestar's top-performing cell phone operating system of the moment. Choice 2, decline the invitation from the owner of Huawei. No reward. Jiang Fan really liked the fact that the system was so powerful at all times. Jiang Fan did not hesitate to choose one and accepted Ren Zhengfei's invitation. After dinner, Ren Zhengfei brought Jiang Fan along to the cell phone system research and development department. Chief Engineer Jiang, this is our cell phone system research and development department. With a total of 39 technicians, Ren Zhengfei gave Jiang Fan a general overview of the cell phone system development department. He then approached Lu Tao, the chief technical engineer in charge of system development. Ren Zhengfei asked Lu Technical Chief to give Jiang Fan an introduction to the development of the system. But Chief Technical Engineer Lu looked at Jiang Fan, who was less than 20 years old, and his heart slandered. Isn't it a bit of a big deal for a technical chief engineer himself to give a presentation on system development to an intern? He then smelled the smell of alcohol on his boss, Ren Zhengfei, and instantly understood the situation. 140 chapter, Mobile Phone Operating System. Lu Tao estimated that Jiang Fan should be a relative of the boss or a friend's child who came over for an internship. Anyway, Mr. Ren was drunk, so he could just deal with it casually. It would be a waste of words for him to speak any more than this young man could understand. Lu Tao casually talked about something and then hastily finished. Jiang Fan didn't care, because those cell phone systems that Lu Tao talked about were very low level, completely incomparable to the ones rewarded by the system. When Lu Tao finished speaking, Ren Zhengfei said to Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang, do you hear me? Got it. Jiang Fan responded. Lu Tao, who was beside him, was a bit confused when he heard Mr. Ren call Jiang Fan as Chief Engineer Jiang, but then reacted. It must be that Mr. Ren had been drinking a lot and was talking nonsense. Then you see, what is our problem? Ren Zhengfei asked to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan said indifferently, there's nothing wrong with that either. Lu Tao, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw how serious Jiang Fan answered. This young man could really pretend. Boss Ren called him a chief engineer, and he really thought he knew about technology development. It would be strange if he could find a problem with some of the random things he had just said. Jiang Fan continued, but the system your company developed is too old. At this point, Lu Tao really couldn't listen anymore. A young man who didn't know anything, even said that the cell phone system they had developed was old. And in front of Mr. Run, isn't this a slap in his face? He said to Jiang Fan nonchalantly. Little friend, you to tell us, where is our old developed cell phone system old? Exactly where old is not too clear. Jiang Fan said. Ha ha. Lu Tao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This young man is really interesting. Saying that the system they are studying is old, and still don't know where it's old. Isn't it self-contradictory? Then what gives you the right to say that the system we researched is old? Lu Tao said. Feel. Jiang Fan replied. Feelings? Lu Tao felt too ridiculous listening to this young man speak. He was now 100% sure that Jiang Fan was just a brat who didn't know anything and liked to show off in front of the leaders. At this time, Ren Zhengfei said to Jiang Fan, Chief Jiang, is there a way to improve it? There's no need to improve it. I happen to have a cell phone system that I can give to you. Jiang Fan said, how can I take your system for nothing? How about this? I'll pay $100 million for it. Okay. Jiang Fan didn't push back and agreed. After all, this was Blue Star's top-notch cell phone operating system, which was still worth $100 million. Lu Tao, who was next to him, was stunned by Mr. Ren's words, and he felt as if he was just dreaming. One really dares to say it, and one really dares to believe it. The key what hasn't even been seen yet. Mr. Ren is going to spend $100 million to buy the system that is coming out of this young man's mouth. Just as Lu Tao was about to persuade the boss, Ren Zhengfei excitedly said to him, Chief Technician Lu, gather all the technicians here. Boss Ren, no need. You give me a computer. I will directly write out the cell phone system programming, and just explain it to Chief Technical Engineer Lu. Okay, Chief Technician Lu, you prepare a computer for Chief Jiang. Lu Tao looked at Mr. Ren's appearance and really wondered how much white wine he drank at noon to get drunk like this. Ren Zhengfei saw that Lu Tao did not move and said with some anger, What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Usually this Lu technical chief is quite smart. How this will be so stupid? Jiang Fan is the country's top technical talent. The fact that he was willing to sell them his cell phone system was definitely a huge advantage for him. And this chief technical engineer Lu froze here. In case Jiang Fan was upset and didn't sell them the cell phone system, he would lose a lot of money. Lu Tao saw Mr. Run lose his temper, so he had no choice but to find a computer for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, also to not polite, directly sat down, opened the computer. Lu Tao looked at Jiang Fan with a look of watching a good show, to see how this young man would explain to Mr. Run later. He had the audacity to say that the system they had researched was old, and sold his own system for $100 million to Mr. Run. He's really a big liar. Let's see how I can expose him later. Jiang Fan casually clicked on a programming software on his computer, and then began to hammer out the code. Lu Tao on the side was stunned, not thinking that this young man could really hammer out code. Look at him. He still got the look. He should have studied for 2 years. As far as making something in the end, it's unknown. Jiang Fan concentrated on his mind, tapping the code of the cell phone system that the system had rewarded him with on his computer. He quickly entered the state of mind stream. His fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard, and the whole research room echoed with the sound of crackling. Lu Tao was a little disdainful. Although Jiang Fan's hand speed was very fast, but software programming speed was one aspect. More importantly, there should be no errors. Otherwise the software and system produced would not be able to run. An hour passed quickly and Jiang Fan's fingers finally stopped. Jiang Fan stood up and said to Ren Zhengfei, Mr. Run, it's done. Good job, Chief Jiang. Chief Technician Lu, hurry up and do a test. Lu Tao looked at Mr. Ren's excited expression. He really somewhat did not want to let him suffer a blow. However, it was impossible for him to let this young man cheat Mr. Ren out of $100 million. He still did it in front of the computer and took the system made by Jiang Fan and directly imported it into the cell phone system tester. For the result, Lu Tao has already expected the result. An hour knocked out of the cell phone system. What else can be done? Their entire R&D team of more than 30 people, but the whole research out of 3 years. The research of the cell phone operating system performance has been unable to meet the requirements. After 5 minutes, the cell phone system tester shows, the cell phone operating system test passed. 100 points for overall performance. Chapter 141. 141, Wind in the Aisle. The cell phone operating system test is passed. This is very understandable. It is to prove that the cell phone system made by Jiang Fan runs correctly and can be used. 100 points for overall performance. This one's just some demon. It is rated on a scale that rates all cell phone systems currently on the market at Blue Star. A score of 100 out of 100 means that this cell phone system, the best of all cell phone systems, surpasses all other cell phone systems in every aspect. Lu Tao was a bit in disbelief of his eyes, and his expression that was meant to look at Jiang Fan's jokes immediately froze. How is it possible to score 100 points in general performance? He moved closer to the computer and clicked retest. He now suspected that the phone's system tester was broken. However, 5 minutes later, the results displayed were already the same as last time. Lu Tao's shocked forehead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He already didn't believe that Jiang Fan had produced a top-notch cell phone operating system in an hour. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that the system he had researched after 3 years of being the chief technical engineer was not as good as the cell phone operating system that a young man, in 1 hour, had produced? And Mr. Ren was right behind him. He didn't want to be compared like this. How he was also the #1 technical talent in the Longwa cell phone system. He kept telling himself in his mind that it must be this cell phone system tester that was broken. So, Lu Tao took the cell phone system developed by his team and directly imported it in. 5 minutes later the results were displayed. The cell phone operating system test is passed. Combined score of 56. Now Lu Tao could only believe that this cell phone system tester was not broken, because this number was exactly the score that the system they had researched had been scoring. Lu Tao raised his head in some shame and looked at the young man and then at Mr. Ren. He had a feeling of wanting to cry at this point. Chief Technical Engineer Lu, how are the test results? Ren Zhengfei asked. Lu Tao was helpless. He didn't want to admit that the system Jiang Fan made was perfect, but it was the truth. Ren, who made a cell phone system that surpassed Android and Apple's cell phone systems, ranked #1 on Blue Star. When Ren Zhengfei heard Lu Tao's words, his eyes instantly glowed. Excitedly, he shook Jiang Fan's hand. Sure enough, the country's top technological talent is awesome. And a randomly researched system becomes the world's #1. Chief Engineer Jiang, thank you so much. Not only did you guide us through the chip production machine tool, but you also helped us solve the problem of the cell phone system. We Dragon Country this time mastered the chip and cell phone operating system. In the future the cell phone industry will not be sanctioned. Ha ha. Lu Tao heard Mr. Ren say that this young man helped them guide the chip production machine tools. The mind instantly understood. He couldn't be a chip technology guide sent by the state. If this is the case, then everything is explained. He has heard of this chip technology guide. The technology is very powerful, but the country's top talent, and just now he had mistaken him for, well, a braggadocio's intern. Now that I think about it, what I was thinking and doing before was a clown. Lu Tao sneaked a look at Jiang Fan's expression and realized that he had a smile on his face. It wasn't angry with him, so he let it go. Chief Technician Lu, let me tell you about the design principles of this system, so that you can grasp it more fully, Jiang Fan said to Lu Tao. Lu Tao would have a respectful look on his face and gave his position to Jiang Fan, who stood to the side obediently and listened to Jiang Fan's explanation with an open mind. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he inquired if Lu Tao had figured it out, and the other party nodded his head with a small chicken peck. Let's do it this way. Lu Technical Chief, you add me on WeChat. If there are any problems at a later stage and you don't understand anything you contact me again, Jiang Fan said. Lu Tao said with a face of excitement. Somewhat flattered. Can I really add you on WeChat? Afterwards, Lu Tao excitedly took out his own cell phone and scanned Jiang Fan's QR code to add a friend. He really hadn't expected that a national-level top technician would be so easygoing and not have a bit of a stance at all. Jiang Fan returned to Institute No. 3 after dealing with Huawei's side of things. Everyone who saw Jiang Fan gave him a respectful greeting. Jiang Fan responded with a smile, as he walked through a hallway, ready to go back to his dorm room. Spotting the doorway to his place, there stood a sexy woman in a light blue dress. The skirt was just above the knee, revealing his calves in black stockings, and although Jiang Fan wasn't a stocking control, he still couldn't hold back from looking at it more. The woman was facing Jiang Fan sideways. She raised her own hand to knock on the door, but hesitated and withdrew it. Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this girl was looking for herself? But he didn't seem to recognize the other man. And this was the National Institute. So how could someone come in dressed so sexy? Just as the girl made up her mind to knock on the door. You wanted to see me about something? Jiang Fan walked up and said. The girl turned her head in a hurry at the sound. Only then did Jiang Fan see clearly that she was Chow Yifei. It was no wonder that Jiang Fan didn't recognize her. These days Chow Yifei was wearing a white scientific research uniform with a braid. With this jolt and change into civilian clothes, he hadn't really recognized him. When Chow Yifei saw Jiang Fan, her expression was first a bit flustered. Then she pretended to be calm. No, nothing much. I was just checking to see if you'd had lunch yet. Jiang Fan didn't react for a moment when he saw Chow Yifei suddenly speak so gently. It was a far cry from her usual self. However, Jiang Fan admonished himself in his heart to also stay away from her. I've eaten. Oh, that. Chow Yifei lowered her head a little shyly and was ready to ask Jiang Fan out for a stroll. But she had just said 2 words when she only heard the sound of the room door closing. She raised her own head in bewilderment and realized that Jiang Fan had already entered the house. A cold wind came in through the window at the end of the corridor and ruffled the hem of her skirt. An indescribably bleak feeling. As you can see from her stunned expression, she still seems to be wondering what just happened. Who is she? Why is she here? A series of question marks appeared in Xiao Yifei's mind. Before she could react, the door opened. Jiang Fan walked out with a duffel bag on his back. When Xiao Yifei saw this, she revealed a smug smile. It seemed that Jiang Fan wasn't ignoring himself. He was just going back to his room to get something. Maybe he had long been attracted to himself and was just a little shy to open his mouth. Since he was a bit reserved, she would have some of the words to say. She was sure there weren't many men yet who could carry themselves. That. Xiao Yifei was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Fan said directly, "Sister Xiao Yifei, do you know where Uncle Xiao is?" "It's in Chief Chang's office," Xiao Yifei said subconsciously. "Thanks." After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he simply walked away. The entire hallway was again left with only Xiao Yifei. At that moment, a stronger cold wind came in through the window at the end of the aisle. It blew Xiao Yifei's entire body a little messy. 142 Chapter, Termination of Transactions. Kyoto 3 Institute. Director Sang's office. Director Zhang. Jiang Fan must apply to the state for a reward of first-class merit for making this great achievement for our institute this time. Elder Qiao said seriously. Well, that's what I think. I'll prepare the paperwork application. Thanks to Jiang Fan, we can research 7 nanometers chips in less than a month. Now I feel like dreaming. Ha ha. Director Zhang said. Elder Qiao, now that we, the 3 Research Institute, have finally accomplished the task of the leaders above us, we can also relax a little. Director Zhang, Chief Engineer Qiao, you and all the researchers have worked hard during this period of time. I'm going to give everyone a few days vacation so they can rest and relax. Elder Qiao, good. I don't have any opinion on this too. This period of closed research, they only rest for 3-4 hours a day. It's time to take a good rest. Elder Qiao, actually, the most tired person is Jiang Fan. He rushed the progress before. Sometimes he didn't rest for 2 days in a row. As a result, just after researching the 7-nanometer chip, he was hastily transferred by the national leader to busy himself with chip production again. Just as Elder Qiao and Director Zhang were talking, Jiang Fan knocked on the door and walked in. As soon as Director Zhang and Elder Qiao saw that it was Jiang Fan, they both got up in a hurry and said, "Ha, Jiang Fan, you're back. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Ha ha." Jiang Fan smiled and greeted them. After a few simple pleasantries, Jiang Fan said, "Director Zhang, Uncle Qiao, I've researched the technical drawings of the 4-nanometer chip in the past 2 days." Jiang Fan's words were like a time bomb, instantly confusing the two. It was a full 2 minutes before they responded and stammered. You researched 4-nanochip technology drawings? Aha! Jiang Fan said calmly. The capital of the pretty country, Washington. It is a beautiful country located on the Pacific coast of the Northwest, at a scientific research base in a white building on the outskirts of Washington. The doors here were usually closed. A black Lincoln car drove up to the gate expecting to be stopped. However, the motorized gate slowly opened. The car entered and drove straight to the research base complex before stopping. From the car came a burly black man in a suit with a headset in his ear, and just as he got out of the car he looked around and, realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, opened the back door of the car. A middle-aged man with a chubby physique walked down, his gaze as bright as a torch. After getting out of the car he strides into the complex. The 2 bodyguards behind him hurriedly followed. The VIP lounge. Professor Darnell, the head of the research base, was sitting upright at the moment and said to the sudden visitor, "Officer Foster, do you have any instructions?" Foster said, "Professor Darnell, the main reason I'm here today is that I want to know in detail about the development of the research base chip." "Prof. Darnell, you didn't really have to come in person. A phone call would have been fine." "Foster, you probably don't know it yet. The Dragon Kingdom has researched a 7-nanometer chip." Prof. Darnell was visibly shocked at this news and said with some incredulity, "The Dragon Kingdom? A 7-nanometer chip? How is this possible?" Prof. Darnell knows very well that the Dragon Kingdom has not even entered the stage of advanced technology of 11nm 20nm chips all these years, not to mention researching 7-nanometers chips. "Foster, you don't have to wonder about this one, because they've started taking orders from abroad. Our country's chip exports are now plummeting." Professor Darnell could see that Chief Foster wasn't going to come this far to make fun of him, but he still can't believe that the Dragon Kingdom is going to come up with a 7-nanometer chip. "Foster, Prof. Darnell, how's that 6-nanometer chip we've been working on coming along?" "Prof. Darnell, the 6-nanometer chip has been researched. It's just that it's not quite stable yet. and it's still in the final stages of experimental tweaking. Within 3 months, the problem should be solved. 3 months? Foster murmured, then said gravely, I'll give you a week, and you must give me the technology for the 6nm chip. Foster couldn't wait that long because the Dragon chip was so low priced that it was already starting to take over their foreign markets. He wasn't sure how the chips from the Dragon Kingdom could be sold at such a low price, a full third of their price. In fact, they can sell at this price, but with the tariffs, the final profit is only 50%. It was reasonable to say that such a profit was already very good, but Pretty Country's previous long period of profiteering made them not even look at some of these profits. Prof. Darnell, Sir Foster, it's simply impossible to finish in a week. We still need to do at least 1,000 more experiments to ensure the stability of the 6nm chip. Mass production without problems. Foster, you can continue to research and experiment with the 6nm chip, but you must choose to hand over a 6nm chip technology after a week. As for stability, don't think about it yet. Foster's meaning is obvious. He must now come up with a 6nm chip as a point of competition with the Longbow chip to steal back his market. Professor Darnell was about to say something else, but eventually held back and said that in a week's time, he would hand Foster a set of 6nm chip technology. Foster then made a trip to the research base's lab before finally leaving satisfied. Back in his office, the secretary approached with a file. Mr. Foster, this is the list of countries that we have investigated and found out that purchased the Dragon chip. Please take a look. Foster picked it up and read it carefully. A cold light radiated from his eyes from time to time, and then he called his secretary over. The name of the country I've marked above. Immediately voice connect to their top leader. Okay, I'm on it. The secretary took the list and contacted Pickle Country first. Mr. Foster, the leader of the Pickle Country is waiting to speak with you. Foster then picked up the phone and nonchalantly heckled the leader of the Pickle Country, baffling the other side. Mr. Foster, what have we done wrong? Foster, did you Kimchi countries import $1 billion in chips from the Dragon Kingdom? Pickle Nation, this may have been purchased by a private business. I'm not really sure. Mr. Foster, don't give me any sophistry. Immediately tell them to push off the booking to and order our Pretty Country's chips, or else. Pickle Country, got it, I'm on it. The leader of the Pickle Country hung up the phone and couldn't help but curse. Humph, what the hell? Your country buys such expensive chips and forces us to buy them. The leader of the Kimchi Country could only go through the motions, and then had his men immediately notify the companies importing the Dragon Kingdom chips to terminate the deal. Chapter 143. 6nm chip. Foster announced to the world the next day that they had worked on a 6nm chip. The difference between 7nm and 6nm chips is only 1 nanometer, but their performance is 30% different. So as soon as Pretty Country announced that it had researched a 6nm chip, it immediately caused quite a few small repercussions around the world. Nowadays, the application of chips can be said to be ubiquitous, the core component of almost all fields, especially for those high-tech projects. A chip is very useful. Every time there is a breakthrough in chip technology, the performance of some high-tech is improved quite a bit. It wasn't long after Pretty Country announced its 6nm chip that it received congratulatory calls from various countries. Country F, congratulations to the beautiful country successfully researched the 6nm chip. No thanks to our Blue Star Technology boss. I hope that our two countries will cooperate more closely in the future. Sakura Nation, congratulations to the boss for researching the 6nm chip. Let's see how Dragon Nation can still seize the chip market this time. Pickle Country, we will only buy chips from Pretty Countries from now on. Foster received calls from various countries to congratulate him, and his heart ached. The 6nm chip is a high-end chip and is used in high-end equipment in many countries, so Pretty Country has grabbed back quite a bit of the chip market with its 6nm chips, but because the price of the Dragon Kingdom chip is really low, resulting in Pretty Country also had to adjust the price. They were very dissatisfied with such a profit. Finally, Pretty Country Foster made a point of making a voice call to Dragon Country. Foster, Your Excellency Number 1. It's nice to be able to talk to you again. Ha ha. Number 1 could hear that Foster had come over here on purpose to make a stink. Number 1, Mr. Foster, just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. Foster, Mr. No. 1 is really a fastidious person. Ha ha. Didn't think that your Dragon Country is still remarkable. Actually researched 7nm chips. Number 1, this was all forced on us by your Pretty Country, and we ended up accidentally researching it. Ha ha. Foster, it's a pity. So what if you guys are even more powerful? But our Pretty Country has researched 6nm chips. TSK. You guys are always one step behind our Pretty Country. Ha ha. Number 1, Mr. Foster. You didn't call just to show me off, did you? You are so childish. Foster, of course not. I'm here to talk to you about a partnership. Number 1, what we have to work with. Foster, I believe you Longwa also need 6 nanometers chips very much. How about we can sell you some as long as you triple the price of your chips? No. 1, the price of goods is determined by the market. This I can't control. Foster, humph. In that case, you Dragon Kingdom will never be able to purchase a 6 nanometer chip in your lifetime. Finally, Foster hung up the phone in exasperation, realizing that Longwo was still really insensitive. So Foster made rules against the Dragon Kingdom. 1. If you want to buy 6 nanometers chips, you have to buy 10 billion chips from pretty countries. 2. You can't buy chips from the Dragon Kingdom. Many countries, in order to buy into 6 nanometers chips, can't afford not to comply. Through these 2 rules, pretty country quickly gained a number of orders for chips. But Foster wasn't happy for a few days yet. The Dragon Kingdom then made an announcement. Claims the Dragon Kingdom has researched a 4 nanometer chip. The world was shocked by this news. Pretty country was the first to jump in and state that Dragon country was lying. It hasn't even been 10 days since the Dragon Kingdom researched the 7 nanometer chip. So how can they possibly research another 4 nanometer chip? That's absolutely impossible. It took 10 years for the beautiful country to go from 7 nanometers chips to 6 nanometers chips. International forums. Pretty country, don't believe it. People. Dragon country is just trying to maliciously compete in the chip market by deliberately saying that they've researched a 4 nanometer chip. Sakura Nation, boss is right. Dragon Nation has only researched 7 nanometers chips. How can there be immediate research on 4 nanometers chips? Everyone should be aware of the difficulties of chip research. Kimchi Nation, yes. Don't believe it. People. There's absolutely no way Dragon Nation is working on 4 nanometer chips. Country F. Haha. Laughed me to death. How is it possible that Dragon Country has researched a 4 nanometer chip? I feel like the Dragon Kingdom's 7 nanometers chip technology could have been stolen from a pretty country. Pretty country, big brother. You're so discerning. Just when Pretty Nation was leading the beat to discredit Dragon Nation in the international arena, releasing 4 nanometer chip performance data and ordering information. Those countries that denigrated the Dragon Kingdom had to keep their mouths shut. Many countries are starting to privately inquire about 4 nanometers chips and want to buy them. The performance of a 4 nanometer chip is 2 times higher than that of a 6 nanometer chip, so the gap is definitely a chasm. The Dragon Kingdom has issued a similar restriction for those countries that want to buy 4 nanometer chips. Can't buy chips from pretty countries. Many countries are starting to choose between the Dragon Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom. But 99% of the countries are leaning towards the Dragon Kingdom because the performance of the 4 nanometer chip is so tantalizing. Even the Pretty country couldn't help but want to buy some. After all, they had a lot of high-tech projects that couldn't perform at 100% because of the chip's limitations. But Pretty country has now fallen out with Dragon country. And there's no way Dragon country will sell them. Foster was both intrigued and chagrined. Curious, how did Dragon Nation work on a 4 nanometer chip? Chagrin, I really shouldn't have pretended to be in front of the Dragon Kingdom in the first place. Or else I would have been able to purchase a 4 nanometer chip. He now deeply appreciates a truth. Don't pretend. You'll be struck by lightning for pretending. Chapter 144. 144, then I'll try it out. Foster drove to the chip research site again. Prof. Darnell heard Chief Foster and asked them to work on a 4 nanometer chip within 2 months. It took him by surprise. Prof. Darnell, Officer Foster. You know chip research isn't that easy. When we went from 7 nanometers chips to 6 nanometers chips it took 10 years. Not to mention the 4 nanometer chip. Foster, you tell me how much R&D money needs to be invested? We have to work on the 4 nanometer chip, or our pretty country will lose the global chip market. Prof. Darnell, funding for R&D is only one side of the equation. Scientific and technological R&D is by nature a slow process. Foster, but why did the Dragon Kingdom work on a 7 nanometer chip and then work on a 4 nanometer chip in less than 10 days? Foster's words directly rendered Professor Darnell speechless as far as that went. In fact, what they didn't know was that Jiang Fan was an exception, because he had the system in place. So he was able to research top-notch technology in a short period of time. But in reality, it takes a lot of manpower, material, financial resources and time to develop scientific research. Like the Kyoto 3 Institute. They researched and developed for 7 years and only got a very small number of results. That's a normal research process. In order for Foster to be able to research the 4 nanometer chip at the fastest speed, he gathered all of the top chip experts in the pretty country together to discuss the technical solutions for researching the 4 nanometer chip. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. After all the ideas from everyone, in the end they actually devised a feasible program. So it was time to start researching. Just when pretty country was focusing its energies on chips, the Dragon Kingdom's Huawei technology company announced that Huawei had developed its own cell phone operating system, called the Dragon Kirin system. and then they released the system's performance. The cell phone system software companies in the beautiful country were nervous, and they began to study the cell phone system Dragon Kirin of Huawei Technology Company, discover the systems that beat the pretty country's Android and Apple cards, etc. These system software companies referenced the downfall of the pretty country chip company and immediately felt some ominous foreboding. This premonition soon became a reality. The Dragon Kirin system of the Dragon Kingdom has been released, and many cell phone companies around the world began to use this system. And Android went from being the #1 system in the world, straight down to being the #3 mobile operating system. This made the owner of Android cry when he listened to the state and sanctioned the Dragon Kingdom for less than 3 days in total. As a result, retribution came too soon, and their cell phone system usage dived right off the charts and they almost faced closure. They explained the situation to the country, wanting to seek the country's help support, but the beautiful country's main focus on the chip, where to find the time to pay attention to their company. This left the Android owner speechless, and he learned a lesson as a result. In the future, no matter what, don't offend the Dragon Kingdom or you'll end up miserable. Dragon State 3 Institute, Director Sang's office. No. One personally came over and presented Jiang Fan with a first-class national merit. Jiang Fan was too much of a face for him. When Foster called him to fool around with the 6-nanometer chip they had researched, he also used it to threaten the Dragon with higher chip prices. It didn't occur to him that Jiang Fan had led the researchers of Institute No. 3 and directly researched a 4-nanometer chip. He was 2 nanometers ahead of the beautiful country, and this slap in the face really made him feel a lot of heart. Number 1, Jiang Fan. You kid is really a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha. Leader No. 1. You flatter me. Jiang Fan said modestly. You don't have to be modest. If it wasn't for you, this time our Dragon Kingdom would have definitely compromised with the pretty kingdom. We won't necessarily be laughed at by many countries then. It's pretty painful to see pretty country get a beating. Ha ha. Several people laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Your kid is so demonic. I wonder if you traveled over from the future. Ha ha, said Elder Chiao with a snicker. Jiang Fan froze, smiled awkwardly and said, Uncle Chiao, you're joking. Seeing that everyone was so happy, Director Zhang jokingly said to Jiang Fan, since you've even researched a 4-nanometer chip, why don't you lead the researchers at our institute to research another 1-nanometer chip? He. Yes, Jiang Fan, when you research a 1-nanometer chip, I, the chief chip engineer, will be able to follow you to completion. Ha ha. Elder Chiao concurred. Jiang Fan knew that Director Zhang and Elder Chiao were joking with him, and he laughed along and didn't say anything. At that moment, the system in his head rang out. System, trigger selection task. Option 1, accept Director Zhang's request for a 1-nanometer chip. Choice 2, decline Director Zhang's request. No reward. This time, Jiang Fan was all shocked by his own technology system, and couldn't help but give it a thumbs up in his heart. The system is too preachy. He tried to control his excitement. Then faintly he said, since both Director Zhang and Uncle Chiao have said so, I'll try to study the 1-nanometer chip. Chapter 145. 145, Breaking Down Psychological Defenses. Chapter 145. 145, Breaking Down the Psychological Defenses. Chapter 145. 145, Breaking Down the Psychological Defense, 1/2. Download please install our book reading app The Most Books on the Net, permanently free without ads. Book V. 3 days later, a piece of news from the Dragon Kingdom has once again shocked the world. Dragon Nation researches a 1-nanometer chip. After Foster heard the news, his whole body collapsed on his stool, his eyes were dull, and he was a different person from his former radiant self. He recalled the month's struggle with the Dragon Kingdom over the chip. At the very beginning, the pretty country used the chip to sanction the Dragon country, forcing the Dragon country to hand over the ITER magnet material technology. This led to an economic crisis that nearly broke out in the Dragon Kingdom. It worked very well, and at the time he felt secure in his victory. The Dragon country has lifted the crisis, twice ready to hand over the ITER magnet material technology, but unfortunately there is an accident in the middle. It wasn't until the Dragon Kingdom researched the 7-nanometers chip that things reversed and their country wasn't asking for the Dragon Kingdom's ITER magnet material technology, just to get back the international chip market. They did get some of the market back with the 6-nanometers chips, and this time, Longhua gave them another fatal blow by researching the 4-nanometer chip. At this time they pretty country, and did not give in, and to convene the country's top chip technology talent, swearing to overcome the difficulties, they also had to research the 4-nanometer chip, proving to all countries that they were the technological overlords of the blue planet. And then when they invested a lot of money and talent, Dragon Nation announced again, 1-nanometer chip researched. This directly shattered the psychological defenses of all of them in the pretty country. Because there's still hope that the beautiful country will be able to develop a 4-nanometer chip with the help of its entire nation. But 1-nanometer chips, with current technology, are simply out of reach for them. So as soon as Dragon announced that they had researched a 1-nanometer chip, pretty country just gave up on the chip, knowing that they couldn't have researched it anyway. Instead of doing these impossible things, resources should be invested in other aspects of scientific research. Thinking about it, Foster suddenly remembered something Bourne had said again. The Dragon Kingdom is like a sleeping beast. Don't mess with him, let him sleep. He understood the phrase a little better now. The authorities of the pretty country have once again convened an important meeting. At the meeting, several important decisions were made by the top leadership of the pretty country. 1. In the short term, do not be messing with the Dragon Kingdom. 2. Show goodwill to the Dragon Kingdom. Ease the relationship between the pretty kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, and try to buy the 1-nanometer chip. 3. Increase the funds invested in other high-tech projects in the pretty country in order to ensure the scientific and technological supremacy of the pretty country. At the same time, all relevant high-tech technologies are blocked, restricting the development of high-tech in the Dragon Kingdom. 4. Secretly send special personnel to go to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate the situation. 5. Encourage students from pretty countries to study in Rikoku. This chapter is unfinished. Click on the next page to continue reading. New book recommendation. All of these kinds of decisions show the importance that the pretty country places on the dragon. By the end of this meeting, the month-long chip fight between the pretty and Dragon Kingdoms came to an end. It was also clear who won and who lost. When the countries of the Blue Star saw the pretty country's change of attitude towards the Dragon Country, many of them also showed their goodwill to the Dragon Country, wanted to buy a chip from Dragonland. The initiative is now in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom has set up some columns of rules. 1-nanometer chips, which the Dragon Kingdom does not sell to the public, in order to ensure the Dragon Kingdom's leadership in other technologies. For nanometer chips, the Dragon Kingdom has imposed a ban on some countries based on its previous relationship with them. The 7-nanometers chip, which Dragon has no limit on, is very inexpensive for friendly countries that have previously supported Dragon, and those countries that have been making small moves against the Dragon. They need to pay a high price if they want to buy chips from the Dragon. The foreign policy of the Dragon Kingdom has always been to maintain world peace and promote common development, but we will never be soft on those countries that have been trying to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Kyoto Fan KTV. 7 or 8 young boys and girls came out of it, smiles on every face. They came down the street and said hello and goodbye. One girl leaned over and whispered in the other's ear, "Shio, turn left 100 meters ahead, there's an express hotel. You know, he. After the girl finished, she smiled, pulled her boyfriend, got into a cab and left. At this time, there was only one man and one woman left on the roadside, and they were none other than Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi. After Jiang Fan researched the 1-nanometer chip, he went back to Longkou University for a good 2 days of rest. Today, Chu Ruoshi called him to say that one of her roommates had a birthday and asked that each bring their boyfriends. Although Jiang Fan liked this occasion too much, he agreed for Chu Ruoshi's sake. Chu Ruoshi's roommate had always been quite curious about what her boyfriend really looked like. To be honest, Chu Ruoshi's roommates couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when they saw Jiang Fan for the first time. Although Jiang Fan was okay looking, he was still a bit short of what they had imagined. But when the girls were at dinner, they talked about a math assignment that their math teacher had left for them. Everyone said it was too hard. At this time, Jiang Fan, who hadn't said anything, lightly spoke out 2 solutions, directly shocking everyone present. Chu Ruoshi looked at them as they each looked at Jiang Fan adoringly with a smug expression. "Ruoshi, a cab is coming. Let's go," Jiang Fan said. "Jiang Fan, how about we walk back?" Chu Ruoshi said somewhat shyly. Her mind still echoed what her roommate had just told her. 100 meters ahead, turn left, there's an express hotel. Chapter 146. 146, do you know me? The two of them, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi, walked down the street with their fingers interlocked. The warm yellow streetlight cast their shadows on the ground. The shadows were sometimes long, sometimes short, constantly changing. When the two of them turned left, Chu Ruoshi saw at a glance, not far from the eye-catching name of the Express Hotel. Her heartbeat suddenly sped up for some reason, and her small face blushed. "Ha, Chu Ruo, your face is so, did you drink a little too much just now?" Jiang Fan ran his hand over it and realized that it was indeed very slightly hot. At the same time, he also felt Chu Ruoshi's smooth and delicate face. It made him remove his hand with some reluctance. Chu Ruoshi's face was touched by Jiang Fan's hand and a strange feeling rose in her heart. It made her cheeks blush even more. Chu Ruoshi slightly raised her head, and the two of them looked at each other. They looked at each other with affection, and an invisible suction force brought them slowly closer. Just as the two were about to kiss together, From the distance came the roar of a sports car, which came from far and near, and could be seen at a glance if one knew a little about cars. It's an Aston Martin DBS 5.2T, 12-cylinder, 725 horsepower. Definitely the king of sports cars. It was followed by 5 or 6 other sports cars, all worth about $2 million. Churuoshi looked at the sports car that sped past them and pouted in exasperation. It was really irritating, interrupting her in Jiang Fan's good deed. Jiang Fan looked at the lovely Churuoshi and couldn't help but pinch her bulging little face. Let's go. You've had a lot of red wine. It's easy to get drunk in the wind. Aha! Churuoshi nodded in response. She couldn't help but look in as she passed the speedy hotel. In her mind, she thought about how to tell Jiang Fan that she wanted to be with him today, but she was a girl, after all, and it was a little hard to talk about such things. The key Jiang Fan lump. Is the face of such a beautiful self? Do not have that aspect of the idea? Should we hint at him? Churuoshi thought of this, so she pretended to be a little tired and said, Jiang Fan, I am a little tired. I can't walk anymore. After Churuoshi finished speaking, she even took a special look at the express hotel next to her. Who knows? Jiang Fan said, I'll carry you then, but it's a long way from the school. Or, we won't go. Churuoshi said with a blushing face. Won't go? Only then did Jiang Fan notice the express hotel not far from them. The thought of men sharing a room with indescribable images made his heart beat faster. Looking at Churuoshi, who was standing in a long skirt, Jiang Fan exhaled a little sharply. It was no exaggeration to say that Churuoshi was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. Even though he hadn't seen many girls, Churuoshi Jiang Fan understand their own meaning. The heart and cannot help but apprehensive. Just now they will not say too blunt? She'd heard her roommate say that guys can be attracted to reserved girls. At that moment, a car drove past them, and the driver was in the form of a woman. She couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Jiang Fan. Ha! Jiang Fan? A sexy dressed girl sitting in the back row had a mental pang. Where, Ife, why are you so excited when you hear Jiang Fan's name? You're not still interested in him, are you? He's a biased teenager and I'm an innocent teenager. So how normal is it that I'm interested in him? Cut. Can an innocent girl have more than 10 boyfriends? Xiao Yifei ignored her and leaned over the car window to look up. Sure enough, he saw Jiang Fan and a girl together on the side of the road. Xiao Yu, stop the car. Stop the car. Summer reined slowly and pulled over to the curb. Yifei, what are you doing? He has a girlfriend. Xiao Yifei said disdainfully. What's wrong with girlfriends? I've had a dozen other boyfriends before. Xiao Yifei finished speaking, opened the car door and went out. Xiaoyu was going to stop her, but it didn't come in time. It was not good for her to get too involved in this awkward scene. Forget it. Let her be. I'll just wait in the car myself. Jiang Fan finally made up his mind to take Churuoshi to the hotel after a fierce mental struggle. Jiang Fan. A woman's voice sounded behind him. Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. He did not know many people in Kyoto. It was impossible to meet acquaintances so coincidentally in the middle of the night, right? He looked back to find a tall, sexy woman standing in front of him. Her deep V collar was especially noticeable. She was none other than Xiao Yifei. Churuoshi looked at the hot woman with hostility in her eyes. She thought that among several roommates, her body was considered better. But in front of this woman in front of her, it was really a bit self-inflicted shame. Although Churuoshi believed in Jiang Fan, she couldn't guarantee that another woman would seduce him. Jiang Fan, who is she? Churuoshi's tone was a few points colder as she spoke. Her eyes kept staring at Xiao Yifei. Before Jiang Fan could answer, Xiao Yifei said smilingly, I'm Jiang Fan's senior sister. When he first came to the capital, I was the one who personally received him. Isn't that right, Jiang Fan? Xiao Yifei said in a clipped voice and even winked at Jiang Fan. The rest of her eyes flicked to Churuoshi every now and then to observe her reaction. Looking at the exasperated Churuoshi, she was smug in her heart. Humph, little sister. In front of my sister. You're still young. Jiang Fan hurriedly explained to Churuoshi. Ruoshi, her name is Xiao Yifei. She's Uncle Qiao's niece and a student at your Huaqing University. Joey Yifei? Churuoshi's name sounded somewhat familiar, and she quickly reacted. When she was not yet in a relationship with Jiang Fan and added him as a WeChat friend, she was mistaken by Jiang Fan to be Xiao Yifei. Then again, if it wasn't for her, Churuoshi wouldn't have known what was in Jiang Fan's heart, and they wouldn't have gotten together so quickly. Thinking of this, the hostility in Churuoshi's heart disappeared and she smiled as she said to Xiao Yifei, so it's senior sister Xiao Yifei. I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Yifei was a bit puzzled when she heard Churuoshi say this. You know me? Chapter 147. 147, there's something wrong with the picture style. You know me? Yeah, you're still the matchmaker for me and Jiang Fan. He. Chu Ruoshi said smilingly. The more Xiao Yifei heard, the more confused she became. When did she become their matchmaker? Yifei-senpai, my name is Chu Ruoshi. Hello? Chu Ruoshi greatly extended her right hand. Hello to you. Xiao Yifei blankly shook Chu Ruoshi's hand. Chu Ruoshi's sudden change in painting style caused Xiao Yifei to suddenly be a little unsure of what was wrong. Xiao Yifei couldn't help but doubt herself. Was she not sexy enough to act as a threat? She looked down at the white expanse of her chest, sure that no man should be able to resist. And my daughter will be absolutely jealous and envious when she sees it. By all rights, Chu Ruoshi should be full of hostility. It's only right that it's like the first time she saw herself just now. But how come after she heard her name, her attitude was like a different person, completely treating her like a good sister? How else was she supposed to keep stirring up their relationship? Xiao Yifei looked at Jiang Fan and then at Chu Ruoshi. It felt as if I was really being redundant. And for a moment I was actually a little embarrassed. However, Chu Ruoshi was very cheerful and continued at Xiao Yifei. Sister Yifei, why are you here? Sister Yifei? Xiao Yifei listened to Chu Ruoshi's sweet address. An indescribable feeling of guilt arose and, such a simple, optimistic, sweet girl and one has to steal her boyfriend. Isn't that a bit much? I passed by. Xiao Yifei spoke a little unnaturally. Oh, Sister Yifei, can I add you on WeChat? Xiao Yifei was now completely in a state of confusion. She subconsciously fumbled for her cell phone in her bag and opened WeChat. Xiao Yifei was wearing high heels and looked half a head taller than Chu Ruoshi. Chu Ruoshi also opened WeChat and scanned the QR code. Only then did Xiao Yifei look carefully at the girl in front of her. Her features were very delicate, like a little fairy. Her face still had some baby fat, making her look very cute. The two added friends. Next, she suddenly didn't know what to say. She had come over to provoke the relationship between Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi, but she really hadn't anticipated that things would develop to such a point. Just when Xiao Yifei was a bit embarrassed. Once again, there was a roar of a sports car in the distance. The Aston Martin DBS that led the way sped by. Zip! With a sharp sound of brakes, the sports car unexpectedly stopped next to Jiang Fan and the others. The car door opens and a young man with a greasy hair comb comes down from inside. He was also chewing gum and had an unbeatable expression, thinking he was very dashing. His scanned Xiao Yifei up and down. The corner of his mouth drew a satisfied arc. Yo, pretty girl, nice figure. Want to take you for a ride? No time, Xiao Yifei said without a trace of anger. The last thing he liked was a rich second generation with some stinking money. It's got character. I like it. Several sports cars then came to a stop, and a few young men came down from them. Xiao Liang, good eye. Finding an excellent prey so quickly. I'm tired of playing with big boobies. I like this innocent little beauty. He. Lao Air, get as far away as you can. I'll take both of them, Liang Xiao said. A few people were discussing it without any intention of avoiding Zhou at all. Jiang Fan saw that they had spoken out against his girlfriend. So he said angrily, I advise you to leave now or I'll call the police. Call the police? Do you know who we are? Several of the men laughed disdainfully. I don't care who you are. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he directly picked up his cell phone and was about to call the police. Let's go. Liang Xiao took the lead and sat inside his Aston Martin DBS sports car. A few people looked at each other. What's going on? Liang Xiao is the head of the 4 young men in Kyoto. When has he ever been afraid of the police? How could you be intimidated by this kid today? Liang Xiao shouted at a few people. Go away. A few people then drove off in their sports cars. When they left, Xiao Yifei snickered. I didn't realize that you were quite manly. Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but took Chu Ruoshi's hand. At this time, Chu Ruoshi's hand seeped out a lot of fine sweat. It seems that he was not lightly frightened just now. Wakashi, let's go. Aha! After the scene that happened just now, honestly speaking, Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan didn't have any other thoughts and decided to go back first. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride, Xiao Yifei said, pointing to a car not far away. Don't bother, we'll just take a taxi back. Jiang Fan directly refused to, because he didn't want to have too many interactions with Xiao Yifei, lest Chu Ruoshi misunderstand. Senior brother Jiang Fan, it's no trouble. I don't have anything to do, Xiao Yifei said. Then thank you, Sister Yifei, Chu Ruoshi said. When Jiang Fan saw that Chu Ruoshi agreed, he didn't insist on it. However, he deliberately interlocked his fingers with Chu Ruoshi, as if he was trying to tell Xiao Yifei something. I know you guys are in love, but you don't have to spread dog food like this, Xiao Yifei said with a snicker. Chu Ruoshi, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. As they walked towards Xiao Yifei's car, suddenly 2 business cars sped up, stopping in front of Jiang Fan and the others. The car door opened and 7 or 8 strong men came down. They held daggers in their hands that glistened with cold light. 148 chapter, arrested. Xia Xiaoyu, who was in the car, was leisurely listening to the music. She was really a bit speechless about her best friend stealing other people's boyfriends. She checked the time and over 10 minutes had passed. These days she had been following Jiang Fan, engaged in chip research at the No. 3 Research Institute. And now that she could not afford to relax, she and Xiao Yifei met up to go to a bungee jumping party. As a result, he met Jiang Fan here. Xia Xiaoyu got out of the car, ready to rush Xiao Yifei, but just as she got out of the car, she saw that not far away, a few burly men with daggers in their hands forced Xiao Yifei and Jiang Fan and the others into a commercial vehicle. She was startled and hid, panicked. What to do? What to do? This was the first time this had happened to her and she didn't know what to do. Until she heard the sound of a commercial vehicle speeding away. She was even more anxious. Calm down. Calm down. Be calm. Xia Xiaoyu admonished herself as she took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. Right. Take down the license plate number first. Then call the police. Xia Xiaoyu poked her head out and realized that the business car had long since disappeared. She was instantly chagrined. I blame myself for being so nervous just now that I didn't write down the license plate number first. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and called the police. But the police said it would take 10 minutes to arrive at the scene. Xia Xiaoyu didn't dare to delay. Just now she had seen with her own eyes the daggers in those people's hands that were glowing with cold light. If the time was late, in case Jiang Fan and the others might have met an untimely end. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu instantly burst into tears of anxiety. That's when she thought about the old dragon. Right, call Elder Long. Jiang Fan is Elder Long's student. He definitely won't ignore it. Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly took out her cell phone and made also a call to Long Lao. At this time, Long Lao was still at the National Rocket Propulsion Fuel Base. This would be Long Lao had just finished his work. When he returned to his place, he heard a call from Xia Xiaoyu. Hey, Elder Dragon said tiredly. Academician Long. It's bad. Jiang Fan has been captured. Xia Xiaoyu said anxiously. When Elder Long heard this news, he was in a state of shock. What? Say that again. Jiang Fan was captured. Those people still have knives. Xia Xiaoyu said while crying. Xiaoyu. You want to calm down. Don't cry. Give me the specifics. Afterward, Xia Xiaoyu gave Old Man Long a full account of the situation. Longbo told Xia Xiaoyu not to leave. Then he made a direct call to number 1. Number 1 was nervous when he learned that Jiang Fan had been taken. Jiang Fan was now the most valuable talent in the Dragon Kingdom. The talent he was displaying in this section was definitely not comparable to any of the Dragon Kingdom researchers. Fusion stabilization for 118 seconds. Lithium iron phosphate power battery. ITER magnet material. Dragon Journal. 7 nanometers chip. 4 nanometers chip. 1 nanometer chip. Such an achievement, try to ask who can compare. It is not too much to say that Jiang Fan is the future of the Dragon Kingdom. He absolutely would not allow Jiang Fan to be harmed in the slightest. Number 1 immediately made a call to Wu Yingjie, the director of the Kyoto Public Security Department. Wu Yingjie was awakened and said with some impatience. I'm number 1. Wu Yingjie, the director of the Kyoto Public Security Department, was instantly jolted and rose directly from the bed, said with a respectful military salute. Hello leader, immediately activate the first level emergency plan. Immediately find out for me the whereabouts of the 2 commercial vehicles at 18 Yangon Road 5 minutes ago. Yes, Wu Yingjie, the director of the Kyoto Public Security Department, then made a call to the duty officer to retrieve the surveillance. A level 1 emergency plan was then immediately activated and all 901 police officers in Kyoto were urgently assembled. Block off all the streets. Soon, number 1 received a call from Wu Yingjie, the director of the Kyoto Public Security Department. Leader, the whereabouts of the 2 commercial vehicles have been traced. They're heading towards the northern suburbs. We've blocked all highways. Good. Mobilize all police forces to intercept. Remember to protect someone named Jiang Fan no matter what. And then his picture will be sent to you. 149 chapter, North Suburb Automobile Factory. After number 1 got off the phone with the director of the Public Security Department, Wu Yingjie, he settled down a little. Through Wu Yingjie's report, he could determine that the person who kidnapped Jiang Fan should not be an and killer spy sent from abroad. Ruling out this possibility, Jiang Fan's life shouldn't be in danger. However, number 1, just to be sure, he then made a phone call to the head of the military region stationed in the western suburbs of Kyoto. 4 military helicopters then took off from the military zone and rushed to the northern suburbs. At the Dragon Rocket Propulsion Base, Elder Dragon paced back and forth in his quarters anxiously. Just now, he talked to No. 1 on the phone again and inquired about Jiang Fan's current situation. Number 1 told him that the target vehicle had been locked, and with the initial exclusion of foreign spies and killers, Jiang Fan's life shouldn't be in danger. but Elder Dragon was already worried. 10 years ago, he once had a very outstanding student who, when he was successful in his studies, ended up giving up his dragon nationality and joined the pretty country to serve them. This had also become a permanent pain in the heart of Long Lao, and now he will not be able to receive, again, an even better student in Jiang Fan. And through this period of time, the talent Jiang Fan had shown had shocked everyone. He believed that as long as Jiang Fan was given enough time, he would become the greatest scientific researcher in the Dragon Kingdom and make the Dragon Kingdom the scientific and technological powerhouse of the Blue Planet. But now Jiang Fan has been kidnapped and his life and death are uncertain. Long Lao really wished that he was the one who was captured. As long as Jiang Fan was fine, Long Lao wanted to meet Kyoto immediately. But now he had no way to leave this place, because there were still 3 hours left. The base would do the 10th test of the rocket propellers, and this time, he was 75% sure that it would be successful. If he left at this critical moment, the fruits of the labor of the researchers at the base, who were now busy, would all go down the drain. He could only silently pray for Jiang Fan to be safe and sound. An automobile factory in the northern suburbs of Kyoto. There were more than a dozen sports cars parked here, each one worth a lot of money, including that Aston Martin DBS. Xiao Liang. What a good plan. I thought at the time that Liang Xiao was scared by that kid, but I didn't realize that Liang Xiao had other arrangements. Ha ha. Young Liang deserves to be the first of our 4 young men in Kyoto. Liang Xiao listened to the compliments of several people, shook the red wine in his hand, crossed his orchid fingers and took a sip, and said disdainfully, if I hadn't estimated my father's reputation and was afraid of being seen, I would have put them in their place on the street. Liang Xiao couldn't help but lick his tongue when he thought of Xiao Yifei's hot body and Chu Ruoshi's budding innocence. It's kinda like fire and ice with 2 such superb women. Her body reacted slightly to the thought that they would all be pleasuring themselves in her crotch later. He couldn't resist picking up the phone and asking for information. Bill, where are we? Xiao Liang. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Good. There will be a reward later. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Liang Xiao hung up the phone and burst into a lewd laugh as he took out a bottle from his pocket and poured out a pill. He hesitated for a moment, poured out another, put it in his mouth, and took a sip of red wine. 2 pills went down, and a hot sensation immediately came from the body. Liang Xiao's mouth sketched out an intriguing smile. Xiao Liang, let me discuss something with you, a youth with a dirty braid said. What is it? Young Zhang, when you're done playing, can you play me too? He. Young Zhang is also somewhat interested. I love big boobs, you know that, but don't worry, I don't play for nothing. This Porsche 911 is yours, Zhang Xiao said fawningly. He liked big boobies, just on one hand. In fact, he was giving the Porsche 911 to Liang Xiao in disguise. Although their families was known as one of the 4 major corporations in Kyoto, it was a far cry from the Liang family, and a lot of their family's business depended on the Liang family. As long as he made good friends with Liang Xiao, their family business would definitely prosper in the future. Since Zhang Xiao is so heartfelt, I'll take it. Hey, don't worry, in the future, follow me behind, to ensure that you have soup whenever you want. Thank you, Xiao Liang. From now on you are my own brother. The 2 men looked at each other with a lewd grin on their faces. With a burst of roll-up doors rising, 2 black business cars soon came in. Liang Xiaoan resisted his inner excitement and stood up immediately. The business car stopped, and a man with a cross-faced face led Xiao Yifei out of the car. His 2 men then took Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan respectively. Xiao Liang, I've brought you someone. Nice. Liang Xiao then waved his hand at the man beside him, and the man took a bundle of money and threw it over. Thank you, Xiao Liang, for the reward. Diaozi smiled and picked up the money on the ground. After Jiang Fan got out of the car, he saw the other party at a glance. The same few people who drove the sports car just now. Xiao Yifei looked fiercely at Liang Xiao and stammered about what she wanted to say. Liang Xiao signaled to remove her mouth. This was his territory, and it would be hard for them to fly out even if they stuck their wings in it. Xiao Yifei's mouth was yanked out by Biao. I advise you to release us quickly, or you will regret it. A few people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Liang Xiao said disdainfully, do you know who I am? Ha ha, what do I care who you are? Xiao Yifei said with a cold frown. As a famous researcher, she was well aware of Jiang Fan's influence. He is the one who researched the 1 nanometer chip and won the first-class national merit. Such a talent is definitely a national treasure. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on him is working against the state. That's why she's so grounded. Zhang Xiao saw Xiao Yifei's plump breasts rise and fall with her as she spoke. Unable to resist swallowing, he took 2 steps forward and said, let me introduce to you. This is the first of the 4 young men in Kyoto, the jade-like and suave Liang Xiao. As long as you serve Liang Xiao well, you're guaranteed to eat good food and drink spicy food in the future. Ah shucks, bunch of crusty hooligans. Xiao Yifei said nonchalantly. The nature is really strong. I like it. Liang Xiao couldn't help but clap his hands and said, normally, they had played enough with those women who took the initiative to fall back, and Xiao Yifei's kind was more able to stir up his desire. Jiang Fan struggled to speak, but unfortunately, his mouth was tanned. Jiang Fan could see that this young man called Liang Xiao had captured them because he wanted to misbehave with Xiao Yifei and Chu Ruoshi, but Xiao Yifei was now hardening her steel, which only angered these people even more. When Liang Xiao saw that Jiang Fan wanted to speak, he asked someone to remove something from his mouth. How much to get us out? When these people present heard Jiang Fan's words, they all burst out laughing. Can you come up with $1,000 in those tie clothes you're wearing? Ha ha. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, said calmly, $10 million. 150. 150 chapter, Dragons and Tigers. $10 million. A few people immediately stopped laughing when they heard Jiang Fan's words. Somewhat surprised, they looked at the young man who was even younger than them. Although they are all second-generation rich, with billions or tens of billions of dollars in corporate assets at home, their usual living expenses are only about $100, $000 to $500, $000 a month. Liang Xiao's living expenses were among the highest among the few of them, between $500, $000 and $800, $000 per month. $10 million is more than a year's worth of living expenses for him. Some people said they didn't believe it, but they were the second generation of rich people, and their family had so much money, so it wasn't just for them to spend. And they've seen it, the rich kids in some bar, moving around to pick up girls with a yell, I'll pay for everything today. In fact, what many people don't realize is that this money they are spending is not their own. Take Liang Xiao for example. Their Liang family is the richest man in Kyoto. There are a lot of enterprises. In order to please the Liang family, we'll use Liang Xiao as a breakthrough. Send him some high-grade club rechargeable cards, bar rechargeable cards and so on. As for these luxury sports cars he drives, he didn't actually pay for them himself and they were purchased by the family business for tax deductions. A $5 million sports car, through a series of maneuvers on their part, could potentially save the company $10 million in taxes. Of course this is all a game played by the rich and out of reach of the majority. Seeing that the crowd didn't speak, Jiang Fan continued, $20 million. At this point, many people's eyes began to glisten. 20 million? This young man is too rich. Young Liang, why don't we just let them go? This is $20 million. When you have this money, what kind of beauty can't you find? Even some stars can be fixed. Che, a mere $20 million is nothing to me. Liang Xiao said disdainfully. 100 million. Jiang Fan knew that the other party were all rich second generation, so saying too little would not be shocking to them. A few days ago, he sold his cell phone operating system to Huawei, and Ren Zhengfei happened to transfer $100 million to his card. Right now, as long as they could keep Chu Ruoshi and Xiao Yifei both unharmed, it would be good. As for other things to be said later, this time Liang Xiao's body couldn't help but tremble a little. To be honest, his heart was moved. He had always been considered uneducated by his own dad, and if he had gotten the money, he would have said he earned it, and would have gotten a compliment from his own dad. Kid, are you sure you have that much money? Liang Xiao said skeptically. Of course, as long as you agree to release them, I'll transfer the money to you now. Jiang Fan said. Diaozi, untie this little brother. Liang Xiao said. Then Diaozi directly untied the rope tying Jiang Fan's hand. Anyway, this was his territory, and he wasn't afraid of what Jiang Fan would do. Senior, give him my bank card number. A man then walked up to Jiang Fan with a bank card. You let them go first. Jiang Fan said. I'll release them immediately when the money arrives. Liang Xiao didn't think that the young man in front of him was quite shrewd. In case you don't recognize it, what if you let them go? I'll turn it around for you right away. Kid, are you playing empty gloves for me? I don't think you have 100 million at all. Wasting my time. Bring the two of them to our room. Liang Xiao would only react this time. The young man in front of him looked just 18 or 19 years old. Even if his family was even richer, he couldn't possibly have $100 million. As the son of the richest man in Kyoto, he never had more than $5 million in his hand. How could one be so stupid just now? Surprisingly, I was almost fooled by this young man. I can call the bank's customer service number. Jiang Fan said. Okay, give him his cell phone. Liang Xiao had been delayed for so long anyway. He didn't care about this 1 or 2 minutes, and the aphrodisiac he'd taken still had 10 minutes to reach its optimal potency. Diaozi then gave Jiang Fan's cell phone to him. Jiang Fan took his cell phone and sent a SOS symbol to Elder Chow in a way that covered his ears. He'd thought about sending a message to number 1, but his closest caller was Elder Zhou, and with such a quick turnaround, he simply didn't have a choice. Afterward, Jiang Fan calmly dialed the bank's customer service number. with some keystrokes. The bank reported Jiang Fan's bank card balance, $105,000, 800. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard the balance of the customer service broadcast. Shurouoshi was also incredulous. When did her boyfriend become so rich? She knew Jiang Fan's family very well, just an ordinary working class. It's okay to let them leave, Jiang Fan said. Good. Diaozi, untie them and let them go. Liang Xiao had a smile on his face. He didn't think that this young man really had $100 million. Thinking that this money would be his soon, he couldn't help but get a little excited, not realizing that it was so easy to earn money. Car keys, Jiang Fan said. Liang Xiao froze, then said, Bill, give them the keys. Diaozi directly gave Jiang Fan the keys to the business car. Jiang Fan handed it back to Xiao Weifei. Shurouoshi pulled Jiang Fan and said with tears in her eyes, I want to be with you. Ruoshi, be obedient and follow school sister Weifei to go first. Don't worry, I'm fine, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Xiao Weifei said to Liang Xiao and the others, you'd better keep your promises, or I'll make you suffer. After Xiao Weifei finished pulling Shurouoshi into the car, Shurouoshi looked at Jiang Fan full of worry. The car started and then left. Jiang Fan deliberately waited for 5 minutes, feeling that Xiao Weifei should be far away in her car, before transferring the money. Liang Xiao, who received $100 million, was overjoyed. Afterward, Jiang Fan was ready to leave, but was stopped by a few people. You don't want to let me go? Jiang Fan said to Liang Xiao. Hey, not only you, including those two beauties, don't go first today. To tell you the truth, I have already let people in the car to do the trick. They cannot go far, the car will be off. It is estimated that this will have been caught by my people. Ha ha. The people around Liang Xiao laughed. Liang Xiao, it's really powerful. Ha ha. With regard to the time when several people were laughing, Jiang Fan said indifferently, I can easily come up with $100 million. Do you feel I'm an ordinary person? A few people froze when they heard Jiang Fan's words, and mutterings immediately flooded their hearts. Indeed, a person who can easily come up with $100 million is definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that he was the young master of some invisible rich family in the Dragon Kingdom? However, Liang Xiao said with a disdainful expression, Kid, in the territory of Kyoto, you are a dragon that has to be coiled for me, and a tiger that has to lie down for me. Boo, boo. The roller shutter was smashed to smithereens by a huge object. All that could be seen was a blackened barrel over 6 meters long pointing at them. 2 words popped into everyone's head. Tank? 151. 151 chapter, Sleepless Nights. Everyone was stumped with their mouths wide open. Scenes that once only appeared in movies now appeared in front of them. They felt like they were dreaming at this point. They looked out through the smashed roll-up door, and there was a black mass outside, full of armed generals with submachine guns, at least 1,000 names, and there were 4 helicopters in the sky, patrolling back and forth with searchlights on, and strong light shone in from the air from time to time, stabbing their eyes. Before they could react, the armed police behind the tank rushed in clutching their submachine guns. Freeze, all hands in the air. As the position-carrying armed police officers chided them, they were so frightened that they raised their hands in a hurry. Don't look at them as usually arrogant and domineering, but when they saw such a formation, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. They were all thinking quickly in their minds about the bad things they had done recently, but it didn't feel like it was such a big deal. Then they all looked at Liang Xiao. Here was his automobile factory. Could it be that Mr. Liang has messed with someone he shouldn't have? Before they could think too much, the armed police with guns directly handcuffed them all. At that moment, a middle-aged man, dressed in a police uniform, walked up to Jiang Fan and then gave a military salute. Professor Jiang, I'm Wu Jie, director of the Kyoto Public Security Department. I've given you a fright. When the detained Liang Xiao, several people saw this scene. They were stunned for a moment and their backs went cold, because in their eyes, the director of the Kyoto Public Security Bureau, even their fathers, must be respectful when they meet. But the director of the Public Security Department in front of them, Wu Jie, had actually saluted the young man they had captured. Anyone who had a wow in their heart knew they were in big trouble this time. Especially Liang Xiao. Beads of sweat rose from his forehead. He had just blatantly robbed this young man of $100 million. And he's going to plot against his girlfriend. It's not a death wish. Liang Xiao was being detained by 2 armed police officers. He struggled and came to Jiang Fan's front and directly knelt down. I hope the other side will be lenient and give him a way out. Yet before he could speak, Pop, Wu Jie directly gave him a big mouth and bellowed. Daring to openly kidnap an important person of the country. You're committing treason. Take away. Treason? Liang Xiao was directly confused. He knew very well that treason was the most serious offense in the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. If he is indeed convicted of treason, It will be either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Thinking of this, his entire body was paralyzed with fear and he couldn't walk. Two armed police officers, who took him by the scruff of the neck and led him into the police car. Wu Yingjie, the director of the public security department, watched as the group of rich kids were all escorted to the car. The mind grunted coldly. What a bunch of people who don't know how to die. How dare they dare to kidnap Professor Jiang? Although Wu Yingjie wasn't very clear about Jiang Fan's identity. No one told him that Jiang Fan was a special classified national figure. He had been engaged in public security for more than 20 years, and he had seen a total of 2 first-class classified figures, both of whom could be people who had made exceptional contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. And Jiang Fan, as a national special classified person, his importance was definitely above anyone else. And for this rescue, the top leaders of the country had directly deployed the military forces. So one could imagine the importance of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remembered Chu Ruoshi and Xiao Yifei at this time and instantly became nervous. Just when he wanted to ask Wu Yingjie to save them, Number 1 brought Chu Ruoshi and Xiao Yifei over. When Chu Ruoshi saw Jiang Fan, she cried and jumped into his arms. Wu, Jiang Fan, are you okay? Wu, Jiang Fan patted Chu Ruoshi's comfortingly. Wakashi, I'm fine. Afterwards, Elder Qiao also drove over, and when he saw that everyone was fine, he let go of his heart. At that time, he suddenly received a message from SOS sent by Jiang Fan, and immediately called No. 1 to inquire about the situation, which led him to learn that Jiang Fan had an accident, but they locked the location through Jiang Fan's cell phone. Jiang Fan, you'd better call your teacher back. He's worried sick right now. Number 1 said to Jiang Fan, Teacher? He knows about this too. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom all know about you. You've scared them a lot this time. Jiang Fan was a little embarrassed, but he was still quite touched, not realizing that the country valued him so much. Jiang Fan first called Elder Dragon. Long Lao was fidgeting in his residence at the moment. He looked at his cell phone from time to time to see if there was any latest news from Jiang Fan. Just as he picked up his cell phone, he hesitated to make another call to number 1. The cell phone rang. He took a look to see that it was actually Jiang Fan, so he hurriedly connected. Jiang Fan, are you alright? Teacher, I'm fine. Leader 1 and Uncle Joe and the others are coming over. That's good. That's good. Elder Joe finally put his heart down. The two talked for a while longer and then hung up. Afterwards, Jiang Fan gave number 1 a rundown of what happened. Number 1 was inwardly grateful that this time, fortunately, it wasn't directed at Jiang Fan. Otherwise then the fruits were truly unimaginable. But through this, at the same time, it was a wake-up call for them. Jiang Fan's personal security in the future should never be relaxed. At that moment, number 1 remembered Lei Cohen, who had kept Jiang Fan safe the last time he went to the World Math Summit. He immediately decided to wait until tomorrow to ask the special forces for someone. Right now Jiang Fan's safety is the country's top priority. Number 1 then sent someone to send Jiang Fan and the others back. As for the latter, he would handle it. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. This time the accident of the rich second generation are the Liang family, Zhang family and some unknown several rich second generation. Their family began to use all their connections to inquire about the situation as soon as they learned that something had happened to their son. However, after inquiring around, there was no news. Originally, Liang Xiao's father, Liang Guodong, didn't care, because before, his son also often got into trouble. He made some connections, and his son was fine. But this time, after his son went in, there was not even a bit of news coming out, which made him nervous. He then asked someone to contact the chief of the Eastern District Public Security Bureau, yet the other man gave him only one word. Your son probably won't get out. 152 chapter, Confessions. The next day, Liang Ka Villa. Liang Guodong sat on the sofa with a sad face. His eyes were a little dark. Obviously he hadn't rested all night. Although, he was very unhappy with his son. But after all, it was his only son. After learning that his son had caused a big trouble this time, his heart was full of self-blame. It was all because he was usually busy with his work and belonged to his son's discipline, which had led to today's result. The middle-aged woman beside her eyes were red and swollen. Thinking that her son had been taken in and now there was no news at all, she couldn't help but cry again. Old Liang, but we only have this one child. You must find a way to save him. Wu. Liang Guodong was already having a headache because of his son's affairs, and his own wife was still crying on the sidelines, so he chortled impatiently. Shut up. It's all because you spoiled your son to get to where he is now. The middle-aged woman also knew that it was indeed because of herself, and she immediately stopped crying and switched to silent sobbing. At this time, Liang's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered in a flash. Hello, is this Mr. Liang Tsong's father? Mr. Liang Guodong? Hello, I am. I'm informing you to come to the Capital Public Security Bureau. Yes, I'll be right there. Liang Guodong hung up his cell phone, hurriedly called for his driver, and then went to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Kyoto Public Security Bureau. The case officer gave Liang a rundown of the situation. It was only then that Liang realized that his son had kidnapped and robbed yesterday. The key thing is that the other party is also an important person in the country. He realized at once the seriousness of the matter. The state would never have made an appointment to see him if it hadn't seen him do a lot of charity in his day. Mr. Liang, the state has preliminarily ruled out the possibility of your son being a spy, or else he might have been executed for treason. When Liang Guodong heard the word treason, his whole body trembled. He was well aware of the consequences of being convicted of treason. So, how many years will he get then? I'm not sure about that. It needs to go through the judicial process, not to the point of being shot, but a minimum sentence of 20 years to start. Liang Guodong was relieved to hear that he would not be shot. He was really afraid that his son would be directly executed. Finally, Liang and his own son were allowed to meet. As soon as Liang Tsong saw his father, Liang Guodong, he thought that he had come over to take himself out. Why are you just getting here too? Liang Tsong said with some exasperation. He then raised his own handcuffs and turned to the police officer beside him. What are you waiting for? Open it for me. You only have 5 minutes. The policeman said coldly, then closed the iron door behind him. Liang Tsong said to his dad with a blank look on his face. What did he mean by that? What 5 minutes? Pop. Liang slapped his indisputable son in the face. Loser, I told you to behave yourself. But you didn't listen. So reform yourself in there in the future. Liang Tsong was a little confused by the beating, but his dad had never beaten him, and now he dared to beat him. He was just about to lose his temper, when he seemed to react, and was stunned as he turned to Liang. What do you mean? You're not taking me out? Take you out? Do you know who you messed with this time? After Liang finished speaking, he was in the process of raising his hand to hit him again before finally falling helplessly. What's the point of him educating his own son now? His son will probably have to carry it inside for the rest of his life. When Liang Tsong saw Liang Guodong's attitude, he panicked and directly kneeled in front of him and begged, Dad, I'm your only son, you can't leave me alone, just do your penance, fight for leniency, and get out sooner. Liang Guodong's voice softened as he spoke. After all, this is the son of Dad, you save me out, please, I'll listen to you from now on, I'll never get into trouble again too, run the company properly. Hey, you don't have a chance, good riddance. Liang Guodong looked at his son with some heartache, but there was nothing he could do today. In the end, he shook off the snotty Liang Tsong and walked straight out of the room, leaving his son lying on the floor tearing his heart out and begging. Liang muttered to himself outside the room, take the blame for the mistakes you made yourself. No one can help you on this occasion. On that day, a major earthquake struck the wealthy circles of Kyoto. Zhang's group was found by the relevant departments to be in violation of a number of laws and regulations, was seized by law, and the relevant personnel of the group were also disposed of in accordance with the law. When this news came out, the entire Kyoto enterprises were shocked. Zhang's group is one of the 4 major enterprises in Kyoto, and that's how it turned out. Without warning, it went out of business. Subsequently, less than 10 minutes time, successively several other enterprises were investigated and dealt with, and all the relevant persons were dealt with according to the law. All the enterprises in Kyoto are in danger, and they have taken the initiative to explain the situation to the relevant departments. Then an even heavier message came out. Liang's group CEO Liang Guodong handed over 80% of his shares to a mysterious person, and all of his future income will be donated to children in poor mountainous areas. 153 rocket boosters. The Reinan Mountains, 100 kilometers west of Kyoto. It's lush with tall pines and cypresses everywhere. A low hill, not unlike any other neighboring mountain from the outside, but it's actually all hollowed out inside, and the space inside is the size of 3 soccer fields. This is the research and development base for rocket propulsion in the Dragon Kingdom. Throughout the halls of the base sat 3 huge rocket boosters, and the usually busy researchers will be nowhere to be seen. If you look closely, to the east of the base's research and development hall, there is a steel door, roughly 10 centimeters thick, that is tightly closed at this point. Behind the steel door is a passageway. About 50 meters away is another space. The space isn't particularly large, but it's a good 300 square feet. Dozens of equipment instruments, of all sizes, hung along the walls. This is the control room of the rocket booster base. At this moment, all of the base's researchers converged here, and each of them had a tense expression. Elder Long stood at the front of the crowd, staring at the main screen that hadn't changed in any way. Chief Engineer Long, all preparations are ready. Please give your orders. A workman in a white scientific uniform reported back. Elder Long took a deep breath and then gave the order. Prepare for ignition. Upon hearing the order, the crew in front of the console pressed the ignition countdown directly. Throughout the control room, the sound of a machine counting down then rang out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Light the fire. At that moment, reddish-yellow flames immediately erupted from underneath a huge thruster on the main screen. The reddish-yellow flames then turned yellowish-white and finally blue. The enormous heat directly scorched the pool below, and a stream of white eyes rose up. At that moment, only the thrusters slowly left the control bays and slowly floated in the air. With a slight increase in fuel output, it could definitely punch through the top of the mountain and take off. And then their experiment. It wasn't to make it fly out. Elder Long gave orders to the operator. Fuel energy output adjusted by 50%. The operator heard the order and rushed to control the fuel output of the thrusters to 50%. The huge thrusters, which had been slowly rising, just stayed steady in midair. When all the researchers in the control room saw this scene, there was a look of joy on their faces, but none of them made a sound, because the experiment isn't over. Elder Dragon then asked about the various data of the thrusters. Thruster injection fuel temperature, 1860 degrees Celsius. Thruster inner wall temperature, 980 degrees Celsius. Fuel line pressure, 102 MPa. All the numbers are in the normal range. 5 minutes later, the data had stabilized. Fuel output setting reduced by 3% per second. Everyone then saw the rocket boosters then slowly fall and finally land firmly on the control bays. The flame once again turned from blue to yellowish-white to reddish-yellow, and finally slowly died out. The boiling water beneath the thrusters, too, slowly returned to calm, and it was finally found that 2/3 of the 200 cubic meters of water had evaporated. Elder Long's serious expression finally relaxed at this moment as well, and he turned his head, his hands trembling a little with excitement. We have successfully developed a 500-ton rocket booster. As Elder Dragon's voice fell, the entire control hall cheered. We did it! Ha ha! It worked! Great! Ha ha! Everyone was thrilled beyond words. They were so excited. In 5 years, they finally developed a 500-ton thruster. Compared to the previous 300-ton rocket boosters, they're upgraded by a full 200 tons. And the current level of spaceflight technology has been ahead of the pretty countries of the Blue Planet and Russia, whose rocket thrusters top out at 500 tons. The Dragon Kingdom squeezes right into the top tier of Blue Star in rocket propulsion. This also marks a big step for the Dragon Kingdom in the field of aerospace. Just as the crowd was celebrating, Elder Dragon's expression suddenly blanched. His assistant, Professor Lee, noticed that Elder Long had his hands covering his abdomen and rushed forward to support him, making him sit on a stool. Chief Long, are you alright? Long Lao slowed down for a while, his whitened face, before he regained his blood color. It's fine. It's old hat. After our mission is completed this time, you must go to the hospital for a test. Last time I asked you to go, you kept putting it off. Professor Lee said worriedly. Okay, we'll go back this time and go to the hospital right away. Right, Lee, you organize the report information. I'll go back to Kyoto today to give a report to the leaders above. But, your body? Professor Lee said with some concern. Nothing, Kyoto. Elder Long took the information and first reported the situation to Number 1. Number 1 was shocked. He was in a bit of disbelief. These days, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom was simply blossoming. Like lithium iron phosphate power batteries, ITER magnet materials, and 1 nanometer chips. He felt like he was dreaming. It didn't occur to me that the aerospace field, in which the Dragon Kingdom had been lagging behind, had also made a major breakthrough. The rocket propulsion was actually at the state-of-the-art level of Blue Star. Number 1 called an urgent meeting of the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. After the meeting, all the top leaders were excited and ready to announce to the world that the Dragon Kingdom had made a major breakthrough in the field of aerospace. Yet Pretty Country announced it first. Prof. Baek Yunrang of Pretty Country leads a team that has developed a 700-ton rocket booster. When Elder Long saw this name, the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for many years surged to the surface. Finally a mouthful of blood was spat out and he directly fainted. 154. 154 Chapter, Sickness, Lonoke University. Jiang Fan, as the temporary editor-in-chief of Dragon Journal, has already finalized the sci papers to be published in the second issue. There are 12 sci papers in this release, 7 of which are sci paper submissions from countries around the world. Since the release of the first issue of Dragon Journal, it has been highly recognized by academics around the world, and now it can be said that Dragon Journal is the most authoritative sci paper journal in Blue Star. After Jiang Fan took care of the second issue of the Dragon Journal, he went to the school to reward himself with a lab to make miniature controllable nuclear fusion devices. The development of this device has been put on hold for some time now as I have been busy with other things. Just as Jiang Fan was on his way to the lab, he received a call from Elder Qiao. Jiang Fan, come to the General Hospital of the Jingdu Military Region. Your teacher is hospitalized. When Jiang Fan heard this news, he immediately called a car and came to the General Hospital of the Kyoto Military Region. In the intensive care unit, Long Lao is still in a coma. Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao could only wait in the corridor. Uncle Joe, why did my teacher suddenly fall ill? Elder Joe said with a sigh. Hey, I thought this old guy had put it down, but I didn't realize. Jiang Fan was even more confused when he heard Elder Long say this. Uncle Joe, what's put down or not put down? You should have heard of a student that Elder Long took in 10 years ago, right? Elder Qiao said to Jiang Fan. Aha, I know. Jiang Fan didn't understand why Elder Qiao asked this. Could it be that his teacher's hospitalization was related to his previous students? Just today, your teacher led Dragon Kingdom's researchers and researched a 500-ton rocket thruster. It brought Dragon Kingdom's rocket propulsion to the most advanced level of Blue Star. The more Jiang Fan listened, the more confused he was. His teacher should be happy that he had researched such a great result. Then Elder Joe continued. Just as the Dragon Kingdom made its announcement to the public, the Pretty Kingdom was the first to make an announcement, proclaiming that they had researched a 700-ton rocket propeller, and that the chief engineer was none other than Bai Long, the student your teacher had taken in earlier. So, your teacher was so angry and bloodthirsty that he, after listening to Elder Qiao, Jiang Fan instantly understood what had happened, and it was no wonder his teacher was so angry. Elder Long had put his heart and soul into cultivating an outstanding talent in the first place, only to turn around and devote himself to the pretty country. Moreover, it has helped the pretty country to accomplish a technological breakthrough and suppress its own national technology. Probably anyone would be pissed off. What a white-eyed wolf, Jiang Fan said angrily. In the beginning, Long Lao had spent tremendous effort to train Bai Yanlang. Long Lao had thought that when he retired, he would let him take over and continue to contribute to the science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom. But as a result, this shameless traitor ended up going to a pretty country to study and directly changed his nationality. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. System, detecting the host's immense inner emotional fluctuations, triggering a selection task. Choice 1, take over Long Lao's rocket thruster development work, surpass Bai Yanlong's R&D achievements, and take the heat for Long Lao. Reward 1,000 tons of rocket propulsion design drawings. Choice 2, be a coward with no rewards. As a hot-blooded man, Jiang Fan will not hesitate to choose one. Subsequently, a large amount of information immediately flooded into his mind. The very same 1,000-ton rocket thruster design drawings. Jiang Fan snorted coldly in his heart. A traitor. Wait and see. After waiting for about an hour, Elder Long awoke from his coma. But the doctor could only let them talk for 10 minutes, because Long Lao was still very weak and needed to rest. And after Long Lao's body recovered, further examinations would be needed. Drink some water. Teacher. Concerned, Jiang Fan handed a cup to Elder Long, who took it and took a sip. Feeling much better. You're feeling better? Jiang Fan inquired. It's fine. I'm in good health, Elder Long replied. Elder Joe on the side said nonchalantly. Old dragon, you're vomiting blood and you're still fine. I told you to pay attention to your health, but you just don't listen. Che, why don't we have a marathon to see which one of us can't do it? Elder Dragon said defiantly. Come on, I concede. Long Lao saw that Chow Lao had gone soft and had a smug look on his face, but the pain in his abdomen made the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch twice. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly called for the doctor. The doctor then added a shot of medicine to Long Lao's infusion bottle. Long Lao's only eased up quite a bit. Jiang Fan then spoke his thoughts. Teacher, I want to be involved in the development of rocket propulsion. Elder Dragon thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, currently our country has just researched a 500-ton thruster. You're just in time to go and learn about it. It'll help you a lot in your future growth. Jiang Fan nodded his head. In fact, what he wanted to say internally was that he was not going to learn this time, but to research a 1,000-ton rocket propeller, and take out the bad anger in his heart for Long Lao. They spoke for a while longer before the doctor kicked Jiang Fan and Elder Qiao out. After all, Elder Long needed to get some rest now. After Jiang Fan went back, he contacted Professor Li, the assistant of Long Lao at the rocket propeller base. Long Lao had already explained to Prof. Li, and the other party said they were welcome at any time. Jiang Fan decided to go to the Kyoto rocket propulsion base the next day. By the evening, Chu Ruoshi heard that Jiang Fan's teacher, Elder Long, had fallen ill. They made another trip together, to the Kyoto Military Region General Hospital to visit Elder Long. Chu Ruoshi had a cheerful personality and her arrival added a lot of fun to Long Lao. Elder Long also liked this girl very much. 155. 155 Chapter, Design Drawings. Early the next morning, Jiang Fan carried his own school bag and went to the place where he had an appointment with Professor Li. Soon a military SUV drove up. After Jiang Fan got into the car, he found a man with a baseball cap sitting in the back. When the man saw Jiang Fan come up, he stretched out his right hand and smiled. "Hello, long time no see." Only then did Jiang Fan notice that the other party looked somewhat familiar. After a few moments, Jiang Fan remembered that he was the same Lei Cohen who had protected him the last time he went to the World Math Summit. Jiang Fan hastily shook his hand. "Big brother Lei Cohen, long time no see. I have orders from number 1 to keep you safe." Lei Cohen actually didn't know much about Jiang Fan. Just the last time he went to F country to participate in the Math Summit, he had contacted Jiang Fan for just 2 days. But through the last brief contact, it was clear that Jiang Fan was a patriotic young man. On this point, when he received the order from the head of the army, he rushed straight over without saying a word. "It'll be hard work for big brother Lei Cohen from now on," Jiang Fan said. About the bodyguard thing. No, one also called him to say. Originally he refused. His usual places to go were very fixed, either in the lab or at his residence. As for the kidnapping, it was just an accident. Instead, number 1 insisted that he must be given bodyguards. Jiang Fan was now the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and could not afford any slip-ups. Jiang Fan finally had no choice but to agree. After Jiang Fan and Lei Cohen both exchanged simple pleasantries, neither of them spoke. Jiang Fan was thinking about the thing about the kiloton rocket propellers, and before Lei Cohen came, number 1 told him that Jiang Fan was a state-secret person, and his mission was mainly to protect Jiang Fan's safety. Anything else that you shouldn't know, don't ask, don't listen, and don't tell. He also signed a non-disclosure agreement on Kong Fan's personal information and itinerary, so as long as Jiang Fan didn't take the initiative to speak, he remained silent. The military land cruiser quickly drove out of Kyoto, onto a mountain highway, and finally a potholed, wild road before arriving at the R&D base for rocket propulsion. After Lei Cohen got out of the car, he said to the driver, "Tell your captain that there's a dead end at 9 o'clock, 500 meters, and a sentry post is needed, or else someone with a little bit of skill can climb in along the rock wall in front of us." The driver in military uniform was shocked when he heard Lei Cohen's words. He knew so well that there were no hidden sentries here. Had he discovered all the hidden undercover posts elsewhere? But those places where there are hidden sentries can't be detected at all if they are very close. And this man was sitting in the car, looking at it for a few moments. And surprisingly, he found a loophole in the way they had set up their dark outposts. This guy's not easy. When Jiang Fan and Lei Cohen entered the base, the driver hurriedly reported the situation to the captain. Inside the rocket propeller base, the entire experimental hall was filled with researchers in scientific uniforms. They were all nervously busy at the moment, but everyone had a smile on their face, because just yesterday the 500-ton rocket booster they developed was successful. Jiang Fan found Long Lao's assistant, Professor Li. Now that Elder Long is not here, the technical aspects are guided by Prof. Li. When Professor Li saw Jiang Fan, he was taken aback by his youth. He knew very well that if he could become a student of Elder Long, he would at least be superior in some aspect. But what could a young man who looked only 18 or 19 years old know in terms of scientific research? "Jiang Fan, how old are you?" "Professor Li, I'm a freshman this year." Jiang Fan replied. "You must have done very well on your high school entrance exams then." Professor Li guessed that it must be because Jiang Fan's scores on the college entrance exam were very high that he was looked upon by Elder Long. Jiang Fan, for this question some don't know how to answer is good. He can't say that his college entrance examination score 300 points. This is not to the dragon old man's shame. He said after a moment's reflection, "I got average grades on my high school entrance exams, and I got busted because I invented solar photovoltaic panels." Prof. Li thought that it was already very good for an 18-year-old to invent solar photovoltaic panels, so it was no wonder that he would be looked at by Old Man Long. Very nice to have scientific research at such a young age, Prof. Li said in praise. In fact, what he doesn't know is that what Jiang Fan has really researched is not solar photovoltaic panels, which is just an excuse that the state has given him. And what he really worked out was controlled fusion. If Professor Li knew about it, he would probably have his jaw dropped in shock. "Jiang Fan, I'll find you a master teacher to take you later. You learn first. You can ask me if you don't understand anything." "Professor Li, I designed a design for a propeller. Can you take a look at it for me?" Jiang Fan didn't come here for an internship. His real purpose was to work on the kiloton rocket propeller. Professor Li froze for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Fan to be quite thoughtful. If another intern had said that he had designed a propeller design drawing, it was expected that Professor Li would not even look at it and would give him a good education. Rocket propulsion requires very high technology. On the ability to design drawings, then the Dragon rocket propulsion has long been the world's first. However, Jiang Fan was after all a student of Elder Long, so he couldn't afford to strike him down. So out of respect, Professor Lee took over Jiang Fan's design drawings. He was prepared to look at it first, casually and perfunctorily. It would be strange for someone who had not even spoken about rocket propulsion to be able to design qualified rocket propulsion drawings. He opened the design drawing and saw that the caption on it read, Drawings of Kiloton Rocket Booster Design. 156. 156 Chapter, Secret Vows. Design drawings for a kiloton rocket booster? Professor Lee couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the title. He also knew that it was indeed a bit inappropriate to laugh in front of Jiang Fan like this, but he really didn't hold back. Without looking at the rest of the content, he was certain that Jiang Fan's design drawings were impossible to realize. Their base had only researched a 500-ton rocket thruster after several years, and Jiang Fan had come straight to a 1,000-ton rocket thruster. Isn't that whimsical? Professor Lee pretended to scan the rest of the contents, then rolled up the drawing and returned it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, your idea is good, but currently our base is too small to develop such a large project as yours, Professor Lee said half-jokingly. His meaning was obvious. That is to say that Jiang Fan's design drawings didn't work at all. In order not to hit Jiang Fan, the words were not said too bluntly. Professor Lee, are there any other R&D bases for rocket propulsion in our country? Jiang Fan asked. Of course, our rocket propulsion base here belongs to the smallest in Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom also has two particularly large integrated rocket research and development bases, one in the northwest and one in the southwest. Jiang Fan instantly understood after hearing Professor Lee's explanation. He then asked again, Coach Lee, who do I need to approve my design drawings? Professor Lee was a bit speechless when he heard Jiang Fan's words. He couldn't have just missed the meaning of his own words. Could he? Jiang Fan, there's no rush on your kiloton thruster design drawings for now. After you've interned here for a while and understand rocket propulsion, then review the kiloton thruster you designed. Jiang Fan also heard from Professor Lee's words that he didn't believe in the kiloton rocket propeller he had designed at all. Professor Lee, I still want to give it a try, in case it works, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Professor Lee instantly had an impression of Jiang Fan that became a little less favorable, thinking that Jiang Fan was just arrogant and impractical. As a researcher, you must have humility to go high and achieve more, and Jiang Fan simply didn't possess such qualities. Professor Lee was skeptical. How could Elder Long accept such a student? Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't listen to his advice, then he had nothing to say. Professor Lee decided to let Jiang Fan encounter more walls, and then he would naturally understand that scientific research is about being down to earth. Just in time, Chief Commander Lu Tianhang of the Western Base came to witness the results of our experiments yesterday. You can show him the drawings of your design. Okay, thank you Professor Lee. Professor Lee then told Jiang Fan that Chief Commander Li Tianhang was now in an office in the control room. However, he didn't follow Jiang Fan. Professor Lee felt that this was a waste of time, and since he now had a very bad impression of Jiang Fan, he didn't bother instructing him anymore. The steel door leading to the control room was open, and Jiang Fan stepped inside, following the passageway all the way in. He also didn't have to think about going the wrong way, as the passage had no other forks in the road. He quickly made his way to the control room, where a dozen monitors hung on the walls. At the noon location, a dozen researchers were organizing the data. Jiang Fan didn't stay here and came directly to the door of the office that Professor Lee had mentioned. He knocked twice. Come in. A thick, raspy voice came from inside. Jiang Fan pushed the door open. The other party froze for a moment when they saw Jiang Fan dressed up. The researchers here can all be wearing white research suits, and a young man in civilian clothes suddenly appeared in his office. If it was an outsider, it would be impossible to come here. Just when Lu Tianhang was a bit bewildered, Jiang Fan said to him, Hello, Commander Lu. My name is Jiang Fan. I'm a student of Elder Long. When Lu Tianhang heard Jiang Fan's introduction, he instantly understood that he was a student of Elder Long, so it wasn't strange for this young man to appear here. Is your teacher's health better now? Lu Tianhang asked with concern. Still in the hospital for observation, getting ready for a checkup today. And if there are no problems, the doctor said I can be discharged to go home and recuperate. Hey, Elder Long has dedicated his entire life to the country's aerospace industry, and he has always had a dream of letting the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace field surpass all the countries in the Blue Planet. This time, he researched a 500-ton rocket thruster, and it was not easy for him to reach the top level of Blue Star, but it turned out that Pretty Country announced that it had researched a 700-ton rocket thruster, and it was also researched by his previous student, Bai Yanlang, which was too great of a blow to him. When Jiang Fan heard Lu Tianhang mentioned by Yanlang, he was furious and gritted his teeth. The thing he disliked the most in his life was this kind of person who turned his back on his country. The most crucial thing is that he also made his teacher angry enough to vomit blood directly. Jiang Fan secretly vowed that no matter what, he would take out this bad anger for his teacher. Lu Tianhang didn't say any more when he saw some anger in Jiang Fan's expression. After waiting for a moment, he asked Jiang Fan, "What did you want to see me about?" It was only then that Jiang Fan snapped out of his angry thoughts and took a deep breath to adjust himself. "Commander-in-Chief Lu, a drawing I designed on rocket propulsion. I want you to take a look at it. The design drawings, you can just give them directly to Long Lao's assistant, Professor Li. The drawings I designed, Professor Li said that this base can't study them and they need to be completed at the northwest and southwest bases." Lu Tianhang instantly became curious and took over Jiang Fan's design drawings and looked at them. Design drawings for a kiloton rocket booster? When Lu Tianhang saw the title, he couldn't help but be surprised in his heart for a moment. And then, he still continued to look down. An hour later, his eyes were wide with disbelief. 157 chapter, live streaming. Tooth Tiger is the most famous internet portal in the pretty country. It's also the largest live streaming platform on Bluestar. Tiger Live in each country belongs to a branch of pretty country. Normally, the live content of each country's branch is limited to communication between users in their own country. To put it bluntly, it means that each country's Tiger Live platform exists separately, and you can't see live content from other countries, except for some computer experts. Of course, today, however, all of Bluestar's Tooth and Tiger Live streaming platforms, all of which are connected to Pretty Country, live streamed the liftoff of Pretty Country's Hercules launch vehicle. This Hercules launch vehicle is using, as announced 2 days ago, a 700-ton rocket booster. The Pretty Country chose to live stream the Hercules launch vehicle for 3 purposes. 1. Prove that the Pretty Country will always be the dominant position of the Blue Star in the field of science and technology, while the Dragon Kingdom surpassed them on one side. It was a minor accident that wouldn't affect them in any way. 2. Punching Dragon Nation in the face. This time, the 700-ton rocket booster was developed by Bai Yanlang, a native of the Dragon Kingdom. And the Pretty Country is mocking the Dragon Kingdom's inability to retain talent while proclaiming the Pretty Country's welcome for talent from all countries. 3. Advertise to the world. Pretty Country's rocket propulsion has reached 700 tons, the strongest Blue Star launch vehicle. Many countries want to launch satellites. Their own countries do not have a rocket or the rocket load is too small to be completed. Pretty Country can use their own rockets to help them transport it to the space and get high profits. The homepage of the live broadcasting platforms of the Tooth and Tiger countries is full of live advertisements for the Hercules launch vehicle of the beautiful country. Netizens from many countries are curious to click in and watch. Inside, a live feed of the very same Hercules launch vehicle waiting to take off. There were also 2 professional presenters who introduced the history of the Hercules launch vehicle, the achievements of the beautiful country in the field of aviation, and so on. Anyway, it's all about proclaiming how awesome and good the Pretty Country is. Moderator, hello. Global audience, we are 8 minutes away from liftoff of the Hercules launch vehicle. The live stream has now reached 120 million online viewers, and I'm very grateful for the support of viewers in countries around the globe. As the liftoff of the Hercules launch vehicle gets closer, the number of people watching the live stream grows. The live stream is even more hotly explored. T-Country viewer, Savatica, I'm so happy to see the rocket take off. Sakura Nation viewer, Pretty Nation is too powerful to have researched 700 tons of rocket propulsion. Worthy of being the Blue Star's technological overlord. Reward a rocket, please take it. Pickle Country viewer, it's the first time I've watched rocket take off live. This is better than Missy dancing live. Dragon Country audience 1, actually, I'd rather see big fireworks in the air. Dragon Country concerns 2, heroes see the same thing. Brothers brush up and watch the fireworks. Subsequently there were quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom, who directly changed their vests to watch the fireworks. The screen was filled with watch fireworks. Some viewers from other countries didn't understand what it meant, but they were just having a good time anyway, so they also swiped up watch fireworks. Finally took care of the Tooth and Tiger live streaming platform had to be banned. That's when the host excitedly said to the broadcast, "Dear viewers around the globe, the Hercules launch vehicle is 1 minute away from liftoff. Let's count down. 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. The host shouted passionately, but the live broadcast room looked very cold because of the ban. The whole picture looked very weird, and the organizers had turned on the speech at the strong request of the host. The host then dropped his heart, and the broadcast room was instantly buzzing. Audience member 1, watch the fireworks countdown 29. Audience member 2, watch the fireworks countdown 28. Audience member 3, watching the fireworks countdown 27. Made the host sweat for a while, but the better thing is that there is interaction between the audience. At least they are not looking so bad themselves. Time passed by second by second. 3, 2, 1. only to see the bottom of the Hercules launch vehicle in the live broadcast screen erupting a large amount of white smoke. Just when all this white smoke was almost on the verge of engulfing the rocket, the Hercules rocket rose up, reaching a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The speed of the Hercules carrier vehicle was coming more and more, and it soon became a small dot in the sky, and if it wasn't dragging a long tail, it would be hard to see its position clearly. The host exclaimed excitedly, "It's a success! The Hercules launch vehicle has been launched." The Hercules launch vehicle did launch successfully this time, and to the disappointment of many, there were no fireworks in the air. The live feed then switched to the Pretty Country Space Agency's personal commendation of Bai Yanlang, awarded Chief Engineer Bai Yanlang the title of Rising Rocket Star, received a tenured professorship at Pretty Country and a personal award of $100 million. The hosts then interviewed Bai Yanlang. Moderator: Hello, Professor Bai. First of all, congratulations on winning the honorary title of Rocket Rising Star. Moderator: Were you from the Dragon Kingdom before? Bai Yalong: I actually wish I could say no, but it's a stain I can't erase. But I'm glad I'm a pretty countryman now. Ha ha. Host: How do you feel about Pretty Country? Bai Yanlang: Pretty Country is the most perfect country in Blue Star. Whether it's human rights, economy, science and technology, education, medical care, etc. I like it very much here, and I welcome talents from all countries to our pretty country. Bai Yalong's interview aroused the anger of all the dragons. Netizen 1, his grandfather's traitor. You do not think about who raised you. Netizen 2, Rokoku nurtured you. Got your wings hardened. ING flipped out. What a white-eyed wolf. Netflix 3, honestly, I wanted to fly over and kick his ass. Netizen 4, I hereby swear that in the future, I will definitely get into the Dragon Space Academy, research more powerful rockets, and this up. 158. 158 chapter, wasted. Kyoto Military District General Hospital. The old long ward. Boo! A cell phone was broken in pieces. The motherboard inside the phone stubbornly bouncing on the ground a few times before coming to a twisted rest in a corner by the wall. Long Lao sat on the hospital bed, his eyes red with anger, and his lips trembled a little. Shameless. Long Lao gritted his teeth. The girl on the side was too scared to make a sound. She was none other than Chu Ruoshi. Since there was no class this afternoon and Jiang Fan had gone to the institute, she came to visit Elder Long instead. Originally, the two were laughing and chatting nicely, but they didn't know who had sent a live connection to Old Dragon. It was the Pretty Country that broadcast live the liftoff of the Hercules launch vehicle. The scene then switches to the Pretty Country honoring a dragon nation, followed by the host's interview with him. Chu Ruoshi was furious when she heard Bai Yanlong's statement, but who knows? Elder Long directly slammed his cell phone to the ground in a rage. Chu Ruoshi didn't know about Bai Yanlang and Long Lao's relationship. It was thought that Long Lao was simply angry because of what this person said. She looked at the gasping Long Lao and for a moment didn't know how to comfort him. The doctor outside heard the commotion inside and quickly rushed over, seeing the phone in pieces on the floor and the frightened and overwhelmed Chu Ruoshi. For a moment, I wondered what had happened. They finally learned from Chu Ruoshi that it turned out that Elder Long had gotten so angry because he had watched a video. Academician Long, your body is still relatively weak right now. Your emotions can't fluctuate too much, or it won't be conducive to your recovery. Chu Ruoshi also weakly persuaded. Yes, Grandpa Long, don't let this bad guy's words hurt you. Long Lao took a deep breath and looked at the broken cell phone on the ground before realizing that he had just overreacted. He let out a long breath, adjusted himself and said, Shao sure. Just now, I blame Grandpa Dragon for being too excited and scaring you. Long Lao said somewhat apologetically. After all, Chu Ruoshi had come so far from school to see herself. She really shouldn't have gotten angry in front of her. Grandpa Long, I don't blame you. It's mainly that big bad guy. Saying bad is too infuriating. Chu Ruoshi huffed. Hey, he's a student I took in before. Elder Long said with some sadness. Your students? Chu Ruoshi was startled by this news and instantly understood Elder Long. It was no wonder he was so angry when his own student said such treacherous words. Elder Long then told Chu Ruoshi about the matter of cultivating Bai Yanlang before. He had kept it to himself all these years, never mentioning it to anyone, and he found it soothing to talk to this little girl. Grandpa Long, don't worry, when the time comes, I'll let Jiang Fan teach him a good lesson and take it out for you. Chu Ruoshi's cheeks puffed out in anger and said with a serious face. Elder Long couldn't help but smile as he looked at her adorable appearance. Kyoto Rocket Propulsion Research Base. Jiang Fan gave the design drawings of the kiloton rocket booster to Lu Tianhang, the chief commander of the western base. After Lu Tianhang looked at it, he was very excited as if he had discovered a new continent. For this design drawing by Jiang Fan, he could not determine the feasibility, but from his years of experience with rocket propulsion research, it still felt worth exploring. and at the very least the materials and fuels used in the drawings were interesting to study. Instead of giving Jiang Fan an immediate reply, he took this design drawing from Jiang Fan and went to the Dragon Aerospace headquarters, asking Jiang Fan to give him 2 days. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Anyway, he had nothing to do in the past 2 days, so Jiang Fan followed Professor Li's arrangement and followed an old researcher, Wu De, for his internship. Because Jiang Fan had the design drawings of the kiloton rocket thruster rewarded by the system, he was very clear about the working principle and internal structure of the thruster. He followed researcher Wu De, and in less than half a day, he understood the design principle of this 500-ton thruster. It was because Elder Lon had specially explained to Professor Li to properly instruct Jiang Fan. After the first day of work, Prof. Li then called Wu De to his office and asked about the situation. Elder brother Wu, how did Jiang Fan perform today? Wu De said with a sigh. Jiang Fan is too impetuous. I explained propeller materials to him today, but just after giving him a few sentences, he said he understood and asked about propeller fuel. I thought it would be okay to talk about the fuel first, and I had just finished giving him a brief introduction and was ready to explain it in depth when he asked what the propellant heat-resistant coatings were. How am I supposed to teach an intern who's this fickle? Professor Li saw that Wu De was full of complaints about Jiang Fan, so he comforted him. Elder brother Wu, just work hard. Who let him be Elder Lon's student? Professor Li, you'd better find someone else to take him. I can't take him. I won't be able to teach him in 10 years with his learning attitude. Elder brother Wu, you see that Elder Lon usually didn't impart much knowledge to us. Now that he's sick and left his students to us to bring up, we can't just ignore them. Wu De could only agree in the end. After all, Elder Lon usually took care of them quite well. The next morning, Wu De is ready to give Jiang Fan a thought lesson first to change his attitude towards learning. But who knows? Jiang Fan came back in a hurry after receiving a phone call. Brother Wu, thank you for the knowledge you taught me. I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. You can say hello for me on Professor Li's side. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he directly carried his backpack and left. Wu De was so angry that he then found Professor Li and told him the situation. Professor Li sighed helplessly as he concluded that Jiang Fan was ruined for life. Hubris, impracticality, impatience, disorganization, indiscipline, half-heartedness. What can such researchers do in the future? 159. 159 Chapter, 1,000 Pieces of the Truth. The headquarters of the space agency is located in the city of Chang'an in the Dragon Kingdom. The city of Chang'an is strategically located and was once the ancient capital of the 13th dynasty, with a very deep cultural heritage. After Jiang Fan and Lei Koen got off the airplane, they rode in a special car sent by the space agency. The car drove for about half an hour and they arrived at the space agency's headquarters. Jiang Fan and Lei Koen just got off the bus. Lu Tianhang came over smilingly and said as he held Jiang Fan's hand, Jiang Fan, welcome to the space agency headquarters. It's been a long journey. No hard work, Commander Lu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tianhang took Jiang Fan to the top floor in the elevator. Jiang Fan, time is running out. Let's go to the conference room first. There are several old-timers in the aerospace field waiting. Okay. Jiang Fan then walked into the conference room with Lu Tianhang while Lei Koen waited at the door of the conference room. Since this is the space agency headquarters, there's no danger of that either. Inside the conference room, with the arrival of Lu Tianhang and Jiang Fan, the few old men who had been exchanging words quieted down. They looked at the meeting's door that had been closed by Lu Tianhang to make sure that no one else had come in again. One of the older professors said, Chief Commander Lu, don't tell me that the design drawings for the kiloton rocket booster were designed by this little friend? Hey, Professor Ma, you really guessed right. A few old men first looked at each other. Then they all laughed out. They just couldn't convince themselves that they could work on kiloton thrusters at such a young age. A couple of them old guys are averaging 62 years old and have only just gained some success in the space field. Lu Tianhang saw that several old-timers in aerospace were not convinced, so he said with a smile, Professors, I'm sure you're all aware of the struggle between Pretty Country and our national chip some time ago? Of course I know. At that time, we were forced by the beautiful country to retreat. In this moment of crisis, a mysterious person appeared and researched the 7-nanometer chip, followed by the 4-nanometer chip, and finally the 1-nanometer chip, so that the scientific research results are inspiring. Yeah, that mysterious man is too proud of our Dragon Kingdom. It's not too much to say that he's the hero of our Dragon Kingdom. If I knew who it was, I'd have to give a deep bow in honor of it. Several old men spoke of this mysterious man with admiration. Lu Tianhang looked at the few people smilingly. They didn't know that this mysterious person was Jiang Fan. Originally this was something he didn't know about. On that day, he left with Jiang Fan's design drawings and went to Kyoto first, looking for one to consult on some aerospace matters, casually mentioning this design drawing of Jiang Fan's. Number 1 was like a treasure when he heard this drawing of the 1,000-ton space thruster, which was designed by Jiang Fan. He then told him about Jiang Fan's research on ships. Although Number 1 didn't know how Jiang Fan could understand rocket propulsion technology, but with the scientific research that Jiang Fan had worked out before, there shouldn't be any problems with this design drawing that he had now. But after all, he didn't know about space technology, or let Lu Tianhang bring it back to study it with a few seniors in the space field first. After all, rocket propulsion is still a very large investment of money and labor. After Lu Tianhang brought back the design drawings of the kiloton rocket booster, he made a report to the director of the space agency, and then he called on several seniors in the field of aerospace to work together on the study. The result of the study by several experts is that the design drawings are 35% researchable. Just as a few people are discussing, Pretty Country broadcasts the successful liftoff of Hercules with 700 tons of rocket propulsion, along with the final by Yan Lang interview. Deeply irritated, all of them decided that they didn't care if this design drawing could be studied or not. They decided they were all willing to give it a try, simply because it was a 1,000-ton drawing of a rocket booster design. There is a chance to surpass the Pretty Country 700-ton rocket booster. They all look forward to the success of the research so that they can trample the arrogant Pretty Country underfoot. Then tell by Yan Lang, the traitor, that our Dragon Kingdom can lead the world in aerospace just as well without him. One of the old-timers of aerospace saw Lu Tianhang with a bad smile on his face, feeling that Lu Tianhang couldn't have brought up this matter for no reason. He looked at the young man next to him again. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. So unbelievably, Commander Lu, the mysterious man who developed the chip, wouldn't be him, would it? As this old man's words came out, everyone else also looked at Jiang Fan and Lu Tianhang. Professor Ma, didn't you say you wanted to give the mystic a deep bow? Please, Lu Tianhang said with a snicker. How is this possible? Mystic can't be how young. Prof. Ma denied. An old man then asked Jiang Fan, kid, did you really research the chip? Jiang Fan smiled faintly. It was researched by me and over 100 other researchers. A few aerospace old-timers looked at Lu Tianhang again incredulously after hearing Jiang Fan's words. Lu Tianhang said seriously, 1,000 times over. The eyes of the several aerospace domain elders who looked at Jiang Fan instantly became in awe. 160 Chapter, Northwest Base. The meeting went on for more than 6 hours in total, with Jiang Fan first explaining the principles of his design to a few old-timers in the aerospace field. After they listened to Jiang Fan's explanation, their recognition of his design drawings for the design of the kiloton rocket propeller increased a lot. According to what Jiang Fan had said, they thought it was at least 50% feasible. Until it was dark outside, Lu Tianhang proposed that the meeting be suspended first and wait for tomorrow to continue. After dinner, Jiang Fan was arranged to rest in a guest room at the space agency's headquarters, and the director of the space agency headquarters, Mr. Zhang Kasong, and several old-timers, did further in-depth communication. In the end, they had always adopted the design of Jiang Fan's kiloton rocket booster. Lu Tianhang, the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Base, was very excited and he took the lead. Director Jiang Fan's kiloton thruster must be studied at our base. No problem, but don't let me down this time. Zhang Kasong, director of the space agency's headquarters, said. Don't worry, director, I won't let you down, Lu Tianhang assured. The Northwest Aerospace Base was the earliest aerospace research and development base in the Dragon Kingdom, and now had a history of 70 years. Long was spaceflight from scratch, and then now have a place in the Blue Star. The Northwest Space Base cannot be credited, but in recent years, the Southwest Space Research Base and the Kyoto Rocket Propulsion Base have been established one after another, and one after another. They have made very good results. In particular, the Kyoto Rocket Propulsion Base, which researched the 500-ton rocket propellers, allowed the Dragon Kingdom to take a big step forward in the field of aerospace. On the contrary, the Northwest Space Base has been silent all these years, without any technological breakthroughs. After finalizing Jiang Fan's design drawing scheme, the stone in their hearts finally landed on the ground, and they relaxed a lot. Afterward, several old-timers returned to the guest room to rest. Tomorrow they would also have to come up with a concrete implementation plan and put the kiloton thruster designed by Jiang Fan into development as soon as possible. Residence of the director of the space agency, Mr. Zhang Kasong. Zhang Kasong brewed a pot of dahongpo and poured a cup of tea for Lu Tianhang. Lu Tianhang picked it up and drank it all in one go. He was indeed thirsty today due to talking too much. Little Lu, how long has it been since the two of us had tea together? Lu Tianhang said after thinking for a while. It must be 7 or 8 years. It's been so long. Oi, it's true that age doesn't allow for people. Zhang Kasong sighed, thinking back to when you, Director Zhang, were the chief commander of the Western Space Base and I was the chief technical engineer. How honorable we were at that time. Ha ha. Lu Tianhang couldn't help but have a look of pride on his face when he mentioned that time. Yes, although we belong to the second generation to take over the Northwest Base, we have not failed the first generation. In just 20 years, the Northwest Space Base has had more than 100 major breakthroughs in aerospace technology under our leadership, and every year the honorary awards given to us by the state are hung all over the entire wall of honor. Speaking of this history, both of their eyes glowed. It was their common honor, and it was also the most glorious moment of the entire Northwest Base. At the beginning of the entire base of more than 500 researchers, 50,000 aerospace technicians, as long as Zhang Kasong orders, everyone is full of energy, even the greatest difficulties. In their eyes, there is nothing that cannot be overcome. At that time, the conditions at their base were also tough, working at least 12 hours a day, but having a full life. However, I don't know when it started, but the Western base began to decline, and over the years, there were hardly any major technological breakthroughs. The two men's eyes darkened at the thought. Both stayed silent and didn't say anything. It wasn't until Lu Tianhong's cell phone alarm rang at 12 midnight that the silence in the room was broken. Little Lu, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately, and I shouldn't have put any more pressure on you in the first place. Our Northwest base has been dormant for too long. I hope that this time, through Jiang Fan's design drawings, we can revitalize our Western base. I will. Day 2. The Space Agency's headquarters also planned a specific implementation plan for Jiang Fan's kiloton rocket booster program, but made a mistake on Jiang Fan's tenure. It is reasonable to say that this design program was proposed by Jiang Fan, and he should be the chief technical engineer of this project. But now there's one at the Western Space Base, the technical chief engineer for propulsion development, and it was he who led the team that developed the 300-ton rocket booster in Dragonland. Regarding propulsion development, if there are two technical chief engineers, there will definitely be a mess. And for Jiang Fan, he was only temporarily in charge of research and development at the Northwest Base, and when this project was over, he would definitely still have to leave. If Jiang Fan is allowed to be the chief technical engineer of the rocket propulsion temporarily, Lu Tianhang could be sure that the original chief engineer would have ideas in his mind, because he still knew Chief Engineer Go Zicheng very well. His character was very stubborn, recognizing deadlines and not knowing how to change. In the end, none of them came up with a suitable solution. Lu Tianhang finally proposed that he take Jiang Fan to the Northwest Base first. When the time comes, they are communicating with the current chief engineer. Zicheng Go. 161. 161 Chapter, The Northwest Desert. In the great northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, the sky was blue, the ground was yellow, and no other colors could be seen here except blue and yellow. The desert is full of whirlwinds, a stream of them, which roll up the yellow sand so high that it looks like a big smoke rising from the ground and whirling across the desert. Near dusk, the desert in front of us presents a golden color. Countless folds of sand and gravel rise up like solidified waves, stretching all the way to the golden horizon in the distance. Jiang Fan had never seen such a magnificent sight before, and couldn't help but take out his cell phone and take a picture through the car window, ready to send it to his girlfriend. Chu Ruoshi. Lu Tianhang, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said, "You'll be seeing sights like this a lot from now on. Chief Commander Lu, how did the Northwest Base choose to build to the edge of the desert in the first place?" Jiang Fan asked with some confusion. When we initially built the Northwest Base, it was more than 100 kilometers away from the desert, and the place under our feet now is still a lush green meadow. The desert has moved southward over the years, and as of now, it is less than 20 kilometers from the Northwest Base. However, after the country's management, it has gotten much better and slowed down desertification to a large extent. Jiang Fan listened to Lu Tianhong's introduction and looked at the golden undulating sand dunes in the distance, inwardly sighing at the magic of this nature. Lei Cohen, who was sitting in the front co-pilot, said to Lu Tianhang, "How long before we get to the place?" "It's about a 30-minute drive." After a brief exchange, the car returned to silence, with only the hum of the car's engine. Jiang Fan stared out of the car window until the golden sun set and the entire sky began to turn gray. The driver turned on the headlights, and Jiang Fan sparsely saw some trees appear ahead. "It's just over the little slope ahead," Lu Tianhang said in his tone, obviously with a hint of excitement. Perhaps this time he brought back Jiang Fan and his design drawings of the design of the 1,000-ton rocket propeller. His words gradually increased, and he gave Jiang Fan some light-hearted topics to talk about. As they spoke, they soon arrived at the place. The gateposts at the Northwest Base are made of stone and have a very old look that shows its history. The two gate guard soldiers saw the license plate and lifted the barbed wire barricade directly in front of the gate. A military salute to the car followed. The car passed through the gate and drove very much to the parking lot. Jiang Fan got out of the car and a dry scent hit his face. Lu Tianhang, to no point of discomfort, said smilingly, "Jiang Fan, I'll take you guys to dinner first." They then made their way to the cafeteria, which was large with many windows, to somewhat like a college cafeteria. After Jiang Fan and the others simply ate something, Lu Tianhang personally arranged a place for them to stay. Jiang Fan looked at the time. It was only after 9 p.m. The distance of the bedtime was still early. Chief Commander Lu, can you take me around the research base? Sure. Lu Tianhang then took Jiang Fan to the rocket propeller No. 1 research warehouse. From the outside, this warehouse was about the same size as the Bikyo rocket propulsion base, and throughout the northwest base, there were quite a few large warehouses like this. When he followed Lu Tianhang into research warehouse No. 1, he found that experiments were being done here. Lu Tianhang then led Jiang Fan to the control room. Control room. Jiqing Go, the chief engineer of rocket propulsion, sat at the console, staring at the main screen. Chief Engineer Go, our 700-ton thruster design plan. It's still not too mature. Would it be too risky to rush into an experiment? One of the older researchers said. Go Shiqing said nonchalantly, are you the chief engineer, or am I? When I say it's okay, it's okay. The older researcher was about to say something else, but finally closed his mouth. Now that it had been too long since they'd had a major scientific achievement at their western base, everyone was a little impatient. Just a while ago, the Kyoto rocket propulsion base, the latest to start, announced that it had researched a 500-ton rocket booster. This is a no-brainer for them. However, this is something they can at least accept. After all, they belong to the same space agency of the Dragon Kingdom, and although they had suffered some blows, they were still happy in their hearts. What Go Shiqing couldn't accept was that Pretty Country suddenly announced that it had researched a 700-ton rocket booster, and the chief engineer was still a Dragon Country man. In particular, Bai Yilong made remarks that made him furious with his disdain for the aerospace field of the Dragon Kingdom. He and some senior technical experts analyzed and studied the 500-ton propellers developed by Long Lao. Then a 700-ton propulsion scheme was designed. After 2 days of development, it was decided to do the ignition experiment today. After all, Go Shicheng had once researched a 300-ton thruster, so he was clear that the only way to quickly research a 700-ton thruster was to keep doing experiments, finding problems and solving them. The cycle continues like this, and after solving all the problems, they will be able to work on the 700-ton thrusters. Go Shiqing said to the sub-manipulator researchers. Reporting on fuel? The 2 fuel silos have been filled with 1,000 kilograms of liquid fuel and are ready for ignition experiments. 1 minute to ignition. At this time, Lu Tianhang walked in with Jiang Fan. He thought that Go Shiqing was experimenting with a 500-ton thruster, so he didn't stop it, because 2 days ago, he had already given Long Lao the 500-ton thruster design principle. He also made a point of explaining that he would take all the researchers with him to study and research. However, Jiang Fan could see the difference. Chapter 162. 162. Ungratefulness. Jiang Fan had spent the previous 2 days at the Kyoto rocket propulsion base, and he was very familiar with the 500-ton propellers that Long Lao had researched. He was able to see the difference at a glance through the data on the control room screen. Fuel-wise, they're increasing the amount in hydrogen atoms for this experiment. And you can see that they're trying to do this to increase the energy output and thus achieve more thrust. Jiang Fan had the design drawings of the kiloton thruster rewarded by the system in his mind. And he knew very well that the fuel used by a thruster of 700 tons or more was completely different from 500 tons. Simply just increasing the dosage and slightly changing the fuel mix is simply not going to achieve 700 tons of kinetic energy. Just as Jiang Fan wanted to tell Chief Commander Lu Tianhang to stop this experiment, and Go Shicheng, sitting on the console, had already given the order. Light the fire. A named researcher then pressed the ignition button directly. The only thing that could be seen on the main screen was an image of a thruster shooting out blue flames. The instantaneous and tremendous thrust generated by the thrusters caused the entire control frame to shake violently. The nozzle opening of the fuel silo quickly reddened. Increase fuel output by 10%. Go Shicheng ordered. One of the researchers started outputting commands directly to the maneuverable console. Can't increase the output. At this moment, a voice rang out, and it was Jiang Fan who was standing next to Lu Tianhang. Everyone instantly looked at Jiang Fan, and Go Shicheng held back Jiang Fan as well. At the same time, he also saw Lu Tianhang beside Jiang Fan. He didn't say hello, though, but addressed the researcher. Execute the order. The researcher then simply pressed the confirmation button. After all, Go Shicheng was the chief engineer here, and there was no way he would listen to the words of someone from an unknown source. Lu Tianhang whispered to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, what's the problem? Commander-in-Chief Lu, if I'm not mistaken, what they're doing should be an experiment with 700 thrusters. Experiments with 700 tons of thrusters? Lu Tianhang was taken aback and just wanted to go up and question Go Shicheng. Not good. Chief Go, The thruster jet ports are showing an excessive temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius. One of the inspectors said to Go Shiqing in a panic. Go Shiqing then looked at the thruster nozzle port screen as the nozzle ports of the fuel silos appeared sizzling red. It's okay, it's normal imagination. Go Shiqing had already taken this into account before doing the experiment. The increase in fuel output would inevitably lead to an increase in temperature. Also, he has treated the fuel silo nozzle port material to increase its resistance to high temperatures. Just as Go Shiqing finished speaking, the entire fuel compartment within the thrusters on the main screen gave out a violent shudder and became very unstable. Then a stream of flames spewed out directly, and the entire one experimental warehouse violently turned bright. When Jiang Fan saw this situation, he was alarmed that it was not good. The increase in fuel energy output would lead to the instability of the fuel silo, and if the entire thruster were to fall sideways, the fuel would most likely explode. Without saying a word, he rushed straight to the fuel console and pressed the button to cut off the fuel output. Then, everyone heard a muffled bang from Warehouse 1. Go Shiqing hurriedly gave the order. Stop the experiment and shut down all data commands. Everyone was staring dead at the main screen. The muffled sound just now was not an explosion, but there was some leaking fuel around it that burned. Soon firefighters, dressed in yellow, extinguished the open fire. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel some fear in their hearts. Just now, if it wasn't for this young man's timely operation, it was estimated that their entire one experimental warehouse might have been blown away. However, Go Shiqing was not grateful for Jiang Fan's behavior, but said with some displeasure, "Who are you? How dare an outsider interrupt our experiments?" At this time, Lu Tianhang walked over and said, "His name is Jiang Fan. He's a student of Elder Long, and I specially invited him here to do research on the propellers. Chief Engineer Go, you need to give me an explanation for the experiment you just did." Commander-in-Chief Lu, what we just did was an experiment with a 700-ton thruster. It was just a normal experiment that had some problems, but they were all expected. Lu Tianhang was a bit angry when he heard Go Shiqing say this. "Chief Engineer Go, you almost blew up Warehouse 1 just now, and you're still saying it was expected? If he hadn't been yelling and screaming just now, affecting our rhythm, how could this have happened?" Jiang Fan was really a bit speechless. He had obviously stopped a disaster from happening, but the other party did not appreciate it. 163 Chapter, Conversation. Lu Tianhang was not in a good position to reprimand Go Shiqing again in front of so many people. After all, he was the chief engineer of these people, so it was better to give him some face. When all the people are gone, Lu Tianhang shouted for Go Shiqing to come to his office. Lu Tianhang said as he poured a glass of water for Go Shiqing. "Chief worker Go, have some water." Go Shiqing took the glass of water and put it on the table in front of himself, obviously still a little upset about what had just happened. Lu Tianhang knows him well. Go Shiqing was good at face when he was young, and now that he is older and has made some achievements, he is even more good at face. Just now, I also blamed me for not distinguishing between the occasions, and spoke in a somewhat heavy tone. Lu Tianhang said smilingly. When Go Shiqing saw Lu Tianhang apologizing to himself, his face eased a bit. "Chief Commander Lu, as the technical chief engineer of the rocket propeller, I should have the right to decide to do the experiment, right?" "Of course. Moreover, your achievements in rocket propulsion are evident to all the researchers in our entire Northwest base." When Go Shiqing heard Lu Tianhang's compliment, he also revealed a smile and said nonchalantly, "Commander-in-Chief Lu, this is not me bragging. In terms of the Dragon rocket propulsion, there is still a certain right to speak. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, apart from Elder Dragon, I don't think there will be anyone better than me. I think I brought over 200 researchers to work on a 300-ton rocket booster in less than a year." Go Shiqing was filled with pride as he spoke of his previous glorious achievements. The two chatted about their past and their relationship instantly eased. Afterward, Lu Tianhang took a sip of water and turned his words to the current situation in the international space field. At this time, Go Shiqing said with a look of righteous indignation, "Speaking of the 700-ton rocket propeller researched by Pretty Country, I think of Bai Yanlang, too damn not a thing. Running to Pretty Country to be a dog, not to mention insulting us Dragon Country people. Brother Lu, this time, the reason why I'm in a hurry to do the experiment on the 700-ton rocket propulsion is to show other countries that we Dragon Nation people, except for Bai Yanlang, who is a dog for the Pretty Nation. The other Dragon Nation people are already able to research the 700-ton propulsion." Lu Tianhang understood Go Shiqing's thoughts, and at that time, he was also furious when he watched Bai Yanlong's speech. But there's no rush in this kind of thing. From the folder, Lu Tianhang took out a design drawing of a kiloton rocket booster. "Chief Go, take a look at this." Go Shiqing received the document suspiciously, and when he looked at the title of the document clearly, he was startled. "Design drawings for a kiloton rocket booster? Yes. This. Go Shicheng was still a little disbelieving. After all, Pretty Country had only just announced that it had researched a 700-ton rocket thruster, and their country had directly come up with a design proposal for a kiloton rocket thruster. This was designed by Elder Dragon? Go Shicheng thought that in the Dragon Kingdom, this design program would not be designed by anyone at all except for Elder Dragon. But then he thought, since Long Lao had researched the design drawings of the kiloton rocket thruster, but why did he not choose to research the kiloton thruster in the first place, but chose to research the 500-ton rocket thruster instead? This 1,000-ton rocket thruster design drawing was not designed by Elder Long, Lu Tianhang said. Not designed by Elder Dragon? Go Shicheng was even more puzzled. Long Gui in terms of aerospace propulsion, in addition to Long Lao, is also himself, but it's also related to Elder Long. He's Elder Long's study Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan? Go Shicheng didn't have the slightest impression of the individual's name, and he was certain that this person called Jiang Fan must not have any achievements in the aerospace field, or he couldn't be unrecognizable. Lu Tianhang said smilingly, it's the young man who was just in the control room. Him? He looks like he's only 18 or 19. How is that possible? Go Shicheng has been studying rocket propulsion for many years, and he knows very well in his heart that without years of practical experience, it is simply impossible to make achievements in the field of rocketry. Rocket booster technology is very complex. It is just a huge project and requires so much precision that even the slightest mistake can lead to the failure of the rocket booster. This kiloton rocket booster, if that young man worked on it, he could almost conclude that this design drawing should not be studied successfully. Brother Lu, you could have been in charge of technology at the earliest. You wouldn't believe that this design drawing is correct, would you? Lu Tianhang knew that Go Shicheng would definitely be suspicious. This 1,000-ton rocket thruster design drawing has been cleared by the Space Agency headquarters and approved for development by our Northwest base. The Space Agency is also too irresponsible to approve a design drawing that is unlikely to be successful in research, which will seriously affect the progress of our own research. Chief Engineer Go, you can take a look at this design drawing first, Lu Tianhang suggested. Go Shicheng honestly, in his heart, very much did not want to waste his time on this, but after all, the Space Agency had vetted and approved it, and he would certainly be in charge of research in the future. He does need to look into it and find out what's wrong in it. He could then just object and dismiss the design drawing. 164 chapter, Appointments. An hour later, Go Shicheng finished reading this drawing and didn't find any problems in it, except for some places he wasn't sure about. Chief Engineer Go, how's it going? Lu Tianhang asked. There's nothing wrong with the basic theory to a point, except that there's something wrong with the sodium borohydride and dimer acid disocyanate composite solid fuel, as described above. While the above describes the ability of combustion to produce as much as 3 times the strength of the liquid fuels we have used before, but a new type of fuel like this that has not yet been experimented with, not to mention whether it can be successful or not, it will take at least a year or more from research and development to the maturity of the technology. Go Shicheng analyzed. Lu Shicheng smiled faintly. These problems had already been taken into consideration when they were at the Space Agency's headquarters, and after analyzing this new composite solid fuel, the feasibility is very high. Chief Go, you mustn't forget that this is a kiloton rocket booster. As true to the original liquid fuel, do you feel that you can achieve the required kiloton thrust? Go Shicheng didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Indeed, to achieve a technological breakthrough in rocket propulsion, the first thing is that there must be a breakthrough in the fuel to support the powerful kinetic energy required by the propellers, and the experiment he did tonight also started with the fuel aspect, but his breakthrough point was to increase the output dosage of the original fuel, thus realizing a stronger thrust. Today's experiments, however, told him that this option was not feasible, and that increasing the output dose of the original fuel would result in a balance of fuel output and thus instability. But that was just the first of his designs for a 700-ton rocket booster. He had 3 more in the pipeline. Compared to this kiloton rocket booster, he still believed that his own program had a higher success rate. Commander-in-Chief Lu, regarding this kiloton thruster design proposal, I would suggest that we hold off for a while. At the moment I have 3 more 700-ton thruster preparatory proposals. This design proposal for the kiloton rocket propeller, I plan to enter the experimental research from tomorrow, Lu Tianhang said. Commander-in-Chief Lu, we'd better study the 700-ton rocket propellers first. After all, the success rate is higher that way. Go Shicheng now only wanted to quickly research the 700-ton propellers, and wanted to prove to the world the aerospace technology of the Dragon Kingdom. If they put all their efforts into researching the kiloton rocket propulsion, I don't know how long it would take to work on it, and whether it would be successful or not would be another matter. They, the Northwest base, could no longer afford to wait. The kiloton rocket booster development needs to be put into research immediately. and that's the decision of the space agency headquarters, Go Shiqing said unhappily. Then I am determined. Regarding this project, the space agency means to make Jiang Fan the technical chief engineer temporarily. As Lu Tianhan's words came out, Go Shiqing directly clapped his hands, wide-eyed. He said to Lu Tianhang, Chief Commander Lu, what does this mean? Is it to replace me as the chief engineer? Lu Tianhang took a deep breath and said, Chief Engineer Go, we have no intention of replacing you. As I said just now, Jiang Fan is only the temporary chief engineer for this project, and you are still your chief engineer. Crazy. It must be crazy to have an 18 or 19-year-old as the chief engineer. You guys really expect that a little kid can work on a 1,000-ton rocket propeller? Lu Tianhang was also a bit angered by Go Shiqing's mockery and slapped the table and shouted angrily, this matter whether you agree or not. This project are Jiang Fan to be the chief engineer. Go Shiqing stared angrily at Lu Tianhang and gasped, I disagree. Go Shiqing then took the door straight out. Lu Shiqing slowly sat back in his seat and calmed down for a while, then picked up a rag and wiped the water that had just splashed out of the water cup. He had guessed that he and Go Shiqing would have a scene like this. However, for the sake of the aerospace field of the Dragon Kingdom, there was no concern for his feelings. He was sure he would confess later. Day 2. Lu Tianhang notified all the scientific researchers of the rocket propeller project early in the morning and held a meeting. He sat at the dais in the conference room and looked down at the nearly 300 or so researchers below him. While Go Shiqing sat in the front row on the right, he was surrounded by the technical team leaders of several groups. Lu Tianhan's eyes swept over their side and didn't linger. He took a sip of water before addressing all of them, speaking in his characteristically low, raspy voice. These days in the field of aerospace, a few big things happen. The first one is, our Dragon country research 500 tons of rocket propulsion. When the scientific researchers below heard General Director Lu say this, everyone couldn't help but feel proud on their faces. Lu Tianhang then talked about the fact that Pretty Country had researched a 700-ton rocket propeller. Many people immediately remembered Bai Yanlong's statement and were instantly furious. Although Pretty Country has researched a 700-ton thruster, but our Dragon country is not a vegetarian. Just 2 days ago, a Dragon country man researched a kiloton thruster, and it passed the audit of the space agency headquarters. The crowd below, hearing that someone had researched a kiloton rocket propeller, all opened their mouths wide in surprise. Holy, who's so good that they worked out a kiloton design and got it past the space agency? What a great face for our Dragon nation. When we've researched it, we'll be sure to stomp that Bai Elong on the ground and rub him hard. A kiloton rocket propeller? If the research is successful, Dragon Kingdom's space propulsion technology will definitely lead all the countries in Blue Star. Some of the researchers couldn't help but discuss it with excitement. Go Shiqing, who was sitting in the front row, had a disdainful look on his face and snorted coldly in his heart. That's ridiculous. To think that rocket propulsion is so easy to research. Silence everyone. The researchers who were discussing it on the stage closed their mouths. Then, Lu Tianhang continued. It has been decided after a study at Space Agency headquarters that, effective immediately, we will devote ourselves to research on kiloton thrusters. This time, because of the special nature of the project, Jiang Fan, the developer of the kiloton thruster, has been appointed to temporarily take charge of the post of chief engineer, and the following chief engineer Jiang Fan is invited to come up to the stage to speak. Jiang Fan, who was doing the stage, stood up and slowly walked to the front of the stage. Chapter 165. 165, come with me. Everyone was staring blankly at the young man in front of the stage. He's the Jiang Fan who designed the kiloton thruster? No way. So young. How could he so possibly be the Jiang Fan who designed the kiloton thruster? Doesn't look like it to me either. Everyone murmured, wondering if the young man was in the wrong place. However, before he could discuss it for too long, Jiang Fan stood in front of the stage and said to the nearly 300 people under the stage, hello everyone, this is Jiang Fan. After a few seconds of silence on the stage, it was noisy again. Holy, no way. He's still really Jiang Fan, the one who designed the kiloton thruster. Young is too much, isn't it? How does that make me feel as an almost 40-year-old researcher? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to have a young man under 20 leading us? When Lu Tianhang saw that the lower inside was in chaos, he immediately picked up an object and knocked on the table. All silence. Only then did Jiang Fan continue to introduce himself. After a brief introduction, a team leader sitting next to Go Shiqing exclaimed, when did our Northwest base sink to this level? Letting a little kid be our chief engineer. As this group leader's words fell, especially those older researchers followed in a whispered chorus. Yeah, how can we say that our Northwest base is also the birthplace of the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon spaceflight? There are plenty of talents. Our 70-odd-year-old aerospace base is letting a teenage kid be our chief engineer. Isn't this a joke? I support Chief Engineer Go. Lu Tianheng on the stage looked at the people talking below. Originally he thought that Go Zhiqing would definitely go against him, but he didn't think that there would be so many people against it. Silence everyone. This chief engineer Jiang Fan, not unlike other young men, he once developed. Lu Tianheng told everyone about the chip that Jiang Fan had researched. That's what shut a lot of people up. Jiang Fan is also a student of Elder Long. Elder Long you should all be familiar with, but some time ago he researched a 500-ton rocket propeller. After Lu Tianheng moved out Old Man Long, the stage became quiet once again. Elder Long's reputation in the aerospace field was known to everyone. They didn't expect that this young man was a student of Elder Long, and immediately looked at Jiang Fan differently. Jiang Fan laughed bitterly in his heart. At the critical moment he still had to move the teachers out to revitalize these people. Lu Tianheng was also helpless. There were many old researchers at their Northwest base who had been here for their entire lives. They carried too much honor on their backs, and this led to a big change in their mentality. Some of them are proud of their accomplishments. In fact, it's not that they don't work hard on research. On the contrary, they work harder than those young researchers. But why is it that in all their years, under their leadership, there have been no major technological breakthroughs at the Northwest base? To put it mildly, it's because they can't keep up with the pace of current technology. In the face of present-day science and technology, they are already following the experience and technology of more than a decade, 2 decades, or even 3 decades ago. And it would be strange if they can research into new technology. But these aerospace old-timers, they have after all contributed to the Dragon's aerospace industry. In the face of these meritorious officials, Lu Tianheng could not make them all laid off and transferred across the board, because they are more attached to this place than anyone else. They have worked here all their lives and no one wants to leave. Some of them know in their hearts what they are getting into and take the initiative to use their free time to learn and recharge their batteries. But after all, you're too old for that prior thinking to be changed by learning. When Lu Tianheng saw them, there was always a trace of inexplicable desolation in his heart. Since you all have no questions, let me talk about the specific research implementation plan for the kiloton thruster. Just after Lu Tianheng finished speaking, Go Zhiqing directly stood up and said, "Commander-in-Chief Lu, I still don't think the kiloton thruster is reliable. I suggest looking into the 700-ton thruster option first." Lu Tianheng looked at the opposing Go Zhiqing. He really didn't know how to convince him. Last night time, Lu Tianheng thought about this matter for a night without sleeping. It wasn't until this morning that he made out decision. "Chief Go, the kiloton thruster was approved by the space agency, and none of us have the right to deny or put it on hold. How about this? For our rocket propulsion project, we split into 2 teams, one led by you to develop the 700-ton rocket propulsion, and the other led by Jiang Fan to research the 1,000-ton rocket propulsion. How about it?" Go Zhiqing agreed without hesitation. In fact, he thought of this approach yesterday. After all, this space agency approval down the project, it is impossible to think that he personally give up. The best way to do this is to split into 2 project teams. Do them at the same time. The researchers in Warehouse 1 will follow me in researching the 700-ton thruster. Warehouse 2's will have Jiang Fan leading the research on the 1,000-ton thruster. Yes, Lu Tianheng said in agreement. Go Zhiqing then said to the researchers in Warehouse 1, "Warehouse 1 researchers, follow me." Chapter 166. 166. There will come a time when they will regret it. Warehouse 1 researchers, follow me. The conference room was instantly filled with the sound of clattering and shifting stools. Nearly 2/3 of the scientific staff walked away under Go Zhiqing's leadership. Jiang Fan looked at the researchers who were sparsely seated with less than 100 people and frowned a little. It wasn't that simple to develop the kiloton rocket booster, and it required the cooperation of many scientific researchers. His initial estimate at first was that it would take at least 300 scientific researchers to complete it in a short period of time. But with less than 100 people in front of us, this will seriously affect progress. Just as Jiang Fan was somewhat distressed, 2 researchers walked into the conference room. Lu Tianheng called out to them, "Aren't you 2 from Research Warehouse 1? Chief Commander Lu, after thinking about it just now, we want to follow Chief Engineer Jiang in researching kiloton thrusters. Okay, find a seat and sit down." Afterward, Lu Tianheng said to the conference room, the researchers who were sitting somewhat scattered, "Everyone gather around and sit in the front." Jiang Fan could tell through their faces that the researchers in Experimental Warehouse number 2 were much younger than Experimental Warehouse number 1 as a whole. He wanted Lu Tianheng to ask about the situation. It was only then that I realized that Experimental Warehouse No. 1 was the earliest experimental warehouse, and it was filled with the earliest batch of researchers. The average age was over 40 years old, and Experimental Warehouse No. 2 was a new experimental warehouse built later. The researchers inside are all graduates of some aerospace majors, with an average age of 28. Supervisor Tian, Report the number of people? Lu Tianhang said. Reporting to Commander-in-Chief Lu, there should be 98 people in experimental warehouse No. 2, and the actual number is 100. Tian Hongxian, the supervisor of the second experimental warehouse, reported. Jiang Fan, come and give a lecture on the design principle of the kiloton rocket thruster, and the specific implementation plan. Jiang Fan then explained to them the design principles of the kiloton thruster he had designed. The following researchers listened very attentively. To be honest, as new researchers joining the Northwest base, they usually didn't get many research resources. Chief Engineer Go Zhicheng every time to do research immediately after the first experimental warehouse. Their second experimental warehouse is more like the first experimental warehouse of the logistics department. They had also long been fed up with such unfair treatment, and this time, it was just as well that Jiang Fan's appearance had made their No. 2 experimental warehouse, an independent research project department. Moreover, the project they were researching was still a kiloton thruster, so they were all holding their breath in their hearts, wanting to prove that their researchers in the second test warehouse were no worse than anyone else. Through a brief exchange with them, Jiang Fan found that they were all cooperative, which made him put his heart down quite a bit. A scientific research team, the biggest fear is that the top and bottom are not united. Even if the best scientific research project, it is difficult to study the success. The scientific researchers in the second experimental warehouse, after hearing Jiang Fan's design principle, their hearts immediately became a little excited, because through Jiang Fan's explanation, they felt that the feasibility of the kiloton thruster designed by Jiang Fan was very high, especially the two researchers from experimental warehouse number 1, who were very glad they had stayed behind. Jiang Fan had explained everything to them for a whole morning. Lu Tianhang looked at his watch and said to the crowd, "Everyone go eat first. When the afternoon comes, there will be a specific division of labor for you from Chief Engineer Jiang." Through Jiang Fan's sharing in the morning, it was obvious that their impression of Jiang Fan had changed quite a bit, looking at him with a little more respect. As Jiang Fan and Lu Tianhang went out, a few researchers chased after them. "Chief Jiang, can we ask you a few questions?" "Of course. The propulsion fuel nozzle material you explained earlier. What kind of material can withstand high temperatures of 4000 degrees Celsius?" "This material is a high-temperature composite ceramic material," Jiang Fan explained to them as he walked until he reached the cafeteria. Jiang Fan found a seat and sat down, continuing to explain to them. At this time, I don't know who gave Jiang Fan a meal. Jiang Fan thanked him and ate and continued to give explanations. So there was a strange scene in the cafeteria. With Jiang Fan at the center, everyone formed a circle. It wasn't until they were almost done eating that the researchers from experimental warehouse No. 1, one after another, walked into the cafeteria. They couldn't help but whisper and scoff when they saw that the people in experimental warehouse No. 2 were almost done with their meals, and to work on kiloton rocket propulsion. I think they're just number 1 in eating. Ha ha. When we follow Chief Engineer Go and research 700 tons of propulsion, let's see if they can still eat. Look at old Zhao and the two of them. They even chose to follow the research on the kiloton propellers. I really don't know what they were thinking. I think they just have their brains kicked by a donkey, and they'll have time to regret it when the time comes. Looking at them, I don't think they'll be able to research a kiloton thruster in 100 years. Let's go. Forget about them, hurry up and eat. We have to catch up on our experiments later. Chapter 167. 167, the leaves outside the window. Kyoto Military Hospital Headquarters. Inside the old Long's hospital room, Long Lao looked at the inspection result sheet in his hand somewhat playfully. Dr. Wang, are you guys mistaken? I even ran a full marathon 2 years ago. Dr. Wang had a bitter look on his face, and he also hoped that it was his own examination that didn't make a mistake. Academician Long, we purposely did 2 checkups for you, and hey, the results are the same. Long Lao's heart tightened when he saw that Dr. Wang's face was serious and did not look like he was joking. His brow furrowed as he looked at the checklist again. It reads, advanced liver cancer. Terminal cancer? Elder Long usually took good care of his body. He never thought he would get cancer? Elder Long was still somewhat not quite convinced of this fact, so he looked up and said to Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang, advanced liver cancer, at the very least I should have had symptoms before, right? But I didn't feel anything different. Academician Long, there are no symptoms in the early stages of liver cancer, and only in the middle and late stages will there be obvious pain in the liver area and loss of appetite. Long Lao recalled carefully in response to these symptoms. He did have indirect stomach pains for the last 2 years, but he always thought it was his old chronic gastritis. Dr. Wang, that's not right. I did have indirect stomach pains in the past 2 years, but every time I took stomach pills, the pains would go away. Stomach pills are weakly alkaline and contain CACO3, which will relieve liver pain. Long Lao listened to Dr. Wang's words and compared them to the symptoms he said, which indeed matched himself very well. He had to accept that. Long Lao's mood became a bit low. He still knew something about terminal cancer. Usually there was no need for treatment anymore, and the time to live would not be too long. When Dr. Wang saw Long Lao's gloomy face, his heart didn't feel good either. Academician Long, you must adjust your mind and actively cooperate with our treatment. I believe it will curb the spread of cancer cells. Dr. Wang spoke in a tone that was clearly a bit understated, knowing full well that the average person with advanced liver cancer can still live for 5 months. If it was a mid-stage liver cancer, they would have a 5% cure rate with drugs plus surgery, but now there is no cure. Dr. Wang, then how long will I live? 1 to 2 years if treated aggressively. Dr. Wang was deliberately more optimistic. Well, I know. After finishing his speech, Elder Long waved his hand, signaling that he wanted to be quiet for a while. Dr. Wang looked at Long Lao's sad expression, shook his head helplessly, and walked out. The door of the ward was closed by Dr. Wang from the outside, leaving Elder Long alone and quiet in the ward. He lay half recumbent in his hospital bed, his eyes looking out the window. It's late fall now, and the autumn wind is blowing, and there's a lone leaf hanging from the branch in front of the window. An autumn wind passed and the leaf was blown and shaken, but it had held firm and did not fall. It took advantage of the lull in the fall wind that it stopped at that moment to move about and recover its strength. It's cloudy today. The whole sky outside is dark gray and the clouds seem to be brewing a downpour. Long Lao suddenly worried about the tenacious leaf. Would it be knocked down by the coming downpour? He hastily withdrew his gaze to the leaf. At that moment, a strong gust of wind hit. The leaves were blown popping and rolling from side to side. Long Lao was deeply touched by this strong leaf and secretly cheered for it in his heart. However, in the next second, the yellowed leaf never resisted the ravages of the strong wind and disconnected from the branch. It flew into the air and finally disappeared from the sight of the old dragon. AI. Elder Long sighed helplessly. That leaf was never able to resist its destiny given to it by nature. Long Lao sighs. Life is not like this leaf, and now it is time to wither. Even if the resistance and reluctance, but still cannot resist fate. Looking back on his life, he has no regrets. He dedicated his life to his country and did a lot of contributions, and now he has died without regret. In fact, the heavens were still very kind to him, and in the last hours of his last life, he met Jiang Fan, and with the talent that Jiang Fan had shown, he was sure that if he was given enough time, he would make the Dragon Kingdom a technological powerhouse. His only regret was that he couldn't see the day. Thump! A knock sounded at the door, instantly pulling Long Lao's thoughts back. He looked toward the door. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was opened and a cute little head poked in. When Long Lao saw the visitor, his gloomy mood was swept away and he revealed a happy smile. Sure, Ori, you don't have class again this afternoon. Grandpa Long, I'm a freshman and don't have many classes. He. Churuoshi walked in with a small pouch and a smile. Grandpa Long, today I brought you your favorite stick fruit. Churuoshi took the stick fruit out of the bag. Hot and still smoking, an aroma filled the room. Long Lao smelled the flavor of the hour. His stomach couldn't help but growl. You little girl, you've tantalized the cravings in my belly. Ha ha. Elder Long took the stick fruit and broke half of it for Churuoshi. Shio, you eat too. Aha. 168. 168 Chapter, Anti-Cancer Targeted Drugs. After Long Lao had spent a few more days recuperating in the military headquarters hospital, he was adamant that he wanted to be discharged from the hospital despite Dr. Wang's objections. In his opinion, now that he has liver cancer and does not have long to live, there is no need to waste his time in the hospital. Dr. Wang, who had no success in forcing Long to stay, prescribed a box of the anti-cancer targeted drug levatinib. An elder dragon took a look at the drug company and was outright determined. Dr. Wang, prescribe me our dragon country's anti-cancer drugs. I won't eat the ones made in pretty countries. Long Lao was angry this time and spat out blood and hospitalized. Just because his own students joined the pretty country, developed a 700-ton rocket propeller, and treacherously said that all the country's dragons were garbage. What he hates most right now is the pretty country. And Long Lao would rather take poorly efficacious dragon country medicines than imported medicines from the pretty country. Academician Long, the current anti-cancer targeted drug levatinib from pretty country has the best efficacy for your case. When Long Lao saw Dr. Wang pushing this medicine on him, he became a little angry and said firmly, I don't eat medicine from pretty countries anyway. I must be prescribed medicine from dragon countries. Dr. Wang listened to Elder Long's words and said with a bitter, helpless face, Academician Long, to tell you the truth, regarding anti-cancer targeted drugs, we have not developed them in Dragon Kingdom. Long Lao thought that Dr. Wang had deliberately said that the Dragon Kingdom had not developed this medicine in order to fool him into taking it. I just don't believe that the big Dragon Kingdom can't produce anti-cancer drugs? Academician Long. I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can check on the internet. Long Lao really took out his cell phone, opened the internet, and searched. After 2 minutes, the phone was slowly turned off. Filled with heartache, he hadn't thought that the 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom would not be able to develop an anti-cancer drug. Dr. Wang, how much is a box of this pretty country's anti-cancer drug? Long Lao said as he picked up the anti-cancer targeted drug levatinib. The market price for this box is $16,800. Long Lao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard the price. $16,800. A box of 30 capsules costs $560 a capsule, and if you take 3 capsules a day, that's $1,680 a day. I'm afraid such prices are only acceptable to those very few who have money. For those families in general, I am afraid that the whole family will be dragged down if only one of them suffers from cancer. The number of people suffering from cancer in the Dragon Kingdom is more than 3.8 million, behind which are more than 3 million families. As a national researcher, Mr. Long's country can pay for his anti-cancer drugs, but what about those who cannot be reimbursed? Elder Long didn't dare to imagine. Elder Long then went a little deeper towards Dr. Wang about the anti-cancer drug. Long Lao learned that even the cheapest white country medicine on the market, the price of a box of more than 6,000 yuan, a capsule of more than 100 yuan. In the end, Long Lao asked Dr. Wang to switch himself to the cheapest medicine, and he vowed not to eat medicine from pretty countries anyway. Dr. Wang had no choice but to change the old man into a white country medicine, and explained that the old man would come to them for a review in half a month's time. Elder Long, however, gave a perfunctory cry. Long Lao returned to Longkou University and felt instantly in a better mood. He first went to the research lab and found Su Guanyuan and the others doing some experiments. He stepped forward and watched for a moment, satisfied. Nice. It was only then that the 3 who were seriously doing the experiment realized Long Lao. There was a flurry of greetings for him. The 3 of you are very good. Work hard and you will definitely become the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Elder Long complimented him, and then left the lab with a sense of relief. Xiao Xiaoyu and the 3 of them were wide-eyed and full of disbelief. Su Guanyuan, was I hallucinating just now? Academician Long actually complimented us? Su Guanyuan was also puzzled. As if? It was no wonder that they were so surprised. Before, Old Dragon was particularly hot-tempered and had never complimented them. So much so that in the face of Elder Long's compliments just now, they thought they were hallucinating. Elder Long came out of the lab and deliberately slowed down his pace. This is where he's been for almost 30 years, and he usually walks very fast, as has been his habit for many years. Yet when he slowed down to feel the things he'd grown accustomed to, he realized they had a different flavor. A few white clouds hung in the blue sky overhead, and every now and then a few small birds swept by. The tall poplars are bare at this point and all the leaves have fallen. Ha! There's a bird's nest this big here. Elder Long was a bit surprised. Bird's nest into an oval. From a distance it looks like a pile of messy firewood, but when you take a closer look, you find that each branch is intertwined, interlocked, and arranged in an orderly manner, almost like a handicraft. Elder Dragon resisted the urge to marvel at the bird's devilish workmanship. As he walked up to the large tree, he was even more surprised that the poplar tree was planted by him back in the day. Elder Long revealed a smile and reached out his hand to pat the thriving poplar tree, as if greeting an old friend of many years. An hour later, Long Lao changed into a suit and walked out of Longkou University with a renewed spirit, then got into a commercial vehicle. 169 Chapter, Drug Development. Office of the National Senior Leader No. 1. Elder Long, you have to cooperate with the doctor's treatment in order to benefit your body's recovery. Number 1 persuaded bitterly. My body, I know in my heart, Long Lao said with a breezy look. Available. Number 1 wanted to continue persuading, but Elder Long directly interrupted. The country still has $200 million left for my personal research. The rocket propulsion and energy battery projects I'm in charge of have had good results, and I've lived up to my country's expectations. I want to set up a research institute for developing medicines during this last period of my life. Drug development? Number 1 was a bit shocked when he heard Elder Dragon's idea. Long Lao had indeed made significant contributions to the country in terms of scientific research over the years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Elder Long was the first academician of the Dragon Kingdom, but the areas of technology he specializes in are in nanotechnology and rocket fuel, and not in the field of drug development. Elder Long, why do you want to research the field of medicines? Leader No. 1. You may not be able to imagine that our huge dragon country doesn't even have a single anti-cancer drug, all of which are imported from abroad, and there are now a total of more than 3.8 million cancer patients in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know how much the imported anti-cancer drugs they take cost? The cheapest pill is more than 100. How many common people can afford to eat? Elder Long spoke with pain. He made a special trip to the Kyoto Medical University Tumor Hospital before coming to the one. He saw cancer patients who chose to give up treatment because they could not afford the high cost of anti-cancer drugs. Many of them are only in the early stages of cancer, and full recovery is possible with medication and surgery. Long also found a senior specialist doctor to communicate with him. Upon inquiry, he learned that those cancer patients were even more miserable than he had imagined. There are very families who have been forced into a lot of debt because of the high cost of cancer drugs. There are also cancer patients who don't want to involve their families and choose to commit suicide. Behind every person with cancer is a broken family. Elder Long gave number 1 a rundown of what he had seen and heard. Number 1 also had mixed feelings in his heart. As he was a senior leader of the Dragon Kingdom, he was very clear about the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, but he could not change it. The Dragon Kingdom's science and technology started relatively late, and as the country wanted to catch up with the Western technological powerhouses, they had to choose to concentrate all their resources on the development of important scientific and technological projects. Examples include the aerospace sector, nanotechnology, new energy technologies, internet mobility, and so on. When those tech programs become the best of Blue Star, they'll turn around and drive the weak tech. This is because the cycle time for drug development is very long and the capital invested is very large. So pharmaceutical R&D is not within the national priority development programs. After Wan and Long Lao had an in-depth conversation, he expressed his support for Long Lao's establishment of a pharmaceutical research and development institute, but he needed to report it to the state for approval. Elder Long received support from number 1 and had a lot of inner strength. Next, as long as he waited for the approval of the country, he could officially develop the drug. Of course, drug development professionals are the top priority. Over the years, pharmaceutical research and development has not been a key area of support for the country, so not many college students have studied pharmaceutical research and development. Of course, there are still some pharmaceutical companies in the Dragon Kingdom that do some small-scale drug research and development, but most of them are research and development of some basic drugs. For drugs like anti-cancer drugs, few pharmaceutical companies in the Dragon Kingdom are willing to develop them. Because the research and development of this kind of drugs, the difficulty is particularly large. Research and development funds do not have billions or tens of billions of dollars. Simply research and development cannot play any role. Long Lao returned to Longkou University and made a special trip to the library to borrow a few books on drug development. On the way back, he thought of Jiang Fan, and wondered how he was doing with his studies at the Kyoto rocket propulsion base. So Elder Long took out his cell phone and made a call to Professor Li to inquire about Jiang Fan's situation. Chief Engineer Long, Jiang Fan isn't here. When Elder Long heard Professor Li say this, he was a bit strange. Jiang Fan wasn't at the Kyoto rocket propulsion base right now, nor was he at the Longkou University lab. So where would he go? Li, where did Jiang Fan go? Prof. Li told Elder Long about Jiang Fan's side of the story without saying goodbye. You said he designed the kiloton rocket propeller? Elder Long said in shock. Yeah, Chief Engineer Long, you must educate Jiang Fan when the time comes. As a scientific researcher, arrogant and self-righteous, it's hard to achieve success in the future. Long Lao was excited in his heart at this time. He knew his student very well. As long as he designed the drawings, there hadn't been any research failures. That's a kiloton rocket booster. If it was really successfully researched by Jiang Fan, wouldn't that mean that the dragon country had directly surpassed the pretty country? Thinking of Bai Yanlang making remarks that insulted the people of the Dragon Kingdom. When the time came, he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Jiang Fan. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. And just as Long Lao wanted to laugh out loud in pain, due to his mood swings, he couldn't help but have pain in his liver. Hiss! Professor Li on the phone heard Long Lao make a pain sound and thought that he was infuriated by his indisputable student, Jiang Fan. At once, he hurriedly comforted. Chief Engineer Long, don't be angry. Jiang Fan is actually quite good. Elder Long slowed down for a while and said, Little Li, what did you just say about Jiang Fan? Professor Li on the phone froze for a moment and said, pretty good. No, the first few sentences, arrogant and self-righteous? Prof. Li replied tentatively, I think you have eyes and old eyes. Long Lao shouted angrily into his cell phone. 170 chapter, being scolded. Professor Li was inexplicably scolded by Old Man Long. Until he hung up the phone, he no longer knew why he was being scolded. After thinking for a moment, he guessed that Elder Dragon was too disappointed knowing how Jiang Fan had behaved. But he couldn't find Jiang Fan. so he ended up taking it out on himself. Professor Lee murmured in a serious tone after he figured it out. Jiang Fan, I hope you'll reform yourself properly. Don't let me down by being scolded. If Professor Lee's words were to be heard by Elder Long, he would probably have to vomit blood from anger. Long Lao hung up the phone, took a pill, and immediately felt better. At the same time the mind belabored, "Humph, how dare you Jiang Fan be arrogant and presumptuous. When you know that Jiang Fan has developed controlled nuclear fusion and a 1 nanometer chip, let's see if you still dare to say that the kiloton propulsion he has researched is whimsical?" Elder Long didn't dwell too much on this matter. Then he took out his phone and called Jiang Fan. Northwest Base, Laboratory Warehouse Number 2. Jiang Fan was inspecting the composite solid fuel they had researched. The researchers in Experimental Warehouse Number 2 were all looking at Jiang Fan nervously. Time passed by, and half an hour later, the results displayed on the tester were seen. Jiang Fan revealed a shallow smile. "Chief Jiang, how's it going?" "Well, we can enter the ignition experiment," Jiang Fan replied. "Great. Hey," the surrounding group of researchers said happily. It didn't occur to me that it would only take them a few days to develop a composite solid fuel. Although they failed more than 20 times during the development process, it was almost negligible. In the beginning, they would never have achieved a milestone without thousands of failures in their research projects. Chief Engineer Jiang, for the ignition experiment, we need to go to Experiment Warehouse No. 1 to conduct it, as we don't have the fuel silo equipment for the thrusters here. Tian Hongxian, the supervisor of the second warehouse, said, "Okay, I'll talk to Chief Go at Warehouse 1. Jiang Fan was ready to go to Warehouse No. 1 when he finished speaking. He didn't want to waste time looking for Chief Commander Lu to coordinate from there again. Chief Engineer Jiang, I'll go with you, Tian Hongxian said. Yes, so Jiang Fan and Tian Hongxian together then went to Research Warehouse No. 1. Jiang Fan found Go Shicheng and made his intentions known to him. "You guys worked out a new type of fuel? What a joke." Go Shicheng had a look of disbelief on his face. According to his prediction, Jiang Fan's 1,000 tons of propulsion design program, as far as the inside of the composite solid fuel, without a decade or 8 years do not want to have any great progress. But it's only been 4 short days, and he says he's worked out a composite solid fuel to use in their propulsion fuel silo in Warehouse 1. Jiang Fan, are you sure you've researched composite solid fuel? Of course. Otherwise we wouldn't have done the ignition experiment. Jiang Fan said. Ha ha. Go Shicheng couldn't help but laugh out loud, instantly attracting the attention of many people. A couple of team leaders walked over and asked, "Chief Worker Go, what happened? So happy." Go Shicheng said with a barely controlled smile. "Do you believe him when he says he's worked out a new type of fuel that can propel 1,000 tons of power? New fuel? 1,000 tons of thrust? You've got to be kidding me. Ha ha. Do you have any idea how much fuel energy is required for 1,000 tons of thrust? What a big talker." Several people laughed at Jiang Fan. Next to him, Tian Hongxian was instantly displeased. "What's so funny? Just because you guys can't research a new type of fuel doesn't mean we, Chief Jiang, can't," a team leader said nonchalantly when he heard Tian Hongxian say this. "Supervisor Tian, when did you get a point to talk? Your experimental warehouse No. 2, which has been established for nearly 8 years. What scientific achievements have you researched?" Tian Hongxian was immediately spoken to sadness. His face reddened. "It's true that they haven't researched any technological achievements over the years. Doesn't your experimental warehouse number 1 know the reason why our experimental warehouse number 2 has no scientific research? All the resources have been taken up by you. So how can we do our research? Humph. Think back to when our experimental warehouse No. 1 was first established. There was nothing to be had at that time. Didn't we let the Dragon Kingdom's rockets fly up to the sky as usual? Saying that we don't have the ability when we don't have the ability. So many excuses," an old researcher said. "A good man doesn't mention his courage. So what technological achievements have been researched in your experimental warehouse No. 1? In the last 5 years? Tian Hongxuan's words instantly angered several researchers from Research Warehouse No. 1. Seeing that both sides were about to cross swords, Jiang Fan said to Go Shicheng, "Chief Engineer Go, are you delaying us from using the propulsion fuel silo because you're afraid that our scientific research technology in Experimental Depot 2 will surpass yours?" Go Shicheng said disdainfully. "Joke, give it another 10 years and you won't be able to catch up with us. I'm afraid I've disappointed you this time." Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. "Fine, I'll give you the fuel silo for the thrusters. I'll see what the new fuel you've worked out is like." 171. 171 Chapter, Watching Jokes. The fuel silo of the rocket propeller was relatively large, and the second experimental warehouse was not equipped for ignition experiments, so Jiang Fan had the fuel carried over. When the people in Experiment Warehouse number 1 saw these liquids, they couldn't help but scoff. What composite solid fuel? Isn't this just liquid fuel? It's a myth. How can composite solid fuel be researched so easily? I'm afraid that pretty countries don't even have this technology. Trying to research a new type of material in 4 days. I just said it's impossible, and you guys had to see it. And they ended up insulting our intelligence with liquid fuel. Just a moment ago, the scientific researchers in Research Warehouse know. 1. Hearing Jiang Fan say that he had researched a new type of composite solid fuel, all of them curiously put down the experiments in their hands and came over to watch. But the results were greatly disappointed. It's not a composite solid fuel. It's an unknown liquid fuel. And in their opinion, these fuels don't necessarily have the same high energy release as the liquid fuels that they are using now. The people in the second's experimental warehouse heard the people in the first's experimental warehouse around them talking. They were all unanimous in not saying anything, but had inexplicable smiles on their faces. They were very much looking forward to seeing the surprised faces of the warehouse 1 people later. Go Shiqing said to Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, don't tell me that this is the composite solid fuel you're working on? Indeed that's right. Jiang Fan said, are you trying to fool us? This is clearly liquid fuel. Jiang Fan ignored Go Shiqing as he said to Tian Hongxian, Supervisor Tian, let's begin. Yes. Supervisor Tian greeted the dozen or so researchers in the second experimental warehouse. They poured liquid fuel into the rocket booster fuel tanks. There was then some unknown powder taken out and added. The researchers in Experiment Warehouse 1 were all curiously sticking their necks out to see what the hell they were up to. Those red liquid fuels surprisingly quickly turned into dark red solids in full view of the public. What's the situation? They stared wide-eyed at the magical scene before them. Liquid fuel just became solid? This is too magical and will be just like a magician. They are well aware as researchers that to turn a liquid into a solid, there are generally 2 ways to pressurize and cool it down. The principle of pressurizing a liquid into a solid is not complicated. The molecules of a substance are solid if they are tightly arranged. If they are loosely arranged, they are liquid. If the distance between the molecules is large, it is a gas. Give the gas more pressure and the molecules are squeezed together and it becomes a liquid or even a solid. Cooling down a liquid to make it solid is even easier, and can be done by allowing the liquid to reach its solidification value. But just now, they didn't notice that Tian Hongxian used pressurization and cooling to turn the liquid into a solid. This made everyone in Warehouse 1 instantly uncertain. The scientific researchers of the second experimental warehouse, seeing the surprised, confused, and shocked expressions of the personnel of the first warehouse, with a smug look on their faces, were immediately happy in their hearts. Go Shiqing and several team leaders were also shocked. The mind couldn't help but wonder what the principle was. When they saw the smug smiles of those in the second experimental warehouse, they immediately suppressed the curiosity in their hearts. Go Shiqing then said disdainfully to the people around him, the fancier the hocus pocus, the less practical it is, and rocket booster fuel wants potent power, not showy stuff. Chief Engineer Go is right. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to burn all their fuel later on. Ha ha. A team leader agreed. The researchers at Warehouse 1 regained their sanity when they heard their group leader say this. The mind was convinced that they simply couldn't work on a new type of fuel in such a short period of time. Since a new type of fuel has been researched, it takes at least 3 years of experimentation from discovery to technological maturity. At the thought, they turned into a look of amusement again. On the contrary, the researchers in Warehouse 2 turned nervous as the thruster fuel was ready. Although Jiang Fan told them that the composite solid fuel research was successful, after all, no ignition experiments had been done yet. Waiting for the rocket booster's fuel compartment to be fixed to the experimenter, Tian Hongxian said to Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang, all the work is ready. Ready to ignite the experiment. Aha! Jiang Fan responded. This was also the first time he had conducted such an ignition experiment, although before they had strictly followed the system's design drawings, and theoretically there should be no problem, but the heart still can't help but feel a little nervous. The success or failure of this time is related to the momentum of the researchers in this second warehouse. If they fail, it will seriously dampen their motivation. Still a little uneasy, Jiang Fan walked up and checked. Only after making sure again that there were no problems did he say to Tian Hongxian, prepare to ignite. As Jiang Fan's words fell, the gazes of the researchers in Warehouse 2 were all firmly fixed on the thrusters. Tian Hongxian also took a deep breath. Snap! Directly pressed the ignition button. 172. 172 chapter, failed? With the ignition button activated, no flames erupted from the rocket booster fuel tank. As the researchers at Warehouse 2 looked at the result, their hearts tightened and a bad thought popped into their heads. Failed? Their expressions all darkened a bit at once, although they were also clear that a new type of material could not, with a single ignition experiment, be successful. Over the years, their second warehouse had been left out in the cold. and they were so eager to prove themselves that their hearts were overwhelmed with anticipation for the success of this experiment. They are ignoring the fact that the normal development of a new technological achievement requires 1,000 experiments before it can be successful. The people in Warehouse 1 were all laughing playfully at this point. That's hilarious. And a new type of fuel. And not a single spark came out of it. Ha ha. To be honest, the magic just now is still good. Ha ha. I suggest that the people in their second warehouse are still good to engage in magic performances in the future. As for scientific research, I think it's better to forget about it. What a waste of our time working on 700 tons of thrusters. And a kiloton rocket booster? What a whimsical idea. You still have to be down to earth in your research, like us, to succeed. Hearing the crowd's comments, Go Qiqing also couldn't help but smile and say to Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, this new type of fuel of yours seems to have failed. Ha ha. Now it seemed that Go Qiqing's decision was correct. If he had really agreed with Jiang Fan's research kiloton propulsion program, their northwest-based propulsion project would probably have been scrapped. He guessed that through the failure of this ignition experiment, Jiang Fan would realize that rocket propulsion was not as simple as he thought. The whimsical design of a kiloton rocket booster just doesn't cut it. At that time, when Chief Commander Lu Tianhang knew about this, he would definitely apologize to himself and fully support his research on the 700-ton thruster. Chief Go, there's no hurry, Jiang Fan said with a faint smile. Go Qiqing snorted coldly in his heart when he saw Jiang Fan's expression. Still not in a hurry? It's been 3 seconds and not even a small flame has come out. Could it be that it's going to spew flames later? Just then, the nozzle of the fuel compartment literally spewed small yellow flames. The fire then slowly grew larger and erupted faster and faster. The yellow flames quickly turned white while a loud air-braking sound erupted. The white flames hadn't lasted a second before they immediately turned blue again. The entire experimental warehouse was illuminated as if it were day. It makes you afraid to look straight. Due to the high temperature of the flame, a large amount of white smoke rose from the cistern below, and a quarter of the 100 cubic meters of water evaporated in an instant. Everyone was dumbstruck and marveled in their hearts. This temperature of this flame is too high. It is clear in their minds that the high temperature is accompanied by this strong kinetic energy. At those temperatures, it's definitely more than 500 tons of thruster fuel, and it seems to be more than twice as hot. All the researchers in Warehouse 2 were thrilled beyond words when they saw the scene. Little did they realize that they had actually succeeded, and that it had only taken them 4 days to work out the new rocket fuel. It was like a dream. We did it. We really did it. As one of the researchers yelled, the entire experimental Warehouse 2 followed suit and cheered. On the other hand, the researchers in experimental Warehouse 1, watching their cheering celebration, had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. We don't know whether to follow the celebration or to remain silent. To be honest, this moment made them all envious. Go Qiqing's eyes were equally wide as he stared at the blue flames emanating from the propellant, and he really wanted to go up and touch it to prove that it was all fake. Yet nearly 100 meters away from the thrusters, he could clearly feel the heat wave coming over him. He had to admit it was all real. A moment ago, he had mocked Jiang Fan, yet this second, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. Judging by the naked eye alone, the energy thrust generated by such a flame is definitely above 700 tons. Go Qiqing withdrew his gaze and looked at this young man with a smile on his face. What made him even more surprised was Jiang Fan's calm and collected manner. How he didn't look like he was only 18 years old. If he had researched such a result, not to say jumping up and down with excitement, at the very least, he would definitely be unable to stop cheering. And with this calmness and vigor of Jiang Fan, he thought that he was ashamed to be inferior to him. The blue flames lasted only 5 minutes before slowly dying out. Because it was only an experiment, Jiang Fan used a very small dose of fuel. After the flames went out, the 100 cubic meters of water in the pool below the thrusters almost dried up. Once again, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the overpowering energy of this new fuel. Supervisor Tian, print out a copy of the experimental data results. Jiang Fan said. Yes. Tian Hongxian was so excited at this time that he hurried to print the results of the experimental data. After the experimental data result sheets are available, Tian Hongxian hurriedly handed it to Jiang Fan. However, before Jiang Fan could pick it up, Go Qiqing next to him snatched it up and read it carefully. Chapter 173. 173, I want to follow you in research. Go Qiqing looked at the lab result sheet in his hand. The more I looked at the pupils, the bigger they got. And my hands couldn't help but follow the trembling. And my mouth kept chanting. This. A few team leaders around him also instantly came over when they saw Go Qiqing's reaction. Only the top of the experiment result sheet reads, maximum fuel combustion temperature, 4,608 degrees Celsius. Maximum fuel energy thrust, 1,089 tons. A few people couldn't help but explode in their hearts when they saw such a result. Highest fuel energy thrust, 1089 tons? 1089 tons of thrust? Such a horrible burst of fuel energy. You know, before long Lao worked on the 500-ton thrusters. The maximum fuel thrust they worked on was only 349 tons. That's a threefold difference. This Jiang Fan was too scary as hell. It's amazing that in 4 days, such a powerful new fuel was researched. One by one, their mouths were wide open, staring daggers at that experiment result sheet. The others were curious when they saw that look on their faces. What kind of result could have shocked them so much? Could it be that Jiang Fan's fuel reached 700 tons of thrust? Some of the more impatient researchers asked Go Shiqing, "Chief Go, what exactly are the results of their experiments?" Only then was Go Jiqing pulled back from his shocked thoughts by the shouts of the crowd, only to see him slowly put the experiment result sheet and returned it to Tian Hongxian. He was now very conflicted in his mind. With 1089 tons of thrust, this was a new all-time record for the Dragon Kingdom and even Blue Star. Such results are enough to leave all the countries of the Blue Planet in the dust. As a leading figure in the aerospace field of the Dragon Kingdom, Go Shiqing should be proud that the country had researched such a technology. But he couldn't be happy inside. He now had to admit that Jiang Fan did have the strength to research a kiloton rocket propeller. Thinking back to before, when Chief Commander Lu Tianhang brought out to him the kiloton thruster program designed by Jiang Fan, he instinctively rejected it, and now thinking about it was the panic within him. He was afraid that a new generation of young people would rise up and overtake him. A man once considered to be the heavenly son of the aerospace field in the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't know from whence he had gotten such dangerous ideas, but at this moment, it has to be admitted that he does have such dangerous thoughts. Go Jiqing glanced at Jiang Fan and saw that Jiang Fan was also looking at him with a smile on his face. It made him feel even more remorseful and guilty. He had made things difficult for Jiang Fan at every turn before and had mocked him, but as a result, the other party didn't come to ridicule him when he succeeded. With that kind of measure, he was truly ashamed of himself. What the Dragon Kingdom really needs is for there to be this kind of tech leader who has the demeanor of a great general. He believed that in the future, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom would definitely be more powerful because of this young man as well. Go Shiqing moved his mouth, wanting to say something to Jiang Fan, but in the end he didn't say anything and left with his body. A few of the group leaders around him shouted at the sight, "Chief Go, what about us?" Go Shiqing worshipped his hand and did not say anything, and alone, with his head lowered, he walked towards the door of experimental warehouse No. 1. The researchers at warehouse 1 looked at Go Shiqing somewhat stooped back. Once upon a time, Go Shiqing was straightened up wherever they went in their impression. He was like an Iron Man, and no kind of difficulty could overwhelm him. In the hearts of all the older researchers in warehouse 1, Go Shiqing is the spiritual leader within them. Once upon a time, he led them, day and night, to overcome all kinds of difficulties, and researched 100-ton rocket propellers, 150-ton rocket propellers, 200-ton rocket propellers, until they worked on a 300-ton rocket booster, which was a shining moment for all of them together. However, at this moment, they saw their spiritual leader helplessly lower his head and leave alone in silence. They seemed to have realized something as well. Yes, he's old, and they're old. Today's times are not their times anymore. They are the times of the young. They always thought that they could contribute to the country again, but over the years, from the scientific results of their Northwest base, at this moment, they now seem to understand that they were wrong, that they are no longer capable of contributing to the country anymore, and that they can no longer keep up with the development of national science and technology. So the only thing they can give to the country now is to leave the stage so that more young people can have a chance to show their talents. Subsequently, some of the older researchers in Warehouse 1, they left one after another in unison. Some of the younger researchers, uncertainly, watched this, until there were only about 200 researchers left in experimental warehouse 1. Tian Hongxian didn't care that much, announced to all. The results of this experiment show that the new solid fuel we have researched reaches a maximum thrust of 1,089 tons of thrust. Hearing the result, everyone began to cheer excitedly. The entire lab warehouse 1 was abuzz. It turned out that some of the researchers from warehouse 1 said to Jiang Fan, "Chief Engineer Jiang, I want to follow you in researching the kiloton thruster." "Chief Engineer Jiang, I'm going to follow you in researching kiloton thrusters." "Chief Engineer Jiang, and me." 174. 174 Chapter, Resignation. Office of the Commander-in-Chief, Northwest Base. Lu Tianhang looked at the resignation letter on the table as he said to Go Shiqing, "Chief Go, I can't approve your letter of resignation." "Chief Commander Lu, I reflected all day yesterday. He doesn't deserve to be chief engineer anymore." Go Shiqing said, "Regarding Jiang Fan, as I told you before, he's only temporarily in charge of the kiloton rocket propeller project, and he'll leave when this project is over. Go Shiqing took a deep breath and said slowly, "It's not the matter of Jiang Fan being the chief engineer. It's mainly because I have a problem with my mind. A very serious problem." Go Shiqing told Lu Tianhang about his problem. In a cocooning manner, both men then fell silent, their eyes fixed on something, lost in thought. "I don't know." After a long time, Lu Tianhang picked up a cup of water on the table, took a sip and slowly said, "Xiao Ge, you and I have known each other for more than 20 years, and together we have both experienced the splendor of the Northwest Base, as well as its despondency in the past few years. I understand the feelings in your heart. We lose ourselves on the way forward after having too many honors. Now that you have found your problem areas, I hope that you will correct them and continue to lead the Northwest Base back to its former glory instead of giving up. And now that the Northwest Base still needs you, don't you want to participate in the development of the kiloton rocket booster? Witness its success and make the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace industry lead the entire blue planet?" Go Shiqing had been engaged in the field of aerospace all his life. Why would he not want the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace industry to become the Blue Star's overlord? Thinking about his previous selfish thoughts and his attitude towards Jiang Fan, he really didn't have the face to face Jiang Fan again as this chief engineer. "Brother Lu, I want to be, but Hey, Xiao Ge, how about this? I'll keep your position as chief engineer and wait until Jiang Fan leads the research on the kiloton rocket. Then we'll talk about it then. What do you think?" Go Shiqing said after thinking for a while. "Then, Brother Lu, can I continue to participate in Jiang Fan's research on the kiloton rocket propeller?" "Sure," Lu Tianhang said with a smile. He knew very well that Go Shiqing had studied rocket propulsion for his entire life. Faced with a project for a kiloton rocket booster, it was impossible for him not to be impressed. When Go Shiqing heard Lu Tianhang's affirmative answer, he was instantly enraptured. Today he has a huge change of heart and a feeling of being reborn. It was as if the moment had returned to the new, when he had first joined the rocket propulsion program, full of power. "Brother Lu, I have another request. Can I be Jiang Fan's assistant?" "Assistant?" Lu Tianhang obviously did not expect that Go Shiqing would make such a request. Go Shiqing was more familiar with the rocket propulsion project than any other, and if he were to be Jiang Fan's assistant, it would definitely be very helpful to Jiang Fan's research on the kiloton rocket propulsion. "I don't have a problem with that. This needs to be agreed upon by Jiang Fan." Afterward, Lu Tianhang made a call to Jiang Fan and explained the situation. Jiang Fan was also surprised. "Chief Worker Go as my assistant? Wouldn't it be too much for him?" With that, Go Shiqing grabbed Lu Tianhang's cell phone and said, "No aggravation. No aggravation. As long as I'm allowed to participate in the kiloton rocket propulsion, I'm content." Jiang Fan was a little disbelieving. Go Shiqing this before and after change is also heavenly. It seems that the new type of fuel is still quite a big impact on him. Chief Engineer Go knew the rocket propulsion program very well, whether it was the personnel, the site, the technology and so on. If he could be his assistant, he could be certain that the speed of the kiloton rocket propeller research could definitely be increased by a lot. Jiang Fan agreed without hesitation. Go Shiqing was also very happy to see Jiang Fan agree. He then came out of Lu Tianhan's office and prepared to find the second experimental warehouse to report to Jiang Fan. That's when a couple of his old men approached him. "Chief Engineer Go, a few of us old guys, now nearly 50 years old, can no longer keep up with the pace of the times. We would like to leave our jobs en masse, or let the young people have a chance to show themselves." Go Shiqing wasn't surprised to hear their thoughts, as he had thought the same thing before this. "How many people are resigning?" Go Shiqing asked. 87 people. "Okay, I approve, but before you go, you must complete one last task." Chief Engineer Go, "Don't worry, no matter what the mission is, we old guys promise to complete it." One of the researchers said. "Good, I'm content with your words. Gather everyone together. Join me in helping Chief Engineer John complete the kiloton rocket propeller project." "A kiloton rocket booster? Can we really participate in research on kiloton rocket boosters?" Go Shiqing looked at the somewhat excited few people. He knew very well that they and his own thoughts are the same. A sincere love for the aerospace industry. When faced with the kiloton rocket booster program, why wouldn't they want to participate? Subsequently, the door to the second experimental warehouse was opened, and Go Shiqing walked in with more than 80 researchers. Seeing this, Tian Hongxian thought that Go Shiqing had come to look for trouble, so he walked up and asked, "What are you doing here?" "We want to join Chief Kong." 175. 175 Chapter, Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, Kyoto. Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, located in the Economic Development Zone southeast of Kyoto. The factory covers an area of more than 100,000 square meters and employs nearly 5,000 people. The fact that there is such a large factory in Kyoto's inch of land is also a good indication of the strength of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. The entire factory is oriented in a positive direction. with connected 6-story U-shaped factories to the south, west, and north. In the inconspicuous corner of the east side of the factory, there is a 2-story White House, probably covering an area of more than 200 square feet, yet it spends the entire profit of the whole factory every year. It is Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, which set up a laboratory to develop anti-cancer drugs 3 years ago. The lab has a lot of medical equipment that is imported from abroad and is worth a lot of money. There are a total of 11 medical research and development technicians in the lab, and they can be considered the topmost talents in the development of anti-cancer drugs in the Dragon Kingdom. Inside one of the laboratories on the second floor, a young technician whispered to their chief technical engineer, Songjia, Chief Engineer Song, I've heard that the company is having problems and may be going out of business. Songjia ignored it and was already doing the experiment in hand. The assistant had no choice but to keep his mouth shut when he saw that Chief Engineer Song didn't say anything, until Sungchul finished a drug molecule experiment in his hand. After waiting about 5 more minutes, the results of the experiment came in. He frowned slightly. Obviously he had failed again. Over the past 3 years, their team has done at least 12,000 drug molecular experiments, and all of them have failed without exception. The general process of developing targeted anti-cancer drugs is divided into 3 steps. 1. Target and drug molecule determination. Target is the drug action in the body and realize the efficacy of a specific molecule. Drug molecules, on the other hand, need to be screened among tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of molecules, which is very large and has a high failure rate. 2. Preclinical studies. After confirming the drug molecule, need to conduct in vitro and ex vivo experiments. If it fails, it needs to continue screening the drug molecule from scratch. 3. Clinical research. This step is not only costly, but also the research time is very poor, usually a few months to a few years. By this step, there is already a large failure rate. In short, the cycle of developing anti-cancer targeted drugs is long, the success rate is low, and it is particularly money-consuming, with an average of about $10 billion for the development of a new drug to its market launch. Songjia and their laboratory achievements screened 2 drug molecules, but respectively in preclinical experiments and clinical trials failed, and finally had to go back to the first stage to rescreen the drug molecules. Sungchul brewed a cup of coffee and rested for a while. Later he needed to move on to the next drug molecule experiment. Songjia's assistant sorted out the experimental results seniority, came over and said, Chief Engineer Song, don't be unconvinced. This news of mine is very reliable. The high technician in our lab has already found a good drug development company abroad. Songjia's thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, Luli, so he said without any good humor, Little Lu, where did you hear all this gossip? When Luli saw Songjia chiming in, she immediately came to her senses and said with a mysterious face, Chief Engineer Song, this is not gossip. My great-uncle is the financial director of our Huakong Drug Company. I overheard. For Luli, his great-uncle in the Huakong Drug Company, do the financial director of the matter he is aware of? Otherwise to Luli, nurse professional is not likely to come to the drug laboratory to do his assistant. But Songchul didn't think the news was true. Huakong Drug Company is mainly engaged in the production of antibiotics, and 3 years ago his boss approached him about developing targeted anti-cancer drugs. In order to make Songjia dead set on joining the R&D team, he was specially shown the company's financial statement, which showed an annual profit of up to $2 billion. Moreover, the boss, Ran Dayuan, also promised Songjia that he would just concentrate on research and development, and Huakong Drug Company would be enough to support his research for 10 years. Songjia then agreed with no good hesitation. He believed that in 10 years' time, he would be able to research an anti-cancer drug. Chief Engineer Lu, I suggest you find your next home quickly as well, or you'll be out of a job by then. Xiao Lu, I think you're just idle. Go get the experimenter ready. I'm ready to do the experiment now. Seeing that Songjia didn't believe in himself, Luli had no choice but to get up and go organize the experimental equipment. Sungchul rested for about 5 minutes before continuing into the experiment. The office of the owner of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. At this time, the boss Rin Dayuan was full of sorrow. The marketing manager sat across from him, furious. These companies are so insidious that when they see our financial chain broken, they join forces to kill us. Hey, the mall is like a battlefield. Renton sighed helplessly. Mr. Run, we really shouldn't have engaged in anti-cancer drug research and development in the first place. 3 years of time cost the company $6 billion, and we wouldn't be facing such a crisis. The reason why Rin Dayuan made the decision to develop anti-cancer drugs in the first place was that he saw that many ordinary people in the Dragon Kingdom could not afford to use imported anti-cancer drugs. That's why he was adamant about developing Dragon's own anti-cancer drug, despite the opposition of the Biens. In these 3 years, Huakong Pharmaceutical Company has invested all of its profits, all of which have been invested in the research of anti-cancer targeted drugs. It turns out that Huakong Pharmaceutical Company's antibiotics, which occupy one half of the market in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, still have no problem supporting a laboratory. However, in the past 2 years, a number of pharmaceutical companies producing antibiotics have risen to prominence, and the companies are competing with each other, leading to a serious decline in their business. Today their business is less than 10% of the market share. This, combined with today's dramatic drop in profits, has directly led to a break in their financial chain. Now the bank's loan also expires. The competitors learns the news and joins hands with their peers to lower the price to compete, wanting to push their company to the brink of extinction and take a bite out of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company's market. 176 Chapter, NM9. A novel drug molecule, 4 chapters. Ran Daiyuan, the owner of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, then held a meeting of the company's executives. Make a few decisions at a glance. 1. Pulling investments and selling shares in Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. 2. Mortgage the fixed assets of the factory to borrow from the bank to repay the previous loan. 3. Negotiate with several peer companies to stop the vicious competition of lowering prices. All departments of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company were busy. Yet 2 days later, feedback received by rendezvous from various departments. The entire marketing department, 2 days to contact nearly 1,000 companies to pull the investment. The marketing manager legs are fast running broken, and finally only pulled down 2 million investment. That amount of money won't make a difference at all. Regarding mortgages, several banks outright vetoed them. The reason being because they had a large bank loan outstanding and other banks were not willing to take the risk. In 2 days, they hadn't gotten a penny from the loan. On the other side of the peer group, a couple of companies on the other side simply ignored Huakong Pharmaceuticals. In their opinion, with the fall of Huakong Pharmaceuticals, each of their companies will grow by at least 5%. Ren Daiyuan was somewhat powerless, and their company was afraid that they would really face closure. He slowly took out a carton of cigarettes from his desk drawer. From 3 years ago, when he set up his anti-cancer lab, in order to vote and give up the smoking habit of many years, the box of cigarettes I had on me at the time went into a drawer. He hesitated for a moment, but opened his cigarette case and drew a cigarette from it, holding it to his lips and lighting it. He took a drag and surprisingly couldn't help but cough lightly. After 3 years of abstinence, the body instinctively resists a little when you smoke hard. However, after Ren Daiyuan had taken 2 puffs, the side slowly applied, and a familiar feeling returned. He found that it was hard to quit smoking, but getting back into it only took a thought. Ren Daiyuan has not yet finished a cigarette. Inhaling, clamping and flicking the whole action in a smooth flow. The cigarettes were a real treat, and the nicotine in them was in his system, quickly acting as a paralyzing agent, taking his mind off his misery for a while. Just as Renton was enjoying the momentary silence, there was a knock on his office door. Ren Daiyuan quickly extinguished the cigarette and threw it into the trash can, then opened the window. He reacted like a child stealing a cigarette. Only after doing a series of things did he call out to the door. Enter. The office door was then opened and Songchul walked in with a smile on his face. Mr. Run. Good news. Without the paralyzing effect of nicotine, worry immediately took over Renton again. However, facing Songzhe, he still managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Chief Engineer Song is here. Sit down. Songchul said excitedly just as he sat down. Mr. Run. We have once again identified the new drug molecule NM9 that corresponds to the targeted drug. And this time the data shows that the therapeutic effect of the new drug molecule NM9 is very powerful. However, Ren Daiyuan didn't show too much excitement when he heard the good news. But he didn't interrupt Songzhe's explanation either. Mr. Run. I feel that this time we can definitely research an anti-cancer targeted drug. And the effect can very well surpass the beautiful country's levatinib. After Songzhe finished speaking, he saw that Ren Daiyuan had a bemused look on his face. This made him a bit not bewildered. Ren Daiyuan usually but very important to the results of his door research laboratory. Something or nothing will go to the laboratory around. He gets very excited when even a very small experimental result comes out of the lab. However, today, Ren Daiyuan was acting calmly and unusually, which made Songzhe notice the abnormality. Mr. Run, have you been smoking? Ren Daiyuan's expression was a little less natural. When he had promised Songzhe in order to show him his determination that he would not smoke until he had researched an anti-cancer drug, but he had just smoked half of it when he ran into Songchul. Normally, Ren Daiyuan attaches great importance to his commitment, because in his opinion, it is a person's credit value. The reason he broke his promise this time was because he had given up on the lab and on Huakong Pharmaceuticals. Chief Engineer Song, I may have to tell you some bad news. Our Huakong Pharmaceutical Company is going out of business. Collapse? Songzhe a face of shock. And then he seems to Huakong Pharmaceutical Company belongs to a large company. How can it close down which? At this time, he remembered that 2 days ago, Luli told him that the company closed down. At that time, he did not believe it. This time, coming from Rendarin, he had to believe it could be true. Mr. Run, what about our lab? The lab can only be stopped as well. Huakong really doesn't have the funds to be working on R&D anymore. Ren Dayuan said helplessly. But we've already researched a new drug molecule, NM9, and with just 1 more year of clinical trials, we'll likely develop Dragon Kingdom's own anti-cancer drug. Chief Engineer Song, I'm aware of everything you've said, but right now the company really doesn't have any funds to support the lab to carry on. Songja was still a bit reluctant and fought hard. In the end, he also saw the powerlessness of Sida Yuan. Chief Song, go back and pack up and find a way out. Our company should be announcing its closure in a week. Songja came out of his boss's office with an overwhelming loss in his heart. For the first time, he felt close to success, but out of reach. On his way to the meeting lab, he got a phone call. It was his roommate from one of his college dorm rooms. Old Song, coming to work in a pretty country. Have you thought about it so much? 177. 177 Chapter, Medical Research Institute. 4 days later, Elder Long received approval for pharmaceutical research and development. These days, Number 1 didn't give much to communicate with the approval leaders. This project then caught their attention. After investigating the annual data on imported anti-cancer drugs, they were taken aback. One imported anti-cancer drug alone sells nearly $100 billion a year in the Dragon Kingdom. The figures are still increasing every year, and all this money can go directly to foreign countries. However, the most crucial thing is that these anti-cancer drugs are very expensive, resulting in many people suffering from cancer in the Dragon Kingdom simply cannot afford them. Before things got to the most dire, the senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom decided to grant special approval for Elder Dragon's application. Although Long Lao wasn't good at pharmaceutical research and development, at least Long Lao had name recognition and he was willing to do the work. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, wanting to identify talents who were particularly proficient in pharmaceutical research and development, to be honest, it was really hard to find. Many college students majoring in pharmaceutical research and development, R&D, either work in other industries or go abroad to engage in pharmaceutical R&D after graduation. This is because there are very few companies in the pharmaceutical R&D of the Dragon Kingdom, and even fewer for the R&D of anti-cancer drugs. For many businesses, they are looking for profits, and researching anti-cancer drugs requires an extraordinary amount of money, and the cycle time is long, and in the end it is not always successful. It's not a good deal by any stretch of the imagination. That's why those pharmaceutical companies simply don't engage in pharmaceutical R&D. When Long Lao got the approval procedure, he got a message at the same time. Kyoto Huakong Pharmaceutical Company is engaged in the research of anti-cancer drugs. Long Lao was worried about the technicians. He immediately decided to make a trip to Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. Originally, before the earliest, he wanted to find his student Jiang Fan to help him. But that day he had called Jiang Fan and learned that he had already researched a kiloton of rocket booster fuel. He was so excited that he gave Jiang Fan a task at the same time. No matter what, he must research the kiloton rocket propeller. Elder Long did not mention his own cancer to Jiang Fan in order to let him do his research at ease. Kyoto Huakong Pharmaceutical Company. The entire plant is currently out of commission. What was once a bustling factory has turned deadly. Trash is everywhere on the factory roads. Run Dayuan stood on the factory road with mixed feelings, thinking back to the beginning, how scenic their Huakong Pharmaceutical Company was. Hey, I didn't think that I would come to this point. If he were to go back to 3 years ago, I wonder if he would still insist on developing anti-cancer drugs. But it's safe to assume that if he hadn't developed the anti-cancer drug, the company would never have faced closure. At that thought, he couldn't help but look to the white, 2-story laboratory to the east. Might as well go check it out and say goodbye. Rendezvous arrived at the lab building. Turning around on the first floor, the experimental equipment was all still there. Only the R&D technicians were empty, and there was a lot of information scattered on the floor. He bent down to organize the information and put it on the lab table. But just as he reached the door, there was a clatter behind him. Looking back, he realized that the information on the table had once again been blown to the floor by the wind. At that moment, he suddenly heard what sounded like something on the second floor. So ignoring the information scattered on the floor, he followed the stairs to the second floor. Walking into a research room, Run Dayuan found a man wearing a white research suit, doing serious experiments. Chief Engineer Song, you haven't left yet? Songja heard the voice and realized that it was actually Ren Dayuan. So he smilingly took out a few experiment results and said, Mr. Run, this is my experiment on the new drug molecule NM9. I am now 80% sure that I can research an anti-cancer drug. Ren Dayuan took the lab sheet and looked at Songjia, whose eyes were glowing, not knowing what to say. But today, he's really coming up with any funds to get the experiment going. Little Song, I failed you. Mr. Run. I've thought about it for the past few days. It doesn't matter if the company closes down, but we've researched a new anti-cancer drug molecule, NM9. We can go together to pull in investments. I still don't believe that there will be no one to invest in the huge Dragon Kingdom. Ren Dayuan actually really didn't want to hit Songjia, who had been researching technology all these years and didn't know much about the pharmaceutical market. Few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom are willing to do drug research and development, let alone research on anti-cancer drugs. Drug R&D isn't that simple, as they are, with $6 billion invested over 3 years, only to end up going out of business. Little Song, you'd better take the drug molecules you've researched and go abroad. Abroad? Songjia was surprised, but he quickly understood what Ren Dayuan meant. With this anti-cancer drug molecule, he'd go to any of the foreign pharmaceutical companies and he'd absolutely be snapped up. But when this anti-cancer drug is researched, it will have nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Run, this is the result of the Dragon Kingdom's medicine. I won't take it out of the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, Ren Dayuan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone number. When it was answered, an old man's voice came over the phone. Is it Huakong Pharmaceutical Ren Dayuan? I am. And you are? I'm Long Jinghua from the Longhua Medical Research Institute. 178. 178 Chapter, Liar. Rukoku Medical Institute? Ren Dayuan and Songjia looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of this institute. Mr. Run, it's not a fraud, is it? When Ren Dayuan hung up, Songjia said, he studied pharmaceutical research and development and pays more attention to the dynamics of the country's pharmaceuticals. He was certain that there was no such institute in the Dragon Kingdom. Our company is about to go out of business, so what's there to lie about? Anyway, he's already at the gate. It's no big deal to go and take a look. Then Renton went to the Kagome gate alone. Within a short while, Ren Dayuan walked into the lab with an old man. Elder Long, you can see that this is the lab room for our anti-cancer drug. Ren Dayuan enthusiastically introduced their lab to Old Man Long. When he went to the gate just now, he wondered in his mind if it was really a fraud. What Ren Dayuan did not expect was that the other party was the famous Dragon Academician of the Dragon Kingdom. Ren Dayuan couldn't have been happier to learn that the country had now established the Institute of Medicine. Even though their company went out of business right away, at least Songjia had somewhere to go. Long Lao looked at the equipment in the laboratory. He more or less still recognized it, because a few days ago, he deliberately attacked to read about the books on drug development. Mr. Run, your company's equipment is still quite advanced. Elder Long, this is not for you to blow these equipments at first, but our company spent a lot of money in foreign countries to buy the most advanced equipment instruments. Looking at all this equipment, you Huakong should be quite powerful. How come you're suddenly going out of business? Elder Long asked with some confusion. Ren Dayuan was a bit speechless. Hey, in the end, it still fought this lab. We invested $6 billion in 3 years, causing the company to run out of idle funds. The company encountered some problems some time ago and had no choice but to announce its closure. Elder Long, let's not talk about this first. Didn't you say that you are lacking talents in drug development? I'll introduce one to you, and guarantee your satisfaction. As soon as Long Lao heard that Ren Dayuan was willing to introduce him to pharmaceutical R&D talents, he hurriedly said, okay, where is it? I'll go meet. It's in the second floor lab. Ren Dayuan then led Long Lao to the second floor and found Songjia still doing experiments. Songjia heard the footsteps and knew that it was Ren Dayuan who had returned, and said without lifting his head, Mr. Run, that person claiming to be from the National Institute of Medicine is definitely a fraud. There is no such department in the Dragon Kingdom at all. Ren Dayuan was immediately embarrassed and said hastily, Chief Engineer Song, I've brought someone with me. See who it is before you say anything. When Songjia heard Ren Dayuan say this, he hurriedly turned his head to look and realized that behind Ren Dayuan, an old man was indeed following. He instantly became a little embarrassed. He thought that Ren Dayuan was the only one who came back. Who knew that the other party had followed suit? And it was embarrassing to the extreme to badmouth someone behind their back and have the person in question bump into them. When Songjia saw the visitor clearly, he was startled and stuttered a bit in his speech. Dragon Academician. How is it you? Songjia was very familiar with Long Lao. When he was in school, he preferred to focus on the technology of the Dragon Kingdom, so he often saw Long Lao reports. Remembering that he had just called Elder Dragon a liar, he panicked and explained, Long Academician. No, sorry, I didn't know it was you just now. Ha ha, it's fine. I heard Mr. Run say that you've researched some results. Tell me about it, Elder Long said with a smile. When Songja saw that Elder Long did not dwell on what had just happened, he immediately put his heart down. At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. Long Lao's field of research was in nanotechnology and rocket fuel. How come he was now in charge of the National Institute of Medicine? He could only put his doubts into his stomach for now. First explaining up the drug molecule NM9 he had discovered for Long Lao. Long Lao was still able to understand part of what Songja was talking about after the first few days in studying. Little Song, according to what you said, the new drug molecule, NM9, as long as it passes the clinical trials, it's tantamount to a successful research? Elder Long asked. You can say so. The later need to do preclinical and clinical trials. After both phases have passed, only then belongs to the success of the research. Anti-cancer drugs can be precisely put into the market. I see. So how sure are you about the new drug molecule NM9? 80%. Songja said confidently. Long Lao couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart when he heard Songja's reply. 80% probability is already very high. Mr. Run, is this lab of yours willing to sell to the state? Elder Long said to Ren Dayuan. Academician Long, I'm more than happy to do so, but with Huakong Pharmaceuticals going out of business soon, this place won't belong to us anymore. Elder Dragon said after a moment of contemplation. Mr. Run, give me a copy of your company's information, and I'll find a way to help you out regarding funding. Really? Renton said excitedly. If Elder Long was willing to step in and help solve the funding problem, then they, Huakong Pharmaceuticals, wouldn't have to announce their closure. Ran Dayuan then gave the information of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company to Elder Long. Chapter 179. 179, Successful Research on the 1,000-ton Thruster. Time is running out. The clock is quickly ticking down to 12 copies. The great northwest of the Dragon Kingdom was affected by the Siberian cold front, and the weather was extraordinarily cold. The cold north wind blows day and night, and people can only hide in their homes around the fireplace to keep warm. At the edge of the desert, the gate of the rocket base in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom was clanging by the whistling north wind. The two soldiers who watched the door, already wearing thick military coats and locomotive hats, could no longer resist the invasion of the cold wind. Tick-tock. At that moment, a car honked from inside the base. One of the soldiers glanced inside and quickly opened the gate. Another soldier then worked together to remove the barricade wrapped in wire. The military jeep slowly made its way out of it and the two soldiers gave a military salute. The car then slowly left. However, the car hadn't driven out far when a shout came from the gate. Chief Engineer Jiang! Chief Engineer Jiang! The car stopped at a distance of 100 meters from the gate. Jiang Fan stepped down from the military jeep, and Lei Kuan followed, the cold north wind blowing their clothes to a clanking sound. Chief Engineer Jiang! Come back often when you have time in the future. Chief Engineer Jiang! We'll miss you. Chief Engineer Jiang! Jiang Fan waved his hand at them and was just about to speak when the north wind directly choked him back. Go Shicheng in the doorway shouted to all of them. 3, 2, 1, shout. Everyone then shouted neatly. Chief Engineer Jiang! Thank you. The sound was deafening and resonated throughout the northwest base. At the same time, more than 200 people at the entrance bowed deeply to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at them and was touched inwardly, then gave them a military salute in return. Jiang Fan, go back to the car. The clothes you're wearing are too thin, Lei Kuan reminded. Jiang Fan waved at them again and returned to the car. Lei Kuan closed the car door, then sat in the passenger side. The car left slowly. Instead of leaving, the 200 or so researchers at the gate of the northwest base waved at the distant cars. They didn't lower their arms until the car disappeared over a small hill. Many of the researchers actually cried. During this month, Jiang Fan successfully led them and developed the kiloton rocket propeller. This is the first major technological breakthrough in their northwest base in 7 years. They all thanked Jiang Fan from the bottom of their hearts, especially those old researchers of the older generation, who had thought that there wouldn't be any major technological breakthroughs at the northwest base before they retired. It didn't occur to him that Jiang Fan had led them to research space technology that surpassed all countries in a month's time. It restored their northwest base to its former glory, and at the same time brought a perfect ending to their soon-to-be-ended northwest base careers. Headquarters of the Dragon State Space Agency. The research was successful. Ha ha. It's really been researched. It's a kiloton rocket booster. This kid, Jiang Fan, is really good. This time I must apply to the state to reward him properly. Zhang Kasong, the director of the space agency's headquarters, said excitedly. Commander-in-Chief Liu, write me a good document and I'll report it right away. This time, Jiang Fan is really a long face for our northwest base, as well as a long face for us Dragon Nation people. Ha ha. By the way, Chief Commander Liu, why didn't you bring Jiang Fan here? Lu Tianhang sighed and said, Jiang Fan's teacher, Elder Long, got cancer and was hospitalized yesterday. Jiang Fan learned the news and rushed back in a hurry. Elder Long has cancer? Zhang Kesong had a surprised expression. Elder Long is the titan of our Dragon Kingdom's scientific research community, and I didn't think that he would get cancer. AI, when we report to Kyoto this time, you and I will go visit him together. Then Space Director Zhang Kesong, about the kiloton rocket propellers, organized a meeting. There was a discussion on what to report to the state, and some suggestions. Finally they compiled a reporting document, which was reported by Director Zhang Kesong to the senior leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. The senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were excited when they learned that the Northwest base had researched a kiloton rocket propeller. They still clearly remembered that a month ago, the pretty country had given the Dragon country a downward spiral, as well as by Yanlang making remarks that insulted the Dragon country. It's just as well that they're going to fight back properly this time. Kiel executives take such research results very seriously. They then held an emergency meeting. Just as all the senior leaders were meeting, one received a message, after which he projected the video directly onto the screen in the conference room. A man appeared at once above, none other than Bai Yilong, who had developed a 700-ton rocket propeller for pretty country. Number 1. What is this video? One of the senior leaders asked. 180 chapter, Organization of the Science and Technology Alliance. It's the E.U.T.A. Technology Awards Conference organized by the pretty country. Number 1 said, the EFTA Science and Technology Prize Conferences, that is, an organization of scientific and technological alliances of developed European countries, held once every 3 years. The medal is awarded mainly to individuals or organizations that have made significant scientific and technological breakthroughs. The video shows Bai Yanlang developing a 700-ton rocket booster for a beautiful country, which was successfully selected to receive the New Talent in Science and Technology Award. Bai Yilong delivered his acceptance speech. I am very grateful to Pretty Country for nurturing me and giving me the opportunity to become a citizen of Pretty Country. I will work hard and give back to my motherland. Pretty Country. When the few top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom heard his speech, they really wanted to give him 2 big mouths. He really does portray the traitor, and the white-eyed wolf to the fullest. Doesn't he feel particularly disgusted with this face of his when he says these things? A senior leader said in exasperation. The likes of him have long since lost their shame. Number 1 returned. Video playback continues. The central idea of Bai Yilong's speech was to lick the pretty country. It makes you want to vomit when you look at it. This was followed by a reporter's interview with Bai Yanlang. Reporter, hello, Prof. Bai. From the acceptance speech you made, you can hear that you love the pretty country very much and are a loyalist to the pretty country. Bai Yilong, yes. The pretty country is worth giving my life to love. Reporter, Professor Bai. Regarding the announcement that the Dragon Kingdom, some time ago, released an announcement that it had researched a 500-ton rocket propeller. What do you think? Bai Yanlang, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not creative. They only follow others, develop other people's technology, and then make some changes and say they developed it independently. And I'm very skeptical about the authenticity of the information they released. How else would they dare to launch a rocket with 500 thrusters, like our pretty country, which launched a rocket liftoff directly after announcing the 700-ton thruster technology? Reporter, Professor Bai. The researcher in Longhua who researched the 500-ton thruster is called Long Jinghua. I heard it was your previous teacher. Bai Yanlang, do you feel that someone from the Dragon Kingdom is qualified to be my teacher? Reporter, I've heard that Long Jinghua is the titan of the scientific research community in the Dragon Kingdom. How do you evaluate him? Bai Yilong, rubbish. Pop. One of the senior leaders slapped his hand on the conference table. His eyes were red with anger and he finally gritted his teeth. Jumper. It's just as well that you don't recognize your own teacher. But how dare you insult Elder Dragon like this? They must be made to see the might of the Dragon Kingdom. Several senior leaders then conferred together and finally made a unanimous decision. Just before the E.U.S.T. conference in the pretty country was over, the Dragon Kingdom makes an announcement to the world. 1. The Dragon Kingdom has developed a 1,000-ton rocket booster, which will propel the flying dragon eye into the air in 3 days' time. 2. In response to White's remarks insulting the Dragon Kingdom, demand a public apology from the other party. With the release of the Dragon Kingdom's announcement, there was a sudden worldwide shock. The news also went down well as a hot topic of discussion at the Euromonitor conference. Country F, I'm not buying it. Kiloton rocket boosters. Can you believe it? Country D, this is simply impossible. A month ago Blue Star's largest rocket propulsion was only 500 tons, and Dragon Country is now announcing research into 1,000 tons of award-winning propulsion? This is bragging. Pretty country, I think they're just trying to get the world's attention. We in Pretty Country have only researched a 700-ton thruster. What gives Dragon Country the right to research a kiloton rocket propeller? The countries of the USEC conference all expressed their disbelief. The reporters purposely conducted another interview with Bai Yanlang. In their opinion, regarding the matters of the Dragon Kingdom, this former Dragon Kingdom talent had the most say. Reporter, Professor Bai, what are your thoughts on Dragon Bone's announcement that he has researched a kiloton rocket booster? Bai Elong, falsehood. Reporter, but the Dragon Kingdom will use this kiloton thruster to push the Flying Dragon 1 into the air in 3 days. Bai Yanlang, the Dragon Kingdom people are very cunning. Their move is called trying to catch the enemy, deliberately saying this so that everyone believes it, and then excuses to shrug it off when the time comes. Reporter, what do you have to say when Rukoku says you insulted them and demanded an apology? Bai Yanlang, if the Dragon Kingdom can really research a kiloton rocket propeller, I'm willing to apologize to the Dragon Kingdom for my previous remarks, but I believe I shouldn't have that chance. The Dragon Kingdoms released a world announcement. Likewise on the Dragon Network. It caused a dramatic reaction. Netflix 1, awesome. Netflix 2, kiloton rocket propulsion. It all sounds incredibly powerful. Netizen 3, the kiloton rocket propellers researched by my gateway Dragon Country, but they are 300 tons higher than the Pretty Country's foot. Netizen 4, isn't Pretty Country fooling around? Now it's been slapped in the face. Ha ha. Netizen 5, grass his grandfather's Bai Elong. Before making statements insulting the Dragon State, open your dog's eyes to see clearly. My door Dragon State research out but 1,000 tons of rocket propulsion. Netflix 6, Dragon Nation. Rise up. Netizen 7, 3 days later. See how my Dragon Country's Flying Dragon no. 1 inch will soar into the sky. 181. 181 chapter, pointing out the problems. Kyoto Military District General Hospital. Jiang Fan looked at Long Lao lying in the intensive care unit through the window. His heart full of self-blame. He himself left here a month ago to go to the Northwest base. And at that time, Long Lao still weighed about 65 kilograms. In only a month's time, his whole body had lost a circle of weight, and his weight had dropped to 50 kilograms, which was a full 15 kilograms, and his hair has thinned quite a bit. The whole person looked to come and suddenly aged almost 10 years. Elder Chow next to Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he looked at Elder Long in this state. Usually although the two of them liked to fight, but there was a sense of sympathy for each other. How could he not have thought that after only a short month of not seeing him, Long Lao had changed to such a vicissitude? At that moment, Dr. Wang walked out of Long Lao's hospital room. Jiang Fan and Elder Chow hurriedly inquired about Elder Long's condition. Long Lao was diagnosed with advanced liver cancer a month ago. If he cooperated with the treatment in the hospital, the cancer would not have spread so quickly, but he insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Jiang Fan and Elder Chow listened attentively to Dr. Wang's introduction of Elder Long's condition. When Dr. Wang finished, Elder Chow asked, so, Academician Long, how long does he have? Dr. Wang shook his head helplessly and said with a sigh, to be optimistic, it should be 2 months, and if the condition continues to deteriorate estimate half a month. When Jiang Fan heard this news, his heart felt like it had been struck by something, and his entire body was suddenly confused. It was the first time he had felt that death was so far away. There was suddenly some panic and fear within him, thinking about his first meeting with Long Lao. At that time his temples were gray, but hale and hearty, voice like a bell. Their master-disciple relationship was only 3 short months old, and they were facing the parting of life and death. Doctor, can't it be treated by surgery or something else? Jiang Fan asked with red eyes. If it's early or mid-stage cancer, there's still a glimmer of hope through surgery. It's just that if it's advanced, it can only be controlled by medication and chemotherapy. If there is no hope even with the best medicine? Jiang Fan asked undeterred. The best drug on the market is levatinib, a cancer-targeting drug from a beautiful country. But, Mr. Long refused the drug from a beautiful country and chose to take a cheaper drug from a country called Y. Jiang Fan is aware of Long Lao's temper. This life in science and technology, the biggest enemy is the beautiful country, so he never used the beautiful country's things. Don't we have any effective anti-cancer drugs in the Dragon Kingdom? At this time, Song Jie, who had been sitting on the corridor seat, stood up and said to Jiang Fan, there are no anti-cancer drugs in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. They are all imported. Oi! It's all my fault for not knowing that Academician Long suffers from cancer. Song Jie thought about these days. Long Lao worked day and night with their drug development team, doing experiments together. During this period, he also let Long Lao pay more attention to his health, but Long Lao insisted on not listening, often stay up with them until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Had he known that Elder Long was suffering from cancer, Song Jie would have said nothing to allow him to participate in the experiment together. As a result, the drug molecule he worked on, NM9, failed in preclinical experiments. and Long's old body collapsed. He believed that if the experiment hadn't failed, Elder Long wouldn't have collapsed. Until now, Songja has not figured out how the preclinical experiments of the drug molecule NM9 could fail. Jiang Fan and Elder Chow realized through Songja's account that Elder Long had, these days, been working on the development of anti-cancer drugs. Teacher, his body is already like this. Why is he still thinking of developing anti-cancer drugs? Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. I can well understand why Elder Long did what he did. He wanted to make a final contribution to the Dragon Kingdom at the end of his life. Jiang Fan couldn't help but admire his teacher in his heart. No matter what moment, the first thing he thought about was the country. Hey, it's just a pity God was not kind enough to give his teacher cancer to take his life. Jiang Fan was very reluctant in his heart, but what could he do? System, trigger mission release. Assisted Songja to complete successful preclinical experiments. Quest reward, devour cancer cell capsules. Jiang Fan was thrilled when he heard the system's voice in his head. Phagocytosis of cancer cell capsules. Jiang Fan could understand the literal meaning of the word, devouring the cancer cells in the human body and restoring the body to health. He hadn't thought that the system was so powerful that it had this kind of capsule. If one were to obtain this capsule and give it to one's teacher, wouldn't the teacher's health be restored? Jiang Fan Yang stopped his inner excitement. He first had to complete the mission before he could receive the system's rewards. He asked as he looked at the man in front of him in the white research suit. You're Song Chul, right? Well, yes. Songju was a bit surprised as to how Jiang Fan knew his name. How's that anti-cancer drug you've been working on coming along? The drug molecule NM9, which was researched in our lab, had a theoretical 80% chance of success in the research, but failed when we did preclinical experiments. Can you write me the chemical equations for the target and the drug molecule NM9? You know about chemical molecules? Song Chul said in surprise. Slightly, Jiang Fan said modestly, but he had a system that rewarded him with a super overview of chemistry, and he was very well versed in all the chemistry on the blue planet. Afterward, Songja found a pen and a piece of paper and wrote out the chemical equations for the targets and drug molecules. Jiang Fan looked up carefully, then said with a slight frown, the NM9 drug molecule is a small molecule anti-cancer drug containing 4 different groups. Link C is a chiral carbon atom. You have a subtle error here. Cu, phenyl O, cook all react with bases, so 1 mole of that organic can only react with 4 moles of NaO. Hiss. Songja snatched back the paper as soon as he could and carefully looked at the problem Jiang Fan was talking about. He suddenly laughed out loud, with a sense of enlightenment. He thanked Jiang Fan for a while, and then left in excitement. 182 chapter, Deterioration. 2 hours later, Elder Long awoke, but his body was very weak. Chu Ruoshi also rushed over after her class. She couldn't help but have tears welling up within her eyes when she saw that Elder Dragon had turned into this state in less than a month's time. After obtaining the doctor's permission, Jiang Fan pulled Chu Ruoshi's hand and walked inside the old dragon ward. Fan is back. How's the propulsion research going? When Long Lao saw Jiang Fan, he squeezed out a smile and spoke in a very weak voice. Long Lao's body was so weak nowadays, but he still didn't forget to care about the scientific research. Jiang Fan's nose was sore and he couldn't help but shed tears. He took Long Lao's hand and said with a continuous nod, Teacher, the research is done. Really? When Elder Long heard this news, his entire body suddenly became much more energized. His arm propped up on the bed, wanting to sit up. As a result of the weak arm, unable to support his body, trying to get up, there fell back to the bed. Ahem. Due to too much excitement, Elder Long coughed violently. At the same time a sharp pain followed in the liver area, making him unable to help his expression twist a little. Jiang Fan hurriedly patted Elder Dragon's chest to stop him from getting too excited. Elder Chow also said with concern, Elder Long, now that you're sick, don't get too excited. Chu Ruoshi held a glass of water. Grandpa Long, drink some water. Jiang Fan helped Elder Long slowly get up, and Elder Long sipped 2 mouthfuls of water, and his coughing eased quite a bit. He then pulled Jiang Fan said, Teacher has not misjudged you. I have no regrets in dying when you have what you have accomplished today. Teacher, don't worry, you won't die. Didn't you also say before that when Ruoshi and I get married, you'll also be our witness? When Elder Long heard Jiang Fan's words, a smile appeared on his face. The other hand took Chu Ruoshi and put Jiang Fan's both of their hands together. Little Fan, Ruoshi is a good kid. You must treat her well in the future. Okay? Well, I will. As Jiang Fan spoke, he looked at Chu Ruoshi. At this moment, Chu Ruoshi lowered her head somewhat shyly. At that moment, the doctor walked in and addressed several people. Academician Long has just awakened and still needs a good rest. All of you go out. Before Elder Chow left, he said to Elder Long, get well and when you're better, we'll have a marathon showdown. Okay. How about taking your collection of Wang Shiji's calligraphy and paintings as a bet? You old man. You're really greedy. Last time I lost to you a set of Song Dynasty Celadon porcelain tea set, and you're going to look at my calligraphy and paintings again. Ha ha. What? You don't dare. Long Lao said. Che, who says I don't dare? Let's make a deal. When you get better, let's see how I can win you. Both Elder Chow and Elder Long looked at each other and smiled. Elder Chow said goodbye to Jiang Fan and left because he still had things to do in the lab. The two of them, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi, then stayed in front of the ward to take care of Elder Long. In fact, there was no need for them to take care of the specific things, because this was a military district general hospital, and Long Lao was a national personnel. The hospital had arranged for nurses and caregivers. When it was noon, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi went to the hospital cafeteria to eat lunch together. The two had also not seen each other for a month, and ever since Elder Long put their hands together, Jiang Fan had been pulling on them without separating. Chu Ruoshi told Jiang Fan about the interesting things that happened in the school during this period of time. After eating, they slowly returned from the hospital cafeteria to the front of Elder Long's hospital room. At this time, Jiang Fan noticed that doctors were coming in and out of Long Lao's hospital room, and the curtains were drawn on the windows. He rushed forward to inquire about the situation. The doctor told him that the old man's condition had suddenly deteriorated again, becoming unstable, and that they were getting it under control. Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi became anxious inside and wanted to go in to see what was going on, but were prevented from entering. About an hour in, Dr. Wang walked out of Elder Long's hospital room sweating profusely. Dr. Wang, how is he? My teacher? Dr. Wang said tiredly. This time, Academician Long's cancer cells suddenly deteriorated, causing infections in other organs, although it's stabilized now. But, as things stand, it's not expected to be very promising. Jiang Fan knew very well what Dr. Wang meant when he said that if Long Lao's cancer could not be controlled, he might be in danger at any time. He was now in a great hurry in his mind. I also wonder how Song Chul's pre-temporary experiments are going? He was now in dire need of obtaining the system-rewarded cancer-devouring capsules for his teacher. But he also knew in his heart that successful preclinical experimentation was not that easy. They need to experiment on the mice. However, to observe the situation and check the results of the experiment, this set of processes down, it is estimated that it will take at least a day. If there was a mistake in the middle, they would need to redo the experiment and it would take even longer. During the afternoon, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi had been guarding in front of Elder Long's hospital room. When the doctor allowed them to be able to visit Elder Long, they went in to talk to him for a while. Elder Long's complexion was obviously much worse than in the morning. Fortunately, Long Lao's body basically stabilized. In the absence of noon, it wasn't until the next morning that Jiang Fan's mind finally resounded with the sound of the system completing the mission. 183. 183 chapter, Cancer cells disappear on their own? Jiang Fan took the system reward devouring cancer cells capsule, opened it and poured it into the water. Unintentionally, it was given to Long Lao to drink, then asked, Teacher, are you in a hurry for any discomfort? Elder Dragon said as he moved his arms. Feeling better today than yesterday. Fan, you don't have to stay at the hospital all day. Go and mind your own business. Teacher, I don't have anything going on lately, so when you'll be better in this 2 days, we'll go back to Longkou University later. Jiang Fan said smilingly. Long Lao sighed helplessly. I have advanced liver cancer, and I don't think I'll be able to get better for a while. Teacher has a good heart. God will make you well. Jiang Fan had seen the power of the system, and since he had given Elder Long the devouring cancer cell capsule, he would definitely recover. It's just as well that now he's doing a layup and giving God the credit for his recovery. Just as the two of them, Jiang Fan and Elder Dragon, were chatting, Songjia ran over in a hurry, pushed the door straight in, said excitedly to Elder Dragon, Academician Long, our preclinical experiment has succeeded. When Long Lao heard Songjia's words, he was about to get up, and Jiang Fan hurriedly pressed him lightly. Teacher, calm down. The doctor said you can't have too many mood swings. Jiang Fan was really afraid that his teacher, whose mood swings were too great, would have his condition worsen again before the devouring cancer cells capsule could have an effect. It was only then that Songjia reacted to the fact that Elder Long's body was very weak right now, and it was not easy for his emotions to fluctuate too much. In his heart, he blamed himself a little. He was too excited and didn't think that much. Long Lao listened to Jiang Fan's words and took a few deep breaths, calming his emotions quite a bit. Song, tell me more carefully? Songchul was a bit at a loss for words, not sure if he should say it, or not. Jiang Fan saw that Elder Long's face was flushed and his condition was obviously much better than before. Chief Song, go ahead. Songjia got Jiang Fan's agreement and also adjusted his emotions. trying to make himself speak in a calm and peaceful manner so as not to drive Elder Dragon's emotions. Academician Long, we have to thank your student Jiang Fan for this. If it wasn't for him, I guess we would have missed the drug molecule NM9. Elder Long glanced at Jiang Fan and was puzzled in his heart. Jiang Fan had only returned from the Northwest base yesterday and had never left the hospital. Song Chol successfully passed the preclinical experiment. How could it be related to him? Songja continued to Long Lao. Yesterday I showed Jiang Fan the equations for the target and the drug molecule, and Jiang Fan found the problem through this. Songja told Elder Long about what happened yesterday. The more Long Lao listened, the happier he became. This student of his was still really powerful, having just researched kiloton rocket propulsion, casually working through chemical equations. They figured out what was wrong with the anti-cancer drug they were working on. Fan, that's really something. I really don't know what else you don't understand. Ha ha. When Jiang Fan saw Elder Long praising himself, he smiled back. Teacher, no matter how powerful I am, I'm still your student him. In the final analysis, it's still you who's the most powerful. Ha ha. How did you kid learn to be poor too? After a while, the nurse walked in and was taken aback when she saw Long Lao's state. A chuckle followed. Academician Long, you're in such good spirits today, as if you're 10 years younger all of a sudden. People are happy when they are happy, Long Lao said happily. Elder Long then rolled up his own sleeves and let the nurse draw blood for a checkup. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Ruoshi came to visit Elder Long again and found that Elder Long was in exceptionally good spirits, almost as good as a normal person. So jokingly, Grandpa Long, I see that you've recovered from your illness. Why don't we leave the hospital today? Elder Long also chimed in. I think it's fine. This place smells like disinfectant. I don't like it. Just as the two were snickering, Dr. Wang pushed his way in with a group of medical staff. Elder Long was startled to see this formation. Elder Long had learned through his experience in treating him during this period of time that whenever a group of medical personnel entered the ward, it was definitely a sign that something was terribly wrong with his condition. Dr. Wang, I'm not getting worse again, am I? But I feel pretty good. Dr. Wang ignored Elder Long and said to the medical staff behind him, start checking. Then several medical personnel came around Long's old bed. Some testing pulse, some testing blood sugar, some measuring blood pressure. A moment's effort gave Long Lao a full body checkup. It made Long Lao puzzled. Pulse is normal. Blood sugar normal. Blood pressure normal. Dr. Wang was stunned when he saw the results of the examination. Just now he went to the laboratory and took Long Lao's laboratory slip for the blood drawn in the morning and found that all the blood sample indicators were within the normal range. This gave him a sudden shock, and he thought that he had taken the wrong one. And after confirming again and again, this was Long Lao's lab sheet. He then brought over a group of medical personnel to give old Long a full body checkup. It turned out that all of Long's physical indicators were also normal, but when he checked last night, none of Long Lao's items were within the normal range. All back to normal in one day? You guys take Academician Long to the MRI. A couple of medical staff pushed Long Lao straight away. Half an hour later, Elder Long was told he had no more cancer cells in his body. It stumped him straight away. Could the cancer cells disappear on their own? Chapter 184. 184, Chinese herbal anti-cancer drugs. The next day, Long Lao walked out of the door of the military general hospital, made a point of looking back. It was like a nightmare for him during his time here. A month ago, he was tested for advanced liver cancer and had only a few months left to live. He has suffered, dismayed, and lamented the injustice of fate. Just yesterday, however, he was suddenly told again that the cancer cells in his body had disappeared. All body functions are back to normal, as if they had never had cancer again. Until now, he couldn't believe it was true. From yesterday to today, Dr. Wang did several tests on him and they all determined that he did not have any cancer cells in his body. That's amazing too. Could it be true, as Jiang Fan said, that he had a good heart and God made the cancer cells disappear? Teacher, get in the car, Jiang Fan said to Elder Dragon. Long Lao retrieved his thoughts. No matter what, he was now physically recovered. Long Lao sat in the car. He didn't go back to Longkou University, but took Jiang Fan to the Kyoto Economic Development Zone. The pharmaceutical research laboratories of the Huakong Pharmaceutical Factory are now part of the state's research laboratories, and Songja belonged to the first technical chief engineer of the National Institute. It was something he had never dreamed of. Songja was filled with surprise when he saw Elder Long and Jiang Fan come together. Academician Long, your body? It's better now. Ha ha. Songja heard Long Lao's bright laughter, as if he couldn't really see the slightest bit of sickness. But as a technician who researches anti-cancer drugs, he knows very well about cancer that after a person has cancer, there is only a 5% cure rate. And that's when the cancer is in its early stages and in the middle stages of cancer. Whereas in the late stages of cancer, There's almost no chance of a cure. Chief Engineer Song, show us the results of the research before the clinical trials, Elder Long said. Afterward, Songja led Elder Long and Jiang Fan to a room on the second floor, which held nearly 20 cages containing mice. On each cage hangs a logbook. The data results of this experiment are recorded above. Elder Long, this is a list of the results of the preclinical experiments we did. We broke down the drug molecules and reorganized them according to the problems raised by Jiang Fan to obtain a new drug molecule, which I named NM98. This drug molecule targets cancer cells with great precision, effectively controlling their ability to regenerate and replicate. Afterward, Songja took out the experimental data they had done in the past few days and showed it to Elder Long. After we gave these mice the drug, the cancer cells in their bodies were kept under control and the cancerous areas are shrinking every day. Chief Engineer Song, have you applied for a clinical trial with the pharmaceutical R&D regulator? Academician Long, I've already applied for it. They've already sent someone over yesterday to conduct the acceptance of the preclinical experiments, and it's estimated that the results will be out in the next 2 days. Well, good. When the time comes, I'll communicate with the leaders above and find a hospital to cooperate with us in the clinical trial. Afterward, Songja took Jiang Fan on a tour of the entire lab. It's not a big place, but it's very well equipped. Jiang Fan, this is the formula of the anti-cancer drug we researched. Can you see what needs to be improved? Jiang Fan was a bit surprised. Where did he know anything about pharmaceutical formulas? The last time he helped Songja find out about preclinical experimental problems, it was because he was very proficient in chemistry. Chief Engineer Song, I don't really know much about medicine. Little Fan, you don't have to be modest. Elder Long was now very cognizant of Jiang Fan's abilities and felt that he was just omnipotent. Since Elder Long had said so, Jiang Fan took the recipe sheet. He looked at it carefully. It was full of chemical party reaction components. The equations he did understand, but not so much the effects. Just as Jiang Fan was about to finish reading, the system's voice suddenly came to his mind. System, trigger choice mission. Option 1, develop an anti-cancer drug with Chinese herbal ingredients. Receive a copy of the formula for a Chinese herbal ingredient anti-cancer drug. Choice 2, develop a chemically composed anti-cancer drug. Obtain a copy of the chemical composition anti-cancer drug formula. Jiang Fan hesitated. He didn't have any intention of developing medicine, but since the system gave him the choice, he decided to give it a try. For the choices given by the system, Jiang Fan did not hesitate to choose one, because he thought that as long as it was a chemically composed drug, it would definitely harm his body. This is not the case with traditional Chinese medicine, where the herbs all come from nature, e.g., plant roots, leaves, fruits, and so on. All of these things can be absorbed by the body without creating toxin residues in the body. After Jiang Fan chose one, the system emitted a golden light and a recipe appeared in his mind. Although it was just a recipe, Jiang Fan was still taken aback by the huge amount of information on Chinese herbs. There are a total of 108 herbs in it, and each of them has a required age, composition, color, geography, and so on. With such demanding requirements, I guess it's only the system that can write such a recipe. Just as Jiang Fan was thinking this, the system suddenly spoke. System, this formula was developed by the ancient people of the Dragon Kingdom, not by the system. Jiang Fan, Dragon Kingdom ancients? Could it be Hua Tua or Li Shizhen? System, neither. More so than them. JFK, who's that? System, no comment. Although Jiang Fan did not come up with any specific names, he drew a message from the system that Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom was far more powerful than imagined. Jiang Fan then said to Elder Long and Songja, Teacher, have you ever thought of developing anti-cancer drugs through Chinese medicine techniques? Chinese medicine? Anti-cancer drugs? Chapter 185. 185, Dragon Dan Pill. Chinese medicine? Anti-cancer drugs? Elder Long and Songja were both confused. It had never occurred to them in their minds to link the Chinese medicine technology of the Dragon Kingdom with the research of anti-cancer drugs. In earlier years, since Western medicine entered the Dragon Kingdom, it quickly seized the Dragon Kingdom's pharmaceutical market with its ease of taking and fast healing speed, and Chinese medicine is rapidly declining, with few Chinese hospitals in every city in the Dragon Kingdom now. These remaining Chinese medicine hospitals, however, still have a large number of Western medical doctors, so they are euphemistically called. The combination of Chinese and Western medicines is effective. Xiaofan, can Chinese medicine techniques be researched to produce anti-cancer drugs? Elder Long said in surprise. Teacher, don't forget that our Dragon Kingdom has a history of 5,000 years and a profound culture. The Chinese medicine culture left behind by our old ancestors is even more of a treasure. The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, the Classic of Difficulties, the Treatise on Typhoid Miscellaneous Diseases, and the Divine Husbandman's classic of the Materia Medica, each of which is a marvelous medical text. Long Lao and Songja, as people of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally believed very much in the crystallization of the wisdom of their old ancestors. Jiang Fan, we all very much agree with what you said, but in order to develop an anti-cancer drug by combining Chinese medicine techniques, we need to have a great deal of knowledge of Chinese medicine to be able to do so, and I've only researched chemical drugs. Sunchul spoke his innermost thoughts. Elder Long also echoed, Chinese medicine techniques are indeed very good, curing the disease at the root and not hurting the body. But it's a pity that our old ancestors didn't leave us a prescription for making anti-cancer drugs. It's too difficult for us to research alone. Teacher, I have occasionally seen in an ancient book of medicine a Chinese herbal formula for treating cancer called Dragon Dan Pill, which has the method of making it and also tells about the effect of treating cancer. The Dragon Dan Pill formula? Songja and Elder Long were once again surprised. Well, I'll write it down for you. After that, Jiang Fan found a piece of paper and then wrote out the formula of 108 flavors of Chinese medicine on it. Both Elder Long and Songja took a closer look and said that they couldn't understand it. Academician Long, I suggest we try this formula written by Jiang Fan. Sunchul offered. He developed the NM89 drug molecule, which had a great success rate, but it had as many side effects as any commercially available anti-cancer drug. Many cancer patients who take anti-cancer drugs for a long period of time experience varying degrees of liver damage, decreased immune systems, and so on. This leads to other flare-ups before the cancer is cured. If the Chinese herbal anti-cancer medicine Jiang Fan said could be successfully developed, these side effects would be avoided. Long Lao and they deliberated for a while and finally decided that NM89 anti-cancer drugs and Chinese herbal anti-cancer drugs should be researched at the same time. Today NM89 drug molecules of anti-cancer drugs, the country has not yet approved. They temporarily enter the clinical trial stage. Just as they are not busy now, then they went together to the nearest herbalist. The Chinese herbal anti-cancer medicine formula that the system rewarded Jiang Fan with had 108 flavors of herbs, but they were all usual herbs and nothing particularly rare. They easily dispensed all the herbs, and the next step was that they needed to be boiled in proportion. So on the second floor of the Huakong Pharmaceutical Research Laboratory, white smoke drifted out from time to time, and it was Jiang Fan who was boiling the herbs. The other technicians from the Institute of Medicine, when they saw this scene, thought that they were boiling Chinese medicine for Elder Long. Jiang Fan followed the boiling method in the recipe and boiled it for 3 hours, opened it and found that it was something gray and sticky. Jiang Fan took out a wooden spoon and dug a spoonful. The consistency was somewhat like sesame paste. At the same time a bitter, unpleasant smell hit the air. Elder Dragon reacted the most and directly dry-heaved. Jiang Fan hurriedly moved away, and they looked at the gray thing with doubt in their hearts. Was this thing sure that it could be eaten? Jiang Fan could be sure that the system would never lie to him, so he pinched some in his hand and put it in his mouth. Elder Long hurriedly stopped it. Fan, don't. It's okay, teacher. These are boiled with herbs. They shouldn't be poisonous. Jiang Fan carefully savored the taste, and he hastily drank a few mouthfuls of water before he felt better. It was really bad to the core. Jiang Fan, these things, let me do a compositional analysis. Afterward, Songja took more than 10 points of samples and put them into a transparent bag. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that he had missed the last step in the recipe, which was that it needed to be made into a circle and placed under the sun for an hour. Jiang Fan looked outside. The sun hadn't set yet, so he balled up a few small balls with his hands, patted them with a piece of clean paper, and placed them next to the window. Just the right amount of sun to live in. With everything done, the next time, it's all about waiting. Jiang Fan looked at the somewhat tired Long Lao and asked with concern, Teacher, is there something wrong with your body? The body is fine. I just don't feel as energetic as I used to. Jiang Fan guessed that it was estimated that Elder Long's body had suffered from cancer cells before, and although the cancer cells had disappeared, his body had not fully recovered. Should wait to nurse it for a while. Teacher, let me get you a glass of water while you rest. An hour passed quickly and Jiang Fan went to look at the pills drying. As he walked to the window, he noticed that what had been a few gray pills had turned gold. 186. 186 chapter, Flying Dragon 1 live streaming. Jiang Fan took the item to Elder Dragon. Elder Long was also startled by the magical scene in front of him. He picked up the golden pill and put it next to his own nose and smelled it. The flavor was not bitter and unpleasant, but had a faint sandalwood scent. Could it be that this pill is photosynthesizing with the sun? Chinese medicine is truly subtle to the core. Elder Long couldn't help but sigh. Just as Jiang Fan and Elder Long were observing the Golden Dragon Dan pill, Songja came over excitedly with the ingredient list he had just made. Academician Long, it's unbelievable. The ingredients of the medicine we boiled down have a very good effect of backing up the cancer cells. Great. It looks like this recipe from Jiang Fan should be correct. Elder Long was also very excited. At this time, Songja saw the golden orb in Old Man Long's hand, which was still emitting a faint scent, and asked curiously, "What is this, Elder Dragon?" "These are the herbs we boiled just now," Elder Long said smilingly. "Ha, wasn't what we boiled just now gray? How come it's a golden color now?" Songja had a confused look on his face, so he took the golden pill in Elder Long's hand and carefully studied it. "How does it not look like the herbs that were just boiled?" he said to Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, is this really the herbal medicine we boiled just now?" "Yes, Chief Song, just now I put it under the sun for an hour, and it turned golden, and the flavor changed to a light scent. This is too amazing." Songja was surprised. Afterward, Elder Long and the others conferred and decided to first take the Dragon Dan pill they had boiled down and experiment on mice. If there is really no problem, they can then apply to the Drug Administration for clinical trials. The next day, 9 in the morning, there are 58 minutes left for the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle to lift off. This time, the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle is carrying a kiloton rocket booster. Tiger Tooth Live puts the live broadcast platforms of the Blue Star countries, all connected to the Dragon Kingdom, for all countries to watch the live broadcast of the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. People have been chatting away within the live stream. Country F, it didn't occur to me that the Dragon Kingdom would have the guts to live stream a kiloton rocket liftoff. Pretty country, they're making a fool of themselves. Can you believe 1,000 tons of rocket propulsion? We in the pretty country only have 700 tons of rocket propulsion. Sakura Nation, Big Brother is right. Dragon Nation is definitely faking it this time. Who knows if his thrusters have the power of 1,000 tons? Kimchi Country, Dragon Country people are just vain. See Pretty Country 700 tons propellant rocket liftoff. They even get a 1,000 tons propellant rocket liftoff. Country H, kiloton rocket boosters are not that easy to develop. Just as everyone was talking, Pretty Country also started a live stream on the Tiger Tooth Live platform. Inside was none other than Bai Yanlang and a host. They've opened a live broadcast specifically for this 1,000-ton rocket liftoff from the Dragon Kingdom. Pretty Country meant for Bai Yilong to act as a spokesperson and strike a good blow against Dragon Country. Let the countries of the world understand that their beautiful country is the hegemon in the field of space. Once they started, they quickly attracted the attention of a large number of people. Netizen 1, Professor Bai, do you feel that this kiloton rocket booster of Dragon Kingdom is real? Netizen 2, same question. Netizen 3, +1. At this time, the host looked at the live broadcast and said to Bai Yanlang, "Moderator, Professor Bai, everyone is asking you about the genuineness of the Dragon's kiloton rocket propulsion this time. Bai Yilong, this is a farce. The level of technology in the aerospace field of the Dragon Kingdom can't even research a kiloton rocket propeller." Moderator, so Prof. Bai, why did the Dragon Kingdom dare to broadcast the rocket liftoff this time where? Bai Yilong, from what I know of the Dragon Kingdom, they should just be broadcasting live with rockets with 300 tons of propulsion. At this time, some of the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom heard Bai Yanlang make such a shameless statement and immediately opened their mouths to curse. Dragon Country Netizen 1, grass your grandfather's white-eyed wolf. Traitor, the Dragon Country to raise you up. You and Pretty Country's dog. Dragon Nation 2, White Eyes, your name really goes with you. Dragon Country Netizen 3, we Dragon Country people have always been upright. Everyone should not listen to this person nonsense. Pretty Nation Netizen 1, Prof. Bai knows the Dragon Nation people very well, and he's definitely right that the Dragon Nation is definitely faking this broadcast. Pretty Nation Netizen 2, Dragon Nation people trash. Get 300 tons of rocket propulsion to fool all the countries. Treat us like little cuties. What? Sakura Nation Netizen 1, dare to snub us. Brothers, go with me to Dragon Nation's live room to scold them. Dragon Nation's live stream. The number of people watching the live stream has reached 120 million and the number is still growing. Sakura Nation Netizen 1, next door. Bai Yilong is on the air, saying that Dragon Nation's rocket boosters this time aren't kilotons at all, and that they're fooling us. Kimchi Country Netizen 2, I knew there must be a ghost in this live broadcast of Longhua. I didn't expect when our little cutie play brothers scold them. Just as some netizens from the Sakura and Kimchi countries were bringing up the tempo, another window opened on the Dragon Nation live platform. In the picture sat 2 foreigners and a dragon host. The dragon host said to the live feed, all viewers watching the liftoff of the Flying Dragon 1 kiloton rocket, hello everyone, we in the Dragon Kingdom in order that this time everyone will not be provoked by some villain. On this occasion, 2 United Nations notaries were specially invited. They are Frank of the Pretty Country, and Lomonosov of Russia. Chapter 187. 187, The Conspiracy of the Pretty Country. The viewers of the various countries in the live broadcast room, when they heard the host say this, all quieted down. The host then said to Frank from the Pretty Country, and Lomonosov from Russia, Moderator, hello Mr. Lomonosov. Can you tell the audience how many tons of propellant are used in this Flying Dragon 1 rocket of our Dragon Kingdom? Lomonosov, hello everyone. I'm Lomonosov, a member of the United Nations, specially invited by the Dragon Kingdom to be a notary. Mr. Frank and I have tested their propellant and it does indeed reach 1,000 tons of thrust. The host then had a question for Mr. Frank. After all, he is from a pretty country and he has more to say to convince the people of their country. Frank's expression was a little odd, and you could tell he was extremely reluctant to admit this, but he had to. In fact, he was also deeply shocked when he confirmed that the propellers used in the Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon 1 rocket reached 1,000 tons. He then prepared to tell his country the news, and found that the wily Dragon Kingdom had blocked cell phone signals so that he couldn't send a message. The moderator saw that Frank didn't say anything, so he asked again. Moderator, Mr. Frank, prove it to everyone. Frank said this reluctantly. Indeed, what the Dragon Kingdom is using this time is a kiloton rocket booster. The live audience buzzed again when they heard Frank from the pretty country admit it. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, hear that. What our Dragon Bone Flying Dragon 1 rocket uses are kiloton thrusters. Longwa Netizen 2, who just said that our Longwa fakes have the guts to stand out. Mama la Baz. I promise not to spray you to death. Dragon Country Netizen 3, pretty country dog white-eyed wolf here. See you damn still dare to nonsense. Dragon Country Netizen 4, we Dragon Country Hall never false. There are always some small-minded people to measure the gentleman's heart. The live broadcast room at this time were all the voices of the Dragon's netizens. Just now those who said that the Dragon's fudging. This time none of them dared to stand out and speak. Bai Elong live. At this time, Bai Yanlang was extremely embarrassed. He had just made a big statement that it was impossible for the people of the Dragon Kingdom to research the kiloton rocket propulsion. And as a result, Frank from the pretty country testified for the Dragon Kingdom. He had been told by the government people of the pretty country, before he went on air, that Frank, the UN MP, had gone to the Dragon Kingdom to be a notary public. If they did work on a kiloton rocket booster in Dragonland, Frank would have sent a message to let them know. If they don't send a message, it proves that they are the Dragon State faking it. Bai Yanlang was pretty sure that there was something wrong with the Dragon propeller because he hadn't received the message. The results slapped themselves in the face. Bai Elong then excused himself to go to the bathroom and then walked out of the live feed. He went to the next room and directly questioned the government agent. Han, Fordyce, didn't you say Frank would send us a message? Foster said with a grin. Professor Bai, there may have been some problems in the middle. However, although the Dragon Kingdom has researched the kiloton rocket propulsion, it is only considered a success after pushing the rocket into the sky. Don't worry, I've already made a foolproof plan. Foster gave Bai Yanlang a rundown of his arrangements, and Bai Yanlang instantly broke into a smile. Afterward, Bai Yanlang returned to the live broadcast room, his face completely devoid of the awkward look he had just had. Before the host could ask a question, Bai Yanlang said directly, Bai Yanlang, the Dragon Kingdom's research into the kiloton rocket propulsion is only a theoretical success. Practice is the only standard to test whether it's successful or not. Moderator, Professor Bai, you mean to say that if the kiloton rocket propellers researched by the Dragon Kingdom are unable to propel the rockets into the air, or explode when they fly into the air, it means that the kiloton propellers are a failure. Bai Elong, haha, exactly. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Bai Yanlong's comments and instantly discussed them. Pretty Nation 1, what Prof. White said is very true. Ha ha. Sakura Nation Netizen 2, as long as the liftoff fails, it means that the kiloton rocket propulsion researched by Dragon Nation is a piece of crap. Kimchi Nation Netizen 3, after listening to Prof. Beck's words, I feel that Dragon Nation's Flying Dragon 1 rocket is 100% doomed. Ha ha. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, explode your sister. Grass you. Dragon Nation Netizen 2, our Dragon Nation's rocket boosters must succeed. Dragon Nation 3, white-eyed wolf you ing eat. Longwa Netizen 4, he's only full of. Just now he said that Longwa couldn't research a kiloton rocket booster, and then he slapped his face. Right? This will start talking nonsense again. Bai Yanlang swept the live chat from time to time, seeing that many people from the Dragon Kingdom and other countries were cursing each other. In order to push the envelope, Bai Yanlang said to the live broadcast, ha ha, this time I'm sure that the kiloton thruster the Dragon Kingdom researched is simply a piece of junk. If they manage to lift off, I'll apologize to the Dragon Kingdom on my knees. 188. 188 chapter, close to the eye. The moment Bai Yanlang said this, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Pretty country netizen 1, Prof. Bai dares to talk like this. I'm sure it's hard to lift the rockets of the Dragon Kingdom this time. I'm afraid. Ha ha. Sakura Nation Netizen 2, this is going to be a good show. Dragon Nation will have you crying later. Kimchi Nation Netizen 3, if Flying Dragon 1 directly explodes, This time the Dragon Nation is a lost cause. Pretty Nation too, yeah. Not only did the kiloton thruster fail, but the Flying Dragon 1 rocket is toast. So looking forward to that. Pretty Country Netizen 3, do you guys think that after the Dragon Country rocket explodes, it will just blow up the Dragon Country's rocket base straight away? Ha ha. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, a bunch of dogs' mouths spitting out ivory. You'll all be waiting to be punched in the face later. Dragon Nation Netizen 2, let you grandson see how powerful our Dragon Nation's rockets are. Dragon Kingdom Netizen 3, White-Eyed Wolf. Who that gave you the courage to dare to speak so loudly? Today we, Dragon Kingdom, will let you apologize to us on your knees. Dragon Nation Netizen 4, Brothers. What that traitor just said has been recorded on the screen. Sit back and wait to kneel down. Time passed by, and the clock soon reached 50 minutes past 9. There are 8 minutes to go before the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle lifts off. The lab of the old dragon at Longkou University. Jiang Fan and a few of the dragon elders were also watching the live broadcast of the Flying Dragon 1. Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guang Yuan, and Niusu each held their cell phones and watched Bai Yanlang's live broadcast, and then they whispered their anger. This Bai Yanlang is really something, and he cursed the Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle to explode. The Dragon Kingdom trained him to go to the Pretty Kingdom as a dog. Hush, keep your voices down. Bai Yanlang is Academician Long's former student. Don't let him hear you. After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she even made a point of looking at Long Lao, and seeing that he didn't notice this side, she continued to speak in a low voice. Let's see if I don't scold him to death. You guys say, Senior Jiang Fan and he are both students of Academician Long, but how come the gap between the doers is so big? Bah! How can this kind of person be compared to senior brother Jiang Fan? Yeah, I agree with that one. 3 people mentioned Jiang Fan, are a face of admiration. Just 3 months' time, they followed Jiang Fan together with the research, lithium iron phosphate power battery and a nanochip, 2 major achievements. Being able to participate in such a program was enough for them to show off for a generation in the future. Since they were talking a little too loudly, Elder Long said to them, "What are you 3 muttering about? Hurry over and watch the Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon 1 rocket lift off." When the 3 heard that, they hurriedly put away their cell phones and made it to the side of Jiang Fan. At this time, there were still 5 minutes before the Flying Dragon 1 rocket lifted off. Xia Xiaoyu asked Long Lao curiously, "Academician Long, can you tell us who researched the kiloton rocket propeller?" When Su Guang Yuan and Niu Su heard Xia Xiaoyu's question, they immediately leaned over with their ears perked up as well. Elder Long then smiled mysteriously and said to the 3 of them, "Who do you think it could be? The only one who can look out of the corner of your eye in the Dragon Kingdom's rocket propulsion is probably Prof. Go Shicheng of the Northwest Base." It was reported on the news that this time the rocket propulsion was researched at the Northwest Base. It must be Prof. Go as well. Su Guang Yuan and Niu Su chimed in. In fact, as soon as the news came out, they guessed and researched that the kiloton rocket booster must have been developed by Professor Go Shicheng. But since there has been no official announcement, they are not sure. With a smug look on his face, Elder Long shook his head and said, No, isn't it Prof. Go Shicheng? Is there any other big shot in the Dragon Kingdom besides him? The 3 of them looked at each other with a puzzled look at Elder Long. It's a new scientific research star that recently came out of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Long prompted. Research Nova? Xia Xiaoyu's trio began to search hard in their minds. Rising star of research in the Dragon Kingdom? In their opinion, it seemed that there was no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could be called the new star of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research. Except for Jiang Fan. They glanced at Jiang Fan and their minds continued to search, but they could no longer think of who it could be. In fact, it was no wonder that they hadn't thought of Jiang Fan, because at first, they knew that Jiang Fan had gone to the Kyoto rocket propulsion base, and with such a short period of 1 month, they didn't believe that Jiang Fan would be able to research the kiloton rocket propeller. Academician Long, we really can't guess? Why don't you just tell us who it is? As far as the sky is in front of you. After Long Lao finished speaking, he looked directly at Jiang Fan. When the 3 of them heard Elder Long say this, their eyes instantly warmed up. Academician Long, you are also too powerful. Having just researched a 500-ton rocket propeller, you immediately researched a 1,000-ton rocket recommendation. Wow! Academician Long, you are our idol. From now on, the 3 of us vow to follow you in your research. The 3 of them kissed the dragon old man's ass, causing the dragon old man to be embarrassed for a while, so they said without a good mood, "You guys are really good at putting gold on my face, but I just said that I'm the rising star of the Dragon Kingdom." Xia Xiaoyu and the 3 of them then calmed down. The lab was now just Jiang Fan and the 5 of them, not Elder Dragon, much less the 3 of them. There was only one person left. That would be Jiang Fan. Yes, Senior Jiang Fan? 189. 189 chapter, Live Eating Shang. 30, 29. 28, 27, 26, 25. A countdown rang out in the Dragon Rocket live room. On the main screen of the live broadcast at this moment, the towering flying Dragon 1 rocket stood upright on the launch pad, with waiting for this order. Straight to the heavens. The Dragon hosts in the live broadcast room were also excited at this time. She yelled along with the countdown coming from the rocket operations room, until the final countdown of 10 seconds. Instead of shouting along again, the hosts held their breath and stared deathly at the rocket launch pad. The live broadcast room this time will also be surprisingly quiet. Those who are in the light to watch the live broadcast of the Dragon Country audience, they are also nervous. Each countdown from the control room made their hearts flutter with it. It wasn't until the final countdown of 3 seconds that the hearts of those who followed were in their throats. 3, 2, 1, fire. As the commander-in-chief of the control room gave the order to launch, the whole of Blue Star was glued to the live screen to watch this kiloton thruster rocket from Dragonland. Yet 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The rocket didn't budge a bit. This caused the hearts of all the Dragon Nation people to tighten, and many question marks sprang up in their minds, especially the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the live broadcast this time. They were startled when they saw this scene. What the hell? Why didn't the ignition work? Call the launch base and ask what the accident was? This was the moment when the Dragon Kingdom showed the world its aerospace technology, and they would never allow any accidents to occur. Otherwise, in the future, they were afraid that the Dragon Kingdom would really become the joke of Blue Star and be laughed at by the pretty countries. It might be really hard to hold your head up in the future. Inside the pretty country's live broadcast room, Bai Yanlang was instantly happy to see this scene. The Dragon Kingdom is really worse than I said. Even the ignition didn't work. Ha ha. The host followed suit with a taunt. Prof. Bai. In the ancient language of the Dragon Kingdom, isn't this called dying before one's birth? Bai Yilong, yes. One could also say that it was over before it began. Ha ha. Bai Yanlang, as I said before, Dragon aerospace technology is pretty garbage. There's no way they could have researched a true kiloton rocket booster. Dragon Nation 1, you're the real trash. It's bad network latency. Dragon Nation 2, yes. That's network delay. Maybe. Our flying Dragon 1 rocket has been lifting off for a long time. It's just that the network is not working. Dragon Nation 3, that's right. White wolves don't know what they're talking about. Bai Yilong saw the Dragon Nation within the live broadcast all chanting about the network delay. He could not help but laugh in contempt. Network delay? Are you guys being funny? If it's a network delay, why can we listen to the sound of the control room counting down? Dragon Nation 5, sound takes up a small amount of network data. Video images are larger. You know? Ignorant white wolves. Bai Yanlang was furious when he saw the message sent by this netizen. He's the one who worked on the 700-ton rocket propulsion, and he's pretty sure that this is the propulsion that can't be ignited in Longhua. But this time he is giving Pretty Country dog. Ah, no. As the spokesman for Pretty Country, he held back his anger and didn't bother with this ignorant Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation Netizen 6, network delay don't even understand. This traitorous dog, besides knowing how to lick the Pretty Country, what else do you know? No. Dragon Country Netizen 7, haha, right. This dog, just blindly barking. Bai Yanlang simply didn't look at the pop-up sent by those Dragon Nation people in the live broadcast in order to keep himself from being disorganized. But people are so cheap sometimes. The more they don't want to see, the more curiosity drives him to want to take a look. In the end he couldn't resist looking at it, just in time to see all the Dragon netizens calling him ignorant. He's a professor, and some time ago he was awarded the title of Rocket Star and Rising Star of Science and Technology. He thought he was definitely in the high IQ wave on the blue planet. Not to say it's comparable to Einstein, but it's not far off. He could not allow some ignorant people to call him ignorant, and said angrily, if this is a problem with network latency, I'm going to eat live. This is simply a garbage Dragon Kingdom rocket that can't ignite. Pretty Country Netizen 1, Prof. White is right. The rocket can't ignite in the garbage Dragon Country. And you guys are still talking about network delay. Pretty Country Netizen 2, Prof. Bai is the new generation of rocket leaders in our pretty country. And if he says he can't light a fire, then he can't light a fire. Sakura Nation Netizen 3, Rubbish Dragon Nation. Still weaseling about network delays. You guys didn't look at the time. How long has passed now? Kimchi Nation 4, Despise. Trashy Dragon Country. Ignition didn't even work. The group of netizens from the Dragon Kingdom seemed to have realized something at this time, and many seconds had indeed passed. Did it really fail? Lone Oak University Long Senior Lab. Since Xia Xiaoyu and the others learned that the kiloton rocket propeller was researched by Jiang Fan, they admired him to the core. I don't know why I was able to watch the live broadcast with Jiang Fan, but there was always an inexplicable sense of pride in my heart. Ha! What the hell? It's already been 5 seconds. Why hasn't Flying Dragon 1 moved a bit? In Xiao Xiaoyu's trio's mind, an ominous premonition popped up. They looked at Jiang Fan at the same time. Jiang Fan, however, said with a faint smile, "It's solid fuel, a little slow to ignite. No rush." 190 chapter, Unidentified Objects. Just as many of the dragons were helplessly accepting defeat, a thin white smoke slowly emerged from underneath the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast. Some attentive people saw the scene and became excited, sending out messages on the air. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, you see white smoke underneath the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. With this netizen's prompting, the audience in the live broadcast room hurriedly looked, and indeed found white smoke. And the white smoke was getting thicker and thicker. They instantly lit up with hope, followed by excitement. Swipe up rocket gifts in the livestream. My Awesome sends a big rocket +1. Donkey Kong Jr. delivers a big rocket +2. Unbeatable Handsome sends a big rocket +3. Rocket +999. Rocket +999999. The livestream was instantly overrun with rocket gifts from everyone. Afterwards, some of the netizens from the Dragon Country ran to the Pretty Countries by Yenlong's live broadcast room. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, did the white-eyed wolves see that? Our Dragon Nation's Flying Dragon 1 rocket ignited successfully. Dragon Nation 2, let's just say it's an internet delay. Ha ha. Bai Yanlang fixed his eyes and saw that white smoke was coming out from underneath the Dragon Kingdom's rocket. According to his experience, after the rocket fuels is ignited, usually 2 seconds, a strong thrust energy will burst out and the rocket will lift off. And there's no way the Dragon's rockets could have reacted for so long. He guessed that only then these white smoke should be the emergence of other conditions. So Bai Yanlang disdainfully said, "Don't get too excited, guys. This white smoke might be a fuel leak that will cause the rocket to explode later." Just after Bai Yanlang finished speaking, white smoke instantly filled up, and in less than a second, it directly covered half of the height of the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. At this point the rocket also quivered. All the Dragon Nation people were watching this Flying Dragon 1 rocket, hoping that there would be no accidents. After all, it took so long to ignite. It wouldn't take much longer to respond if the ignition was successful. Just when they were worried if the rocket was an accident one, instead, they heard a swish and the rocket disappeared from the picture. Everyone's mind was filled with a series of question marks. Where's the Flying Dragon 1 rocket? The cameraman who was responsible for shooting the footage now was also taken aback as he hurriedly searched for any sign of the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. When he looked up into the sky, he found that the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle had already flown 100 meters in the air. So he panicked and pointed the camera at the rocket flying in the sky. But just as I calibrated and prepared to follow the camera at an even speed, the Flying Dragon 1 rocket flew out of the frame again. It's too fast. The photographer couldn't help but be shocked in his mind. All he could do then was keep moving the camera quickly after the rocket. The Dragon Country audience in the live broadcast room boiled over when they saw this scene. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, Dragon Nation Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle successfully lifts off. Ha ha. Dragon Nation 2, awesome country. Ha ha. Dragon Nation Netizen 3, that's awesome. Our kiloton thruster rocket is a success. Dragon Nation 4, it worked. Haha %. Dragon Nation 5, that's fast. That's fierce. I love it. The host was also excited. Our Dragon Kingdom kiloton thruster rocket has succeeded. Ha ha. The entire Dragon Kingdom was jubilant at this point, and they were all proud of their country. The senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom also finally put their hearts down. The slow ignition just now did startle them. One of the senior leaders snickered. We must severely criticize Jiang Fan when we turn around. A few of us old guys are having heart attacks. Ha ha. Solid fuel ignition reaction is slow, and do not give us a warning beforehand. Just look at the number 1 scared a cold sweat. Number 1 said at once, unhappily. I don't know who it was just now, jumping up and down in a hurry. Ha ha. Ha ha. Several senior leaders were laughing at this time, although they were indeed scared just now. But fortunately, things had a scare. And the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle successfully lifted off. Pretty Country White Words Lang Live. Dragon Country Netizen 1, who just said they want to eat Sean live. Hurry up and eat it. Ha ha. Dragon Nation Netizen 2, White-Eyed Wolves Eat. Kneel down and apologize to the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Nation Netizen 3, I have recorded screen evidence. Bai Elong looked at the clamor of the live-streaming Dragon Nation netizens and didn't get nervous, but said without haste, who said your rocket liftoff was successful? Maybe something will go wrong in the air. Ha ha. The host of Pretty Country chimed in. Professor White is right. There have been many incidents of rockets lifting off and then exploding on Blue Star. As the host's words were uttered, a white point of light suddenly intruded into the Dragon Nation's live broadcast screen. Because that point of light was at an altitude of several thousand meters, people could not see his shape clearly with the naked eye. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of the unidentified point of light. Dragon Nation 1, what the hell is this? Dragon Nation 2, it can't be no UFO. Dragon Country Netizen 3, not good. The UFO is heading towards Flying Dragon 1. Dragon Nation 4, they're getting closer. 191 chapter, Conspiracy. The photographer in charge of the scene. He also spotted the unidentified spot of light. Before he could react, he received instructions from his leader. He rushed to use the high-powered lens tracking to zoom in. However, the speed of the unidentified point of light was so fast that in the live broadcast screen, everyone could only vaguely see a residual shadow. The photographer turned the focus up to maximum, but the image was no longer visible, but vaguely see that it is cylindrical. The cameraman then reported what he had seen to the leader. Several of Kyoto's top leaders were instantly startled as they reported back through their cameraman. It can be analyzed and concluded that it is a missile. After arriving at this result, they were all shocked. Number 1 called the Northwest Military Region of the Dragon Kingdom directly. Chief Lu, does your military region's radar show any unidentified flying objects? After a slight lapse of a few seconds, Chief Lu said into the phone, No. Several of the leaders were at a bit of a loss. This missile had clearly been photographed by them and the radar surprisingly didn't show it. Chief Lu, missiles have been detected at an altitude of roughly 8,000 meters above you. Missiles? Impossible. The radar only shows images of the rockets carried by Flying Dragon 1 on top of the radar. Look in the direction of Flying Dragon 1 with the binoculars in your military district. Chief Lu hurriedly ran to the telescope room in the military area and looked in the direction of the Flying Dragon 1 carrier rocket. Sure enough, an unidentified flying light spot was spotted. Chief Lu instantly tensed up. Their military region was maintaining the security of the entire northwestern region of the Dragon Kingdom. And it's amazing that missiles have appeared above their heads and they don't know it yet. The key to this missile seems to be targeting the Flying Dragon 1 rocket. Number 1. Do we need to activate the anti-missile system? Hey, it's already too late. Number 1 said helplessly. Yes, the point of light was now very close to the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. And if the anti-missile system was activated, their rocket would probably be shot down as well. Number 1 then gave Jiang Fan a call. Inside the Dragon Elder's lab, Jiang Fan's few people also saw the unidentified point of light. But they were watching a live video feed and couldn't tell what it was at all. Just as he and Elder Dragon were guessing what it was, his phone rang. Jiang Fan saw that it was actually Number 1, so he hurriedly connected. Jiang Fan, it's not good. That unidentified point of light is a missile. Its target is none other than the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. The kiloton thruster was developed by you. Do you have any way to not dodge it yet? Missiles? Jiang Fan was also shocked by this news. Afterward, Jiang Fan instantly became serious and said to Number 1, connect me to the head of the rocket launch control room. Yes. Number 1 then connected to Chief Commander Lu Tianhang in the rocket control room. Jiang Fan didn't talk nonsense and said directly, fuel tank input boosted by 150%. 150%? The fuel silo nozzles simply can't take such a large energy output. There will be problems, Lu Tianhang said. Instead, Number 1 spoke sternly at him. Execute the order. Available. Hurry, before it's too late. Lu Tianhang was about to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Jiang Fan. With 150% fuel output, the thrust would be 500 tons. So powerful that he wasn't even sure the rocket itself could handle it. But now this was no way out. If it was hit by a missile, the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle would also explode. Fuel tank input increased by 150%. Pretty Country by Yenlong's live broadcast room. At this time, he was looking at the 2 points of light slowly approaching with a smug expression. This missile was precisely launched by the Pretty Country, and in order not to be detected, the Pretty Country also used their latest development of stealth material, which could evade the radar system of the Dragon Country. Successful approach to the Flying Dragon 1 rocket. As soon as the Dragon's rockets were blown up, everything turned to powder and no one knew the missiles were from their country. The plan. As far back as when Dragon announced the launch of a rocket with a kiloton of propellant, Pretty Nation began making preparations. Their principle is that whenever any other country surpasses them in space technology, they strike mercilessly to destroy them, to maintain their country's supremacy in space. Many foreign netizens in the live broadcast room watched the jokes of the Dragon Kingdom. Cherry Blossom Nation Netizen 1, finally not waiting in vain. The egg is here. Ha ha. Kimchi Nation 2, I haven't seen a rocket explode yet, and I'm suddenly a little excited. Pretty Country Netizen 3, this unidentified point of light. Looking at how to think UFO. I guess the aliens are not used to see the Dragon Country. Want to bomb them. Ha ha. Pretty Country Networker 4, brothers. 10 seconds and counting. We're about to crash into each other. Wait for the meteor to fall from the sky. All remember to make a wish. Oh, Dragon Nation Netizen 1, your ass. I think this thing is made by your Pretty Country. Intentionally crashing our Flying Dragon 1 rocket. Dragon Nation 2, Pretty Nation is so insidious. There was a clamor in the live room before it quickly quieted down again. Everyone was concentrating on the 2 points of light as they were close to rejoining together. Just then, the tail of the Flying Dragon 1 rocket instantly erupted in a dazzling burst of intense light. Chapter 192. 192, struck, 4 chapters. Boo! Sparks were flying high in the sky, like a giant firework exploding. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked by the scene in front of them, filled with incredulity. At this point, they had to admit that the Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle had exploded. When Bai Yanlang saw the image of the explosion in the live broadcast, he burst out laughing and snickered. Is this the Dragon Kingdom's kiloton propeller rocket? It's obviously a big firework. Thank you very much Dragonland for giving us a show. Ha ha. The host of Pretty Country was also all smiles. Moderator, Professor Bai. Can you analyze why Dragon's kiloton thruster rocket was hit by an unknown point of light? Bai Yanlang, this is very simple. That white spot of light must be a missile launched by the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Bai Yanlang made this comment, within the live broadcast room, quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom began to curse Bai Yanlang. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, Naya, Wide-Eyed Wolves, and ING Believable. Dragon Nation Netizen 2, we Dragon Nation people blow up our own rockets. How ING dare you say such a brainless reason? I think you're the brainwashed of the brainwashed. Dragon Nation Netizen 3, your ass. This UFO. I think it's a missile launched by Pretty Nation. Bai Yanlang looked at the angry curses of the Dragon's netizens, and this time, instead of getting angry, he also looked smug. Seeing how confident Bai Yanlang was, the host understood in his heart that he definitely had a reason for bringing up this comment. Moderator, dragons bombing their own country's missiles? Why did they do that? Bai Yanlang, many people may not be able to understand this, but from what I know of the Dragon Kingdom, they are a very cunning people. I don't know what they went through to get to you, legislators to admit that they worked on kiloton rocket propulsion, but I am certain that the Dragon Kingdom simply refuses to be able to have such technology, and the reason why they blew up the Flying Dragon 1 rocket missile is to destroy the corpse. At this time, the host listened to Bai Yanlang's analysis and said thoughtfully, Professor Bai, what you mean is that the Dragon Kingdom is afraid that if the Flying Dragon 1 rocket continues to lift off, it will reveal its flaws, so it simply blew up the rocket directly with a missile. In that case, they're claiming an attack by an unnamed object, not the failure of a kiloton rocket booster they were working on. Bai Yanlang directly applauded when he heard the host's words, looking at her with great appreciation. Bai Yanlang, not bad. Indeed. You all merely failed to see the Dragon Kingdom's scheme before. Now you understand why I dared to make a bet in the live broadcast that I would be willing to apologize to them on my knees if the Dragon kiloton rocket propellers worked. Bai Yanlang and the host's one-upmanship had completely enraged all the Dragon Nation people. Longhua Netizen 1, Grandpa. How could there be your kind of traitor before Longhua? Dragon Country Netizen 2, Bai Yilong. You are blindly pushing. I will make a plane to the Pretty Country to give you 2 slaps. Dragon Nation Netizen 3, our Dragon Nation is honorable. I think this is your Pretty Nation behind the scenes. Pretty Nation Netizen 4, Prof. Bai Yanlang is too good. He can see the conspiracy of the Dragon Nation people at a glance. Sakura Nation Netizen 5, Rokoku was annoyed by Prof. Bai Yanlang's look. Ha ha. Kimchi Nation Netizen 6, the people of the Dragon Nation are really vain. Not having researched the kiloton rocket propeller, they created a fake one to deceive everyone. F National Netizen 7, trying to surpass the Pretty Country in the field of spaceflight is a daydream. The entire Blue Star Pretty Country will always be the technological hegemon. Russian Networker 8, will you all please have a little pussy face? The reasoning behind this Bai Yanlang analysis is too far-fetched. I believe the Dragon Kingdom has researched the kiloton rocket propulsion. Buckeye Nation Netizen 9, I also support the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation 10, good buddy. Kyoto Senior Leadership Office. The first and several leaders also stared tightly at the video screen with a pained look on their faces. They had tightly arranged everything, but as a result, they still didn't expect that Pretty Country would do such a despicable thing since they did it. Boo! Number 1 slammed his hand on the table, shaking several glasses with water spilling out of them. I didn't realize that Pretty Country had researched missiles with stealthy materials to evade our radar scans. We protest to the United Nations and denounce the Pretty Country. Hey! The key is now that the stealth material missiles are turned into powder, and we don't have a single bit of evidence. Through the phone, Jiang Fan could clearly hear the anger and helplessness of several of the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. He himself was not angry beyond measure. Their entire lab was unusually quiet at this point, and none of them spoke. They all understood that the kiloton rocket propeller was something that Jiang Fan had worked so hard to research, and as a result, it was blown up just like that, so he was probably very upset in his heart. Just as Longhua was trying to comfort Jiang Fan, "Ha, Xiao Xiaoyu suddenly let out a surprised sound. And then she stammered in excitement. Fire! Rockets! Fly! Fly out! Jiang Fan and Elder Long they raised their heads violently and looked at the video screen. Only the second stage thruster of the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle, spewing hot flames, rushed straight into the sky in a lonely and proud manner. 193. 193 chapter, Kneeling and Apologizing. Pretty Nation's live broadcast, when by Elang and the hosts were mocking Dragon Nation. A Dragonite netizen suddenly sent out a message. Flying Dragon 1. It's the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle. It didn't explode. When everyone saw this, they all looked at the live feed. Only the carrier rocket of Flying Dragon 1 was seen in the picture, continuing to fly toward the sky. It's really Flying Dragon 1. Flying Dragon 1 didn't explode. Great. Wow. It's really our Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon No. 1. All the Dragon Kingdom people were excited. Just now they all thought that the Flying Dragon 1 rocket had exploded. But it turned out that now since it was intact, many people shouted in excitement. Bai Yanlang in the live broadcast room looked incredulously at what was in front of him. He thought he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes vigorously. It turned out that Flying Dragon 1 was really still flying high in the air, and was moving away from the area of the explosion just now. How is this possible? Just now obviously Flying Dragon 1 exploded. The host was also filled with shock and said to Bai Yanlang, Professor White, what's going on here? Bai Yanlang couldn't help but curse in his heart. I'm still wondering, what's going on here? In fact, what they didn't know was that after Jiang Fan gave the order to raise the output of the fuel silo by 150%, the rocket propellers erupted with a powerful energy, and the thrust instantly reached 500 tons, and the speed of the rocket was increased by a full 2 times, just in time to avoid the missiles. It would have been a perfect miss between the Pretty Country's missile and the Flying Dragon 1 rocket, and the missile wouldn't have exploded, but the third cutoff thruster, at full boost, with its fuel used up and its mission accomplished, detached from the rocket. Right in the middle of Pretty Country's missiles, the rocket had already been flown out of the range of the explosion, and the camera, because it was filming from the ground upwards, the huge explosion fire in the air, obscured the Flying Dragon 1. It caused everyone to be unable to see it and to think that the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle had exploded. In the office of the country's top leaders, the top leaders were all excited beyond words. Although they weren't sure why the rocket was fine, they could be sure that it had something to do with Jiang Fan's timely order. Number 1 said to Jiang Fan over the phone, his voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Fan, thank you. If it wasn't for Jiang Fan, it was estimated that the Flying Dragon 1 would definitely be hit, and the Dragon Kingdom would suffer serious losses then. Most importantly, the Dragon Kingdom will be a joke to other countries as well. That's all I'm supposed to do, Jiang Fan said with a sigh of relief. Elder Long patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, full of relief. The three of them, Xia Rain, were also excited and proud. And then Su Guangyuan thought of something and took out his cell phone to quickly enter the Pretty Country's live broadcasting room. Su Guangyuan, the white-eyed wolf, quickly knelt down and apologized to our Dragon Kingdom. Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su saw the message sent by Su Guangyuan and also entered the live broadcast room. Xia Xiaoyu, the white-eyed wolf, hurry up and make good on his promise. Kneel down and apologize to our Dragon Kingdom. Niu Su, kneel down and apologize to our Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the words of the three of them came out, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. A large number of Dragon Country netizens followed suit and swiped up the screen. Dragon Nation netizen 1, White-Eyed Wolf. Hurry up and apologize to our Dragon Nation on your knees. But I have video evidence of you. Longgui netizen 2, traitor. Kneel down and apologize to me. Dragon Nation 3, that's awesome. Damn it, get down on your knees and apologize. Dragon Nation 4, get on your knees and apologize. Pretty Country Dog. Russian netizen 5, be honest. You are representing a pretty country now. Don't lose the face of the pretty country. Buckeye Nation netizen 6, we could have seen it all just now. The live broadcast room was all vocally denouncing by Yanlong's voice, and his face was a shade of red and white at this time. Very ugly. The host is also embarrassed. I really do not know why Bai Yanlang said that kind of words. This is not intentionally lose the face of the beautiful country? Although she grumbled in her heart, she had to defend Bai Yanlang. Ladies and gentlemen, just now, Professor White was just joking for everyone. White's speech also hurriedly chimed in. Yes, I was joking for everyone just now. Just now, Bai Yanlang had humiliated the Dragon Kingdom in such a way. Where would the Dragon Kingdom netizens in this live streaming room let him go? Dragon Nation Netflix 11, must get down on my knees and apologize to the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation netizen 12, Bai Yanlang kneels down and apologizes. Or we in Dragon Nation boycott all Pretty Nation products. Dragon Nation netizen 13, yeah, boycott anything from Pretty Nation. No matter how much the netizens in the live broadcast scolded him, Bai Yanlang would definitely not kneel down and apologize. It was a matter of his personal reputation. In the end, Bai Yanlang couldn't take it anymore and left the live broadcast in a hurry. Pretty Country's livestream was also forced to shut down. And would the dragons not let Bai Yilan insults go unanswered afterward? So they went to all the major international websites and posted videos of Bai Yanlong's bet. 194. 194 Chapter, Unfaithfulness. Dragon Nation's livestream. As the Flying Dragon 1 launch vehicle reached its intended position, it also heralded the complete success of this kiloton thruster rocket of the Dragon Kingdom. The live broadcast then switched to an interview with Lu Tianhang, the chief commander responsible for the liftoff of the kiloton launch vehicle. Reporter, Commander-in-Chief Lu. First of all, congratulations on your successful command of the kiloton rocket booster. Lu Tianhang, I'm also very honored to have lived up to my country's trust in me this time. Reporter, Chief Commander Lu. The kiloton thruster that was researched this time. Which Dragon Kingdom hero from your northwest base can you tell us about it? Lu Tianhang, the one who researched the kiloton rocket propeller this time is Jiang Fan. As for the rest I can't reveal it. All the Dragon Nation people in the live broadcast room typed Jiang Fan's name on the public screen. Dragon Nation 1, Jiang Fan scientists are awesome. Dragon Country Netizen 2, Prof. Jiang Fan is too powerful. You are the hero of our Dragon Country. Suggest to the state to give him the Dragon Country National Hero Award. Dragon Nation Netizen 3, Jiang Fan de, too fierce, please accept my knee. Longhua Netizen 4, Prof. Jiang Fan, I will study well and become a hero like you. Dragon Nation Netizen 5, screw the entertainment stars. From now on Prof. Jiang Fan is my idol. Longku University Long Old Laboratory. Long Old Heart do not mention how happy. Think of the beginning. Bai Yanlang for the beautiful country researched 700 tons of rocket propulsion. Hard to humiliate the Dragon Country. And now, his student, Jiang Fan, had actually researched a kiloton rocket propeller, ruthlessly counterattacking and hitting the pretty country in the face. The more Long Lao thought about it, the happier he became in his heart, and the corners of his mouth almost listed to the back of his ears. At that moment, his phone rang, and Long Lao took a look to see that it was Professor Li from the Kyoto rocket propulsion base. Thinking of this assistant of his, Prof. Li, Long Lao still had some lingering anger towards him, and the last time he called, he went so far as to say that Jiang Fan had said that he was arrogant and did not keep his feet on the ground, and as a result, he was taught a good lesson. Li, what is it? Professor Li said excitedly. Academician Long, you have to watch the live broadcast. The live broadcast said that the Dragon Kingdom's kiloton rocket propeller was researched by Jiang Fan? This I know. Jiang Fan, 1,000 tons of rocket propulsion. He's too good. Professor Li excitedly exaggerated. Of course my student is great. If I remember correctly, I think you said he was arrogant and cocky back then? Professor Li was immediately embarrassed and hastily apologized. Academician Long, it was indeed my old eyes that were blinded at first, and I had eyes that didn't recognize Tai Shan. Professor Li, now think about it. Before the dragon old man scolded when he still Mingso, this will instantly understand. The original clown has been their own. When Long Lao called, Jiang Fan also received a call from his mom Li Guichin. Son, where are you now? Mom, I'm at Lonoke University School. What's wrong? Then, the sound of Li Guichin and Zhang Jinggua's conversation came from the other side of the phone. I told you that the person who researched the 1,000-ton rocket just had the same name as Jiang Fan, and you still didn't believe me and had to call and ask. What's wrong with asking? In case it's my son. Afterwards, Li Guichin said smilingly to Jiang Fan, Son, did you watch the live TV broadcast of the rocket liftoff from Dragon Kingdom? One of the scientists on it and you renamed it. Do you think it's a coincidence? It's a coincidence, Jiang Fan answered. In fact, he wanted to tell his old mom that it was either a rename or him. However, he still held back. There are some things, or not let his dad and mom know. This is also good for them. Son, do you think that man is you? Li Guichin was still a little undeterred and asked. Mom, I'm only a freshman in college. How could I research such a huge project? Jiang Fan said with a random excuse. Son, don't be discouraged. Maybe after you graduate, you can research the spaceship which, Jiang Jinghua couldn't help but say from the side. And a spaceship? You really dare to think. What's wrong with that? My son is supposed to be the best. Li Guichin said unconvincingly. Jiang Fan heard his parents joking and fighting, so he participated in it with interest and said, Don't worry, Mom, when the time comes, I'll definitely research a spaceship and take you and my dad on a space trip. Jiang Fan wasn't actually joking when he said such words because he believed that a year from now, as long as the controlled nuclear fusion research was successful, the spaceship would not be a matter at all. Still my son is good to me. Jiang Fan joked and laughed with his parents for a while. He suddenly realized that he had been away from home for 4 months, then said to his mom, "By the way, Mom, school will be out for winter break in a month." "Great, come back early then and Mom will cook something delicious." Aha! Immediately after the kiloton rocket liftoff was over, the Dragon Country sent a statement to the Pretty Country. In light of Bai Yilong's insulting remarks about the Dragon Kingdom, the person in question is required to apologize to the Dragon Kingdom. Pretty Country did not respond. Russia then issued a statement as well. For Bai Yanlang, as the spokesman of the beautiful country, to go back on his words and not keep his word. Our country expresses its doubts about the character of the beautiful country. Subsequently, the Baki state, as a small transparent country, also issued a statement expressing its condemnation of the Pretty State. Chapter 195. 195, the Great Mother of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was still very pleased to see the support of its good brother country. What the Dragon Kingdom never expected was that the Saudi Union state also issued a statement. Because of the integrity of the Pretty Country, the Saudi Union, will not buy military equipment from the Pretty Country from now on. The Pretty Country's government, which had been unmoved, panicked. The Saudi Union state is an alliance of more than a dozen countries in the Middle East, and they, the oil-rich countries, hold 3/4 of the Blue Planet's reserves. These countries are very rich, and in the eyes of the Pretty Countries, they are people who are stupid and powerful. And every year these stupid big spenders buy tons of military equipment from them. The Pretty Country has thus been given ample funds to develop its own national military forces. If the Saudi Union state stops buying, they will lose a lot of money. Pretty Country thinks twice and decides to hold a press conference so that Bai Yanlang can publicly apologize to Dragon Country. Bai Yilong was naturally against it, but he was just a dog to Pretty Country. Pretty Country doesn't give a damn about his thoughts and feelings and forces him to publicly apologize to Dragon Country. Bai Yanlang had no choice but to agree. Press release. Bai Yilong cried and mourned. Pretty Country was disappointed to the extreme, but he didn't have any way to do it nowadays. Hello everyone, I'm Bai Yanlang, a professor from Pretty Country. I apologize for the damage to Dragon Country's reputation caused by my personal inappropriate remarks earlier. Pretty Country then issued another clarifying statement. The insults to the Dragon Kingdom are all remarks made by Bai Yanlang personally, and have nothing to do with the Pretty Country. Bai Yanlang looked at the news and cursed the shameless Pretty Country in his heart. He already had no moral bottom line enough, but he didn't think that Pretty Country was even more shameless than himself. But after all, he was not native to the Pretty Country, and he could only hold his tongue if he wanted to integrate into the Pretty Country. Originally, Bai Yanlang thought that this was the end of the matter, but for his apology, the dragons didn't buy it. The Longhua people were already spreading on the internet the video of Bai Yanlang saying that he knelt down and apologized before Dragon Nation Netizen 1, the apology does not have any sincerity. I don't accept it. I must kneel down and apologize to Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation 2, yes, you must kneel and apologize as previously promised. Dragon Nation 3 at Saudi Allied States. The Pretty Country has not apologized as previously promised, which means they still have no integrity. Don't buy their military equipment. Dragon Nation Netizen 4, all Dragon Nation with conscience. All boycott Pretty Nation products. Must make Bai Yanlang kneel down and apologize. Dragon Nation Netizen 5, boycott Pretty Country and support domestic production. Dragon Nation Netizen 6, boycott Pretty Country and support domestic production. A wave of less than pretty countries has risen throughout the Dragon Kingdom. It was believed that for any person, the most hated were traitors and sellouts, and theirs was a great hatred for Bai Yanlang's previous remarks insulting the Dragon Kingdom. This time, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, united as never before. Those beautiful national products in the Dragon Kingdom have suffered a serious suppression directly. Cell phones, computers, cars, luxury goods, clothes, restaurants, etc. Even companies in joint ventures with Pretty Countries have been hit hard. All of Pretty Country's products in the Dragon Kingdom are paralyzed. For these capitalists, they lost so much money that they finally had to turn to the Pretty Country for help. The Pretty Country's government couldn't resist the pressure, and the top leaders could only go to talk to Bai Yanlang again. Inside a high-class villa in a Pretty Country, Bai Yanlang was sipping his wine in a depressed manner, and he kept thinking in his mind that if he was a native of a beautiful country, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been forced by Pretty Strong to apologize and discredit himself. All of this is the shame that the Dragon Kingdom has brought upon itself. Thinking of this, he angrily drank the red wine in his glass, and then directly slammed the glass straight to the ground. The glass was instantly in pieces. That's when the dragon cleaning ant he hired was startled by the sudden scene. When she reacted, she didn't bother to clean up the mess of glass slag. So Bai Yanlang chided at the cleaning ant. ******* Dragon Nation, get out of my villa. The cleaning auntie was a middle-aged woman with a chubby physique, and heard Bai Yanlang berating herself like this. She also threw her broomstick to the floor in anger. She had heard about Bai Yanlong's viciousness before she came here, not only insulting the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but also cursing his teacher. Such a treacherous person. She didn't even want to come and do service for him, but after all, the company had already signed a contract with Bai Yanlang, so she could only come over, thinking to hurry up and finish her work, and then leave this traitor's home. It didn't occur to her that Bai Yanlang would dare to insult her, so the fire in her heart couldn't be suppressed any longer, and she walked directly to Bai Yanlang's side. Snap! A few big mouths directly slapped Bai Yanlang dumbfounded. Bai Yanlang usually stayed in the lab all year round. His hands were unarmed, and he was no match for the Dragon Kingdom Amazons. The more Rokoku auntie looked at him in this traitorous manner, the more angry she became, so she beat him up again as hard as she could. It ended up beating the snot out of Bai Yanlang. Bai Yilang then reacted and yelled at the big dragon country mom. You dare to hit me. Wait to be punished by the laws of the pretty country. I want you to never come out of prison in this lifetime. Seeing that he was still so arrogant and domineering, the dragon country Amma went up and chipped him again, because inside the villa, only Bai Yilang lived alone. He didn't dare to scream anymore, or else Fly would be crippled by this big dragon country mom, so begged for mercy. Big sister, don't fight. Spare me. I'm a Dragon Nation person too. You mother **************************************** ing Dragon Nation. We Dragon Nation people don't have scum like you. 196 chapter, The Advice of a Former Teacher. After Auntie Longwo left, Bai Yanlang was just about to pick up the phone to call the police. That's when the doorbell rang. He went to the door a little timidly, fearing that it was the big mama of the Dragon Nation coming back again. So he leaned over to the cat's eye to see that it was Foster, the senior leader of the pretty kingdom. So he hurriedly opened the door to the room. Foster couldn't help but laugh a little for a moment when he saw Bai Yanlong's swollen, pig-like face. After all, he was a high-ranking leader of the pretty country, and this tarnished his image, and he pinched his thigh to calm himself down a bit. Professor Bai Yanlang, what's wrong with you? Secretary Foster, you have to do right by me. Just now, Bai Yilong told said Foster about the big mom and Longwa beating herself up. Foster then realized that Bai Yanlang had been beaten up by an older woman from the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, he wanted to say to Bai Yanlang, serves you right, who made you say those things to the Dragon Kingdom? But on the surface he said with an air of righteousness, Professor Bai Yanlang, don't worry, in this matter, our pretty country will definitely give you an explanation. Bai Yanlong's heart was suddenly grateful to Foster. It seemed that pretty country still attached great importance to himself, so he was not holding a grudge. Pretty country forced him to apologize to Dragon country. This will still be a bit touching in the heart for pretty country. Thank you Minister Foster. With your words, I am relieved. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, I'll definitely bow and scrape. Foster heard Bai Yanlang say this, so he said with a smile, Professor White speech, it just so happens that I have something I want your help with. No matter if it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, I'll definitely do it for you, Bai Yanlang assured. It doesn't really need to be that dangerous. It just needs you to apologize to Rokoku again. Apologize? Bai Yanlong's face instantly became ugly. And at the mention of apologizing to the Dragon Kingdom, there was still some hidden pain in his heart right now. Minister Foster, didn't I apologize to the Dragon Kingdom last time? Last time you apologized, the Dragon Nation didn't accept it, saying that you were insincere and wanted you to apologize as you had promised before. The previous promise? Fine sweat broke out on Bai Yanlong's forehead. He had previously said that he would apologize to the Dragon Kingdom on his knees. If he had to make himself kneel down and apologize to the Dragon Kingdom, he would not be able to do it even if he was beaten to death. Minister Foster, I'm the chief engineer who researched a 700-ton rocket propeller for pretty country. How can I kneel down and apologize to Dragon country? It's not a disgrace to pretty country. Foster's face sank when he heard Bai Yanlang say this. Bai Yilong, please pay attention to your words and behavior. This is your personal words and behavior in the live broadcast room, and it has nothing to do with our pretty country. But I was speaking on behalf of the pretty country. But we in the pretty country didn't ask you to say these things, and you have to have the courage to suffer the consequences of what you have said. There's nothing I can say that will make me apologize to the Dragon Kingdom on my knees. Bai Yanlang refused. This was his last dignity as a human being. Don't forget, you're in a pretty country, and I'm informing you, not asking for your permission. Foster chortled. This caused Bai Yanlang to burst into flames and red eyes, and he really wanted to give Foster a good beating just like that big Longwa mom beat herself up. Nima. When he was working on the 700-ton rocket booster, he treated himself respectfully. After they have done their own research and given the technology to the pretty countrymen, they flip out. Pretty country is really despicable and crosses the bridge. It's even more disgusting than you are. After 3 seconds had passed, though, he slowly withdrew his own angry eyes and made his way limply to the couch. Yes, this was pretty country, and to them white-skinned people, they themselves were an outsider no matter what. Now he's loyal to the pretty country like a dog, and they end up treating him like a dog. At that moment, he remembered that before, in the Dragon Kingdom, one of his teachers had once told him, no matter what, one must be loyal to one's country in order to gain the respect of others. If you betray your own country, you will never be truly accepted in the eyes of others, for a betrayer may betray them at any time. It was only then that Bai Yanlang realized what his teacher meant when he said those words. He looks very successful on the surface in pretty country today, but pretty country doesn't really embrace him. When he researched the 700-ton rocket booster, pretty country took the first opportunity to get the technology into the hands of pretty country's own people, and for many internal meetings, he will never be able to participate. He was now somewhat skeptical that he was right when he chose to betray his country and come to this inhuman country. Truth be told, pretty country did give him a lot of money over the years, but only monetarily. His heart was here, but there was never a hint of a place for him to call home, and despite his efforts to fit into the pretty country, he would already be ostracized, both in life and at work. Please, Professor Bai Yilong, we need you to apologize to the Dragon Kingdom again now. Bai Yanlang thought about these, and his eyes turned a bit dull and lost their spirit at this point. Subsequently, on the Tooth and Tiger live streaming platform, Bai Yanlang made good on his promise, kneeling down and sending a sincere apology to the Dragon Kingdom. But then, Bai Yanlang published on the internet the technical information of the pretty country's 700 rocket propulsion. Pretty country was furious and directly imprisoned Bai Yanlang, and that night he chose to kill himself. 197 chapter, Prescription. All the people of Longwei on the net saw the video of Bai Yanlang kneeling down and apologizing, doubly felt a big piece of heart. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, Traitor Dog. This is what you get for betraying your country. Ha ha. Dragon Nation 2, cool. Longwa Netizen 3, seeing him kneel down to Longwa with a bruise on his face. One word in my heart is painful. Ha ha. Dragon Nation Netizen 4, let's see who dares to insult Dragon Nation in the future. This is what happens. Seeing Bai Yanlang get the punishment he deserved, the Dragon Nation looked like they had won the battle. Subsequently, pretty country's goods in the Dragon Kingdom, one after another, returned to normal. But through this incident, pretty country's capitalists found that their sales had slumped so badly that they were less than half of what they had been before. Rukoku Institute of Medicine. After Long Lao learned of Bai Yanlang's announcement of the 700-ton thruster technology and suicide, his heart was indescribably mixed. After all, Bai Yanlang was a former student of his, and Elder Long had put in a lot of effort to cultivate him in the first place. Although he hated this student, he hadn't thought of killing him. Jiang Fan saw Long Lao staring at the second-floor balcony and knew that he must be thinking about Bai Yanlang. Teacher, people have their own lives, and besides, someone like that isn't worth feeling sorry for. Long Lao retrieved his thoughts and saw Jiang Fan coming over, so he smiled at him. Yeah, everyone's path was chosen by himself, and he didn't have to be here to break his heart for anyone else. Xiao Fan, what about the preclinical experimental data of the Dragon Dan pill? Jiang Fan smiled and said, it's perfect. The recipe your student took out, it's definitely not bad. When Elder Long saw Jiang Fan say this, he was immediately amused. Little Fan, you wouldn't have talked like this before. At a glance, you must have been with Xiaoshi all these days. Speaking is a bit similar to her. He. Jiang Fan undeniably followed suit and hemmed and hawed. In fact, Jiang Fan still has some humor cells, just that he has been engaged in scientific research. The requirements of serious overtime to kill his humor cells. Teacher, the NM98 anti-cancer drug that we are now researching has already achieved initial success in the clinic. As long as we take over the success of the Chinese medicine anti-cancer drug Dragon Dan pill as well, we can mass produce and market it, and we can solve the problem of cancer patients in the Dragon Kingdom who can't afford to take medicine. Elder Long nodded in satisfaction. When he first set up the Institute of Medicine, his original intention was to solve the problem of cancer patients in the Dragon Kingdom not being able to afford medicine. It hadn't occurred to me that with Jiang Fan's help, the Dragon's anti-cancer drug research was going so smoothly. If Jiang Fan's Chinese medicine anti-cancer drug, Dragon Dan pill, could also be successfully experimented with, it would definitely be a major achievement for the medical community of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Long looked at Jiang Fan with indescribable pride. This student of his could always give him some surprises. At this time, Long was suddenly remembered something and said to Jiang Fan, Xiao Fan, I have an idea. After we develop an anti-cancer drug, how do you feel about the institute abandoning the study of Western medicine and studying Chinese medicine? Teacher, this is a good idea. Chinese medicine in our Dragon Kingdom is vast and profound. Many Chinese medicines can be much better than Western medicines in terms of efficacy. Elder Long nodded in agreement. Over the years, the pouting of Western medicine has caused many Chinese medical formulas in the Dragon Kingdom to be lost. If they could resuscitate Chinese medicine, it would be considered as preserving the cultural heritage of the old ancestors for the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, in Jiang Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang. System, releasing a circular task. Assisting the Medical Research Institute to successfully produce the anti-cancer drug Dragon Dan pill. Task reward, 2 TCM formulas. Jiang Fan heard the circular quest released by the system. This was the first time he had encountered it, so he asked with some confusion. System, what is a circular mission? System, a circular quest is a quest that keeps circling. 3 black lines sprang up on Jiang Fan's forehead. This explanation was tantamount to speaking in vain. The system seemed to know Jiang Fan's inner confusion, so it made out another detailed explanation. System, for example, this time when you assisted the Institute of Medicine in developing the Dragon Dan pill, the system rewards you with 2 TCM formulas, and the next time the host assists the Institute in developing these 2 TCM formulas, the system will reward you with 4 TCM formulas, and so on, until all the TCM formulas are rewarded. Jiang Fan understood now and then asked again, if I just provide the formula and someone else at the Institute develops it, would that be considered accomplishing the mission? System, the host provides the formula, and as long as the others at the Medical Research Institute succeed in their research, it will be a success for the host to assist. Jiang Fan was now relieved. At this time, Elder Long said with a frown on his face, Fan, it's just a pity we don't have a prescription. Ha! Jiang Fan immediately smiled mysteriously. The system's task release was really even. Teacher, I'll take care of things regarding the herbal formula in the future. You have the herbal formula? Before I said that the Dragon Dan pill was seen in an ancient medical book. In fact, in that ancient medical book, there are many other remedies, but at the moment, I need to prove that there is no problem with the Dragon Dan pill. When Elder Long heard this, he was instantly happy. From what we have seen so far, the experimental results of the Dragon Dan pill are still very good. If it was really as Jiang Fan said, as long as the ancient medical book's prescription was proven to be correct, then there would be no shortage of prescriptions at their Medicine Research Institute. 198. Navigation systems. The high seas of the Blue Star Pacific, which are not the waters of any nation. The sky was exceptionally clear today and the wind was calm. A few seagulls hovered in the blue sky as they searched for this prey. The long flight had made them a little tired, and they happened to notice that not far away, a ship was approaching. They don't hesitate to land on the side of the boat. Their sharp eyes watched the ship and noticed 2 men standing on the deck, seemingly talking about something. Professor Zhu, this time, our Dragon Kingdom Antarctic expedition is still quite rewarding. Well, after we bring back these collected samples, I'm sure we'll have a more in-depth understanding of the unblue star. By the way, Captain Ma, those things keep well in the freezer, don't they? Don't worry, Professor Zhu, the freezer is 20 degrees below zero to ensure those things can be safely transported back to the Dragon Kingdom. Captain Ma Yong said, that's fine. About how many days until we reach the Dragon Kingdom? Prof. Jubota asked. It's about a 10-day voyage to Dragonland. Just as a few seagulls were listening intently to the 2 men's conversation, they suddenly realized that 2 black dots had appeared on the sea in the distance. They looked up toward the black dots, which were small and growing larger, and they were traveling very fast, like sharks in the sea. A few seagulls saw this and seemed to smell an odor of danger, so he hurriedly flew off the side of the ship and back into the air until he was high enough to hover back and forth on the air currents. Captain Mayan, standing on the deck, had by this time also discovered the black spot coming toward them. It looks like some minor trouble is coming, so Professor Zhu, why don't you go back to your cabin room first? They are? Professor Zhu asked a little nervously. It should be pirates. Don't worry, we can still handle it. Ma Yang then sent Professor Zhu back inside the cabin. He went to the cockpit and shouted over the intercom. Pirate ship sighted. All seamen, assemble on deck. Soon over 28 crew members, assembled on deck. 10 of them are Navy, responsible for the security of this Antarctic expedition, and the other 18 personnel, the ship's crew. Captain Mayong is not a soldier, but he has been a captain for almost 20 years, having dealt with pirates quite a bit. These pirates usually only rob merchant ships. They want material and money. There is no point in being interested in research ships, because research ships generally represent countries, and they are very much also unwilling to mess with a country, and if they don't get it right, they'll get themselves killed. So Captain Mayong thought that by having 10 Navy members, with guns, confront them, the pirates should choose to give up robbing their ship. Pirate nets down. high-pressure water cannons at the ready. After giving a series of orders, Mayong sent the ship on its way at full speed, hoping to lose them. The black dot was very fast, however, and soon pulled in quite a distance from them. That's when the mate told Captain Mayon, "Captain Ma, those two ships are not pirate ships, and Pretty Country's warships." "A warship?" Through the binoculars, Mayong did vaguely see the flag of the Pretty Country and the shape of the warship. Mayong was a little unsure as to how a Pretty Country warship could be here. And this is the high seas. Why are they chasing the Dragon's research vessel? The speed of the warships was not comparable to their research ships, and in no time at all, the Pretty Country's warships caught up with them. Then one of the warship's officers shouted at them through a megaphone, "We are a Pretty Country warship, and we suspect that there is contraband on your vessel. Please receive us for inspection." Captain Mayon likewise shouted into the megaphone, "We're a research vessel of the Dragon Kingdom's Antarctic expedition. There's no contraband." The Pretty Country warship chief continued to shout, "Please receive a search from our Pretty Country warships or you will not be able to leave." He'd been a ship's captain for 20 years, and he'd never heard of having to be inspected by another country on the high seas. Mayong immediately said with some exasperation, "These are high seas waters, and your Pretty Country has no right whatsoever to inspect our ships." Mayong finished, then turned to the mate, "Signal the Dragon Kingdom about what we're experiencing here." The co-captain then signaled the Dragon and reported what they had encountered. The Dragon Kingdom Navy receiver, and Fast received the signal from the research ship, and he immediately reported the situation to the Navy leadership. "Captain Ma, the signal has been sent." "Yes," Captain Mayon responded. "What do we do next?" the co-captain asked. "Continue on the same route. I don't believe they really dare to use force against us." But their ship was less than 2 nautical miles out when suddenly the navigation system became inoperable. At that moment, the officer on the Pretty Country warship shouted at them, "What you are using is our beautiful navigation, which has been shut down by our country. Please receive our inspection or you will not leave." Mayong's brows knit tightly, a face of helplessness. At present, the entire Blue Star is also only Pretty Country's navigation system, and the navigation that their Dragon Country is now using is precisely Pretty Country's. He knew very well as a captain how important navigation was to them. The sea was vast, and without navigation, they could easily get lost. 199 Chapter, Rescue. The Maritime Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom is responsible for all matters in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. This includes fishing vessels hitting reefs at sea, collisions, encounters with pirates, and so on, all of which are the responsibility of the Marine Department. After the Antarctic research vessel was intercepted by the Pretty Country's warships, they sent a distress message to the Maritime Administration to report the situation. The first thing the answering operator at the Maritime Authority did was to report to his leader. The leader was informed of the situation and, knowing the seriousness of the matter, reported it to the Director of the Maritime Safety Administration, Director Chao Gue. Director Chao called the answering operator over and asked for details. At 14 hours 38 minutes and 52 seconds, I received a report from the research vessel Antarctica that in the high seas of the Pacific Ocean, at a position of 68 degrees 33 minutes south and 89 degrees 10 minutes east, it encountered an interception by a warship of a Pretty Country, which demanded to board the ship for an inspection. Director Chao was furious when he heard the statement of the answering operator. Outrageous! This is the location of the high seas. What right do they Pretty Country warships have to inspect our research vessel? But Director Chao quickly calmed down. He first contacted the National Antarctic Expedition Office and explained the situation. What? The research vessel Antarctica was intercepted by a Pretty Country warship. The head of the Antarctic Expedition Office was full of incredulity because their route did not even pass through the territorial waters of the Pretty Country. At this time, he suddenly remembered Dr. Zhu, the Antarctic Expedition leader, saying that this time they had a major breakthrough in Antarctica, which would be of great help to the Dragon Kingdom's research on the Blue Star. He hurriedly said to Director Chao, "Director Chao, our Dragon Nation's scientific research team has made a major discovery this time. We mustn't let the Pretty Nation's warships cut them off." The Dragon State started its expedition to Antarctica relatively late, and although it has only been a short period of less than 30 years, they have found that Antarctica has a close relationship with the survival and development of human beings. From a scientific point of view alone, the Antarctic is indeed uniquely suited for scientific research. The unique geographical location of the Antarctic means that there is no pollution in its atmosphere, which provides excellent conditions for observing celestial bodies. With its thousands of meteorites, Antarctica is a rare base for peering into the mysteries of outer space. The South Pole is one of the origins of the Blue Star's atmospheric circulation, which has a significant impact on global climate change. Other regions of the blue planet 6 million years ago, extinct creatures, may still be found in the Antarctic. These may help us to solve the mystery of the origin of life on the blue planet. but also for further solving the mystery of the world's land and sea evolution to provide a scientific basis. Because of this, Antarctica is also known to scientists as the key to unlocking the mysteries of the Earth and a natural base for scientific experiments. Don't worry, I won't be sure to protect the South Pole and return safely to the Dragon Kingdom. Director Chow communicated some more details with the head of the Antarctic Expedition Office and hung up the phone. Director Chow found out the current coordinate position of the Antarctic research vessel on the map, which was a total of 3,800 nautical miles away from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and their fastest cruiser was only 40 nautical miles per hour, which made it a minimum of 4 days to reach the designated position. I hope they hold out, Director Chow murmured, and then he sent out a search cruiser along with 2 warships. Currently, the South Pole Research Vessel and the Longwa Maritime Bureau are unable to make contact, as the South Pole Research Vessel has been jammed by signals from the pretty country's warships. 18 hours 38 minutes and 52 seconds. At this point, it has been 4 hours since the standoff between the research vessel Antarctica and the pretty country's warships. The Antarctic Research Vessel, with its 10 naval personnel armed with guns, stood at the ready, so that even the warships of the pretty country did not dare to board the ship by force. With that, the 2 pretty countries' warships, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched the Dragon country's research vessel in the center. With a speed of only 28 nautical miles per hour, the research vessel was unable to get away from the pretty country's warships. The pretty country's warships didn't seem to be in a hurry either, and from time to time, they shouted at the Dragon country's Antarctic research vessel, telling them to give up their resistance. But Captain Ma always insisted, because Prof. Shu told him that it was very important for them to obtain specimens in Antarctica this time, and they absolutely could not let the pretty country snatch them away. Time passed by, and the orange sun looked like it was floating on the surface of the ocean at this point. The sea was also dyed golden yellow by this haze. The haze that reflected on the crests of the waves was like a piece of burning flame, flickering and rolling, one wave higher than the other. The seagulls that had been hovering over the research vessel Antarctica finally flew off into the last bright light of the setting sun. The sun was eventually swallowed by the sea. The clouds in the sky turned gray. The fog on the sea gradually thickened, and it became dark between the sky and the sea. The moon crept up with it, the pale moonlight caressing the sea with a hint of coolness still in the air. The whole sea became unusually silent, like a sleeping baby. Boo! A loud bang broke the peace of the sea, and 2 beams of strong light shone on the Antarctic research ship at the same time. It made the crew of the research vessel violently nervous. Seeing them react like this, the soldiers on the 2 pretty country warships laughed out loud. Then the officer of the warship shouted again, "It is recommended that you give up resistance. The 1 search cruiser and 2 warships from the Dragon Kingdom that came to support us have been lost in the ocean with our pretty shut down access to navigation." Ha ha. 200 chapter, The Purpose of Pretty Country. The next day, the early morning sun rises slowly from the eastern sea. It stretched the shadows of a searching cruiser and 2 warships. Calling captain. Calling captain. Copy that. Go ahead. Dragon Territorial Sea Coordinator sighted. We are 15 degrees west of target. Reorientation. Full speed. Roger that. A searching warship then led the way, while the other 2 followed him onward. They were the very cruisers and warships sent by the Dragon Kingdom to rescue the Antarctic research vessel. Originally, they received orders yesterday to set off towards the Antarctic research vessel, but before they could get out of the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom, the navigation system they were using suddenly showed that they didn't have permission to use it. However, they recognized the general range by the sun and compass and continued at full speed. At night, however, in the darkness of the sea, it was impossible to see much, and on 2 occasions they nearly ran into foreign merchant ships that were following the shipping lanes. Make sure it's safe and end up traveling only slowly. It wasn't until this morning, when they found a locator floating on the surface, that they were able to pinpoint the location. Without navigation in the middle of the ocean, it's impossible to find a precise location. Captain Wu Peng of the cruiser contacted Director Chow of the Maritime Bureau. Chief Chow, when will the navigation system be restored? Captain Wu, we're communicating with Pretty Country, Director Chow said helplessly. When Captain Wu Peng heard this answer, he understood in his heart that this should be the Pretty Country deliberately shutting down their navigation system. Captain Wu, you continue traveling towards the Antarctic research vessel. I'll think of something as soon as possible. When Director Chow finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and he contacted Alf, who was in charge of the Dragon navigation system. Mr. Alf, why did you shut down the navigation system on our cruiser? Mr. Chow, regarding our shutting down the cruise ship's navigation system, you should be well aware of the reason why. As long as the Antarctic research vessel accepts our inspection, I believe they will arrive home safely soon. Mr. Alf, that is a position on the high seas of the Pacific Ocean. You have no right to inspect our research vessel. That's out of my hands. I'm only responsible for passing on what the leaders above me want. When you guys think of something, please let me know. Oh, Alf then hung up the phone. Pretty National Antarctic Research Bureau, an old man said to Mr. Foster. Minister Foster. This time the Dragon Kingdom Antarctic research vessel has something important. It could possibly help us unlock some of the secrets of the blue planet. No matter what, we must get it. Mr. Morgan. Don't worry. 2 of our warships have intercepted that science vessel and shut down their navigation. I'm sure they'll soon give up their resistance. Minister Foster. You have made a major contribution to the pretty country this time. The conference room of the senior leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. Director Chow of the Maritime Bureau reported the situation to several senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom via video. They then discussed their response options. Because the Antarctic research vessel was 3,800 nautical miles, almost 7,000 kilometers, from the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. With such a long distance, there wasn't much they could do to fix it. The fighter jet was the fastest, but the furthest it could fly was about 100 kilometers, which was simply out of reach. The best thing to do would be for the cruisers to go ahead and support them. But since the navigation system they use in Dragonland is Pretty Country, as soon as their cruisers go out to sea, Pretty Country can monitor them and shut down the navigation system. This allowed them to reach the research vessel Antarctica with difficulty and accuracy. Is there no one who can research a navigation system in our huge Dragon Kingdom? One of the top leaders said angrily. Developing a navigation system is not as simple as that. And the entire blue planet is the only Pretty Country that has researched a GPS navigation system. Take the Pretty Country GPS navigation system. They need 5 geostationary orbit satellites and 39 geostationary orbit satellites to ensure the accuracy of the navigation system. Without strong space technology, it's simply not possible. Didn't we in the Dragon Kingdom just research a kiloton rocket booster? We are indeed ahead of Blue Star in rocket propulsion at the moment, but we are still far behind in space stations, satellites, space probes and other aerospace fields. At that moment, number 1, who had been silent and hadn't said anything, raised his head and said to everyone, no matter how difficult it is to navigate the system, if we in the Dragon Kingdom want to get rid of the Pretty Country's control, we must research a navigation and positioning system that belongs to our Dragon Kingdom itself. No, one is right. In case a war breaks out that day and Pretty Country directly shuts down its navigation system, we'll be equal to 2 eyes, and we'll be blind to any high-tech weapons. The meeting went on for more than 3 hours before it ended. The Dragon Nation made a telephone communication to the Pretty Nation, demanding that the wrongful acts against the Dragon Antarctic research vessel be stopped. At the same time, help was sought from the good brotherly country of Russia, which then sent warships to support them. But when they had traveled 500 nautical miles, the navigation system became inoperative. 201 embarkation. 6 days later at midnight, on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, the winds are gusting, kicking up huge waves 7 to 8 meters high. Dark clouds rolled across the sky and thunder slammed into it as if it were going to swallow the ocean. Ka-ching! A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire ocean. With that, torrential rain poured down, and this sky covered with dark clouds was like hell on earth. 6 hours later, the morning sun broke in the east, and the first rays of the morning sun, shining on the return to the calm sea, seemed so gentle. The deck of the research vessel Antarctica looked a mess after the ravages of yesterday's violent storm. The co-captain, who was at the wheel, suddenly shouted, "The signal's coming through! The signal's coming through! Captain Ma, we're getting a signal back!" Hearing this good news, Ma Yong excitedly rushed to say, "Get in touch with the Maritime Administration." The mate then signaled and about 10 seconds later the call was connected. "Hello, this is the Maritime Administration. What can I do for you? I am the research vessel Antarctica. This is the research vessel Antarctica. Can you hear me?" Ma Yong said excitedly. The other party heard Ma Yong's reply as if he was communicating something with the people around him. 2 seconds later, "I'm Director Chow Gue of the Maritime Bureau." Director Chow said, "Director Chow, what time will the warships you sent come to support us?" Ma Yong asked. "Now that they have been holding out for 6 days, I believe that the Dragon Kingdom's warships should be arriving soon. As long as the Dragon Kingdom's warships arrived, the Pretty Kingdom's warships wouldn't dare to be intercepting them. Captain Ma, there's no problem with the safety of the people on board, right?" Director Chow did not directly answer Captain Ma's question. Mayan froze slightly, then said, "No problem, but our food and fresh water will last us another 3 days at the most." Ma Yong just finished, then asked again, "What time will our warships from the Dragon Kingdom reach?" Captain Ma, "I'm afraid we won't be able to get there, because as soon as the warships we sent set off in your direction, the Pretty Country's GPS navigation system will detect it and then shut down the navigation system. We asked the Russian warships to help and they had the same problem. So the meaning of the leaders above is for you to give up resistance and let Pretty Country search. As long as you guys get back to Dragon Kingdom safely, let Pretty Country search. Captain Ma couldn't believe his ears, but once he calmed down, he understood the decision made by the dragon leader. Trying to find a precise target in the middle of a vast ocean is simply impossible without a navigation system. And the whole Blue Star only beautiful country GPS navigation system. If they shut down the navigation, any who also have no way to come to rescue their South Pole research ship. Although Ma Yong was aware of the situation, he was really a bit reluctant, but there wasn't a single thing he could do about it. Captain Mayong then told Prof. Zhu about the incident. No, we resolutely cannot let the Pretty Country board and inspect the ship. They are coming for the samples we collected in Antarctica. Prof. Zhu dismissed it outright. Hey, Professor Zhu, this is the only way we can go at the moment, Mayong said helplessly. Prof. Zhu also fell into a deep thought. Their Antarctic research ship indeed had only this one way to go. Now that the Pretty Country controls the navigation system, warships rescued by the Dragon Country can't even reach it. Even if they were to wait for a few days, it already wouldn't come to anything, and I'm afraid their food and fresh water won't last long. I need to get ready, Prof. Zhu said. Ma Yong knew what he meant, so he joined him and hid the samples collected by the freezer at the South Pole, but they were still naive. After the soldiers of the Pretty Country's warship boarded the Antarctic research vessel, they gathered all the Longhua people on the deck, and they took advanced instruments and started searching inside the cabin. Half an hour later, these soldiers from the Pretty Country had all the samples they had taken at the South Pole. All of them were found. Professor Zhu on the deck saw this and rushed forward to stop it. You can't take these with you. They're not dangerous, the officer from the Pretty Country said with a sneer. In our opinion, these are dangerous goods. Frozen animal carcasses, and in case they carry germs, this would seriously threaten the safety of our species. This stone, then, has no germs, and there is no need for you to take it away. After Professor Zhu finished speaking, he went straight forward to keep the stone, because he knew that this stone was not an ordinary stone, but a meteorite that fell on the blue planet tens of thousands of years ago, with a very high scientific value. Seeing this, the Pretty Country soldier went up and slapped Prof. Zhu in the face, and he staggered 2 steps and almost fell on the deck, blood pouring out from the corner of his mouth. But Professor Zhu was already holding the meteorite tightly without letting go. The 10 Navy men behind Prof. Zhu walked straight up with their guns and pointed them at the Pretty Country soldier who had just hit Prof. Zhu. Dozens of Pretty Nation soldiers on the deck raised their stub guns at all the Dragon Nation people. Ma Yong saw this and hurriedly walked up and said angrily, "What gives you the right to hit people? Just because he robbed our Pretty Country?" 202 chapter, mission accomplished. All the samples taken by the research vessel Antarctica in the Antarctic ended up being looted by Pretty Countries. After the 2 warships of the Pretty Country left in a rampage, Professor Zhu's entire body sat paralyzed on the deck as if he had lost his soul, and finally couldn't help but howl, thinking about the fact that their Antarctic research team had paid a lot for the whole Antarctic researchers to get those samples, but in the end, they were snatched away by the Pretty Country. Could this not make him sad? Pretty Country is a ing bandit. Ma Yong cursed angrily. Finally he helplessly assisted Professor Zhu and returned to the cabin to rest. It didn't take long for the Antarctic research vessel to reply with permission to use navigation, and Captain Ma then followed the navigated route towards the Dragon Kingdom. Thankfully, they met, a day later, the Dragon cruiser that had come to support them, Rukoku Institute of Medicine. The NM98 anti-cancer drug molecule developed by Songja has entered clinical trials, and so far the effect has performed quite well, although further observation is needed. The Chinese herbal anti-cancer drug Longdan pill, developed by Jiang Fan, has also entered clinical trials with very good results and almost no side effects. At the same time, the system prompted Jiang Fan that he had completed the quest and obtained 2 herbal formulas. When Jiang Fan heard that the system had completed the task, he immediately understood that the Chinese herbal anti-cancer drug Dragon Dan pill he had developed had succeeded. Happy, he looked at the recipe that the system had rewarded him with. One is an herbal formula for antibiotics and the other for regulating the spleen and stomach. These days, Elder Long and Jiang Fan had been preparing for the Chinese Medicine Institute. Regarding the site of the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, originally Long Lao thought of building a new one, but Ren Daiyuan, the owner of Huakong Pharmaceutical Company, listened to Long Lao's idea and directly vacated his own production site, a 6-story building in the north, all of which was used for Long Lao's research on traditional Chinese medicine. Facing the existing site, Elder Long was not polite. If they were to rebuild it, it would definitely take at least half a year. After the venue was taken care of, Long Lao started to look for Chinese medicine talents, and finally, after being introduced by others, He found an old Chinese medicine practitioner in his 70s in an old hutong in Kyoto, who was said to be an old miracle healer by the people in the neighborhood. Long Lao gave him the purpose of looking for him, and as soon as the other party heard that he wanted to promote the Chinese medicine of the Dragon Kingdom, he immediately agreed that he was willing to help. Subsequently, Long Lao in Kyoto General Hospital, looking for old to a few countries of Chinese medicine old professor. They are very happy in the idle time. Go forward to help engage in research. Later on, the stateside has found more than 10 senior students with good grades at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in Longwa. After the staffing was almost complete, the herbs were soon configured as well. In less than half a month, the Institute of Chinese Medicine was established. The first time Jiang Fan obtained the system reward formula, he found Elder Dragon. Teacher, our traditional Chinese medicine anti-cancer drug, Long Dan pill, has been very successful in clinical trials. I have the formula for 2 traditional Chinese medicines here, so let Fan Lao and the others do some experiments. Okay, I'll give Elder Fan a word. The Fan Lao they were talking about was none other than the old Chinese doctor, Fan Yang, who they had found in the old hutongs of Kyoto. Jiang Fan and Long Lao came together to the herbal medicine room, which was nearly 200 square feet. The room held rows and rows of herbal medicine cabinets, which contained a total of more than 700 kinds of herbal medicines. At this time, Fan was leading these 10 or so students from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, teaching them to recognize medicinal herbs. Many of the herbs they had seen in their textbooks, but the textbooks were all about commonly used herbs, and many of the herbs here were the first time they had heard of their names, not to mention seeing them. All of them listened very carefully. Fan Lao saw their group of college students, so serious about learning, the heart is very pleased. So as long as they have what do not understand the knowledge of Chinese medicine, Fan Lao is very happy to give them an explanation. Long Lao took advantage of Fan Lao's rest and gave him Jiang Fan's formula. Fan Lao looked at Jiang Fan with great surprise. You researched this prescription? Jiang Fan hastily shook his hand and said modestly, Elder Fan, you think too highly of me. This is something I saw in an ancient medical book, and I don't know if it's right. Please take a look. Oh, yes. Elder Fan then looked up the prescription written by Jiang Fan and chanted, 150 grams of squid bone, 50 grams of prepared yuanhu, 50 grams of huangs, 150 grams of chicken hygiene, 50 grams of prepared atractylodes macrocephala, 50 grams of poria, 50 grams of UME, and 5 grams of rhubarb. This formula for regulating the spleen and stomach is moderate and can target at least 85% of patients with weak spleen and stomach. If the stomach is cold you can actually add 50 grams of good ginger. Fan Lao made a comment on this formula of Jiang Fan to regulate the spleen and stomach. Their Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine is now researching finished Chinese medicines, which can fully meet the standard of mass production as long as they can cure more than 85% of the patients. Then Fan Lao looked at Jiang Fan's other antibiotic herbal formula, and the more he looked at it, the more marvelous he felt. Couldn't help but smack my lips in admiration at the end. This is the first time I've seen this herbal formula for antibiotics, but theoretically it should be fine, but it needs to be practiced. Elder Long handed over Jiang Fan's 2 prescriptions to Fan was practicing research. After talking about the prescription, Elder Long received a call from the top leader of the Dragon Kingdom, Number 1, asking him to go to the Number 1 Research Institute in Kyoto with Jiang Fan. Chapter 203. 203, give me a day's time. Kyoto 1 Research Institute. This is an institute for national research or decision-making on major projects. Thinking about it, when Jiang Fan first came to Kyoto to do a report on controlled nuclear fusion, it was exactly this place. In the internal conference room of the institute, there were 4 people sitting at that moment. They were Jiang Fan, Elder Long, No. 1, and No. 1 Institute Director Guan Dai. They watched a video broadcast on the TV screen with serious expressions. The content of the video is exactly what the soldiers of the beautiful country landed on the research vessel Antarctica and ransacked all the samples collected in Antarctica on the research vessel Antarctica under the pretext of inspecting dangerous goods. When everyone saw Prof. Jabota being slapped hard by the pretty country's soldiers in order to protect that meteorite, and that pretty country's officers shamelessly saying that these were pretty country's things, Elder Long's violent temper instantly came up, slapping his hand on the table. The entire table trembled a few times. What's the difference between pretty country's behavior and bandits? Number 1 knew that Long Lao had only been discharged from the hospital not long ago, and was afraid that his body would be angry again for a good reason, so he hastened to comfort him. Academician Long, calm down first, your body is important. How can this make me calm down? The shameless and despicable pretty country threatening us like this, Elder Long said angrily. Number 1 turned his gaze to Jiang Fan, and through his eyes wanted Jiang Fan to persuade Elder Long. Jiang Fan understood what No. 1 meant and said to Elder Dragon, Teacher, drink some water and calm down first. Elder Long took the cup of water handed over by Jiang Fan and took a few big gulps before his mood improved a little. In fact, Jiang Fan could very well understand why his teacher was so angry. I believe that any patriotic person who saw the scene, I am afraid that they would be furious. If not for the fact that the three who did it again were his seniors, he would probably have to break into a pretty country. Seeing that Elder Dragon had calmed down quite a bit, Number 1 spoke up. This time, the pretty country's hijacking of the Dragon country's South Pole research vessel was premeditated, and the South Pole research vessel had just made it out of the Antarctic Circle not long before it was targeted by the pretty country's warships. When it reaches the high seas of the Pacific Ocean, it will intercept them. This matter boils down to the fact that it's us, the Dragon Kingdom, who don't have a navigation system. That's why we're being threatened by the Pretty Kingdom. Through this incident, Pretty Country has also given us a wake-up call. When we in the Dragon Kingdom used Pretty Country's navigation system, we invariably exposed many of our secrets. So, after our senior leaders deliberated, in 1 year's time, the Dragon Nation must research its own navigation system so that our Dragon Nation's security will not be threatened. Guan Dai, the director of the No. 1 Institute, said somewhat helplessly, "Leader, but at the moment our Dragon Kingdom is still at zero regarding navigation systems. I'm afraid a year is a bit difficult." I know it's difficult, but difficulties must be researched. Regarding the navigation system, we, Dragon Kingdom, must be autonomous. Think about it, guys. If we really fight a war in the future and Pretty Country shuts down our navigation system, that would be a terrible thing. Jiang Fan is very clear. The first set is not alarmist. Today a lot of high-tech equipment are inseparable from the positioning navigation system. Take the intercontinental missile as an example. It strikes its target solely on the basis of its navigation system. If there is suddenly no navigation, then it becomes a blind man, completely useless. Just as several people were discussing how to work on the navigation system, a systematic bang rang out in Jiang Fan's head. System, congratulations to the host, triggering the choice system. Choice 1, lead the Dragon Kingdom's research team to study the Dragon Kingdom's navigation system. We'll get the top navigation system of Blue Star. Choice 2, things don't matter. You will receive a super powerful nuclear weapon neutron bomb. Jiang Fan laughed. At critical moments, the system never let him down. He so did not hesitate to choose one. As for the super powerful nuclear weapon neutron bomb of choice 2, it seemed to be very powerful, but Jiang Fan was not the least bit interested in this kind of destructive weapon. He believes that as a scientific researcher, he develops technology for the better survival of human beings on the blue planet, rather than developing super powerful weapons that will destroy the living environment of human beings. Jiang Fan, do you have any ideas about researching navigation systems? Number 1 asked to Jiang Fan, who hadn't said anything. Only then did Jiang Fan retrieve his thoughts and said to Number 1, Leader, I actually worked out a navigation system before. You worked out a navigation system? No. 1. Elder Long and Director Guan were astonished and filled with disbelief. If it was about other aspects of the study, they could possibly believe it, but about the navigation system they expressed great skepticism. The navigation system is a complex system, and the development of just one navigation system satellite alone is very difficult, and the entire navigation system requires a minimum of 30 or more geostationary and operational orbit satellites to ensure that all locations throughout the blue planet are covered. Jiang Fan looked at the three people who were somewhat disbelieving as he said seriously, "Give me a day and I'll put together a navigation system plan." Chapter 204. 204, Navigation System Programs. The next day, Jiang Fan put together a navigation system program. Number 1 was shocked in his heart after briefly reading Jiang Fan's proposal. This is a navigation system? Since Jiang Fan had really researched it, and his program was so perfect, there were no problems that he hadn't found from the surface. No. One immediately summoned more than 10 top experts and professors in various fields in Kyoto to discuss Jiang Fan's navigation system program. When everyone finished reading the contents of Jiang Fan's program, they were all astonished. Leader No. 1. When did our Dragon Kingdom set up a team specializing in researching navigation systems? Team? We don't have a navigation system team in Dragon Kingdom right now. Number 1 answered truthfully. No team? Then where did this navigation system program come from? Don't tell me that it was designed by an individual. One of the old men snickered. You really guessed it. It's a personal design. Number 1 glanced at Jiang Fan and said happily, Individuals? How is that possible? This navigation system involves almost all fields of scientific research. The amount of knowledge required to be able to research such a navigation system is enormous, and I'm afraid it's impossible for such a person to exist in the entire blue planet. Yes, I think when Pretty Country researched the GPS navigation system, it took thousands of researchers to accomplish it together. Even the most demonic genius couldn't have completed such a project on his own. Long Lao on the side looked at these experts and professors with an unbelievable expression. His heart was incomparably pleased, because they had the navigation system program in their hands, which was designed by his student, Jiang Fan. Although Elder Long didn't know how Jiang Fan did it either. But Jiang Fan had previously researched controlled nuclear fusion, iron phosphate power batteries, 1 nanometer chip technology, and so on. Looking again at his design of the navigation system program, it doesn't seem all that unlikely. No, one's thoughts were the same as Long Lao's, and if he took out the navigation system program designed by Jiang Fan alone, it was indeed unbelievable. But judging from the results of all the technology he's worked on in less than half a year, Number 1 and Elder Long were convinced of the navigation system program designed by Jiang Fan. The first then said to the group of experts and professors, "Let's not discuss the question of who developed it, but purely in terms of program feasibility. What do you feel is wrong with it?" More than a dozen experts and professors were suddenly in deep thought. According to the amount of knowledge they now possessed, they simply did not have any qualifications to judge this navigation system program. At that moment, an old man said seriously to Number 1, "My area of specialization is in infinite airwaves, and purely from that aspect, there's nothing wrong with this solution. My area of expertise is in solar materials, and I have no problem designing this aspect of the navigation system program. My area of specialization is in materials, and in that respect, there's nothing wrong with this proposal. My area of expertise is in intelligent remote control, and there's no problem with that aspect of the program." More than a dozen experts and professors said that the navigation system program that Jiang Fan said he had designed had no problems in their respective fields. Number 1 laughed happily at the crowd's response. They then raised their hands and unanimously approved Jiang Fan's navigation system proposal. Leader 1, you still haven't told us who exactly is the team that designed this navigation system program? It was an individual, not a team, who devised this program, and that individual is in our conference room. Number 1 smiled as he finished and left, leaving a group of experts and professors looking around. They finally turned their gaze to Long Lao, who hadn't said a word. After leaving the conference room, Number 1 hurried back to his office in his car. Inside the office, a few of the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom had already arrived. Number 1, you summoned us here urgently. Tell us what's going on. Number 1 directly handed them the navigation system program designed by Jiang Fan. What is this? One of the senior leaders asked suspiciously, and when he read the headline on it clearly, he was startled. Navigation system design program? Yes. I've gotten top expert professors in various fields to do a discussion, and they said there's no problem. Number 1 said, "Really? Great." Several senior leaders were thrilled. After the excitement, they discussed seriously about the implementation plan of this navigation system. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, they finally made the following decision. 1. Let the designer, Jiang Fan, be in charge of developing the navigation system as the chief engineer. 2. 5,000 researchers in fields related to the program, mobilized from all parts of the Dragon Kingdom. 3. No. 1 research institute stops its existing research projects and fully cooperates with Jiang Fan in developing the navigation system. 4. Allocate $20 billion in special funds. Chapter 205. 205. Gathering scientific researchers. The city of Chang'an in the Dragon Kingdom. The Solar Energy Materials Department of the National Institute of General Research, where there are a total of 8 researchers who are working intensely on their experiments. It was not until they had done the last process that the results of the experiment were displayed on the testing instrument. It worked! Ha! We've finally developed a solar material with a 10% boost. 3 years, we've finally broken through. Ha! Boss, as long as we make the final experimental adjustments, we can submit this scientific research to the state. Several people cheered excitedly. Their efforts over the past 3 years had not been in vain. Don't look at the solar energy material they researched. It only enhances the performance by 10%. If their scientific research results are promoted, it can save 5 million tons of coal for the Dragon Kingdom every year. And each ton of coal costs 1,000 yuan, which will save the country 1 billion every year. Each of them was excited beyond words at the thought. At that moment, the lab door was pushed open, and in walked none other than the director of their institute, Ma, also followed by 2 soldiers in uniform. Lu Tai hurriedly greeted him and said to Director Ma, "Director Ma, I have good news for you. Our department has researched a new type of solar energy material, which can boost 10% of." Before he could finish, Director Ma directly interrupted. "Supervisor Lu, everyone in your department hurry to pack up and follow them to Kyoto." "To Kyoto? Why? But we're not done with the experiment yet," Lu Tai said blankly. This is an order from above that requires you to take part in the research of an important project. Can. The new solar energy material we researched. Only need to do the final experimental adjustments will be successful. By then our new material can save the country 1 billion a year. Lu Tai said. Put your experiments down for now. After you've participated in the national program. Director Ma. Give us 3 more days and we'll be able to complete the experiment. Lu Tai said with some reluctance. They had been researching for a full 3 years to get to today's results, and when they were about to succeed, they had to be transferred to Kyoto to research other projects. No one would be happy about that. Supervisor Lu, please follow orders, Director Ma said with obvious displeasure. Supervisor Lu really didn't want to give up just like that. Finally, with a cruel heart, he said to Director Ma, Director Ma, I refuse. We have to do the final experiment on the new solar material. One of the soldiers said to Lu Tai. Orders from above. You must arrive in Kyoto today. You have no choice or we will use coercion. Facing the 2 tall soldiers, Lu Tai and the other 8 people finally had no choice but to follow them away. They exited the lab, and without a chance to change their clothes, they were taken directly to the car. The car sped along and soon arrived at the airfield in Chang'an. The car drove straight into the airfield and came to a stop next to an airplane. Lu Tai several people were confused and got down from the car. They didn't expect that the country had equipped them with a special airplane. Originally somewhat depressed, seeing the country so much attention to them, the heart slightly eased a lot. But then they saw a number of cars coming in and out, sending some researchers in white scientific uniforms next to them. Apparently it wasn't just that they were received here directly from the lab. In no time at all, 3 waves of researchers were sent over. Seeing such a battle, Lu Tai was even more puzzled in his heart. What kind of project is it? The country suddenly summoned so many researchers. As they fumed, an officer shouted at them, all personnel, please board in an orderly fashion and do not linger. Lu Tai retrieved his thoughts and wasn't thinking that much, then boarded the airplane with a few other guest researchers. Inside the airplane cabin, a large portion of the seats had already been taken by now. Old Lu, over here. Just as Lu Taihuan was about to find a random seat, a person sitting in the front row waved to him. Lu Tai then came to the side of that person, so he asked the doubts in his heart. Old Zhang, what's going on here? I don't know what's going on. We were in the middle of an experiment when we were brought here by a few people. Do you know the situation? I only know that the top is going to do a large scientific research project. I'm not sure about the specifics. Lu Tai said. How big a project is this going to be? Invite so many of us over. In fact, what they didn't know was that it wasn't just them in Chang'an City, but all the major cities in the entire Dragon Kingdom were staging such a scenario. Originally, the country's top leaders had planned to gather 5,000 researchers to develop the navigation system, but Jiang Fan demanded a minimum of 10,000. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, they could not give up other aspects of scientific research because of the study of navigation systems, but Jiang Fan told them that in a month's time, he would be able to lead these researchers to study the navigation system. Upon hearing this news, the senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom immediately promised Jiang Fan that in 1 day's time, all 10,000 researchers would be assembled. Chapter 206. 206, we will take revenge for this. Kyoto 1 Research Institute. It is the largest research institute base in Kyoto, and this time the country's navigation system project was set to this place. The state stopped all research projects at Institute 1 in order to fully support the development of the navigation system. At this point, it was already 10:30 at night, but there were already many vehicles entering the gates of Institute 1. Most of the people getting out of the vehicles were wearing white scientific uniforms. As soon as they got out of the car, they all looked around with a blank look on their faces, trying to figure out where they were. They came to various places in the Dragon Kingdom, and during the daytime, they were dragged to the local airport for unknown reasons, and then came to the Kyoto airport by airplane. They had just gotten off the plane, and before they had time to react, the special car brought them back to this unknown compound. Their minds were now filled with a series of question marks. Where is this? What exactly is the program that the state has assembled them to study? Why are so many researchers assembled at the same time? What? Before they could think deeply, some soldiers in military uniforms led them to a large conference room, enough to hold tens of thousands of people. Lu Tai, a few people from the Chang'an City Comprehensive Research Institute, was also led in. They were assigned to their counterparts, and their names and areas of study were posted on the conference table. It looks like the country is prepared this time. Then a few staff members brought some bread and mineral water. They were indeed hungry after running all the way, so they ate them nonchalantly. Another half hour or so passed and the conference hall was almost full. A lot of people started talking to the people who came earlier, trying to get some useful information from them. they knew about as much as they did. Except that they knew more than they did that this place was Institute 1. So they began to speculate. I see that the state has gathered so many people this time. I guess it wants to study big projects. Do you guys think the country has called us here to prepare for the world military competition in 3 months? You don't say. It's really possible. Holding the world military competition once every 10 years means a lot to our Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, the world military competition not only highlights a country's military strength, but it also makes a nice profit. Take 10 years ago. The pretty country won the first place in the world military competition, and the Saudi Union state purchased at least $1 trillion of military weapons from the pretty country during this 10-year period. If we in the Dragon Kingdom could obtain so much funding, we would surely be able to research advanced technology as well. The entire lobby of the conference hall was filled with the sound of people talking to each other. Since they were all researchers, they could easily talk together. Time passes by, until the last 3 researchers walked into the conference hall. The doors at the back of the conference hall closed. An officer then ran to the next room and addressed number 1, reporting to the leader. All 10,089 researchers of the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. Good. Hard work. Number 1 looked at his watch. It was now 11:38 p.m. 22 minutes earlier than planned. Jiang Fan, let's go. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. The side door at the front of the conference hall was slowly pushed open, and number 1 sauntered over to the dais at the front of the conference hall. The entire conference hall, which had been bustling with activity, instantly quieted down. When they saw number 1 come in, their hearts rose in anticipation, hoping to get answers from him. As number 1 looked at the tens of thousands of people watching him from the stage, he tapped the microphone, realized there was sound, and addressed them. I believe that you are now very curious in your hearts as to why the state has suddenly summoned you here. And before we reveal the answer, let's watch a video first. Watch the video? The researchers below were even more confused. The white curtain slowly fell behind the first, and the lights in the conference hall were turned off. The image soon appeared on the white curtain. The very same image of the Antarctic research vessel being logged in by the pretty country. After the pretty country logged into the Antarctic research vessel, it snatched away the samples they collected in Antarctica from the Dragon country. And then Prof. Shubota protected a meteorite and was punched in the face by a soldier from the pretty country. And especially the words spoken by the officer from the pretty country at the end directly enraged the 10,000 odd scientific researchers who watched the video to the extreme. End of video. The lights in the conference hall were then turned on. Number 1 said with a serious expression, "Everyone say what's on your mind." A young researcher sitting at the front of the room stood up with an angry look on his face. Pretty country dares to bully our Dragon country. With them. Right. We can't just be bullied by them like this, robbing us and even saying it was originally theirs. It's so shameless. Pretty country is bullying people. Demand they apologize. Asterisk 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 him. I really want to fight them. The entire hall of the conference room resounded with one angry voice. Number 1 looked at each and every bloodthirsty dragon nation and was very pleased. If a country is being bullied and no one dares to stand up for it, that country is not far from extinction. Number 1 waved his hand for silence, then said, "This revenge, we will take, but not now." 207 chapter, those who violate my Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. This revenge, we will take, but not now. After the first one finished speaking, along with that one of the researchers stood up directly and said, "Leader, our Dragon Kingdom is not to be bullied. We can't just let it go. Anyone who dares to violate my Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away." Well said. Anyone who offends my Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. The conference hall resounded with the shouts of all the researchers, and the blood boiled as they listened. Jiang Fan, who was sitting in the corner in front of him, was also made to feel a fire in his heart by the atmosphere of the scene. With such a group of patriotic researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, there is no worry that the Dragon Kingdom will not rise. After everyone had quieted down a bit, Number 1 then said, "It's very gratifying to see everyone's abject devotion to our country. Let me ask you all a question now. Do you know why we, the Antarctic research vessel, have been so humiliated?" When everyone heard Number 1 ask this, all of them didn't say anything because they didn't know the reason. That's because the navigation system we use in Dragonland is pretty country. Number 1 then told the story of how the navigation system was shut down by the pretty country when the Dragon country sent a cruiser to rescue the research vessel Antarctica. The 10,000 or so researchers at the site then fell silent. They all knew very well what the navigation system meant. If they, the Dragon Kingdom, really clashed with the Pretty Kingdom, there was absolutely no chance of winning at all. Because as soon as Pretty Country shut down Dragon's navigation system, all of Dragon's high-tech weapons were rendered useless. Although they hated Pretty Country to the core in their hearts, There wasn't a single thing they could do about it. With a lot of anger but nowhere to vent it, each of them had a stifled look on their faces. At that moment, I don't know who it was, but he suddenly shouted, "We don't have our own navigation system in the Dragon Kingdom. Just research one." As the words of this researcher fell, everyone's eyes suddenly glowed. Yeah, just because they don't have a navigation system in Longwa right now doesn't mean they can't research it. Back then, when the Dragon Kingdom was first liberated, there was nothing, and now they had squeezed into the ranks of the Blue Star's powerhouses through decades of hard work. Yes, with over 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, can't we still research a navigation system? Isn't it just a navigation system? We can work it out even if we don't eat or drink. As long as we are united, there is still no technology in Blue Star that our Dragon Kingdom cannot research. Throughout the conference hall, emotions ran high once again. This is exactly what number one wants to see. As long as the hearts and minds of the Dragon Kingdom do not fall, the Dragon Kingdom will be strong. Hearing their shouts, number one's heart was filled with confidence in this development of a navigation system. Number one then signaled for silence. Your ideas are also exactly what the Dragon Kingdom has in mind. The country gathered everyone here to develop the navigation system, and this time we, the Dragon Kingdom, have invested a total of 10,089 researchers. Initially, we invested $20 billion in funding, and later on, depending on the situation, the funding will be increased again. And we stopped 128 scientific research projects in order to develop this navigation system project. It is to ensure the success of the development of this navigation system. Number one gave an explanation of the arrangements made by the state for the development of the navigation system. Everyone was thrilled to hear it, and they were proud to be a part of such a program. Chang'an City Comprehensive Research Institute's Lu Tai several people. Again, the heart is still extremely reluctant. This will hear the number one said. Let them come as to participate in the navigation system project. Suddenly excited. In his heart, he was glad that they were forced to come here. Otherwise they would have missed the development of this major project. At the front of the conference hall stage, number one continued his speech. The research program for our Dragon Kingdom's navigation system has been devised, and it has passed the national audit. As soon as no one said this, the quiet conference hall, once again, murmured. The navigation system program has been designed? Such a huge system, designed so quickly. Our Dragon Kingdom really does have a lot of talent. This is too good. They as researchers are very clear. A project research, the most important thing is the design program. With the design program they can proceed to the next stage of experimental research. I guess the ones who designed the navigation system program must be Long Lao and the others. Yes, I think so too. The only ones who can have such strength in the entire Dragon Kingdom are these top-notch researchers of theirs. I didn't think that we, local researchers, could follow a titan-like figure in the scientific research community and work together to develop a navigation system project. It's really an honor. Everyone then turned their big eyes towards the few people sitting in the front row of the Dragon Elder. Number one then said to all of them, "Next, please welcome our project chief engineer for this navigation system, Jiang Fan." Chapter 208. 208. Jiang Fan, the chief project engineer of the navigation system? Everyone was filled with shock when they heard this name. Jiang Fan? Who's Jiang Fan? Shouldn't the chief project engineer of the navigation system be a titan like Old Man Long or Old Man Xiao? Could it be that Jiang Fan is some mysterious scientific research bigwig in the Dragon Kingdom? Just as the crowd was speculating wildly, Jiang Fan stood up and came to the stage in the conference hall. Number one handed the microphone to Jiang Fan with a face full of relief. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Fan, the chief engineer of this navigation system." The crowd of researchers on the stage were wide-eyed with incredulity. When they hadn't seen Jiang Fan just now, they had thought that he was the country's mysterious scientific research bigwig. But at this moment, when they saw Jiang Fan's appearance, which was not even 20 years old, they were greatly disappointed. They, as researchers, know very well that the level of achievement of a researcher is very much related to his age, and the young man in front of them, they can be sure that he will definitely not have any great scientific achievements. Some of the researchers then began to discuss it. What's the situation? The navigation system is the biggest scientific research project in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. How can we let a young man of less than 20 years old be the chief engineer? Is the state being too childish this time? What can a young man know? How can he take on this responsibility? However, there were still some researchers on the scene who recognized Jiang Fan. After all, those who participated in this navigation system project also included researchers from the Kyoto No. 3 Research Institute and the Western Base. Back then, Jiang Fan had led the researchers of the No. 3 Research Institute to research a 1-nanometer chip. Later, he led the researchers at the Western Base to work on the kiloton rocket propulsion. They had seen Jiang Fan's power, and this time, When they listened to the researchers' skepticism towards him, they laughed unkindly in their hearts. At first, they were just like these people, seeing that Jiang Fan was so young and belittling him, but as a result, the strength that Jiang Fan displayed slapped his face. They were very much looking forward to what kind of expressions these people would have when they realized Jiang Fan's identity later on. When number 1 saw everyone talking about Jiang Fan, he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to introduce Jiang Fan's identity just now. So he said to the bottom, "Everybody be quiet." The group of researchers then quieted down a bit, but a researcher in his 40s stood up and addressed number 1. "Leader, the navigation system project we're studying is extraordinary. Isn't it a bit too childish for you to let a little kid be the chief engineer?" As this researcher's words fell, others followed suit. "Yeah, what could a little kid like him know? I suggest that academician Long should still be given the position of chief engineer. After all, he has made significant achievements in the field of rocketry before." Speaking of the rocket field, a researcher suddenly thought of something, so he whispered to the person beside him. Some time ago, the developer of the kiloton rocket propeller used for the liftoff of Flying Dragon 1 was also named Jiang Fan. Do you think it could be him? How is this possible? A young man of less than 20 years old researching a kiloton rocket propeller. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. The researcher outright denied. Number 1, on the stage in the conference hall, picked up the microphone and said, "You may be skeptical of Jiang Fan. What ability does he have to serve as the chief engineer of the navigation system as a young man of less than 20 years old? Let's not be in a hurry to deny it. I'll first give you the results of Jiang Fan's scientific research, and then you'll gauge whether he's qualified to be the chief engineer." Jiang Fan, developer of lithium iron phosphate power batteries. ITER magnet material developer Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, founder of the Dragon Kingdom's Psi paper journal, Dragon Journal. 7 nanometers chip, 4 nanometers chip, 1 nanometer chip developer Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, developer of the kiloton rocket booster. When no one finished his introduction, the entire conference hall fell silent as they looked at the young man on the stage with unbelievable expressions. Every scientific result uttered by number 1 struck deep into their hearts. Every result Jiang Fan had researched was a height that was impossible for them to reach in their lifetime. This is still human? It's not too tough. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Do any of you still think that Jiang Fan is not qualified to be the chief engineer of the navigation system? Some of the researchers who were the first to react sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a powerful scientific research bigwig. If he was not qualified to serve as the chief engineer of the navigation system, then there would really be no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could serve. Those researchers who had previously known about Jiang Fan's past scientific achievements were still shocked inwardly when they heard no one's account again. However, compared to those researchers who heard, for the first time, about Jiang Fan's scientific research achievements, there was an inexplicable sense of pride within them. The eyes of everyone at the scene looking at Jiang Fan turned hot. They then heard number 1 continue. Of course, Jiang Fan's scientific research achievements are far more than that. And I won't say much about those state-secret projects. 209 chapter, Beidou Navigation System. Of course, the results of Jiang Fan's scientific research are much more than that, and I won't talk about those state-secret projects. Originally, everyone had eased up a little, and then they heard number 1 say this. All of a sudden, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. State secrets program? They all know very well that projects that generally involve state secrets are definitely major projects that will change the world. Almost all of them here have never participated in a state secret program, but they have heard about state secret programs. Now there were a few more points of admiration in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan could no longer be described as powerful in their hearts, saying that he was a demonic scientific research big brother. They all felt a little aggrieved by Jiang Fan. Number 1 was very pleased to see the response. Since everyone has no objections to Jiang Fan being the chief engineer of the navigation system project, let's have Jiang Fan explain the specific implementation plan to everyone. As no one's words fell, everyone on stage spontaneously applauded warmly for Jiang Fan. The difference between before and after was really big, making Jiang Fan a little embarrassed. Jiang Fan looked at the time. It was already 10 minutes past 12 at night, so he said to the people on the stage, "I won't talk too much about nonsense. About the navigation system, I named him the Beidou Navigation System. It belongs to our Dragon Kingdom's completely autonomous navigation system. When completed, there will be a total of 56 satellites, including 38 in medium circular orbit, 6 in geostationary orbit and 12 in inclined geosynchronous orbit." Everyone on stage couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air once again as they listened to Jiang Fan's sci-fi-like introduction. The world's only beautiful country with GPS positioning satellites. Positioning satellites only 24. Even with the addition of 4 spare satellites, beautiful country positioning system satellites total only 28. and Jiang Fan had 56 positioning satellites in one mouthful, which was a horrible amount. Jiang Fan explained the general layout of Beidou navigation, and then explained the design principles and functions of positioning satellites. As we all know, the source of power for satellites is solar panels, and this time I designed a solar material that has a 100% performance increase over existing materials. Lu Tai, a few people from the Chang'an City Comprehensive Research Institute, looked at each other in shock when they heard to this point. Before they came here, they had researched a new type of solar energy material with a 20% increase in performance over the original, and they were excited beyond words, and fantasized about winning the Best Science and Technology Award of the current year in the Dragon Kingdom. But this will be compared to the solar energy materials on Jiang Fan's satellite. Their research is a one-by-one dregs. The pride in his heart disappeared in an instant. Is this what separates people from each other? The most important part of the positioning satellite is the power system. His good or bad directly determine the life of the satellite use. Every time Jiang Fan introduced a component of the satellite, it shocked the researchers in the corresponding research field. Everyone on the scene was now beyond sweating and crowing in their hearts. Jiang Fan research and development of satellites just researched satellites. The key, he researched satellites at the same time. The level of science and technology in the field of application of all more than a grade. What does this say about their researchers who specialize in these fields? They had worked hard, day and night, for many years, and as a result, they were just broken through by Jiang Fan in passing. Although there was some faint sadness in their hearts, they were still very excited in the face of the breakthrough technologies in their respective fields. Everyone wanted to immediately devote themselves to the research and realize the technology that Jiang Fan was talking about. The meeting didn't end until 3 o'clock in the morning at night, and everyone on the scene was all excited, without a trace of sleepiness. It was only at the urging of number one that they reluctantly left the conference hall and returned to their corresponding residences. In the next month's time, all things have been arranged for them by the state. Eating, living and researching all within the No. 1 Institute. All men turn in their communication devices and are not to have any contact with the outside world. More than 10,000 researchers were divided into 6 major sections according to Jiang Fan's arrangement, and each section was divided into 12 departments of different fields, and 15 groups were divided into the 12 departments. Thus, under the leadership of Jiang Fan, they devoted themselves to the research and development of the Beidou navigation system. In the meantime, the pretty country across the ocean, Antarctic Science Bureau, an archaeologist rushed excitedly into Professor Morgan's office. Professor Morgan, a major discovery. A major discovery. Prof. Morgan was talking about this with Foster, the senior leader of the beautiful country, and when he saw this archaeologist intruding, his expression was also a bit unhappy. What major discovery? The archaeologist, taking a few ragged breaths, said, that frozen animal carcass we snatched back from the Dragon Kingdom. According to our research, we concluded that it was a Tyrannosaurus rex cub from the age of dinosaurs. Age of dinosaurs? Rex cubs? Professor Morgan sprang to his feet, full of excitement. Go, hurry up and show me. 210 chapter, a major discovery in archaeology. Research Office of the Antarctic Research Bureau of the pretty country. On top of the freezing unit sits a 1-meter high block of ice with the body of a creature inside, probably about the size of a medium-sized dog. Due to its long history, the unidentified corpse in the ice had lost its hair, and its dried-out skin resembled an air-dried beef jerky, with strands of meat fibers clearly visible. You can tell by its sharp teeth and front claws that it would have been a ferocious beast in life. At that moment, the research room door was opened and the archaeologist picked up the lab report on the creature's body and handed it to Professor Morgan. Professor Morgan hurriedly picked it up and looked at it carefully. By analyzing the data above and the appearance of the corpse, he was 100% sure that this was the Tyrannosaurus rex pup corpse. He put down the lab report in his hand and plopped down next to the transparent freezing unit, his eyes sizzling as he stared at the body of the Tyrannosaurus rex cub inside. The mind turned over in waves. Is this a 65 million-250 million year old prehistoric creature? Now that it was clearly in front of him, could he not be excited? Dinosaurs were once a very successful species on the blue planet, where it dominated for over 100 million years. It's amazing and wonderful. This alone is the best gift history has ever given us. Morganism couldn't help but praise it. I'm afraid we're the only dinosaur fossil in the whole of the blue planet that has meat fibers, and we're the only one in pretty country. Yeah, Professor Morgan, this is a great discovery for our archaeological community. The archaeologist echoed with equal excitement. Many people don't understand. Is a dinosaur fossil so exciting? In fact, what many people don't realize is that the study of paleontology, dinosaur fossils, is meant to improve the understanding of the modern biological environment and thus provide hope for a sustainable human existence. Just as reading history enables one to learn from the past, as biological remnants of ancient times. The fossils of dinosaurs, including other paleontologists, have two main values. One is to tell what life was like in ancient times. His significance is mainly in evolution, where humans came from and how the biological chain is made up. What kind of heredity can stand out in evolution and thus avoid extinction? The second is to tell what the environment was like in ancient times. His significance is mainly in environmentalism, how organisms have adapted to environmental changes. In today's global warming, what kind of challenges will come to the blue star organisms? What should human beings do to fight for more life? Maybe this time, we cracked the genetic code of the dinosaurs, Professor Morgan said with deep eyes. He really didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would have made such a significant discovery in the Antarctic. Luckily, their initial discovery was spotted by one of the pretty country's Antarctic science team, who reported it to him. It was only then that he pleaded with Foster to take these things and snatch them from the hands of the dragon. Now that I think about it, thanks to my own wise decision. Otherwise such a significant discovery could be the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, Professor Morgan suddenly remembered something and asked the archaeologist, Professor Conan, how's the rest of the research going on the samples we snatched back from the Dragon Kingdom? There's not much of value in it, except for the fact that there's something strange about that rock. Prof. Conan replied, a stone? Prof. Morgan was surprised, then continued, is this stone any different? According to the analysis of its material composition, he doesn't belong to any substance in the solar system. Professor Conan said, an extraterrestrial meteorite? Professor Morgan asked, yes, and it's not the same as a normal meteorite. It contains a very active material composition. We are still studying it further. Okay, if there are any important developments, be sure to report them to me first. Understand? Professor Morgan said. Okay, Professor Morgan. Prof. Conan responded. Professor Morgan looked at the desiccated Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse for a while longer and left. Time flies and the years go by. Time quickly came to half a month later. The archaeological community of the pretty country announced to the public, China's Antarctic researchers have found a Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil with flesh and blood. The news caused a huge stir in the entire archaeological community of the Blue Planet. Country F's archaeological community, a Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil with flesh and blood? I'm afraid it's the only one of its kind in Blue Star. This is definitely a major discovery in the archaeological world. Archaeological community in Sakuragua, this is the first time I've heard of a Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil with flesh and blood. And it's very significant for us humans to study prehistoric creatures. Kimchi Nation Archaeology, Pretty Nation is really the dominant nation of the Blue Planet, ahead of all nations in every way. Prof. Shu Boda, an expert in the archaeological field of the Dragon Kingdom, was furious and gritted his teeth when he heard the news. He was certain that the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil that Pretty Country had released was definitely a sample of that unidentified creature they had brought back. What an abomination of a Pretty Country! Prof. Shu Boda clenched his fists and cursed. But nowadays, there was not a single thing he could do about it. A few days ago, after he returned to the Dragon Kingdom on the Antarctic, he reported the situation to the country's top leaders at the first opportunity. He was told by the country's top leaders to wait in the Dragon Kingdom to give him a satisfactory result. 211. 211 Chapter, Restlessness. Pretty Country's Senior Leadership Conference Hall. Foster had a smug look on his face. This time, their Pretty Country robbed the Dragon's South Pole ship and gained a very big harvest. And the more he thought about it, the happier he got when Rokoko didn't even dare to give a fart this time. At that moment, a high-ranking leader of a Pretty Country said to Foster, there's something wrong with the Dragon Kingdom this time. Every time we struck them before, they fought back, but this time they even chose to remain silent. Bruce, you're overthinking it. Although the performance of the Dragon Kingdom a few times ago was out of our expectation, but this time they can only eat a dumb loss. The entire Blue Star but only our beautiful country has a GPS navigation system. The Dragon Kingdom is afraid we'll shut down their country's navigation system. Ha ha. Also, it looks like I was overthinking it, Bruce said. At that moment, Bourne, sitting in the corner, said faintly, Han, Foster, I suggest you don't mess with the Dragon Kingdom so easily. The Dragon Kingdom is like a sleeping ferocious beast. Don't mess with him, let him sleep. Lord Bourne, I know these words of yours by heart. Ha ha. However, I will let you know that the Dragon Kingdom is nothing more than a worm that can be crushed at any time as long as may we, the Pretty Kingdom, wish to do so, Foster said nonchalantly. A few of the senior leaders then followed suit and laughed. Seeing that no one believed him when he spoke, Bourne chose to remain silent. Originally, this meeting belonged to the top leadership of the Pretty Country, and Bourne was not on the list of those meeting. It was Foster who invited him over specifically, because in every previous meeting, when Foster decided to strike a blow against the Dragon Kingdom, Born would say things that would destroy his country's prestige. And it was true that some time ago, as Born had said, the Dragon Nation's performance had caused them to suffer some losses in the Pretty Nation. But this time, their pretty country had robbed the dragon, and the dragon was too timid to say a word, just so Born could see that his words were wrong. They, the pretty country, were the hegemon of the Blue Star, and the dragon country was nothing more than a coward who was bullied by them and didn't dare to resist. Foster was even more pleased when he saw that Born didn't say anything. It seemed like he would change his mind this time. About the Dragon Kingdom, we'll discuss it here for now. This time we convene a meeting, mainly to target Russia. During this time Russia, as an allied country of the Dragon Kingdom, has helped the Dragon Kingdom in every way, including this time when we robbed the Dragon Kingdom's South Pole ship. They even sent out their warships to help the Dragon Kingdom. I propose sanctions against Russia. I couldn't agree more. It's indeed necessary for our pretty country to crack down on Russia. Otherwise they still think they're so great in Blue Star. But Russia doesn't have a lot of economic dealings with us, so it's hard for us to impose economic sanctions on them. Unable to impose economic sanctions, we'll impose other sanctions on them. Sanctions in other areas? Russia's adjoining country is our little brother country, Ulan, and we can influence the Russian state by having them harass it. That's a very good idea. I agree. Foster's idea was unanimously agreed upon, and he saw that Born, sitting in the corner, had not been able to make any comment. Asked a deliberately snarky question. Mr. Born, what are your views on striking Russia? I agree with your decision. Born's answer made Foster instantly curious. Lord Born, Russia is stronger than the Dragon Kingdom in terms of overall strength, and you've been preventing us from carrying out strikes against the Dragon Kingdom, but you've agreed to sanctions against Russia. Why is that? Born, however, was serious, because the Dragon Kingdom is the only one of the 4 ancient kingdoms of the Blue Planet that exists to this day. They have stood on the Blue Planet for 5,000 years without falling. And such a nation, once awakened, is very terrifying. Ha ha. Foster laughed out loud. Your Excellency Born, your thoughts are too childish. In the time to come, I will let you know that the Dragon Kingdom is nothing but worms, and that we, the Pretty Kingdom, are the standing hegemon of the Blue Star. Russia's adjoining state, Ulan, who was supported by the Pretty State, began to harass Russia. On the border between their two countries, friction began to appear. Russia being the fighting nation they are vegetarians. After the Iranian state has taken the trouble to harass them many times, it was then that Russia struck at the Iranian state. Urania has the pretty country behind him, and he's like a barking mad dog. In 10 days' time, Russia entered the hinterland of the upland country. At that moment, Urania seemed to realize something. Just as they were getting a little panicked, the pretty country suddenly announced all the Russian military bases. This gave Russia a momentary pang of fear, because the information released by the pretty country was accurate. Russia held an emergency meeting, and after their deliberations, it became clear that the pretty country had gotten a hold of their military base through GPS satellite positioning. Russia had no choice but to withdraw from the Iranian state and adjust its deployment. After the pretty country announced the Russian military base, all the countries in the whole blue planet got uneasy, because all the countries in the entire blue planet used the pretty country's GPS positioning system, and their military bases, without a doubt, were also within the pretty country's surveillance range. Chapter 212. 212, 1 arrow, 3 stars. All countries understand that it is very dangerous to have your country's military bases known by others, but there was nothing they could do in the face of this situation. Nowadays GPS navigation systems are so deeply embedded in every piece of technology that they are unlikely to give up using them. For them, the only way to protect their country is to curry favor with the pretty country and establish good relations with him. Russia harshly condemned the pretty country's behavior internationally, and the pretty country didn't give a damn. They had achieved what they wanted anyway, and the leaks of Russian military information were irreversible. The Russian senior leadership also expressed great helplessness. Even if they redeployed their military bases now, wouldn't they be discovered again? Unless they build secret underground bases, which would be too costly for the country to spend all of its revenues on. Russia could not come up with any good solution to this matter. Just as Russia was panicking, the Dragon Kingdom announces to the world, the Dragon Kingdom has developed the Beidou navigation system. The news shocked the entire Blue Star. Pretty country, this is simply impossible. The navigation system can't be researched so easily. Our pretty country could have researched the GPS navigation system for 20 years in the first place before it was deployed. Sakura Nation, is Dragon Nation being funny? It's a navigation system. It's impossible to reach by their level of technology. Kimchi Nation, our country doesn't even dare to research a project, but Dragon Nation even said that they have succeeded in researching it. I'd like to see what kind of thing they've researched. Many countries are skeptical of the fact that the Dragon Kingdom has researched a navigation system, and they think that the Dragon Kingdom simply doesn't have the power to do so. Russia was the first to call the Dragon to congratulate them. Russia, congratulations to the Dragon State for researching a navigation system. Number 1, thank you. Russia, Minister No. 1. We are all brotherly countries. Tell me the truth. Has your Dragon Kingdom really researched a navigation system? Number 1 smiled, a little skeptical of the dragon despite Russia's congratulatory call. Who truthfully, if Number 1 hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the Dragon Kingdom had really researched its own navigation system in a month's time. Number 1, we in the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't dare to take something like this and declare fake news internationally. Ha ha. When the Russian senior leaders heard Number 1 say this, their hearts settled down. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom was a country that was very serious about integrity, and there was no way they would joke around about something so big. In that case, the dragon has really researched the navigation system, and they were at a loss when faced with the monitoring of the pretty country's navigation system. If they used the navigation system of the Dragon Kingdom, they could avoid this situation, which was absolutely the perfect solution. Thinking of this, the top Russian leader excitedly said to Number 1, Minister No. 1, you also know the current situation of our country, and we want to use the navigation system you developed immediately. We're a brother country, so of course there's no problem. It's just that the navigation satellites we've researched now haven't been launched into the appropriate orbits yet. So, it will take a month at the earliest. Instead of being disappointed to hear this, Russia became more excited. Minister No. 1, it just so happens that our rocket base, for the time being, doesn't have any liftoff plans. We can help your navigation satellites lift off and launch them to the appropriate location. You should be assured of our launch vehicle technology. Number 1 was very happy to hear this news. Russia's space industry was developed decades earlier than that of the Dragon, and its technology was very mature, and with their help, it would greatly shorten their satellite layout time. After one hung up the phone, the first thing he did was to come to Institute 1. Jiang Fan, I have good news for you. Russia is willing to help us launch our navigation satellites into the appropriate orbits for free. Really? Great. It just so happens that there are several navigation satellites orbiting over Russia. How many rocket launch sites does Russia have? There are 3. Jiang Fan was overjoyed in his heart. Originally, according to the calculation of the 3 carrier rockets of the Dragon Kingdom, 56 navigation satellites were lifted into the air, and it would take a month for all of them to be launched. Now with the help of 3 Russian launchers, he felt it would only take half a month to get it done. Jiang Fan redid a plan arrangement. Number 1 then made contact with Russia again, and Jiang Fan had a profound communication with the Russian space chief. A specific program for satellite liftoff was quickly agreed upon, and the Dragon then shipped 25 navigation satellites to Russia. After arranging this, Jiang Fan began to prepare for the first liftoff of the Dragon navigation satellite. Just when many countries were still doubting the authenticity of the announcement made by the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom made another announcement to the world. 3 days from now, at 10 a.m. Dragon time, the kiloton thruster launch vehicle Flying Dragon 2 will be used to simultaneously lift off 3 navigation satellites. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 stars and 1 arrow? All countries were shocked when they heard the news. 213 chapter, International Response. When many countries in Blue Star saw what the Dragon Kingdom released, they all thought that the Dragon Kingdom must be crazy. 3 stars and 1 arrow, but 3 satellites on 1 launch vehicle at the same time. How is this possible? Even if it's 2 stars and 1 arrow, no country in the entire blue planet would dare to admit to having this kind of technology. Dragon country blow up awesome really fierce. Let us feel ashamed of ourselves ha ha. And 1 arrow with 3 stars. Does he think this is a game? This is an artificial satellite that needs to reach an altitude of over 30,000 kilometers. As the saying goes, it's really ignorant. My pretty country doesn't even dare to shoot 2 stars with 1 arrow. But the Dragon country dares to directly shoot 3 stars with 1 arrow. Who gave you guys the courage? The Dragon Kingdom drifted away. Isn't it just the last time we researched a kiloton rocket booster? Satellite liftoff is not that simple. In 3 days, I'll see what will be the end of Dragon Kingdom's 1 arrow 3 stars. The entire blue planet is cynical about the Dragon Kingdom. Although the pretty country didn't trust the Dragon country either. Foster, the top leader of the pretty country, called an emergency meeting for this purpose. MP1, Han. Foster. In response to the announcement of the Dragon saying that a navigation system has been researched, I don't feel the need to believe it. And to say something about 1 arrow and 3 stars? Isn't that hilarious? Congressman 2, according to our reliable sources, Dragon Kingdom has not set up a specialized navigation system research and development department at all within the past 2 years. It's absolutely impossible that they suddenly researched a navigation system. Counselor 3, but I've gotten news claiming that the Dragon Kingdom suddenly summoned a large number of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific researchers in the last month, as if they do have something big in store for them. Counselor 1, even if the Dragon Kingdom had made some big moves last month, do you feel that in a month's time, it could have researched the navigation system? Congressman 3, well, that's a good point. When our pretty country first researched the GPS navigation system, it was laid out for 20 years before and after. Foster listened to the discussion of these legislators, and he actually didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom could research a navigation system. But through these 6 months of fighting with the Dragon Kingdom has seen major technological breakthroughs on several occasions. The sudden announcement of the Dragon Kingdom's research into a navigation system made him feel very uneasy. Foster, everyone, although I also don't believe that the Dragon Kingdom can research a navigation system, you mustn't forget that a month ago, we also didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom could research a kiloton rocket propeller. But as it turned out, the Dragon Kingdom did indeed research a kiloton propeller. Navigation expert, Sir Foster. Although the kiloton rocket propulsion is difficult, it's not impossible to research it if you're lucky enough to research a powerful fuel. But the navigation system is different. It's a huge and complex system. Without a few years, there won't be any technological breakthroughs at all. Council Member 5, yes. I couldn't agree more with the navigation specialist's advice. Foster, regardless of whether or not the navigation system researched by the Dragon Kingdom is true this time, we must be prepared to nip them in the bud. So next, let's deliberate on how to sabotage this navigation satellite liftoff by the Dragon Kingdom. Troop Leader, I recommend continuing missile attacks with stealth material. Counselor 6, missile attacks can only come as a surprise, and through the last attack, I'm sure the Dragon Kingdom will be prepared this time. Congressman 7, I also feel that it would be somewhat unwise to use missile attacks again. Everyone then fell into a deep thought. Stealth material missiles, indeed, was the best way, and the Dragon Kingdom was no cutie pie. They will definitely make corresponding countermeasures. At that moment, a meteorologist suddenly said, we can take advantage of the bad weather to create a danger for the Dragon rocket liftoff. But these days, the weather in the Dragon Kingdom is sunny. The meteorologist from the pretty country laughed and said, if there's no bad weather, we'll make bad weather. As the meteorologist said his piece, everyone in the entire room agreed. The rocket launch site announced by the Dragon Kingdom this time was in the northwest of their country, and it was now the cold winter season. With a northerly wind blowing, they could totally launch a few rainfall bombs in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom's lingua, and then the dark clouds that gathered in the sky would be just enough to blow into the Dragon Kingdom's launch base with the north wind. Congressman 2, this solution is good. But after we create bad weather, it will only delay the launch of the Dragon Country's launch vehicle, and it won't pose any threat to them. Space expert, this is a problem. Don't worry. It takes 2 days for a launch vehicle to prepare for launch, and navigation satellites need a very accurate launch time to get to its intended location. If they miss it, they need to wait for the next launch point, so they won't easily change the general scheduled launch time. And as long as we control the level of bad weather, I believe the Dragon Kingdom won't give up. Counselor 1, we can also do some tinkering inside the artificial cloud. An hour later, based on the joint deliberations of all, the meeting decided to adopt the recommendation of that meteorologist. The pretty country then organized a follow-up plan. 214 chapter, Rolling Dark Clouds. Not only did foreign countries express disbelief at the announcement of the navigation system by the Dragon Kingdom, but even many companies within the Dragon Kingdom expressed skepticism. Longboy Enterprise, hey, this time our country is bragging a bit too much. To be honest, I didn't quite believe the country when it said it had researched a navigation system before, but as a result, this is going to release an announcement that it's going to have 3 stars and 1 arrow. Longboy Enterprise B, yeah, 2 stars and 1 arrow is something even pretty countries don't dare to try. In case it fails, the rocket and satellite explode at the same time. The loss is very big. Longboy Enterprise C, hey, the country is too reckless this time. When it really fails, it's not letting other countries look at the joke. Dragon Enterprises D, I just hope that the country's behavior this time must not anger the pretty country, in case they prohibit the Dragon country to use their GPS navigation system. In the end, the ones who will lose out are still us, the enterprises. In fact, it's no wonder that these enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom don't believe in it. Even if a rocket carries 2 satellites at the same time, no country in the entire blue planet has ever realized it. And the level of aerospace technology in the Dragon Kingdom, which could only be described as upper middle class in the blue planet, to have 1 arrow with 3 stars was hard for anyone to believe. Longboy's announcement meanwhile created a buzz on the internet. Dragon Nation Netizen 1, our Dragon Nation is so powerful. 1 arrow, 3 stars, sounds simply hanging. Dragon Nation Netizen 2, our Dragon Nation finally has its own navigation system. It's awesome. Dragon Nation is awesome. Dragon Country Netizen 3, our Dragon Country, this is the rhythm of the rise. Last month only developed 1,000 tons of rocket propulsion. This time and researched the navigation system. Such a research speed. Our Dragon Country not a few years. Can become the Blue Star's science and technology hegemony? Ha ha. Dragon Nation Netizen 4, watching my country, step by step, become stronger is very gratifying in my heart. Dragon Nation Netizen 5, what are you guys so blindly excited about? Are you sure the country can research a navigation system? Dragon Nation Netizen 6, at Dragon Nation Netizen 5, are you a ING Dragon Nation? Of course we Dragon Kingdom can research a navigation system, and 1 arrow and 5 stars in the future. 1 arrow, 6 stars, Dragon Nation 7, you're right, also 1 arrow 6 stars. Most of the space capacity of the rocket is fuel propellant. The real carrying space is very small. It's very difficult to load 2 satellites at the same time. And the country dares to brag about carrying 3 satellites. Dragon Nation 8, have you seen the size of the country's navigation satellites? Just jump to conclusions. I think you are the real. Dragon Nation Netizen 9, facts speak louder than words. Wait for 3 days. Naturally we know the result. Anyway, I support our Dragon Nation. The senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom did not make any response in the face of the outside world's skepticism. And they now put all their energy into the rocket liftoff 3 days later. This is 3 stars and 1 arrow and unprecedented. Although Jiang Fan had given them a 99% certainty, they were still inevitably a little worried in their hearts. Time quickly came to 3 days later. The Dragon Kingdom has chosen to globally broadcast the liftoff of the Flying Dragon 2 launch vehicle. This time, the Dragon has learned from the experience of the last time. In order to prevent the stealth missiles of the pretty country, the Dragon has deployed fighter jets and drones to patrol in several important directions to ensure the safety of this rocket liftoff. Just an hour before liftoff, the northern sky of the Northwest rocket launching base of the Dragon Kingdom was covered with dark clouds, accompanied by this rolling thunder. When Lu Tianhang, the chief rocket launch commander, saw this, he suddenly had some bad feelings in his heart. So a rush call was made to the Weather Bureau to inquire about the situation. Director Zhang, what's the situation when the sky to the north of the Northwest rocket base is suddenly covered with dark clouds? Dark clouds? It can't be? We made observations an hour ago and there was no sign of rain or snow. Director Zhang then hurriedly led the staff to the sky in the northwest. Satellite observation. The results also really found a cloud mass. There was something really fishy about this cloud. An hour ago there was clearly nothing in the area. And there's no water in the area to spontaneously form clouds. The staff reported the specific data of the cloud mass to Lu Tianhang, Commander-in-Chief Lu. According to our detection, the size of the cloud mass is around 5 kilometers. The height from the ground is 1 kilometer. The thickness of the cloud layer is 600 meters. And the speed of movement is 20 meters per second. Lu Tianhang asked hurriedly, how far is the cloud mass from our Northwest rocket launch base? 70 kilometers. 70 kilometers? That means that by the time the launch vehicle is launched, the dark clouds will be right over the head of the Northwest rocket base. Yes, Commander Lu. Lu Tianhan's heart thumped when he heard this news. How can there be such a coincidence? There is no doubt that this is definitely a conspiracy by other countries to sabotage. After who? Lu Tianhang hurriedly put this news. Reported to the senior leadership of Kyoto. 215 planned launching. Kyoto 1 Research Institute. More than 10,000 researchers of the Beidou navigation system, all smiling, sat in the conference hall, because in 1 hour, the navigation satellite they developed is about to go up. A live feed was displayed on a screen in front of the conference hall. The Flying Dragon 2 launch vehicle towers majestically between heaven and earth. Jiang Fan and Number 1 were also sitting at the front of the conference hall at this time, and they were talking about something from time to time. At that moment, Number 1's assistant ran over in a panic and said to Number 1, Leader, Chief Commander Lu Tianhang of the Northwest Rocket Launching Base is calling you, saying there's something important. Chief Commander Lu? Number 1 stood up hastily, then followed the secretary out to the next room. He picked up the phone and said, Commander Lu, this is Number 1. Lu Tianhang said hurriedly when he heard no one's voice. Leader, it's bad. There's a temporary situation at the Northwest Rocket Launch Base. Status? One asked suspiciously. They've made ample preparations for this rocket liftoff, so it's reasonable to assume there won't be any problems. 70 kilometers from the rocket launch base, the sky suddenly clouded over. Lu Tianhang gave the situation to Number 1. Number 1's brow furrowed. Regarding the weather conditions, they had made observations a few days ago and the weather conditions would meet the launch conditions for a week. But how did such bad weather suddenly appear? Leader, I suspect this is a conspiracy by other countries. Number 1 listened to Lu Tianhan's speculation and agreed. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the pretty country that's behind the maneuver. Pretty country really isn't something. The last time we launched a kiloton propellant rocket, they even tried to blow me up with missiles. We haven't settled the score with them on this matter yet. This time, since they launched rainfall bombs and gathered dark clouds to interfere with our rocket launch. Leader, what do we do next? Should we stop the Flying Dragon 2 launch vehicle from lifting off? Number 1 pondered for a moment and said, give me a copy of the cloud cluster's data first, and I'll get back to you later. Number 1 hung up the phone and asked his secretary to call Jiang Fan over. When Jiang Fan saw the sadness on Number 1's face, he knew that there must have been an accident. So he asked, Leader, what appears to be the situation? Number 1 gave Jiang Fan a rundown of the situation at the Northwest Rocket Launch Base. Jiang Fan was also taken aback after hearing this. The pretty country was really unscrupulous in order to crack down on them. At this time, Elder Long and several experts and professors from the Dragon Kingdom also walked in. Number 1 then gave everyone a rundown of the situation. Leader, I suggest using missiles to break up this cloud. One of the experts proposed. The cloud was 5 kilometers wide and over 600 meters thick, so it didn't do much good at all. Several more options were then proposed, but all were rejected. As I see it, we'd better stop this launch vehicle. At this time, Number 1, who hadn't said anything, said to the cloud cluster data that Lu Tianhang had sent over. In fact, the height of this cloud mass is only 1,000 meters, and the cloud thickness is 600 meters, which has little effect on the launch of our Flying Dragon 2 launch vehicle. Theoretically it's a small impact, but it's still a risk. Jiang Fan, with the kiloton rocket propellers used by Flying Dragon 2, how much do you feel this cloud mass will affect the rocket launch? I feel that the impact is less than 2%. Although the clouds will interfere with the telemetry signals from the ground and make it difficult for the rocket control system, but with a thickness of 600 meters, it should only take 8 seconds for the Flying Dragon 2 rocket to pass through. Number 1 listened to Jiang Fan's words and was silent for a while, then said, then we'll launch the rocket as planned. A few others agreed, although there was some concern in their minds. After all, if they missed this time, they would need to wait at least 10 days. Moreover, this time they launched the main satellites of the Beidou navigation satellites, and only after they reached the predetermined position first, the other Beidou navigation satellites could be arranged in an orderly manner. Afterwards, Number 1 called Lu Tianhang back and told him to proceed with the original plan. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon 2 launch vehicle, the number of viewers from the countries of the Blue Star had reached 230 million at this time. The entire live stream was buzzing with activity. Dragon Country Audience 1, the Flying Dragon 2 rocket looks really powerful and dominant. Dragon Country Audience 2, this time we have 1 arrow and 3 stars in Dragon Country. We are going to make history. Ha ha. Pretty Country Audience 3, and 3 stars in 1 arrow? That's hilarious. I'll run naked down the street if you can launch it. Sakura Nation Audience 4, Pretty Nation doesn't even have this power, but you guys in Dragon Nation have the nerve to blow it. Kimchi Nation Viewer 5, let's see how long you guys fool around. Dragon Country Audience 6, today is to let you see the real aerospace technology of Dragon Country. Just because you little punk countries can't, doesn't mean we can't in Dragon Country. Audience 7 in Country F, let's see how long you can run wild. Dragon Kingdom Audience 8, if you're not convinced you also fire a 3-star arrow. We in the Dragon Kingdom have the capital to run wild. The entire live broadcast was full of gunpowder and quarrels. The time quickly came to 9:50, still 10 minutes before the Flying Dragon 2 launch vehicle was to be launched. At that moment, the live feed suddenly went dark, with dark clouds blocking out the sun. Dark clouds.